Chapter 1 Jiangnan, my brother and his girlfriend have been kidnapped. Leave your brain behind and still want to get involved. Hey, Jiangnan, my brother and his girlfriend have been kidnapped. You go find my brother, I'll go save my girlfriend. In a dimly lit alleyway, Jiangnan leaned against the wall in flip-flops, looking slightly annoyed. What's all this drama at night? Just help me out, Jiangnan. Both of them mean a lot to me, but I really can't manage both. Help me this once, and I'll introduce you to some beautiful girls later. On the other end of the phone, Jiangnan clearly paused before replying with a simple "K." He hung up, holding the skewers he'd just bought from a barbecue stand. He had only stepped out to grab a midnight snack when Zhou Qingze called and turned him into an errand boy. As if being the chosen one gives you the right to order me around. Xiao Hua, help me locate his brother. Got it. Xiao Hua was the system Jiangnan had bound upon transmigrating into this world. Yes, transmigration, he wasn't originally from this world. Just the day before, he'd still been in a cultivation realm, sent by his father to the Interdimensional Travel Bureau. Although he was the son of the White Tiger, he hated fighting and lived like a lazy, laid-back fish doing nothing. He even shared strange chemistry with some ancient immortal emperor who'd once stayed on Blue Planet. Finally, his father couldn't take it anymore and used connections to push him into the Interdimensional Travel Bureau, making him jump through worlds to experience different identities. All under the noble pretext of letting him feel the harshness of life. Jiangnan shook his head, grabbed a handful of skewers, and started gobbling them down. Deal with things after eating. Target located. Have to say, though he's a boy, this kid is awfully pretty. He might even be more handsome than that girl Zhou Yu. Inside the room, several burly men surrounded Zhou Yu, who lay on the floor, laughing lewdly. Anyway, young Master Jiang only wants that girl. Might as well use this boy while we can, we shouldn't let him go to waste. TSK, such looks, absolutely exquisite. Saying so, a bald man stripped off his shirt and reached out to lift Zhou Yu's clothes. Zhou Yu clenched his brows tightly, fingers curling and scraping the floor, sweat dripping from his forehead. Feeling the burning heat coursing through his body, he realized, he was done for. Zhou Yu, again her. His brother's irresponsible girlfriend. Damn it, what does finding Zhou Yu have to do with me? Why did they drug me too? Now he couldn't muster even the strength to sit up, completely powerless. Lips pressed thin, he shut his eyes unwillingly. Everything was over. Even his spiritual source wouldn't respond. His brother hadn't shown up either. Thinking of Zhou Qingze, Zhou Yu felt amused. Actually hoping that older brother would care about him. By now, he was probably forgotten, off rescuing Zhou Yu instead. The men before him were all spirit practitioners, against them, he stood no chance. A hand slipped beneath his shirt, sliding over his waist. His pupils contracted sharply, instinctively, he swung at the man. The bald giant caught his pale wrist, licking his lips obscenely. Not bad, a little firecracker. Has quite the temper. Tonight, Big Daddy will make you feel real good. Disgusting. Zhou Yu breathed rapidly, clenching his other fist until his nails dug into his palm. Suddenly, the bald man grabbed Zhou Yu, flipped him over, and moved to pull down his pants. Sweetheart, don't resist, just enjoy it. We'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. As he spoke, the others approached, pinning down Zhou Yu's hands and feet to stop him struggling. Just as the bald man was about to slide his hand into Zhou Yu's pants, thud. A figure jumped in through the window. Jiangnan executed a perfect landing, then casually brushed his hands off as he stood. His eyes swept down over the men on the ground, finally settling on Zhou Yu. This must be the kid. Seeing a stranger break in, the men immediately stood and drew their weapons. Who the hell are you? The bald leader pushed Zhou Yu onto the sofa and glared at Jiangnan with obvious hostility. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, pointing at himself. Me? I'm your dad. Son of a bitch. With a roar, the bald man lunged forward, his saber crackling with spiritual source energy slashing toward Jiangnan. Jiangnan watched the spiritual source swirling around the blade and murmured, feels kinda like spiritual chi. He lifted his foot and grabbed the flip-flop he was wearing. Then, nearly vanishing on the spot, he circled behind the bald giant and brutally slapped him across the head with the flip-flop. Rushed over in a hurry, didn't bring a weapon. Make do with this. 10 minutes later. Jiangnan carried Zhou Yu, who had lost consciousness, out of the room. It's 9 already. I should head home. Should I deliver this kid to Zhou Qingze? Host, I think it's better if you take him home first. Right now, Zhou Qingze is busy being all lovey-dovey with Zhou Yu. Fine. According to Xiao Hua, Zhou Qingze was the fated chosen one of this world. Jiangnan had read the novel from Uncle Lin before, so he knew exactly what a fated protagonist meant. Therefore, someone like Zhou Yu was probably just a minor background character destined to be crushed. He hoisted Zhou Yu onto his shoulder and jumped off the 17th floor. Jumped down. Down. Off. Down. Gone. Xiao Hua. Host. This is the 17th floor. You just jumped carrying someone who's currently weaker than an ordinary person. Shit. Jiangnan finally realized it, quickly summoning his sword and stepping onto it. Almost forgot I can ride my sword. Zhou Yu, half conscious, could only feel the howling wind in his ears, and it was kind of cold. Even though his body was still affected by that drug, he couldn't help shivering. Chapter 2 I said you should turn it on. There are 3,000 realms of transmigration, and within each of these 3,000 realms exist infinite parallel worlds, endlessly branching. The Time-Space Travel Bureau was a branch of the Time-Space Administration Agency. The mysterious figure known as the Sovereign, the one who created the Time-Space Administration, was spoken of with reverence by all. When Jiangnan got home, he tossed Zhou Yu onto his bed and went to the bathroom to wash his feet. The flip-flops were soft and floppy, couldn't even hurt much if you hit someone with them. He'd just arrived here and didn't know much about this world. Judging from the original body's memories, it seemed pretty similar to the cultivation world. This planet called Blue Star had undergone a resurgence of spiritual energy, and every now and then, ferocious beasts would emerge to wreak havoc on humanity. As long as one could absorb spirit sources, they could become a spirit user. Jiangnan figured this spirit source worked roughly the same way as the spiritual energy cultivators absorbed back in his old realm. Everyone officially began cultivating at age 18. Take Jiangnan himself, he'd only recently started cultivating and was currently at level 2 of the first realm. Cultivation levels in this world were divided into 10 total realms, each further subdivided into 10 stages. That's right, he was already an adult. Just started freshman year. He had transmigrated into the body of someone who also happened to be named Jiangnan, an heir to the Jiang family, the #1 richest household in Magic City. And this girl Xia Yuro? The original owner had transferred schools specifically because of her. A perfectly well-off young master, not bad in talent either, could have gone to a far superior spirit university. But for some reason, he'd fallen completely under Xia Yuro's spell, moved out on his own, enrolled in this ordinary spirit university. Recalling the novels he'd read before, something stirred in his mind. Ah, right, the stupidity halo. A classic cliché plot. A wealthy young master falls for a beautiful and kind-hearted ordinary girl, willing to transfer schools just to be near her. Never realizing she already has a lover, then begins bullying the male lead using his wealth and status. Only to end up as nothing more than stepping stone fueling deeper love between the main couple. But the original owner was different. He hadn't done any of that. Instead, he openly blessed Xia Yuro and even became good friends with Zhou Qingze. After bonding with Zhou Qingze, he never harassed Xia Yuro like others might, he always kept proper boundaries, never overstepping. Because of that, Zhou Qingze felt completely at ease around Jiangnan, willing to consider him a true friend. Jiangnan casually picked up a towel, wiped water off his legs, and changed into another pair of slippers. Honestly speaking, the original's behavior surprised him. A side character with actual brains? That wasn't common. He grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge, leaned against the wall by the bedroom door, stuck in the straw, and took a small sip while watching Zhou Yu on the bed. Due to the drug stimulation, Zhou Yu's entire body burned with heat, his skin flushed red. He curled his body tightly, one hand gripping the white bedsheets, the other reaching toward his belt buckle. Jiangnan watched, unaware that his two fang-like teeth had flattened the straw flat. But he didn't notice. So hot. Zhou Yu whispered softly, but with Jiangnan's tiger-sharp hearing, he heard every word clearly. Little Hua, what do I do? Little Hua was obviously silent for a moment. How about trying to put him in cold water? That sounds feasible. He tossed the empty milk carton into the trash and walked over, picking Zhou Yu up from the bed. Sensing someone nearby, Zhou Yu grew even more agitated. Driven by the drug, he wrapped his arms around Jiangnan's neck, rubbing restlessly against him. Rubbing on me? Jiangnan looked at Zhou Yu, does he have a crush on me or something? Little Hua. Carrying Zhou Yu into the bathroom, Jiangnan stared at the large bathtub, eyes carrying 3 parts coldness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts careless indifference. Turn on the water. Host, you have to turn it on yourself. This isn't like the cultivation world where words manifest reality. I know. Then why aren't you turning it on? I'm telling you to turn it on. Oh. With a helpless sigh, Little Hua activated the faucet, filling the tub with cold water. No choice, his host needed spoiling. There. Now place him inside gently. K. Then, Jiangnan simply threw Zhou Yu straight into the bathtub. Water splashed violently everywhere, soaking the floor. Little Hua was stunned again. Host. Be gentle. What if you hurt the kid? Also, you should undress him first. Who takes a bath fully clothed? Little Hua's heart was so tired. It felt that with its host's hopelessly clueless personality, there was no way he'd ever find a girlfriend in this world. This is such a hassle. Jiangnan pouted, bending down to brush aside Zhou Yu's damp bangs from the cold water. In our immortal cultivation world, we just use a purification technique, nothing this fussy. Even as he said that, he still went ahead and stripped Zhou Yu's clothes off. Zhou Yu didn't resist, hands braced against the edge of the bathtub, mouth slightly agape as he gasped for breath. He'd seen Jiangnan a few times before and knew he was Zhou Qingze's friend. Jiangnan. He forced himself to greet him, struggling against the turmoil in his body. Oh, you know me. Jiangnan replied without looking up, already reaching for his pants. Did brother send you? Zhou Yu wiped droplets of water from his face with the back of his hand and asked. Pants, don't. What? But it was already too late. Little Hua, quick. Too quick. His entire body instantly engulfed by the icy water, Zhou Yu instinctively curled into a ball, hugging his knees tightly. I already said, don't take off the pants. He buried his face between his knees, utterly humiliated and mortified. You were drugged. Taking your pants off is better, you need to soak in the cold water. Jiangnan sat on the edge of the bathtub, wearing a plain white short-sleeved t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. He didn't look like any rich young master, more like an ordinary student. This stuff doesn't seem to be going away unless I find you a woman. Jiangnan patted Zhou Yu's shoulder. You're still young. You wouldn't handle that kind of thing well. Just endure it for now. Then again, something about that thought suddenly felt off. Back in the immortal realm, he'd once read a book about how two men could cultivate together through dual cultivation. So theoretically speaking, it didn't necessarily have to be a woman, a man could work too. Hiss. Chapter 3 Your brother doesn't want you anymore. Zhou Yu felt like Jiangnan had taken the wrong medicine. What? You're kidding, right? Looking at Zhou Yu, Jiangnan pressed the knuckle of his index finger against his lips and smiled faintly. Truly a feast for the eyes. Seeing him like that, Zhou Yu instantly tensed up. Did he just escape a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's mouth? Are you gay? Gay? What does gay mean? Jiangnan asked Xiaohua in his mind. It basically means men who like men. Got it now? Jiangnan scratched his head. If so, didn't that mean Lin Shu and his old man were both gay? I am. Uncle Lin once said gender shouldn't be confined so strictly. Seeing Zhou Yu's wary expression, Jiangnan reached out as if to poke his face. But in Zhou Yu's eyes, that meant something entirely different. He wanted to stand up and run, but due to the drug's effects, he couldn't even muster the strength to move. Jiangnan. Am I some kind of monster that eats people? Helplessly, he pinched Zhou Yu's cheek and teased, what are you afraid of? What was it Uncle Lin said again? Something about comforting people, hugging or kissing, right? But he could only remember that one line, everything else had slipped his mind completely. Still, he lifted Zhou Yu's chin. Then leaned down. When something is beautiful, a little extra patience doesn't hurt. Zhou Yu froze completely. He tried pushing Jiangnan away, but it was useless. Men don't shed tears lightly, but Zhou Yu was crying now, truly crying. Tears poured freely down his face as he felt utterly violated. Feeling Zhou Yu sobbing, Jiangnan finally pulled his lips away. Why are you crying? You dog. Zhou Yu scooted backward, hugging himself tightly. In all my life, this is the first time I've been kissed, and by another man. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand as he spoke. Jiangnan. Host, it seems you've been rejected. I'll fight you one-on-one once the drug wears off, damn it. TCH, suit yourself. Jiangnan wasn't hiding anything. You don't really think your brother is coming to pick you up, do you? Didn't my brother send you? At Jiangnan's words, Zhou Yu lifted his head in confusion. Yeah, he did send me. Jiangnan exhaled, rubbing his neck. But he sold you to me. He chuckled, poking Zhou Yu's forehead. Right now, your brother is busy being sweet and cozy with Xia Yuro. How could he possibly have time for you? Even without me saying it, you should already realize, if your brother truly cared about you, wouldn't he have come for you personally instead of asking a friend? As far as I know, you're his only family left in this world. Look at you, still so naively believing he'd come to rescue you. Under the blanket, Zhou Yu clenched his fists tightly. He didn't answer, because what Jiangnan said was undeniably true. Ever since his brother started dating her, his attention toward Zhou Yu had gradually faded. Jiangnan cupped his face, gently wiping away his tears with his thumb, and smiled. So cute a child can be abandoned too. Using spiritual energy to clear the drug's effects from Zhou Yu, Jiangnan carried him back to his bedroom. Zhou Yu turned over onto his side, his eyes clouded with complex emotions. Jiangnan also rolled over and hugged him from behind, sniffing lightly at the nape of his neck. You smell nice. Seeing that Zhou Yu ignored him, Jiangnan pouted. I remember you're not in school. Why? My brother has higher talent than me. Zhou Yu looked downward. His clothes were soaked, so Jiangnan had given him his own to wear. Due to the mismatch in their builds, the clothes hung loosely on him. You could have just said it was because you couldn't afford it. Yeah, that's true. Mom's savings were only enough for one of us to attend school. Since my talent isn't as good as my brother's, I dropped out. How do you two live then? I work part-time during the day, sometimes doing manual labor. At night, my brother teaches me what he learns. Moonlight streamed through the window, glinting in Jiangnan's eyes. From the original body's memories, Zhou Yu was a few months younger than Zhou Qingze, but already an adult. Damn. Why did you bite me? A sudden sharp pain shot through his right shoulder. Zhou Yu turned his head and saw Jiangnan biting his shoulder. I didn't use much force. Jiangnan released his mouth, then gently licked the spot he'd just bitten. The hell? Zhou Yu quickly turned over and covered Jiangnan's mouth with his hand. His brow furrowed, lips slightly parted. You're like a dog, aren't you? Don't say that, it's rude. Jiangnan gripped his wrist and gently pushed it away, then rolled on top of him, pinning him down. Zhou Yu snorted coldly, rubbing his right shoulder. This isn't the first time we've met. You seemed like a decent person before, never expected this. Are you mocking me? Jiangnan leaned closer until their noses nearly touched, warm breaths mingling between them. No. Zhou Yu pushed Jiangnan's face to the side. Did my brother really sell me to you? You don't believe me? If you want to know so badly, ask your brother tomorrow. I don't feel like talking about it now. With that, he yanked the blanket over both of them. So long as you have thick skin, you'll never lack a wife. Lin Yang. Elsewhere, at Zhou Qingze's place. He held Xia Yuro tightly in his arms as she cried, her tears streaming like rain. Ruru, don't cry. I'm here. Xia Yuro sobbed uncontrollably. Qingze, woo-woo. Why would Jiang Chen do this to me? I don't like him at all, woo-woo. At the mention of Jiang Chen, a flicker of cold darkness passed through Zhou Qingze's eyes. This rich brat actually dared to set his sights on his girlfriend. But then again, Yuro was simply too radiant, always drawing unwanted attention. Earlier tonight, when Jiang Chen nearly took advantage of Xia Yuro, Zhou Qingze had kicked the door open just in time. With his cultivation level at third order of the first realm, he'd beaten Jiang Chen so badly the guy didn't even know which way was up. Anyone who dared lay a hand on Ruru deserved to die. Qingze, can I stay here tonight? I'm too scared to go back. Xia Yuro wrapped her arms around his neck, looking up at him with pitiful, teary eyes. With such beauty throwing herself into his arms, how could Zhou Qingze possibly refuse? He gave her the bed and went to sleep on the sofa himself. Chapter 4, Back Row by the Window, Where Kings Come From. The next morning. Jiangnan handed Zhou Yu the spare key to his home. What do I need this for? Your brother already sold you to me. Don't you have to live with me now? He shoved the key into Zhou Yu's hand and then kissed him on the cheek. Ew, get away from me, you damn gay. Zhou Yu pushed him away, disgusted, and wiped his face with his sleeve. You actually dare to look down on me? If you kiss me again, I'm not holding back, I'll hit you. Jiangnan scoffed. Whatever. I'm off to school. Do whatever you want. Slouching slightly, he grabbed his backpack and flung it over one shoulder. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled a few bills out of his pocket and stuffed them into Zhou Yu's hand. Not sure if you've got money. This should cover your day. Zhou Yu stared at the cash in his palm, speechless. Did he just get the feeling that he'd been kept? If you're touched, just buy groceries tonight and cook me dinner. After leaving the house, Jiangnan passed many breakfast stalls along the roadside. He sniffed the air, eyes locking onto a jianbing stand. He walked over. Seeing Jiangnan approach, the vendor cheerfully asked, Kid, want a jianbing? Jiangnan nodded. Pick what you'd like, here's pork tenderloin, here's crispy sausage, here's... add everything. The vendor stared at him, stunned. Everything? Yeah. Hurry up, I'm late for school. Soon after, Jiangnan was walking off, gnawing at a thick, overstuffed jianbing. The vendor, worried he might choke, tossed him a bottle of drink. Jiangnan's mouth bulged full as he chewed, but he thought it was pretty good. Following the memories of the original Jiangnan, he found his way to the school. Longqing Spirit University. Just as he reached the gate, he ran straight into Xia Yuro and Zhou Qingze. Jiangnan. Zhou Qingze waved. Jiangnan glanced at him, then casually tossed the drink from the vendor over. Whoa. Morning ambush much? Zhou Qingze laughed as he caught it, then asked, Hey, how's my little brother doing? Jiangnan gave him a sideways glance. You really care, huh? Took you all night to remember you even had a brother. As he spoke, his gaze shifted pointedly towards Xia Yuro. Xia Yuro instinctively shrank under the stare, then realized, when did Jiangnan become like this? Didn't he used to be gentle no matter what she did? Zhou Qingze scratched his head sheepishly. So, he's okay, right? Last night, caught up in growing closer with Zhou Yu, he'd completely forgotten about his younger brother. But since he'd asked Jiangnan to handle things, he figured it was fine. Heh. Yeah, nothing happened. He's staying at my place now. Jiangnan snorted coldly and walked past them into the campus. Zhou Yu tugged at Zhou Qingze's sleeve. Is Jiangnan mad? Seems like it. First time I've seen him act this way. Zhou Qingze was puzzled but didn't dwell on it, following Zhou Yu inside. All three were in the same class, though Jiangnan sat in the very back row. It wasn't because he did poorly in school. On his first day after arriving in this world, he'd simply requested the seat change from the teacher. Uncle Lin once said that during his time on Blue Star, he always liked sitting in the back row because, back row by the window, where kings come from. His cultivation level had been high in the immortal realm. Though he couldn't access much of his spiritual energy here, what remained was more than enough. Since absorbing spiritual energy alone could increase his cultivation, he figured attending class was pointless anyway. Zhou Qingze, seated directly in front, looked back at Jiangnan. This version felt like someone entirely different, and almost turned around to ask. But then their teacher walked in, so he dropped the idea. The entire morning's classes were dull and rigid. Jiangnan simply took out his phone and started reading novels. The teacher saw but dared not say anything. The student's background was far too intimidating to cause trouble. Holding the phone, he opened Xiaoxin, a messaging app. Scrolling through, there weren't many contacts, mostly family or classmates. Don't think I've added Zhou Yu yet. I'll ask Zhou Qingze later. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, wiping down tables at the barbecue shop, suddenly sneezed. He grabbed a tissue and wiped his hands. Damn it, who's cursing me? The shop owner noticed and asked with concern, Zhou Yu, catching a cold? It's nothing, Aunt Wang. She only then noticed Zhou Yu's lips. Ah. What happened to your lip, kid? Zhou Yu touched his lip with his fingertip. Is something wrong? It looks a bit swollen. Zhou Yu froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Must have bumped it last night by accident. Aunt Wang gave him a knowing look. Zhou Yu, I get it, got yourself a girlfriend now, huh? No, not at all. Ha ha ha. Aunt Wang chuckled and didn't press further. These kids these days were just too shy. The morning passed quickly. At lunchtime, Zhou Qingze went with Jiangnan as usual. After getting their meals, the three of them sat together, Jiangnan taking the seat across from Zhou Qingze. He didn't touch his food, just rested his chin on his hand and stared at him. Zhou Yu ate quietly, glancing occasionally at Jiangnan across the table. Something felt off about him today. His gaze was too direct, too bold. Zhou Qingze finally couldn't take it anymore. What's up, Jiangnan? Why are you staring at me like that? Zhou Qingze, let your brother live with me. Jiangnan didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. Why? Because I live alone, so I need someone to help me out with things. Your brother isn't in school anyway. I'll give him a job and pay him, of course. As he spoke, his eyes flicked towards Zhou Yu. And besides, she's going to be staying over at your place sometimes, right? Having your brother around would make that kind of inconvenient. Don't want to mess up your love life. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Yu's face flushed slightly. Zhou Qingze thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, makes sense. A true bro looking out for my happiness. I don't mind, but it depends on whether Zhou Yu is okay with it. He shoveled a few bites of rice into his mouth, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, send me your brother's contact. K. Zhou Qingze opened Xiaoxin and sent Jiangnan Zhou Yu's profile. Chapter 5 Your best bro just withdrew a message. Jiangnan opened the shared contact. The profile picture was a close-up of a blackhead, and the name was simply. He sent a friend request, then placed his phone on the table and started gobbling down his meal. Seeing his best buddy waiting for the request to be accepted, Zhou Qingze couldn't help but mention. Zhou Yu might be working at the barbecue place today, probably won't accept it for a while. Hardly had he finished speaking when Jiangnan's phone chimed, the friend request had been accepted. Zhou Qingze. Your best bro withdrew a message. Rainy Jiangnan, it's me, Jiangnan. Inside the barbecue shop, Zhou Yu wore the expression of an old man on the subway staring blankly at his phone. How the hell did this guy get my number? But then again, he probably got it from his brother. Is brother there? Rainy Jiangnan, he's here eating. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Yu only saw the first sentence, the second was automatically ignored. He exited the chat with Jiangnan and opened a new one with his brother. Bro, am I really going to live with that guy named Jiangnan? A notification tone rang out. Zhou Qingze opened his phone and saw the message from his younger brother. He assumed Jiangnan had already discussed this with Zhou Yu, but he didn't believe it. You don't want to. We've already settled this. Understood. Holding the phone, Zhou Yu stared at the cold characters his brother had typed, feeling an icy numbness spread through him. His brother really didn't want him anymore. Jiangnan sneaked behind Zhou Qingze and gave a sly smirk. He'd seen the entire chat history. By the way, which barbecue shop is your brother working at? Wangji Barbecue. Most of the lessons focused on how to cultivate, how to harness spiritual energy within the body. And then detailed information about various supernatural beasts. Now that you're all university students, you can't slack off like you used to. Professor Zhang Hong said from the front of the classroom. Though some of you are indeed doing well in cultivation. But still, I hope everyone trains diligently, don't let romance derail your progress. Jiangnan propped his chin on his hand and gazed at Zhou Qingze sitting in front of him, lips curling upward. Sweating bullets now, little bro. He just called you out by implication. At 5 in the afternoon, classes finally ended. Since the school wasn't far from where he lived, the original owner hadn't accepted the driver his parents arranged. He mostly walked to school. Anyone unaware of the original owner's background might genuinely think he was just an ordinary student. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Qingze left with Xia Yuro, most likely headed out for dinner together. Jiangnan, on the other hand, followed the navigation app to Wangji Barbecue. It wasn't far from school, so he didn't bother taking a cab. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Zhou Yu chatting casually with a middle-aged woman. Zhou Yu sat in a chair, his long legs stretched out carelessly. His slender, pale fingers held a can of beer, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a sip. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan stood before him, wearing his school uniform. At over 1.8 meters tall, he radiated youthful vigor. Hearing his name, both Wang Qiuping and Zhou Yu turned their heads simultaneously. This isn't your brother, is it? A new friend? Yeah. Jiangnan approached. Not going home yet? Zhou Yu frowned slightly. Might be late here. Then I'll wait. With that, Jiangnan grabbed a stool and sat down. Auntie Wang laughed, it's fine, Xiao Yu. The weather's turning cloudy, might rain tonight. You should head back early. I'll close up soon anyway. She pulled out her phone and transferred 100 yuan to Zhou Yu via Chaoxin. That's today's pay, I've sent it. Got it. Thanks, Auntie Wang. Zhou Yu thanked her politely, then took the beer can and left with Jiangnan. In the narrow alley, Zhou Yu tilted the last sip of beer into his mouth. Before he could swallow, Jiangnan grabbed the back of his head and pinned him against the wall. The liquor was sucked right out by Jiangnan. Zhou Yu froze. Panicking, he shoved Jiangnan away and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. What the hell is wrong with you? Tastes so bitter. I thought it'd be good. Jiangnan stuck out his tongue. Of course it's bitter, it's your first time drinking. Zhou Yu tossed the empty beer can, then after a pause, said, I asked my brother today. You were right yesterday. My brother really doesn't want me anymore. Feeling hurt? Zhou Yu looked slightly shorter than him, and he reached out to ruffle the other's hair. But Jiangnan effortlessly sidestepped it without even thinking. Jiangnan. Have you eaten? He reached out again, trying to place his hand on Zhou Yu's head, but Zhou Yu tilted his body back just in time, missed again. No. You just got off school. Want to eat? Of course I do. Jiangnan slung an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder and started walking toward home. In the kitchen, Zhou Yu seriously considered elbowing Jiangnan in the gut. Let go. Jiangnan hugged him from behind, puzzled. What's wrong? You're hugging me, I can't cook like this. His school uniform had already been tossed somewhere unknown. In just a white short-sleeved shirt, Jiangnan revealed toned forearms as he wrapped his arms around Zhou Yu's waist and refused to let go. It's fine. I can wait. Take your time. So under Jiangnan's watchful eyes, Zhou Yu boiled 2 packs of instant noodles. 2 packs. Instant noodles. Jiangnan. This is what you call cooking. What? I even added eggs, still not good enough. Zhou Yu elbowed him lightly, signaling him to release his grip. You don't seriously eat this all the time, do you? Sitting at the dining table, Jiangnan stared at the bowl of instant noodles, reluctant to pick up his chopsticks. No wonder Zhou Yu was so thin. How could anyone eat this every day without getting sick of it? He figured he should probably learn how to cook. Lin Shu said that being able to cook was the most basic trait of a decent man. You eat it. I'm not hungry. He pushed the bowl toward Zhou Yu. Tomorrow's weekend. Want to stay home and try learning how to cook something proper? Whatever. Zhou Yu didn't care or make a fuss, he simply grabbed the chopsticks and started devouring it. Hey, tell me, did your brother abuse you or something? Why are you eating instant noodles like it's life or death? It's food. It fills the stomach, that's all that matters. What abuse? You're right. Jiangnan crossed his legs and began scrolling through his phone. Shocking. A high school student in Magic City thinks he's so handsome that he believes every girl in school secretly likes him. Even went as far as harassing girls, only to get beaten into a foldable screen by one girl's boyfriend. Shocking. Yesterday in Magic City, a strange group appeared with shoe prints all over their foreheads, the leader being a bald muscular man. Could this be the rise of a new faction? Pfft. Seeing the attached picture of the bald man, Jiangnan suddenly remembered. That was the guy he'd hit with a slipper. Zhou Yu gave Jiangnan a strange look, then took the empty bowl to the kitchen to wash it. Chapter 6, Reading Between the Lines. Seeing Zhou Yu heading to the kitchen, Jiangnan followed and casually leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Do you know those people from yesterday? The bald ones. Zhou Yu didn't pause in washing the dishes. No, I just know they're under Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? You don't know him? Vaguely familiar. Zhou Yu braced both hands on the sink. Didn't you transfer to Longqing back then just to chase Xia Yuro? Jiang Chen's in the same situation as you. Watching Zhou Yu speak with his back turned, Jiangnan walked over and braced himself against the sink from behind, his hands enclosing Zhou Yu's. And then what? Feeling Jiangnan press up against his back, Zhou Yu couldn't help clenching his fists. I'll give you 3 seconds to back off. What's wrong? Suddenly, Zhou Yu was pulled into an arm lock. Now that you're mine, you think you can just keep your distance? You damn fag. Zhou Yu drove his elbow into Jiangnan's abdomen and broke free. The hell? You actually hit me. The original body possessed wind-based abilities, so Jiangnan reacted quickly and dodged it. I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. Oh. Why? Zhou Yu tightened his fists. How could he still ask that so innocently? If Aunt Wang hadn't mentioned his swollen lips today, he wouldn't have realized at all. Staying with this fag tonight would definitely lead to that again. Maybe he should message his brother to be careful, a full-grown gay man around is terrifying enough. My bed's big enough. Are you scared of sleeping alone? Jiangnan scratched his head, guessed that approach wasn't working. You go wash up. I'll go buy something to eat. You still want to eat? I can bring something back for you. No thanks. After going downstairs, Jiangnan found the original owner's bicycle. He located the nearest self-service convenience store and bought 2 rice balls. Noticing lollipops on the shelf, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why not? The original's parents were well off anyway. No need to torture himself, eat when hungry, drink when thirsty. He scanned the payment and had barely stepped out of the store when a cold wind blew past. Jiangnan's ears twitched, he shivered slightly. It was a bit chilly. He popped a lollipop into his mouth, ready to ride off, when suddenly he heard someone speaking behind him. A woman's voice. Big brother, come here. Jiangnan turned. A provocatively dressed, stunningly attractive woman was beckoning him with a finger. Her delicate face glowed under the moonlight, enchanting and seductive. She tossed him a flirtatious wink. Crazy bitch, what are you grinding on a lamppost for at night? Jiangnan gave her a quick once-over and turned to leave. The woman froze. Such a hot, sexy goddess calling out to you, and you don't react at all? She'd already spread her charm aura across the area. How could anyone resist? Was her charm ability failing? Jiangnan glanced up at the sky above, which was faintly tinged with pink mist. His eyes, unnoticed, had turned a deep ocean blue. 200 per round, big brother, no interest. Her voice slithered like a ghost, teasing Jiangnan's senses. Jiangnan studied her for a moment, then reached into his pocket. Seeing his movement, the woman grew confident. Of course, no one could resist her allure. Then, smack, His hand shot out of his pocket and delivered a stinging slap across her face. Ah! She shrieked, clutching her cheek in disbelief. You hit me? Are you even a man? Jiangnan shrugged. I never said I was a man. Then again, are you really a woman? What kind of question is that? Can't you tell whether I'm male or female? She huffed, her chest rising and falling with anger, those beautiful eyes blazing. Can you prove you're a woman? I can show you my ID. And an ID proves your gender. Then can your ID prove you're a man? Jiangnan smirked. I never said I was a man. Huh? The woman was utterly baffled. Fury surged through her veins, she dropped the act. Wow, you want to fight me? There are cameras here. Jiangnan took a step back, gazing at her with pure innocence. These cameras have already been disabled by me. Now, go die. The woman's face twisted grotesquely, transforming into a pitch-black monster oozing dark liquid. Jiangnan rolled up his sleeves. You should have said earlier there were no cameras. Zhou Yu. He reached into the air, and a long sword tore through space toward him. Remember this sword, dying by it is your honor. Blazing like the wind, he plunged the blade infused with spiritual energy straight into the beast's heart. The creature had no time to flee before collapsing with a thud. Lin Shu once said, "Leave roots uncut, spring breeze brings regrowth." Jiangnan's eyes sharpened. Gripping Zhou Yu, he stabbed the beast repeatedly until it became a pulp of minced flesh. "Where's the core?" He poked through the mangled remains with his sword, eventually uncovering a lurid pink crystal core. Not that he had particularly sharp eyes, it was simply impossible to miss such a bright color among all the darkness. "Can this sell for money?" "Yes. The higher the beast's realm, the more expensive its core. This one's just an ordinary beast, 4th level of 1st realm. Its core can only fetch about 20,000. Toss it into the system space for now." "Got it." Riding away on the beloved bicycle, leaving the scene for Lock Spirit Bureau agents to handle. Lock Spirit Bureau, the organization tasked with defending cities against rampaging beasts. Unlike regular police, they carried far greater responsibilities. Just as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Yu stepping out of the bathroom, a towel draped around his neck, hair still damp. Jiangnan moved close and nuzzled against him. "Smells nice." "What? Didn't get enough to eat outside?" Zhou Yu shook his head, splashing droplets of water onto Jiangnan's face. "Yeah. Well, you were gone barely 10 minutes. What could you possibly eat in that time?" As he spoke, Zhou Yu's gaze dropped downward. Jiangnan followed his line of sight, then understood. "You're implying something. You've cheap perfume on you. That scent is typical of streetwalkers. Besides that smell, anything else?" Jiangnan leaned closer, studying the subtle shifts in Zhou Yu's expression. "There's a sugary candy sweetness, almost masking another scent beneath." Seeing Jiangnan's face drawing nearer, Zhou Yu abruptly crouched down, making Jiangnan miss his kiss entirely. "Damn it, don't kiss me." Zhou Yu wiped water trickling from his hairline onto his forehead with the towel, then turned and walked away. Chapter 7. You can still go poke your throat right now. Pouting, Jiangnan headed for a shower. Earlier, Zhou Yu had said his body carried an odor, probably meaning he didn't like it. He shrugged off his shirt and turned on the shower head. While washing, he sang aloud, "Bro, let it out. Tell me what's in your heart." Zhou Yu. Ignoring Jiangnan's noisy antics in the bathroom, Zhou Yu sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Soon, Jiangnan stepped out, though unlike before entering, he wasn't wearing a top now. He slapped his upper arm, flexing his muscles proudly at Zhou Yu. "How's that? Pretty cool, huh?" Zhou Yu glanced over, then quietly lifted his own shirt, revealing six-pack abs. Jiangnan smirked, reaching out a hand to grope his abs. "Not bad, kid. Didn't expect you to be so stacked. Take your hand off." "Oh." Afraid Zhou Yu might snap, Jiangnan quickly pulled back, then grabbed 2 cartons of milk from the fridge. He handed one to Zhou Yu. "I only saw you drink alcohol today, don't know if you're used to milk." "I'm not picky." Zhou Yu sat cross-legged on the sofa, head down, sipping milk while looking at his phone. "Not picky. Then would you drink it if I fed it to you mouth to mouth?" Zhou Yu looked up, locking eyes with him, speaking slowly and coldly, "Before that happens, I'll blow your head clean off." "So violent. Exactly the kind I like." Zhou Yu chose to ignore Jiangnan's nonsense. In just 2 short days, this guy had completely shattered his initial impression. He'd assumed Jiangnan was just another easygoing rich young master. Turns out he's a shameless flirt who spews filthy talk non-stop. "By the way, do you want to go to school?" Jiangnan sat beside him, 2 fawn-like teeth biting the straw as he tilted his head against the sofa, asking. Surprisingly, Zhou Yu showed no strong reaction. "What's the point now? It's already been years too late." Jiangnan's eyes dimmed slightly. "I ran into a monster on my way back tonight. Things might get dangerous lately." "You haven't started cultivating yet, right? I'm worried something might happen to you when I'm not around." "I'm already an adult. And I started cultivating when I was 16. Zhou Yu raked his fingers through his hair, frustrated. "It's just. I don't know why, but my cultivation level never increases." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, gathering a faint thread of spiritual energy for Jiangnan to see. Jiangnan stared blankly. Wait, wasn't formal cultivation supposed to begin only after 18? How the hell did this guy start before even arriving? Post, 18 is just the standard for ordinary people. For certain unreasonable geniuses, that rule is nothing but bullshit. True enough. If hard work were all it took, what would geniuses even be for? Jiangnan pretended to examine his palm carefully, then suddenly slid his own hand between Zhou Yu's fingers, pinning him down onto the sofa. Wow, so impressive. How should I praise you? Zhou Yu bit his lower lip, staring at Jiangnan, whose body was pressed between his legs. Get off. Wanna have a candy? Jiangnan fished out a lemon-flavored sweet from his pocket, biting one end of the wrapper to tear it open, then asked Zhou Yu. Huh? The candy was shoved into his mouth, and Jiangnan seized Zhou Yu's chin, kissing him fiercely. The sharp tang of lemon candy flooded both their mouths. Unnoticed, Zhou Yu's ears gradually turned red. Jiangnan twitched his ears, catching sounds from outside. It's raining. He chuckled softly, stroking Zhou Yu's cheek with his fingertip. Wonder what your brother's doing right now. Could he be doing the same thing with Xiao Yuro as we are? Xiao Yu, Can I call you that? Whatever. Jiangnan cupped under his thighs and effortlessly lifted Zhou Yu into the bedroom. Xiao Yu, how about becoming my personal study companion? Not interested. Wait a second. Water droplets clung to Jiangnan's hair from the shower, strands brushed against Zhou Yu's collarbone, tickling him. What? I don't like this. Why not? Jiangnan ran his tongue along his back molars, then helped peel off Zhou Yu's shirt. I'll arrange everything. Just stay by my side. Outside, heavy raindrops pattered loudly against the windowpane, fogging up the glass. The room was dark, no lights on, yet Zhou Yu clearly saw the deep blue glowing in Jiangnan's eyes. Your eyes. These? They turn blue when I'm excited. Zhou Yu, who had been intently observing Jiangnan's eyes, suddenly stiffened and kicked out at Jiangnan. What the hell are you pulling my waistband for? Jiangnan caught his ankle mid-kick. Got caught. Let go. Zhou Yu pushed himself upright against the bed. I'm not into guys. I won't change no matter how many times you kiss me. You should cut your losses now before things go too far. Hardly had he finished speaking when Jiangnan shoved him back down, their noses nearly touching. If you're not interested, that's fine. I'm interested enough for both of us. Fucked up situation. Zhou Yu yanked the blanket over himself, refusing to look at the embarrassing scene. Why cover yourself? It's hot in here. Shut up. Mind your own business. TCH. After a while, as if sensing something, he reached over and smacked Jiangnan's head. Jiangnan. Zhou Yu wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. He glared at Jiangnan and snapped, idiot. Jiangnan. He blinked. Perhaps realizing it was his fault, he didn't argue. Yeah, I'm dumb. Anyway, it's late, let's sleep. Once again, he pinned Zhou Yu down. Wait, I need to put on pants. If you feel guilty, take me shopping tomorrow. Why should I feel guilty? Jiangnan wrapped his arms around him from behind. To buy you some clothes. Don't wear those old things you had before. My clothes are all oversized. They won't fit you. Looks like you wouldn't even need pants with them on. Chapter 8, Spatial System Ability. The next morning. After a quick tidy-up, Jiangnan called a Didi ride. Zhou Yu was wearing a dark blue hoodie with the hood up, no surprise, it belonged to Jiangnan. While waiting for the car, Jiangnan kept glancing at him. You know, you actually pull off that look pretty well. Since he'd agreed to go shopping with Jiangnan, he'd contacted Wang Chuping last night and decided they'd go in the afternoon. Not bad, host. You're actually showing some awareness. The mall really is the best place for unexpected events. Zhou Yu's hands were buried deep in the hoodie pockets. Never thought the eldest son of Mo City's richest family would still have to take rideshares. Can't help it. I don't know how to drive. Jiangnan shrugged, completely unfazed. After some light-hearted banter, their Didi arrived. He opened the car door and let Zhou Yu slide in first. Mind giving me the last 4 digits? 4188. Got it. The taxi driver glanced through the rearview mirror at the two holding hands in the back seat and twitched his lips. First fare of the morning and already getting fed dog food. Damn it. After getting out at the destination, Jiangnan wasn't sure if the driver held a grudge, but he deliberately left them with a cloud of exhaust fumes. Jiangnan. He slung an arm over Zhou Yu's shoulder and grinned. Wanna make a bet with me? What kind of bet? His gaze fixed on the entrance of the mall. Bet your brother and Xia Yuro are here too. Fine. I'll bet they are. Zhou Yu replied, completely calm, leaving Jiangnan utterly dumbfounded. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't you be betting they're not here? What? Not taking the bet anymore. Never mind. I'm out. A friendly reminder from Xiaohua, there might be a beast in this mall today. Please proceed with caution. Jiangnan automatically ignored the word might. In novels, there's no such thing as maybe. Even a 0.0001% chance counts as real. Inside a clothing store at the mall, Zhou Yu casually picked out a few outfits and went into the fitting room. Jiangnan took a seat somewhere nearby, watching his silhouette. Unsurprisingly, almost all the clothes Zhou Yu chose were black. It being the weekend, the mall was packed, mostly young faces, clearly students. In the corner of the fitting area, an inconspicuous puddle of black liquid quietly observed Zhou Yu, who had his back turned while changing. Slowly, it began to coalesce into a human shape, though it remained liquid, bubbles rippling across its surface. All done. Jiangnan knocked on the fitting room door. He'd suddenly sensed something off. His instincts were never wrong. He was always sharp when it came to sensing anomalies. You need to change too. Yeah. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, then braced one elbow against the wall, pinning Zhou Yu beneath him. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, grabbed Jiangnan's collar, pulled him closer, and whispered softly by his ear, "Caught it?" The moment Jiangnan knocked, the black liquid had sensed an ability user's aura and immediately reverted to its original form, shrinking back into the corner. Zhou Yu grasped Jiangnan's hand, and suddenly, space seemed to stutter. In an instant, the two vanished from the spot. The beast, seeing no one left, thought it had encountered a ghost. It slowly reformed into a human shape and stepped out. But the very next second, whoosh! A series of wind blades slashed through it, cutting it to shreds. Jiangnan glanced at Zhou Yu beside him. Spatial ability? I originally planned to teleport us out before it attacked. Lucky you showed up. Cleared a minor nuisance. Spatial system abilities were undoubtedly the rarest in the world, only a handful of people ever awakened them. Not only were they extremely uncommon among ability users, but their combat effectiveness was generally weak, dealing minimal damage. Most often, they could only play a supportive role or disrupt opponents. Of course, if someone managed to awaken not only spatial ability but also another powerful system, like fire or lightning, the result would be invincible. However, dual ability users were exceedingly rare. Maybe 1 in 10 billion. Jiangnan walked over to check the remains, not even a crystal core. Just a low-tier, insignificant beast. I remember your brother has fire-based ability. Yeah. Fire is definitely stronger than spatial. Maybe one day you'll awaken a dual system. Zhou Yu pinched the bridge of his nose. 1 in 10 billion chance. You think it's that easy? Jiangnan slung an arm around his shoulder and, holding the clothes Zhou Yu had just tried on, walked out with him. He asked casually, as if offhandedly. Compared to spatial type abilities, which one would you prefer? Lightning type. Why? So I can string you up and strike you down. Jiangnan fell silent. Awakening an ability at 16, maybe even earlier, and being able to use spiritual sources already. A genius, no doubt. It was a shame he'd awakened a spatial system. Because of that, he had no choice but to let the opportunity go to Zhou Qingze. Fine then. If you ever do awaken an ability, we'll see if you really have the heart to fry me. After paying, Jiangnan took the bags first, offering to carry them. But as soon as Zhou Yu reached over to take them, the shopping bags vanished into thin air. Spatial abilities can store items. Oh. They went up to the second floor, where Jiangnan spotted a small shop selling crystal cores. Remembering the flashy pink core he'd dug up last night, Jiangnan decided it was time to sell it. Monster crystal cores could be absorbed by cultivators to extract spiritual energy, and with good fortune, might even trigger the awakening of similar abilities. The higher the monster's cultivation stage, the denser its core's spiritual energy. For instance, cores from monsters above the 4th stage could fetch prices in the hundreds of millions. You wait over there for a bit. I'm going to sell a core. Alright. Inside the crystal core shop, a short, overweight man with a slightly bloated figure didn't even look up as he muttered, "What do you want?" Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. The man's attitude was starting to irritate him. I'm here to sell a crystal core. What quality? 1st stage, 4th rank. Jiangnan pulled out the gaudy pink core and tapped his fingers on the counter. Boss, is this how you run a business, so disrespectful? Chapter 9. You could try liking me. Kid, this is my attitude, so what? Jiang, young master. Once the shop owner got a clear look at Nanjiang's face, he quickly stood up. Oh my, it's you, young master Jiang. My bad, didn't recognize you earlier. I was being a real fool. After all, he was the son of the #1 richest family in the Magic City. Even if not many people had seen him in person, his status still carried weight. I don't have time to waste words with you. Sell this crystal core for me and I'm out. Of course. Let me check it right away. A sharp crack of breaking glass caught Zhou Yu's attention. Oh! Someone suddenly screamed in the mall corridor, then everyone began to scatter in panic. A giant mutated spider crawled along the ceiling, its webbing from the oily machinery snaring a human girl. Zhou Yu immediately stood up, but when he saw that the trapped girl was Xia Yuro, he sat back down. Wherever she appears, brother will definitely be there too. His fists clenched unconsciously, a strange irritation stirring inside him. At this point, he genuinely wondered if Xia Yuro had some kind of curse that attracted disaster. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Zhou Qingze's voice. Yuro. Qingze. So annoying. He pressed his forehead, his heart ached. Had his brother ever rushed to save him like that when he was in danger? When he was dragged away from Zhou Yu and nearly assaulted by those men, had his brother shown up? No. He had run straight to Zhou Yu instead. His vision blurred, eyes losing focus on the world before him. A pair of white sneakers stopped in front of him. Nanjiang crouched down and gently ruffled his hair. What's wrong? Pada. A single tear dropped without warning. Nanjiang wiped the tear away with his thumb, softly asking, why are you crying again? Zhou Yu wiped his eyes and stubbornly insisted, I'm not. He turned his head and saw the massive spider at the center of the hall, Zhou Yu still caught in the webs, and Zhou Qingze hurling fireballs at the creature. The Spirit Lock Bureau is almost here. What do you think, host? What do I think? I'll just stand and watch. Gathering spiritual energy behind his back, he fired an invisible blast toward the giant spider. Zhou Yu cried because of those two jerks, Zhou Qingze and Zhou Yu. Finish this fast and leave, no need to stick around and get upset. Let's go. Nanjiang slung an arm around Zhou Yu, using wind-based speed to practically teleport them both down to the first floor. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingze dodged the spider's sticky webs while struggling to form a massive fireball, aiming directly at the spider's abdomen. Just as he hurled the fireball forward, an undetectable ripple of spiritual energy merged into it, becoming one with the blazing attack. Not good. At the last instant before impact, a swift figure darted through the air, slicing the web binding Zhou Yu and carrying her away from the scene. The Spirit Lock Bureau arrived late, standing over the steaming corpse of the giant spider. They sniffed, it smelled cooked. At some point, Nanjiang had stuck a piece of candy in his mouth, watching Zhou Qingze's group from a distance with mild amusement alongside Zhou Yu. Looks like your brother doesn't really care about her after all. She was almost. Zhou Qingze's attack alone wouldn't have fully roasted the spider, maybe just wounded its abdomen, giving Zhou Yu a chance to escape. A 7th level tier 1 mutated spider, how did something like this even appear here? One of the female agents from the Spirit Lock Bureau, who had just saved Zhou Yu, stared gravely at the remains. Zhou Qingze jogged over and grabbed Zhou Yu's hand, checking if she was hurt. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I should have protected you better. He pulled her tightly into his arms, as if afraid she might vanish. Zhou Yu watched, and inexplicably, a wave of emptiness washed over him. TCH. He lowered his gaze, then turned and walked away. Nanjiang hurried after him. Where are you going? To drown my sorrows in alcohol. Back home, Nanjiang looked helplessly at Zhou Yu sitting across from him, surrounded by empty beer cans. Just as before, he was still wearing that dark blue hoodie, hood pulled up, curled into himself on the couch. His face was slightly flushed from the alcohol. You're supposed to help out at the barbecue shop this afternoon. Stop drinking. Nanjiang reached over and took the beer Zhou Yu had just opened. Give it back. It's not strong anyway. No more. You're not drinking another drop. He looked up at Nanjiang, pressed his lips together, pulled his hood even lower, and turned his body away, ignoring him. Nanjiang raised an eyebrow. Now what was he angry about? He rubbed his temples. I know you're upset because of your brother and Zhou Yu, but the way you're acting, someone might think you just got dumped. He took a sip of beer and added casually, You like your brother or something? Like hell I do. Nanjiang thought he'd misheard. He dug at his ear and repeated, what did you say? Zhou Yu leaned back against the sofa, lowering his eyelashes. I did, like him before. Huh. Wait, what? Nanjiang set down his beer can, walked over, pulled Zhou Yu into his arms, and settled him onto his lap. Face to face now, he grabbed Zhou Yu's shoulders and gave him a little shake. He's not even your real brother. Are you serious right now? You're drunk, aren't you? Hey. Dude, didn't you say you weren't into guys? Zhou Yu pushed against Nanjiang's face. Stop shaking me. I'm gonna puke. I was adopted by my mom. We're not blood related. Compared to that kind of feeling, I should probably focus more on reality. It doesn't matter anymore, I've moved on. I'm just, a bit bitter that when danger strikes, my so-called brother who grew up with me always chooses his girlfriend instead. Nanjiang gripped Zhou Yu's wrist. Wait, let me process this. He felt like his brain couldn't handle any more information. What the hell was even happening? So Zhou Yu wasn't Zhou Qingze's real younger brother after all. He patted Zhou Yu gently on the back. Then you could try liking me. No. Is that a real no or a fake no? A real no. I don't believe you. Chapter 10 Handsome Men are unique. After teasing Zhou Yu for a while, Jiangnan finally let him go. Put on the clothes we bought today. We don't have class anyway, I'll go to the barbecue shop with you. What? Does the little master actually have interest in things like this? Zhou Yu pulled out several shopping bags from his space storage and casually took off his dark blue hoodie. Jiangnan leaned against the sofa, watching him without blinking. Hey, are you really going to change right in front of me? Not afraid I might do something to you? No problem. My spatial ability includes teleportation. I'll teleport away 1 second before you touch me. And don't forget, I'm wind element too. Jiangnan stood up and slightly bent forward, smiling at him. No matter where you teleport, my wind will catch up. Zhou Yu blinked once and said seriously, though wind-based abilities are known for speed, they're still a step behind teleportation. With that, he demonstrated by instantly vanishing into the kitchen. Jiangnan's wind element power followed immediately after, but still a fraction too late. Zhou Yu cupped some cold water and splashed his face, droplets trailing down his wrist to his forearm. He turned his head toward Jiangnan. See? Even though your cultivation level is higher than mine, you're still just a little too slow. Aren't you only at level 1, stage 1 right now? So what if I am? He wiped his hands on Jiangnan's clothes and pulled out his phone to check the time. Let's go. Alright. Outside the apartment, Jiangnan had put on an extra coat. They looked completely different, Zhou Yu dressed all in black. It's so hot today, why wear a coat? Handsome men are unique. Saying this, he glanced at Zhou Yu. I think we look just like the black and white killers. Idiot. After muttering that, he grabbed the hood of his jacket and pulled it over his head. You're talking about my coat. What about your hood then? This is thin. Oh. Let me see. As he spoke, he moved closer, grabbing the drawstring on the hood, and suddenly kissed him. Only to end up kissing Zhou Yu's hand instead. What kind of expression is that? Unfazed by his failed attempt, Jiangnan simply kissed the palm of Zhou Yu's hand. I knew you weren't up to anything good. Zhou Yu blocked his mouth with his hand, pushing him farther away. Ah, really? At first, he could still get close. Now, he couldn't even touch him. You're tight on money, right? Zhou Yu flipped him off without turning around. So what if I am? How about a deal? You kiss me once, I give you 100,000. You upper-class folks, sure know how to play. But I'm not interested. Fine. He walked up beside Zhou Yu, matching his pace. I have a feeling, the barbecue place won't be peaceful tonight either. You can shut up. I'm serious. Lately we keep running into monsters everywhere. Just like today at the mall, we encountered them twice. Come to school with me. Be my companion, I won't force you to study. Just stay by my side. Your spatial ability has almost no combat potential, and you lack experience. Staying with me, even passively attending classes, you'd learn something. I'll provide you with cultivation resources. Anything you want, I can give. Think about it, Are you worried about me? Zhou Yu turned his head and replied indifferently, if I go to school with you, how am I supposed to earn money? My brother and I have been barely getting by on my part-time jobs. Ha. He brushed his hair back, treating Jiangnan's words as nothing more than hot air. I'll support you. Taking someone's money makes you owe them, accepting gifts binds your tongue. Without merit, I won't accept unearned favors, I can't dare take your money. Like I said earlier, kiss me once, get 100,000. Still not reconsidering. He hooked an arm around Zhou Yu's neck. 100,000, you'd need half a year of hard work to earn that. This opportunity's right here. Easy money like this doesn't come every day. Zhou Yu stopped walking and suddenly slammed Jiangnan against the pillar behind him. Luckily, there was no one around. Otherwise, it would have drawn far too much attention. Master Jiang, I'm just an ordinary commoner. I don't play games like yours. With your status, you could have anyone you want. Why fixate on me? I also wonder why I'm so fixated on you. But I don't know the answer yet, maybe it'll take a long time before I do. Zhou Yu laughed in disbelief. Fine, go ahead and transfer it now. Sure. Jiangnan pulled out his phone and, right in front of Zhou Yu, transferred 1 million yuan to his bank account, typed in 100,000 with a flourish. Here's a taste, 10,000,000s. Let's begin. Zhou Yu. He was utterly flustered. How do you even know my account number? I got it from your brother. You two share the same account anyway, don't you? That amount should last him a long time. No need to worry. So. Will you come to school with me then? I'll have my brother return it for me. Zhou Yu hurriedly pulled out his phone, about to send a message to Zhou Qingze, but before he could even unlock the screen, Jiangnan snatched it away. Jiangnan pointed at his own lips. No need to return it. Pay me back here instead. If you're embarrassed now, we can talk about it tonight when we get back. I can wait. Then, almost hesitantly, he added, though by tonight. I might want something more. You know how it gets at night, kind of, intense. Shut up. Zhou Yu pulled his hand back, the tips of his ears slightly red. I don't have time. Aunt Wang's probably waiting already. With that, he fled in a hurry. Jiangnan smoothed his clothes and smiled faintly. So shy, really cute. As for lightning element abilities, looks like I'll have to ask Uncle Azure Dragon. Wonder if Dad's around. By the time Jiangnan arrived at the barbecue shop, Zhou Yu was already busy working. Need help? He dodged Jiangnan's hand reaching for the plates. No thanks. You just sit down. Wang Qiuping brought a few drinks to one table and turned to see Jiangnan standing right in front of Zhou Yu again. You again, young man. Last time it was always his older brother coming with him. Why the change? Probably because it was weekend, the place was packed even during the day. Before they could say more, she was called away by another customer. Unlike last time, there was now a sweet-looking girl in a short skirt running around between tables serving guests. Jiangnan grabbed a random stool and plopped himself down casually. Who's that girl? Aunt Wang's daughter. I've got work to do. Stay put. I promise I'll be good. Chapter 11 Scolded, so refreshing. Jiangnan tilted his head and squinted at Zhou Yu with a sunny smile. Zhou Yu gave him a strange look, glancing up and down. Like a dog. The smile froze on his face. Jiangnan, ring in equal to. Haha. Seeing Jiangnan's expression, Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh quietly. Just as he was about to say something, a soft female voice came from behind. Little Yu brother, that table wants 10 lamb skewers, 5 chicken wings, 5 pork kidney skewers, 10 gluten skewers. And 1 box of snow beer. Zhou Yu turned his head and replied, okay, coming right away. Jiangnan crossed his arms and snorted. Then muttered sarcastically under his breath, oh, little Yu brother. Zhou Yu, ? What? Xiao, Yu, gu. Looking at Jiangnan tilting his head back with arms crossed and lips pouted, an indescribable emotion welled up inside Zhou Yu. In the end, all he could say was, crazy. With that, he turned and walked off to work. Jiangnan clenched his fists tightly. He actually got scolded. But it felt so good. His long legs bent, shoes restlessly scraping against the ground. He lowered his head, feeling utterly bored. What should they eat tonight? Take Zhou Yu out to a restaurant directly, or buy groceries and cook at home. Suddenly, a pale little hand held out a bottle of icy cola in front of him. Big brother, do you want to drink this? Jiangnan looked up, it was the girl who had called Zhou Yu earlier. Water droplets dripped down the bottle, moistening her knuckles. Jiangnan took it and said thank you. Thanks. You're welcome. Wang Qing obviously wanted to chat more with Jiangnan, but Wang Qiuping's call interrupted them. Xiaoqing, come help carry these over. Coming, Mom. Jiangnan gripped the cold cola bottle, then moved closer to Zhou Yu again. Do you want a sip? Move aside, go play by yourself. Not even a glance, just coldly ignored. Jiangnan blinked, big brother, want some? Zhou Yu turned his head, mouth slightly curled, one eyebrow lowering as if he'd seen a ghost. What are you messing around for? You're being mean to me. Seeing another table waving at him, Zhou Yu softened his tone. Wait till I finish, okay? I'll do it. Jiangnan cracked his knuckles with a smile and strode toward the customers. What would you like to order? He looked like he was smiling, yet somehow awkward. One man timidly raised his hand, wanting to order more food. But the moment he lifted it, he saw Jiangnan approaching with fingers cracking loudly, and giving him a very friendly smile. Need anything else, sir? The guy gulped. I'd like to pay. All right. His demeanor instantly shifted, Jiangnan's smile now warm like winter sunlight. Little Yu brother, this table wants to pay. Zhou Yu twitched his, coming. Wang Qing's eyes darted back and forth between the two. That doesn't make sense, the taller man looks older than little Yu brother, so why is he also calling him brother? Could it be he matured too early? Did I misread the situation? Phew, today was really busy. Wang Qiuping wiped sweat off her brow and pulled out her phone to settle Zhou Yu's pay. Hard work today, Xiao Yu. I'll trouble you again tomorrow. Not at all, Auntie Wang. Oh my, it's almost 11 already. You two better head home quickly. In that case, we'll leave first then. Jiangnan scanned the code to pay for the cola, then grabbed Zhou Yu's hand and started walking. Bye-bye, little Yu brother. Bye-bye, brother Jiang. Wang Qing waved behind them. Bye. Don't you dare turn around. You jerk. For some reason, Jiangnan walked unusually fast, like he'd activated a sprint boost. Here, the cola. You kept it all afternoon without drinking it yourself. Zhou Yu twisted off the cap and tossed it, chugging down the soda with loud gulps. Because I saw you hadn't had any water, so I saved it for you. A cold wind blew past. Zhou Yu hugged himself tightly and muttered, fuck. It's not summer anymore, nights are a bit chilly now. Jiangnan took off his jacket and wrapped it around him, raising an eyebrow. I obediently waited all afternoon, you know. You'd better satisfy me later. Satisfy what? You don't forget, do you? Jiangnan pointed at his own lips. 1 million, didn't we agree? We're doing it tonight. No. Zhou Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he stood on his toes slightly and hooked his arms around Jiangnan's neck. Peck. He kissed him quickly and pulled away. A cola-flavored kiss. Jiangnan licked his lips, eyes suddenly gleaming. Holy shit. Seeing Jiangnan's eyes turn blue again, Zhou Yu froze in shock. Why are you getting excited again? It's sweet. Suddenly, his head was gripped from behind. Zhou Yu was stunned. Fuck. My head. Let's go home. We'll do it at home. Jiangnan buried his face in Zhou Yu's neck, breathing against him with a silly grin. When they got home, Zhou Yu intended to wash his face and brush his teeth to calm himself down. But looking into the mirror, seeing Jiangnan wrapping arms around his waist from behind, resting his chin on top of his head, Zhou Yu knew there was no chance of calming down now. After Zhou Yu finished drying his face with a towel, Jiangnan rubbed his chin against him like a big cat. Come on. Jiangnan sat on the edge of the bed, patted his own thigh. He sniffed appreciatively at Zhou Yu. Looks like because you wore my jacket, your scent has completely mixed with mine. Making me feel like you truly belong to me. Can you really smell that? Yeah, I can. Then I'll go take another shower. You're not allowed. By the way, he glanced at Zhou Yu's clothes, can you take off your top? Take off your sister. Just get it over with and go to sleep. Why are you so impatient? Did you actually break down? Truthfully, I wasn't that eager to undress you, don't think too much. Unable to stand Jiangnan's endless babbling anymore, Zhou Yu sealed his mouth with a kiss. Lying sideways, hugging Zhou Yu close, Jiangnan murmured, tomorrow when you go, remember to tell Auntie Wang. Next Monday I'll take you to class. Thanks. Zhou Yu was so tired he couldn't even bother opening his eyes, murmuring his gratitude drowsily. Oh. You're still such a polite person. Shut up, or I'll beat your brains out. With that, Zhou Yu burrowed deeper under the covers. Whoa, so scary. Jiangnan stroked his head, staring up at the ceiling. Now, what should he do next? Oh, right. Find Uncle Qinglong. Chapter 12 Oi. Flower, help me connect to the space-time realm. I need to find my Uncle Qinglong. Wow, host, you're not seriously planning to ask Qinglong for lightning abilities, are you? You could say that. Stop chattering. Host, I've actually been really confused about something. Why are you so interested in this human teenager? You even gave him your first kiss, and now you're personally asking Qinglong for lightning power on his behalf. Isn't there anyone you like back in the cultivation world? Jiangnan scratched his head, unsure himself. Just call it curiosity. Alrighty then. The Master God only told me to make sure you don't break this world apart, other than that, whatever you want is fine with him. Is that so? Much appreciated. Jiangnan scoffed lightly. In his previous world, he hadn't had little flower bound to him, he was completely alone. That time, he transmigrated into a world similar to the cultivation realm, and within just 2 days, he challenged heaven itself, only to get beaten to a pulp by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was so aggrieved it actually ran crying to the Space-Time Management Bureau. It sobbed and sniveled, accusing Jiangnan of wreaking havoc, and even blacklisted him from that entire world. Helpless, the Master God had no choice but to transfer him to this blue earth world, and conveniently tossed in Little Flower as well. Mostly to keep him in check. They'd also sealed away a significant portion of his cultivation. Alright, host. Connection established. Jiangnan closed his eyes and found himself in a dazzling white dreamscape. He looked up and saw Qinglong standing opposite him. J. Uncle Qinglong. He trotted over quickly and bowed respectfully. Though brash, Qinglong was the eldest of the divine beasts, respect was required. Young Jiangnan, suddenly linking to my consciousness through the system, what's wrong? Having trouble in Blue Earth? Qinglong gently smoothed down Jiangnan's hair like a doting elder. Well. Uncle Qinglong, could you possibly give me a fragment of your lightning origin essence? Qinglong governed thunder, when it came to lightning, he was absolutely legendary. Even a tiny bit would easily overpower any ordinary superpower on Blue Earth. No problem. With that, Qinglong gathered a glowing orb in his palm, crackling with faint threads of lightning. Jiangnan carefully took it, afraid he might turn into a flash of electric tiger fur. His eyes sparkled as he crooked the corner of his mouth into a grin. Qinglong's expression instantly changed, he reached out quickly to stop him. Jiangnan, you can't just go around twisting your mouth like that. Only the Dragon King is allowed to do that. Oh, right. But Uncle Qinglong, aren't you curious why I need the lightning essence? It's obvious, isn't it? You're giving it to someone. How did you know? Can you read minds? Qinglong. Your tail's practically wagging in the clouds. You look exactly like your father when he met the person he liked. Like father, like son, do you really think I wouldn't understand? I even held your father when he was little, you know. Yeah, right. Don't believe you. Jiangnan crossed his arms defiantly. If you said you'd held me as a baby, I'd believe you more. You little rascal. Qinglong flicked him on the forehead. You should have gone to your Uncle Xie for lightning powers, he's our ancestor of dragons, after all. I'll go next time. For now, I'm off. Just remember, keep it secret. Don't tell anyone, got it? Jiangnan waved and disconnected. Back in the real world, Jiangnan sat up, staring at the softly glowing ball of lightning in his hand. He was just about to twist his mouth again when he suddenly remembered Qinglong's warning. No twisting, no twisting. He glanced at Zhou Yu, who was still asleep beside him, then leaned close, gently touching his earlobe. The lightning ability you wanted, brother's gotten it for you. And once you take something from me, you're mine. Flower, let's go. Roger that. Pikachu, ZZZZT, buzz. Fuck. Shit. That hurts. Jiangnan shook his hand, silently cursing under his breath. Good thing he didn't go to Uncle Xie, just Qinglong's lightning nearly fried him. If he'd taken power from Xie instead, he'd be cooked meat by now. Watching the glowing orb merge into Zhou Yu's body, Jiangnan sucked on his singed finger. You, brother got struck by lightning for you. The next morning, Zhou Yu woke up, stunned. He stared at his hands in disbelief. With just a thought, electricity danced across his fingers. After testing it, he realized his spatial ability was still there, now accompanied by a brand new lightning power. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. No good, there's a powerful expert skilled in illusions here. Jiangnan. He jumped off the bed and rushed toward the living room, but before he even made it out of the bedroom, he slammed into a solid chest. And bounced back slightly. What are you doing, ow? Jiangnan pressed his hand on Zhou Yu's head. What's wrong? Something happened. Why are you smiling? Not bad at all, you actually came looking for me when in trouble. Makes big brother so proud, Zhou Yu. Wanna get a kiss as a reward? Piss off. This isn't the time to joke around. Zhou Yu held out his hand in front of Jiangnan. Look, lightning ability. You don't like this kind of thing. So why do you look anything but happy? Jiangnan slipped his hands into his pockets. After all, the burns from last night's lightning shock were still tender. No way, Zhou Yu said, one hand on his hip and the other rubbing his forehead. This is just too unreal. Jiangnan, did your mouth get blessed or something? You said yesterday I might awaken dual abilities, and today it actually happened. That's insane. Wait, this must be a dream. Tisk, you're impossible. Jiangnan scratched his head and pinched Zhou Yu's cheek with his right hand. Does it feel like something you'd experience in a dream? Your talent far surpasses your older brother's. That's a fact now. Zhou Yu's hands couldn't help trembling slightly. Was he really the 1 in 10 billion who got this lucky? What kind of outrageous luck was this? He reached for his phone to tell Zhou Qingze the good news, but patted his pocket and found nothing. Where's my phone? Right here. Jiangnan handed it over, he'd taken it yesterday afternoon and simply forgotten to return it. As soon as it powered on, a barrage of over a dozen missed calls from Zhou Qingze popped up, along with messages on Chaoxin. Zhou Yu, why is there suddenly 1 million in my bank account? What did you do? Don't do anything stupid, pick up the phone. Where's Jiangnan? Why isn't he replying either? Aren't you two together? Zhou Yu looked up, and the two stared blankly at each other. Why'd you turn off my phone? I didn't want it draining battery. Right. Forget that, just message your brother and let him know you're safe. Chapter 13, With Thunder. Shatter the darkness. The phone was answered instantly. Before Zhou Yu could even speak, Zhou Qingze spoke first. Zhou Yu. What's going on? Why didn't you answer my call last night? Sorry, brother, they took my phone. What are you apologizing for? What did you do wrong? Jiangnan frowned, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and snatched the phone. Zhou Qingze. What the hell are you yelling about? Can't you speak properly? He roared directly into the receiver at full volume. Zhou Qingze was clearly stunned into silence, 15 seconds passed without a word. Then he cautiously whispered, Jiang. Jiangnan. You know it's me. Who gave you the right to yell at him? Damn it, stop shouting. My eardrums are splitting. Jiang, roar of the tiger Nan. Give me back the phone. Zhou Yu reached out, but Jiangnan dodged away. Holding the phone further out of reach, he leaned down and made a shoo gesture. It's fine, let me handle this. It wasn't that there was some secret Zhou Yu couldn't hear, it was more that he worried talking to Zhou Qingze might set off his emotional tears again. Last night, 1 million suddenly appeared in our bank account. Did you send it? Yeah. What about it? Why did you suddenly send so much money? Not our, this money is for Zhou Yu to use as he wishes. So why give Zhou Yu so much money? Do you want him to do something special for you? What could I possibly make him do? By the way, just letting you know ahead of time, starting tomorrow, your brother will come stay with me as a study companion. Jiangnan. What else? You've changed. I've always been like this. Leaning casually against the wall with a slouch, Jiangnan actually looked a bit cocky and carefree. As long as Zhou Yu agrees, I have no problem with the study companion thing. Even if you did object, it wouldn't matter. After saying that, Jiangnan hung up immediately. He screamed at you earlier, and you're still putting up with this crap. Why didn't you scream back? Nothing worth screaming over. Geez, you're so bad with words, I can't even imagine how much you'll get bullied in the future. Jiangnan had absolutely no idea that the future Zhou Yu would become someone who'd argue with heaven, earth, and thin air alike. Go pack your things. Okay. Since it was Sunday, today ended up being even busier than yesterday. Afraid Zhou Yu might drop dead from exhaustion, Jiangnan decided to help out. At first, Zhou Yu thought Jiangnan, a pampered rich kid, probably couldn't even hold a plate properly. But instead, Jiangnan single-handedly took care of nearly all the work. Jiangnan, you're amazing. He gave a thumbs up. Any reward coming my way? I'm not greedy, just kiss me willingly, that's enough. Then. Zhou Yu's thumb promptly flipped downward. Jiangnan. It was nearly 9 p.m. before the number of customers finally thinned out. Then another group walked in. At the front was a bald man. Well, technically speaking, a bald man with a faint shoe imprint on his scalp. The few men trailing behind him all had bare chests and wore loose shorts, practically broadcasting how tough they were. Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu aside. See those guys? Look familiar? Han Chen's people. The bald man slapped his belly. Gee, you don't welcome us when we show up. The others followed suit, slapping their bellies and laughing. Wang Qing watched them and felt like she was seeing gangsters. Still, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Welcome, sirs. What would you like to order? Oh ho, didn't expect such a pretty girl around here. One of the bare-chested men, covered in tattoos, leered and let out a crude whistle. Seeing this, Zhou Yu lunged forward, but Jiangnan held him back. Wait and watch. Feeling something was off, Wang Qiuping quickly came over to mediate. Brothers, this is an honest shop. Order anything you'd like, how about I give you a discount, huh? Don't bother the little lady. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. Eat. Let's eat first. With the leader's command, the half-naked man had no choice but to obediently sit down. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth so hard they ground together. Damn beasts. Don't stop me, I'll kill them. Sweetheart, this is a society ruled by law. You really think you won't be arrested the moment you throw a punch? The moment Zhou Yu thought back to the day he was drugged, fury surged through him. He didn't even register the nickname Jiangnan had just used. What are we supposed to do? Men like them will definitely lay their hands on Shaoqing. Calm down. Let them make the first move, then we'll have the upper hand. Jiangnan chuckled and turned on screen recording with his phone, aiming it at the group. Here's your order, gentlemen. Wang Qing carried several plates and set the grilled dishes the men had ordered onto the table. The tattooed man from earlier stared at the table and spoke up, ain't there one missing? No, that's everything you ordered. Heh, nothing missing food-wise, but you forgot this little cabbage right here. The tattooed thug reached out toward the hem of Wang Qing's skirt. Ah. Boom. Wang Qing smashed the iron tray she was holding straight into his head. Bitch. I'm gracing you by showing interest, dare hit me? Please, sirs, just let it go. We'll cover your meal today, okay? Don't hurt my daughter and me. Wang Qiuping grabbed the man's arm as he swung again, pleading desperately. But with a sudden forceful shove, she was sent stumbling backward, unbalanced. Bitch, you dare talk back to me? You know who we're affiliated with. You've heard of young Master Jiang. Jiang Chen. Ha. Wang Qing quickly steadied her mother, her small face filled with helplessness and panic. Oh yeah? Then do you know who we're backed by? Jiangnan strolled out lazily, tapping his phone to stop the recording. Perfect. Got it all. Zhou Yu moved swiftly to shield them both. Are you two alright? I don't care who you're connected to. But around these parts, it's the Jiang family who calls the shots. If you're a dragon, you coil. If you're a tiger, you lie low. Wow, but honestly, I don't feel like lying down. The bald leader finally got a clear look at their faces, and memories from 2 days ago came flooding back. Fuck. It's those two brats from that day. The one in black, that's the guy young Master Jiang told us to kidnap. The one in white, that's the bastard who slapped us with a flip-flop. Abort. Fall back. You think you can run? Zhou Yu exchanged a glance with Jiangnan, who gave a subtle nod. He hadn't tested his lightning ability yet. Time to use these fools as guinea pigs. With a flick of his wrist, crackling electricity gathered in his palm. With thunder. Shatter the darkness. As the blue-white bolt shot forward, Jiangnan shouted the line at the top of his lungs. Zhou Yu. Staring at the sparks dancing in his hand, he blinked and slowly raised his eyes toward Jiangnan. Sensing his gaze, Jiangnan quietly took 2 steps backward. What are you planning? Chapter 14. Handcuff them and take them away. The few large men who had been shocked twitched briefly before returning to normal. Fuck, I thought it'd be something powerful. Turns out he's just a newbie who recently awakened his abilities. But with Jiangnan, the freak, still there, they could only flee. After all, they still remembered the terror of that night's flip-flop assault. The shoe-shaped bruise on one guy's head hadn't even faded yet, it had already been 2 days. Looks like bringing you along as my study partner was the right call. You need to learn more about ESPs within school so you can truly maximize your ability. Jiangnan leaned forward, activating his wind-based power and shooting straight toward the large men. Then, when he was merely 10 centimeters away from them. Ah! You shameless bastards! Bullying me, an innocent young man. Jiangnan sat on the ground clutching his arm, looking utterly pitiful. Anyone unaware might actually believe these big guys had assaulted him. The onlookers were all stunned. Then, they spotted the police car pulling up overhead. Some helpful citizen must have called the cops earlier. We're with the police station. Who reported an ESP-related fight taking place here? A female officer stepped out, tall, stunningly proportioned, wearing a crisp uniform. She scanned the crowd. A teenager hesitantly raised his hand. Police sister, it was me. Ah. My arm hurts so much. And my leg. Jiangnan wailed dramatically, making as much noise as possible, ensuring no one missed how victimized he was. Zhou Yu felt deeply embarrassed by Jiangnan and quickly moved to help him up. But the moment he bent down, Jiangnan wrapped both arms around his neck and buried his face into the crook of his shoulder, sniffling. Bro, they hit me. It really hurts. Zhou Yu. Bro, are you serious right now? But with Jiangnan clinging to his neck, he could do nothing but crouch down and awkwardly return the hug. He patted Jiangnan's back stiffly. There, don't cry. Tang Mengran watched the nearly 6-foot-tall teenager sobbing while hugging another boy, her lips twitching. She squatted down too and comforted Jiangnan. Don't cry. Tell sister what happened, we'll make sure justice is served. The few thugs tried to escape, but the security officers behind them quickly surrounded them. Sister, let me explain, it went like this. What evidence do you even have? You're just claiming we bullied that girl. Upon hearing Jiangnan's complaint, the men still tried to argue their case. Especially the tattooed man, he pointed at his head. It was that sissy girl who first hit me in the head with a metal tray. Isn't it normal for me to fight back? We're being framed. Diners inside the restaurant began murmuring, calling the men shameless. The tattooed man clenched his teeth. This crappy place didn't have surveillance anyway, if he just stuck to his story, he'd be fine. No evidence. Who said I don't have any? Jiangnan pulled out his phone and played the recording he'd taken earlier. Pretty sister, look. He's the one who started it, touching, insulting, everything. When did you even record this? Bro, he's yelling at me. Jiangnan turned and buried his face into Zhou Yu's chest, looking as wronged as humanly possible. After watching the footage, Tang Mengran's expression darkened. Could everyone who was dining in the restaurant earlier confirm, who started the fight? Yes. I can vouch for that. An enthusiastic middle-aged man raised his hand. Right. They provoked it first, picking on that poor young girl. An old man also raised his hand, leaning on his cane and cursing as he approached, attempting to whack the thugs with it. But before he reached them, the security officer gently pulled him back. Tang Mengran turned around, her expression icy cold. As ESP users, not having noble ambitions to protect the vulnerable was one thing. But to oppress others? Unforgivable. Handcuff them and take them away. Then she turned back, forcing a polite smile. We'd appreciate it if you two could come to the station to give statements. Oh, of course. Zhou Yu supported Jiangnan's back and nodded. Sister. That's exactly how it happened. I strongly demand you lock him up for at least 10 to 15 days for ideological re-education on ESP conduct. Jiangnan slammed the table, indignant. Tang Mengran sat across from him, reviewing his file with growing shock. Master Jiang, it's my first time meeting you, but your records clearly state you don't have a brother named Zhou Yu. Heh. I only met him recently. Tang Mengran glanced at Zhou Yu. Is your brother's name Zhou Qingze? Tang Mengran poured both of them a cup of tea and gestured for them to drink. Jiangnan took a sip from his cup, then passed it toward Zhou Yu's lips. Want a drink? Zhou Yu didn't respond, pushing the cup away with his hand. Does this have anything to do with my brother? Tang Mengran smiled. Not really. It's just that yesterday he came by our police station to give a statement. Seeing Zhou Yu's confused expression, Tang Mengran patiently explained, you don't know. Yesterday, your brother killed a 7th-stage mutant spider in a large shopping mall. And he's only at 3rd stage himself, defeating an opponent 4 levels above him. It's made our Soul Lock Bureau take serious notice. Zhou Yu didn't react much, simply uttering flatly, cool. Tang Mengran, however, was stunned. He just crossed 4 entire stages. 4 stages. And all you say is, cool. Suddenly, she realized something. If the older brother was already this strong, the younger one probably wasn't weak either. And judging by that indifferent reaction alone, he must definitely be a powerhouse too. Little bro, what stage are you at? 1st stage. Tang Mengran. Her beautiful fantasy shattered instantly. Jiangnan, watching the two chat while completely ignoring him, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Statement done. Done. Then we're leaving. No need to see us out. He got up, grabbed Zhou Yu's hand, and walked out of the police station without looking back. The two walked in silence. Eventually, Jiangnan couldn't stand it anymore and broke the quiet. How was I tonight? Zhou Yu rubbed the tip of his nose. Good. Though my neck almost snapped. Oh, I'll be more careful next time. You think there'll even be a next time? Well, maybe, possibly, there could be. Jiangnan slung an arm around his shoulder, pulling him a little closer as he pulled out his phone to check. It was already 10 o'clock. Are you hungry? They'd only had some breakfast on the way over this morning and hadn't eaten since. Zhou Yu didn't reply, replying to Aunt Wang Chuping's messages instead. Aunt Wang says we don't need to come back, they've already packed up. Okay, got it, Jiangnan nodded. Did you tell her you're coming to school with me tomorrow? Told her. Alright then, let's go eat. Where to? Just find some small place to grab a bite. Chapter 15 I'll carry you back. What do you feel like eating? Glancing at the menu on the wall, Zhou Yu's eyes settled immediately. Cola chicken wings. Sweet and sour fish. That's all. Yeah. Don't we have class tomorrow? Better eat early and head back soon. Alright. They casually picked a seat. Jiangnan called out, boss. 1 order of cola chicken wings, 1 sweet and sour fish, and 2 bowls of rice. Coming right up. While waiting for the food, Jiangnan rested his head against Zhou Yu's shoulder, both absorbed in their phones. Zhou Yu glanced down. A cute little creature leaning on me. Jiangnan lifted his head. Not that small. If you're interested, I could show you when we get back. Get lost. Jiangnan blinked. Your eyes are really beautiful. So are your lips. Now what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Yu bit slightly on the corner of his lower lip, one eyebrow faintly twitching. Huh, nothing. Jiangnan lowered his head again, strands of hair covering his glowing blue eyes. Those lips, used for other things, would look even better. I'm going to grab something. Start eating when the dishes arrive. Pulling up his jacket zipper, Jiangnan ruffled Zhou Yu's hair before heading to the supermarket across the street. He bought a pack of mint candy. Popping one into his mouth, he returned just as the food arrived. Seeing Zhou Yu hadn't touched his chopsticks, Jiangnan asked, why aren't you eating? How could I dare touch my chopsticks without young master Jiang present? Ah, Jiangnan shrugged with a smile, then I, the noble young master, hereby grant you the highest honor, eat. The owner sitting nearby shot them a strange look. Seriously, it's late at night, crazy people. Sitting beside Zhou Yu, Jiangnan placed a piece of cola chicken wing into his bowl. You really like these 2 dishes? Zhou Yu took a bite and nodded. My mom used to cook them for me and my brother all the time. After she passed away, I never got to taste that flavor again. With that, he pushed some rice into his mouth and continued eating. Jiangnan kept the mint candy in his mouth, not quite convenient to eat much else. Instead, he began carefully picking out bones from the fish, transferring the clean, boneless pieces into Zhou Yu's bowl. You eat pretty quickly. If I don't, I can't finish work on time. It's not work hours now. No need to rush. After removing another bone, he brought the morsel to Zhou Yu's lips with his chopsticks. Open up. Oh. The owner. Are you two even? He simply put on headphones and started playing music. To be honest, I'm surprised. I assumed you'd go to some high-end restaurant or something. What's wrong? Isn't the food here good? Zhou Yu shook his head. No, that's not it. In my mind, rich heirs like you always dine at famous restaurants or fancy establishments. Once you're used to luxurious life, how could you ever end up at a tiny, unremarkable place like this? Jiangnan propped his cheek, staring straight into Zhou Yu's eyes. After spending these past 2 days together, do you still think I'm some pampered rich kid? You even said it yourself, eating is just about filling your stomach. I don't have many material desires. He reached out and gently pinched Zhou Yu's cheek. Your face feels so nice to pinch. Now eat. It'll get cold. As if suddenly cautious, fearing Zhou Yu might snap, Jiangnan quickly pulled his hand back. But this time, Zhou Yu didn't yell or push him away like usual. Instead, his expression froze for a brief second. Visibly, his ears turned red. A soft blush crept across his cheeks. Fuck. Jiangnan cursed inwardly. You're going to be the death of me. Even after paying and stepping out of the shop, Jiangnan couldn't shake the image of Zhou Yu with red ears and flushed cheeks. Damn, you're just too adorable. Seriously, the more I look, the more I like you, I'm losing my soul to you. Heh. Zhou Yu kept his hands in his pockets. And only 2 days in, you've already stolen my soul. Seems mighty easy to fool the great young Master Jiang. He was also puzzled himself, why had he suddenly blushed just now? Ah, shit. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt something being slipped over him. Turning his head, he saw Jiangnan smiling as he took off his own jacket and draped it around Zhou Yu. What are you doing? Here, put on the hood. Jiangnan placed the hood of the jacket over Zhou Yu's head, then zipped it up for him. His long fingers gently cupped Zhou Yu's face, eyes already crinkled with a smile. Backlit by the moonlight, Zhou Yu once again noticed the striking blue of Jiangnan's eyes. Why are you getting excited just because I'm wearing your clothes? Seriously? Zhou Yu tried to push Jiangnan away in disbelief, but the other didn't budge at all. I'll carry you back. Little Hua's class. When beasts actively leave their mark on someone or mix their scent with another's, they're claiming that person as their own. Clearly, the host has developed possessiveness toward Xiao Yu. So exciting, should we tell the White Tiger Lord? Only when they got home did Jiangnan reluctantly let Zhou Yu take off the jacket. He buried his face against Zhou Yu's neck, sucking and lightly biting. You. Zhou Yu pressed down on Jiangnan's head. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? I like it when you smell like me. Not here, it'll leave a mark. So what? Tomorrow we have school. It'll be embarrassing if someone sees. Jiangnan only held Zhou Yu tighter. I feel something stirring inside me. It's like it's urging me to do things. Zhou Yu. Just say you want to grope me if that's what you're after. No need for such subtle excuses. The atmosphere in the room had grown too thick, too intimate. Irritated, Zhou Yu shook his head. Let go of me. I'm going to wash up. There's that saying. Once the mood is right, it doesn't matter who the other person is, you'll get carried away anyway. Oh. Jiangnan released him, watching silently as Zhou Yu walked into the bathroom. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the pack of mint candy, unwrapping one piece. It stung slightly upon entering his mouth. Then came the coolness. He returned to the bedroom and slipped under the covers. What should he do? Should he take advantage of this moment? But just then. Click. Zhou Yu pushed open the bedroom door and stepped in. You didn't turn off the light. I left it on for you. Jiangnan rolled over, making space where he'd been lying for Zhou Yu. Turn on to your side. Okay. Zhou Yu lifted the blanket and lay facing Jiangnan. What? Before he could finish, Jiangnan, who had been lying flat, suddenly turned as well, wrapping an arm around Zhou Yu's back and pressing his forehead against the other's chest. Zhou Yu. Are you a kid? Going to sleep buried in someone's chest? Jiangnan nuzzled slightly. Don't care. I'm staying like this. Though slightly annoyed, Zhou Yu resigned himself to it, resting his chin atop Jiangnan's head as they spent the night together. Chapter 16 Wang Gang, Who Wants to Skip Generations. By the next day, after washing up, Jiangnan took Zhou Yu straight to school. There were no complications, everything had already been arranged with the principal. After all, the original owner's father had invested a huge sum into this school upon learning his son would attend, making him the largest shareholder. Money really does make life easier. Get ready. You might run into your brother soon. So what if I see my brother? We're not enemies. That response left Jiangnan momentarily speechless. Just as expected, at the familiar school gate stood the familiar figures of Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro. The moment the four saw each other, Zhou Qingze greeted Jiangnan just like always. Morning, Jiangnan, Xiao Yu. Morning my ass. Jiangnan immediately delivered an elbow strike at Zhou Qingze. KJM, JJ. Zhou Qingze hastily blocked, then lightly slapped Jiangnan's back with a laugh, though he didn't put much force into it. When Zhou Yu saw Xia Yuro, his expression soured slightly. Back when he was captured, Xia Yuro had blurted out, "How dare you bully a girl like me? He's my boyfriend's younger brother, he's also an esper. Let me go right now." Because of those words, Zhou Yu got dragged in for no reason. He had originally planned to take a risk, hoping to stall long enough for his brother to come rescue him. But the moment Xia Yuro spoke up, the thugs instantly shifted their focus onto him. F***ck. His face darkened, but he said nothing. Instead, he took Jiangnan's hand and deliberately ignored both Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro. "Let's go, Jiangnan." Jiangnan squeezed his hand back. "Okay." Only after they'd left did Xia Yuro speak up in her soft, delicate voice, "Qingze. Zhou Yu seemed a bit upset. Was it because of me?" Zhou Qingze gently patted her head. "Don't worry about it. You're his sister-in-law. How could he possibly hold anything against you?" Xia Yuro nodded, cheeks slightly flushed. Well, look who it is, the great campus beauty Xia, standing by the school gate flirting with her boyfriend so early in the morning. A tall teenager with tan skin and standing a head taller than Zhou Qingze strolled over, hands tucked in his pockets. "Don't say it like that, Wang Gang. You'll embarrass our little Ruru." "Huh, I'm just straightforward. Don't mind me." Wang Gang scratched his head. Was that Jiangnan just now? And who was that guy beside him? "My younger brother. Why's your brother coming to our school? Isn't he supposed to be working part-time to support the family?" "Well, you'll find out during class." Alright. Campus Prince Zhou and Campus Queen Xia, I'm heading in." Wang Gang waved and walked into the school. From behind, the boy looked clean-cut, with pale, delicate limbs. He'd only heard Zhou Qingze mention him before but had never actually met him. Brother of the campus prince, probably not bad-looking, wait, no, probably not weak in talent either. TCH. As soon as he entered the classroom, Jiangnan and Zhou Yu immediately drew everyone's attention. "Hey Jiang young master, who's this?" Several male classmates crowded around, one draping his arm over Jiangnan's neck, another casually slinging an arm over Zhou Yu's shoulder. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "You, take your damn hand off him. Whoa, hell's gotten into you today, Jiang young master." Though everyone knew Jiangnan was the son of the top billionaire in Magic City, he carried himself without any airs and often mingled easily with them. As a result, he was well liked around school. Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu closer. "He's my personal study companion. Zhou Qingze's younger brother. Don't you dare bully him, or I'll kick your asses." The guy hanging on to Jiangnan nodded. "Ah, so he's Zhou bro's little brother. But why don't they look alike at all?" He thumped his chest proudly. "I'm Han Fuzhou. Nice to meet ya. Zhou Yu." Zhou Yu replied flatly with just 2 words, showing little interest. The one who'd first slung his arm around Zhou Yu chimed in, "I'm Chen Fan." Finally, the shorter, slightly baby-faced boy stepped forward with a smile and shook Zhou Yu's hand. "I'm Su Zichen. Pleasure to meet you." "Same here." Chen Fan rapped his knuckles against Su Zichen's skull. "Since when did you get so polite? Everyone back off. I'm heading to my seat." Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu through the group and moved toward the back row. "That empty desk next to mine is yours." They pulled out their chairs and had just sat down when Han Fuzhou and the others gathered around again. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, wearing that smug, obnoxious look. "Hey, young Master Jiang, don't tell me you've got a crush on Zhou bro's little brother. I remember Zhou once said his brother had to work part-time to support the family. And now you just drag him here as your study buddy, how much did you pay?" Han Fuzhou slapped him on the ass. "You damn prick, can you even say something like that out loud? Ow. You touched my ass. So gross. I want a snake kiss as a reward." "Oh yeah." Su Zichen twitched at the corner of his mouth. These two assholes were always doing some weird-ass shit. Zhou Yu stared blankly at Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou. "What the hell are you two doing?" Wang Gang's voice came from behind them. He glanced at Chen Fan, who was now pinning Han Fuzhou down onto the seat between himself and Zhou Qingze, and felt his eyelid twitch. "Come play, bro Wang. Play your mom, get off." Using his height advantage, Wang Gang grabbed one in each hand and tossed them aside. "I just love strong men like you. Jesus Christ, what the hell are you two faggots acting like this so early in the morning?" Wang Gang shot them a disgusted look and waved them away. Finally, with the 2 clowns gone, it settled down. Jiangnan greeted Wang Gang. "Morning, Gongzi." "Yeah, morning." Wang Gang sat down on his chair and turned around to face the two. He glanced at Zhou Yu and asked, "This must be Qingze's younger brother, right?" Jiangnan nodded. "Can I call you Xiao Yu?" Wang Gang smiled, looking genuinely warm. "I'm Wang Gang, you can call me Brother Gang." Jiangnan immediately slammed the table. "No way. What now? I already called him brother, now you want him to call you brother too? You trying to skip generations or what?" "Well, actually, I don't think it's that bad an idea." Wang Gang grinned, completely sincere. You guys are already chatting it up, huh? Zhou Qingze showed up out of nowhere, patting Wang Gang on the shoulder. Gongzi, move over so I can get in. So, done flirting with your Ruru? Wang Gang stood aside to let Zhou Qingze through, not missing a chance to tease. You bastard. Zhou Qingze gave him a mock glare. I just saw the principal heading this way, might be coming to our class. Yeah, if nothing crazy happens, probably headed straight for us. Jiangnan stuffed his backpack into the desk, then propped his chin on his hand and glanced sideways at Zhou Yu. Oh. Did you arrange this? Seeing Jiangnan staring at Zhou Yu again, Zhou Qingze shifted his gaze over too. But the moment he looked, he froze. He abruptly stood up, grabbed Zhou Yu's collar, and yanked him aside, the sight revealing several unmistakable red marks. Chapter 17 You're truly unprofessional. Jiangnan. I treated you as a brother, and you go after my younger brother. He pointed at Zhou Yu's neck and shouted at Jiangnan, you. Zhou Yu himself was completely stunned. He clearly remembered not letting Jiangnan bite him again last night. He'd even checked himself when brushing his teeth, there were no marks. Xiao Yu, tell your big brother honestly, did he or didn't he? You students in the back, stop chatting and turn around. Hearing the voice of homeroom teacher Zhang Hong, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze quickly turned back. Jiangnan, however, merely rested one hand on the desk and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Hong. Slightly tilting his head, Jiangnan smiled. What's up, old Zhang? The entire classroom fell into pin-drop silence. Principal Lu coughed awkwardly twice. It's fine. Carry on talking. These three were golden geese, precious assets. They had to be pampered. Jiangnan, the son of Shanghai's #1 tycoon, whose father was the school's largest shareholder, and who wasn't lacking in talent, obviously needed no introduction. Zhou Qingze, the most promising and outstanding student of the freshman year. Locke's Spirit Bureau had even called yesterday specifically to commend him. Wang Gang, comparable to Zhou Qingze, just slightly later reaching stage 3 of First Realm, ranking second in the grade. Jiangnan glanced unexpectedly at Principal Lu, then stood from his seat and walked to the podium. Old Lu, come here. Got some good news for you. Confused, Principal Lu nonetheless leaned his ear forward. Really? Jiangnan patted his shoulder. Absolutely true, old Lu. It's up to you whether to cultivate him or not. But this kid's got potential, this concerns the school's honor, after all. Excellent. Wonderful. Zhang Hong watched sideways as the two whispered, observing Principal Lu's grin spreading nearly to his ears. Heart pounding with excitement, hands trembling, Principal Lu looked toward Zhou Yu at the back row. Dual system ability. This is actually dual system ability. No way, I must nurture him with everything we've got. This child will undoubtedly stand atop the peak someday. Xiao Yu, come over here. Jiangnan called down to Zhou Yu beneath the podium. Though puzzled, Zhou Yu still left his seat. Under everyone's gaze, he walked toward the front awkwardly. What? Come, turn around and face everyone. Principal Lu, could you give us an introduction? Leaning his head against Zhou Yu's shoulder, Jiangnan flashed a V sign toward Chen Fan and the others. The classmates began murmuring quietly. I think there's something suspicious between them. Could they actually be involved? That can't be right. I remember Jiang Jr. is supposed to be straight, otherwise why would he have come to our school for Xia Yuro? Think about it, if Jiang Jr. truly liked Xia Yuro, why would he willingly step aside and become best friends with Zhou Qingze? Those who know. Maybe he changed orientation halfway. Jiangnan heard every word of their whispers, clear as day, but he wasn't in a hurry. In fact, he thought their speculation was somewhat accurate. At the very back, Zhou Qingze's hands trembled slightly. F***CK. My close friend, sharing every day with me. Turns out to be gay. Was this premeditated? Or sudden attraction upon seeing beauty? Could it be? I've already been targeted too. He swallowed hard, feeling as if the sky were collapsing. My younger brother actually sacrificed himself, for his own ass. Goo. Xiao Yu, I'm so sorry, bro. I should have noticed something off about Jiangnan earlier. Zichen Gijyamit. Su Zichen. Self-study? Study what, exactly? Jiangnan flopped onto the desk and started playing with his phone. Zhou Yu. He tugged at Jiannan's sleeve. Books. Jiangnan tossed him the backpack. Take whatever you want to read. Aren't you going to study? Actually, I'm a genius. I already know everything in those books. Lazing around is the ultimate invincible path, why suffer the of studying? Truthfully, the content in textbooks wasn't very useful to him anyway, they only talked about various strange beasts. As long as your strength was solid, that was more than enough. Only those who couldn't become spirit cultivators bothered with liberal arts. Everyone else capable of absorbing spiritual energy studied spirit courses instead. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Oh right, don't ask your brother, he teaches like Gosher. Zhou Qingze twisted around, giving him a deadpan, what the hell, look. Bro, seriously. I'm at least the top student in the grade. Pfft, cough. Wang Gang, sitting in front of Zhou Yu, suddenly hunched his shoulders, his body shaking slightly. Just laugh if you want. Don't choke trying to hold it in. I normally don't laugh, unless I can't help it. Watching Wang Gang biting his lips, face stiff with forced seriousness, something about it made even Zhou Qingze's mouth twitch upward uncontrollably. Why are you laughing? Zhou Qingze covered his mouth, desperately suppressing his laughter. Seeing you makes me want to laugh. Jiangnan, still sprawled across the desk, bit his lower lip, but the corners of his mouth were clearly curling up, visible even to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu? 3 lunatics. Wang Gang's face turned slightly red from holding it in. Pfft. Finally, he cracked. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Once Wang Gang started, it was like a wild horse breaking free, no pulling him back, and soon Zhou Qingze joined in, laughing out loud. Qingze, ha 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 damn it, I can't, ha ha ha, I'm done. Shut up, ha ha ha, I can't either, ha ha ha. You guys are truly unprofessional. Somehow, Jiangnan had produced a mask and put it over his face. The 3 stared blankly at each other, then at Jiangnan's unervingly wise-looking eyes. The air froze for a brief moment. SNRK. Holy shit, I can't take it anymore either. Chapter 18, I like spoiling you, mind your own business. The laughter of the 3 boys filled the entire classroom, drawing curious glances from everyone around. Ah, crap. Zhou Yu muttered under his breath. He hated nothing more than being watched by a crowd. You shut up. Without hesitation, he punched Jiangnan straight on the head. Ow. Jiangnan clutched his head with both hands. Though he hadn't actually been hit, he dramatically acted as if he were in great pain. Wrong, brother, have mercy. Wang Gang raised an eyebrow in surprise. So Jiangnan really did call Zhou Yu, brother? Hey, Xiao Yu, why don't you call me brother too? You wanna die or what? Jiangnan flipped him the middle finger in response. Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang immediately returned the gesture. Cough cough. A sudden cough came from outside the window. The 3 turned their heads to see Zhang Hong standing there. Xiao Yu, need help with anything? Come on, brother Gang will explain it for you. Wang Gang was the fastest to react. He quickly crossed his thumb over his middle finger, forming a special heart shape. Zhou Qingze mimicked the gesture with a grin, spreading his fingers one by one. Come on, Xiao Yu, ask your big brothers anything you don't understand. But Jiangnan went further. He took off his mask, stood up, opened the window, and leaned on the sill facing Zhang Hong. Their eyes met. What are you doing, Jiangnan? Zhang Hong asked. Old Zhang, don't talk just yet. Huh? What's wrong? There's a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. What delicious food did you eat? As he spoke, he genuinely reached out his hand. Give me some too. Zhang Hong. Looking into Jiangnan's crystal-clear eyes, for a brief moment, he actually found him kind of adorable. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of candies, pressing them into Jiangnan's palm. Pay attention in class. No fooling around. Jiangnan took the candy and slammed the window shut. Zhang Hong. Adorable my ass. Jiangnan cupped the candies in both hands and offered them to Zhou Yu. You pick first. Zhou Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, but seeing Jiangnan's sincere expression, he couldn't bring himself to hurt his feelings. He took just one Wanzi milk candy. Just one. Jiangnan sorted out the rest of the Wanzi candies and shoved them into Zhou Yu's hands before distributing the remainder to Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang. Wang Gang teased, why do you seem more like his real brother than Qingze does? He casually grabbed a few, peeled the wrappers, and popped them into his mouth. Su Zichen and a few others watched the 3 tall backs, over 6 feet each, sharing candies. Especially Jiangnan. It was impossible to imagine this guy was actually a young master. He crept over quietly. Bro Jiang, give me a few. Here. After getting the candy, he didn't forget to share with Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou. Teacher gave it. Eat. Zhou Yu swirled the candy in his mouth while flipping through Jiangnan's textbook. He was looking for something about the psychic division, but realizing this wasn't it, he continued rummaging through Jiangnan's backpack. Only when he reached the very last book did he find it. He pulled the book out, but as he did, a small note slipped out from inside and fell into the bag. Glancing at the 3 who were still chatting away, he lowered his eyes and picked up the note. The words read. Dear Xia Yuro. Although we never ended up together, I sincerely wish you happiness with the boy you love. I can tell Qingze truly likes you. I hope your mutual affection lasts long. After all, finding true happiness isn't easy. However, if there's ever anything you need help with, feel free to come find me. I'd be glad to help. But don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to be your friend. Jiangnan. He showed no obvious emotion, quietly slipping the note back into the very last page of the book. Little Hua noticed this scene and felt secretly amused. Oh dear, one host is totally doomed now. But it didn't bother warning Jiangnan. Zhou Yu stood up and spat the candy in his mouth into the trash bin. Jiangnan noticed his action. What's wrong? Zhou Yu ignored him completely, sat back down, flipped open the book, and moved slightly farther away from Jiangnan. Wang Gang also sensed Zhou Yu's change in mood. What's up, Xiao Yu? Are you upset we were talking without including you? No, brother Gang. I just want to read for a bit. Zhou Yu smiled faintly in reply. Xiao Yu. Jiangnan scooted his chair closer, trying to close the distance between them. Zhou Yu immediately stiffened his face and coldly said, stay away from me. Zhou Qingze noticed this and his expression turned grim. Xiao Yu, what kind of attitude is that? Shut up. Did I ask you to speak for me? Jiangnan, why do you always spoil him? I like spoiling him, mind your own business. After snapping at Zhou Qingze, Jiangnan grabbed Zhou Yu's hand and leaned in so close their faces were nearly touching. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Baby. Wang Gang, who had just taken out his textbook, raised an eyebrow sharply. Whoa. This is huge. He even called him baby. Thankfully Jiangnan had whispered it, only the group heard. Otherwise, the entire class would have exploded. Zhou Qingze froze completely. Huh? He pointed at Jiangnan, then looked back at Zhou Yu. What did you just say? Wait. Is my little brother actually being claimed by my own best friend? He began questioning whether he was still asleep, was this even real? Fine, whatever, if Jiangnan was gay, okay. But was his brother gay too? Zhou Qingze, turn around right now. If you twist your head one more time, your ass won't survive today. Zhou Qingze instantly felt a chill run down his spine. What does he mean my ass won't survive? Could he possibly mean? Actually, he was overthinking, it was just that Jiangnan intended to kick his chair from behind the desk. Baby, talk to me. Jiangnan nudged his head against Zhou Yu, trying to catch his attention. We're in class. Behave yourself. Zhou Yu pushed Jiangnan's head away, frowning with clear irritation. Then tell me, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this suddenly? Ignoring me? If you won't tell me, I'll keep doing this until the whole class notices. Zhou Yu didn't bother hiding anything. But since Zhou Qingze was still seated ahead of them, he pulled out his phone and typed. Do you still like Xia Yuro? As Zhou Yu furiously tapped on his phone, the message notification chimed at the same moment Jiangnan unlocked his phone. Though they were sitting side by side, they chose to communicate entirely through text. Rain falls on Jiangnan. What the hell? Who told you that? Jiangnan was baffled. It was the original host who liked Xia Yuro, not me. Besides, didn't the original host already give up? Rain falls on Jiangnan, we've been together non-stop these past few days. Can't you tell who I like now? Rain falls on Jiangnan, also, she's already with your brother. Should I crash their relationship or something? That's not what the note said. Rain falls on Jiangnan, what note? The one in your book. Rain falls on Jiangnan, let me check. Zhou Yu curled his fingers and pulled out the note from the book, handing it to Jiangnan. At some point, Jiangnan had already scooted his chair right next to Zhou Yu's, they were practically sharing the same desk now. He took the note and read it. His lips twitched. Original host. You idiot. Chapter 19 Jiangnan, drop dead. F***CK. What the hell is this crap? And saying to come find him whenever there's a problem, like you're not trying to make it obvious that you still can't let go. Rainfall in Jiangnan, baby, this was ages ago. I swear on my life, Jiangnan has absolutely no feelings for Xia Yuro. Rainfall in Jiangnan, if you ever catch me having even the tiniest bit of affection for her, feel free to strike me down with lightning. Mr. Jiang, I think our relationship is far from intimate enough for such a nickname. Rainfall in Jiangnan, bro. Big brother. Rainfall in Jiangnan, I seriously don't have any feelings for her. Don't be mad, okay? Please talk to me. Zhou Yu bit his lip slightly. Why would I be mad? Rainfall in Jiangnan, really not mad? Rainfall in Jiangnan, then if you pull your hand away when I hold it, that means you are mad. Zhou Yu. He glanced down at Jiangnan's hand already slipping between his fingers, interlacing tightly with his own. The note had already been torn into pieces, discarded without even a second glance. Feeling better now? Jiangnan squeezed his hand gently, tilting his head to nuzzle against Zhou Yu again. Stop fooling around. Where am I fooling around? If it weren't for the fact we're in class, I'd already kissed you. Of course, that last sentence was whispered softly against Zhou Yu's ear, meant only for him. After all, there were still plenty of people watching. To others, it merely looked like the two of them were discussing something private. Zhou Yu rubbed his forehead, completely unsure what he himself was even thinking anymore. Right now, Jiangnan felt like a giant kitten. One that was especially clingy and docile. Self-study passed quickly, and their hands never once separated. Mostly because Jiangnan had locked their fingers together too tightly, it was impossible to shake free. So Zhou Yu just gave up and let it be. Thus, the entire morning went by much the same, Zhou Yu paying close attention in class while Jiangnan goofed off. Since the principal and Zhang Hong had already explained things to the teachers, none of the instructors paid much attention to the new student suddenly appearing in class. On the way to lunch, Jiangnan still refused to let go of Zhou Yu's hand. "How's studying going? Anything confusing?" "Yeah, it's pretty easy to understand." Noticing the faint red marks peeking out beneath Zhou Yu's collar, Jiangnan scratched his head sheepishly. "Wanna go buy some band-aids?" Better yet, Zhou Yu had nearly forgotten about those entirely. "You explain yourself first, Mr. Jiang." "Secret midnight bites, huh?" Jiangnan blinked innocently. "You smell too good. Go away. If you do that again at night, I'm leaving." "No. I was wrong." Jiangnan quickly admitted fault. "Wanna eat at the cafeteria? But if you don't like crowded places, I can take you out instead." Zhou Yu hesitated briefly. Let's eat out." "Okay." Jiangnan took out his phone and called Zhang Hong. "Old Zhang, I'm taking Zhou Yu out for lunch, ask for leave." "Fine, go ahead." Zhang Hong didn't ask further and agreed immediately. "Let's go." Hardly had they stepped beyond the school gate when, seeing no one around, Jiangnan stole a quick kiss. Zhou Yu wiped his lips with his sleeve, looking thoroughly displeased. "Damn, wow. This time you didn't even curse me or hit me." Jiangnan sounded genuinely surprised. Then, ow. Zhou Yu twisted his ear and dragged him forward. "My sweet, I was wrong, let go. It hurts, ow 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 ow. Tell me where you were wrong. Say it." Ow. Exactly, where was he wrong? All he remembered was what Lin Shu once told him, when arguing with your wife, no matter how big the issue, always lower your head first. He blinked again. "I was wrong everywhere." Looking at that face full of pure, idiotic sincerity, Zhou Yu felt a twinge of guilt for continuing to torment him. "I'm hungry." He released Jiangnan's ear and pressed lightly at his neck. "Let's go then. Same as last time, just grab something simple." "Sure." Following the host's memories to a small noodle shop, Jiangnan decided he really should ride his electric scooter tomorrow. It wasn't fair making Zhou Yu walk every day. They ordered 2 bowls of noodles, each adding a fried egg. Holy sh*t, this is actually pretty good. Jiangnan slurped a mouthful, as if discovering an entirely new world. "What classes do we have this afternoon?" Zhou Yu asked, biting into his fried egg. "One session for practical combat testing, paired sparring practice. More or less just sparring to see how our current level is." As Jiangnan spoke, he transferred his fried egg into Zhou Yu's bowl. "You can think of it like PE class, those liberal arts students are probably going to go running or something. Oh. By the way, my mom said she wants me to come home for 2 days this weekend. You should come with me too." "Where?" "In the city center." "That's kind of far. My brother will drive to pick us up." "Don't worry. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. His mom had just texted him saying she'd given birth to a baby sister and wanted him to come back and see her. So what? She gave birth to a sister. Now he had to go back. What would this little sister even be named? Bei Jiang. His eldest brother was Dong Jiang, second brother was Shi Jiang, and himself was Nan Jiang. If they followed the pattern, wouldn't the next one be Bei Jiang? But it's a girl, Bei Jiang doesn't sound right at all. Though baffled, he found it oddly coincidental that these 2 older brothers' names were exactly the same as his 2 elder brothers' names in his cultivation world. Even their adoptive father's name was the same. The only difference was that now there was a mother and a younger sister added into the mix. By the time he snapped back to reality, Zhou Yu had already finished eating. "What are you spacing out for?" Zhou Yu tapped Jiangnan's head after replying to a message from Zhou Qingze. "Hurry up." "Got it." Second period in the afternoon was the practical combat session Jiangnan had mentioned. The entire class went downstairs to the playground. Before the bell rang, everyone scattered into their own little groups chatting away. Xia Yuro sat together with her close girlfriends, gossiping wildly, occasionally directing the topic toward Zhou Qingze. Each time, Xia Yuro would merely giggle lightly, then steal a shy glance at Zhou Qingze with faint blush on her cheeks. Watching Zhou Qingze, who had just been exchanging subtle glances with Xia Yuro, Wang Gang and the others sneered slightly. "Are you seriously rubbing your relationship in our single bro's face? You're dead." They exchanged meaningful looks, and finally turned their eyes in unison toward Jiangnan. Jiangnan straightened his posture and solemnly nodded, he understood. Ahem. Wang Gang coughed deliberately, signaling Jiangnan to proceed. Receiving the signal, Jiangnan gave a "okay" hand gesture. He naturally slung an arm over Zhou Yu's shoulder. "Qingze, hey, look, something good here." Wang Gang patted Zhou Qingze's shoulder, interrupting his flirtatious exchange with Xia Yuro. "Huh? What?" He turned around cluelessly, and then. There, Jiangnan tilted his brother's head and planted a loud kiss right on his cheek. A kiss. Right on the cheek. Then, smirking provocatively, he said, "Bro, your brother tastes sweet." Jiangnan. You're dead. The instant Zhou Qingze lunged forward, Jiangnan dove straight into Zhou Yu's arms. Come on, attack me. As he spoke, he nuzzled closer. Xiao Yu, why do you smell so good everywhere? Seeing Zhou Qingze about to lose it, Wang Gang and Han Fuzhou quickly restrained him. Wang hooked his neck while Han grabbed his waist, preventing him from beating up Jiangnan. Zhou Yu lowered his gaze and gently ruffled Jiangnan's hair. This gesture stunned everyone. Chen Fan and the others were left speechless, especially Zhou Qingze, whose eyes widened like copper bells. As for Jiangnan, the moment Zhou Yu's hand touched his head, he froze. He licked the back of his molars, but made no move to pull away. Instead, he quietly stayed in his embrace, savoring the moment. Deep in Zhou Yu's eyes flickered a faint smile, one even he hadn't noticed himself. Right now, he felt exactly like someone petting a large cat. A sharp whistle rang out. Everyone, class is starting. A loud, commanding voice came from the front just as the bell began to chime. The entire class quickly lined up in formation, awaiting Coach Wang's instructions. Jiangnan effortlessly took hold of Zhou Yu's hand, positioning him right beside himself. It's a bit crowded. Just stay close to me. Coach Wang blew his whistle. Wang Gang, step forward. What is it, uncle? Humph, what kind of talk is that? You should call me coach at school. With a half-hearted kick to Wang Gang's backside, Wang Jing snapped irritably. Lead everyone through 10 minutes of warm-up exercises. Make sure your spiritual sources are fully activated and your bodies are in peak condition, then pair everyone off for sparring practice. Got it. Wang Gang grinned in response before hurrying off to get the others moving. To put it in familiar terms, Wang Gang was essentially the PE monitor of their class. For Zhou Yu, however, he offered personal guidance. Jiangnan stood nearby, watching intently, his eyes glued to Zhou Yu the whole time. At some point, Wang Jing had quietly sat down beside him and sighed, you young folks really are something else. So full of energy. If given the choice, I'd rather be a corpse. Jiangnan replied without even turning his head. Wang Jing. Now, Jiang student, don't say such things. You should think about the beauty of this world, the wonders of life. How can there be beauty when monster beasts are nearly destroying everything? Once again, Wang Jing found himself at a loss for words. Because, damn it, Jiangnan actually had a point. Flustered, he tried to change the subject. By the way, last time Principal Zhang mentioned that Qingze's younger brother had arrived. Is that the one over there? He gestured toward Zhou Yu, who was currently being guided by Wang Gang. Yeah, that's him. What do you think? Isn't he even better looking than his older brother? True, but they don't look much alike at all. Well, that's because he's just too handsome. Jiangnan tossed his hair back, lips curling upward. One might have thought the compliment was about himself. Wang Jing let out two dry, laughs and said nothing more. So, how are you planning to arrange the pairings? Since the class had an odd number of students, one person would always be left out, and that individual would spar directly with Wang Jing. Of course, that person was always Zhou Qingze. After all, he was the protagonist, he needed those moments to shine, right? For fairness' sake, Wang Jing never used his spiritual source, it was purely a test of skill and physical combat ability. So what could he do? He was destined to not beat the protagonist. Even though Zhou Qingze hadn't yet reached his full strength, they could still fight to a draw. I've got my own method. Who do you want him to fight? Let him fight Zhou Yu. Seriously? Wang Jing raised his eyebrows in surprise. You trying to stir up conflict between brothers? Not exactly. I just want to see who's stronger. Wang Jing rubbed his neck and explained to Jiangnan, look, I know this kid Zhou Yu hasn't formally started training yet. He probably still struggles to control his abilities. Although he can generate spiritual source within his body, his cultivation level likely doesn't exceed stage 1, rank 1. But Qingze? He's already at stage 1, rank 3. It'd be a complete one-sided thrashing, understand? Just how many in your class could go toe-to-toe with Qingze? Think about it, even Wang Gang barely makes the cut. You yourself might struggle. Jiangnan twitched his fingers. Then assign me to fight against Zhou Qingze. Let's make a bet, coach. If I manage to pin him down and humiliate him today, then from now on, during your class, I take charge of Zhou Yu. On the other hand, he stood up and looked straight at Wang Jing. If I lose, I'll personally ensure no teacher ever takes over your class time again. Wang Jing blinked, this didn't sound too bad. But first rank? That felt a bit strange. Why did it feel like he was always the one getting the raw end? Which teacher would dare to take over his class? Did they really think this was the old blue star? Don't fool me, I'm not that dumb. Still, if you really want to fight Zhou Qingze, I can indulge you for once. Sure. Jiangnan casually pulled out the pack of mint candy he'd bought yesterday and popped one into his mouth. Want a bite? Give me one. 10 minutes later, Wang Jing had arranged everyone into pairs to begin sparring practice. One pair at a time, for the rest of the class to watch. First up were Han Fuzhou and a girl in class with an ice-type ability. Seeing it was a girl, Han Fuzhou scratched his head and said, "You go first." When Zhou Qingze was finally called to fight Jiangnan, Zhou Qingze felt a bit surprised. He looked across at Jiangnan, who slightly lifted his chin, hair swaying in the breeze, lips curled in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. For some reason, as Zhou Qingze gazed at his former friend, he felt a strange pressure. "Jiangnan, if we're fighting, go all out, I won't hold back this time." Got it. Without further words, they launched into action. Miss Xia Yuro's group of girlfriends had already gathered around to watch the match. Wait, why does Jiangnan look hotter now? And stronger too. I feel the same. +1. +1. Ducking sideways to evade the fireball Zhou Qingze hurled, Jiangnan used his wind-based ability to boost his speed, effectively like activating a sprint mode. Dealing with fire users like Zhou Qingze, he knew them inside out. Unless you were something like a vermilion bird, a natural-born wielder of fire domains, then honestly, you were just an easy target. With even the slightest awareness, taking him down was like child's play. Sure, Firewind. But so what? What did that have to do with him, Jiangnan? Faced with Zhou Qingze's attacks, he merely smiled and dodged, refusing to strike back. Jiangnan, stop playing around. Let's finish up quickly so the next pair can go, okay? Zhou Qingze wasn't sure if he was frustrated or what, but unable to close the distance, he could only shout helplessly. Fine then. The moment Jiangnan spoke, the airflow around him surged, the wind instantly intensified into a violent gust. Before Zhou Qingze could even see clearly, his wrist was grabbed and his abdomen took a solid punch. Ah, damn. Jiangnan swore, he'd only used 3/10 of his strength. Xia Yuro's expression changed instantly. She rushed over and knelt beside Zhou Qingze to check on him. Qingze. Qingze. Are you alright? Jiangnan. This was just sparring. Why did you hit him so hard? Xia Yuro was truly furious, glaring angrily at Jiangnan. Jiangnan blinked, glanced at Xia Yuro, then turned his head to look at Zhou Yu. Noticing a subtle shift on Zhou Yu's face, alarm bells rang in his mind. He quickly jumped backward a step. Then turned and dashed over to hug Zhou Yu tightly around the waist, peeking out from behind him like a nervous kid. What are you yelling at me for? He's got someone backing him up, but I'm just a poor little soul being picked on. After saying that, he looked up at Zhou Yu with pitiful, puppy-dog eyes. Xiao Yu, they're so unreasonable. It was a fair spar, I won fairly, but suddenly it's my fault. I'm so wronged. Chapter 21 Zhou Yu vs Xia Yuro, I didn't even use full strength on her. You're faking it too badly. Zhou Yu whispered. Jiangnan's lips curled upward. I'm kidding. I really did have a personal motive. Wang Jing hurried over to support Zhou Qingze, watching his pale face and the way he clutched his lower abdomen tightly. Truthfully, for a moment, he actually felt a twinge of pity. Are you okay? Should we go to the infirmary? Zhou Qingze shook his head. No need. I'll be fine in a moment. Alright then. After making sure Zhou Qingze was stable, Wang Jing turned towards Xia Yuro. Xia Yuro, I understand you're close with Zhou Qingze, but this is supposed to be a fair and impartial sparring match. What do you mean by suddenly blaming Jiangnan? Xia Yuro clenched her small fists, looking pitiful as she said, but Jiangnan clearly used excessive force. This is just training, why be so serious about it? So what you're saying is, in the future when facing real enemies, we shouldn't fight seriously either. Zhou Yu scoffed, speaking up for the first time. In today's world, no one will stay as kind-hearted as you forever. Zhou Yu. Qingze is your older brother, how can you side with an outsider? Xia Yuro suddenly shouted at him. If it weren't for his weakness back then, she would never have been captured. If Qingze had been there, none of that would have happened. And yet, instead of understanding, he sided with others. Yuro, enough. Zhou Qingze frowned slightly. Though somewhat lovesick, he wasn't completely foolish. He could clearly see the tension building between his younger brother and his girlfriend. They'd never shown such conflict before in front of him, this was the first open quarrel he'd witnessed. I'm fine. This was just a friendly match between classmates. I lost because my skills are inferior to Jiangnan's. He accepted his defeat calmly, harboring no resentment toward Jiangnan. Humph. Xia Yuro turned sharply and stormed back to the rear rows. She genuinely cared about Zhou Qingze, yet he still didn't take her side. Jiangnan, on the other hand, looked quite pleased. You were defending me just now. See? I knew you wouldn't let me get treated unfairly. Zhou Yu proudly turned his head away. She was simply wrong. That's all. I know. Jiangnan hugged Zhou Yu's waist tighter, nuzzling against him affectionately. What's wrong with you? You're acting like a cat. Xiaohua, well of course, tigers are felines too. Resume training. Wang Jing blew the whistle hanging around his neck and called out. During the brief lull in matches, Su Zichen and others went to check on Zhou Qingze. Meanwhile, Wang Gang approached Zhou Yu and Jiangnan. Alright, stop hugging already. Think I don't have anyone to hug either. Wang Gang sat down beside them, as if finally finding his group. Just saw the lineup, Zhou Yu's up next against Xia Yuro. Jiangnan, seriously? No way oh. Wang Gang, for real oh. What kind of ability does Xia Yuro have again? Isn't she a healer? Yeah. My uncle mentioned earlier that since Zhou Yu has spatial type abilities, they paired him with the weakest opponent, the healing type. Both spatial and healing types fell under supportive abilities. Especially spatial ability, a rare and obscure power not seen in anyone else across the entire school. Wang Jing didn't even know how to teach it properly. The only thing known about spatial users was that they were weak individually but extremely resilient, masters of escape. In team battles, they were like chaos incarnate, utterly disruptive. Healers acted as medics, restoring health. Indispensable in group combat. But isolated in one-on-one fights, they dealt nearly no damage. Yet their healing output could make you vomit from frustration. They couldn't beat you, but you couldn't kill them either. There were countless types of abilities, far beyond just the 5 elements. In fact, classifications numbered close to 10,000 when broken down. Jiangnan scratched his head. He wanted Xiao Hua to break his restrictions so he could absorb 100 or so abilities just for fun. That could work. In the immortal cultivation world, these so-called abilities were nothing more than trivial tricks achievable with a mere wave of the hand. But Jiangnan's cultivation base was currently suppressed, rendering him unable to use any of them. What spatial ability? Zhou Yu also has a lightning-based power. Another one? Don't tell me he's dual ability. Wang Gang blinked, genuinely surprised. Yeah. Exactly. As the two talked, Zhou Yu was already called over by Wang Jing, so he missed the rest of their conversation. Space plus lightning. Fighting Xia Yuro won't even be a challenge. Jiangnan extended his index finger. Don't say it out loud. Or my uncle might change his mind. Okay. The two exchanged a sly, knowing grin. Less than a minute later, cries erupted from behind them. Yuro! Wake up! How is this possible? It's only been a minute. On the ground, Zhou Qingze was already sprinting toward the infirmary with the unconscious Xia Yuro in his arms. If one looked closely, faint traces of lightning crackled across Xia Yuro's body. Coach Wang, I'll take her to the infirmary first. Go quickly. After Zhou Qingze left, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, awesome. The entire class exploded into cheers. Holy crap. Spatial type plus lightning type. Zhou Yu, you're insane. Chen Fan jumped over and tightly slung an arm around his neck. You've been hiding it well. A dual ability user like you acting so low-key. Surrounded by everyone, Zhou Yu tightened his grip on his hands, wanting nothing more than to escape. Wang Jing, at this point, couldn't even find words to describe how he felt. What just happened? It hadn't even been a full minute, both had just stepped onto the field. And Zhou Yu instantly teleported and zapped Xia Yuro unconscious with lightning. Xia Yuro didn't even have time to react. Her eyes rolled back. She collapsed like a log. He was supposed to be a spatial type. Since when did he have lightning abilities too? Perhaps his gaze was too intense, because Zhou Yu awkwardly said, sorry. I wasn't using full strength. I didn't expect her to be so easy to beat. He lowered his head, like a child admitting fault. Hearing the commotion, Jiangnan and Wang Gang pushed their way through the crowd. Jiangnan had just broken through the onlookers when he saw Zhou Yu standing there with his head down. Shoving Chen Fan aside, he walked over. What's wrong? Move. He waved away the people surrounding Zhou Yu, then blinked. Where's Xia Yuro? Su Zichen pointed toward the path Zhou Qingze had taken. Qingze took her to the infirmary. TCH. Picking on a healer girl, what kind of achievement is that? A female voice suddenly rang out. It was Jian Yao, Xia Yuro's closest friend. Coach, isn't this a bit much? A spatial type and lightning type awakened person, you pair him against a healer. Are you doing this on purpose? Even if there was some earlier argument between Yuro and Zhou Yu or Jiangnan, is this really just taking the chance to settle personal scores? Wang Jing waved his hand. This student, I admit it was my oversight. The principal's file only mentioned spatial type ability, and since he hadn't trained before, I matched him with your class's weakest, the healer, Xia Yuro. So what? He still needs to apologize to her. Oh please, listen to yourself. Wang Gang dug his ear nonchalantly. Jian Yao, you're ugly enough, don't get ideas above your station. Apologize? Zhou Yu hasn't trained at all, he relied purely on instinct, and he's only level 1 right now. Lightning abilities may be strong, but a level 1 spirit practitioner at stage 1 can't do much damage anyway. But Xia Yuro, she's always tagging along with Qingze, the top student in the grade, yet she's still dead last. Chen Fan stepped forward too. Plus, Zhou Yu hasn't even learned the most basic knowledge of spirit practitioners. How can a level 2 like her lose to a level 1? Isn't that ridiculous? Jianyao turned alternately red and pale from the scolding. Suddenly, she fixed her glare on Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Don't you like Euro? Now that she's been bullied like this, are you just going to stand there and say nothing? Chapter 22 She's slandering me. Suddenly nominated, Jiangnan blinked innocently. Then, under everyone's gaze, he raised his right hand and shouted loudly, Coach, she's slandering me. She's slandering me. The classmates sneered. Who didn't know how Jiang Deshao operated at Longsheng? Wang Jing waved his hand dismissively. Miss Jianyao. This is class time. Take your personal grievances outside. If you want to settle them after class, I won't interfere one bit. Jianyao gritted her teeth but had no choice but to back down. They'd all seen the note Jiangnan had written to Xia Yuro back then. The words were filled with lingering attachment. What exactly was going on now? Could it really be as the rumors said? Had Jiangnan suddenly changed course midway? The rest of the students continued practicing in pairs, while Jiangnan took Zhou Yu and walked over to chat casually with Wang Gang and the others. Han Fuzhou cursed, this Jianyao is seriously asking for trouble. Why should Zhou Yu apologize to Xia Yuro? He won fair and square, okay? Hell, I even saw her glare at Xiao Yu just now. Su Zichen patted his shoulder. Calm down. She's close to Xia Yuro, of course she'll take her side. Chen Fan wasn't convinced either. But why did she drag Nanji into this earlier? With so many people around, she specifically brought up that thing between him and Xia Yuro again. Nanji already moved on ages ago, and now she's digging up old bones. Jiangnan listened quietly, one hand leaning behind Zhou Yu for support, the other idly scrolling on his phone. Nanji, say something, Nanji. Chen Fan waved a hand in front of his face. What are you thinking about? Jiangnan rubbed the tip of his nose. I just checked, her father works as a security guard at one of my family's companies. He smiled faintly, not elaborating further, but the implication was clear. Back then, it was Xia Yuro who had brought Jianyao to beg the original Jiangnan to get her father a job. And the original Jiangnan had arranged a position for him, not just any role, but as head of security. With a generous salary that allowed their family to live comfortably. Speak of the devil, Jianyao appeared just then, arms crossed, followed by a group of girls walking straight toward them. She looked down at Jiangnan with a haughty stare. Jiangnan, I don't care what kind of relationship you have with this Zhou Yu, even if he's Zhou Qingze's younger brother, I'm going to fight for justice for Yuro today. Xia Yuro hasn't said a word yet, so what are you rushing for? Jiangnan replied without even lifting his head. Jianyao stomped her foot. Yuro passed out from the shock. What more do you want her to say? Do you even realize people could die from that? Chen Fan was about to retort, but Jiangnan stopped him with a hand. Jiangnan stood up slowly, his towering frame of over 1.8 meters casting a long shadow over Jianyao. He raised his hand. Jianyao didn't flinch, glaring straight back at him. What? Is Jiang Dashe actually going to hit a woman? Are you still a gentleman or not? Go to hell. Jiangnan lost patience and slapped her hard across the face. When did I ever claim to be a gentleman? Wah. Chen Fan and the others blinked, stunned into silence. This was the first time since they'd known Jiangnan that they'd seen him strike someone, and worse, a woman. Jianyao clutched her cheek, clearly dazed from the blow. Before she could scream, Jiangnan spoke calmly, Jianyao, maybe I've been too lenient. Did that make you forget what kind of person I truly am? My man has to apologize to Xia Yuro. Looks like you never took me seriously at all. He stepped forward, closing the distance. Your father's currently working as a security guard at one of my family's companies. Whether he keeps his job or not, is that not entirely up to me? Jianyao involuntarily stepped back. What do you want? Jiangnan's eyes curved into a cold smile. Oh, that's right, I recall you have a younger brother attending 3rd high school. Coincidentally, my father is also a shareholder there. Whether he gets to keep studying, that, too, depends on a single word from me. His expression darkened, gaze deep and unyielding. And you, same goes for you. With just a laugh, I can ruin your entire family. I have countless ways to make you wish to live, yet unable to, wish to die, yet unable to. So tell me, what position are you in to come here and challenge me? Huh? For Xia Yuro. Jianyao's eyes widened. She swallowed hard, completely speechless. She felt like prey cornered by a predator, watching helplessly as the beast observed her final struggles. Get out, Jiangnan said coolly. Before I decide to destroy you. Behind them, the group huddled together, staring in fear at Jiangnan, who seemed to radiate an icy chill. Zhou Yu let out a comfortable yawn. A walking air conditioner. Hearing Zhou Yu's movement, Jiangnan turned his head and smiled warmly. Tired? Wang Gang elbowed Chen Fan. His mood swings are insane. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Seriously. Zhou Yu's arm slid around Jiangnan's waist, pulling out the pack of mint candy from his pocket. Not tired. How long till class ends? He lowered his head to unwrap the candy, asking casually. About 10 more minutes. Su Zichen answered. What should we eat tonight? Chen Fan, I want hot pot. Han Fuzhou, I'm craving spicy hot pot. Wang Gang, I want grilled meat. Jiangnan glanced at Zhou Yu, then suggested, come with me tonight. I'll treat you guys. At the mention of Jiangnan footing the bill, their ears perked up instantly. After all, he was a rich young master, Jiangnan was never stingy. Whenever he treated them, it was always at high-end restaurants. Zhou Yu gently bit down on the mint candy, already knowing what his answer would be. By the time they returned to class, Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro still hadn't come back. Staring at the empty seat beside him, Wang Gang scratched his head. Could something actually have gone wrong with the electrocution? Meanwhile, at the school clinic, Zhou Qingze looked at Xia Yuro lying unconscious on the bed, lips pressed tightly together. Actually, he'd seen the entire fight earlier. Xiao Yu had originally aimed for her back. But somehow, Xia Yuro squatted down slightly, and ended up getting hit on the head. Would she end up brain damaged? Following the usual lead male-female protagonist storyline, Zhou Qingze remained by Xia Yuro's side, waiting for her to wake up. Beep, beep, beep. At the school gate, Han Fuzhou rode an e-bike, Chen Fan seated behind him. Let's go, Jiang bro, hop on. Jiangnan twitched his lips, pointing at the front basket. You want me to sit there? Hahaha, just kidding. On the other side, Wang Gang arrived riding another e-bike with Su Zichen on the back. He tossed a set of keys to Jiangnan. Here, these are Zichen's keys. You and Xiao Yu can use his. Alright. Jiangnan took the keys and left. Moments later, he drove up on Su Zichen's small electric scooter. This thing's kinda small. Su Zichen shrugged helplessly. What can I do? My build's nothing compared to yours. You two will just have to squeeze. Fine. Jiangnan handed the keys to Zhou Yu. You drive. Let's head to Aunt Wang's for some skewers. 6 people, 3 e-bikes. Their mouths didn't stop chattering the whole way, though, naturally, Zhou Yu stayed silent. Chen Fan shouted loudly, Young Master Jiang, where are we eating? I'm taking you for skewers. Hearing it was skewers, the others were slightly surprised, but said nothing. After all, someone was treating them. Who were they to complain? Chapter 23, Zhou Yu, grumbling under his breath. The electric bike was pretty small, after all. Jiangnan's chest pressed completely against Zhou Yu's back. What a tight, flesh-to-flesh fit. He wrapped his arms around Zhou Yu's waist and gently blew into his ear, Little Yu brother. Zhou Yu. If you don't want me to throw you off right here, behave yourself. Okay. Jiangnan rested his forehead against Zhou Yu's back and whispered, can we kiss tonight? The kind where we hold each other. You really are one horny Jiang, wanting to kiss 800 times a day. It's only with you. When they arrived, Zhou Yu called out warmly, Aunt Wang. Oh my, Zhou Yu, what brings you here? Don't you have class? I brought a friend to grab some skewers. Jiangnan cheerfully stepped forward with a smile. Ha! Chen Fan and the others had just parked their ghost fire, electric bikes, and walked over as well. You guys go pick your skewers first. Take whatever you want, I'll cover it. Jiangnan greeted them, then glanced around and asked Wang Qiuping, is your daughter not here today? She stays at school. Comes home once a week. Besides, it's not busy today. I can handle things on my own. As she spoke, she motioned for the two to sit down. I heard from Xiao Yu that your name is Jiangnan. Yes, Jiangnan nodded. Then can I call you Xiaonan? Of course. Aunt Wang slapped her thigh, then took Jiangnan's hand in hers. Xiaonan, yesterday, thank goodness for you. That matter got resolved thanks to you. You all left so early, I didn't even get the chance to properly thank you. So how about this, I'll cover your entire meal today, on the house. Jiangnan waved his hand. No need, auntie. They eat way too much, I can't let you take a loss. I'm going to help with the grilling. You two keep chatting. With that, Zhou Yu walked away. Jiangnan didn't rush either, continuing to chat with Aunt Wang at length. Mostly about Zhou Yu. Poor little Yu, such a pitiful kid, really tugs at the heartstrings. His mom was killed by a monster in the spirit realm. Ever since, he's only had his older brother to rely on. But Qingze has more talent, so Xiao Yu used the savings left by his mother to send Qingze to school, while he himself ran around every day doing odd jobs, taking on any dirty, exhausting work he could find. Then one time, I found him after a fight, he was covered in bruises and injuries. That's when I realized just how hard his life was. And his mother had helped me before she passed. I couldn't bear it, so I offered him a job at the shop. Jiangnan listened quietly, not interrupting Aunt Wang. Auntie can tell you're someone of fine bearing. Your family situation mustn't be bad, you wouldn't have been able to take Xiao Yu away otherwise. Jiangnan scratched his head, giving an awkward smile. That's true. Xiaonan, I won't say much else, just promise me you'll treat Xiao Yu well. I think you've probably noticed, he doesn't open up easily, tends to overthink things. Though come to think of it, I haven't seen Qingze around in a while. It used to be he'd always come pick up Zhou Yu. Aunt Wang, Qingze probably won't come by much anymore. There's been a bit of a rift between us lately. Jiangnan gave her a rough summary of the sparring session earlier that day. After hearing it, Aunt Wang actually looked delighted. Zhou Yu awakened a lightning element ability. That's wonderful news. Jiangnan, come eat. It was Zhou Yu's voice. He carried over several large platters piled high with skewers. Clearly, Chen Fan and the others were serious eaters, otherwise how else would they all be shooting up past 6 feet tall? Coming, I'll grab them. Jiangnan eagerly took the trays and placed them on a larger table behind them. So delicious, so delicious. Su Zichen was already starving. Han Fuzhou handed him a skewer of grilled lamb. Go ahead, class president, but if you eat, you can't write my name down next time. Get lost. Once all the food was served, Chen Fan waved his hand dramatically. Eat. You guys drink? We've got beer, Zhou Yu suddenly asked. I do. Me too. Me as well, me too. Chen Fan, Han Fuzhou, and Wang Gang quickly raised their hands. How could you eat skewers without beer? Then Zhou Yu went and grabbed about 5 or 6 bottles of Bingeiwa beer. If it's not enough, help yourselves from the fridge over there. Jiangnan popped the tab open with one hand and pointed with a single finger toward the fridge behind. He took a small sip first. The first time he ever drank was when he snatched it straight from Zhou Yu's mouth. He thought it tasted bitter. Then, his facial expression visibly lit up. Damn it. I'm not drinking anymore. Handing the beer to Zhou Yu, Jiangnan joined in on the skewer-eating atmosphere. 8 o'clock already. So full. Wang Gang stretched lazily and checked his phone. You guys clean up the trash. I'll go settle the bill. K. Taking Zhou Yu's hand, Jiangnan scanned the QR code on the table and sent over 1,000 yuan. Aunt Wang was busy serving another table and didn't hear. Aunt Wang, we're leaving. The bill's been paid. Alright. Be careful on your way home. Returning Su Zichen's e-bike keys, Jiangnan walked back with Zhou Yu. Hasn't your brother messaged you? No. Where did you zap her? Still no word from her. Zhou Yu was uncharacteristically silent for a moment. The head. Then he added, I was aiming for her back, but she suddenly turned her head and bent her leg, so it hit her head instead. Kengqi. Jiangnan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, damn, seriously, even if you didn't fry her brain, that alone proves she's genuinely stupid. Come to think of it, I've been curious, how exactly were you two captured? That night, I had just bought late-night snacks and hadn't even taken a bite when Zhou Qingze called me over. Don't mention it, Zhou Yu shook his head. At first, those people weren't planning to take me. But then Xia Yuro suddenly shouted, I'm Zhou Qingze's younger brother, and an awakened one too. So they took me along as well. Fucking idiot. The more Zhou Yu thought about it, the angrier he got, kicking a pebble by his feet. I was actually planning to stall for time until my brother came back. Her nonsense ruined any chance we had. And I even got drugged, damn it damn it damn it. Bringing this up set Zhou Yu off like a machine gun, spewing endless grievances. After ranting for a while, he shrugged. But still, lucky you showed up just before they stripped my pants off. What if I couldn't beat those guys back then? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Zhou Yu with amused interest. I'm not that dumb. If you couldn't win, why would you even come? Just to get fucked together. Don't think you have that kind of kink. I could tell you're definitely not just a stage 2, first realm weakling, you're far stronger than my brother. So you noticed, huh? The protagonist's spotlight belonged to Zhou Qingze. As supporting characters, their own conspicuous actions rarely drew attention. Like today, he'd instantly taken down Zhou Qingze with one strike, yet barely anyone cared. Instead, all eyes rushed to check on Zhou Qingze. Truly, what a ridiculously overpowered protagonist aura, one even Lin Shu had sighed about. Too strong. Chapter 24, Zhou Qingze gets scolded. So, what level are you now? Jiangnan arched an eyebrow, his eyes crinkling with a faint smile as he asked, want to know? I'll tell you later. For now, just knowing that I can protect you is enough. Zhou Yu stopped walking, his throat bobbing. Protect, me? Why? I don't like questions. Don't ask any more. When I've figured it out myself, I'll give you the answer. Jiangnan opened his arms and hugged Zhou Yu, resting his chin on top of his head. I talked a lot with Aunt Wang today. Did she tell you everything? Not exactly all of it. Just a brief overview. Zhou Yu curled his fingers slightly, then stiffly returned Jiangnan's embrace, wrapping his arms around his back. Suddenly, Jiangnan crouched down, slid an arm under Zhou Yu's thighs, and lifted him up. As he walked, he spoke. You're really light. I don't know how much suffering you've been through, or how many long, sleepless nights you've endured. But it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, I'll always be here. You won't have to struggle for Zhou Qingze's sake ever again. Zhou Yu let his head slump against Jiangnan's shoulder, speechless for a long while. Aunt Wang mentioned that when she met you, you were fighting someone. Why? 2 years ago. Back in high school, my brother was bullied and called a bastard child. Every time he came home, he had injuries. It took me forever to find out why. So you just charged into fights blindly? How could you fight people your brother couldn't beat? What were you trying to prove? Annoyed, Zhou Yu slapped Jiangnan hard on the back. I won, didn't I? If my brother fought them, he'd get expelled. But I'm not even in the school, no consequences for me. Besides, it was during one of those fights that I suddenly awakened my elemental ability and spiritual source. Otherwise, I might have. Otherwise, you might have ended up crippled, right? Jiangnan gave a light smack on Zhou Yu's butt. Don't ever be so reckless again. Damn pervert. Zhou Yu kicked his legs wildly. Put me down. La la la, can't hear. Late at night, Jiangnan gently laid the already sleeping Zhou Yu onto the bed, then quietly slipped out of the bedroom. In the living room, he picked up Zhou Qingze's call. What? Is Zhou Yu asleep? Huh? Why do you care? What, you planning to blame him for the thing with Xia Yuro? No, don't misunderstand me. Zhou Qingze quickly explained on the other end. I watched the entire sparring session between him and Yuro. It was clearly her who accepted his technique, causing the outcome. Jiangnan yawned, glancing toward the bedroom door. So you're calling me just to dump this useless chatter? If that's all, I'm hanging up. Wait. Jiangnan, there's something I want to ask. Speak. Why did Zhou Yu suddenly awaken a lightning-type ability? I only remember him having spatial affinity. And just 3 days after being with you, he gains another ability. Did you let him absorb a crystal core? Because he's more talented than you. I haven't invested a single thing in him. Next question. Fine. Also, I just realized today, there seems to be some tension between Zhou Yu and Yuro. You've been with him these past few days. Did he say anything about it? Jiangnan shifted his body slightly, tilting his head, his expression resembling someone hearing a bad joke. Zhou Qingze, should I say you're dumb, or just plain idiotic? You're only noticing their obvious conflict now. Seriously, is your lovesick brain incurable? I don't have anything to hide, so fine, I'll tell you what happened the night they got kidnapped. So Jiangnan recounted everything Zhou Yu had told him earlier that day. He even revealed the part about how Zhou Yu had been drugged and nearly gang-raped before he arrived. On the other end, Zhou Qingze fell silent for a long time, finally mumbling, Yuro, she didn't mean to. F***ck your M** there. Jiangnan exploded with an instinctive curse, leaving Zhou Qingze completely stunned. Do you have a problem, Zhou Qingze? Do you even know how hard your little brother has worked all these years, for your education, for your survival? And in the end, he gets dragged into trouble by your girlfriend and almost loses his innocence, and you still defend Xia Yuro. Come on, you wanted to protect Xia Yuro today, right? Think for yourself, back in high school, weren't you isolated and bullied by a few classmates? Zhou Qingze remembered this clearly, but Jiangnan had scolded him so badly he didn't dare speak loudly anymore. His voice grew weak. There was some of that. But later they came to apologize, and never bothered me again. Back then, during his loneliest and most helpless time, it was exactly when he met Xia Yuro. At the time, she was class monitor, a teacher's pet. He'd always assumed it was her who resolved the situation. When you're surrounded by darkness and suddenly a ray of light appears, you naturally want to grab onto it with all your strength. That's why Zhou Qingze's feelings towards Xia Yuro could only be described as blind indulgence. Bullshit. You know what actually happened. It was Zhou Yu who found those guys and beat each one into submission, punch after punch. Do you think school would have gone so smoothly for you otherwise? Zhou Qingze, do you have any idea how much you've ignored him over the years? When they were kidnapped, when Zhou Yu's clothes were torn off, do you even understand how helpless he felt? I don't expect anything from you. But let me tell you this, if you can't fulfill your duty as an older brother, stop pretending to care. He'll live better with me. Zhou Qingze stood speechless. One side was his girlfriend, the other his younger brother, both the most important people in his life. He truly didn't know how to choose. Oh, by the way, I also looked into that Jiangchen fellow. You probably don't know, but before she met you, Xia Yuro and he were more than friends, almost lovers. She even accepted a lot of money and gifts from him. He's a rich young master. She was his first love. If not for you, they'd probably be together now. Jiangnan, Shut up. I don't want to hear another word. Jiangnan ended the call, then sat down on the sofa with one leg drawn up, his arm bent over his knee holding the phone. TCH, damn. First time I've talked so much in one go. Was my voice too loud just now? Hope I didn't wake you up, baby. He muttered quietly. But a voice came from behind. I'm already awake. Zhou Yu stood leaning against the doorframe, wearing slippers, his expression somewhat tired. Jiangnan jumped off the sofa and walked over. Sorry. I didn't keep my voice down enough. It's okay. Zhou Yu blinked, then rose onto his toes and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of Jiangnan's lips. Thank you. Chapter 25, The Sly Fox. Then. Zhou Yu was pressed down by Jiangnan, who kissed him deeply. Only after several long minutes did he finally come to his senses. He suddenly shoved Jiangnan away, chest heaving as he gasped for air. What's wrong? Jiangnan wiped the corner of his lips and asked. Can't breathe. Jiangnan brushed back Zhou Yu's bangs and pressed a kiss onto his forehead. Go to sleep. Lying on the bed, Zhou Yu rolled over and buried himself once more against Jiangnan's chest. Now you're getting dependent on me, aren't you? His fingers traced over Zhou Yu's earlobe as he chuckled. Maybe. Zhou Yu shifted his head restlessly. Sure, my pecs are pretty well built, but if you're gonna use them as a pillow, I might actually get embarrassed. Shut up. Oh. Are you shy? Wanna touch them? I don't mind. Ah. Before Jiangnan could finish his lewd comment, Zhou Yu sank his teeth hard into his shoulder. The next morning, Jiangnan stared silently at the bite marks on his pectorals and collarbone, an uncharacteristic silence from him. So you're actually a little wolf cub after all. Touching the bite marks gently, he murmured under his breath. Zhou Yu was already fully dressed, sitting on the sofa munching on a piece of bread. Jiangnan walked around shirtless on purpose, strutting in front of him. What are you parading around for? Ow, ow, it hurts so bad, so painful. Clutching his chest, Jiangnan acted weak and pitiful. You hurt? Want me to massage it for you? Sure. Get lost. Pulling on his uniform with the collar left open, just like yesterday's Zhou Yu, revealing that tempting red mark ever so slightly. But he had his reasons. He needed to show others clearly that he was already taken, otherwise people would keep bringing up how he liked Zhou Yu. Seeing how flashy Jiangnan was being, Zhou Yu pushed him down onto the sofa. His 10 fingers, with distinct knuckles, zipped up Jiangnan's uniform jacket. Don't expose it. Fine. If you tell me not to show it, I'll definitely show it. This young master was born rebellious. Yet before they even reached the school gate, they were blocked by several people. Hey! Wait up! All of them wore the same uniform as Jiangnan. Clearly from the same school. Jiangnan turned around, it was He Ji from class 1. Jiangnan remembered this guy. The other student ranked second in the grade alongside Wang Gang, always one place behind Zhou Qingze. The eternal second-place loser. And not only that, he shared another trait with the original owner of Jiangnan's body. Both had once been desperate dog-like admirers of Zhou Yu. The original host had let go, but He Ji was different. Not only did he continue competing openly with Zhou Qingze, constantly losing at every turn, he still harbored feelings for Zhou Yu. You got something? Heck yeah, I've got something, and it's serious. His tone was aggressive. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, this kid was clearly looking for trouble. Crazy or what? Yelling like that early in the morning. I can hear just fine. He Ji snorted coldly, shooting Zhou Yu a venomous glare before pointing straight at him. I'm not here for you. I want him. Jiangnan's expression darkened. His business is my business. Say what you mean. This punk injured Euro yesterday. Today, I'm here to settle things for her sake. Jiangnan, I'm warning you, hand him over properly, or don't blame me if I go too hard. Before Jiangnan could respond, Zhou Yu stepped forward from behind him. He sized He Ji up from head to toe, then softly parted his thin lips. Pathetic dog. And ugly too. What did you say? Hearing Zhou Yu insult him, He Ji exploded. Don't talk to me using your waste disposal organ, I find it disgusting. Also, didn't you brush your teeth? You reek of onions. Didn't you know Zhou Yu hates guys with smelly breath? With one hand in his pocket, Zhou Yu tilted his face slightly upward, gazing at He Ji with a sidelong glance. Are you a dwarf too? Shut your mouth. I'll beat the shit out of you today. He Ji roared and threw a punch straight at Zhou Yu's face. Damn it, so Zhou Qingze being good looking is bad enough. But this Zhou Yu guy is even better looking. Idiot. Zhou Yu muttered, making no move to dodge, instead catching the punch bare-handed. His grip was strong. After intercepting the punch, he lifted his gaze and gave He Ji a bizarre, unsettling smile. Ugh. In one smooth motion, Zhou Yu executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, slamming He Ji onto the ground. Then he twisted He Ji's wrist, the sound of cracking bones echoing faintly. It's broken. It's broken. With his other free hand flailing, he gathered spiritual energy, attempting to strike Zhou Yu from the side. Zhou Yu didn't even bother looking. With a precise burst of lightning, he caught the attacking hand mid-air. He Ji tried to call for help, but the underlings who had come with him had long since fled. The area was already packed with onlookers, many holding up their phones to record. Jiangnan swept the crowd with a cold glare. Zhou Qingze stood among them, staring in disbelief at Zhou Yu and He Ji on the ground. Only when He Ji was completely numb from electric shocks, unable to move, did Zhou Yu lick his lips. His bangs were disheveled from the struggle, eyes brimming with excitement as he reached out and touched He Ji's neck. Zhou Yu. That's enough. Zhou Qingze broke through the crowd and yanked Zhou Yu away. Jiangnan frowned slightly and pulled Zhou Yu closer to himself. Jiangnan, this is what you meant by saying he'd be fine with you. The second day at school and you're already teaching him to fight. Zhou Qingze's brows were tightly knitted as he grabbed Jiangnan's arm, his voice full of accusation. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Such intense tension, are Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze going to start fighting too? Isn't that He from class 1 lying on the ground? How did he end up fighting Zhou Yu? You came late, you missed it. Both Jiangnan and He used to grovel after Xia Yuro. Zhou Qingze is Xia Yuro's boyfriend, and Zhou Yu is his younger brother. I reckon He must have come to provoke him. Zhou Yu couldn't take it and fought back, after all, it's about his brother's girlfriend. Very likely. Given how He and Zhou Qingze constantly compete, now that he can't beat Zhou Qingze, he targets his younger brother instead. This was clearly meant to bully Zhou Yu. Catching sight of the phone cameras around him from the corner of his eye, Jiangnan clicked his tongue, then raised his voice sharply. Zhou Qingze. What exactly are you implying? Your brother fought He because of you. What? What are you all doing standing around here? Don't you have class? An unwelcome voice cut in. It was Zhang Hong. At the sound of Zhang Hong's voice, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. In the few seconds before Zhang Hong arrived, he pressed his lips together and let out a soft, mournful cry, hugging Zhou Yu tightly. Xiao Yu, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought you to school. Letting He look down on you, and then you went and fought him for me and Qingze. His voice choked with fake sobs, yet the corner of his mouth, buried against Zhou Yu's neck, curled upward uncontrollably, like a sly fox. Move aside, let me see what's going on. Zhang Hong bellowed as he pushed through the crowd, only to find He lying on the ground at the center, eyes rolled back and convulsing, while Jiangnan clung to Zhou Yu, sobbing. Jiangnan quickly whispered, play along with me. Then, trembling slightly as if weeping, he choked out, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. It's all my fault. Let me take you to another school. Zhou Yu's eyelids flickered, then he gently wrapped his arms around Jiangnan, adjusting his tone carefully. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. His voice carried a hint of sorrow, yet seemed to suppress something deeper from showing. If your school insists on holding someone accountable, then blame me. He calmly met Zhang Hong's gaze, as though already accepting whatever consequence followed. What happened here? Did you two fight? Yes. Wang Gang squeezed his way forward and examined He's wrist. Director, I think his wrist might be fractured. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Jiangnan, no need to think twice. Was that really crying? No way. He was barely holding back laughter. Without hesitation, Wang Gang hoisted He onto his shoulder. I'll take him to the infirmary. Appreciated, Wang Gang. Zhang Hong waved away the students still gathered around. Don't you all have class? Why are you so enthusiastic now but never during lessons? Scram. Back to your classrooms. And whoever lingers, I'll record your name. At those words, everyone scattered immediately. Damn old Zhang, using name-taking as a threat again. Zhou Qingze pursed his lips, casting a complicated glance toward Zhou Yu. This was the first time he'd ever seen his younger brother in a fight. Could it be that 2 years ago, he had beaten those people the same way? Alright, cut it out, Jiangnan. I know you're laughing. Zhang Hong coldly interrupted Jiangnan's act, waving his hand dismissively. Come on. Follow me to the office, I want the full story. Qingze, go back to class first. Okay. You're saying that again. Zhang Hong slammed the table, staring in disbelief at the two standing before him. Jiangnan scratched his head. Wasn't I clear enough? The moment we saw each other, he collapsed on the ground, faking seizures to extort us. Then how did his wrist get fractured? He broke it himself. Zhang Hong. He stiffly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Is he insane? Breaking his own wrist? Are you calling me an idiot? Well. I do agree he might be mentally unwell. But calling you an idiot? Cough. Jiangnan scratched his head again, eyes darting around innocently. Zhang Hong suddenly realized, pointing an accusing finger at him. You brat. Ah, come on, old Zhang. After all we've been through, are you really going to punish me? He pulled Zhou Yu forward. A dual elemental genius, you sure you want to punish him? Director, you wouldn't want to disappoint the principal either, would you? Zhang Hong sighed. The principal had said clearly, Zhou Yu was a prodigy blessed with both spatial and lightning affinities. With proper cultivation, he'd undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of power. Unless it was something major, let it go. But beating someone into that state right outside school gates, that wasn't major. I apologize, Director Zhang. If this matter tarnishes the school's reputation, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Zhou Yu lowered his head, appearing like an obedient child owning up to his mistake. Oh, it's not that serious. Seeing Zhou Yu bow his head, Zhang Hong unexpectedly felt his heart soften instantly. Of course he's innocent. Look how well behaved he is, how could he possibly be at fault? Even if he made a mistake, how big could it be? It must be Heji's fault. He pulled over a chair and gestured for Zhou Yu to sit. Xiao Yu, can you tell Director Zhang exactly what happened? I'll make sure to stand up for you. Jiangnan blinked. What about me? No chair. You stay standing. Why? Jiangnan grabbed Zhou Yu and sat down on the chair himself, then placed Zhou Yu between his legs. Wrapping his arms around him from behind, he rested his chin atop Zhou Yu's head, gazing at Zhang Hong with pure innocence. Go ahead, speak. Zhang Hong. A dark vein popped on his forehead. I know you two are close, but do you have to be this blatant? You're the young master of the Jiang family, your actions reflect on your family's reputation. You should exercise some restraint sometimes. Not really. As long as I don't cause a huge scandal, my father won't care. Shortly after, Jiangnan and Zhou Yu recounted what had happened that morning. Of course, Jiangnan added a fair bit of exaggeration. Alright, I get it. You two can go back now. Zhang Hong pressed his temples and waved them off. By the time they returned to class, the first period was nearly over. The teacher glanced at them but said nothing, letting them in without comment. Jiangnan returned to his seat, eyes narrowing as he spotted Wang Gang secretly playing with his phone under the desk. It looked like a chat group on Chaoxin, messages popping up non-stop. Suddenly, something dawned on him. Shit. Weren't there people filming this morning? Sure enough, the moment he opened his phone, he saw the alumni group had exploded. Monkey on the mountain, my ass is reddest, holy shit. Hold up, wasn't Heji also third stage of the first realm? Got wrecked like that? Machino one handsome, did you guys notice? The guy in black didn't even use spiritual energy at first, he slammed Heji right into the ground. Brothers turn around, so damn hot. Hey, anyone got his contact info? Please share. Cute little bro, looks so manly. Any seniors out there who know him? Introduce us. Anonymous netizen, you two queens from Southern Liang, there's money on the floor, why don't you pick it up? Rainbow after storm, my lord above, was that really young Master Jiang hugging someone and crying? Am I seeing things? Anyone on site confirm? I am the hottest, damn it, was there in person. That was indeed Jiangnan. Jiangnan scrolled through the messages, and froze. He'd assumed everyone would focus on Heji getting beaten up, but instead, most were gushing about how handsome Zhou Yu was and asking for his contact info. Are you kidding me? He opened his camera app and pointed it at himself. It showed his cultivation world face, still as strikingly handsome as ever, just with shorter hair. Then he switched to the front camera, revealing Zhou Yu's face on screen. He zoomed in slightly, slowly panning the phone from the hand resting on the chair, up along the throat, jawline, lips, nose bridge, each feature clearly framed. Then he moved higher, only to meet Zhou Yu's pair of eyes staring back at him like he was looking at an idiot. Everyone else sneaks photos, you're practically shoving the phone straight into my face. Zhou Yu slapped the phone shut, annoyed. Chapter 27, Jiang, the hopeless romantic. People in the alumni group are talking about us. Nan leaned on his cheek and sent him a WJNK. Huh. Are they discussing how Xi was beaten up and what punishment I'll get? N. Nan wagged his index finger. They say you're handsome. That's obvious just by looking. And some guy has a crush on you. Nan scrolled to the messages from Ruan Di and Bro Turns Gay, showing them to you. Should I give them your contact info? You don't mind, right? You smiled. Not at all. Nan blinked. If I mind, then I won't give it. This class is over. Prepare for the next one. 10-minute break now. The teacher left those words behind his materials and walked out of the classroom. The room stayed silent for barely a second. Dozens of eyes turned sharply toward Nan and you in the back row. Bro Nan. Chen Fan jumped up and dashed to their side first. Did you see the messages in the alumni group? Ah man, I arrived late, totally missed the scene. I heard Heji got beat so bad he rolled his eyes, really. The video didn't show that, only caught the shoulder throw. In the front row, Xia Yuro didn't dare turn around. Today she'd been with Zhou Qingze and had seen exactly how you had beaten Heji. Now she truly realized how light you had been during yesterday's sparring session. Nan smiled and glanced at Jianyao in the front. Jianyao, did you see it too? Was Xiao Yu being rough yesterday? At the sound of Nan's voice, Jianyao immediately shrank her neck. Last night, her father had received a full pack of 7 Wolf cigarettes from someone higher up. It turned out Nan had stripped her dad, the security captain, of his title and cut his pay. When he asked why, he was told it was because Jianyao had disrespected young Master Jiang. Jianyao really wanted to cry now. She never should have spoken up for Xia Yuro. Come on, let's go chat in the alumni group. Slow-paced, this is Qinghuai speaking openly, I'm asking, is the guy in black single? Reign over Jiangnan, dating Nuwa. The moment Nan appeared, the alumni group exploded. No way. The real young Master Jiang is here. What does dating Nuwa mean? I don't get it. Can someone explain? Aren't you going to change your face yet, bro? Dating Yuhua is a meme, it's a homophone pun. Not bro, now you're explaining it. Can that reflect how fast I changed my face? Not bro, now you're changing faces too. Just sit down straight, down. Meanwhile, Qinghuai from class 2 returned to the classroom after buying water, only to find his deskmate grinning like an idiot holding his phone. What are you laughing at? Come sit, brother Cheng. Bai Yi patted Qinghuai's seat. Have you seen the alumni group? This morning, He from class 1 got beaten up by the attendant brought by Jiang, the young master from class 3, his wrist actually fractured. It's spreading like wildfire in the alumni group. Huh. Still clueless, Qinghuai sat down, took back his phone, and saw the message his deskmate had just posted under his account. You little bastard, do you want a beating? And dating? What the hell? Qinghuai smacked him hard on the head, then twisted open his bottled water and took a sip, scrolling through the alumni group messages. I saved the video. Let me send it to you. Bai Yi forwarded to Qinghuai's Chao Wei the recording of you throwing He with a shoulder slam, then watched it again himself. Dude, this is seriously impressive. This guy shocked the school flower yesterday, and today he beats up He right at the school gate. How bold is that? I heard he's only at level 1 stage 1, yet he completely wiped out He who's level 1 stage 3. Did he take drugs or something? Qinghuai lightly tapped the screen, watching as you caught He's punch, slammed him to the ground, then twisted his wrist until it snapped. He uses a strength-based ability. If this guy were really only stage 1, there's no way he could have won. Could it be that this Zhou Yu is an even stronger strength type than He? Say something, Qinghuai. Bai Yi looked up from the phone, and saw Qinghuai sitting beside him, eyes slightly narrowed, staring at the screen with faint amusement. The video was paused. On screen was Zhou Yu's face, clearly captured in full view. Why was the young master crying while hugging him? Please explain. At reign over Jiangnan. Reign over Jiangnan, that's none of your business. Chen Fan, I know, our young master Jiang is just being clingy. Wang Gang, obviously. Hugs before class, hugs after class, it's making me sick. Han Fuzhou, they're right. Su Zichen, believe it or not, last time during self-study, I turned around and caught them whispering to each other in the back row. Reign over Jiangnan, humph. Can't I even hug my own sweetheart? The moment this message went out, a string of exclamation marks flooded the alumni group. Holy huge reveal, guys. Young Master Jiang is gay. Seriously. I've liked Reign over Jiangnan for so long, but he always seemed into Xia Yuro so I never dared confess, now do I finally have a chance. Dream on, bro. He already has his sweetheart. Don't even think about being third wheel. Wah girls, I'm heartbroken. All this time I loved young Master Jiang and turns out he's bent the other way. Case solved, folks. Xia Yuro was just a red herring, young Master Jiang's true love is actually Zhou Qingze's younger brother. He's probably not really friends with Zhou Qingze at all, this whole time he's been scheming to get close to Zhou Qingze's little brother. Jiangnan twitched at the corner of his mouth. As for whether his original host's friendship with Zhou Qingze was fake, he honestly didn't know. But one thing was certain, his feelings for Zhou Yu were definitely not premeditated. This was, love at first sight. Little Hua, bullshit. You were clearly lust at first sight. Young Master Jiang, could you please confirm once and for all, are you actually gay? At reign over Jiangnan. At the mention, an entire chain of people below chimed in with the same tag, like obedient echo chambers. Reign over Jiangnan, not sure if I'm gay, but I just love Zhou Yu. My damn. My Ghana. My lil kitty bro. Meow meow meow, is young Master Jiang unrequited? Seems like Zhou Yu isn't that into him. The group erupted into another heated debate. Jiangnan had already turned on message silencing right after sending that last reply. Oh. Chen Fan tapped Wang Gang on the head. Hey young master, everyone in the group is asking if you're one-sidedly in love. The hell was that for? Talk normally, don't hit me. Wang Gang elbowed Chen Fan hard in the ribs and snapped. Zhou Yu was completely lost, having no idea what they were talking about. Since he wasn't in the alumni group, he couldn't follow the conversation at all. Zhou Qingze lay face down on his desk, staring at his phone, looking as bitter as if he'd just swallowed Ba's secret recipe burger. Chapter 28 Mind Reading. He spent the entire morning in a daze. It had only been 3 days. His younger brother had already been taken away by Jiangnan. And then Jiangnan casually slapped him across the face. For some reason, he felt like crying. It was as if something that belonged to him had vanished. He clutched his chest, breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Damn, it hurts. A knot formed in his heart, growing more painful until he passed out cold. Thud. Qingze. Wang Gang quickly caught Zhou Qingze before he could fall backward. What happened? The teacher hurried over toward them. Teacher, Qingze fainted. The moment Wang Gang touched Zhou Qingze's face, he exclaimed, shit, he's burning up. Without further hesitation, he bent down and swept Zhou Qingze into a princess carry. Teacher, I'm taking him to the infirmary first. Go quickly. Jiangnan clicked his tongue. Lately, the school infirmary had been unusually busy. First, the campus beauty Xiada got zapped into it, then He got beaten into it today, and now Zhou Qingze was being carried in too. Little flower, what's his condition? Jiangnan asked inwardly. Oh, emotional distress triggering physical collapse, he's about to awaken his second ability. Why does he get to awaken abilities so fast? Because he's the protagonist. According to simulation, if the original host had been called back then, he would have died alongside Zhou Yu. The male lead, overcome with rage and grief, would have awakened his second ability. But since the transmigrated you answered the call instead, you successfully saved Zhou Yu, but then lured him away and smacked the male lead across the face. Overcome with fury and heartache, the male lead awakens his second ability. So if I hadn't taken Zhou Yu away back then, would Zhou Qingze still have awakened his second ability? According to simulation, if you had returned Zhou Yu to Zhou Qingze at that time, later on Xia Yuro would run off with someone else. The male lead, driven mad with heartbreak, would awaken his second ability, proceed to humiliate everyone afterward, rise as a peerless genius, and attract endless fortunes and beauties flocking to him. Ha! Jiangnan smiled thinly, without mirth. Got it. No matter what path it takes, he'll always end up awakening dual abilities. Hey, he is the protagonist after all. A mere dual ability? That's just a drop in the bucket, who knows, he might even unlock triple, quadruple, or even more abilities later on. Inside the school infirmary, the school doctor had just finished lowering Zhou Qingze's body temperature. Sigh, you again. This morning I just brought someone here, they're still lying down over there. The doctor grumbled, and this kid too, yesterday afternoon he brings a girl in, and today he shows up himself. I've got things to do and need to go out for a bit. Wang Gang scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry to trouble you. I'll take care of him from here, you go ahead. Alright, alright. The doctor handed him several ice packs. If his fever spikes again, use these. K. As soon as the doctor left, only the two of them remained. Wang Gang sat on the edge of the bed, slapping an ice pack onto Zhou Qingze's face. Cool. Zhou Qingze let out a soft moan, grabbing Wang Gang's wrist and trying to push it aside, but his strength was like a kitten's, completely ineffective. Qingze, you didn't fry your brain, did you? Open your eyes, open your eyes. Wang Gang tossed the ice pack aside and grabbed Zhou Qingze's face with both hands, shaking him slightly. Huh. Zhou Qingze opened his eyes, and saw floating blue letters in the air. Why aren't you saying anything? Did you actually get brain damaged from the fever? He shot upright abruptly, bang. Ow. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Wang Gang clutched his forehead and scooted backward. At the same time, another line of text appeared beside him in Zhou Qingze's vision. Damn, is he taking revenge on me right now? Not that it really hurt though. Why are you frozen like that? Got concussed? You look kinda cute. Zhou Qingze rubbed his eyes, the pain on his forehead forgotten. Cute, what the hell? What's going on right now? Is this the mind-reading ability? Were those Wang Gang's inner thoughts just now? He pressed a hand against his chest. Earlier in class, it was exactly around this spot where the intense pain struck, then he lost consciousness. Now he was here in the infirmary. What's wrong with me? You suddenly collapsed in class. I carried you here. As he spoke, Wang Gang reached out and pressed his palm against Zhou Qingze's forehead, comparing the temperature to his own. Not feverish anymore. You want to eat something? They should have finished lunch by now. Click. The door opened. Jiangnan and Zhou Yu walked in. Zhou Yu glanced at Zhou Qingze lying on the bed. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. Ganga, this is lunch I brought you from the cafeteria. Thanks for taking care of my brother. He handed a packed meal to Wang Gang, then gave Zhou Qingze a bowl of millet porridge. This one was bought by Jiangnan. Zhou Qingze saw the same floating blue text above Zhou Yu's head. Why did he suddenly collapse? Does he have an old illness? He took the porridge and sipped quietly, his eyes drifting toward Jiangnan, who had his back turned, trying to see if he would also show any text. But something strange happened. He saw absolutely nothing over Jiangnan. At that moment, Jiangnan was watching He on the neighboring bed with keen interest. This kid still hasn't woken up. He reached out and slapped He's face, glancing at his bandaged wrist with a wicked smirk. Hey guys, looks like no one's around. Wanna beat him up again real quick? As soon as those words left his mouth, He, who had been lying stiff-eyed, twitched a finger on his uninjured hand. Jiangnan grinned crookedly. Oh ho. Faking sleep. Eyes flickering mischievously, he feigned regret. Xia Yuro even asked me to bring He a meal, personally served by her own hands. What a shame he's still asleep. Guess I'll just have to throw it away. With that, he plucked a chicken leg from Wang Gang's bowl and waved it near He's nose, circling slowly. Predictably, at the mention of Xia Yuro's meal, He's eyelids twitched. Then, catching the scent of roasted chicken, he swallowed hard. And immediately shot upright. Where's the food? I want, ah. Slap. Jiangnan smacked him square across the face. Heh heh. My treat, a royal gangster's slap from your beloved young master. Seeing He Ji awake, Zhou Yu turned his gaze over too. But only gave him a brief, indifferent glance before looking away. Jiangnan patted his cheek gently, wearing a look of pure benevolence. Little Ji, wasn't it you this morning who said you beat someone till they shit themselves? Wang Gang froze mid-bite, face darkening. Jiangnan, I'm eating here. Zhou Qingze stared down at his bowl of porridge. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to eat or not. Because, honestly, it really kind of did. Chapter 29 I am Jiangnan. After Zhou Qingze finished eating and got dressed, the group left the infirmary. Leaving behind He Ji, stripped down to nothing but his underwear. He lay face down on the bed, silently sobbing with his butt sticking up in the air. Damn beasts. Beasts. Not only had they stripped him naked, but they'd also arranged him in such a humiliating pose. Damn it, my hand hurts. Only after he heard them leave did He Ji dare to slowly roll over. But the moment he turned his head, he saw Xia Yuro standing at the doorway. Their eyes met. Ah. Pervert. Xia Yuro screamed and immediately fled outside. She had just come by after dinner to check on Zhou Qingze's condition, never expecting such a shocking scene the second she walked in. Yuro. It's not what you think. Let me explain. He Ji frantically stretched out his bandaged hand, but Yuro was already gone. Wah. Jiangnan. Furious beyond reason, he punched the wall with all his might. Ah. He struck the wall with his bandaged hand. Gasping from the sharp pain, he curled up on the bed, utterly miserable. Jiangnan, if I don't get revenge for this, I'm no man. Man, Jiangnan, Wang Gang said, hands behind his head, casually whistling, didn't know you were so ruthless. To be honest, I wasn't even planning to leave him his underwear. After all, Zhou Yu's still young. Zhou Qingze glanced at his phone. Class is about to start soon. Better head back. So what? Who dares mess with us four heavenly kings of class 3? Jiangnan slung an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy. Zhou Yu shot him a side-eye. Don't include me in that. Jiangnan looked at Zhou Qingze and said, I'm heading back downtown this weekend for 2 days. Your brother's coming with me. So sudden. My mom just finished her postpartum confinement. She had a baby girl, and the moment she got home, she called me back. Zhou Qingze nodded. Uncle and aunt must have been waiting forever for a daughter. Of course they want you back. But why take Zhou Yu? This weekend, just let Zhou Yu stay with me. I'm taking him to meet the family. Jiangnan blinked, saying it with complete sincerity. Huh. Wait, school's BBS forum is completely taken over by Jiangnan right now. Wang Gang suddenly interrupted their bickering. He turned his phone screen toward the others. Zhou Qingze instantly spotted the top pinned post, an image from an alumni group chat screenshot. It showed Jiangnan's 2 lines. How can I not hug my own? Not sure if it's gay, but I just like Zhou Yu. Accompanied by the caption, Madam's young master Jiang admits he's taken, in his own words. Asterisk. The second post showed Zhou Yu straddling He Ji, choking him, along with a secretly snapped clear photo of Zhou Yu's face. Caption, new wolf-type heartthrob at Longshan High. But seems to have, that kind of relationship with young master Jiang, asterisk. The third post showed He Ji lying on the ground, twitching all over, eyes rolled back. Well now, every single one was linked to Jiangnan or Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu took Wang Gang's phone, staring intently at the screen without blinking. Jiangnan immediately broke into a cold sweat, quietly inching backward. UGE, hear me out, let me explain. It's fine. Zhou Yu showed no particular change in expression, replying lightly. Hearing that, Jiangnan instantly straightened his spine. See, Qingze. Me and your brother are truly in love. TCH, love your head. Take this punch. Zhou Qingze lunged forward with a sliding tackle, but Jiangnan smoothly dodged with a flashy sidestep. Stop it. Stop fighting. You can't kill each other like this. Wang Gang quickly stepped in to break them up. Brother Gang, your phone. Oh, right. Zhou Yu grabbed Jiangnan by the back of his collar, yanking him close. Add me to that alumni group too. Meanwhile, Wang Gang wrapped his arms around Zhou Qingze's waist, using his height and build to nearly pull the smaller guy entirely into his embrace. Let go. I'm gonna bite him to death. Jiangnan cried out indignantly, but Zhou Yu twitched his lips and immediately released him. Fine. Go ahead. Suddenly. I don't feel like it anymore. Jiangnan darted over, grabbed Zhou Yu's hand, then pulled out his phone, found the alumni group, and added Zhou Yu into the chat. Rainy Jiangnan has invited to join the group. Some students who were idling during class saw this message pop up and immediately started typing. Who did young Master Jiang just invite? Is it that guy in black? Probably. Class 2 had self-study period, and Cheng Huai was, unsurprisingly, on his phone. Seeing the pop-up message from the alumni group, he tapped in. Wang Gang, congratulations, you guessed right, but no prize. Chen Fan, at Wang Gang, where did you go? You're not back yet even though class started. Su Zichen, at rainy Jiangnan at G at Wang Gang, old Zhang went out looking for you. Hurry back. Rainy Jiangnan, oh. Cheng Huai opened Zhou Yu's Chaoxin profile and sent a friend request. Zhou Yu had just opened the alumni group when this sudden friend request caught his attention. Without hesitation, he accepted. Slow rhythm, hey, hi. Let's get to know each other. Something you need? Slow rhythm, nothing specific. Just wanted to be friends. Slow rhythm, I just thought your fighting moves looked especially cool. Want to try them yourself? After sending that, slow rhythm's side kept showing, typing, clearly stunned into silence by Zhou Yu's reply. Jiangnan leaned over. What are you chatting about? Nothing much. Someone from the group added me. Let me see. Wang Gang also leaned in. Isn't that Cheng Huai from class 2? You know him? Not really. Just seen him around a few times. Why would he randomly add Xiao Yu then? Jiangnan was about to delete Cheng Huai when the other person suddenly sent another message. Slow rhythm, you're so funny. Jiangnan's eyelid twitched. He snatched Zhou Yu's phone and replied directly, Cheng Huai. Slow rhythm, you know me. Slow rhythm, aren't you the new transfer student? That's correct, I am new. But I'm Jiangnan. Chapter 30, Violating One's Conscience. Class 2. Cheng Huai stared wide-eyed at his phone. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be Zhou Yu? Why did Jiangnan reply? Bro, I'm Jiangnan. A few minutes ago, someone from class 3 had tagged them in the group chat. They must have been together. The moment Zhou Yu wasn't looking, Jiangnan snatched his phone. He pursed his lips and decided to wait another hour, or maybe half, before replying. Meanwhile. Why aren't you replying? Jiangnan waited for several long minutes, but still no message came from Cheng Huai, even after Zhou Yu took his phone back. Wang Gang. What the hell are you guys doing here instead of going to class? Zhang Hong's voice rang out from behind. They turned around to see Zhang Hong walking toward them with a thermos cup in hand. Jiangnan glanced at the cup, then, Chua, snatched it without hesitation. Twisting off the lid, he wiped the rim with his sleeve and took a sip. Zhang Hong. How did you know I was thirsty? Zhang Hong's entire face screamed confusion. You drinking it is one thing, but why wipe it first? Like, seriously? Do you think I don't brush my teeth or something? Scram. All of you get to class already. Zhang Hong grabbed his cup back and waved them off dismissively. Old Zhang, how about treating us to dinner tonight? Jiangnan acted as if he hadn't heard a word, grinning cheekily. I want to eat hot pot at the river bottom. Do I look like I can afford your fancy meal, you rich brat? Do I look like river bottom hot pot to you? Then go buy me 2 grilled sausages, make sure they're all meat, none of that filler stuff, and no spice. I didn't eat enough at lunch. You wouldn't let your adorable student starve, would you? PJA. Zhou Yu slapped his hand over Jiangnan's mouth, shutting him up. Director Zhang, we'll head back to class now. Good, good. Zhang Hong shot Jiangnan a sharp glance. You little punk. There are plenty of people who can deal with you, even if I can't. By the time school ended, Zhou Yu stood not far from the school gate, slinging Jiangnan's backpack over one shoulder. Beep. Beep. Jiangnan pulled up on his little electric scooter, honking as he approached. Here, put this on. Seeing the slightly disgusted look on Zhou Yu's face, Jiangnan sighed helplessly. We're law-abiding citizens, okay? Helmets are mandatory when riding an e-scooter. Got it. Zhou Yu took the helmet from Jiangnan, plopped it onto his head, and swung a leg over to sit at the back. Jiangnan, wanna grab food? Gangzi asked. Zhou Qingze rode up on his bicycle. K, where? You guys lead the way. 10 minutes later. Jiangnan stared silently at the Rujiamo in his hand. Several big guys were squatting by the roadside, munching away like it was the tastiest thing alive. Are you guys out of your damn minds? You dragged me all this way just to eat this. He whined loudly, outraged. How could there only be a meat sandwich? I should have added a sausage too. Just eat already. I've already ordered rice noodles from the boss. Wang Gang pointed toward the shop behind them and urged. Then why the hell are we squatting here on the roadside? At that moment, a girl passed by, long legs, perfect figure, curvy in all the right places, leaving behind a trail of sweet fragrance as she walked. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou exchanged a knowing glance. A meaningful smile spread across their faces. Jiangnan. He dryly bit into his Rujiamo, suddenly feeling like he understood something. Suddenly. Right in front of the girl, was a banana peel. Unlike Jiangnan and the others squatting by the roadside, Zhou Qingze was standing tall. Ah! The girl stepped on the peel and tumbled backward, only to be caught mid-fall by Zhou Qingze, who moved in like a scene straight out of a drama. One arm supporting her back, his voice low and magnetic, "You okay?" Wang Gang and the rest. Damn it. I should have stayed standing too. Zhou Yu, however, remained unfazed, calmly chewing on his rujiamo, plucking out a piece of pork from inside. Jiangnan shifted his feet slightly, scooting closer to Zhou Yu. Shielding his mouth with one hand, he leaned in close to Zhou Yu's ear. "Good thing Xia Euro isn't here." Click. 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 In the brief pause while Jiangnan whispered, Chen Fan and the other three had already pulled out their phones and snapped pictures. Daring to flirt in front of us? You're done for. Thank you so much. The girl steadied herself, turned, and gave her thanks. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze, and her delicate scent wafted into his nostrils. When Zhou Qingze got a clear look at the girl's face, he froze. Beautiful. Incredibly beautiful. Just a small act of kindness, he stammered, turning his head to cough twice, his cheeks flushing red. The girl flashed him a sweet smile before walking into the rice noodle shop. Zhou Qingze stared after her, completely spellbound. I'm sliding in. Chen Fan executed a sudden soccer slide, nearly knocking Zhou Qingze over. Whoa. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Qingze flailed his arms wildly, barely keeping his balance. You sly dog, Zhou Qingze. Daring to flirt with a cutie right in front of your brothers? Chen Fan stood with hands on hips, pointing at him. We've all got photos as proof. Oh. What's this? Han Fuzhou noticed the blush on his face and laughed. Holy crap, Qingze's blushing. Zhou Qingze had naturally fair skin, so even the slightest hint of red showed clearly. Heartbreaker. Su Zichen chimed in. I did not. Zhou Qingze tried to defend himself, but it was pointless. Alright then, I'm calling Xia Euro right now, let her deal with you. Jiangnan dropped his bag, wiped his hands behind Chen Fan's back, and pulled out his phone, pretending to dial Xia Euro. Bro. Don't do it. Next time something like this happens, saving a beauty, I should be the one to take the lead. Wang Gang flexed his muscles proudly. I'm more reliable. Girls would definitely feel safer with me. HNK. Ft. Quack 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 quack. The moment he said that, Chen Fan and the other two burst out laughing. What's so funny? Was I wrong or not? Ha ha ha, nothing, nothing. Are the noodles ready yet? Come on, let's eat our rice noodles, ha ha ha, rice noodles. Wang Gang turned, locking eyes awkwardly with Zhou Qingze and Jiangnan. Fine, if I'm too blunt, I'll just leave first. Jiangnan pinched the corners of his mouth with thumb and forefinger, tugged them sideways, then dragged Zhou Yu inside with him. Leaving only Zhou Qingze behind. Honestly, looking into Wang Gang's innocent, earnest eyes, Zhou Qingze actually felt guilty. Against his conscience, he raised not a middle finger, but a big thumb. Slip. Delicious beyond words. Chen Fan slurped his rice noodles, mumbling through a mouthful. At the front table, Zhou Qingze was chatting with the girl from earlier. From their conversation, they learned she was the daughter of the noodle shop owner, Gu Xian. 1 year younger than them, and attending number 3 high school. Oh really? We're all students at Longsheng University. Zhou Qingze nodded with a smile. Longsheng. At that name, Gu Xian's eyes lit up as if remembering something. I remember a young master surnamed Jiang from Longsheng once chased after a girl all the way from downtown to this southern part of the city. Do you know about that? Cough. Jiangnan choked on his soup. Han Fuzhou and the others had already perked up, ears wide open like true gossips. Even the ever-silent Zhou Yu's lips twitched upward slightly. Surname Jiang, Jiangnan perhaps. Zhou Qingze glanced sideways at Jiangnan. 9 out of 10, it had to be him. Yes. That's the name. Gu Xian laughed brightly. Back then, people around our side of town talked about it every single day. Well. Longsheng was pretty lively during that time too. Jiangnan grimaced, wiped his mouth, and abruptly stopped eating. Hey miss, the very man you're talking about is sitting right here. Is calling me out like this really okay? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiangnan's expression, Chen Fan and the others burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Zhou Qingze and Gu Xian both turned to look. What's so funny? Was what we were talking about just now that hilarious? Gu Xian blinked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Chen Fan's mouth moved fast as always. Just as Gu Xian finished speaking, he shot back, hilarious? Not really. But the young master Jiang you're talking about is sitting right here, that's what's absolutely hilarious. He pointed directly at a tall guy with rolled-up sleeves exposing half his forearm. As Gu Xian's gaze landed on him, Jiangnan suddenly lifted his eyes. Their stares collided. She quickly looked away, awkwardly taking a sip of water. It felt exactly like being caught badmouthing someone behind their back. Sorry. Jiangnan propped his hands against his forehead, head lowered so his face couldn't be seen. Is he crying? For real. Let me check. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou each stuck their heads under the table, peering at Jiangnan from both sides. Cut it out. Wang Gang yanked them back. Our young master Jiang is probably just reminiscing about how Xia Yuro rejected him back then. Jiangnan. Wang Gang, you're dead. Don't slam the table, the soup's gonna spill. Zhou Yu chimed in coldly. Jiangnan looked down at the table he'd been pressing. It was still trembling slightly from the force of his earlier smack. My bad. After paying, the group hopped back onto their little electric scooters and zoomed off, honking obnoxiously, DDBABA. Anyone who didn't know might have thought they were a pack of lunatics. He gave us a discount just now, didn't he? Of course, he's the boss's daughter. A little discount is nothing, really. On their way out, Gu Xian added Zhou Qingze's contact info, saying she'd like to invite him out to hang this weekend. I saw that. The girl exchanged contacts with Qingze. Come on, Qingze, forward it to us. Chen Fan twisted around, waving at Zhou Qingze. What are you thinking? She just wants to thank me properly this weekend. Zhou Qingze pedaled harder on his bike, snapping back. Oh please, what about our precious campus beauty Xia? You may be handsome, but you can't flirt with two girls at once. You gotta share one with your brothers. Right, Jiang? Nan. But as Chen Fan turned around, he froze, seeing Jiangnan sitting on the back seat, arms wrapped around Zhou Yu's waist, rubbing his back like a contented cat. His expression? Utterly satisfied. Shit. Forgot we've got a gay dude here. Completely different channel from us straight guys. They bickered all the way, taking back alleys since electric bikes weren't allowed to carry passengers. A fleet of scooters raced through residential lanes. Until suddenly, an auntie walked toward them head-on. Han Fuzhou managed to stop just short of hitting her. But, hit someone. The auntie suddenly sat down on the ground, hugging her leg and wailing dramatically. Auntie, you're really pulling this kind of stunt these days. I didn't even hit you. Han Fuzhou was completely stunned. Never thought I'd live to see the day I'd run into a scam like this. Chen Fan jumped off his scooter, blinked a few times at the theatrically suffering auntie, then without hesitation, simply flopped down right beside her. Clutching his chest, he rolled around in agony. My heart. I'm having a heart attack. I need my medicine. If you don't get out of the way and let me go home to take my pills, when I die, the police investigation will fall entirely on you. My ma. My ba. My grandpa. My grandma. The last heir of the old Chen family is going to die here today. Han Fuzhou quickly secured his scooter and rushed over, crouching down to support Chen Fan's back, overcome with sorrow. Fan, you can't die. Fuzhou, if there's a next life, I still want to be your brother. With that, Chen Fan closed his eyes and tilted his head sideways, playing dead. Fan Ji. Han Fuzhou let out a heartbroken cry. Holding tightly onto Chen Fan's corpse, he began sobbing loudly. Zhou Qingze and the others. The scamming auntie was already utterly dumbfounded. Are you two performing a folk opera for me? You ran into me, you have to pay up. Jiangnan hopped off his scooter, hands in pockets, strolling forward coolly. He looked down at her with half-lidded eyes. Then, he let out a soft, cold laugh. A smirk tugged at his lips, 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, 4 parts sheer nonchalance. So money means that much to you? Such a materialistic woman. Tell me, what does it take for you to leave my brother alone? Pay me and we're done. Heh, knew it. Jiangnan's smile vanished. Money is the one thing I've never lacked. Consider it fulfilled. He reached slowly into his pants pocket. Under the auntie's increasingly hopeful gaze, he pulled out a 50-cent coin, flicked it onto the ground. Take this fortune. And stay away from us. Zhou Yu. Chapter 32, The Supreme Edition. Before the auntie could start yelling, the 50-cent coin actually rolled back into the sewer grate with a gap. Jiangnan's eyes widened instantly. My money. You pushed my money in there. Compensate me. This was the Supreme Edition. Since you're old, I won't ask for too much, just pay me 100,000 and we'll call it even. What audacity, turning the tables like that. Su Zichen quietly gave him a thumbs up. No wonder it's Jiangnan. He's shameless as ever. You're such a big young man, how can you be so brazen? Bullying an old lady like me? It's just a 50-cent coin. And you're demanding 100,000 from me? The auntie clutched her chest. You must compensate me today, or I'm not leaving this spot. Are you not afraid there are security cameras here? Suddenly, Jiangnan pointed toward the surveillance camera on the lamppost ahead. But the auntie simply laughed. That camera's been broken for ages. Broken, huh? Wang Gang smiled and stepped out of the car too. Likewise, Zhou Qingze walked over. Su Zichen made a okay sign. I finished recording. Good job, Zichen. Jiangnan pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services. Hello, 911. We've been scammed at a residential compound. Yes, it's an old lady. She said the camera's broken, and she made my brother so angry that he had a heart attack and fainted. Please come quickly. We're at Times residential complex. Seeing the situation turn against her, the auntie tried to get up and leave. But Wang Gang firmly pressed her shoulder down. Don't rush off, auntie. We'd like to invite you for a little chat. Everyone present, except Su Zichen, was over 180 centimeters tall, even Zhou Yu towered over him. Especially Wang Gang, over 190 centimeters, tan skin, broad and strong shoulders. As long as he didn't speak or show emotion, he looked like a wild-type handsome guy. Boy, it was auntie's fault. Can't we just let it go? I still need to go home and cook dinner for my grandson. No problem. It's just a quick trip to the police station. Won't take long. Soon after, Tang Mengran arrived. Jiangnan was a bit surprised. Hey, sis Tang, why is it you this time? Never mind that. Get in the car. Can we ride electric scooters? There are quite a few of us. Bang! Jiangnan slammed the table and stood up. Why did you just let her go like that? Tang Mengran pushed him back down gently. Calm down. Calm down. She's just an old lady. Since nothing serious happened, what else could we do but let her go? I can't just cuff her and lock her up like last time, can I? Oh. Jiangnan sat back down reluctantly. By the way, are those people from last time still detained? No, they've already been released on bail. Tang Mengran waved her hand dismissively. They were under the protection of young Master Zhang's family. Under pressure, we had no choice but to release them. Humph. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. So does being young Master Zhang mean nothing then? Whatever. Doesn't matter anymore. As long as they don't cause trouble again, I don't care. It's getting late. You should all head home. Just before leaving, Jiangnan turned and added, Sis Tang, lately this area feels kind of unsafe. You should strengthen public security. What? What happened? Jiangnan thought for a moment. There's been more than just that one monster from the mall incident. That shopping center really needs a full-scale sweep. When I took Zhou Yu shopping for clothes, I encountered a monster in the fitting room, albeit a low-level one. But even low-level monsters can be deadly to ordinary people. And 3 days ago, I ran into another one near a convenience store in my residential complex. What? Any leads on its whereabouts? No worries, that one's dead. But I can't say for sure if others are still around. Tang Mengran leaned on the table, silent for a long while. I see. I'll request authorization to conduct a search operation. But how is it that within just 2 short days, multiple monsters have appeared? Could it be, a crack has formed in the spirit domain, allowing these creatures to escape? You should take that question to your Lock Spirit Bureau colleagues instead of asking me. Jiangnan smiled faintly, pulling Zhou Yu along as he headed out. See you later. Even after Jiangnan left, Tang Mengran still hadn't snapped out of her daze. In just 2 short days, 3 or more monstrous creatures had appeared in this southern part of the city. Could other areas be experiencing the same? But why was there absolutely no information coming from the Lock Spirit Bureau? How was that possible? Not long after leaving the police station, Wang Gang and the others had already gone their separate ways. Now only Zhou Yu, Jiangnan, and Zhou Qingze were walking together. Yet, Jiangnan couldn't shake off a strange feeling. Maybe it was the lingering effect of reading too many novels, but whenever he was around Zhou Qingze, something ominous always seemed to happen. And sure enough, just as they passed by that residential compound again. The familiar auntie. The familiar scamming spot. Only this time, something about the auntie seemed off. Is she trying to pull the scam again? Zhou Yu tilted his head slightly, looking somewhat exasperated. No. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, Zhou Qingze's pupils widened in shock. Beside the auntie, he saw glowing blue words floating in the air, delicious food. Jiangnan, this thing isn't human. The moment those words left his mouth, the auntie's face twisted into a grotesque snarl and she lunged forward. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, impaling her straight through. Zhou Yu followed the swift trail of light with wide eyes, a glimmer flickering deep within them. A sword? The auntie collapsed instantly, black blood pooling across the ground. Zhou Qingze stood stunned. One strike, one kill. In moments, the corpse shifted out of its human form, revealing a pitch-black monstrous beast beneath. What do we do? Should we contact the Lock Spirit Bureau? Zhou Qingze pulled out his phone, ready to dial. Don't. Jiangnan slashed the beast's body into several pieces using a wind blade. Just take its core crystal. No need to involve the Bureau. Why? Are we just going to let this go? With so many monsters showing up these past 2 days, and the Lock Spirit Bureau hasn't made a single move, do you really still have faith in them? He pointed at the half-digested chunks spilling from the beast's insides, then quickly covered Zhou Yu's eyes, shielding him from the sight. That auntie was probably already eaten by it. Chapter 33 I might know more than you. Really disgusting. Zhou Qingze pulled out the crystal core and handed it to Jiangnan. This is a mutant beast that can copy its victim's body after killing them, and even inherit their memories. It's extremely good at disguise. But, how did it die just now? All I saw was a flash of cold light, then it was dead. Jiangnan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe some expert was here. No kidding, dude. That was my sword. But I can't exactly say that. You keep the crystal core. You can sell it. Jiangnan passed the crystal core to Zhou Qingze and gestured for Zhou Yu to get in the car. We're heading back. All right. Zhou Qingze tucked the crystal core into his pocket. Be careful on your way. Then he rode off on his bicycle. After washing up, Jiangnan sat on the sofa as usual, holding Zhou Yu close in his arms. At that moment, Zhou Yu was replying to Qinghuai's messages. Shortly after school ended, there'd already been a message from him on Chaoxin. But between dinner, the fender bender, and the trip to the police station, he hadn't had a single chance to check his phone. Slow-paced, dude, it's already 10. School ended 5 hours ago, only checking your phone now. What's wrong with that? Slow-paced, nothing. Slow-paced, I wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. Slow-paced, are you gay? The message left Zhou Yu completely stunned. He rubbed his neck, starting to feel confused about himself. Truthfully, he didn't think he liked guys. But recently, being touched by Jiangnan didn't bring the initial disgust anymore, it was almost comfortable, even a bit pleasant. Now that he thought about it, aside from Zhou Qingze, he'd never really felt anything for anyone else, male or female. But even Zhou Qingze, he seemed indifferent toward him now. After pondering for a long while, he hesitantly replied, not sure. Slow-paced, huh? But the whole school is saying you and Jiangnan are a couple. Slow-paced, since you've never denied it yourself, I'm still kind of curious. Maybe Jiangnan was just joking. A couple. Zhou Yu turned his head slightly. Him and Jiangnan. They'd had some intimate moments, sure, but they weren't that kind of relationship. We're not like that. Slow-paced, really? Yeah. Slow-paced, so do you like guys? I did, once. Slow-paced, not anymore. I've let go of him. As for my orientation, I'm not really sure. Who are you chatting with, baby? Jiangnan's voice came from above. Had Zhou Yu imagined it, or did Jiangnan deliberately use a suggestive tone on the word, baby? Goosebumps instantly rose all over his skin. He immediately tried to jump off the sofa. But before his feet touched the ground, an arm around his waist yanked him back. Fuck. 2 grown men and you're calling me baby? You trying to make me puke because I eat too much? He powered off his phone. On the other end, Qinghuai sent one last message, then do I have a chance? Zhou Yu was too busy arguing with Jiangnan to hear the notification. How could I ever let you throw up? I want to fatten you up nice and healthy. If you're ever gonna puke, it'd only be when you're pregnant. But well, you're a guy, so that's impossible. Hearing this, Zhou Yu shoved him away and sat upright. Do you even know what you're saying? Huh? What's wrong? You understood that? Jiangnan tilted his head in surprise. I thought you didn't get those kinds of things. Zhou Yu was momentarily speechless. The fists gripping Jiangnan's shoulders tightened. I might know more than you think. A young guy in the prime of his youth. Of course had his own experiences from having a few times. Let go of me. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. Jiangnan withdrew his arm and watched Zhou Yu walk into the bathroom, scratching his cheek. Did I drink something earlier? As soon as he entered the bathroom, Zhou Yu locked the door behind him. He slumped down against the wall, pulled out his phone, and checked if there were any new messages. When he reopened the chat with Qinghuai, he saw one message had been retracted. I was busy earlier, didn't check my phone. The other side replied quickly. Slow-paced, oh, it's fine. I sent the wrong message, that's why I retracted it. Slow-paced, let me introduce myself, I'm Qinghuai from class 2 of the freshman year. Slow-paced, you're Zhou Yu, right? Slow-paced, got time to go out for a meal together sometime? Yeah, depends. I'm going to sleep now. After changing Slow-paced's contact name to Qinghuai, class 2, he ignored the goodnight message Qinghuai had sent, turned off his phone, splashed some water on his face, and then opened the door. The moment he stepped out, he saw Jiangnan leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. You're even guarding me when I go to the bathroom? Jiangnan looked down at him, the pad of his thumb gently brushing away the water droplets on his cheek. It's nothing. Go to sleep. He was just about to bend down and pick Zhou Yu up, but the other dodged with a swift sidestep. Missing his hold, Jiangnan barely frowned, almost imperceptibly. His hearing was sharp. Even though Zhou Yu had deliberately turned on silent mode in the bathroom, Jiangnan still heard the soft tapping of fingers against the screen. Who was he chatting with? Why wouldn't he let me touch him anymore after coming out? No need to carry me. My legs aren't broken yet. As Zhou Yu tried to leave, Jiangnan caught his sleeve. What did you talk about? Fringes shadowed half his eyes. Jiangnan no longer looked as approachable as he had during the day. What? What did you say to the person on your phone in there? I heard it, the sound of your typing. Why are you avoiding my touch now? Did that person say something bad about me? Wait a second. Carrying him into the bedroom, Jiangnan took off his shirt and pinned Zhou Yu beneath him. Zhou Yu could tell Jiangnan was in a terrible mood. He wasn't sure what to do. When did this guy become so inexplicably moody again? Suddenly, his face was lifted by fingertips. Who were you chatting with? Huh? Jiangnan leaned closer, whispering into his ear. Cheng Hui. Why don't you delete him? Just because I talked to someone else for a few minutes, now you won't even let me hold you. Do you hate me, Xiao Yu? Zhou Yu gripped the bedsheets tightly, staying silent. Ha. So you do hate me, then? The weight on top of him disappeared as Jiangnan sat up. The bedroom was dark, no lights had been turned on, so Zhou Yu couldn't see Jiangnan's expression clearly. You seem angry. Jiangnan turned his head away. TCH, who said I'm angry? So what if I chatted with someone else? So what if you won't let me hold you? So what if you hate me? I don't care anyway. What you do has nothing to do with me. Zhou Yu placed a hand over his forehead and quietly sighed in relief. Just now, he'd felt exactly like prey. He'd actually thought Jiangnan had moved on to someone else. Now it seemed things were back to normal. Not even telling me what you talked about, petty, so petty. Hearing Jiangnan muttering under his breath, Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm serious, I'm really mad at you. With that, Jiangnan got off the bed and walked toward the living room. You can't tease me anymore. I'm not sleeping with you tonight, I'll crash on the sofa and freeze to death instead. As if you even care about me anyway. The living room light flicked on, casting a dim glow into the bedroom. Zhou Yu saw Jiangnan curled up on the sofa, face buried against his knees. Noticing his gaze, Jiangnan glanced over, then huffed and turned away again. Ah, damn. Zhou Yu sniffled, momentarily unsure what to do. Should he show him the phone? It was just ordinary conversation, after all. Damn it. Frustrated, he grabbed his hair and slammed the bedroom door shut with a loud bang. At the sound, Jiangnan blinked. Then turned his head slightly, looking at the closed door. Huh? Aren't you going to come comfort me? You're just closing the door like that. He bit his lip, feeling like he was about to burst into tears. I've made it this obvious, why can't you see it? Why won't you come? But less than 5 minutes later, the bedroom door opened again. Jiangnan quickly straightened his posture. TCH, it's too late to come comforting me now. If I forgive you, may Wang Gang's surname be spelled backwards tomorrow. This time, Zhou Yu wore an extremely loose white shirt. The top 2 buttons weren't even fastened. It hung down almost halfway past his thighs. Even though he wore shorts underneath, only a sliver of fabric peeked out, the clear lines of his leg muscles visible beneath. It was the same shirt Jiangnan had worn after showering last time. He wasn't wearing shoes, just walking out barefoot. His pair of dark pupils faintly gleamed beneath strands of fringe. He bit his lower lip, thinking he must have gone crazy. But now that he'd put it on, should he go back and change again? He steadied his breathing. His voice came out stiff, sounding strangely insecure. Jiangnan. Come here. What for? Don't you hate me? Go chat with your precious Cheng Hui. You closed the door earlier, doesn't that mean you don't want me? What's the point of calling me back now? They remained silent for nearly a minute. Whether out of impatience or just losing control of his mouth, Jiangnan finally snapped. See? You can't even say, I love you. Embrace me. This time, Zhou Yu's voice was muffled. He leaned against the wall beside the bedroom door, head lowered, like a small abandoned creature. Wow, I never thought I'd live to hear you beg for a hug. Don't tempt me, it won't work. Even as he said that, Jiangnan couldn't resist glancing back. And then he saw Zhou Yu, wearing his shirt. The buttons weren't even done up. His prominent collarbones rose slightly, outlining the elegant curve from neck to chest. Jiangnan's eyes trailed downward. Why did his nose suddenly feel warm? Ah. You really drive me insane. Jiangnan shook his head and swept Zhou Yu into his arms, carrying him straight into the bedroom. Half an hour later. Zhou Yu felt that making this decision tonight had been utterly idiotic. Damn it, his lips were bruised and cracked. This kiss had been far rougher than any before, wild, almost violent, a mix of kissing and biting. He kept his arms around Jiangnan's neck, his head resting on his shoulder, mind hazy and dazed. So tired. Just wanted to sleep. Jiangnan held him from behind with one arm while using the other hand to scroll through his chat history with Cheng Hui. When he saw Zhou Yu's message, it's not that kind of relationship between us, something in his chest ached. Why didn't you tell him we're together? And, do you really not like me? Why won't you answer me? He gave Zhou Yu's shoulder a slight shake, but hearing only the steady rhythm of his breathing, he closed his mouth again. Right. It was already 11 p.m. Time to sleep. Good night. The next day at school, Chen Fan and the others immediately swarmed over. Bro Jiang, did you hear? Last night, right where we got rammed by that guy, they found a dead monster. It's all over social media, you can see it just by scrolling your phone. Holy shit, so gross. First time I've ever seen a monster's smashed up corpse. Han Fuzhou chimed in too, I passed by this morning and nearly puked. So much thick black goo everywhere, ugh. The Spirit Lock Bureau got involved, so I couldn't look closely, but damn, it was disgusting. So fucking ugly. Check out this video. No way. This thing was literally chopped into pieces. Who the hell could have done this? Jiang Killer Nan. Heh, cool. Impressive. He twitched his lips, giving a half-hearted reply. If the surveillance cameras there hadn't conveniently broken last night, he definitely wouldn't have dared to openly kill the beast with Zhou Yu, or sliced it into bits with wind blades. At most, he'd have just faked helping behind Zhou Qingze. Zhou Qingze turned and met Jiangnan's gaze. They exchanged blinks, then both coughed subtly, in perfect unison. Cough. Yeah, what lovely weather today. Clear skies, endless blue. Wang Gang glanced out the window. Qingze, are you still half asleep? It's overcast today. Gonna rain. Chapter 35 Underwear. The prep bell rang. Mr. Zhang Hong walked in, standing solemnly at the podium. Classmates, I don't know if any of you noticed the monster corpse that came from the Times residential area today. Recently, some monsters have escaped from the spirit realm, there's definitely more than just that one out there. All of you need to be careful when going home or coming to school these days. For those living on campus, try not to go too far away from school. The school didn't force anyone to live on campus. It wasn't like their old blue planet anymore. If you wanted to board, fine, if not, go home. Most of those staying in the dorms were either from far away or had difficult circumstances. Jiangnan also had a bed in the dorm, but why would he stay on campus when he could go home? Home was way more comfortable. After Mr. Zhang left, Jiangnan reached under the desk and grabbed Zhou Yu's hand. Not mad anymore. Zhou Yu's fingers flipping through his book paused briefly. Well, not completely. I still feel a little angry. You should probably keeping me a bit more. How do you want me to? Oh, if you're extra affectionate tonight, tell people we're dating, and call me big brother or baby a few times, I might fully forgive you then. Then you can just fuck off. Zhou Yu frowned and tried to pull his hand away. No, big brother, no, don't let go of my hand. Jiangnan quickly interlaced his fingers tightly with Zhou Yu's, locking them together. Do you even realize how torturous it was for me yesterday when you wore my clothes and paraded around right in front of me? It was just wearing your clothes. Did it really hurt that much? No. The way you looked, it was like a little white rabbit hopping right in front of a starving tiger, yet one I couldn't touch. Last night, after Zhou Yu fell asleep, he went to the bathroom alone. Only after doing it several times did he finally calm down. By the way, I've already deleted Cheng Huai. Something about him feels off, he doesn't seem like a good person. And another thing. Jiangnan's expression turned serious. From now on, whenever anyone asks you whether you're dating me, just answer yes. Why? Because I want to be your boyfriend. Coming from you, I'd treat that as complete bullshit. Jiangnan remained unfazed. I don't care if you're not taking me seriously. I'll keep saying it until you believe me. You know, do you believe in love at first sight? Bullshit, that was lust at first sight. I was drugged, and you burst in, threw my clothes away, and started kissing me. What kind of psycho does that? Cough, well, I removed your clothes because I needed you to soak in cold water. Anyway, we're both adults. Whether we date or not isn't something your older brother needs to control. Class 2. Cheng Huai gnawed at his fingernails, his feet shaking non-stop. He couldn't focus on the lesson at all. Fucking hell. Why hasn't class ended yet? This morning, he messaged Zhou Yu, only to discover he'd been deleted. His new friend request still hadn't been accepted. Could it be that Zhou Yu saw that message he sent last night? Claiming not to have checked his phone was just an excuse, the moment he said goodnight, he got deleted. That must have been it. Absolutely. If the other side still hadn't accepted by the end of the first period, he'd have to go to class 3 himself. Damn it, this kid was exactly his type. Compared to those previous ones he'd played with, this guy was next level. Such a rare gem, how could he just let it slip away? Rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled outside, followed by heavy rain pelting against the windows. Rain this early in the morning? So annoying. Wang Gang glanced at the window and sighed. Shit. Zhou Qingze slapped his thigh. His underwear was still hanging outside. What's wrong? I forgot to check the weather forecast last night. Came in this morning without collecting my laundry. True enough, after killing that monster last night, he'd spent all evening thinking about it. Who had time to check the weather? Now what? All his underwear was still drying outside. No clean underwear to change into. The wind's picking up outside too. As a wind element evolver, Jiangnan had a strong sense of airflow. You'd better pray your clothes haven't blown away. Zhou Qingze blinked. Strong wind. How could his flimsy pair of underwear possibly survive such a wild, fierce gust? Immediately, an image flashed in his mind, his underwear being swept away by the wind, out in the stormy, gloomy weather. And he was all the way at school, unable to rush back in time to save his poor undergarments. No, no. He trembled, hands shaking, tightly shutting his eyes to block out the scene. Could it be? Would his loyal underwear, which had stayed with him all this time, truly bid him farewell today? Swallowing hard, he braced himself for the worst. Wang Gang saw his body trembling, but had no clue what was going on. It's just some clothes. If they flew off, then they flew off. I've still got spare clothes from high school, I can lend you some. No. You won't understand until you're my age. Zhou Qingze shook his head solemnly, speaking with deep gravitas. Wang Gang. His big head filled with tiny question marks. I'm actually a month older than you. You expecting me to shrink back into a kid or what? Meow. Just as class ended, Han Fuzhou and the others gathered together again. At the classroom door, Bai Yi appeared. He stopped Xia Yuro, who was about to leave. Hey, classmate, is there someone named Zhou Yu here? Jian Yao, standing beside Xia Yuro, saw that he was quite a handsome guy and immediately replied, yes, there is. Do you need him? I can call him out for you. Thanks. Bai Yi gave her a smile, then subtly raised a hand signal behind his back toward Qinghai leaning against the wall. Zhou Yu, someone's looking for you outside. Jian Yao strode over confidently, stopping near Han Fuzhou's group. Who is it? Before Zhou Yu could answer, Jiangnan spoke up first. Probably still haunted by last time, as soon as Jiangnan opened his mouth, Jian Yao instinctively stepped back slightly and stammered, don't know, seems to be from another class. Recalling the person he deleted last night, Jiangnan already knew the answer. Oh, you little bastard. I haven't even come after you yet, and you're showing up on your own. If it weren't for you, how could my Xiao Yu possibly refuse my cuddles last night? He grinned through gritted teeth. Fine. Chapter 36 Boyfriend. Looking up, she saw Bai Yi standing at the classroom door, grinning widely while chatting with Xia Yuro. Jiangnan smirked. Wasn't it supposed to be Xia Yuro who'd run off with someone later? Could it be this guy? Meanwhile, Zhou Qingze was lost in thoughts about his underwear and didn't notice what was happening. Jiangnan patted his shoulder. Qingze, is there something on your head? What? Over there at the door. Then, Zhou Qingze saw Xia Yuro talking with another boy at the doorway. Next to her floated these words, a guy not of the same type as Qingze, but still really handsome. Beside Bai Yi appeared, why hasn't he come out yet? Can't keep the conversation going. I'll go check. Zhou Yu stood up and walked out. Jiangnan followed closely behind, but didn't leave the classroom. After a moment's thought, he pulled up his hoodie. It was the blue hoodie he'd worn that day at the mall with Zhou Yu. His head was completely covered, even his upper face obscured. He twisted his mouth, the corners slightly curling upward. Warfare is based on deception. As Jiangnan passed by Zhou Yu, the faint smirk tugging at his lips was clearly seen by him. Just after stepping outside, Zhou Yu glanced at Bai Yi. You looking for me? Bai Yi shook his head. I wish it were me looking for you. He smiled casually, eyeing Zhou Yu. Even better looking in person than in videos. Too bad Qinghai already set his sights on him. Looks like this one isn't meant for me. The one looking for you is him. Bai Yi pushed Qinghai out from behind him, then grinned. I'm heading back. You two chat slowly. Zhou Yu tilted his head slightly, meeting Qinghai's gaze. About the same height as his brother. Not as good looking as Jiangnan. Had a small mole beneath his lip. That actually became the highlight of his face. This made him the third best looking guy Zhou Yu had ever seen, after Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze. Being stared at made Qinghai slightly uneasy. He scratched his cheek awkwardly with his fingers. Why did you delete me last night? Huh? Zhou Yu finally realized. Are you Qinghai? Yeah, it's me. It wasn't me who deleted you last night. After I fell asleep, someone took my phone. I didn't check. At that moment, behind Qinghai, Jiangnan suddenly reached over and grabbed Bai Yi by the neck, yanking him backward. Ah! Before Bai Yi could speak, Jiangnan clamped a hand over his mouth. Bai Yi. F***CK. Who the hell ambushed me? Did this hand wash after using the toilet or what? Chenggu. Save me. Unfortunately, Qinghai was now fully immersed in his conversation with Zhou Yu and couldn't hear a thing. So, can we add each other again? At the corner, Jiangnan pinned Bai Yi against the wall. Looking left and right to confirm no one was around, Jiangnan pulled down his hood. Go back to your class. Releasing the hand over Bai Yi's mouth, Jiangnan rolled up his sleeves. Jiang. Young master, if you wanted me to return to class, why drag me here and pin me down? To stop you from warning Qinghuai. If you don't go back, I'll beat you up too. Alright. Bai Yi didn't argue further, he turned and fled immediately. After rounding the corner, he glanced back at Qinghuai still talking with Zhou Yu, silently lighting a candle for him in mourning. Once Bai Yi left, Jiangnan sneaked out cautiously, moving like a thief. Zhou Yu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, wondering what the hell this guy was up to. I sent you a friend request, just accept it. By the way, want to grab dinner together after school? I'll treat. Eat your damn. Suddenly, Jiangnan executed a full slide tackle. Caught completely off guard, Qinghuai was knocked flat. His butt hit the ground so hard it felt split in two. Don't you dare agree. If you do, what was I gonna do again? Jiangnan shouted wildly but eventually trailed off, unsure how to finish. Before class started, students from class 3 peeked out curiously, eager to watch the drama unfold. Standing protectively in front of Zhou Yu, Jiangnan lifted his chin proudly. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Let me make this clear, you have zero chance with my Xiao Yu. I'm his boyfriend. The official one, understand? The rightful partner. Qinghuai frowned, suppressing the pain in his rear as he sat up. Master Jiang, despite knowing your influential background, you can't just force people into relationships, can you? Last night when I was chatting with Zhou Yu, he personally told me you two aren't that kind of couple. So how exactly do you plan to force him? Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze had already come over from the back door of the classroom. Boyfriend? Xiao Yu, did you really agree to that? Zhou Qingze looked dazed. At first they hadn't mentioned anything about being boyfriends, there was still room for things to change. How could it be that after killing monsters last night, everything turned into a relationship overnight? Zhou Yu shifted his hands in his pockets, unsure how to respond. Last night he hadn't clearly answered his feelings toward Jiangnan. Even though there were subtle signs pointing in that direction. But he definitely shouldn't have developed feelings for someone this quickly in just a few short days. Or even grown dependent on him. If he ever truly defined his emotions, he'd prefer something built gradually over time. These past few days with Jiangnan. It felt like aside from crossing that final line, they'd done nearly everything couples do. By all appearances, they were already dating. He himself could feel it too, Jiangnan seemed to care more than his own brother did, always putting him first. In the future, maybe. We might become that kind of couple. He lowered his head slightly, hand resting against his neck, voice barely above a whisper. Maybe we will be together later. Jiangnan's ears twitched. Then his lips curled upward uncontrollably, but with so many people watching, he forced himself to stay calm. Heard that? Even if we're not now, we will be in the future. You should give up on that idea already. Wang Gang stayed silent the whole time. He'd once heard rumors about Qinghuai. The guy had a history of messing around. His targets were often clean-cut, good-looking boys. And despite having high standards, the number of victims he'd gotten away with could still be counted on one hand. With Han Fuzhou and the others joining in, Qinghuai glanced awkwardly behind him. Whoa. Turns out no one's behind me at all. Wait. Where's Bai Yi? So he ditched me and ran off first. If I don't leave now, I'm gonna get beaten up by this crowd. Forcing a stiff smile, he said, sorry to disturb. I'll head back to my class now. Watching Qinghuai's retreating figure, Chen Fan put his hands on his hips. Is he scared or what? He's just being smart. Wang Gang, however, turned serious as he spoke to Jiangnan. Jiangnan, keep an eye on that guy from now on. A few years ago, he used to act recklessly just because of his family background. He specifically targeted clean, innocent-looking boys. He's tried every trick, intimidation, bribes, manipulation. Once he locks on, he won't let go. Then he glanced over at Zhou Qingze. You might not believe this, but I once heard he had plans to go after you too. Chapter 37 Old man, I've brought you a son-in-law. Zhou Qingze, meow. He pointed at himself, huh. It's true. Didn't we only meet in senior year? Back then, during sophomore year, I was in the same class as that guy. It was around that time he started all those ridiculous things. And you were his first target. I overheard two people talking to him one day after school, saying they'd been beaten up badly and didn't want to keep helping him. 2. Are you sure it was 2? Did you see their faces clearly? Zhou Yu frowned. He vaguely remembered beating those two pretty severely. Upon sudden awakening of spiritual source, even a beginner was stronger than non-awakened individuals. If those two were really connected to Qinghuai, then he'd make sure to break every bone in Qinghuai's body first. He lowered his eyes and checked the time on his phone, it was nearly time for class. I'll accept his friend request first. If those two bullies from back then are really linked to him, I'll drag him out and beat the hell out of him. Such an offhand comment made Zhou Qingze instantly tense up. His younger brother was strong, that was something he had known since childhood. When they were young, when their mother was still alive, many neighbors gossiped about them. Especially some brats who'd come right up to their faces and call them fatherless bastards. So he often saw his younger brother fighting with kids his age. Yes, there were injuries, but their mother never lost a single fight. The most legendary moment was during middle school, when he was lured out for a fight, and his brother followed. 1 versus 5. It was around that time in middle school when their mother passed into the spirit realm. Because the family was barely surviving, and their mother, being a healer-type meta, had been sent to assist in the spirit realm. They won the fight, but upon returning home, someone came to inform them their mother had died. For a long time afterward, both were listless and numb. But Zhou Yu quickly pulled himself together, sitting calmly across from his brother and saying, "Bro, I'm not going to school anymore." He went out to do manual labor, odd jobs of all kinds, anything that paid. Thanks to government subsidies, a small amount of savings left by their mother, and his younger brother's income, Zhou Qingze barely managed to continue his education. Countless nights, he carried immense guilt. He was the older brother, yet he could only watch his younger brother battle life on his behalf. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingze's expression softened for just a moment. He grabbed Zhou Yu's arm. "It's fine. Brother won't let him touch you. You focus on cultivating. Class is starting soon. Let's head back. Fate is truly meow mysterious." At this moment, Bai Yi stood before Cheng Huai, grinning broadly. "What a coincidence, bro Huai. We meet again. Get lost." Cheng Huai sat at his seat with a dark expression. "Ah, come on, I didn't run away on purpose, you know. Jiangnan threatened me to come back. He said if I didn't return to class, he'd see you in front of the whole school." Cheng Huai blinked. "You think I'm fucking stupid? Our attributes are clashing." "Oh." Bai Yi awkwardly scratched his toe. "Right, he'd forgotten about that. Speaking of, you're really persistent, huh? First you set your sights on Zhou Qingze, now you're after his younger brother. Trying to conquer both brothers." When Cheng Huai thought of Zhou Qingze, he did feel a bit regretful. But after seeing Zhou Yu, Zhou Qingze didn't seem so great anymore. "The two guys I arranged back then got randomly beaten up, and they came asking me for medical fees too. It was his first time attempting such a thing. Back then still young and reckless, he hadn't dared go too far. So he had no choice but to retreat. Yeah, I remember, one of them had a broken nose bone. If they come asking for money, you've got to take responsibility. I'm in a terrible mood right now. You better shut up." Bai Yi blinked innocently, covering his mouth while grinning sideways, giving a silent "okay" gesture. Actually, Bai Yi wasn't bad looking at all. A clean-cut handsome guy. But as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Though Bai Yi always seemed unserious on the outside, most of the wicked schemes were actually his ideas. Cheng Huai had indeed once had some secret interest in Bai Yi. But when they got to the hotel, he found out. Their attributes clashed again. Cheng Huai immediately covered his butt and cursed, running off in fury. "Hell no, I'm never gonna be the one getting saved." Although he knew full well that neither he nor Bai Yi were good people. Unlike himself, Bai Yi had never messed with others, his only problem was his twisted sexuality. They'd known each other for years, yet Cheng Huai had never once seen the guy in a relationship. "Huai bro, you know, if you're really feeling lonely, I could help you out." Bai Yi flipped through his book, speaking carelessly. "We're both top-type personalities. Absolutely impossible. I think you should try being the bottom for once. Honestly, it's not bad at all." "Shut up. I don't want to hear it." "Oh." Bai Yi glanced sidelong at Cheng Huai, lips curling upward faintly, as if lost in thought. "Wow, can you say what you said at the classroom door again? Just one more time. Am I finally approved? Do you think I can be your boyfriend now? Xiao Yu, say something, Xiao Yu. Just once more, please." Jiangnan chattered non-stop by Zhou Yu's ear, making him utterly helpless. He gripped Jiangnan's hand propped on his chair. "You're too noisy." Jiangnan blinked. "Then just answer my question with a yes or hm. He gently squeezed Zhou Yu's hand. "Can I be your boyfriend?" "That question, we'll talk about it later." "No, just say yes or hm. I don't want that answer." "Then will I become your boyfriend in the future?" Satisfied, Jiangnan burst into soft laughter. "Stop grinning like an idiot. Class is starting." "Got it." Perhaps love truly worked miracles. Jiangnan, who normally never paid attention, sat upright and alert, eyes shining brightly. It would have been perfect, if only he hadn't left one hand dangling off the desk. While pretending to listen, Jiangnan's mind wandered freely. In 2 more days, he could bring Zhou Yu back to downtown. How exactly should he announce this to his parents? Should he just kick the door open and yell, "Hey, old man. I brought you a son-in-law"? Right after class on Friday afternoon, his 2 older brothers would come pick him up. Then they'd pack up and leave immediately, blissful indeed. Chapter 38, Wang Gang gets finessed. After school. The group headed out for dinner as usual. This time, Chen Fan was treating. "I feel like my cultivation has been going really smoothly lately. I think I'm about to break through to level 3 of the first realm. I'm already at level 3. Jiangnan handed Zhou Yu a bite of food while responding. What? Already? Chen Fan slurped a mouthful of noodles. How about Qingze? Level 4. Wang Gang. In a few days, probably. I might reach level 4 too. Wang Gang wasn't entirely sure, he just sensed he was vaguely approaching the threshold. Geez. Seriously, you geniuses staying here are so demoralizing for us regular people. Little Yu seems to have reached level 2 already. What? Before Chen Fan could even react, Han Fuzhou was already stunned. No way. Isn't Little Yu only on his 3rd day here? 3 days and he's already broken through 1 level. And didn't we say Zhou Yu has dual abilities? Shouldn't that make cultivation even harder? Zhou Yu, addressed directly, chewed slowly and replied, I don't know. It feels fine to me. I just followed the teacher's method for absorbing spiritual energy, and after some time, I broke through. Dude. Insane. No wonder he's your brother, Qingze. Crazy impressive. Jiangnan pouted, wrapping an arm around Zhou Yu's neck. Nope, should be, no wonder Jiangnan's baby is amazing. True legend. Ew, gross. Chen Fan shot Jiangnan a look of utter disgust. Suddenly, a phone rang. Wang Gang grabbed a napkin, wiped his mouth, then picked up his phone. It's my mom. K. Instantly, the entire group fell silent. Hey mom, what's up? Yeah, I'm out having dinner with classmates. Have you eaten yet? Chen Fan and the others kept their heads down, eating quietly while exchanging glances. What? You and Dad are going back to the countryside? Right now? A week. Wang Gang shot up from his seat. Do you guys have a secret love child somewhere? Why tell me this only when you're leaving? Hello? Damn it, she hung up. Wang Gang's jaw twitched. Something felt seriously off. What did Auntie say? Zhou Qingze patted his shoulder and asked. I think, my parents must have had a kid behind my back. Su Zichen remarked, you suck at humanities, huh? If your parents actually had another kid, they'd just be your never-before-seen younger brother or sister. How is that a secret child? Huh. That does make sense. F***CK. They're both leaving. I'll die of boredom all alone. Wang Gang scratched his head furiously, extremely annoyed. Even if they had to go, couldn't just one leave? Why both? And why not wait until Sunday so he could go with them? Something was definitely suspicious. Jiangnan, aren't you going back to downtown this weekend? Why not take Wang Gang along? Now that you mention it, I've never been to downtown before. Wang Gang rubbed his hands together eagerly. Bro Nan. I wanna go too, Chen Fan chimed in. Piss off. I'm visiting my little sister, you two tagging along is creepy. Qingze lives alone now, right? Wang Gang, you can crash at his place. My place is kinda small. Then you go stay at Wang Gang's and keep him company. Decision made. We're doing this tonight. I protest. This isn't fun at all. Ugh, Qingze. Wang Gang blinked innocently, eyes shimmering with longing. The hell is that look, Wang Gang? Zhou Qingze shuddered, instinctively leaning back, only to forget there was nothing behind him. His body lost support and started falling backward. Luckily, Wang Gang quickly grabbed Zhou Qingze's hand and yanked him forward. Unfortunately, Zhou Qingze ended up flat on top of him. The impact knocked Wang Gang's back against the wall. Thus, the two ended up in a rather awkward position. Zhou Qingze braced his hands against Wang Gang's chest, utterly dazed. Damn it. Don't grope me. Wang Gang yelled, one hand still pressed against the wall. I didn't do anything. Zhou Qingze argued, then tried pushing himself up. But, was it deliberate clumsiness or sheer accident? Under the table, Jiangnan's foot subtly hooked Zhou Qingze's leg, causing him to collapse right back into Wang Gang's arms. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chen Fan silently pulled out his phone. Before he could even take a photo, Zhou Qingze quickly pulled away. The boss from the kitchen glanced over, whoa. This kid. Jiangnan. I'm gonna kill you. Hee, we're all brothers, what's wrong with a hug? Jiangnan raised his arm to block Zhou Qingze's attack, grinning like an idiot. Wang Gang, meanwhile, was still leaning against the wall, not quite recovered. He looked down at himself and thought silently, did my heart just skip a beat? Fuzhou Gige, I want a hug too. Chen Fan pinched his voice, making Su Zichen shudder in disgust. Before he could complain, Han Fuzhou smirked sideways. My little temptress, come here, I'll make your wish come true. With that, he spread his arms wide toward Chen Fan. Su Zichen. Now I've seen everything, literally had a knife scraped across my ass. Seeing that sideways smirk, Jiangnan suddenly remembered what Uncle Qinglong had said last time, and his expression turned serious on the spot. Fuzhou. No smirking. Huh. What's wrong? Only the Dragon King is allowed to smirk like that. If anyone else does it, something bad will happen. Bro Nan, have you been reading too many novels? Suddenly, Zhou Yu tapped his knuckle against the table. This is a public place. With Zhou Yu speaking up, Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze stopped fooling around and sat back down quietly to eat. Riding my beloved little scooter, it'll never. It's an electric bike. On the back seat, Zhou Yu wrapped his arms around Jiangnan's waist, resting his forehead against his back. Ah, well, I actually know how to ride motorcycles too. If you like, when we go back to downtown this time, I'll bring my second brothers out. Absolutely no need. Ha. Jiangnan relaxed his brows, smiling gently as he gazed at the passing scenery. Right now, I feel amazing. Whatever you want to do tonight, I think I'd agree to anything. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, then tightened his arms around Jiangnan's waist and whispered, anything? Glancing down at the hands around his waist, Jiangnan's smile widened, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. Yeah. Anything you ask, I'll agree to. 15 minutes later. Jiangnan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Zhou Yu buried in the crook of his neck. With one hand supporting Zhou Yu under the thighs, he effortlessly lifted him up and went to fetch a cup of water. What? All you wanted was a hug. Was it 'cause I didn't hug you during dinner? Humph. Don't tell me you're secretly trying to sniff me. You've got your head buried so deep. Then, Jiangnan got a smack on the back of his head. Ow. He yelped. Sorry. One more hit and I'll turn stupid. You're already stupid. Yeah, whatever my wifey says is right. Just get up a sec. I need some water, my throat's dry. Zhou Yu lifted his head, creating a bit of distance. But unfortunately, Jiangnan's eyes were blue at that very moment. Before he could react, Jiangnan had already set the cup aside, and seized the opportunity to lean in and kiss him. Oil successfully skimmed. Looking at Jiangnan's smug grin, Zhou Yu didn't curse or push him away like he usually would. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle, cupped Jiangnnan's face, and lowered his head again, deepening the kiss. Chapter 39, Zhou Qingze with a green head. After washing up, Jiangnan lay on the bed hugging Zhou Yu tightly, happily playing on his phone. He gently kissed the top of Zhou Yu's head with his thin lips. Mine. This is my wife. Suddenly, he started chuckling foolishly to himself. What's wrong with you? Zhou Yu turned around to face him, looking somewhat sleepy. You sleep, I won't disturb you, Jiangnan whispered. He muted his phone, plugged it in, then hugged Zhou Yu close, content and quickly drifting off to sleep. Drowsy and half asleep, he wasn't sure if it was real or just a dream. He dreamed about his father. Jiang Bai. Even in dreams I get to see you. That's rare, Jiangnan muttered. You seem to be living pretty well, Jiang Bai remarked, raising an eyebrow. Of course. I'm super comfortable now. Even if you beg me to return to the cultivation world, I wouldn't go back. Humph. Jiang Bai's lips twitched. You idiot, I sent you there to grow stronger, and instead you fell in love. So what? How old do you think I am? Can't I have a wife already? Jiangnan shot back, hands on hips. I remember Uncle Lin told me you got together with Jing Dad when you were just a teenager. I'm way later than you, okay? Jiang Bai. You dare talk back. Jiangnan immediately executed a sliding tackle. Let's settle this once and for all, father. Xiao Hua, watching from within the space, silently lit a candle for Jiangnan. Less than 3 seconds passed. Ow. Dad, I'm sorry. I was just joking, Dad. Jiangnan was lifted into the air by the scruff of his neck, legs kicking helplessly. It wasn't that Jiangnan was short. It was just that his dad was freakishly tall. Standing nearly 2 meters high. Jiang Bai raised his brow, looking utterly proud. Xiao Hua rubbed his eyes. Did the white tiger actually have such a silly side? In his mind, the white tiger should be cold, untouchable, decisive and merciless. If some system knew what he was thinking, it would solemnly say, bro, that was his past life. But Jiang Bai didn't tease him long, quickly setting Jiangnan back down. In your previous world, what happened? I intended to visit you, but as soon as I arrived, the local heavenly Dao came sobbing and sniveling to me. TSK. You beat up the heavenly Dao on day 2. Now your cultivation is suppressed, it's good you behave yourself. Jiangnan blinked innocently. Tiger father doesn't raise dog sons. I even slapped the heavenly Dao's face, don't tell me you're not proud. Get lost. Seeing you doing well, I can rest easy. Saying that, he transferred a portion of his white tiger power into Jiangnan's body. Just in case. Keep it for self-defense. Jiangnan felt as if his body were wrapped in a clear, refreshing stream, strange yet delightful. Whoa, Papa, did you come all this way just to give me a bath? Without hesitation, Jiang Bai responded with a sharp flick to his forehead. At Zhou Qingze's home. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Again and again, he recalled that sensation today. The closeness. HSS. No. Absolutely not. He slammed his palm hard onto the mattress and sat upright. There's no way I'm gay. I, Zhou Qingze, would rather jump from here and die right now than admit I'm queer. No, we're just brothers. This is perfectly normal. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to believe his own words. His younger brother was already bent, how could he turn gay too? Then their family line would end. Looks like he needed to spend more time with Zhou Yu. It must be Jiangnan and his younger brother who've influenced him. Becoming gay? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Wang Gang wasn't faring any better than Zhou Qingze. Naked, he turned on the bathroom heater. One hand braced against the wall, the other clutching his heart. F***ck, have I been affected by Jiangnan and Zhou Yu? Why would I react like this to normal bro stuff? Chen Fan and Fuzhou do this all the time too. Yeah, I must have just been influenced. Eyes slightly narrowed, droplets tracing down his firm back, outlining every muscle curve. His honey-toned skin shimmered faintly, fists clenched, veins popping on the back of his hands. The next day, when he met Zhou Qingze, the latter fled like a mouse seeing a cat. Dragging Zhou Yu along frantically. Leaving her completely bewildered. Huh? Did you two have a fight? Chen Fan came over with his hands behind his head, asking curiously. Wang Gang didn't know how to respond. He scratched his cheek with his index finger. Dunno. Not even during afternoon PE class, after they were given free time, did Wang Gang manage to exchange a single word with Zhou Qingze. Zhou Qingze stayed glued to Zhou Yu's side the entire time, only leaving briefly for the restroom, never more than an arm's length away. Suddenly, beside Zhou Yu, he saw, why won't he leave already? So annoying. I can't chat with that hot guy from class 2. Zhou Qingze. Hot guy from class 2. That guy from yesterday at the classroom door. Did anyone in Longsheng even come close to being as handsome as him? Well, except for his brother and Jiangnan. He frowned. I'm heading over to Jiangnan now. Zhou Yu's reply was so cold it felt oddly unnatural, anyone would think they just fought. He walked over to where Chen Fan and the others were, deliberately choosing the spot farthest from Wang Gang, sitting right next to Zhou Yu instead. Yet his gaze kept drifting back towards Zhou Yu. But he wasn't looking at her. He was reading the words floating beside her. Turns out his name is Bai Yi. Kinda unique. Way more pleasant to talk to than Zhou Qingze. That guy's such a clueless bro. But Bai Yi notices everything. Ask me out for dinner tonight. Should I say yes? Maybe I should play hard to get, reject him a few times first. If he asks again, then I'll go. At this moment, Zhou Yu was holding her phone, smiling sweetly as she chatted with Bai Yi. Yesterday after school, Zhou Qingze had barely greeted her before running off to eat with Jiangnan and the others. Didn't care about her at all. Then today, right after entering the classroom, that clean-cut handsome guy approached her and asked for her contact info. For reasons unknown even to herself, she had given it to him. They talked late into the night, and it had been really enjoyable. Jiangnan shifted his head leaning against Zhou Yu's shoulder, glancing over at Zhou Qingze's head. He whispered softly, is your brother's head turning green? Zhou Yu took a look too. No, he didn't dye his hair. The atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Wang Gang could no longer hold back. Qingze, there's something I want to tell you. Anger flaring, Zhou Qingze didn't even turn his head, his eyes remained fixed on Zhou Yu. Speak. His lips parted slightly, the two words coming out cold and stiff. Seeing his reaction, Wang Gang suddenly thought, maybe keeping quiet was better. Chapter 40 Zhou Qingze, am I actually going to get greenwashed? Chen Huai looked at Bai Yi's chat with Zhou Yu and asked in confusion, aren't you gay? Why are you being so flirtatious with Zhou Qingze's girlfriend? If I want to make a move on Zhou Yu, I need an entry point, right? Zhou Yu is a pretty good choice. With Jiangnan around, I've lost interest in that guy already. What about Zhou Qingze then? Bai Yi's eyes curved slightly, his smile carrying a teasing, seductive edge. Feels, not bad either. Could work as a substitute. Wow, suddenly I realize you're even worse than me. Hee hee. Anyway, they're just playthings. If I can't land those two, how about that Su Zichen guy? He seems pretty good too. On the playground, Su Zichen sneezed. The hell? Who's cursing me? Did class president catch a cold? Damn air dared make brother Zichen sick. Jiangnan. Go change the air for me. Chen Fan flipped his bangs dramatically, exuding overbearing dominance. Fuck off. Jiangnan flipped him the middle finger. By the way, I'm heading back downtown tomorrow. But when visiting my sister, I should bring a gift or something, any recommendations? Just get a silver bracelet. Seems like most people give those. Silver bracelet? Jiangnan scratched his head. Didn't his family own countless jewelry stores? Whatever, I'll decide later. It's my sister after all, I can give it any time. Zhou Yu hesitated slightly, would it be awkward if I go empty-handed? For a wealthy family like Jiangnan's, gifts from an ordinary person like him probably wouldn't impress anyone. Maybe I shouldn't go. It's fine. I already told my mom, and she said no need to bring anything, just meeting her is enough. Not only mom, but my dad and older brothers are quite interested in you too. Jiangnan grinned widely. When he'd texted his mom earlier about bringing someone home, he hinted that this person might very well become her future daughter-in-law husband. He'd expected his mom to protest since she'd originally gone through so much trouble coming down to South City. But surprisingly, she showed no resistance at all. Instead, she asked him for Zhou Yu's photo. So he sent her the video clip of Zhou Yu from last time in class. And sure enough, she was extremely satisfied. Absolutely thrilled. She urged him to bring Zhou Yu home immediately. He wasn't sure whether she'd already told Dad and the brothers yet. Suddenly, a chill swept over the area. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Qingze, who was emanating coldness like a walking air conditioner. After Jiangnan, the portable AC, now here came Zhou Qingze, the full-size central HVAC unit. What caused Zhou Qingze's icy aura? A single line next to Xia Yuro's name, is he asking me out on a date? Jiangnan noticed his reaction and curled his lips slightly. Last time with Gu Xian, thank goodness Xia Yuro wasn't around, otherwise Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro would already be in a cold war. Now, could it be that Xia Yuro and Bai Yi have something going on? Jiangnan silently asked, by the way, Xiaohua, what exactly is Zhou Qingze's second ability again? Mind reading. Jiangnan blinked. Though his white tiger eye allowed him to perceive everyone's emotions clearly, it couldn't decipher their actual thoughts. Take Zhou Qingze, he could sense the negative emotion stemmed from Xia Yuro, but had no idea what was going through his mind. He glanced up at Zhou Yu. The other boy's emotions remained calm and stable, extremely composed. Wang Gang suddenly stepped forward, grabbed one of Zhou Qingze's arms, slung it over his shoulder, and pulled him into a sideways hug, lifting him slightly off the ground. Fuck. Zhou Qingze had been completely focused on Xia Yuro. The moment his feet left the ground, he actually thought, damn it, he was flying. He clutched Wang Gang's collar. What the hell are you doing? I have something to tell you. If you've got something to say, just say it. Why are you hugging me? Chen Fan. Fu Zhou. Save me. Chen Fan turned his head back, unimpressed. Those two seem weird today, especially Qingze. Did he fight with his girlfriend? I noticed he keeps staring at Xia Yuro. Cold air is literally pouring out of him. Han Fuzhou poked at the ground. Once summer hits, let's carry Zhou Gu over and use him as an air conditioner. I think that's brilliant. Put me down. Gongzi. Zhou Qingze squirmed, trying to jump back to the ground. Seeing the commotion, Wang Gang sighed helplessly. Making sure to keep a good distance from others, he was finally put down. Why have you been avoiding me today? Zhou Qingze blinked, his lips twitching slightly as he took a small step back. Have I? I didn't even notice. Did I do something wrong? Why are you avoiding me? Could it be, because I touched your pecs? That would have been fine if left unmentioned, but the moment those words came out, Zhou Qingze's mind exploded. His hands, now behind his back, unconsciously clawed at the air. As if the sensation from that day still lingered on his fingertips. What? Wait, so you're avoiding me just because of that? Wang Gang, being the blunt one he was, had already gotten over it the night before, believing it was all just some temporary influence. We're brothers, right? Chen Fan and Fu Zhou do this kind of stuff all the time, and they're perfectly fine. It might have been our first time doing something so intimate, but you don't have to get so embarrassed about it. With that, he grabbed Zhou Qingze's hand and slammed it against his own chest. Go on. Touch. If you're not used to it, then keep touching until you are. Put some force into it. This isn't even anything. Zhou Qingze didn't know what to say anymore. But Wang Gang was strong, way stronger, and a full head taller than him. He struggled to pull his hand free, but it was useless. Wang Gang kept it firmly pressed against that rock-hard pectoral. Gongzi, let go. I won't avoid you anymore, okay? Just stop this. You promise. Fine, I promise I won't avoid you ever again. Only after saying that did Zhou Qingze finally regain control of his hand. There, wasn't that easy? For a second there, I thought I actually messed up with you. Wang Gang casually slung an arm around Zhou Qingze's shoulder like old times, and they walked back over to Jiangnan. What were you two doing? Chen Fan asked. Nobody found it strange that Wang Gang had just princess carried Zhou Qingze, they'd seen far weirder. After all, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou did it constantly. Jiangnan himself had hugged Zhou Yu more than once. Su Zichen, having watched Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou cling to each other daily, was long past surprise. Nothing much. Wang Gang plopped down cross-legged. Zhou Qingze sat beside him, expression heavy. Guys. I think I'm about to get greenwashed. The second the words left his mouth, Chen Fan and the others exchanged glances. Humph. Ha 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 ha. Watching Chen Fan laugh so hard he was nearly falling over, with Han Fuzhou hanging off his neck, Zhou Qingze froze in confusion. What's so funny? I'm serious. I think I'm really going to get greenwashed. Chapter 41 Mother Jiang, Zhou Yu is so gentle, I bet he wouldn't even say something nasty. We know. What, you guys are that unimpressed? Zhou Qingze glanced around at the group. Then Jiangnan was the first to wear an expression of shock. Whoa. He's gonna get green-ratted. Yeah. So terrifying, wait, no, so exciting. Zhou Qingze. I've had enough. Chen Fan said, before she cheats on you, why don't you just dump her first? But how did you find out? Zhou Qingze glanced behind him, then motioned sneakily with his fingers. Come here. Over here. The others leaned in close, ears pricked. I've awakened my second ability. Looking around, almost everyone except Jiangnan and Zhou Yu wore visible question marks on their faces. Qingze, are you dumb? We all saw your brother has dual affinities, but you. 1 in 10 billion chance, and both brothers hit it. Has the world gone crazy? 2 dual affinity geniuses on our side. After laughing, Chen Fan suddenly remembered his pink underwear with little Peppa Pig prints. He wondered if they were dry yet. Zhou Qingze smirked slyly. Why don't you bring over those pink Peppa Pig undies for us to see? Chen Fan. His smile froze, then he backflipped instinctively, hands clutching his butt. F***CK. Bro Zhou. Did you spy on me last night? Get real. Who'd waste time spying on you washing your damn underwear? But talking about underwear made Zhou Qingze feel a chill. Yesterday, his own underwear had run away from home. Blown completely away by the wind. Including his favorite bright red pair. The one his younger brother had bought him as a gift. Han Fuzhou pointed at Chen Fan, incredulous. Damn, Chen Fan. You're actually this extra. Wearing pink underwear. So what? Everyone's got their hobbies. I still have photos of you wearing. Shut up. That was just punishment for losing a bet, not something I did willingly. Zhou Qingze stared at the word next to Han Fuzhou. Erotic. He blinked. Suddenly, his mind conjured an image of Han Fuzhou, a huge, burly man, wearing that. Ah. My eyes. Listen to me. Zhou Qingze massaged his temples. My second ability is mind reading. It's different from Zhou Yu's, not entirely combat focused. Chen Fan, really? Oh. Zhou Qingze, really oh. I'm only telling you because we've been brothers in arms for so long. Keep it quiet, okay? K. Our lips are sealed. Han Fuzhou said, come on, bro Zhou, read my mind right now. See what I'm thinking. In his mind, he imagined pinning Chen Fan to the ground and delivering some fatherly discipline. Zhou Qingze curled his toes inside his shoes. Yeah. You're pinning Xiao Fan down. Then, pulling down his pants. Chen Fan instantly clenched his backdoor. F***CK. Han Fuzhou. I trusted you as a brother. You're lusting after my ass. Right after he yelled, Zhou Qingze calmly delivered the next line, and then slapping his ass repeatedly. Chen Fan. Eat this kick. Chen Fan leaped up and kicked toward Han Fuzhou's rear. Holy sh**T. Han Fuzhou dodged behind him and wrapped his arms around, locking Chen Fan in a bear hug. Bro Zhou, you're scarily accurate. Han Fuzhou, let go of me. If you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Shut up, you midget. Midget your mom. You're only 3 centimeters taller than me. That's still taller than you. The others paid no mind, this kind of nonsense was nothing new. These two had never been serious for a single day. That evening, Jiangnan had just finished washing up when his mother called him via video chat. His mother's surname was Jing, her name Jing Yi. When the call connected, there was a woman on screen who looked about 40, well-preserved, showing no signs of aging. Her every gesture exuded grace and refinement. Her voice was soft and warm, especially when speaking to Jiangnan. Anan, your brother has already set off. She cradled a baby wrapped in a blanket, a sleeping infant in her arms. So early? When he heard you were coming back, little Jean was over the moon. It's been about a year or 2 since you last saw each other, hasn't it? The Xiao Zhan mentioned by Mother Jiang was his childhood best friend, full name Yu Zhan, someone he'd practically grown up wearing the same pair of pants with. The original host had gone to South City back in high school. As for his relationship with Xia Yuro, back then, the original host suddenly got some wild idea and embarked on an impromptu trip, running all the way to South City. Who knows what possessed him? It was almost as if something had been guiding him there. And on his very first day there, his phone got stolen. His wallet too. He lost everything. Not a single penny left. Good grief. So, just like in those novels. The original host ended up homeless on the streets, and that's when Xia Yuro found him. Then, she treated him to a bowl of noodles, and lent him her phone to call home. He was moved to tears. Yeah, and just like that, he fell for her, out of nowhere. He'd been touched by this girl's kindness. Ultimately, it felt like fate pulling the strings. I mean, come on, he was supposed to be the young master of the #1 richest family in the magic capital. How could he possibly be this clueless? Honestly, Jiangnan still wasn't sure whether this world was a novel or just an actual planet. If you said it was a book, it didn't quite match how novels usually went. But if you said it wasn't, well, he clearly could still act stupid as hell. You don't need to go to class tomorrow. Pack your things, your brother will arrive at 10. Okay, I'll ask my homeroom teacher for leave later. Jiangnan replied. Just then, Zhou Yu, dressed entirely in black, walked past from behind the sofa, rather eye-catching. Mother Jiang noticed him immediately. Ah, Nan, is that boy in black your future son-in-law? Bring him over, let me meet him. Yeah, okay. Zhou Yu picked up a water glass from the table and poured himself a drink. Baby, come here. My mom wants to meet you. He sat down beside Jiangnan with the cup in hand. Jiangnan slung an arm around his neck and cheek rubbed against him affectionately. Mom, look, handsome, right? On the other end of the screen, Zhou Yu politely greeted the middle-aged woman, hello, auntie. When Jingyi saw Zhou Yu, her very first thought was, this must be my future daughter-in-law's husband. Smiling warmly, she said, hello, Xiao Yu. Looking at Jiangnan, grinning widely like an idiot, she could tell her son was truly head over heels. Xiao Yu looks like such a gentle boy. I bet he wouldn't even say something harsh or mean. Nan, you should take good care of him. Jiangnan, still grinning like a fool, suddenly froze. Gentle? Wouldn't say anything mean. Zhou Yu gave an awkward smile too. Noticing the way Zhou Yu held the cup, Jingyi added, look at Xiao Yu's slender arms and legs, he probably doesn't have much strength at all. Nan, when it comes to loving someone, don't hold back. Jiangnan. Right. Slender arms. Thin legs. Not much strength. Almost crushed his hand into fractures earlier. Yeah, far too frail. Chapter 42 Jiangnan, I'm not your old Odo-Do anymore. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? He went to old Yu's place. Oh, and this Sunday is Xiao Zhan's 19th birthday. You go over with Xiao Yu and celebrate together. Okay. They chatted about various other things with Jingyi before finally hanging up. Zhou Yu was lying on the sofa, a cushion behind his back. Jiangnan was curled in his arms, hugging him like a bear refusing to let go. I don't have class tomorrow, I took leave from old Zhang. Can sleep in a bit longer. Zhou Yu cupped Jiangnan's face and started pinching it gently. Who's this Xiao Zhan your mom mentioned? My childhood best friend. Before moving to South City, he was the one I got along with the most. Zhou Yu nodded, still kneading Jiangnan's cheeks while replaying Jingyi's words in his mind. He bit his lower lip, a slight upward curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. It felt kind of hard to keep a straight face. What's wrong? Little you who can't even throw shade. Jiangnan teased. Shut up. Jiangnan shrugged indifferently, burying his nose into Zhou Yu's neck. Let's just sleep like this. He closed his eyes, but his eyelashes trembled faintly. He'd always been someone who followed his whims, neither particularly good nor bad. Just as he'd said, his initial interest in Zhou Yu had merely been driven by novelty. Kissing him. Touching him. Even asking Uncle Qinglong for the essence of lightning. All of it gave him a sense of satisfaction, rebuilding someone broken, piece by piece. After all, who doesn't love beautiful things? The night he brought Zhou Yu home, the thought of possession had already taken root. He wanted to mold him into his ideal image, bind him tightly by his side. But he realized he couldn't do it. Whenever he actually faced Zhou Yu, all he wished for was his happiness, longed to see him thriving. Whether it was love at first sight or lust born from desire. Jiangnan wouldn't deny, he was indeed a little twisted. He craved dependency, wanted Zhou Yu to come to him first for everything. When Zhou Yu walked out that night after talking with Cheng Huai, so calm and composed, Jiangnan had truly felt a moment of panic. What he wanted now went beyond physical intimacy. He wanted control, over Zhou Yu's actions, his thoughts, his very soul. He drew in a deep breath. The next morning, Jiangnan stretched lazily, feeling like an adorable little tiger. Zhou Yu's hand still rested on his forehead, showing no signs of waking. Jiangnan blinked, then grasped Zhou Yu's wrist from his forehead, bringing it close to sniff contentedly at his palm. Then, without warning, dove right back into his chest. Cough. Huh. Zhou Yu struggled to open one eye, voice hoarse, what? Why does your voice sound like that? Noticing the change, Jiangnan looked up, glancing at Zhou Yu's neck. It's nothing, just a little sore. Stirred wide awake by Jiangnan, Zhou Yu pushed himself up from the sofa, cradling Jiangnan's head against him for a few moments. He seemed slightly annoyed. Fist clenched, he lightly punched Jiangnan's back a few times. This guy really grew the hell up. It's 7:30 now. My brother will be back in 2.5 hours. Let's clean up first. Sure. Zhou Yu dragged out the word, slowly crawling off the sofa. He grabbed his water cup, yesterday's leftover water still inside. But he didn't care. Downed it all in one gulp. You go pack up. I want to take a shower first. Alright. Zhou Yu glanced toward the bathroom door, then added casually, I could wash you too, you know. Get lost. If I really left, where else would you find such a great boyfriend? Zhou Yu didn't reply. The shower turned on, water gushing inside. Jiangnan chuckled softly, picked up his backpack, and started packing. It was only for 2 days, neither of them were fussy. No need for suitcases. Just a few changes of clothes. As he was busy sorting things out, a knock came at the door. Already? He strolled over leisurely, opened the door just a crack, and instantly saw 2 familiar faces. Well, familiar to the original body, at least. They resembled his 2 elder brothers from the cultivation world somewhat, though only vaguely. Bang! Jiangshi lifted his foot and kicked hard against the door. Jiangnan frowned, gripping the edge firmly. This time, the door didn't budge. Hey brat, open up. Xiaoxi, we haven't seen each other for so long, don't be so aggressive. Eldest brother Jiang Dong grabbed Jiangxi's arm, trying to hold him back. Tisk. Jiangnan abruptly swung the door wide open, the violent impact startling Jiang Dong. You come banging on my door this early in the morning, still cranky from waking up. The moment Jiangxi saw Jiangnan, he threw a punch. But Jiangnan sidestepped easily, caught his arm, twisted it behind his back, and slammed him against the door. Are you out of your mind? How old do you think I am, still hitting me? Jiang Dong really didn't know what to say. These 2 younger brothers had been fighting like this since they were kids. He'd thought that after 2 years apart, things might have changed. Apparently not. The second they met again, fists started flying. Jiangxi gritted his teeth, struggling, let me go. You're just weaker than me, that's all. Jiangnan glanced at Jiang Dong. Big brother, why don't you go sit down first? Me and second brother here need to properly reconnect, catch up on 2 years of lost bonding time. Jiang Dong opened his mouth to speak, but Jiangnan cut him off with a look. Helpless, he walked inside. Jiangxi thrashed fiercely, surprised by how strong his younger brother had become. He couldn't budge at all. Backlit by the light from the hallway, Jiangnan's lips curled into a faint smirk. Second brother, how does that saying go again? East Bank for 30 years, West Bank for 30 more, never underestimate a young man in hardship. I'm not your little Odo-do anymore. Jiangxi sneered in return. Oh, my foolish Odo-do. I think you owe me an explanation today. You clearly said you were leaving to chase after your beloved. Now you're coming back planning to bring a man home. Are you trying to shame the Jiang family? Inside the bathroom, the water had stopped running. Zhou Yu, already dressed, reached for the door, but froze when he heard those words outside. Ha, can't a person change their heart? The one I'm bringing back is my beloved. Jiang Dong suddenly spoke up, Xiaoxi, love is free these days. Shut up. Who asked you? Jiangnan frowned, released Jiangxi's arm, and slammed the door shut again. Jiang Dong nervously clutched the edge of the sofa, silent once more. Jiangnan couldn't help but feel baffled. Wasn't Jiang Dong supposed to be the eldest brother? Why was he letting his younger sibling treat him like this? You can treat me however you want, that's fine, I'm the younger brother, I won't argue. But what has big brother ever done to deserve this? Chapter 43 Coward in Love. It was better not to mention it. At the very mention, Jiangxi shot a sharp glare at Jiang Dong. But in the end, he said nothing. Jiang Dong, on the other hand, kept his head down. If you didn't know better, you'd think Jiangxi was the older brother. Seems something interesting must have happened during these past 2 years. Where's that guy? Hiding. Now free from restraint, Jiangxi strode into Jiangnan's bedroom and circled around. He checked the wardrobe, underneath the bed. No one. Jiangnan crossed his arms. What do you want? Tisk, Mom told us he's just a frail little boy, slender limbs, overly gentle. I wanted to see if you'd really been bewitched. He continued walking, eyeing the closed bathroom door. In here. Before he could reach for it himself, Zhou Yu had already opened the door. A towel hung around his neck, hair damp at the tips. His eyes were dark as ink, lips slightly pressed together. His faintly furrowed brows showed mild confusion at the group crowding the bathroom entrance. Seeing Zhou Yu step out, Jiangnan moved to stand before him. Mom has already met Xiao Yu and likes him. Do you really want to make her sad? So what if Mom agrees? I don't. As a member of the Jiang family, you're disgracing our name. Break it off with him now, come back with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough. Second brother, who I love is my own choice. If you insist, then I won't return to the Jiang family. You can leave. I'm staying. Jiangnan grasped Zhou Yu's hand and pushed past the 2 brothers. But just as Jiangnan took a few steps forward, Jiangxi suddenly clenched his fist, charging it with spiritual energy and swinging it toward Jiangnan's head. Jiangdong's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected Jiangxi to suddenly fly into such a rage, to strike his own younger brother so viciously. Jiangnan certainly noticed the movement. But he couldn't be bothered to turn around. I've got backup behind me, bro. At the exact moment Jiangxi's fist came down, Zhou Yu reached out and caught his wrist. Zhou Yu met Jiangxi's gaze, brows slightly knitted, though clearly reluctant to fight. Please don't. Jiangxi spat a curse, puppy. Zhou Yu's words choked in his throat, the polite phrasing retreated unsaid. His expression shifted. Suddenly, he thought, he didn't need to be polite anymore. In one swift motion, he stepped forward. Jiangxi involuntarily backed up. Then, Zhou Yu slammed a punch straight into Jiangxi's right cheek. Pardon me. After saying that, he shook his hand, the crackling blue lightning flared over his fist. Another punch landed on the left cheek. Symmetrical. Jiangxi was completely overwhelmed. His ability wasn't suited for close combat at all. As Zhou Yu raised his electric-charged fist once more, Jiangxi activated his power. Buzz. Just 1 second. Not only Zhou Yu, but even Jiangdong's pupils grew unfocused. Jiangdong covered his ears, scrambling back from the bathroom door. Xiao Nan, cover his ears, quick. Only after shouting this did he realize. Wait. Why wasn't Jiangnan affected? Zhou Yu felt as if 1,000 noisy markets were amplified and echoing inside his skull. Suddenly, Jiangxi wiped his face and raised his hand. Jiangnan seemed to realize something. Jiangxi was going to create a sonic boom. Damn you, mutt. Who gave you the guts to lay a hand on me? One hit like this and you'll lose your eardrums. Zhou Yu touched his temple. Then let's see whose ears get shattered first, or whose arm I break first. Xiao Yu. Come here. Don't go head-to-head with him. Jiangnan rushed forward to pull Zhou Yu away, but was shrugged off. This guy. Nowhere near the level of my brother. The space trembled faintly. Jiangxi's movements slowed drastically. Zhou Yu's face turned pale, yet he smiled. Even if this drained every drop of spiritual energy within him, it didn't matter. He only needed a few seconds. He grabbed Jiangxi by the collar, punching without mercy. Driven by sheer physical ferocity, each strike landed harder than the last. I don't believe just anyone has the right to call me puppy. You, someone like you, is truly tarnishing your Jiang family name. To have a son like you, Aunt must be heartbroken. With space under speed restriction, Jiangxi could barely resist. Another punch landed on Jiangxi's nose. Zhou Yu's body was already trembling slightly, and a drop of sweat slid from his chin onto Jiangxi's face. Damn it, someone who'd actually strike their own brother, you don't deserve to be called an older brother. Host, stop him quick, he's completely drained his spiritual source. Aw crap. Had been too busy enjoying watching his future wife beat the hell out of people, forgot he was only at the first realm, second stage. It hadn't even been half a minute, yet Zhou Yu's lips had turned deathly pale, utterly bloodless. Frowning, Jiangnan pulled him back into his arms. A faint white glow emanated from his body as he lifted the spatial speed restriction. Little Hua's thoughtful P.S., this white light can only be seen by the host. Rating, crappy special effect. Glancing at Jiangxi lying on the floor, Jiangnan thought he was even more absurd than his father. Getting beaten up. He deserved it. Sure, Jiangxi's cultivation had been suppressed, but what did that have to do with him being the white tiger? The partial power of the white tiger his dad had given him before was pure overpowered assistance. Effectively like a cheat code that relaxed his cultivation limits. Some previously restricted techniques could now be used again. Secretly activating a spell, Jiangnan put Jiangxi to sleep. In Jiangdong's eyes, it looked like both sides were badly hurt, Jiangxi had just fainted. As for why Jiangdong didn't dare intervene, Jiangnan understood. His eldest brother wasn't a cultivator. His future lay in simply taking over the family business. Given how Jiangxi had just ruthlessly thrown a spiritual energy punch at his head, if Jiangdong had stepped in, he'd probably have lost half his life. Brother, carry second brother outside. Alright. With Jiangxi no longer causing trouble, they finally had the chance to sit down and talk. Zhou Yu was cradled in Jiangnan's arms as Jiangnan used a cultivation world technique to transfer spiritual energy into him, replenishing his source. Jiangdong laid Jiangxi gently on the sofa, fingers interlaced, head lowered. Big brother, why did second brother suddenly become like this? From the original owner's memories, although second brother used to fight with him often, they were always normal sparring matches, controlled, stopping just in time. Nothing like today, where he seemed possessed. It's my fault. Jiangdong sighed, his gaze toward Jiangxi filled with guilt. Did something happen while I was away from the Jiang family? Yeah. Jiangdong nodded. There was no need to hide anything from Jiangnan. Do you remember Yizi? The girl second brother secretly liked for 5 years. Yes. What happened, did she date someone else and second brother get traumatized? No, Jiangdong shook his head. She died. She died? What does that have to do with you, did you kill her? That was obviously a joke. With his elder brother's straightforward nature, if he really had killed someone, he'd probably have turned himself in by now. She did start dating someone else, but that alone wouldn't have driven him this far. Jiangdong's expression turned complicated. You felt how much he hates homosexuals just now, right? Yeah, definitely a bit. During college, Yizi dated a boy. A clean-faced, slender-limbed guy with a soft, delicate voice. Back then, Xiaoxi didn't dare disturb her, so he stayed in silent admiration. At the time, you just left downtown not long ago. I was in my senior year, used to go out for walks on Sundays. One day, passing over a bridge, I saw her standing there all alone. When she turned around, she was crying uncontrollably. I sent Xiaoxi her location and told him to come. Afterward, she told me everything about what happened between her and that guy. During their relationship, he kept asking her for money, deceiving her with sweet talk, always saying his mother was sick, or his sister's birthday was coming up. Later, she caught him going to a hotel room with another man. When she confronted him, instead of feeling ashamed, he casually admitted he was gay, and had only dated her for money. The girl couldn't bear it, she wanted to jump into the river. Jiangnan pondered. But you messaged second brother, right? Didn't he make it in time? Jiangdong recalled the past, letting out a bitter laugh. I talked with her for a long time. Then Xiaoxi arrived. In the moment I turned my head, she jumped straight down. I still feel guilty. If I hadn't turned around, I might have grabbed her hand. Afterward, he looked into the whole story and learned the truth behind Yizi's suicide. Jiangnan's mouth twitched. So from second brother's point of view, he just arrived to see the girl he loved jump into the river, and his own older brother failed to save her in time. Is that why you're being so submissive in front of him now? Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Jiangdong, who had been keeping his head down, looked up abruptly to see Jiangnan delivering hard slaps across Jiangxi's face. This isn't your fault at all, why are you taking all the blame upon yourself? He was simply too timid, too cowardly to ever express his feelings clearly. And now that things went wrong, he shifts the blame onto his own elder brother. How impressive. After hearing this, Zhou Yu calmly offered a few remarks. Compared to Jiangnan, these two brothers really couldn't be more different in how they handled emotions. Chapter 44 Jiangnan, Big Bro, are you straight? I told you to blame Big Bro, I told you to blame Big Bro. Jiangnan kept slapping his second brother's face while muttering under his breath. If what Big Brother said was true, he could understand why the second brother hated homosexuals. But above all else, he had no right to blame Big Brother for Yizi's death. What baffled him most was that his own big brother actually took this humiliation without resistance. Does Mom know about this? Could it be that second brother has been secretly obsessed for so long without telling our parents? Jiangdong's eyes flickered slightly. You know what? Mom really doesn't know. I originally came alone to pick you up, but Xiaoxi overheard Mom saying you were dating a boy, so he insisted on coming along. Sorry, Xiaonan. I couldn't stop him. Seeing Jiangdong constantly apologizing, saying sorry every other word, Jiangnan felt a deep discomfort in his heart. Big brother. You're the eldest among us brothers, why are you acting so meek toward us? You're supposed to be the future heir of the Jiang family. If you keep acting like this, not only would father be disappointed, I am disappointed in you too. Great fathers don't raise weak sons. Especially for someone from a family like ours, you should understand this even more. Xiaonan, let me tell you something from my heart, I never wanted to be the heir of our family. Jiangdong's eyes dimmed. Being born into this kind of family, unable to become a Ling practitioner, this isn't what I wanted. All these family conflicts, the struggles between noble families, I don't want to sink myself into them. I'd rather live as an ordinary person, free and unrestrained. Jiangnan listened carefully. Inwardly, he thought, so Big Brother has no ambition after all. Other people would fight tooth and nail for his position. Don't tell Mom and Dad what I just said. Honestly, if possible, I hope you can become the family heir instead. Huh? No thanks. Jiangnan waved his hand disdainfully. That role is way too much trouble. I'm not interested at all. His eyes suddenly lit up as an idea struck him. Now that we have a little sister, why don't we train her according to the standards of a family heir? Then the three of us brothers can go out doing whatever we want, and she can clean up our messes afterward. Sounds perfect, right? Meanwhile, the baby wrapped in their mother's arms had no idea her fate had already been decided by her third brother. By the way, what's the little sister's name? Has it been chosen yet? Jiang Bei. Alright, not Jiang Bei, but Jiang Bei. Do Dad and Mom seriously have some kind of grudge against the four directions, east, west, north, south? Jiangnan asked sincerely, looking at his big brother. But then he heard his brother whisper softly, Jiang Xiaobai. Their eyes met, both blinked twice, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jiang Xiaobai. That's what Mom used to call Dad. Have you packed everything? Let's leave before Xiaoxi wakes up. Yeah, almost done. But didn't Mom say you wouldn't arrive until 10? Why are you here so early? Xiaoxi pushed the accelerator to the floor. Ah, got it. I was driving most of last night, but he said it was too slow, so he took over the rest of the drive. Zhou Yu's mouth twitched violently, just how desperate was Jiangnan's second brother. Good thing he got punched earlier, at least he'd calmed down now. Alright, let's head out. Jiangnan went back to the bedroom, grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and smiled at Jiang Dong. 10 minutes later. They were all seated inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yu sat in the back row, awkwardly curling his toes against the shoe sole. Did they really need to drive such a luxurious car just to pick someone up? It was his first time ever riding in one of these. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was stuffed in the trunk. Well. Jiangnan had tied him up tightly with rope and gagged his mouth, just in case he woke up midway and started going crazy again. Youth has no price, my brother got kidnapped by me. Let me see what tasty stuff we've got here. In the driver's seat, Jiang Dong sighed helplessly at Jiangnan, who was stretching his hand forward restlessly. That's chewing gum. So chewing gum isn't edible. Go ahead and eat it. Suddenly, I don't feel like eating it anymore. He casually crossed one leg over the other, glancing at Zhou Yu sitting beside him, separated slightly by the central console divider. Come sit next to me. Zhou Yu glanced nervously at Jiang Dong driving up front, then back at Jiangnan. His expression seemed to ask, "You're serious?" Jiangnan looked at the center console and frowned. Big brother, why did you bring such an ordinary car? This is already the most basic car we have at home. Zhou Yu. Is it poverty that's limiting my imagination? Rolls-Royce Phantom. Basic. This must be how the rich talk. So damn cool. Jiangnan patted Zhou Yu's hand back. Once you get your driver's license, I'll give you one too. Then he tossed a ridiculously flirtatious wink, and if it's for your dowry, you can have as many as you want. Cough cough. Xiao Nan. Jiang Dong caught sight of his younger brother's provocative look through the rearview mirror and spoke up to remind him. You're still too young. It's not time to talk about marriage yet. Now that you mention it, counting the years, big brother has been out of college for 2 years already, haven't even had a girlfriend, let alone talked about marriage. Jiangnan scratched his chin, Mengren's face appearing in his mind. As far as he knew, Sister Tang didn't have a boyfriend. She was really good-looking, kind-hearted, and seemed about the same age as his big brother. After careful consideration, he asked, Big brother, are you straight? Jiang Dong froze for a second, then his face suddenly turned bright red. What kind of question is that? Of course I'm straight. Then do you want a wife or not? Just say the word, and I'll deliver one right to you. Xiao Nan, we can't go around forcing people into relationships like that. Do you take me for someone like that? For a moment, Jiang Dong had no reply. If he hadn't just seen Jiangnan grinning creepily while tying up Jiangxi with rope, he might have thought his little brother was asking seriously. Zhou Yu rested his index finger against his lips, listening to the two brothers' conversation with growing amusement. Not bad. This was actually pretty entertaining. Chapter 45 Tiger Roar. Meow. 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The Jiang family estate, Magic City. Returning to this familiar place from his original body's memories, even Jiangnan felt a slight sense of warmth. Holy crap, this place is freaking awesome. Jiang Dong. Mom's already waiting. Let's go in. Handing the car keys to the security personnel, Jiang Dong led Jiangnan and Zhou Yu inside. This was a private estate, sprawling and vast. Especially striking were the golden patterns embedded into the main gate. So freaking authoritative, so brimming with overlord aura. It particularly echoed the king mark in the center of their true form's foreheads. Jiangnan couldn't help but feel an urge to let out a tiger roar. Then. Meow. Jiang Dong pinched the bridge of his nose. 7 is still inside, not playing in the courtyard. 7 was the ragdoll cat Jiangnan had raised before. After moving to Southern City later on, he'd worried the cat wouldn't adapt well to living with him, so he left it behind as company for Zhang's mother. Oh. Zhou Yu looked back and forth between the two, then glanced behind them. Was something missing? Whatever. Not important. Just stepping into the hall, Madame Jiang and Jin Feng, along with several others, had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing her son, Jingyi handed the baby in her arms to Wu Ma beside her and stood up to greet the three. 7 was sprawled lazily on the sofa, tail swaying gently, looking thoroughly content. Young master, let me take your bag. Dressed in a tuxedo, Jin Feng moved with perfect etiquette, bowing slightly as he reached for the backpack on Jiangnan's shoulder. 2 years apart and you've gotten even more handsome, Uncle Jin. Jiangnan didn't hesitate, he shrugged the bag off and tossed it over. Put it in the room I used to sleep in. Jin Feng nodded, glanced at Zhou Yu, then asked Jiangnan, shall I arrange an extra room? Never mind. Just clean my old room thoroughly, replace all bedding and sheets, and bring in an extra pillow. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. After Jin Feng stepped away, Madame Jiang had already taken Zhou Yu's hand, fussing over him with warm concern. Xiao Yu, traveling all this way with Nan must have been tiring. Are you getting along well with his 2 elder brothers? At the mention of 2 elder brothers, Madame Jiang suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh. Where's Xiaoxi? He's not here. Jiang Dong and Jiangnan blinked, turning their heads. Behind them, no one. Not even a feather. In perfect brotherly sync, they turned back around. Jiangnan winked exaggeratedly. Was he still in the trunk? Jiangdong hesitated for a second, then gave a slight nod. Seems like it. Cough. Mom, just remembered I left something in the car. You chat with Zhou Yu for a bit first. With that, Jiangnan dashed off in a flash. I'll go open the door for Xiaonan too, Jiangdong added, following right behind. Jiangnan ran while shouting, Big bro, why didn't you tell me second brother was still in the trunk? Sorry, I forgot. Slow down, seriously. After all, Jiangdong was still an ordinary person, physically no match for Jiangnan, who was a spirit being. Jiangnan saw how things stood, no hesitation, slung his big brother over his shoulder and sprinted. All Jiangdong felt was wind rushing past his head. Watching Jiangnan's feet blur nearly into afterimages, he couldn't help but muse. Mom, I can fly now. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was writhing inside the trunk. His mouth tightly gagged, he struggled desperately to make noise. But the car's sound insulation was too good. Outside, not a single sound got through. Jiangxi's mind was utterly blank. He had no idea if he'd been kidnapped or not. Judging by the surroundings, it seemed like he was inside the same car they'd driven to Southern City. But if this car was still under his big brother's control, why was he tied up in the trunk? His big brother would never allow such a thing. His memory only stretched to being knocked unconscious by Zhou Yu, then waking up bound. What the hell happened during the time he was out? Click. The trunk popped open, revealing two familiar faces. His big brother and third brother. MMPH. MMPH. At the sight of them, Jiangxi instantly became emotional. Jiangdong quickly pulled the rag from his mouth, then began untying the ropes. Seeing the twisted shape Jiangxi had contorted into, Xiaohua gave his evaluation. Looks like a pretzel. You're really hungry. Meow meow meow. Big brother, who tied me up? Where are we now? At the Jiang estate. And let me add, it was your incredibly charming, heroic, elegant, handsome, and exceptionally graceful younger brother who personally tied you up. Jiangnan didn't even try to hide it, grinning as he pointed at himself. He looked exactly like someone begging for praise. Jiangdong helped Jiangxi out of the car, utterly speechless. Seeing Jiangxi glare at him, Jiangnan wasn't bothered in the slightest. What? Big bro, wanna try fighting me? You couldn't even beat my boyfriend, who's only just started cultivating. What makes you think you stand a chance against me? At the mention of Zhou Yu, Jiangxi finally put things together. That spatial lock, wasn't that a spatial type ability? And then there was the lightning. Dual abilities? He frowned. Geniuses with dual abilities were extremely rare, and sought after by every major faction. It was understandable that his younger brother wanted to bring someone like that close. But not as a lover. Jiangnan, that guy's a genius with dual abilities, I get why you're interested. But I will never accept him as your partner. As long as I, Jiangxi, am still here, I won't allow him through the gates of our Jiang family. Where is that kid? Did you bring him with you? Jiangnan clenched his fist, mockingly raising his hands. Ready to punch Jiangxi right on the, chin. Jiangdong held one brother in each hand, scolding like an anxious mother. We're home already, why keep arguing about this? Enough, enough. Xiaonan, come back inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu sat side by side with Madame Jiang on the sofa. Madame Jiang cradled Jiang Bei in her arms, smiling at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, look, this is Nan's little sister. Isn't she adorable? In Zhou Yu's lap, Seven rubbed around affectionately. Stroking Seven's head, Zhou Yu chuckled, she's lovely. When she grows up, she'll definitely be as beautiful as you, auntie. Huh, you sweet talker. Come on, Xiao Bei, say hello to brother Zhou Yu. Children are naturally spirited, especially those pairs of innocent, bright eyes full of liveliness. Xiao Bei waved her tiny hands in the air. Zhou Yu offered his pinky finger, which she immediately grabbed. The baby's cheerful giggles lit up the room, making Zhou Yu smile softly. His white, even teeth shone gently, his gaze tender, completely different from the tension he'd shown upon arrival. He was truly relaxed now. In his lap, Seven rhythmically kneaded his thighs, purring contentedly. When Jiangdong walked in, guiding one younger brother under each arm, he was met with this warm and peaceful scene. Chapter 46, 7, Who Spreads Affection Equally. Mom, we're back. Jiangnan set his sights on Zhou Yu and rushed over like a hungry pup. It's been 9 minutes and 16 seconds since I last saw you, I missed you so much. This sudden lunge startled Seven. With a loud meow, it shot up like a spring and leapt off the sofa. Its tail stood stiffly upright, back arched, teeth bared every now and then in alarm. But when it got a good look at Jiangnan's face, its expression visibly froze for a moment. Hiss. Why does this person look so familiar? Jiangnan plopped down beside Zhou Yu and patted his thigh. Seven, come here. The familiar voice. The familiar gesture. It's definitely my master. Meow meow. It jumped onto Jiangnan's lap but glanced back at Zhou Yu, then decided to sprawl half on each of them. This cat treats everyone equally. He's gotten quite a bit chubbier. Housekeeper Wu smiled. Well, of course. I've been feeding him properly every day. As for Jiang Shi, he had stood there the entire time, glaring daggers at Zhou Yu. But Jiang Mu had already picked up Jiang Bei and started chatting with Jiangnan, completely oblivious. Zhou Yu casually glanced up at him, not even bothering to acknowledge his hostility. I haven't even sat down yet, and you, a complete outsider, are already lounging around like you own the place. Do you have any idea how expensive our sofa is? With that cheap stench all over you, if you dirty it, do you think you could afford to replace it? Short, sharp, and dripping with contempt, Jiang Shi's sneer made his disdain for Zhou Yu crystal clear. Yet Zhou Yu didn't rush to retort. Because truthfully, Jiang Shi wasn't wrong, he had grown up poor. When someone spoke the truth, what reason did he have to get angry? Well then, esteemed second young master Jiang, you who reeks of wealth and privilege, how exactly did you end up losing to someone like me, who reeks of poverty? Your mother must have invested plenty into raising you, right? Instead of standing here spewing sarcasm, why not use the time to actually improve yourself? Zhou Yu smiled gently, as if genuinely offering advice. Then he opened his mouth again, this time silently. By lip reading, idiot. Jingyi softened her expression and turned to Jiang Shi. Today is a happy day for Anan coming home. Xiao Yu is his partner. How can you behave this way as an older brother? Xiao Yu, tell auntie, did he bully you? Suddenly, Seven raised its head and meowed loudly. Jiangnan glanced over, plucked it up, and tossed it straight into Zhou Yu's arms for him to hold. Then he subtly signaled Zhou Yu not to speak. He blinked his eyes, pressed his lips together, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He looked utterly heartbroken. For a split second, Jiang Mu didn't know what to make of it. What? Could it be that Xiaonan was the one being bullied? Mom, second brother doesn't like Xiao Yu, and he even tried to attack him. He grabbed Zhou Yu's hand and showed her the faint mark on his knuckles. See. This bruise is from when he fought back against second brother. Jiang Shi's eyes widened, he rushed forward to complain too. Mom. It was that kid who hit me first, look at my face. He thrust his face forward, only to find it completely unblemished, skin just as smooth and flawless as before. Jiangnan smirked inwardly. Little bro, did you really think I wouldn't cover my bases? With just a flick of my will, your injuries vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow of a mark remains. If you're going to start a fight, at least prepare properly. Jiang Mu frowned slightly. Xiao Shi, are you even listening to yourself? Where are your injuries? Jiang Shi quickly pulled out his phone to check the camera. Damn it. How come there's absolutely nothing? Spiritualists can heal themselves, sure, but not this fast. Brother. You saw it too. That brat definitely hit me. With evidence gone, Jiang Shi turned desperately to his eldest brother. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Jiang Dong. Xiao Shi. Even nonsense requires some sense. How did you become like this? We all know Dong Yu, she used the childhood nickname, but you, as the elder brother, bullying your younger sibling. Ridiculous. At Jingyi's rebuke, no one dared utter a word. Mother, I'll say it plainly, I will never accept Zhou Yu into our family. I don't care if he's dating Jiangnan, I won't allow it. Jiang Shi threw down the gauntlet and turned to leave. But the moment he spun around, a large hand clamped down hard on his head. His pupils shrank in shock, that sensation, it was his father. He tilted his eyes upward to see a tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man standing imposingly before him, brows slightly furrowed as he stared down at Jiang Shi. Slap. Jiang Bai struck him across the face. You disgraceful fool, who taught you to speak to your mother like that? Though the slap wasn't hard, Jiang Bai was still a high-level spiritualist. Jiang Shi stumbled, a red mark quickly forming on his face. He covered his cheek, biting his lip without uttering a sound. Father, Xiao Shi didn't mean to. Jiang Dong stepped forward to mediate. Yet facing their father, a man whose every move exuded untouchable authority, he lacked the confidence to speak firmly. You spoil him too much. Jiang Bai said indifferently. But the moment those words left his mouth, something suddenly landed behind him. Jiangnan leapt onto his back, wrapping his arms around his neck. Hey! Long time no see, old man. Brat, get down. Of all the brothers, only Jiangnan dared act this way toward Jiang Bai. Dad, you just saw me and already start cursing your beloved son. Jiang Bai's forehead twitched visibly. One of these days my old bones will be ruined by you. What are you saying? A man at 40 is still a tiger. Dad, your energy is still at its peak. I'm already at marrying age, yet you've gone ahead and given us another little sister. Jiang Bai's face flushed slightly. He coughed twice, feigning composure. Jiangnan stayed clinging to his back, refusing to come down. Seeing the family patriarch arrive, Zhou Yu no longer dared remain seated. At his feet, Seven meowed in dissatisfaction, occasionally scratching at his shoes. Human, I'm giving you the chance to hold me, don't take it for granted. Hold me, hold me. With such an adorable cat right in front of you, aren't you moved at all? Meow meow meow. Please, just pick me up. Jiang Bai walked over to Jingyi, his eyes soft with affection, showing none of the sternness he displayed moments earlier. You've worked hard taking care of our daughter. It's nothing. Didn't we go through the same with the previous kids? Family master, hello. Zhou Yu clearly felt nervous, bowing deeply at a full 90 degrees. This made Jiang Bai burst into laughter. He placed a hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder, urging him to stand. Ha ha ha, first meeting, no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Jiang. I've heard about you. You're my useless son's boyfriend, right? We'll have to trouble you in the future. Jiangnan. What do you mean, useless? Now get the hell down, I'm going to break my neck. Jiangnan finally jumped down, albeit unwillingly. Jiang Shi shot glares at them all before storming off without looking back. Jiang Dong stared at his retreating figure, uncertain whether to follow. Don't bother. Yes. Once Jiang Bai spoke, Jiang Dong didn't dare disobey. He quietly took a seat nearby. Chapter 47 Jiangnan, my dad and I grew up sharing the same pants. First time meeting, and I came back in a hurry without preparing anything. Here, take this crystal core as a gift. Saying that, Jiang Bai reached into his pocket and pulled out a light gray crystal core, handing it to Zhou Yu. From the aura emanating off it, this was definitely the core of a monster at least at the 4th realm or higher. Jiangnan looked at the crystal core and said, Dad, did you go hunting monsters in the spirit realm? Seems pretty nice. What level was it? 5th realm, 8th stage wind leopard. Zhou Yu pushed the core into Jiangnan's hands. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, but Jiangnan is a wind elementicer, he'd benefit more from this core. I don't need it. You don't like it? It's not that I dislike it, but the attributes enhanced by this core don't match well with him. Why? Jiang Bai nodded. I see. I haven't had a chance to ask, what's your space and lightning duel? Well then. Jiang Bai gave him a knowing look, then dug through another pile of crystal cores in his pocket. If you're a lightning user, then take this one. He picked out a deep blue crystal core, pure in color, seemingly without a single impurity. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Dad, this one looks even more awesome. Don't swear. Oh. Zhou Yu took the core gently into his palms and sniffed it slightly. The spiritual energy radiating from it felt so dense it was almost tangible. This is the core of a Thunder Wolf King close to the 8th realm. Whether you can absorb its skills depends on your luck. Skills were different from. Were innate abilities awakened at birth. Skills, however, had to be absorbed from monster cores. A monster's core contained all the techniques and life's essence the creature possessed during its lifetime. If your own was weak, absorbing a high-realm monster's core might grant you an incredibly powerful skill. But the success rate was extremely low. According to statistics, the chance of success was only 5%. Meaning, out of 100 cores, only 5 could actually yield a usable skill. High-level cores were ridiculously expensive. As mentioned earlier, cores above the 4th realm could sell for hundreds of millions. Ordinary families wouldn't even dare dream of owning one. Now imagine the value of the Thunder Wolf King core Zhou Yu now held, one nearing the 8th realm. Uncle Jiang. This is too valuable, I can't accept this. It's fine. Take it. It's nothing, really. Jiangnan wasn't focused on how casually his father handed out such a precious core. After all, it was going to his future wife, nothing to feel bad about. What intrigued him was, how easily had his father slain a nearly 8th realm beast. Wasn't it said that cultivators above the 6th realm were extremely rare in this world? Dad, we've grown up sharing the same pants, if you're hiding something from me, won't your conscience ache? Get lost. Who grew up sharing pants with you? And what makes you think I'm hiding anything? Then promise me, you'll never hide anything from your son. Alright, I promise. So, what realm are you at? The two exchanged glances. Jiang Bai fell silent for a moment. Old Jean. Butler. Who is this person, and why was he let in? Jiang Bai waved his hand toward Jean Foam while shouting. Old geezer, what the hell do you mean? Are you disowning your own son now? What son? Don't go claiming relations with me. That's outrageous. I'm gonna cause a scene. Dong Jiang hugged the jumping Jiangnan, sighing helplessly. You just need to know that father is strong, that's all. You don't need to know more. There had long been rumors in Magic City that the head of the Jiang family was definitely a cultivator above the 8th realm. It had never been confirmed, but based on what people had seen, one single-handedly fighting 2 7th realm, 8th stage monsters to a standstill, only someone at the 8th realm or beyond could pull that off. Though he never fully revealed his strength, he was someone whose mere footsteps could shake the entire capital. Xiao Yu, just accept it. Dual users require far more cultivation resources, don't they? This core will definitely help you greatly. Madame Jiang chimed in as well. But I'm afraid I might fail to absorb the cores and make Uncle Jiang's effort go to waste. No problem. I've got plenty of cores. If one fails, we'll try another. And even if you can't absorb the skill, the spiritual energy contained within the core can still be absorbed, right? It'll greatly benefit your cultivation. Still, for someone like you, a beginner cultivator, don't be too hasty. Just absorb it gradually, little by little. Absorbing too much at once might cause your body to rupture and kill you. Zhou Yu's expression didn't change much. Rupture and die. In that case, I sincerely thank Uncle Jiang and Auntie Jiang for your kindness. It's a bit embarrassing that I came empty-handed today. Jiang Bai waved his hand with a smile. No problem at all. Your presence alone is already the best gift for us. Hearing this, Jiangnan, who had been kicking his legs idly, lifted his head and glanced at Jiang Bai. Their eyes met, and Jiangnan caught a fleeting glint of blue light deep within Jiang Bai's gaze. His pupils constricted slightly. What did that mean? Zhou Yu found the words somewhat strange but didn't dwell on them. Want to try absorbing the core now? Ah, sure. Master, madam, young master, the young master Yu has arrived. Jin Feng, who had been nowhere in sight, finally appeared at the doorway. Behind him followed a young man roughly the same height as Jiang Shi. Seeing Jiangnan still suspended in midair with his legs dangling as Dong Jiang held him by the waist, the newcomer immediately lunged forward. Xiao Nan long time no see. Facing that handsome face rushing toward him, Jiangnan instantly lifted his leg and kicked. Right on target, he sent the boy flying. Jiang Bai. Yuzhan twisted his body mid-air to land, only to crash heavily onto the ground. Ow. My beautiful face. Jiang Xiaonan, you've got some nerve, daring to kick my face. Yu Zhan, shut up. You die. Don't you dare call me that. At the mention of Yu Zhan, Yuzhan immediately bristled with anger and stomped over. Jiangnan, Yu Zhan. Yu Zhan. Yu Zhan. Yuzhan, Jiang Xiaonan. Jiang Xiaonan. Jiang Xiaonan. Jiangnan, let's fight it out, once and for all. Yuzhan, even if we don't fight, I'm still the manlier one. Old friends reuniting, instead of warm brotherhood, the atmosphere was thick with rivalry. Madame Jiang chuckled, watching them fondly. They'd always been like this since childhood, it was nothing new to her. Shut up and stay away from me. Your spit just landed on my face. Not only will I spit on your face, I'll spit right into your mouth. Jiangnan raised his hands, ready to launch a full-on saliva attack. Meow. 7. At the sound of the cat's cry, Yuzhan immediately turned his head. Then he spotted an unfamiliar youth, one he'd never seen before, cradling that notoriously ill-tempered cat. Chapter 48, 1,000 Years of Death. Who's this, Jiang Xiaonan? Yuzhan asked as he turned his head, and then. Dai Yu Jie. A warm, wet sensation stuck to his face. What the F? He immediately swallowed the curse, remembering Mrs. Jiang was still around. Wu Ma silently handed Yuzhan a handkerchief. Seeing his best friend looking like he'd just bitten into something foul, Jiangnan couldn't hold back his laughter. He pulled Zhou Yu forward and proudly introduced, my wife. Yuzhan paused mid-wipe, stared at Zhou Yu, then back at Jiangnan, and said, Jiang Xiaonan, the guy's definitely good-looking, but you can't seriously not tell male from female. With that, he reached out to touch Zhou Yu's face. BJG. Jiangnan slapped his hand away. Don't I know whether my wife is a man or woman? 7. Cradled in Zhou Yu's arms, flicked his gaze between the three humans. Never thought, huh? This little cat here is actually front-row entertainment. He's a boy, and you're still calling him your wife. Did you suddenly go gay halfway through life? Yeah. Hearing Jiangnan admit it so casually, Yuzhan suddenly felt a strange clenching in his backside. You didn't have that kind of thoughts about me before, did you? Jiangnan ignored him, instead letting his eyes wander over Yuzhan's body. Seeing that look, Yuzhan panicked even more. Holy sh. Why you? Suddenly, Jiangnan glanced downward again. Tran. Your shoelace is untied. The word barely left his lips when Jiangnan pointed at his shoes. Yuzhan exhaled in relief. False alarm. He quickly crouched down. But as he looked, he realized, today's shoes didn't even have laces. Looking up, Jiangnan was already gone. Only the cat in Zhou Yu's arms gave him a soft meow. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Yuzhan's forehead. His entire body tensed, he dared not move. Meanwhile, the real Jiangnan was now squatting right behind him, thumbs and index and middle fingers of both hands pressed together. He grinned sideways. And delivered a direct, 1,000 years of death, poke straight to Yuzhan's rear. Yuzhan's expression instantly became priceless, he toppled forward. You damn beast, you win. In the last second before collapsing, he weakly ground those words out through clenched teeth. Zhou Yu. He glanced at the tips of Jiangnan's index and middle fingers, his face twitching. You two haven't seen each other in so long. Go out and have some fun. Xiao Zhan, dear, could you please show Xiao Yu around? It's his first time here. Of course, Auntie Jiang. Leave it to me. Yuzhan perked up immediately, puffing his chest proudly at Jingyi. He jingled his car keys in front of Jiangnan. So, Jiang Xiaonan, know how to drive yet? Sure do. Jiangnan smiled. If you live long enough to find out. Heh. Got the life, but not the guts. I'm going to wash my hands. Xiao Yu, come with me too, you've been holding 7, your hands are dirty. Meow. 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 7 instantly lost it, launching paw strikes at Jiangnan's shoes. Jiangnan squatted down, scooped him up, and let out a loud wah. Startling 7 into silence. Hey, dummy. Tossing the cat casually to Jiang Dong, he grabbed Zhou Yu and headed off to wash their hands. 5 minutes later, they were all seated inside a Ferrari. Through the rearview mirror, watching Jiangnan cling to Zhou Yu's hand like glue, Yuzhan really wanted to curse. Seriously, fine, I'll be your damn driver, but now I've gotta eat this much dog food too. Then I'll buy this car from you. You get out. Pfft, I'm not selling it to you. Jiangnan, 10 million. Yuzhan, 15 million. Jiangnan, 20 million. Yuzhan, 30 million. Jiangnan, 40 million. Yuzhan, 50 million. And still not selling to you. Fine. Just transfer the money to me. Then I won't buy your car, and you don't have to get out. Fair deal, no debt, no harm done. Yuzhan nodded. All right. He pulled out his phone, then suddenly froze. God damn it. This is my damn car. Why am I transferring money to Jiangnan just to stay in it? Zhou Yu gazed out the window at the scenery, tuning out the two's bickering. The view here was far better than in Nanchang, much more bustling. Skyscrapers, grand buildings, completely on another level compared to Nanchang. So why the hell had Jiangnan been such an idiot before, leaving this perfectly good city center just to suffer in the southern part of town? Have you eaten? Ate on the way. Where are you taking us? To sing KTV. I made plans with some friends. You still have 2 days until your birthday, and you're already out messing around. Pfft, I'm not going back anyway. My old man's too busy doting on his little mistress. Little mistress? Yuzhan shrugged, indifferent. You know how it is. Ever since my mom passed, my dad's been sleeping with women outside all the time, brings them home constantly. Just recently, he went ahead and got me a stepmom, claiming he'd found the true love of his life. Worst part. This stepmom is only 3 years older than me. Your dad's practically heading toward 50, how could he even pick someone that young? I don't really care who he dates, but what I'm worried about is her getting pregnant and having a kid to compete with me for the family fortune. Jiangnan joked half seriously, actually, you should try seducing your stepmom. What young girl would prefer a balding, overweight 50-year-old over a guy like you? You're young, and though you're definitely not as handsome as me, you might actually stand a chance. Yuzhan shot him a look. What the hell are you thinking? This stepmom of mine. He picked her up at a nightclub. I heard she just graduated, couldn't find a job, and got tricked into this. Just some ordinary civilian girl. My father paid off her parents, and just like that, she was sold to him. Jiangnan was about to say something, but then he caught sight of Zhou Yu's tightly clenched fist from the corner of his eye. He placed his own hand gently over Zhou Yu's, then looked at Yuzhan. So what will you do? Feeling soft-hearted? Jiangnan didn't particularly intend to help this stepmother Yuzhan mentioned. After all, during his many years in the cultivation world, he'd seen countless similar situations. Sometimes he'd feel moved enough to intervene, but most of the time, it was better to pretend he saw nothing. Because stepping in would inevitably invite endless trouble afterward. He never felt obligated to go that far for someone completely unrelated to him. Just wait and see. Within a month, no, 2 months max, this girl will be dumped by my father. She may be one of the few he actually rushed into marriage with, but she's nothing more than a pretty face. When that happens, I might give her a lump sum of money so she can survive, or perhaps even help her find a decent job. As long as she doesn't get pregnant and bear a child, I'll show her whatever kindness I can offer. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Huh. Didn't expect you to have such ambition. Yuzhan was different from Jiangnan's own older brother. His big brother was the type who wouldn't eat even if you shoved food straight into his mouth. Though, truth be told, Jiangnan himself didn't want to eat either. Chapter 49 Zhou Qingze, we didn't argue, just broke up. Zhou Yu lowered his eyes, analyzing Yuzhan's words. That girl was forced. So, are the faces of those people in high places all this ugly? Fate is unfair. People like them at the bottom will never reach the height of those above no matter how hard they try. The things that take them a lifetime to achieve can be obtained by a single word from someone at the top. They can treat them like animals, play with them freely and then discard them once bored. His pupils turned toward Jiangnan, who was playing with his own fingers. So, this guy probably sees me as just a toy too. Eventually, when he gets tired of me, I'll be discarded anyway. His hands trembled slightly, head leaning against the window, heartbeat accelerating. Jiangnan stopped fiddling with his fingers, lifted his gaze to look at Zhou Yu, the right eye flickering faintly. Uneasiness. An endless stream of uneasiness radiated from Zhou Yu, stimulating Jiangnan. Is this uneasiness coming from me? Seriously? What did I do? He pulled the person closer, gently pressing Zhou Yu's head into the crook of his neck, holding him tightly. Maybe because of not sleeping on the long bus ride earlier in the morning, Zhou Yu's eyelids were already drooping. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. But his eyelashes still quivered faintly. Yuzhan glanced over and said coolly, although I hate seeing you two being lovey-dovey in front of me, that kid seems really uncomfortable. Should I help find you a hotel first? Jiangnan hugged Zhou Yu tightly, confused. Why do we need a hotel? It's not even dark yet. You want to wait until nighttime? Do you want him to suffocate? What are you talking about? Yuzhan turned his head away. Jesus Christ, Jiang Xiaonan, are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? Can't you understand this? To go to a hotel, obviously for doing it. Ha! Even Jiangnan, usually shameless, couldn't help blushing slightly. Not that he cares about being laughed at, he's lived this long still a virgin after all. He chuckled softly, too early for physical contact. How could our souls ever resonate then? For us, that kind of thing is still too early. What, do you think you two can stay together for long? Yuzhan pulled out a cigarette, wanting to light it, but suddenly noticed Zhou Yu asleep in the back seat. He spat it out quickly with disgust. Let me tell you honestly, Jiangnan, your current position determines that your relationship won't last. You're a public figure, living under the spotlight. Rumors and criticism will inevitably block your way. Though nowadays dating freely is acceptable, and I can accept that you're gay, society might not. You'll definitely face attacks. And there's also danger to that kid. How many people want to break into your family circle? You know exactly how many. Zhou Yu might become their entry point. Don't let him become your weakness. Jiangnan kissed the top of Zhou Yu's hair. What if he has dual abilities? A dual ability genius would earn national attention, be secretly protected, and have his personal information classified. You don't mean to say your little boyfriend actually has dual abilities? Jiangnan tilted his lips upward in a subtle smirk, everything left unsaid. Yuzhan was absolutely trustworthy, telling him didn't matter. He hasn't been discovered by Long Nation's upper echelons yet, but I think it won't be long. If Zhou Yu awakened his ability at age 16, he was certainly no ordinary person. Back then at the school gate when beating up Hiji, Zhou Yu's excited expression, and finally placing his hand on the other's neck, had all been seen by him. That was the look of a hunter. Moreover, that move at the time couldn't have been accomplished by someone merely at the first realm, first level. Same went for when he beat his second brother. With growing suspicion, he had indeed sensed something from Zhou Yu, although indescribable and hazy. Recalling Jiang Bai's strange remark today, he slanted his gaze sideways. This world's father must definitely know something. After all, strong individual senses were incredibly accurate. After singing karaoke tonight, I'm going home. Remember to send me your location tomorrow so I can come celebrate your birthday. Got it. Southern City. Wang Gang and the others just finished school. Xia Yuro walked over nervously, lacking confidence. Qingze, can I talk to you for a moment? I have something I want to say. Zhou Qingze, who was packing his bag, hesitated, then nodded, okay. He patted Wang Gang's shoulder. Dongzi, help me tidy up. I'll be back soon. All right. Chen Fan and the others were sitting on the desks, yes, literally on the desks, waiting for Wang Gang and the rest to head out for dinner. Watching Zhou Qingze walk out of the classroom with Xia Yuro, the group exchanged knowing glances. Bro, something's up. Chen Fan took the lead, sneaking quietly around to the back door of the classroom and crouching down to eavesdrop. There was hardly anyone in the hallway. Xia Yuro did her best to lower her voice, but it didn't escape Chen Fan's sharp ears. Qingze, I've thought about it, we should break up. Zhou Qingze's response was flat, just a simple, emotionless then he turned and walked away. Xia Yuro was completely stunned. Wait, aren't you supposed to at least try to stop me? Even if you don't beg me to stay, don't you want to ask why? Zhou Qingze, I just said we're breaking up. Are you even listening? I'm listening very carefully. Didn't I just answer you? One hand tucked in his pocket, Zhou Qingze turned and headed back to class. Ever since he saw Xia Yuro's inner thoughts at the playground, he'd known they wouldn't last long. Just as expected, it was probably that Bai Yi guy. After Jiangnan had scolded him last time, Bai Yi had gradually started to realize Xia Yuro wasn't all that special. Or maybe it was just his imagination. It was like she originally had a beautifying filter turned on, but now the filter was switched off, and worse, her image had completely shattered. He truly couldn't understand. Xia Yuro was undeniably beautiful, but aside from that, what else did she have? How on earth had he once believed she was the most perfect girl in the world? Men in love are terrifying. Meanwhile, Xia Yuro stood frozen, staring at Zhou Qingze's indifferent retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Didn't he used to love me the most? Why is he walking away without even looking back? Men's words are lies, devils in disguise. She had clearly misjudged him. If Zhou Qingze truly loved her, he should be rushing back right now to comfort her. A surge of hurt welled up inside her. Her eyes filled with tears as she shouted toward the classroom before leaving, "I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life, I hate you the most." Zhou Qingze nearly stumbled. Hearing that slightly trembling, tearful voice, he stared blankly. "Wait, what did I do wrong? Wasn't it you who broke up with me?" Except for Chen Fan, none of the others, Wang Gang included, had heard what happened between Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro outside. They only caught Xia Yuro's final, bizarre shout. Wang Gang looked at Zhou Qingze returning, pressed his lips into a straight line, and handed over the packed bag. "Argue again." Zhou Qingze grabbed the bag and slung it onto his back. "Didn't argue. Just broke up." Chapter 50, The Considerate Young Master Jiang. Chen Fan didn't return, he even poked his head out further. Not for any other reason, but because he saw Xia Yuro running away in tears, only to bump directly into the chest of a handsome guy. The guy gently ruffled Xia Yuro's hair and said something, probably comforting her. Then, Xia Yuro hugged the guy tightly and continued crying. Chen Fan. He felt like his brain was atrophying. Narrowing his eyes, he found the guy somewhat familiar. Holy crap, isn't that the guy from the other time outside our classroom who asked Jianya to call Zhou Yu? Wasn't he from class 2? Perhaps noticing the gaze, Bai Yi raised his eyes and looked straight at Chen Fan. Their eyes met for a second, then Chen Fan quickly pulled his head back in. No wonder Jiangnan always said Zhou Qingze's mind was turning green. They'd just broken up, and she's already hugging someone else. If they hadn't started seeing each other earlier, he wouldn't believe it. Zhou Qingze, watching Chen Fan's inner turmoil, turned not only green in mind, but also pale in face. Han Fuzhou glanced over. "Bro Zhou, food poisoning?" "No, shut up. Let's just go eat already." 8 p.m. that night. Yuzhan dropped Jiangnan and Zhou Yu off. Jiangnan's face was slightly flushed, grinning broadly as he stared stupidly at Zhou Yu. "Sorry about that, little bro Zhou," Yuzhan said. "I thought after 2 years he'd learned to drink by now, and he didn't refuse, so I poured him one." "It's fine." Zhou Yu sighed. At least he himself hadn't drunk anything. Since Jiangnan rarely came back to hang out with friends, he decided not to say much. He bent down, tightened his arms, and gave Jiangnan a princess carry. Though heavy, he could still manage. Yuzhan. Wasn't he supposed to be all thin-limbed? Wasn't he supposed to be a delicate little wife? How strong can he be? I'm flying. Jiangnan swung his legs in the air, acting like a kid. Wrapping his arms around Zhou Yu's neck, he rubbed his face against him repeatedly. Yuzhan twitched his lips, then grinned amusedly. "So which one of you is on top?" "Me. Me. It's me." Jiangnan immediately raised his hand, shouting the answer. "Heh. You guys go on in. I'll head out first, see you tomorrow." "All right." Waving at Zhou Yu, Yuzhan started his car and left. Jin Feng had been waiting outside for quite some time. Glancing at Jiangnan clinging tightly to Zhou Yu, he smiled. "Let me help. Is the young master drunk?" He certainly drank his share. But before Jin Feng could reach out, Jiangnan tightened his grip around Zhou Yu's neck, baring his teeth at Jin Feng. "Fuck. My neck. Get the hell off me, Jiangnan. I won't come down. If I do, my wife won't carry me anymore. I'll beat you up. My skin's thick, I can take it. Go ahead." A hint of amusement lingered in Jin Feng's eyes. "Master, looks like the young master truly adores this kid. Master Zhou, please follow me. I'll lead you to the young master's room." "Ah, okay. Thank you." Lifting Jiangnan higher by the back, Zhou Yu finally got some relief on his neck. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi, watching from the balcony of his own room, clenched his fists again. Why? Why has the entire family accepted them? Under Jin Feng's guidance, Zhou Yu carried Jiangnan to the bedroom door. "Here's the key. Just call out if you need anything." Taking the key, Zhou Yu nodded. "Thanks, Uncle Jin." "You're welcome." Jin Feng paused, glancing once more at Jiangnan. "Shall I get you a box of?" Zhou Yu froze, then frantically shook his head. "And no need." He entered the room and tossed Jiangnan onto the bed. "Uncle Jin, you go ahead and rest. I'll take care of him." "Yes, sir." Closing the door, Zhou Yu locked it from inside. Good lord, what a ride. Sliding down along the door, he still hadn't recovered from Jin Feng's last remark. Were we really misunderstood to that extent? "I'm dying, I'm absolutely dying." "You seem pretty embarrassed, huh?" Suddenly, Jiangnan's voice came from the bed. His eyes clear now, he propped himself up and tilted his head toward Zhou Yu, grinning. "Aren't you drunk?" "Ah, yeah. Pretty drunk. But hey, I'm an energy wielder now, can't I use spiritual energy to clear the alcohol?" Zhou Yu rubbed his neck irritably. "If you could, why didn't you do it earlier? You nearly broke my neck." "That's because you carried me. If I hadn't stayed drunk, you wouldn't have even touched me. I totally lost my cool in front of Yuzhan, you know." Seeing Zhou Yu bowing his head silently, Jiangnan got off the bed. Aren't you going to sit up? Isn't the floor cold? Why aren't you saying anything? Did I do something wrong? He poked Zhou Yu's forehead. Only then did Zhou Yu lift his head, lips tightly pressed. His face was even redder than when Jiangnan was drunk. Holy crap, do you have a fever? Jiangnan cupped his face, examining it closely from left to right, even giving it a little pinch. Soft. Warm. Then, he smirked playfully, opened his mouth, and gently sucked on Zhou Yu's cheek. Bouncy tastes good. Then, slap, Ow. Jiangnan covered his head. What was that for? Don't touch me until you've washed off all that alcohol stench. Zhou Yu shrugged off his coat and tossed it onto the chair. Got slippers? I'll get them. With that, Zhou Yu sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out the core crystal Jiangbai had given him. He held it between his thumb and forefinger, carefully inspecting it from all sides. Jiangnan didn't disturb him. Instead, he squatted down and started untying Zhou Yu's shoelaces, then gently lifted each foot to help slide on the slippers. Snapped back to reality as someone gripped his ankle, Zhou Yu blinked rapidly. Master Jiang, you're really being quite attentive. That's only for you. 8:40 p.m. Both had finished washing up. Jiangnan changed clothes, the smell of alcohol was completely gone. Sitting on the bed, he wrapped one arm around Zhou Yu's waist from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. With the other hand, he pulled out the pale gray crystal core, opened his mouth as if to speak. But suddenly, Zhou Qingze initiated a video call. Jiangnan raised the phone, framing both himself and Zhou Yu, and greeted cheerfully, "Good morning." Zhou Qingze. Zhou Yu. Zhou Qingze glanced uncertainly at the window. Isn't it night right now? Don't worry about details. What do you want? Suddenly, a tanned arm appeared on the other side of the screen, followed by Wang Gang poking his head in. Evening, Jiangnan. You two are together. Wang Gang scratched his head and laughed. Qingze's staying over at my place. Zhou Qingze nodded. Xiao Yu, are you doing okay out there? Pretty good, brother. Suddenly, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, eyeing Zhou Qingze suspiciously. You're hiding something, aren't you? Nope, nothing at all. You're lying. Normally after Friday classes end, you'd be glued to Xia Euro. But today you're suspiciously calling us instead. Something's definitely up. So stop beating around the bush and just spit it out. Jiangnan grinned slyly. Like he'd already seen straight through your underwear. Chapter 51. The female lead's halo is too overpowered, so it got nerfed. Zhou Qingze immediately broke into a cold sweat, his gaze toward Jiangnan now tinged with seriousness. I didn't expect you to find out. Jiangnan's expression also grew heavy. What exactly happened? Wang Gang chimed in, Qingze broke up. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from who knows where. Spill the details. Didn't Xia Euro have the female lead's halo? And what about Zhou Qingze? He was supposed to have the male lead's halo. Although love between the male and female leads was inevitably rocky, with breakups and reconciliations along the way, whenever they split up, both sides should feel heartbroken, devastated, emotionally drained. Yet here Zhou Qingze was, still grinning at him like an idiot, cracking jokes as if nothing happened. He didn't look particularly upset at all. Jiangnan blinked. Qingze, are you sad? Sad about what? I don't feel anything. Has the female lead's halo become so overpowered that it backfired and got weakened? It actually made this hopeless romantic boy feel absolutely nothing. Dog, you've changed. Jiangnan spoke solemnly, I'm truly proud of you now, you've really grown up. Women only slow down your sword-drawing speed. You should take after your brothers. Look at Chen Fan, Zi Chen, Fuzhou, and Gangzi, none of them are in relationships. You're the only one who fell for it. Zhou Qingze rolled his eyes. What about you? You're dating too. And you're dating my little brother, no less. Just thinking about it made Jiangnan burst into laughter. Now Zhou Qingze had not only lost his girlfriend, but his younger brother had been stolen by himself. Missing father, deceased mother, runaway girlfriend, and a shattered self. Haha, do I look anything like you? I'm gay. Why don't you try being gay too? Gangzi's pretty great, tall, handsome guy, full of security. You two should just pair up and settle down. Get lost. If even my brother turns gay, and then I do too, our family line will die out. So what if it does? Does it have to be biological? Just adopt one later, it'll be fine. Wang Gang turned his head away, throat dry, and went to pour himself a glass of water. In the past, if Jiangnan joked like this about them, he might have laughed and shot back some teasing. But now. Damn, why couldn't those words come out anymore? Jiangnan, do you feel like your mouth has gotten especially annoying lately? You're only noticing now. Jiangnan shrugged. The original host hadn't known Zhou Qingze for an extremely long time, but certainly not a short one either. Yet, there wasn't even a single memory of Zhou Qingze's father. It seemed Zhou Qingze had never mentioned his father before, everyone only knew he had a mother. He really should have asked Zhou Yu earlier. He would know. After bickering with Zhou Qingze for a while longer, he finally hung up. He gently tapped his fingers against Zhou Yu's head. By the way, I've known your brother for so long, but I've never heard him mention your dad. Is he even alive? Zhou Yu shivered slightly, gripping the crystal cord tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth. Of course he's alive, he's living well. One day, I will kill him. That rainy night, he would never forget it. In the spirit realm, practitioners usually form their own groups as partners. If you want to know, there's no reason I can't tell you. Zhou Yixiang was my mother's name. According to brother, when she found me, I was already 5 years old. I have no memories of anything before age 5. All I know is that when I was brought home, only brother and mother were there. But that same night, a tall man barged into our house. Mother didn't say much. She just told us to go to the next room. Brother acted as if it were routine, taking me away with him. I remember clearly, there was a scar on that man's forehead. My hearing is sharp. I heard that man rape my mother. At first, I didn't care much, until mother came out covered in wounds, her eyes blackened, face bruised and purple. After that, the man kept coming back regularly. This went on until brother and I entered middle school. I tried stopping him several times, but he was a spirit practitioner, seemed quite powerful. I got beaten many times, nearly died once. Only because mother begged did he spare my life. Later, after mother died in the spirit realm, that very man showed up to deliver the news. He told us, brother was actually his son. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with emotion, crimson light flickering in his eyes, something within him seeming to spiral out of control, but only for an instant, then vanishing again. Jiangnan's eyes flickered. This guy seemed to go berserk whenever his emotions became unstable or suddenly surged. Since he was turned away, Jiangnan didn't notice the look in his eyes. He pulled Zhou Yu into a hug. Do you know his name? Zhou Yu shook his head. At that moment. In his study, Jiang Bai suddenly felt something. He smiled faintly. Good. An excellent gift. Far away in the spirit realm, Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi were drinking and reading books. Tisk, I'm really done for, how come my avatar turned out like this? Looks way too much like a background character. Jiang Shi flipped through his copy of After Rebirth, President Jiang pampers me to the skies, as he complained. Jiang Dong, engrossed in, reincarnated as Long Ao Tian, seduced daily by beauties, didn't even look up. Second brother, you're still better off than me. At least you've got a supernatural ability. I don't even have one. Have you finished yet? If so, let me take a look. Almost. Stop rushing me. Behind them, Jiang Bai's true body stood with a dark expression as he watched the two. Then, he punched each of them on the head. Ow. Damn it. What the hell? Who dares lay a hand on me? Jiang Shi yelped angrily, ready to strike back, until he saw it was Jiang Bai, then immediately fell silent. Father, you look particularly impressive today. Jiang Dong awkwardly shoved his book into the wide sleeve of his robe. Jiang Bai held out his hand. Hand them over. Hand over what, did we even take anything? Jiang Shi gave a forced laugh and scratched his cheek with his index finger. The novels. Bring them here. Both books were confiscated. Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi's source of joy had been taken. Were these given to you by Lin Yang? Yes, sir. If you want more, come see me after you've improved your cultivation level. Stop loafing around all day. But third brother loafs around every day too. Jiang Shi weakly raised his hand, asking sincerely. He loafs because his cultivation level is higher than yours, single-handedly stronger than both of you combined. Now get going. Train more, and spar often with Lin Ang. Yes, father. After giving his orders, Jiang Bai returned to his palace. He plopped down into a lazy recline and began flipping through the two confiscated novels. Kids, I've stopped writing the last novel. Let me briefly summarize the ending for you. Basically, Lin Yang regained his status as Emperor of Immortals, the holy beasts all returned to their rightful places, Xia Yun ascended back to the pinnacle of strength, and 666 is still miserably working for the Master God. Everyone returned to their peak state from their past lives. As for the details, imagine them yourselves. Right now, the spirit realm is at peace. As for Lin Ang, he's the son of Lin Yang and Xia Yun. Later, he'll also be dragged into this world, an equally bright and cheerful young man just like Lin Yang. Paired with Jiangnan. A truly disastrous combination. Chapter 52 Jiangnan, are you trying to murder your husband? Jiangnan sat cross-legged, the light gray core placed before him as he began forming the hand seals of the qi gathering incantation. The method he used was from the cultivation world, one that allowed far faster absorption of spiritual energy. But here, in this world, people absorbed energy differently. He had to form hand seals and guide the energy into his body, channeling it into his dantian. Whereas for someone like Zhou Qingze, they only needed mental recitation of an incantation. If absorbing a core, they'd simply hold it in their hand and silently chant. Watching Jiangnan's strange, ritualistic movements, Zhou Yu felt slightly confused. What kind of weird technique is this? But soon, the surrounding spiritual energy, along with the energy from the core itself, rushed toward Jiangnan's dantian like a flood. Zhou Yu's eyes widened. Holy hell! This strong? Hee, my method's way better than your incantation. Want me to teach you? Zhou Yu nodded. Sure. Alright, sit opposite me. Copy my movements. I'll teach you the hand seals. Under Jiangnan's guidance, Zhou Yu quickly mastered the max version of drawing energy into the body. Damn, this is insane. It was rare praise from Zhou Yu. This shit works better than spirit-gathering pills. Spirit-gathering pills were a type of medicinal pills sold on the market. As the name suggested, when consumed by an awakened being, they enhanced the amount of spiritual energy within the body, a must-have during battles. And like everything else, these pills came in 3 grades, low, mid, and high. Low-grade ones were the weakest, and cheapest, at around 500 credits per pill. High-grade ones? Those were top-tier, a bit pricey, costing well into the thousands. Which made perfect sense. Newly awakened beings in school usually received low-grade spirit-gathering pills from teachers to aid their cultivation. Of course, those from wealthy families never touched the low-grade stuff, instead, they'd be supplied at home with more expensive and effective alternatives. Like the original owner of this body, the stubborn ass. Even though his family was loaded, he refused to spend a single coin on medication. He even declared a personal motto, I will cultivate solely through my own willpower. Dude. You're such a dramatic teenager. There's a shortcut right in front of you, yet you insist on suffering needlessly. Just as Jiangnan was mentally rolling his eyes, he suddenly realized, he was breaking through. The core of the 5th level, 8th rank Gale Leopard was releasing its energy at an astonishing speed, flooding into Jiangnan's body. 4th rank, 5th, 6th, the surge didn't stop. So good. He nearly wanted to throw his head back and howl. Mew. Zhou Yu, who had been quietly absorbing energy with his eyes closed, twitched at the corner of his mouth. What the hell is he acting up about now? Jiangnan looked at the core in awe. Having a powerful father really did make life easier. For first-rank awakeners in school, they started by learning basic incantations to absorb ambient spiritual energy. Later, teachers would organize them to enter the lowest-tier spirit realms to hunt low-level monsters. First, to prepare them for actual combat. Second, to train teamwork. Third, to harvest cores. Cores extracted from slain beasts would be collected and piled together, and after the trial, students could claim one matching their abilities. Of course, if you killed a beast alone, you could take the core yourself, no need to turn it in. TSK. But him? His dad just casually tossed him a 5th level beast core. Sorry kids, I genuinely wanted to struggle alongside you, but dad keeps force-feeding me gourmet meals. So painful. It was like, wanting to ride a bicycle on your own, but someone shoved you into a Lamborghini Veneno instead. Finally, Jiangnan stopped when he reached 9th rank. The core still held more energy, it wasn't depleted. But Jiangnan figured if he absorbed any further, he'd stand out too much and get isolated later. Zhou Yu, however, wasn't as composed. His face turned pale, sweat dotting his forehead. Seeing the danger, Jiangnan immediately snatched away the blue core, severing Zhou Yu's connection. Fuck. Do you actually want to kill yourself with overabsorption? Zhou Yu clutched his chest, gasping for breath, not quite understanding Jiangnan's words. Lean on my shoulder for a bit. You'll feel better. As Zhou Yu obediently rested his forehead against Jiangnan's shoulder, Jiangnan gently patted his back. First time absorbing a core, you shouldn't rush it. My dad even said today, absorbing too much at once can lead to bodily explosion. The original owner of this core was at a high level. Do you think your body can even handle it? I lost track for a moment. Jiangnan turned his head and gently bit Zhou Yu's earlobe. Next time you absorb a core, make sure I'm around. Otherwise, I'm seriously afraid you'll get carried away and kill yourself. By the way, what rank did you break through to just now? 6th rank, almost 7th. What do you mean, almost 7th? That was almost dead. What about you? I'm 9th rank. Zhou Yu jerked his head up abruptly, smacking straight into Jiangnan's chin. Fuck. Jiangnan clutched his jaw, tasting a sharp metallic tang in his mouth. He winced in pain. Are you trying to murder your husband? Sorry, does it hurt badly? Realizing he'd messed up, Zhou Yu quickly reached out with his fingertips to touch Jiangnan's lower lip. Jiangnan blinked innocently, then squeezed out 2 teardrops, his voice choked. It hurts. I'm dying from the pain. Zhou Yu's lips twitched. This guy always knew how to cry in ways he never expected. He pushed Jiangnan's head down gently, then pressed a kiss on those beautiful, thin lips. Still hurt? Jiangnan nodded. Yes, it hurts. Zhou Yu kissed him again. Can you stop kissing me so sporadically? Jiangnan sighed, one large hand sliding onto Zhou Yu's back as he leaned in to kiss his neck. Then, all over his face, slurp. Zhou Yu. Won't this leave a taste or something? I'll wash your face later. It's not about washing or not. It's just, kind of awkward, you know. Suddenly, he felt someone poking his abs. Ah. Jiangnan, you bastard. He pinched Jiangnan's cheek. Why are you touching there? You have your own. And even two more than him. Jiangnan grinned, lifted his shirt, and proudly patted his 8-pack abs. You can try mine if you want. I don't have such a ridiculous hobby. Exactly. Since I'm already this ridiculous, won't you just let me have my way? Chapter 53, a special chapter in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world. Lin Ang watched Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi, who were enduring bitter training. He was holding several roasted chicken legs wrapped in oiled paper, munching away with great enjoyment. From time to time, he would dangle a chicken leg just under Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi's noses, such a bastard move. Jiang Shi, damn it. Lin Ang, you're dead. You're getting upset. With a swift leap, Lin Ang jumped onto a tree branch, one leg swinging casually in midair. Bullshit, I'm not upset at all. Ignoring Jiang Shi's furious yelling, Lin Ang waved his hand with a smile. Hurry up and cultivate already. Uncle Jiang told me to supervise you too, I can't just slack off either. Jiang Shi, we're already at the level of great Luo Golden Immortals. Why do we still have to suffer through daily practice like this? Lin Ang, if you're really a brother, cut us some slack. Lin Ang clasped his hand over his heart, feigning sorrow. You're both my dearest friends, my sworn brothers. But cutting someone slack. That requires extra payment. You son of a bitch. Get down here and fight me one-on-one. Whoa there, bold talk. Know that I've already reached Near Sage realm. Jiang Shi fell silent for a moment. Bro, let's pretend I said nothing, okay? Lin Ang arched his brows and chuckled softly. He tossed the other 2 chicken legs to them. Caught these spirit livestock on the back mountain of Master Gong's place, ridiculously delicious. Holding the fragrant chicken legs in their hands, Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi nearly teared up. Bro, you really? I'm sobbing. Lin Ang placed his hands behind his head, gazing into the distance. Finish eating and get back to practice. As the older brothers, you need to keep up with your younger brother's pace. Nan has already become a near sage. You two are still stuck at Great Luo. Yeah, we got it. Shut up already. Lin Ang emitted a light nasal hum, then rested his arm as a pillow against the tree trunk, closing his eyes. The breeze gently brushed through his hair, sunlight filtering through gaps in the leaves, dappling his face. His nose bridge was high, bangs naturally draping down. Those phoenix-like eyes and the teardrop mole at the outer corner of his eye resembled his father greatly. His lips were more like Lin Yang's, but when he smiled, 2 faint dimples appeared on his cheeks. Good-looking, noble heritage, extraordinary talent, basically untouchable. In the cultivation world, he was the dream of countless young men and women. The only flaw? He inherited Lin Yang's mouth, always running off. As for Nan Jiang, having been raised by Lin Yang since childhood after Jiang Bai entrusted him, he'd also developed that same sharp tongue. Back when they were kids, once Lin Yang was teaching Lin Ang and Nan Jiang how to cultivate, Ouyang Hai happened to show up. Lin Yang instantly narrowed his eyes, like a bandit chief scenting loot. Father and son connected by soul, Lin Ang immediately knew what nonsense his dad was about to spout. He quickly tugged Nan Jiang's hand, signaling him to follow along. Nan Jiang didn't understand at first but copied anyway. Lin Yang struck first, long time no see, master. It warms this disciple's heart that you came to visit me, but surely, honorable master wouldn't come empty-handed, right? Lin Ang truly carried on the family trade. He hugged Ouyang Hai's leg and whined, Master Gong, did you bring a gift for little Ang? Nan Jiang had been prepped earlier by Lin Ang. He deliberately revealed his tiger ears and fluffy tail, then came forward to hug Ouyang Hai's leg too. Said nothing, but his eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing Nan Jiang, Ouyang Hai instantly fell head over heels. Especially enchanted by that furry little tail, who could resist such an adorable tiny tiger? Even though Lin Yang had become an immortal emperor, given their master-disciple relationship established long ago, years of living together had dissolved any rigid hierarchy between them. But Nan Jiang was different. To cultivators, divine beasts were always objects of reverence. And this kid was the son of the white tiger himself. Out of respect toward Jiang Bai, Ouyang Hai didn't hold back. Just like before, he pulled out treasures one after another, letting them pick freely. Lin Yang glanced over, pathetic junk. Lin Ang looked, total trash. Nan Jiang took one look, then wrapped his small arms around a certain sword. But he mimicked them anyway, La Ji. Ouyang Hai kicked Lin Yang straight in the butt. Stop teaching kids bad habits. Lin Yang clutched his rear, sulking. I'm an immortal emperor now, still getting kicked in the ass by my master. Where's my dignity as Lin Yang, emperor of Lin Yang? Ouyang Hai spoke solemnly, once a teacher, forever a parent. Then turning gently toward Nan Jiang, who still refused to let go of the sword, he squatted down and asked warmly, Little Jiangnan, you really like this sword? Nanjiang nodded firmly, his tiger tail swaying happily behind him. Honorable elder, may I have this? I can trade spiritual stones for it. Ha, if you like it, it's yours. Ouyang Hai laughed heartily, not the least bit. This sword was comparable to a great ethereal golden immortal, quite precious to him. But behind him stood an immortal emperor disciple. A mere sword. One sentence and it's yours. The sword was called Zhou Yu. After receiving it from Ouyang Hai, Nanjiang had worn it on his person ever since, treating it exactly like a life-bound weapon. And yet, those two words, La Ji, La Qua, from Lin Yang and Lin Ang had opened an entirely new world for Jiangnan. He'd learned their skills, and inherited their mouths. From a universally adored little tiger cub, he transformed into the king of trash talk. To his eldest brother, won a duel. Loser dances for us. To his second brother, trash. Then practice more. To Jiang Bai, J. Old geezer. To Jingyi, the most handsome and perfect daddy in the world, your adorable son is out of spirit stones. To female cultivators chasing him, women only slow down my blade drawing speed. To male cultivators chasing him, stop forcing manacles on men. Jiang Bai rubbed his forehead, utterly bewildered. How did my once good son turn into this? I really should ask Lin Yang about this later. Meanwhile, at Lin Yang's place, Xia Yun's face was dark enough to kill. He'd merely gone into seclusion for a short time, only to emerge and find his son turned into a walking overpowered protagonist. Well, yes, definitely an overpowered protagonist. Lin Ang carried within him a portion of Lin Yang's dragon bloodline. Lin Yang bowed his head, kneeling perfectly straight and proper. Seeing his father enraged, Lin Ang immediately snapped upright and knelt as well. So, you're not innocent in all this either, aren't you, immortal Emperor Lin Yang? Yun, hear me out. You better fix them. Now. With that, Xia Yun flicked his sleeves and left, leaving father and son trembling behind. Dad, real men don't fear their wives. You should show your dominance, be the one on top. Lin Yang glanced sideways at his son. There are no men who fear their wives, only men who respect them. Even if I wanted to fight, I wouldn't win anyway. He punched Lin Ang's head roughly. Listen up, kid. A real man never hits his wife. It doesn't matter if it's a male spouse or a female spouse, never raise a hand. Just remember this, I don't care whether you end up with a man or a woman in the future, as long as your hearts are truly connected, you stay together for life. If you dare mess around, I'll rip out your dragon tendons. Lin Ang instantly stiffened, eyes blazing with determination, as if ready to swear allegiance to some sacred cause. I will never lay a hand on my future wife. Good. There's hope for you yet. Chapter 54, a special edition from the Immortal World 2, Serious. My name is Lin Ang, and right now, I'm kind of panicking. Today, my dad, Lin Yang, grinned like a sly old fox as he slung his arm over my shoulder. Hey son, do you miss Xiao Jiangnan? Well, not really that much. What? You do miss him. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Lin Ang. Dad, are you purposely misreading my mind? Lin Yang chuckled and patted the top of his son's head affectionately. He'd paid a visit to Jiangbai today, and found out Jiangnan was doing great on Planet Blue, having an amazing time, even snagging himself a wife. It's all about male pride. My own son can't fall behind. Besides, it had been a long time since he'd returned to Planet Blue. Although this blue star was different from the one he once knew, modern technology thrived here alongside superpowers and mythical beasts. His son inherited both his and Yun's talents. The kid was absurdly powerful in cultivation, born straight into the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Truly, it felt wonderful not having to work for anything. He tilted his head back slightly and smiled. Go back and see it for me. That beautiful planet. Lin Ang remained silent for a long moment, then nodded. I understand. I've heard about how Jiangnan was sent to the Time-Space Transfer Bureau. Come to think of it, maybe he picked up laziness from me and Dad, started slacking off every day, and got kicked there by Uncle Jiang. I looked up and asked, Dad, look me straight in the eyes and answer honestly. What's wrong? You're not sending me there because I've been loafing around too, are you? Lin Yang burst into quiet laughter. How could that be? Do you really think Jiangnan was sent to Blue Star just because he was lazy? Then have you ever wondered why Dong and she were raised by Jiangbai, but only Nan was sent over to live with me? Lin Ang thought for a moment, then shook his head. He was a bit older than me back then, maybe 5 or 6. Wasn't he with Uncle Jiangbai before that? Yeah, that's true. Lin Yang walked over and sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. But Jiangnan lost all memories from before he turned 5. Why? Did something happen? Slowly, he said, you know about Jiangbai's other partner, don't you? Yes, Uncle Jingyi, right? Exactly. But now, he's the demon lord of the demonic path. You should already know demons are usually deceitful and treacherous. But after Jingyi took power, he advocated peace between immortals and demons, because of Jiangbai. Naturally, some refused to accept this. But they couldn't challenge him, his strength was simply unmatched. So that's why Jiangnan became a target? Yes. At that time, Jiangnan was still young, mentally immature. Even though he sensed danger and had the cultivation level of a great Luo immortal, he couldn't withstand their overwhelming numbers, and their own profound cultivation levels. He pointed at Lin Yang's left chest. His heart was ripped out and crushed. At that very moment, Jiang Bai was breaking through to the 5th stage of sainthood, completely absorbed, unable to intervene. But just as those demon cultivators prepared to go after Dong and Shi, Jiangnan stood back up. His heart had regrown. Lin Ang's eyes widened. But wasn't his heart completely shattered? And at such a young age, he shouldn't have mastered soul preservation and body reincarnation yet. This time, it wasn't a red heart, it was black. He carries part of Jingyi's demon bloodline. Although Jiang Bai's genes are stronger, you see, you're special too. A Yun's bloodline is unique. Still, your dragon bloodline does exist. Push yourself hard enough in a life or death moment, you might even transform into a dragon. As he spoke, he ruffled Lin Ang's hair again. Though honestly, forget transforming into a dragon, I doubt you could even grow dragon horns. Lin Ang. He swatted Lin Yang's hand away. So what happened after Jiangnan's heart turned black? After receiving Jiang Bai's transmission, a Yun and I arrived at the scene. Blood soaked the ground everywhere. Jiangnan lay collapsed in a pool of it, clearly exhausted. I used a secret technique to replay the events. After his heart turned black, Jiangnan fully succumbed to demonic transformation. His white tiger true form appeared, but unlike the usual white body and blue eyes, this time it was a black body with red eyes. He devoured them all. Lin Yang recalled the scene. Jiangnan had bitten through one demon cultivator's skull, crushing it instantly, blood spraying across the battlefield, then chewed the entire body to pieces and swallowed it whole. Not a single one of the other demons escaped alive. After everything ended, Xiao Jiangnan also shed his white tiger form and collapsed unconscious. Yet, he didn't have a single injury. Xia Yun picked up Xiao Jiangnan and sealed the demonized heart. Lin Yang took a bite of a spiritual fruit and continued. That was his last heart. A Yun sealed it, once the seal breaks, Jiangnan will become a demonic fiend. The white tiger is inherently a god of slaughter, when demonized, its power becomes even more terrifying. But if his heart is sealed, how can Jiangnan still retain self-awareness? Shouldn't he be like a puppet? Lin Ang frowned in confusion, only to immediately get a flick on the forehead from Lin Yang. Are you stupid? What drives away darkness best? Light. Tell me, why do you think I'm named Lin Yang, the immortal emperor of dawn? As a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with the sun, of course I'm what benefits Jiangnan most. But because the sun law is too fierce, although it can suppress the demonic energy and allow part of his heart to function again, it ultimately cannot fully restore the entire organ. Jiang Bai sealed away Jiangnan's memories before the age of 5 and entrusted him to me for training. Over the years, he has not only studied the Tiger clan's heritage but also learned part of the sun law. Sending Jiangnan to other worlds was just an excuse for growth, it was mainly to let him search for the Sirius fated to him. Lin Ang timidly raised his hand. What exactly is Sirius? Lin Yang twitched his. Sirius isn't exactly an auspicious star, but apart from the sun, it's the brightest star in the sky. In essence, the Sirius destined to Jiangnan suits him far better than my sun-law ever could. You've probably noticed, among Jiang Bai's 3 sons, Jiangnan is the only one he treats leniently. Peace across the cultivation world came only after Jiangnan's incident. All demons who opposed harmony between immortals and demons were eradicated by Jingyi and Jiang Bai. Lin Yang summoned a long sword from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Ang. Take this sword when you go. Give it to Jiangnan when you see him, but if possible, deliver it instead to that Sirius. On the hilt was carved a broken sun, as if severed clean through. What is this? It's called Duan Ri, the severed sun. After calculating the position of that Sirius, I forged this sword myself. His fingertip traced along the blade. Lin Ang nodded solemnly. I understand. Now go pack anything you'll need. I'll take you to the Time-Space Transfer Bureau soon. Okay. Chapter 55, 666, If you suck, practice more. The next day, Jiangnan was jolted awake by Yu Zhan's phone call. Jiangnan, you son of a bitch. As soon as he answered, he was greeted with Yu Zhan's affectionate greeting. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you cursing me at this time of morning? What fucking time do you think it is? Are you a pig? It's already 10:30. Jiangnan froze mid-rub of his eyes. He looked at the time in disbelief. I slept that long. What were you doing last night? What kind of fun things did you get up to? Nothing. I just absorbed a core. Yu Zhan fell silent for a moment, then said, oh. Never mind then. Wait, what? Did you absorb a high-level core? If it's high-level, falling into deep sleep afterward is completely normal. Oh. First time doing it, I didn't know. Yu Zhan burst out laughing. Like I don't know better. You expect me to believe this first-time crap? Your family's swimming in money way more than mine, are you seriously telling me this is your first core absorption? Jiangnan chuckled dryly. I'm a man of lofty ambition. I prefer to cultivate through my own strength. Lofty ambition? Wait, I don't remember any mole on your chest. Jiangnan. You idiot, screw off. Looks like you've got a mole on your ass too. Hearing this, Yuzhan immediately sounded shocked. Dude, how the hell do you know I have a mole on my ass? Did you sneak a peek and pull down my pants when I wasn't looking or something? I'd rather steal widow's underwear than ever touch your pants. Keep yapping and I'll rip your intestines out and use them for jump rope. After that shout, Zhou Yu, who had just walked out of the bathroom, suddenly stopped moving. Steal, underwear. Pull down pants. The air froze for a second. Jiangnan blinked. You heard absolutely nothing just now, right? Then he watched as Zhou Yu gave him a slow head-to-toe inspection. Your hobbies are pretty special. From the other end of the line, Yuzhan kept yelling, hurry up and get ready, I'm coming to pick you both up. Thanks, driver you. Driver you a damn ass. Who the hell do you think I am? Jiangnan didn't wait for more ranting, he hung up immediately. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he slipped on his slippers. You ready? Yeah. He rubbed his neck, felt a bit stiff, maybe a crick. Strange, how come I slept longer than you? Man, my neck hurts. 15 minutes later. The familiar Ferrari pulled up in front of them. Since Jing Yi had checked in and scolded them for skipping breakfast, they were each forced to carry a slice of toast in their mouths. Yuzhan rolled down the window. Get in. Jiangnan stepped closer, leaned down, and asked, can we take an electric scooter instead? Yuzhan. Haven't you been living in South City all these years? Did riding e-scooters fry your brain? Jiangnan answered honestly, well, I also ride bicycles sometimes. Yuzhan shot him a look. Great. Let me go find one then, you sit in the front basket, and brother Xiao you can squeeze in the back seat. Forget it. Then Jiangnan's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. If you're willing to sit in the basket, I could still, consider it. Get lost. How come you're the one cursing all the time? Not a shred of decency. Unlike me, I literally can't even say a single mean thing. Yuzhan stared at him in disbelief. Are you even human? Who was the guy calling me an idiot earlier? Who said they'd rather steal widow's underwear than pull down my pants? Wait, scratch that one. And who threatened to pull out my intestines for jump rope? You agree, right Xiao Yu? Jiangnan batted his big, innocent eyes, secretly winking at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, ugh. Jiangnan. Yuzhan. Whatever. Let's stop fooling around. Jiangnan opened the rear door and gestured to Zhou Yu, you go first. Oh. Once seated, Jiangnan crossed his legs. So where are we headed today? We're going to Bimeng Town to soak in the hot springs. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Oh, so it's about the hot springs or is it really about seeing someone? Yuzhan elbowed him sharply. Shut up. I'm planning to celebrate my birthday in Bimeng Town this year, and you two are coming with me, no excuses. And also, I was thinking of confessing to Qingshu this time. Lin Qingshu, that girl rang a bell for Jiangnan. Back in South City, Yuzhan used to drag him everywhere, constantly excited about some online chat friend. Apparently, he'd met a female netizen online, and she invited him to her family's hot spring resort for a visit. That guy was really bold back then, didn't even worry about getting scammed, just dragged Jiangnan along with him and went charging off. And wouldn't you know it? It actually turned out pretty damn great. They'd met the girl Yuzhan had been raving about online, Lin Qingshu. She was the daughter of the owner of the only hot spring inn in this little town. Oh, actually, she had an older brother too, Lin Qingxian. When they returned, Yuzhan was practically floating on air, non-stop babbling to Jiangnan about how he'd finally met the first girl he ever wanted to protect. You've been chatting for years now. Seriously, no progress at all. Of course there's progress. Whenever I'm free, I visit her town. She invited me over this time because she knows it's my birthday tomorrow. I heard she even made me a cake by hand, what does that tell you? She's got feelings for me. Ugh. You think if I had a birthday, my buddies wouldn't scrap together every last penny to celebrate it for me? Kid, don't let love cloud your judgment. Remember, your brothers are always your strongest support. Yuzhan rolled his eyes. Then stop holding brother Xiao Yu's hand while you say that. Jiangnan declared solemnly, I've long since lost my mind to love. Bimeng Town. At that moment, Lin On was sitting beside a small stream. Confused. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell happened? Wasn't I just at the Time-Space Travel Bureau a second ago? He blinked, staring at his reflection in the water. Holy shit. Who the hell gives a haircut during a time travel? My majestic, flowing long hair. And my clothes. What the fuck is this? Flip-flops, baggy shorts, and a stupid short-sleeved shirt. At least I don't have leg hair. Why are you so clueless like your old man? If you travel to the modern era in the middle of summer with long hair and robes, people will take you for a lunatic. Lin On. He looked left and right, then realized the voice came from inside his own head. Who the hell are you? And why are you in my head? Humph, I'm the highest level system in the entire time-space travel bureau, you can call me 667. Wow, never heard of you. 667. Listen up. Let me introduce myself properly. I used to be the system of Heaven's Tao itself. Heaven's Tao, you get it? Lin On nodded. Yeah, I know. Last time, Anan went and beat up Heaven's Tao, then got blacklisted. I'm nothing like those Heaven's Taos. Nothing like them. You're old man. I trained him myself. So you're the one who turned my dad into that messed up guy. Come out here, I'm challenging you to a fight. If you've got the guts, come in. You come out. You come in. How the hell am I supposed to go in when you're already inside me? If you suck, practice more. Chapter 56 Lin Qingze, are you trying to frame me? I give up. Did I transmigrate physically or just as a soul? I'm definitely the protagonist, right? Of course I am, I'm this handsome. See that big yellow dog over there? Lin On glanced sideways and spotted a large yellow dog lifting its leg to pee against a tree. He nodded. Yeah, I see it. What about it? Even if we gave the male lead role to a dog, it still wouldn't be you. What the F***%? While Lin On was passionately exchanging insults with 666 in his mind, a young man carrying a plastic basin and a bag of fruit passed by. Seeing Lin On shouting at thin air, Lin Qingze shot him a strange look. There aren't any lunatics like this in town, are there? He didn't think much of it, squatting down by the stream to wash the fruit. When the big yellow dog saw him, it acted as if it had just spotted, well, not a giant pile of something, it was more like seeing its beloved. Its tail wagged like a propeller as it came rushing over, panting with its tongue out. It squatted beside Lin Qingze, looking as if it were smiling. Lin Qingze patted its head and casually tossed it a strawberry. Noticing someone nearby, Lin On immediately shut his swearing mouth. He coughed awkwardly twice, then started walking over, intending to ask where exactly he was, when suddenly, perhaps because the ground near the water was slippery, his foot slipped. Bro. Shit. Lin Qingze turned around just in time to see Lin On tipping backward, one of his flip-flops already flying off. They weren't far apart. Lin Qingze quickly closed the distance and grabbed him. But just as he pulled Lin On back upright, the idiot lost his balance again and crashed straight into Lin Qingze. Plunge. The sound of bodies slamming onto the ground followed. At that moment, Lin On was already drenched in sweat. Not because it hurt, but precisely because he didn't feel pain that he panicked. Lin Qingxuan's face had turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. I really shouldn't have interfered just now. Glancing backward, luckily, the fruit bag had already been carried aside by the dog, who dragged the whole basin safely away. Otherwise, the impact from two grown men falling would have surely destroyed the basin. Still, his poor butt had taken the full hit. He pinched Lin Ang's face upward. Get off. Lin On blinked his pretty phoenix-like eyes, then quickly pushed himself up. Hey bro, you alright? You'd better pray I am. He extended his hand for Lin Qingze to take. With a yank, he pulled him up. Now both were standing. Looking closer, Lin On realized this guy was actually slightly shorter than him. His appearance? Quite delicate. Pretty cute, even. There's dirt on your pants. Let me brush it off for you. Lin Qingze. He covered his rear and took 2 steps back. What? Come on, I'll help. It's all dirty. Lin On looked puzzled as he stepped forward, speaking as he approached. Lin Qingze raised his hand to stop him. And no, that's okay. I'll just change when I get home. Alright then. Lin On scratched his head, then asked sheepishly, big bro, where exactly is this place? Biameng Town. You're from outside, right? Lin Qingze retrieved the basin, rewarded the dog with another loving pat, and continued washing the fruit. Lin On squatted down beside him and watched. Yeah, that's right. Where are you from? I don't know. All I remember is waking up here. No memories at all. Of course, Lin On couldn't very well say he was from another world. He'd be labeled insane instantly. Lin Qingze frowned slightly and pressed an apple into his hand. Don't know anything about your family? Address? Phone number? Nope. Lin On shook his head, looking at the fruit still damp with droplets of water, sniffing it. Smells nice. But feels different from those spiritual fruits in the cultivation world. One bite, crunchy. So damn good. Watching him devour it like a starving wolf, Lin Qingze froze momentarily. Especially when the guy said, what kind of fruit is this? So tasty. First time I've ever had it. That shocked him even more. Who hasn't eaten an apple before? At the very least, everyone knows what one looks like. Is something wrong with your brain? Lin On looked up. Why are you insulting me? Then he rubbed his neck, feeling a bit guilty. Alright, go ahead and yell at me. I mean, you only fell because of me just now. And 666 watched this entire scene. His eyes narrowed. That scent, it was so familiar. Looking at the bag of fruit, Lin Ong asked, why are you washing these? My younger sister's friend is celebrating her birthday. She wants to make a cake herself, these fruits are essential. Birthday? You mean one's birth date? We usually call it birthday, but yeah, what you said does exist too. A cake is something prepared for the birthday person, it's a kind of dessert that everyone shares together. Everyone shares it? Then can I get a piece too? Lin Qingze. How could this guy seem so naive? With just that face, out in the real world, he'd be scammed right down to his underwear. He stared at the surface of the stream, then finally replied, probably not until tomorrow. That's fine. I can wait. The word cake sounds really new, I've never heard it before. His old man had lived in the modern era, but hadn't passed on much modern knowledge to him. At most, he knew about cell phones, novels, cars, airplanes, stuff like that. His fingers flicked rapidly through a series of gestures, and each piece of fruit in the bag levitated into the air, plunging into the stream water. Lin Qingze. He grabbed Lin Ong by the collar. You're a spirit walker. Because before entering this world, he'd learned it wasn't like the cultivation realm, practitioners here weren't called cultivators anymore. Only spirit walkers and deviants. Lin Qingze clenched his fists tightly, barely restraining the urge to punch Lin Ong in the face as he gritted his teeth. What the hell are you doing causing trouble? Now I have to buy all the damn fruit again. Lin Ang's gaze remained pure and clear. He slightly raised the tip of his finger, and the fruits previously submerged rose back into the air, then dropped one by one into the basin. I just wanted to help. I wasn't causing trouble. Big Yellow was circling around the basin, looking like a curious baby. Just as Lin Qingze was about to say something, the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was his little sister, he answered. What's up, Qingshu? The fruit's ready. I'll head back soon. Oh, they've already arrived. Should I bring anything else back? Got it. I'll see you later. After hanging up, Lin Qingze turned to Lin Ong, I'm heading back. Hey. Before he could finish, Lin Ong, who had been happily chewing an apple, suddenly felt dizzy. His body went light and uncontrolled, lurching forward. Lin Qingze caught him by the back, shoulders twitching. Are you pulling a fast one on me? Fainted? Hey. Lin Ong had already lost consciousness. The half-eaten apple slipped from his hand and rolled into the water. Looking at Big Yellow behind him, Lin Qingze sighed helplessly, picked up Lin Ong, and carried him over to the nearby grass. Then he emptied the contents of the basin into the plastic bag. Big Yellow, hold this for me. I'll treat you to chicken legs tonight. Woof. Big Yellow, smart as ever, clamped the bag in his mouth, wagged his tail, and followed close behind Lin Qingze. Having grown up in the most ordinary of small towns, Lin Qingze had done no shortage of physical labor since childhood, earning himself a solid build. Carrying a man roughly his own size was no problem at all. And yes, he carried him. On his shoulder was Lin Ong, in his hand the basin, behind him trotting Big Yellow. 666 couldn't help but reflect from deep within. What a heartwarming scene. Chapter 57, F7 of Mo City. Inside the hot spring inn. Jiangnan and the others were on the second floor. The first floor was where guests soaked in the hot springs, while the second floor belonged to the owner's private living quarters. After several years, Jiangnan finally saw again the girl who had made Yuzhan spread his peacock feathers. Back then, they were all still young and a bit naive. Now, however, everything had changed, especially Lin Qingze, who had grown into a graceful, blossoming young woman. She was just as beautiful as before, but now her figure was fuller. Jiangnan didn't let his gaze linger too long. Compared to the flashy, painted beauties Yuzhan usually associated with, this girl wore no makeup, her beauty was natural. It wasn't hard to understand why Yuzhan's heart had been captured. Wasn't it the same case with the original host and Zhou Yu? Looking at Lin Qingze, wearing a light green apron and holding a piping bag, gently smiling toward him, Yuzhan felt his heart flutter wildly. Gee, good to see you again, Qingze. Really? We've only been apart for a few weeks. Jiangnan flipped his bangs. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, one day apart feels like 3 autumns, let alone several weeks. Leaning against Zhou Yu's shoulder, he introduced, this is my boyfriend. Lin Qingze chuckled softly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Hello, I'm Lin Qingze. Her voice was soft and soothing, and combined with her innocent appearance, it easily stirred a man's protective instincts. Zhou Yu politely returned a faint smile. I'm Zhou Yu. To be honest, Lin Qingze left a far better first impression than Zhou Yu did. Even though Zhou Yu was also a gentle, sweet type, compared to Lin Qingze, she somehow felt lacking. It's really touching that you're making my birthday cake yourself, how's it coming along? Yuzhan peeked toward the kitchen, but Lin Qingze grabbed the hem of his shirt. No way. You can't see it until tomorrow. Fine, fine. Pouting, Yuzhan slumped onto a chair. Qingshu, when will your brother be back? Just thinking about Lin Qingxian made Yuzhan feel a little uneasy. Not without reason. After meeting Lin Qingshu for the first time, Yuzhan had frequently visited Bimeng town. He'd spent quite a lot at this hot spring inn. Being a man himself, Lin Qingxian couldn't possibly miss what this bastard was up to. Clearly, he had his eyes on his younger sister. But then again, the guy was a regular customer, never laid a hand on his sister, always acted respectfully, so what could he really say? He couldn't speak, but he could glare. Every time Yuzhan came around, he felt chills down his spine. That was Lin Qingxian staring daggers at him. Sometimes the man held a thick iron rod, other times a rolling pin. It was terrifying. It got so bad that Yuzhan didn't even dare suggest going out with Lin Qingshu. He should be back any minute. Before Lin Qingshu could finish, the door burst open. Lin Qingxian strode in, casually tossing a basin onto the floor. Da Huang, carrying a bag in its mouth, walked up to Lin Qingshu and dropped it. Seeing her brother still carrying someone over his shoulder, Lin Qingshu picked up the fallen bag and asked, "Who's this?" "Don't know. Found him unconscious by the roadside, so I brought him back." Lin Qingxian shot a glance at Yuzhan, scoffed coldly, and retreated straight to his room. Yuzhan curled his toes in embarrassment, nervously pinching his nose. Jiangnan, meanwhile, stared at the person on Lin Qingshuan's back. Something felt familiar. But he hadn't seen the person's face yet. Lin Qingshu didn't think much of it and headed straight into the kitchen with the bag. No wonder her brother took so long buying fruit, he hadn't mentioned bringing back a person too. Actually, Lin Qingxian had planned to wash the fruit right by the stream after shopping, saving water instead of bringing it home and making his sister wash it again. He'd even specially borrowed a basin from Aunt Li. Jiangnan looked at Da Huang crouched on the floor, leaned forward slightly in his seat, and held up his phone to record. Aiming the camera at Da Huang, he clicked his tongue and called, "Come here, Chen Fan." Da Huang tilted his head. He didn't know who Chen Fan was, but he understood he was being called over. Wagging his tail, he trotted toward Jiangnan. Jiangnan patted his head. "There you go, good dog." He stopped the recording, then sent the video to the group chat Mo City F7. This group was started by Jiangnan, Zhou Qingze, and a few others. It was originally named Mo City F6, but was renamed after Zhou Yu joined. Currently, the 7 members were Jiangnan, Zhou Yu, Zhou Qingze, Wang Gang, Chen Fan, Han Fuzhou, and Su Zichen. The moment the video was sent. "Chen Fan." Then he sent a 37-second voice message. Followed by another one, 60 seconds long. "Han Fuzhou, whose close-up is this?" "Oh, Chen Fan's." "Chen Fan, Jiangnan." 60 seconds is the WeChat limit, not my limit. Su Zichen, can't even look. Wang Gang, actually, don't get me wrong, but this dog really does look like Chen Fan when he smiles. Zhou Qingze, do you mean they both have that creepy, lewd smile? Han Fuzhou, I agree. Chen Fan at Han Fuzhou, how could you treat me like this? Wah, I'm heartbroken. Jiangnan. Wang Gang. Zhou Qingze. Su Zichen. Han Fuzhou. Han Fuzhou shot upright from his bed and initiated a group voice call. Jiangnan and the others connected, including Zhou Yu as well. As soon as the call linked up, chirping birds and flowing water could be heard in the background. "Chen Fan, you're so damn shameless." That was Han Fuzhou's voice. Then came Chen Fan's deliberately high-pitched reply, "Honey, why are you being so mean? I'm gonna get mad at you, humph." Wang Gang, ugh. "Chen Fan, you're my big brother. My real big bro. I'm gonna puke up my breakfast." Su Zichen, are any of you even cultivating right now? Are you all that free? Wang Gang, of course we're cultivating. I just broke through to 4th stage, Qingze and I are out strolling around. Wow. Our class already has 2 4th stagers. What about you, Nanji? Close to. Jiangnan smirked darkly. I originally wanted to stay low and hang out with you guys as an ordinary person, but since you found out, whatever. I won't hide it anymore. I'm calling it out, I'm actually already 9th stage of the 1st realm. After those words dropped, Wang Gang and the others fell silent for a moment. Then came the sharp burst of hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Holy shit. Nanji, did you get high on your trip back to downtown or what? 9th stage of the 1st realm. You think we're dumb as hell? Just now I saw a cow flying in the sky, who the hell's blowing that? I won't hide it either. I'll lay it bare, in my past life, I was a 10th realm spirit master. Betrayed and murdered by someone I trusted. Reincarnated into this life, I've sworn to reach the absolute peak of cultivation. Send me 50 kwai and I'll tell you my revenge plan. Zhou Yu's mouth twitched violently. For some reason, he really wanted to laugh. Lin Qingshu was in the kitchen, Lin Qingxian in his bedroom, leaving only the 3 of them in the living room. Yuzhan, also bored out of his mind, leaned in to listen to Jiangnan and the others' affectionate, exaggerated banter. He snorted, covering his face with one hand while flipping the bird with the other. My damn heavens, your friends are truly unbeatable. Chapter 58 By E, my back feels a bit chilly. Then, a strange sound suddenly came from the phone. Fuzhou Gij, no, don't do this, ah. Jiangnan. Zhou Yu. Yuzhan. Han Fuzhou, sorry guys, he was being too damn annoying, so I just went over to his place and punished him. Zhou Qingze, what the hell is that noise? Sounds like Fanzi got raped or something. Wang Gang, go for it, Fuzhou. Kill him. At that moment, Lin Qingshu had just walked out of the kitchen, holding a kettle filled with freshly boiled water. Her expression visibly froze in bewilderment. Plus, Jiangnan and Zhou Yu both had speakerphone on. What not? What kill him? Was she supposed to be hearing this? The four stared at each other in silence, while Big Yellow the dog scratched an itch with its hind leg on the floor. Meanwhile, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze crossed the street on a green light, each holding a cup of iced milk tea. Wanna call Fuzhou and the others out? Everyone's just bored anyway. We're going hot pot later. I wanna go pet some cats first. Though Wang Gang looked like a tough guy, he was completely powerless against anything cute and adorable. He'd wanted a cat for ages, but his mom wouldn't allow it, so it never happened. Hence, whenever he had free time, he'd head straight to a cat cafe for maximum cuddling. Zhou Qingze, meow. Wang Gang, question mark. He gave Zhou Qingze a look, then grinned while touching his ear. If you wore cat ears, I could pet you too. No. They arrived at their usual cat cafe, where the owner already knew Wang Gang well. Back again, Xiao Gang. The shop owner was around 30-something, still charming and alluring. Especially her figure, any man would find it hard not to steal glances. Big sister Lu, you're getting more beautiful every time. Wang Gang casually sanitized his hands, then did the same for Zhou Qingze. Lu Rong laughed delightfully, glancing at Zhou Qingze. Oh. Brought a handsome young guy with you? Nah, this is my bro. Wang Gang slung an arm around Zhou Qingze's neck and flashed his teeth, so tell me, which one of us is hotter? You're definitely the hottest. By the way, where's my Tuanzi? Wang Gang scanned the room, failing to spot his favorite cat. Normally, Tuanzi would immediately come rub against his legs when he arrived. Lu Rong pointed toward a windowside seat. Ah, Tuanzi's being held by that little girl. Following her finger, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze spotted a couple, one guy, one girl. More precisely, Bai Yi and Xia Yuro. Zhou Qingze. He tugged on Wang Gang's sleeve. Let's just leave. Wang Gang whispered, isn't that Bai Yi? They'd been in the same class as Cheng Huai. He didn't know Bai Yi well, but he did know the guy was gay. He's gay, so why is he hanging out with Xia Yuro? There's definitely something fishy going on. Grabbing Zhou Qingze's hand, he quietly sneaked behind them and sat down, eavesdropping. So yesterday, you broke up with Zhou Qingze. And he ignored you, so then you. Yeah. He always ignores me. When I broke up with him, he didn't even ask why. He said he liked me, yet acted like that. Xia Yuro clenched her fists, pouting. What good is he besides being pretty? He's strong, sure, but he doesn't treat his girlfriend right at all. Every date we go to street food stalls, and he thinks forever before buying me even a single gift. Bai Yi. Internally, he rolled his eyes. This woman's insane. He'd only approached Xia Yuro to better understand Zhou Qingze and his friends, to prepare future countermeasures. Never expected she'd drag him out just to rant non-stop. That thing yesterday in the hallway, ruffling her hair, he still couldn't make sense of it himself. He knew his sexual orientation clearly. So why, when he saw her crying and running off, did a strange emotion rise inside? He hadn't thought much of it then, but after returning home, he washed his hands over 10 times, feeling physically nauseated. He started wondering if there was something wrong with him. And Xia Yuro kept babbling, and then there's Jiangnan. At first, he claimed he transferred to South City just for me. I was so touched. But how long did that last? He gave up already. Last time during our class practical exercise, I got bullied and he didn't even say a word. Bai Yi looked at the cat in her arms, nodding occasionally as if listening attentively. Especially that Zhou Yu, just thinking about him makes me sick. If it weren't for his weakness back then, how could I have been captured by Jiang Chen's people? His brother is so strong, yet he himself is this pathetic. And now he's even hooking up with Jiangnan. Ugh, it's disgusting. I don't know what kind of spell Jiangnan's under to actually like him. Typical, someone poor their whole life, seeing a rich person and immediately trying to latch on, not even caring the other person is a man. Bai Yi. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, wanting badly to curse. He had no doubt that if Cheng Huai were sitting here instead of him, with that temper of his, he'd already have punched Xia Yuro in the face. Thinking of Zhou Yu's face, Bai Yi took a sip of coffee. In his opinion, Zhou Yu was far better looking than Xia Yuro. Sure, Xia Yuro was an uncommon beauty, but what did that have to do with him? If he were straight, maybe he'd go along with Xia Yuro's rant and badmouth Jiangnan and Zhou Yu. But unfortunately, he was gay. In matters like this, he could tell right from wrong just by looking at someone's face. He casually asked, disgusted. Do you hate gays? I do find them a bit unpleasant, but what really disgusts me is how Zhou Yu is clearly chasing Jiangnan for money. Haven't you noticed? All the clothes Zhou Yu wears are designer brands, and his complexion has improved so much, he's clearly being well taken care of by Jiangnan. In the back, Zhou Qingze's face darkened like a pot bottom. Wang Gang also looked grim, his fist the size of a sandbag clenching tighter. The little kitten that had wanted to come over and play earlier now flattened its ears and scampered away, sensing the killing intent radiating from Zhou Qingze. Bai Yi sniffed. Why did he suddenly feel a chill down his back? But he didn't think much of it. He tapped the edge of the table with his knuckle. Well, you can't say it like that. What if Jiangnan was the one pursuing Zhou Yu? Besides, wasn't your cultivation level higher than his? Isn't it normal he couldn't beat them? Xia Yuro looked up at Bai Yi in disbelief. Are you defending him? My level is higher, but I'm a healing type. And Zhou Qingze isn't strong too, right? I thought he would have taught Zhou Yu something. Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. He's a spatial type. What exactly can he do? You know, that ability used to be so rare, even in our entire Long Kingdom, only one person ever manifested it. And before they could develop stronger skills, that person died. Because the ability was so damn rare, and the previous spatial type metahuman died too early, everyone only knew that spatial abilities allowed storage, teleportation, and excelled at disruption and escape. Well then why didn't he just teleport me away? Why did he just stand there staring? If Zhou Yu were here hearing this, he'd definitely want to slap her silly. Fuck, do you think I didn't want to teleport you away? You didn't give me a single chance, you turned and ran without a word, got caught by Jiang Chen's people, created so much distance, how the hell was I supposed to reach you? There were already so many people blocking me, all of them spirit users with more experience than me. Even if I had the best luck in the world, could my internal spirit source even sustain that? And what's the most shameless part? You weren't even drugged, so what the hell were you screaming for? Chapter 59 Jiangnan, it's good when your wife is pretty. Bai Yi instantly felt utterly speechless. What a freak. How could Zhou Qingze possibly put up with such a girlfriend? He thought Xia Yuro was acting completely insane. An ordinary first-stage cultivator's body could only hold so much spiritual source, using teleportation once would drain a significant amount. He pulled out his phone and called Cheng Huai, then stood up. Hey, Huai, what's up? Cheng Huai on the other end was completely baffled. Didn't you just call me? Oh. Your mom invited me over for dinner. Alright, I'll head over in a bit. Cheng Huai. You have. Before he could finish his next sentence, Bai Yi hung up straight away. Zipping up his jacket, Bai Yi gave Xia Yuro an apologetic smile. Sorry, Zaya, my friend just asked me over for dinner. I should go now. Xia Yuro blinked, sighed, and drooped her head. Fine. See you later. Hands tucked into his pockets, Bai Yi walked away from the seat. Just as he stood up, he noticed Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze sitting directly behind them. But both had their backs turned and didn't notice him. With a mischievous smirk, Bai Yi said to Xia Yuro, you know, I think Zhou Qingze actually cares about you quite a lot. He and his younger brother don't have it easy financially, they probably aren't ignoring you on purpose. If you still have feelings for him, maybe consider getting back together. Maybe he was just angry, not intentionally cold toward you. Xia Yuro made a soft humph. No way. Why should a girl be the one to apologize? Girls never lower themselves to please boys. Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. Alright, suit yourself. Then I'll take off. After Bai Yi left, Xia Yuro didn't linger either. Finishing her coffee, she also got up and left. Zhou Qingze leaned against the table, supporting his forehead with his hand. Gaz, suddenly I feel like I've been an absolute idiot. Wang Gang nodded. I think so too. Wang Gang pulled Tuanzi into his arms and sighed deeply. Don't you sense it? During your relationship with Xia Yuro, all you ever talked about with us guys was Xia Yuro this, Xia Yuro that, non-stop. It wasn't until Jiangnan took your little brother away that you started acting normal again. Huh? Was it really that bad? Of course. Remember when it was her birthday, you even gathered us guys to pool money for cake and flowers? When did you used to borrow money from us before that? Zhou Qingze thought back, yeah, damn it, that actually happened. Back then, Jianyao brought Xia Yuro right in front of him and said, it's our Ruru's birthday, Qingze. You wouldn't be stingy, would you? Then she deliberately showed him pictures of outrageously expensive cakes from trendy shops, and Xia Yuro seemed to like them. HRRM, yeah. After buying the cake, Jianyao took 2 bites and complained it wasn't tasty, so Xia Yuro didn't eat it either. The leftover cake ended up being finished off by Wang Gang and the others, including Zhou Yu. Even now, he clearly remembered Zhou Yu eating the cake while murmuring quietly, don't buy stuff like this again. Zhou Yu had sent him money knowing about the birthday, saving up painstakingly. And yet that hard-earned money had ended up wasted like this. Meanwhile, at Bimeng town. Lin Qingxian looked at Lin Ong lying on his bed and couldn't help but chuckle. Damn it, I really am too kind-hearted. You should count yourself lucky to meet such a helpful bro like me. As for Lin Ong, the 666 in his mind had fallen silent. He'd forgotten to tell Lin Ong, this guy's cultivation level had already been suppressed. Right now, he was nothing more than a mere first-stage, first-rank cultivator. Yet moments ago, he'd used a cultivation technique from the immortal sect. It was no wonder his spiritual source was nearly depleted. Honestly, though, maybe it was partly his fault, he should have reminded Lin Ong beforehand. Well then, might as well give him a small beginner's reward package. This one isn't good. This one won't work either. Got it. 666 snapped his fingers. He was absolutely certain Lin Ong would love this beginner's gift package. After settling Lin Ong properly, Lin Qingxian stepped into the living room. Only to see Yuzhan constantly showing off like a peacock in front of his younger sister, and his expression immediately darkened. He silently went into the kitchen, grabbed a rolling pin, and occasionally tapped it lightly against his palm. Look at this rolling pin. Oh yes, this is definitely a rolling pin. Yuzhan instantly stiffened, muscles taut. Here it comes, that familiar feeling. That stare making my sweat pour down. He glanced up and met Lin Qingxuan's gaze, but just as quickly averted his eyes, as if seeing a ferocious beast. Big brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Lin Qingxian shot him a sharp look, lifted the rolling pin, and slammed it down on the table with a loud bang, making the surface of several cups of hot tea ripple. Jiangnan blinked. Quietly, he picked up his own cup and Zhou Yu's cup. Lin Qingshu pouted teasingly, big brother, we're just friends. Zhan was only joking, don't be like this. Lin Qingxian sighed helplessly, Qingshu, you've never been far from home. You don't know how treacherous people can be. As a fellow man, do you think I can't tell what this little punk is thinking? I fully support you dating, but only if you pass my inspection first. Look at this guy. The moment he sees you, his ass practically lifts off the ground. Wants to strut around like a peacock. Clearly not a good one. Yuzhan cried out, don't slander me. I'm an extremely law-abiding citizen. Jiangnan grinned slyly, oh yes, your conscience is extremely evil. Lin Qingxian noticed Zhou Yu, walked behind him, grabbed his shoulders, and turned him toward Lin Qingshu. Qingshu, see. When looking for a boyfriend, go for someone like this. Good-looking and well-behaved. Look at him. Does he strike you as someone who'd mess around? Lin Qingshu studied Zhou Yu for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Brother, you're right. Zhou Yu. Before he could shoot Jiangnan a desperate, pleading look, Jiangnan already wailed out, swatting Lin Qingxuan's hand away and slinging his own arm firmly around Zhou Yu's shoulders, blocking any further contact. Big brother Qingxian, this is my boyfriend, he's not available for loan. Boyfriend? Lin Qingxian frowned. Didn't you transfer to Southern City to tail some girl like a love-struck puppy? How did he become your boyfriend? What puppy? Who said that? Yuzhan quietly inched his butt backward. Lin Qingxian turned his gaze toward Yuzhan. Jiangnan also looked his way. Jiang Xiaonan, hear me out. Nonsense. Today it's either you die or I die, pick one. I'll pick your granddad. Lin Qingxian wordlessly pressed both their heads down with one hand each. This small place can't take the beating from you two. If you want to fight, take it outside. Zhou Yu took a sip of hot tea, finding the whole scene oddly comfortable. Grumbling, Jiangnan resettled beside Zhou Yu. Then, catching sight of Zhou Yu's profile, he fell silent again. Sigh, it's truly good when your wife is pretty. One glance after fighting with an idiot, and your mood clears right up. Having grown up together, how could Yuzhan not understand exactly what Jiangnan meant? This damn bastard was implying he couldn't even land a girlfriend. Chapter 60 Qin Mingxiao, I don't argue with fools, Chen Fan, me. What breaks your heart the most isn't anything complicated. 1. The person you secretly love already has someone. 2. The person you secretly love likes someone else. 3. The person you secretly love is oblivious and can't read your hints at all. 4. You make the first move, yet they still don't get it. 5. Who's broken? I won't say. 6. You're actually devastated, aren't you? By Jiangnan. At this moment, at the Jiang residence. Jiang Bai looked across at the middle-aged man opposite him, casually cracking sunflower seeds as he spoke. What do you want? Old Jiang, what happened to the core from that peak 7th stage monstrous beast you killed in the spirit realm last time? I ate it. Shuzhou, whose mouth twitched. Absorbing it, I get that, but what do you mean you ate it? That monster was your kill, you taking its core, we had no objections. But we need that core. Name your price. Your guardian dragon unit always boasts exceptional talents, doesn't it? Shouldn't you have plenty of lightning elemental abilities? Why come asking me for a core? Shuzhou, who sighed. There's a particularly troublesome opponent inside the spirit realm this time, one only the lightning wolf king's skill can counter. We're trying to extract the ability from the core. If that fails, we'll have to fight head-on. The beasts within the spirit realm are growing stronger, and the rifts keep expanding. We've received reliable intel from our organization. Some monsters have already gained human form and are living among us indistinguishable from normal people. This poses a serious threat to spirit users like us, and even to ordinary civilians. Jiangbai spat out a sunflower seed shell. So what? The core I already gave away, it's being absorbed by that kid right now. Zhou slammed the table, shattering the wood with bare hands, no spiritual power involved, and the sheer physical force revealed how strong he truly was. He stared in disbelief. I ran all the way over here just to ask you for help, and you already gave it away. And to some kid, of all people. Old Jiang, have you lost your mind? How could you hand over such a precious core to a child? If he fails to absorb it, you'd be maximizing losses beyond repair. Jiangbai glanced at him coolly. That table was 3 million. Oh. I'll get the organization to reimburse it later. So why did you give that core to a child in the first place? Calmly peeling another tangerine, Jiangbai chuckled, because he's my son's boyfriend. When meeting a younger generation for the first time, us elders ought to give something, don't you think? Zhou. Old Jiang, after all these years between us, just help me out. Before the core is fully absorbed, help me retrieve it. Name any price, we'll meet it if we can. Jiangbai shook his head. No thanks. I lack for nothing. After a pause, however, he seemed to recall something. Fine, I'll handle this troublesome opponent for you. But only if you agree to one condition. Seeing hope, Zhou nodded firmly. Speak. The boy I gave the core to possesses dual elemental abilities, one of them being spatial manipulation. He's only the second spatial type user in our long nation's history. You remember how the last one died, don't you? In exchange, keep those people away from that boy. Jiangbai's eyes turned icy cold. If anything happens to him, even the slightest involvement from them, they won't live to see another peaceful day. Zhou remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. Of course he coveted dual elemental talent. The very reason he came seeking Jiangbai was so the core could be used by their own prodigious dual elemental youth within the Guardian Dragon unit. But a spatial elemental user? That would guarantee immediate abduction for human experimentation, to extract every scrap of information. I, as Deputy Commander of the Guardian Dragon unit, give you my word, we will not allow them to touch him. Jiangbai glanced toward Jingyi standing at the study door, then stood up with a carefree laugh. I'll return soon. Till then, thank you for holding things down. Jingyi's calm gaze swept lightly over Zhou. Understood. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. In that moment, he found Madame Jiang far more terrifying than Jiangbai himself. Meanwhile, inside the Guardian Dragon unit, several high-ranking officials of Long Nation studied the data of the genius youth through a holographic projection. Qin Mingxiao. Age 18. Parents entered the spirit realm after his birth and perished, raised personally by the commander of the Guardian Dragon unit. Spiritual origin awakened at age 3, manifesting dual elemental abilities, a first in recorded history. At 7 years old, he voluntarily participated in human experiments. After that, his cultivation skyrocketed. At merely 18, he had already reached the 6th realm of spirit users. He held great prestige within the Guardian Dragon unit, even more than Deputy Commander Zhou, and was an indispensable member on any mission. Truly a hero rises in youth. This kid is definitely someone who'll stand atop the peak in the future. Yeah, it's just a pity, his fate's been so harsh. Qin Mingxiao finished his daily training, took a quick shower, threw on some clothes, and left the organization. Others paid no mind when he walked off without greeting anyone, it was nothing new. After all, he ranked second only to the commander himself. Walking down the road, the sun blazed overhead. He checked his phone. 30 degrees. He stepped into a small convenience store, bought a Xiao ice cream, and began sucking on it as he walked. These past few days, he'd been fully preoccupied preparing for that massive creature in the spirit realm, hadn't properly relaxed at all. Just earlier, Deputy Su had sent a message saying Master Jiang was personally stepping in, so they'd granted him a short vacation. He brushed a hand through his fringe, wiping away fine beads of sweat. Damn weather. Without looking, he casually flicked the ice cream stick backward, landing it perfectly inside the trash bin. Hearing the sound, he smirked slightly, hands resting behind his head. Still a 100% hit rate. Ah, fuck. Who the hell threw this ice cream stick? So uncivilized. From behind, the loud complaint caused Qin Mingxiao's footsteps to pause. He turned and saw 4 tall young men walking side by side, roughly 1.8 meters each, the most noticeable being the tallest, tanned guy among them. The one on the far edge was cursing while holding the ice cream stick. Chen Fan tossed the stick into the trash can and looked ahead at Qin Mingxiao. Hey man, we should be civilized. You can't just toss ice cream sticks around after finishing them. Sniffing the white smudge now stuck to his clothes, he muttered. Xiao beating flavor. Qin Mingxiao pointed at the trash can behind Chen Fan. You were blocking it. My throw a moment ago was accurate enough to make it in. Chen Fan shot back, exasperated, confidence is good, but don't be blindly confident. That wasn't a precise throw, that was just random tossing. Qin Mingxiao fell silent, then turned to leave, muttering, I don't argue with fools. Chen Fan pointed at himself, glancing incredulously at Han Fuzhou and the others. Fool. Me. Who did I offend? Hit by an ice cream stick and called a fool. Zhou Qingze stared at Qin Mingxiao's retreating figure, mildly surprised. He looks about the same age as us, why does he carry himself so differently? Chapter 61, the 50-50 passive. Damn it, seriously? Ran into an S-class lunatic. Chen Fan wordlessly pulled a few crumpled wads of paper from Han Fuzhou's pocket and wiped his clothes with them. Qin Mingxiao had clearly heard, but he didn't bother arguing with Chen Fan. Right now, he was too hungry. Why didn't you call the squad leader out? Wang Gang broke the ice pop in his hand in half, stuffing the lower half into Zhou Qingze's mouth as he casually replied, Zichen is cultivating. He said today he has a good chance to break through to level 3, didn't want to disturb him. Zhou Qingze, who'd been staring at Qin Mingxiao's back the entire time, finally snapped out of it as something foreign invaded his mouth. Hey, what the hell? He stuck his tongue out. So cold. Wang Gang blinked. What, did you expect it to be hot? The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, the two perennial top students who always buried themselves in study materials, exchanged a knowing glance. Chen Fan shifted awkwardly. Well, how could there not be hot ones? Han Fuzhou quickly added, heh, of course there are. Zhou Qingze caught on fast and smacked each of their heads. You damn perverts. Wang Gang, though, remained blissfully oblivious. He genuinely didn't get it. After all, his daily routine consisted of either training, petting cats, or hanging out with his buddies eating, drinking, and having fun. What are you guys even talking about? I don't get it. Chen Fan smirked lewdly. Are you really clueless, or pretending? Han Fuzhou slung an arm around his neck. Don't play innocent with us, bro. We all know you've seen stuff like that. No, seriously, I have no idea what you mean. I'm someone who hasn't even held a girl's hand before, I don't understand your experienced brains. Zhou Qingze raised an eyebrow in surprise. Never held a girl's hand? So you've never had a girlfriend at all? Although they'd been close friends for over a year, Zhou Qingze had never actually seen Wang Gang with a girlfriend. Nope, Wang Gang shook his head. My mom told me you should only date someone when you're ready to get married. Chen Fan looked puzzled. Whoa, does your mom control things that strictly? Han Fuzhou nodded in understanding. My dad told me the same thing. Huh. So you've never had a girlfriend either? Yeah. Chen Fan immediately felt better. He thought he was the only one among the group without dating experience. That Jiangnan kid might not have succeeded with Xia Yuro, but at least he tried chasing her. Sigh. By that logic, Qingze's the only one among us who's actually had a relationship. Zhou Qingze froze mid-crunch of his ice pop. So I can isolate all of you just by existing, huh? Come to think of it, it was strange, they'd all met in senior year of high school. Yet somehow, Zhou Qingze always had girls swarming around him. They didn't mind that he was the best looking among them, but it was downright suspicious how barren their own romantic zones were. From young female teachers to freshman girls, even when going out, older cute girls would approach Zhou Qingze asking for his contact info. It drove them crazy with envy. Chen Fan made a checkmark sign with his fingers, placing it under his chin as he circled Zhou Qingze twice. Then, he walked behind him and sniffed. Why does he smell kinda nice? Qingze, have you noticed how incredibly strong your luck is? Really? I don't feel anything special. Is there something about you that attracts girls so much? Share it quick, us brothers have been single since birth, 18 long years. Zhou Qingze pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan studied the screen, then solemnly nodded. This guy's way too handsome, like, catastrophically handsome. So good looking he's about to take off into space. Enough nonsense. Let's go already. If we're late, we won't get a table at the hot pot place. Beep. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 50-50 passive. Passive ability description. When the host is incapable of defeating an enemy, this passive will automatically activate, allowing the host to fight the opponent on equal, 50-50 terms. This was the voice that rang inside Lin Eng's head the moment he opened his eyes. What the hell is 50-50? Ah. My back. Ow, 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 ow. He clutched his lower back as he sat up, grimacing. God damn it, I'm done. How did I pass out? Where am I? Did you do this to get back at me, Lu Zi? Tell me, did you? 666. Crazy person. My name is 666, not Lu Zi. Also, you passed out due to spirit source depletion. Nothing to do with me. Spirit source depletion. What the hell is that? 666's voice sounded a bit sheepish. To be honest, it is kind of my fault, I forgot to send you a reminder. From the perspective of this world, you're currently just a level 1 spirit practitioner. How should I put it? In terms of your cultivation world, you'd be equivalent to someone at the early stage of qi refining. Lin On. What do you mean? My cultivation level. How can I possibly drop down to early qi refining? What about my quasi-saint realm? Calm down, there's no need to panic. Anyway, you're not staying in this world forever. Once you return to the cultivation realm, your original cultivation will be restored. But while you're here, you'll have to start over and cultivate properly like everyone else. I refuse. I protest. You said this place is full of monstrous beasts. Sending me out as an early-stage qi refiner is basically telling me to go die. You idiot. Didn't I already tell you about the 50-50 passive? I barely managed to get that gift pack from that stingy supreme god. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Dial 1 and get hellfire. 1. Lin On wasn't even listening carefully, he just instinctively blurted out, 1. Only after a moment did he come back to his senses and ask, what's hellfire? Never mind, I've been playing too many games lately. 666 recalled a certain 4-character game on his system tablet and felt his fingers twitch with craving. If it weren't for being summoned by the supreme god to work, he wouldn't have been stuck below diamond rank. Anyway, this guy was Lin Yang's son, someone he already knew well. He could relax. Once the 50-50 passive was activated, he could just disappear and go enjoy his Mobile Legends vacation. Not like this world required him to assign missions or anything. A nice long holiday, wasn't that way better? I've already activated the 50-50 passive for you. Feel free to go wild. The Supreme God called us for a meeting, I'm outta here. Oh. Back in the system space, 666 was nearly rolling with laughter. Hee shout chow little sister, here I come, King's Poison. The Supreme God stared at the floating screen, which clearly showed 666 snickering like a creep while playing games. From time to time, he muttered, little Xiao Qiao, open up, it's Zhou Yu. She sure cutie, neither of you are getting away. Supreme God. Ridiculous. Chapter 62, the mating season has arrived. Wang Gang and the others found a fairly popular hotpot restaurant, and the group crowded in noisily. They walked over to the table they had reserved earlier. With a quick glance ahead, they saw, the boy who had just thrown away the ice cream stick, sitting right there. Chen Fan sneered sarcastically, oh wow, isn't this the ice cream stick bro? What a coincidence. Qin Mingxiao didn't even bother giving him a glance. He dipped a piece of fatty beef into the pot, then picked it up with his chopsticks and blew on it several times. As if testing it, he touched the tip of his tongue to the meat, then quickly pulled back, slightly furrowing his brow before continuing to blow. He couldn't eat anything too hot, only after it cooled down or reached room temperature would he dare take a bite. Because of this, he was often teased in the Hulong division for having a cat's tongue. Seeing how cold and indifferent this guy was, Chen Fan said to Wang Gang, see. Ice cream stick bro is so aloof, he's as cold as an ice cream bar. Han Fuzhou gave a light tap on his head. Cut it out. Let's see what we're ordering. Ow. Got it. Stop hitting my head. Meanwhile, far away in the immortal cultivation world, Jiangbai had just started smiling at an exciting part of his novel when something suddenly occurred to him. He shot upright like a fish flipping in water. Oh no, had he only just remembered that his third son had already come of age. Impossible, impossible. Could the mating season really arrive this fast? He paced back and forth in the room. Maybe it'll be delayed, this kid's been abnormal since childhood anyway. But what if it does come? I never even taught him how to handle the mating season. Right, there's still Xiao Hua, it should be able to help keep an eye on things. After reassuring himself mentally, Jiangbai lay back down on his chair and resumed reading his novel. This hot spring feels amazing. Jiangnan brushed his bangs back, then lightly nuzzled Zhou Yu's nape, exhaling softly against his neck. Even though this isn't our first time bathing together, I still think it's nice. In the neighboring pool, Yu Zhan looked at the two of them. I can't deal with this. Definitely was the right call to split pools. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Make sure to wake me when you're done. Jiangnan gave a relaxed K sign with his fingers. Sure. Zhou Yu lowered his body slightly, letting his back press fully against Jiangnan's chest. He bent his knees, his hair tips were now damp. Yeah, it really is nice. He tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling, while holding on to Jiangnan's arm wrapped around his waist. His mood was pretty good. Jiangnan blinked, watching Zhou Yu's profile, and suddenly his heart began to race. Slowly, his face and ears turned red, and his entire body grew warm. Zhou Yu, who had been quietly enjoying the soak with his eyes closed, seemed to sense something. He abruptly twisted around. And there was Jiangnan, staring at him in a daze, mouth slightly open, breathing heavy. His gaze dropped downward. He turned around fully, reaching out to touch Jiangnan's forehead. Do you need to go outside? Jiangnan grabbed his wrist. Wait. Don't touch me yet. He shook his head. Damn. Something's off with me. Fever. Jiangnan shook his head. No way. We immortals shouldn't get fevers. He glanced at Zhou Yu again, and that burning sensation inside him flared violently once more. Just, don't move. Let me calm down for a second. He shifted away from Zhou Yu, placing his hands on the edge of the hot spring, turning his back. He called out mentally to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Little Hua. What's happening to me? His hands gripping the rim trembled, so violently that even Ganjiang Xiaonan could sense Jiangnan's current state clearly. Are you serious? Just one look at Zhou Yu and he was like this. Yet every day before, staring, kissing, it never got this bad. It's here, host. Chill, let me check. Xiao Hua pulled up Jiangnan's physiological stats, and the moment he saw the glaring message displayed, both its flower eyes went dark. F***CK. Host, you've entered mating season. What? But this body wasn't even mine originally, how does the mating season trigger now? I don't know either. Suddenly, Jiangnan shuddered. F***CK. Why did that thing grow out? He looked down and felt like the sky was collapsing. All he remembered was what Lin Shu once said, that all Beast Clan members had mating seasons, even Xia Shu, but they only came after coming of age. But tigers were special, they didn't have a fixed mating period. Meaning, ever since he'd reached adulthood, he could fall into heat at any moment. When he had first crossed over into this world, he remembered it at the time, but since nothing had happened for so long after arriving, he'd stopped worrying about it. He never expected it to come on so suddenly now. His breathing had already grown ragged, the innate nature of the white tiger made him struggle to suppress the urge to roar. Xiao Hua. Is there any way to suppress it temporarily? Just get me out of here, now. Hurry. There is a way, but it'll only last a little over a day. Don't talk nonsense. Just do it. If you don't, I won't be able to control myself much longer. If he lost control, Zhou Yu would definitely suffer. He clearly remembered what Lin Shu had once said, that all Beast Clan members went through mating seasons, even Xia Shu, but only after coming of age. But tigers were different, they didn't have a fixed breeding season. That meant ever since reaching adulthood, he could fall into heat at any moment. The next second after Xiao Hua spoke, Jiangnan suddenly felt an icy chill wash over him, from the top of his head all the way down to his toes, bone-deep cold. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Zhou Yu couldn't make sense of Jiangnan's condition, one moment he was flushed red and trembling violently, the next pale and shivering, arms wrapped tightly around himself. He walked over and asked, are you okay? With Xiao Hua's help, Jiangnan recovered after a brief moment and returned to normal. He silently let out a breath of relief, turned around, grabbed Zhou Yu's hand and pulled him close. I'm fine now. Don't worry, I'm alright. He pressed his lips gently against the top of Zhou Yu's head, forcing a strained smile despite lingering discomfort. Zhou Yu hugged him back. If you need help, just say so. His fingers curled slightly. I can help relieve your needs if necessary. 50-50 passive. Lin Ong recalled the detailed description of this ability. His mind raced rapidly. Enemy. Does it only activate when the opponent is actually an enemy? At first, hearing about the 50-50 passive had made Lin Ong think it was trash, but upon deeper reflection, it actually seemed pretty good. If he brought this passive ability back to the immortal cultivation world and dueled Yunba, no, that one probably still wouldn't work. But if he fought against Old Master Lin Yang, well, as soon as the old man attacked him, wouldn't that make him an enemy? And if he couldn't beat his father, the 50-50 passive would trigger, meaning he wouldn't be able to defeat his dad, but his dad wouldn't be able to defeat him either. HSS. You know what? Don't knock it, it's actually something great. Just as the corners of his mouth began to lift, the bedroom door suddenly swung open and Lin Qingxian walked in. He gave Lin Ong a quick up and down look. Why are you smiling so lewdly? Remembered something filthy? Chapter 63, The Weakened Young Master Jiang. Lin Ong. This is a completely natural and pure smile, what do you mean, lewd? He scratched his head. No, my mind's still blank. Is this your place? Lin Qingxian sighed, rubbing one side of his face with his palm. Yeah, this is my room. You suddenly passed out, so I brought you back. It wouldn't be right to leave you on the roadside. Lin Ong blinked. Did you change your pants? Lin Qingxian choked up. Your focus is really something else. Of course I did. Oh. You've been asleep for quite a while. Want something to eat? Lin Qingxian slid one hand into his pocket. I cooked some egg congee. Though he'd never heard of it before, Lin Ong assumed it must taste good, and immediately raised his hand. Yes. 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 Go to the living room. Okay. Following Lin Qingxian out of the bedroom, Lin Ong sat obediently on a chair like a well-behaved child. Soon, Lin Qingxian came over carrying a bowl of egg congee, thoughtfully placing a spoon beside it. He lit a cigarette, leaning against the chair as he watched Lin Ong happily eating. I don't know your name, but you seem younger than me. I'll give you a heads up, this isn't me taking you in. I'm just a kind-hearted person. After you finish eating and recover a bit, you should go. My family doesn't support freeloaders. He exhaled a smoke ring, his expression utterly indifferent. Lin Ong put down his bowl. Can I have another serving? It's over there. Serve yourself. Got it. Lin Ong took his empty bowl into the kitchen, glancing at the pot and then the ladle. Lin Ong. My name is Lin Ong. Peeking out shyly, he asked, by the way, do you want some? No thanks. If you can finish it, then eat up. All right. Then, the cigarette dropped from Lin Qingxuan's mouth. His expression went completely blank. He watched as Lin Ong walked out hugging the entire pot, cheerfully wielding the ladle. Lin Ong sat back down, flashing a wide grin with dazzlingly white teeth. Well then, I won't hold back. Seeing him like this, Lin Qingxian figured this kid must have suffered a lot growing up, otherwise, how could someone be this delighted over a simple bowl of egg congee? He let out a quiet sigh, about to say something, when suddenly he felt a searing heat on his leg. Ah, damn it. He quickly stomped out the cigarette butt and tossed it into the trash can, staring at the hole burn through his pants. He completely lost it. What the hell is going on? That makes 2 pairs of pants ruined now. This guy's probably cursed my pants or something. Lin Ong glanced over. Bro, your pants are torn. By the way, I didn't even ask your name yet. Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian was already numb. He didn't even care about the hole anymore, whatever, let it be. Also surnamed Lin. That's quite a coincidence. Indeed. Lin Qingxian lit another cigarette. You've lost your memory, don't know any contact info or address of your family, what are you planning to do? If needed, I can take you to the police station. Lin Ong shook his head. No need. I've got my own matters to attend to. As for family, well, I'm an orphan. This wasn't him cursing Lin Yang and Xia Yun to die young, it was the truth. In this world, without Lin Yang and Xia Yun around, he truly had no one depending on him. Wasn't that being an orphan? Of course, this only applied here, in this world. If he ever said this in the cultivation realm, he'd lose his dragon tendons for sure. Not only would Lin Yang pull out his tendons, Xia Yun would flay 8 layers of skin off him. Yikes. But then again, what exactly was his purpose coming here? Originally, it was just because his father said, go back and see that beautiful planet for me. But now he had this system too. This system seemed unreliable anyway, the only redeeming feature was that 50-50 passive skill. Around his neck hung a necklace. This wasn't an ordinary one, it wasn't Wang Wei's poem necklace. No, this one could store items. Inside it rested the broken sword Duan Ri, entrusted to him by Lin Yang. Right now, his top priority was to find Jiangnan and deliver the sword to Xiao Tianlang. Lin Qingxian nodded. Okay. Click. The door opened, with Lin Qingshu walking in first. Behind him were Jiangnan, Zhou Yu, and Yuzhan, the 3 of them. At this moment, Jiangnan's body temperature was rising again rapidly. But fortunately, the desire in his heart wasn't as intense anymore. Yuzhan had Jiangnan's arms slung around his neck, grumbling, I can't believe it. You're such a grown man and yet you still get fevers, what are you, a kid who doesn't know how to take care of yourself? Can you keep going? If not, I'll drag you home. Jiangnan panted softly. I'm fine. It's okay. Yuzhan frowned, though his words were harsh, his eyes brimmed with concern. Hearing that voice, Lin Ong, who had been enthusiastically devouring his congee, twitched an ear. That feeling, so familiar. He glanced up, and met Jiangnan's gaze. Both blinked. Confusion flashed across their faces. Jiangnan called out hesitantly, Lin Ong. Anan, you're here too. Lin Ong set the pot down on the table and quickly moved over to support him. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Jiangnan leaned against his arm. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You weren't supposed to be here, what are you doing here? My dad sent me. Lin Qingxian looked at the empty pot and took it into the kitchen to wash. He glanced briefly at the group. You guys know each other? Lin Ong nodded. Yeah. Yuzhan raised an eyebrow. Is this your friend, Jiang Xiaonan? I don't remember you knowing anyone like him around here. Just let go for a sec, I need to talk to Lin Ong privately. Zhou Yu and Yuzhan quickly released him, then watched as Jiangnan, looking utterly drained, weakly pulled Lin Ong aside a few steps. Jiangnan waved Lin Ong closer, motioning for him to lower his voice. What did Uncle Lin send you here for? Did you do something wrong? Lin Ong sidestepped the question. I was about to ask you the same thing, how did you end up like this? That's not like you. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly. It's my rutting phase. Rutting phase? Lin Ong froze, then his hair stood on end. If Jiangnan had already entered his rutting phase, then he himself couldn't be far behind. Then what should we do? This isn't our world, there are no high cultivation experts around to help suppress it. It'll be terrible if you can't find a mate. He hadn't entered heat himself yet, but he knew enough about it. A mate. Wait, you found your wife already, didn't you? My dad told me. Just deal with it through her, otherwise you're really gonna suffer. Jiangnan glanced backward, and found Zhou Yu's eyes fixed on him. Their gazes locked. An image suddenly surged into his mind, spending his rutting phase together with Zhou Yu. It hadn't seemed like much before, but now, once imagined, it flooded in like a tidal wave, impossible to stop. Chapter 64 Jin Feng, it seems the young master is growing up. He clearly knew his current situation was terrible. Inwardly screaming, Huar. What kind of trash are you? Why aren't you helping at all? Don't blame me. It's not like your mind has any decent thoughts, don't go blaming me for that. The little flower defended itself pitifully. Ruwa. Suddenly, Jiangnan burst into tears. Everyone was momentarily stunned. He turned and threw himself into Zhou Yu's arms, sobbing, I want to go back. Ro, I want to go back. Zhou Yu gently touched half of his face, it was burning hot again. This was complicated. Yuzhan sighed and glanced at his phone. By the time they got Jiangnan home, it would probably already be dark. If he came back afterward, he might still make it in time for Qing Shu's cake. Qing Shu, Qing Xianji, I'll take him back first. He had an unexpected issue with his body. Alright, be careful. Lin Qing Shu nodded. Yuzhan smiled, I'll make sure to catch your cake. I'll wait for you. Inside the kitchen, Lin Qing Xian, scrubbing a pot, barely restrained the urge to rush out and whack Yuzhan over the head with a rolling pin as he muttered, don't you dare come back. Seeing them about to leave, Lin Ong also stepped forward and grabbed Jiangnan's arm. I'm going with you. Jiangnan, his head buried in the crook of Zhou Yu's neck, gave a slight nod, then blinked up at Yuzhan with teary, misty eyes. Yuzhan had completely run out of arguments. Fine, let's go. 5 minutes later, the group set off on their way back to the Jiang residence. Lin Ong sat in the passenger seat, glancing back every so often at Jiangnan's condition. In his memory, Jiangnan had never once cried. When they were kids and he fought Nanyu, his fur had been burned off in patches, this spot bald, that spot bare, and he hadn't even yelped, instead plucking out plenty of the other's fur in return. Now he was crying just because his heat cycle had started. Was the mating season really that terrifying? He swallowed hard. If even someone as tough as Jiangnan could cry over a heat cycle, what would happen to him when his own arrived? Would he weep until completely dehydrated? Jiang Xiaonan, are you actually running a fever? But you don't seem sick. Your body's just hot, you can still jump around just fine. From the driver's seat, Yuzhan asked. Ru. I don't know. Jiangnan clung tightly to Zhou Yu's arm, refusing to let go. His eyes were rimmed with red, still sniffling. By the time they returned Jiangnan to the Jiang household, it was already past 7. The sky had just turned dark. Yuzhan didn't even pause for breath, after handing them over to Jin Feng, he immediately turned back along the same route. Seeing Jiangnan like this, Jin Feng seemed to understand everything. He chuckled, it seems the young master is growing up. Zhou Yu was utterly confused. Jin Shu, what do you mean by that? Jin Feng looked at him and said slowly, the young master's current condition isn't too serious, but then again, it is serious enough. Jiangnan stumbled unsteadily. Jin Shu, what should I do? Young master, isn't the person who can help you right beside you? Meanwhile, Jing Yi stood silently on her balcony, watching the scene unfold. If the young master gets rejected, that'll be unpleasant. The one who can help him. Me. Zhou Yu pointed at himself. Yes. Lin Ong quietly picked at his fingers as he listened. Have you ever heard of animals' mating seasons, Master Zhou Yu? Well, I know a little. But how is that related? How could it not be related? The young master is currently in the midst of a mating phase. Jin Feng grinned, his eyes narrowing. Since you know about animal mating seasons, surely you know that animals need a partner to get through it, right? Therefore, the only one who can help the young master is you. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Zhou Yu glanced sideways at Jiangnan. He's a human. How could this possibly relate to animals? That's absurd. Jin Feng nervously rubbed the tip of his nose. You don't know, the old master's bloodline is rather special, so the young master inherited, well. The old master. Uncle Jiang Bai. Lin Ong suddenly spoke up, he'd been silent until now. Jin Feng nodded. The old master already told me about you. You're Lin Ong, correct? Before Lin Yang brought Lin Ong in, he had informed Jiang Bai. The Jiang Bai currently in Mo City was merely a manifestation of the original, and conveying a single thought to such a manifestation was relatively easy. Thus, before leaving, Jiang Bai had specifically mentioned this to Jin Feng. That's right. I've arranged a room for you. If you need to rest, I'll show you there shortly. Master Zhou Yu, please think it over. Without your help, the young master will be in great discomfort. He paused slightly before continuing, if you truly refuse, I'll have to select someone else to assist the young master through his heat cycle. After all, going without release will cause him tremendous suffering, and might even lead to serious health complications later on. No. I don't want anyone else. Jiangnan cried out desperately, I'd rather die than touch another person. Ah, then there's nothing more I can do. It all depends on Master Zhou Yu's decision now. Surely, Master Zhou Yu, you wouldn't want the young master to suffer like this, would you? Before Zhou Yu could even begin to process it, Jin Feng turned around. Let's go inside now. Master Lin Ong, please follow me. Alright. Zhou Yu pressed his lips together, deep in thought, but still followed Lin Ong as they helped carry Jiangnan into the house. After settling Lin Ong, Jin Feng made his way toward Jiangnan's room. Zhou Yu was already waiting, arms crossed against the wall. Seeing him, Jin Feng smiled faintly. Young master, how was my little push? If old master doesn't give me a raise after this, he's got no conscience. Have you made up your mind? It's not too late to back out. Besides, the young master himself said he'd rather endure than turn to anyone else, so clearly, you're the only suitable choice. Zhou Yu let out a soft sigh and glanced at the bedroom door. Can a man do it too? As long as the young master accepts it, then yes, it's possible. I understand. With that, he reached for the door handle. But Jin Feng stopped him. Wait. Take this. 5 boxes of condoms. Zhou Yu's mouth twitched violently. 5 boxes? Isn't that overkill? Jin Feng grinned. Trust me. You'll use them. Don't worry, the room is well soundproofed, and none of the surrounding rooms are occupied. No one will be disturbed. Armed with the condoms, he opened the door, only to be immediately pulled into a scorching embrace. The door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang. Jiangnan's hands moved behind Zhou Yu, locking the door firmly. You shouldn't have come in. Zhou Yu remained calm. Did you want to suffocate alone instead? Jiangnan panted heavily, his body blazing like a furnace, hot enough to melt an iceberg. So you care about me after all? You can still leave now. I won't stop you. But once things start, there'll be no turning back. I'm not leaving. As if I couldn't see right through you, locking the damn door already. Just like when you pulled me out from Jiang Chen's men back then. He wrapped his arms around Jiangnan's neck, staring deeply into those stunning blue eyes. This is my debt to you. If it makes you feel better, do whatever you need. The bedroom lights were off. Zhou Yu noticed again that Jiangnan seemed to dislike having them on. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, Jiangnan had already drawn him into a fierce kiss. It felt desperate, as if afraid he might run away. Zhou Yu felt crushed in that tight embrace, struggling to breathe. Sweat dampened their foreheads. He clenched his teeth tightly. Moonlight streamed through the window. And everything that followed needed no words. Chapter 65 Jiangnan, I'm going all out. Don't be afraid. Jiangnan had been coaxing Zhou Yu for a long time, but the other just kept clenching his teeth in silence, refusing to face him. You're trembling. I'm fine. I can handle it. Are you really okay? Jiangnan's heart churned with emotion, yet he was afraid of causing Zhou Yu pain. In the end, only after Zhou Yu reassured him multiple times did he finally feel at ease. In the living room, Jing Yi couldn't help but laugh as she watched Lin Ong sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Little Lin Ong, didn't expect brother Lin to send you in here after all. Yeah. Lin Ong glanced at Jing Yi. Jing uncle, no, wait, Aunt Jing. Ugh, that doesn't sound right either. He scratched his head. So how should I address you now, uncle or aunt? Jing Yi. In this world, just call me Aunt Jing. Got it, Aunt Jing. He scratched his cheek with his index finger and asked, Aunt Jing, both you and Uncle Jiang Bai have avatars in this world. What about Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi? They do too, Jing Yi took a sip of tea. But they can't control their avatars here, so if you meet them, there's no need to treat them like you would normally. They won't understand anything you say. Oh. By the way, aren't you almost of age soon? Jing Yi smiled gently. Make sure to keep that in mind. Lin Ong flushed red. Still a long way to go. You want to know what Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi are up to? Check the VCR. Inside a well-known bar in Magic City. Jiang Shi stood in the center, surrounded by several young men, each casually holding a beautiful woman in their arms. Second young master Jiang, there are so many beauties around, why not pick one? Jiang Shi sipped the freshly mixed drink, then grimaced. Not interested. And what kind of new product is this? It tastes awful. I thought you'd like it. Well, this round's on me then. Just as he was about to take another sip, a hand came down to stop him. Xiao Shi, what are you doing here? Jiang Shi clicked his tongue in annoyance, swatting Jiang Dong's hand away. Drinking. Come back with me. I'm already in my 20s, do you still have to monitor my drinking? Jiang Dong swept a cold glance over the group of youths. He didn't speak, but his expression darkened. His younger brother never used to hang out in places like this. Who knows where he met these fox-like friends who dragged him to bars every day for no good reason. I don't care if you drink, but not somewhere like this. Then where? Go home and watch third brother and that Zhou Yu. Jiang Dong frowned. I know you can't accept him yet, but who third brother likes is his own business. As older brothers, we should respect his choice. Absolutely impossible. If you don't know how deeply painful that matter is, then don't stand there judging me from your high horse. The group of young men scattered the moment Jiang Dong arrived, their conversation meant for no one else's ears. Seeing Jiang Shi still refused to yield, Jiang Dong gently ruffled his hair. Fine. Brother respects you. But can you just listen once, and leave this place? Let me take you somewhere to clear your mind. Jiang Shi shrugged off his hand. I'm not that little kid who followed you around everywhere anymore. But you're still my younger brother. In my eyes, you'll always be the same child who hasn't grown up, yesterday, today, and forever. It wasn't until the next morning. Zhou Yu opened his eyes and immediately wore an expression full of complex emotions. Staring at the ceiling, he sighed helplessly. He pressed down on Jiangnan's head. Didn't you sleep last night? I have great stamina. Jiangnan leaned in and kissed the corner of Zhou Yu's lips, then grinned wickedly. You passed out several times, do you remember? Zhou Yu grabbed Jiangnan's ear sharply. Whose fault do you think that is? Don't tell me you don't know. Ah, ow, ow, ow. Wife, let go, my ear's breaking. Move aside. I need to take a shower. I'll come with you. He tossed the raincoat into the trash bin and carried Zhou Yu into the bathroom. But Zhou Yu felt uneasy. Biting his lower lip, he turned back to glare at Jiangnan. You seem much better now than yesterday, shouldn't you be alright? Jiangnan shook his head. I've just stopped burning up. But I still need you. After all, the heat cycle can't possibly end this quickly. But I'll try my best to control myself during the day. At night, though, I might not be able to hold back. Seeing that Zhou Yu was clean enough, Jiangnan turned off the bathroom heater and lifted him up again. You know what? Right now, I really wish you'd stay glued to me all day, never leaving my side. Zhou Yu chuckled. My legs aren't broken. But when he saw Jiangnan carrying him over to the sink, facing the mirror, he froze in shock. The hell are you doing? Get off. Stop resisting. Take a good look at yourself like this. These marks, and these too, they're all left by me. Well? What do you think? Zhou Yu grabbed the arm Jiangnan had wrapped around his waist, staring in disbelief at his reflection. Damn it. These won't fade for at least 10 days or half a month. Chapter 66, The Tiger Descends the Mountain. This was the first time Zhou Yu found Jiangnan genuinely terrifying. He asked earnestly, don't you ever get tired? Jiangnan straightened him up and smiled, if I had to say, I could go 10 days like this without eating or drinking. Seeing that Zhou Yu's eyes were still slightly red, Jiangnan picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, then used his thumb to part Zhou Yu's lips and gently transferred the water into his mouth. Are you hungry? Zhou Yu nearly laughed in exasperation. Even if I wanted to be hungry now, I can't be. I didn't see you eat anything either. Jiangnan asked sincerely, then glanced downward and finally realized. He grabbed the phone from the nightstand, already 10:30. The fingers resting on Zhou Yu's lower back twitched slightly. No wonder it's been over 10 hours already. Let's go one more round. After that, we'll eat, then head back to Jiangnan this afternoon. After they finished and came downstairs, Jin Feng personally arrived to clean up. Seeing the mess all over the floor, 5 empty boxes lying about. His eyes bulged wide. Holy hell. Did I not bring enough? Truly, these young tigers are fearsome. The boy has inherited the master's former might and majesty. When he came downstairs and saw Jing Yi waiting patiently, truthfully, for a brief moment even Jiangnan felt somewhat embarrassed. Watching the two boys, one blushing, the other fidgeting shyly, and beside them, Uma holding Jiang Bei with a suppressed smile tugging at her lips. The young master has truly grown. Yes, matured in the real sense of the word. Jing Yi gave them a glance and teased, seems my son's quite gifted after all. Mom. Jiangnan coughed twice. What? Weren't you always grinning proudly before? Now you're shy. If you dare do it, you must dare to own it. You're responsible. I'll take responsibility even if you don't say it. Jing Yi raised a delicate eyebrow and instructed Wu Ma, go prepare something for these two to eat. I'll hold Xiao Bei. Yes, madam. Taking Jiang Bei into her arms, Jing Yi gestured for them to sit. I originally thought you'd spend little Jean's birthday together, but with all this happening, poor Xiao Yu really went through a lot. Zhou Yu's eye twitched. Indeed, he had suffered. Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi have gone out, they probably can't send you back today. I'll have old Jean drive you back later. Speak of the devil. Jin Feng just finished cleaning up and came downstairs. His eyes narrowed as he stared directly at Jiangnan. Jiangnan immediately broke into a cold sweat. Uncle Jean, why are you staring at me like that? The tiger descends the mountain. Jiangnan covered his face with one hand while making a K sign with the other. I'm invincible, bro. After finishing their meal, Jin Feng drove Jiangnan and Zhou Yu away. Glancing at Zhou Yu sound asleep on Jiangnan's shoulder in the back seat, Jin Feng said approvingly, young master sure has stamina. All 5 boxes gone. Jiangnan rested his hand lightly on Zhou Yu's head. You brought too few. Wasn't enough. Jin Feng's mouth twitched. 6. He stopped talking to Jiangnan and focused silently on driving. Just as the master once said, this boy named Zhou Yu was no longer merely some fleeting novelty for the young master. When the soul is nourished by love, the body grows flesh and blood wildly. Now, he was more like the young master's third heart. Recalling the past, Jin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If only he hadn't failed in his duty back then, the young master wouldn't have ended up like this, with no memories from early childhood. By the time they reached Jiangnan, it was already past 8. Zhou Yu was now on the phone with Zhou Qingze, chatting. Back yet, Xiao Yu? Almost there. Wang Gang's voice sounded in the background. We're having dinner at my place with Fu Zhou. Do you want to come? Jiangnan yelled out loud, sure, sure. Bring 3 more bowls, we're bringing another person. Lin On blinked. Me? Who else? Oh right, Uncle Jean, do you want to eat? If so, I'll tell them to prepare another bowl. Jin Feng shook his head with a smile. No, no thanks. I still need to head back. The Jiang family can't function without me. Alright then, drop us off here. J. Young Master Zhang's back in town. Chen Fan suddenly leaped forward, aiming straight at Jiangnan. Zhou Yu reacted instantly, yanking Jiangnan's hand and teleporting them both aside. But poor Lin On behind them wasn't so lucky. Cough, damn it. Smacked full force by what felt like a human bomb, Lin On immediately cursed aloud. Who did you learn that swearing from? Oh, from Lin Yang. He pushed down hard with his feet and didn't budge at all. Chen Fan's head was still pressing against Lin Ang's stomach, now their posture looked awfully strange. Lin On looked down, then back up at Jiangnan. Is this the world's welcome ritual? Jiangnan gave a deadpan expression, grabbed Chen Fan by the collar, and yanked him away. Ignore him, he's mentally ill. Then he turned to Lin On, don't imitate this. You'll get beaten up. Lin On nodded, then immediately added, I feel like no one can beat me. Jiangnan shot him a sidelong glance. Feel free to challenge everyone here, one-on-one. Sure. All of us against you at once. Lin On. You bastard. That's not a one-on-one fight when it's a group attacking me. What kind of gentleman are you? I never claimed to be a gentleman. You're just as shameless as my dad. Now I'm starting to wonder, who's actually his real son? Chen Fan quietly backed away, retreating behind Han Fuzhou. Dude, so awkward. Dude, what's wrong with you? Dude, I just ran into him, do you think he'll sue me for damages? Dude, relax. I think he's a good person. Lin On, good guy card +1. Meanwhile, Wang Gang came out wearing an apron, holding a sizzling wok. Seeing Jiangnan and the others had arrived, he waved them over eagerly. Jiangnan, don't just stand there, come eat. Worth noting, although Wang Gang looked extremely intimidating, he could actually cook. Among Chen Fan and the rest, this fact remained somewhat of a novelty. Just imagine. A guy who's 190 centimeters tall, tan skin, muscular build, 8-pack abs, the very image of someone you wouldn't dare mess with. Yet in private, he adores kittens and enjoys cooking. The stark contrast had left Han Fuzhou and the others utterly stunned at first. Chapter 67 Wang Gang, a bunch of nonsense. Got any spicy strips, brother gang? I wanna eat them with my noodles. I don't eat spicy strips. There's some ham sausage and lao gan ma in the fridge, help yourself if you want. Alrighty then. Watching Chen Fan sneak over to rummage through the fridge, Jiangnan glanced at the noodles soaking in plain water in the pot, then at the tomato braised sauce beside it. Tomato noodles. Yeah, I remember Qingze liked these. They all show up the moment they know I'm cooking, just to mooch a meal. Chen Fan came back with a bottle of drink. Who's mooching? It's because your cooking is so damn good, gang, we can't help but want to keep you company while eating. Same here. Wang Gang chuckled. A bunch of nonsense. He took a bowl, scooped out a large portion of noodles, then added a generous spoonful of sauce. The rich blend of tomatoes and minced meat sent Han Fuzhou into a daze with its aroma. He handed it to Zhou Qingze. Try it first. Haven't made this in a while, don't know if it still tastes good. Jiangnan didn't hold back either, serving bowls for Zhou Yu and Lin On. Slurp, slurp. Su Zichen gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Hits the spot. I can't even imagine how happy Gang's future girlfriend will be. Coward. I can imagine. Lin On sniffed the air, eyes sparkling. This tastes way better than that porridge at Senior Qingxuan's place. Then dig in. With Lin On, a stranger, joining them, Han Fuzhou asked Jiangnan, Brother Nan, is he your friend from downtown? Jiangnan paused, thinking. Well, not really someone I met downtown. More like someone I've known since childhood. After all, this guy Lin On was actually from the cultivation world. So what's his ability? He's not even an adult yet, but close. Zhou Yu slurped his noodles, chatting casually with the others. But Lin Ong ate like he hadn't seen food in 8 lifetimes, downing bowl after bowl, leaving Chen Fan utterly stunned. This guy's speed at devouring food rivals mine. Truly terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Knowing they were all young men with big appetites, Jiangnan had cooked up a whole pot full of noodles. Chen Fan wouldn't be outdone. He challenged Lin Ong head-on, racing to see who could eat faster and more. Then Jiangnan suddenly seemed to recall something. His eyes narrowed as he studied Zhou Qingze. Zhou Qingze choked mid-bite. What are you looking at me like that for? Jiangnan chewed slowly, still eyeing him. Something's off. Not just slightly, it's extremely off. What? I think your face has changed. He wasn't joking. Back when Zhou Qingze was still dating Xia Yuro after Jiangnan's arrival in this world, every time he saw him, he thought the guy was unbearable, such a dumbass. Sometimes he even wanted to cuss him out or beat him up. But now, just 2 days after returning downtown, seeing him again, Jiangnan found his features surprisingly clear and refined, his eyes bright and pure. No one denied that Zhou Qingze was handsome, but recently, there was something different about his appearance. A newfound elegance, almost. Jiangnan asked, was what you said on the video call true? Did you really break up with Xia Yuro? Yeah, we broke up. Zhou Qingze shot him a look. I thought it was such a big deal the way you're acting so serious. Turned out you're just asking about that. Jiangnan choked on his noodles. He snatched the drink from Chen Fan, popped the tab open, and chugged several large gulps. Chen Fan immediately fumed. I haven't even drunk from that yet. Go grab another from the fridge. Chen Fan pouted, seething inside. This is beyond tolerance, Earth cannot endure it. Uncle might tolerate it, but Auntie definitely cannot. But I, Chen Fan, can tolerate it. He muttered an okay and went to fetch another bottle. Jiangnan placed the empty bottle next to Zhou Yu, who grabbed it without hesitation and continued drinking. You broke up with her just like that. No attempt to get back together. Why would I want to get back with her? Am I crazy? Have I lost my mind? Zhou Qingze said seriously, guys, I probably won't fall in love ever again. Ever since breaking up with Xia Yuro, it felt like a new world had opened up for him, he finally woke up. Even today, when Gu Xian invited him out, he refused. Dog, you've changed. Zhou Qingze rubbed his forehead, completely exasperated. Seriously, brothers, ever since I was with Xia Yuro, I felt like I became such a weird person. I don't know how to describe it. It felt like some kind of fantasy, this feeling that she was the best person in the world, and no matter what I did, I'd always end up thinking about her. During the relationship, I didn't realize it, but now everything's hitting me all at once. And I think I've done a lot of things that hurt you guys. Thinking back, it makes me feel pretty awful. Especially toward my little brother. Su Zichen offered a calm, blunt assessment, late-stage love-struck idiot. Incurable. Jiangnan also delivered a sharp, indifferent comment, what's changed? Your IQ was 250 before dating, and it's still 250 after dating. Bottom line, you're just plain dumb either way. Zhou Qingze. Something feels weird about that statement. He mulled it over, then pointed at Jiangnan, you jerk. Wang Gang stepped in to mediate, alright, enough fooling around. Finish eating, go home, find your own moms. We still have school tomorrow. Jiangnan wasn't in the mood to keep bickering with Zhou Qingze, but when he turned and saw Lin Ong still gobbling down noodles like there was no tomorrow, he was truly baffled. He leaned close and whispered in Lin Ang's ear, Lin Ong, tell me honestly, has Uncle Lin been mistreating you? No way. I just never had anything this amazing before. It's so good it feels like my head might explode. Jiangnan twitched his lips. Look at you, acting so cheap. There are plenty more wonders in this world, you'll get to experience them slowly. Can you shut up? Why should I? You spit in my ear. Jiangnan. Now not only will I spit in your ear, I'm gonna spit right into your bowl. You jerk. After dinner, Jiangnan led Lin Ong to another house, following his memory. It was a property his father had assigned to him when he first arrived in the southern district. But since it was too far from school, the original owner never stayed here, and the place had remained empty all this time. He handed Lin Ong the keys. Stay here for now. If anything comes up, call me on the phone. I don't have a phone. Jiangnan had completely forgotten, Lin Ong was experiencing this world for the first time. But it was already late. He patted Lin Ong on the shoulder. I'll buy you one tomorrow. Get some good rest tonight. Got it. After settling Lin Ong in, Jiangnan walked down the path holding Zhou Yu's hand. Passing by a convenience store, he glanced at it twice. But Zhou Yu tugged on his arm. Let's go buy something. What do you want to buy? Are you missing something? Stuff for you to use. Chapter 68 Zhou Qingze, are you fucking insane? The raincoats on the shelves were swept clean. When paying, the cashier girl teased, "Handsome, this isn't a wholesale store." Without thinking, Jiangnan replied, "I'm using them myself." As they left, Zhou Yu couldn't ignore the cashier's lingering gaze. Just as he was considering putting some distance between himself and Jiangnan, the guy suddenly turned and asked, "Do you want to try sword flight? You've been reading too many martial arts novels. While cultivators at a certain level can form spirit wings, flying on a sword isn't realistic." Heh. Jiangnan grinned. Because Zhou Yu was his life-bound sword, it contained a sword spirit. So even without channeling spiritual energy, it could still carry him through the air. "Xiao Hua, shield the magnetic field around here for me." "Okay." Jiangnan summoned Zhou Yu, which floated before the two of them. "Wanna try?" Zhou Yu's eyes flickered, the sword looked awfully familiar. He asked hesitantly, "Isn't this the sword that killed that beast, the one that ate the scamming old lady after it emerged from the police station?" "Huh? You saw that?" Jiangnan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I thought it moved fast enough." He stepped onto the sword first, shifted back a bit, then reached out to Zhou Yu. "I'll give you a ride. Saves us from taking a cab." With his back to the moonlight, Jiangnan smiled at him warmly. Soft moonlight bathed his figure. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. "As much as I hate to admit it, you're actually pretty attractive." Taking Jiangnan's hand, Zhou Yu was yanked up with one strong pull. "Attractive? Do you like my face? How does it compare to your brother's?" "About the same." "Oh." Meanwhile, Lin Ong was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. He felt like he'd forgotten something important. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "Shit." The next morning, Jiangnan shook his head as he woke up. He glanced at Zhou Yu's thigh and gently poked it with his fingertip. "I." Zhou Yu hugged a pillow, looking somewhat helpless. "It doesn't hurt." Blinking, Jiangnan asked, "Are you afraid of pain then?" "Not afraid, just dislike it." "How much longer will this last?" "If this continues every day, I'm going to die." "About a week." Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief internally. A week was manageable, he could endure it. Turning around to grab Zhou Yu's clothes, it was precisely at that moment that the scratches on his back caught Zhou Yu's attention. His eyes twitched slightly. Did I really scratch that hard? He examined his nails, they weren't particularly long, but still frowned. While Jiangnan helped him put on his shirt, Zhou Yu asked, "Is your back okay?" "Fine." "Are there a lot of marks?" "Yeah." "You're worried?" Once the shirt was on, Jiangnan bent down to help him with his pants. "Actually, I'm kind of happy you left marks on me." "What's so happy about that?" "It means you held me, it's better than you clawing at the sheets. Compared to you grabbing my back, I'd much rather you grab me. Which further proves you have feelings for me, doesn't it?" After tying the drawstring on Zhou Yu's pants, Jiangnan instinctively planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "I'll wait until the day you willingly tell me you like me." Having said that, he scratched his chin. "Does that sound too deep? Feels a bit pretentious." "Then keep waiting." Just as Zhou Yu tried to get up, a sudden bolt of lightning shot through his body. He pressed Jiangnan's shoulders down, staying frozen for a long while before finally saying, "I underestimated you." All the way to school, Zhou Yu felt something strange. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Meanwhile, Jiangnan looked refreshed and delighted, practically floating with his tail in the clouds. His fists felt strong again. Damn it, this guy had actually gotten satisfaction. What he didn't know was that Jiangnan was currently pondering new study material. "Huar, do you think dual cultivation using crystal cores follows the same principles as our immortal cultivation world?" Recommended, practical experimentation. "What use are you, then?" "Yeah, useless." Sure enough, no sooner had they entered the school gate than they spotted Xia Yuro, clinging to Zhou Qingze's arm and rolling on the ground in a tantrum. "Jiangnan. Zhou Yu." At that moment, Xia Yuro burst into tears. "Qingze, let's get back together, okay? I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you." Jiangnan licked the inside of his molars. What the hell was this? Just yesterday Zhou Qingze had said he didn't want to be in a relationship anymore, and now today Xia Yuro was begging for reconciliation. He tilted his head up and glanced at the sky. "Humph, you little troublemaker." Zhou Qingze, meanwhile, was completely overwhelmed. He stared at Xia Yuro, yet couldn't bring himself to say a single harsh word. Inside, helpless fury raged as if two versions of himself were fighting in his mind. One screamed, "Zhou Qingze! What the hell are you doing? Reject her immediately. You're supposed to focus on cultivation, not romance. Think about how she's damaged your friendship with the brothers, and the pain she caused Xiao Yu. Get a grip." The other whispered, "Look at this beautiful girl crying, of course your heart aches. Don't hesitate. Pull her into your arms right now. Can't you talk to me like a normal person? Why do this here? We can sort things out privately." "No. I won't. Everyone must know, you belong to me." Xia Yuro sobbed, turning to cling onto Zhou Qingze's leg. "I don't know why, but I suddenly miss you so much, Qingze. Let's get back together. I promise I won't cause any more trouble. Zhou Yu frowned and pushed forward, pulling Xia Yuro away. His fingers only brushed her clothes, no skin contact. Xia Yuro, you were the one who broke up with him. Why are you harassing my brother now? Seeing Zhou Yu, hatred flashed in Xia Yuro's eyes. She shrieked, because of you. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Qingze and I wouldn't have ended up like this. You're just an unwanted bastard, living off Qingze like a parasite. This is all your fault. If you hadn't been there back then, I never would have been kidnapped, I nearly lost my purity. Can you even imagine how deeply that scarred me? Jiangnan glanced at Zhou Yu's expression and saw no reaction at all, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingze roared back, are you fucking insane? Xia Yuro, listen clearly, I have nothing to do with you anymore. I will not get back together with you. Please stop bothering me. No, impossible. You said you loved only me. Up in the classroom building, Chen Huai and Bai Yi leaned against the railing, chins resting on their hands as they watched the scene unfold. Well now, this is quite the show. Bai Yi smirked, saying sarcastically, this girl's train of thought really opened my eyes. Chapter 69 Zhou Yu, my brother and I are both broke losers. Wang Gang and the others had just returned with soy milk and steamed buns, Wang Gang still holding Zhou Qingze's share. As they approached the school gate, a flood of voices erupted from their classmates, all talking at once. Opinions were split into two extremes, some sided with Xia Yuro, some with Zhou Qingze, and a few even stood by Zhou Yu. Zhou Qingze is really something. After Yuro, a girl, lowered herself to beg him like that, can't he show a little compassion? Compassion? What for? Didn't you hear his brother say it was Xia Yuro who broke up with him, then came causing a scene in public? Isn't that just deliberately making things hard for Zhou Qingze? What are you even saying? Don't you know how much courage it took for her to come out publicly and beg Zhou Qingze? Just that alone puts her above you. You're insane. What did Zhou Yu do wrong? Should he have just let his brother get verbally abused by Xia Yuro without stepping in? Seriously, if Xia Yuro were single, could I ask her out? I think you're just desperate. Girls, we finally have a chance with Qingze now. No way. Is he even better looking than me? Why is he so popular? Dude, aren't you guys letting your eyes dictate your moral compass? Where's Director Zhang? Why isn't he here yet? Why does Class 3 keep having so much drama lately? True. Think about it, first Xia Yuro got electrocuted by Zhou Yu into the school clinic, then He got punched by Zhou Yu at the school gate, and now this whole thing between Zhou Qingze and Xia Yuro. It's so wild. Can I still transfer into Class 3? Hearing all this chatter, Wang Gang frowned. Excuse me. He pushed through the crowd. At 1.9 meters tall, he stood out easily, especially with his stern expression. Some students moved aside before he even opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Xia Yuro was acting completely delirious. She stared at Jiangnan standing beside Zhou Yu, utterly heartbroken. She stood up, her pretty face streaked with tears, and lunged toward Jiangnan. Wah! Jiangnan! Jiangnan's eyes widened instantly. Oh my damn goodness! He leapt up, clinging onto Zhou Yu's body, flailing one hand wildly. No physical contact between unrelated men and women. Don't touch me. Damn it! Zhou Yu cursed but still used one arm to support him. Seeing Jiangnan clinging to Zhou Yu, Xia Yuro froze in shock. Her voice nearly shattered the air. With all her strength, she pointed at Zhou Yu and screamed, you disgusting freak. Get lost. You're all wretched. Every single one of you should die. Jiangnan, didn't you like me? You must be mad at me now, right? Just break up with Zhou Yu, okay? I promise, I'll be with you. Chen Fan and the others arrived too, mouths frozen around their soy milk straws. Good lord. Is this actually what someone would say? Zhou Yu snorted, utterly speechless. Miss Xia, excuse me, but after 18 years of life, I've never met anyone as crazy as you. If you really believe you're a fairy or a princess, then please, stay far away from us. My brother and I are both broke losers. We can't afford to worship such a high-ranking goddess like you. Still hanging onto Zhou Yu's neck, Jiangnan recalled something. Just like Jiang Chen, before Xia Yuro met Zhou Qingze, they were extremely close. Jiang Chen came from a good family, basically a young master, and often gave Xia Yuro expensive gifts. Xia Yuro never refused them. She accepted everything without hesitation. Yet she always claimed she saw Jiang Chen only as a friend, even kept her relationship with Zhou Qingze a secret from him. It wasn't until Jiang Chen accidentally saw Xia Yuro on a date with Zhou Qingze that he realized the truth. And when he learned that Zhou Qingze was just a broke loser, he flew into a rage. He sent people to kidnap Xia Yuro and Zhou Yu. Because he couldn't understand, after treating Xia Yuro so well, why would she choose some penniless nobody? If you really had to compare, Jiang Chen was superior to Zhou Qingze in every way, except for one thing, looks. So he became furious and humiliated, temporarily losing his mind and resorting to force. After kidnapping them, he even taunted Zhou Qingze with a phone call. That was why, at the beginning, Zhou Qingze had called Jiangnan for help. If Jiang Chen was a young master, then Jiangnan was a super-duper young master. Zhou Qingze called Jiangnan simply because he figured Jiangnan had connections here, more people, more power, after all. To this day, Zhou Qingze still doesn't know that the entire gang of thugs got taken down by Jiangnan using nothing but a pair of flip-flops. Xia Yuro was so enraged that she completely lost her mind. How dare you insult me? People like you deserve to die. I'll make Jiang Chen kill you. Kill all of you. Jiangnan gave her a look as if she were the biggest idiot he'd ever seen. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Chen's already completely given up on you, he doesn't even want anything to do with you anymore. Who, wah. Tears suddenly streamed down Xia Yuro's face like endless beads, pouring down without restraint. Why are you all bullying me? She pointed at the three of them, sobbing. 3 guys ganging up on one girl, don't you feel ashamed? Jiangnan. Zhou Yu. Zhou Qingze. Little sis, that dumb aura of yours doesn't work on me. As for Zhou Yu, he was already utterly fed up with Xia Yuro, he definitely wouldn't be affected. As for Zhou Qingze, maybe he was too shocked this time around and hadn't been swayed either. But suddenly, from within the crowd, He stepped forward. He stood protectively in front of Xia Yuro, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yu and the others. How can you 3 bully Yuro like this? Are you even real men? Zhou Yu shot him a sideways glance. Hand healed already? You feeling tough again? Did you even brush your teeth today? Still reeking of garlic. Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze, meow meow meow. Chen Fan and the others continued chewing their buns silently, but after hearing those 2 lines from Zhou Yu, their eyes widened in pure disbelief. Could this really be something Xiao Yu would say? Wasn't he supposed to be a quiet, shy, introverted, socially anxious innocent boy? Well, they couldn't really be blamed for thinking that, they hadn't known Zhou Yu long, and during their interactions, he had always been mostly silent. Wang Gang glanced at Zhou Qingze, then strode over decisively, shoving the soy milk into his hand. It'll get cold, drink it now. Chapter 70, Jiangnan, a gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses chasing it, but I'm not a gentleman anyway. When Xia Yuro saw the man who had been lying naked on the bed in the infirmary last time, a flicker of disgust flashed across her eyes. Jiangnan, however, was gleaming with excitement. He's here. He's finally here. The damn dude influenced by the female lead's aura has shown up. He shot Jiangnan a fierce glare. Damn it, if only Jiangnan hadn't pulled down his pants and posed him in such a humiliating position, there was no way Xia Yuro would keep avoiding him whenever she saw him. But now that he appeared suddenly when she was in her greatest need, she must be deeply touched by him, right? Instantly, he felt as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Pointing at Zhou Qingze, he declared, Zhou Qingze, you should know, no real man can stand seeing the girl he loves shedding tears. So, I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. But Zhou Qingze acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He kept sipping his soy milk while scratching his cheek with a finger, his face still turned toward Wang Gang. Completely ignoring He. Behind Chen Fan and the others, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter again. Ahahaha, this guy He is too funny, an ultimate bootlicker. There's a saying, bootlicker, licks all the way but ends up with nothing. He doesn't have Zhou Qingze's strength, nor his looks. He, why even bother? Can't you see Xia Yuro only likes good-looking guys? Hey, remember that time he got knocked out at the school gate by Zhou Qingze's younger brother just because he tried to defend Xia Yuro? Got floored in 1 second. Ahaha. If he can't even beat the little brother, how does he dare challenge Zhou Qingze himself? Is his brain fried from being electrocuted or something? Hearing their jeers, He twisted his mouth into a cold smile. After returning home this time, his father bought him a top-grade chi-gathering pill. With the help of that pill, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the first realm. Guys like Zhou Qingze could only rely on the ordinary chi-gathering pills provided by the school. Top-grade pills? They probably haven't even seen one before. Zhou Qingze, actually, I could just search for it online. Defeating Zhou Qingze would be effortless. Right now, he'd hide his cultivation, provoke Zhou Qingze into accepting the duel, then reveal his true strength and crush him utterly, winning the goddess's admiration. Yuro will definitely be moved by my willingness to stand up for her, then completely captivated, falling head over heels for me. Watching He's chaotic stream of inner monologue, Zhou Qingze couldn't hold back, he spat out a mouthful of soy milk. Ha, holy shit, bro, you're amazing. You're truly unbeatable. Pulling out a tissue from his pocket, he wiped his mouth. Then glancing at He, who was now covered in soy milk, he offered a mildly apologetic remark, sorry, you're just too short. I didn't even see you there. Zhou Qingze waved his hand dismissively. I have zero interest in fighting you. I surrender. You win. Seeing that Zhou Qingze refused, He actually panicked. His cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the first realm. If he didn't get to defeat Zhou Qingze, how could he prove he wasn't that perennial loser anymore? How could he shine brightly in front of the goddess? Noticing He Ji's persistence, Jiangnan's eyes lit up with an idea. Class is about to start. If the teacher or principal shows up later, things will get more serious. How about this, after school tonight, wait for us at People's Park. I'll bring Zhou Qingze along. At Jiangnan's words, He Ji immediately shifted his gaze toward him. Enemies meeting eye to eye, the hatred flares intensely. Especially since this bastard had made him look ridiculous in front of his goddess. He pointed a finger straight at Jiangnan. And you. I'm not only going to defeat Zhou Qingze, I'll defeat you too. Jiangnan, the pants incident, I've remembered it all this time. This grudge shall remain unavenged. Then I'm no gentleman. Jiangnan, if you claim to be a gentleman, then don't you dare back out tonight. Come fight me as well. Jiangnan burst into laughter, gave a casual K sign with his fingers, and nodded, sure thing. A gentleman's word is as binding as 4 galloping horses. Since we've officially declared our battle, everyone might as well return to class. Unless you want me to personally escort you back. Jiangnan swept his gaze across the lingering onlookers. His lips were smiling, but his eyes remained cold and unmoved. Once the young master spoke, the rest dared not stay any longer and quickly dispersed. He Ji glanced back at Xia Yuro. Yuro, let's go. So, are you really planning to go meet He Ji for that fight? That guy couldn't even beat Xiao Yu last week, yet this week he dares challenge both you and Qingze. He must have some kind of backup support. After the crowd had left, Han Fuzhou and the others approached, voicing their concerns. Su Zichen said, how about we take old Zhang with us tonight? After all, Nan Ji is pretty close to old Zhang. If anything goes wrong, old Zhang can have our backs. Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively. Didn't any of you read the question carefully? What question? He said, if you're a gentleman, don't back down, fight me one-on-one too. But am I even a gentleman? Huh. Instantly, Wang Gang and the others stared blankly. Chen Fan, damn, that's brilliant. Next time I'm stealing this move. Zhou Yu's face twitched violently, he had been too naive earlier, actually thinking Jiangnan was going to accept He Ji's challenge. Han Fuzhou, is this the charm of language? Learned something new today. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. What bad intentions could the little tiger possibly have? But during the first class, Principal Lu and Zhang Hong called Zhou Yu, Zhou Qingze, and Jiangnan to the principal's office. Looking at Principal Lu seated in his chair, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly. Principal Lu paused mid-sip, coughing twice. What's up? Jiangnan glanced at the seated principal, then at Zhou Yu standing beside him, then shifted his gaze back to the office chair. He gave him a, you know what I mean, look. Principal Lu. God damn it, this kid's impossible. He glanced at Zhang Hong. Old Zhang, go bring some chairs for these kids. What if they collapse from exhaustion? Zhang Hong. You're the boss, principal. But he still went. Jiangnan circled behind Principal Lu. Principal, your chair here, it's really a proper chair, huh? Alright then, what did you call us for? Is it about Xia Yuro and Qingze's love tragedy this morning? Principal Lu nodded. You're half right. Alright guys, let's head out. Doesn't sound like anything serious. Jiangnan slung an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder, ready to leave. But Principal Lu panicked immediately. Wait, let me finish. Old Lu, I'd appreciate it if you cut to the chase. Just skim over Xia Yuro's stuff. Jiangnan casually dug his pinky into his ear. He genuinely feared the principal might have also fallen under Xia Yuro's aura effect. Just now, while you were in class, student Xia Yuro ran into my office crying non-stop, saying she wants to transfer classes. And then? Jiangnan poked around the principal's office, spotted a bag of sunflower seeds, grabbed a handful, and passed them to Zhou Yu and Zhou Qingze. The two of them twitched at the corner of their mouths. Chewing on sunflower seeds, Jiangnan said, so you want to question us? Principal Lu rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly. Of course not. The higher-ups have sent down a genius youth. He heard our school has a dual-element evolver, and just so happens, this young man is around the same age as Zhou Yu and also possesses dual-element abilities. They figured he could better guide him in cultivation. We were originally debating whether to assign him as a teacher, but since Xia Yuro wants to switch classes, I thought, why not let him join your class as a student? Meanwhile, at Qin Mingxiao's home. A sharp, explosive screech erupted. Tiger uncle. Are you serious? You want me to go to school and act as a mentor? Chapter 71 Zhou Yu, bro, stop faking it. Up there? You mean that up there? Principal Lu nodded. Yes, exactly what you're thinking of. Really that level? Absolutely. Zhou Qingze and Zhou Yu were completely lost, having no idea what the old dude and the young punk were talking about. What, up there? And how was it related to him? Just then, Zhang Hong walked over carrying chairs. He lined them up neatly, and without hesitation, Zhou Qingze's group sat right down. Sighing, Zhang Hong patted Zhou Qingze on the shoulder. Qingze, I told you from the beginning, don't focus too much on relationships. You should concentrate on cultivation. You did well today, but remember, you're in the prime of your youth. Cultivation should be your top priority. I'm not trying to sound harsh, but I'm being honest. Once you grow stronger, won't making money be effortless? Then you can find someone even better suited for you. As for Euro. Ah, my God, she caused such a scene right here at school. So many students saw it, someone must have already filmed it. I'll have to go talk some sense into her later. Jiangnan rolled his eyes inwardly. Go talk to her. She'll probably come back even more dim-witted than before. Recalling those cliched romance novels he'd read, Jiangnan lowered his gaze in thought. According to typical plotlines, at this point the female lead would fall into low spirits, meet a new handsome guy, discover shared interests or deep conversation, or get comforted by a secret admirer. Then the male lead finds out, gets insanely jealous, misunderstandings arise, and eventually they reconcile and make up. Ha, damn it. Could that Bai E from class 2 possibly be the handsome new guy in this storyline? Now that he thought about it, that actually seemed plausible. You all head back to class now. That girl must have been deeply affected, probably won't come to school for the next few days. So, director, are you giving Xia Euro leave? Zhou Qingze spat a sunflower seed shell into the trash bin as he asked earnestly. We'll see how things go. This incident might leave serious psychological scars. If she can't handle the pressure, she might even attempt suicide. So I think sending her home for a few days to calm down is best. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu recalled what Dong Jiang had said earlier, there was that girl Jiangxi used to secretly like. Although her situation with Jiangxi was different from Xia Yuro's, given Xia Yuro's fragile mental state, she really might do something drastic. Before he could think further, he suddenly saw Zhou Qingze clutch his chest, looking weak and pale. Ah! My heart hurts so much. Director, this incident has greatly affected me too. I feel so emotionally vulnerable, I need leave as well. With that, he wiped fake tears from his eyes. Wah, woohoo-hoo. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan. Jiangnan instantly jumped to his feet. Holy crap. You're copying me. Zhou Yu, bro, stop faking it. Zhou Qingze coughed once, then spoke seriously. Technically speaking, I'm the one most affected here. We broke up peacefully, and now she comes causing drama again. I didn't curse at her or hit her, yet my delicate soul has still been deeply wounded. So granting me leave is perfectly reasonable. Director, surely you don't want your student to spiral into despair, stagnating forever in cultivation progress, right? Jiangnan was utterly baffled. Had Zhou Qingze just unlocked some hidden wisdom? Since when could he say things like that? Jiangnan reached over and felt his forehead. Damn, you're not even running a fever. Get lost. Ah, you three boys are impossible. Both Principal Lu and Director Zhang chuckled helplessly. Jiangnan, you've made impressive progress. Principal Lu smiled warmly at him, then added, Zhou Yu isn't bad either. As principal of a spiritual cultivator school, his own abilities certainly weren't lacking. With just one glance, he could tell both Jiangnan and Zhou Yu had broken through in cultivation. Talk about making others envious. Of course, some people had ridiculously overpowered dads backing them. Jiangnan scratched the tip of his nose, grinning. Well, I am a genius after all. Spit it out. What grade of crystal core? Jiangnan. Seriously, old dude. Not giving me even a shred of dignity. I just wanted to show off a little. Oh, 5th grade. No wonder. Alright, hurry back to class. The transfer student sent from above will take some time to arrive anyway, and it's not even confirmed yet. If you don't leave soon, class will be over. I believe you're all good kids who love studying, right? The moment those words were spoken, all three of them gave Principal Lu a strange look. Principal Lu's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. You're all good kids who love studying, right? Jiangnan smiled without saying anything, turned his head to exchange a glance with Zhou Qingze, then glanced at Zhou Yu. He whistled casually as he walked over to Principal Lu and started rummaging through his cabinet. Principal Lu immediately panicked. Jiangnan. What the hell do you think you're doing? Well, since I've come to the office anyway, of course I should take something back with me. In the end, Zhou Yu carried a box of tea, Zhou Qingze held a bag of sunflower seeds, and Jiangnan walked off hugging an entire carton of instant noodles. Never thought old Lu would actually enjoy this kind of stuff. Zhou Qingze twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this kinda impolite though? Should we give it back? I, Jiangnan, have never needed to justify my actions to anyone, I mean, what's impolite about it? Didn't Principal Lu willingly give these to us? If Principal Lu had been there, he'd definitely be clapping both hands in agreement. Willingly, what a wonderful word. So incredibly willing. This kid had almost emptied every damn pocket on his pants. Thank goodness I kept my cigarettes in the inner jacket pocket. Looking at Zhang Hong, who was still dazed beside him, Principal Lu patted his shoulder. It's just some trivial stuff, nothing serious. Here, have a smoke. As he spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket, then felt nothing. Where's my smoke? Where the hell did that pack of cigarettes go? Ha! My lighter's gone too. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was staring at the pack of cigarettes in his hand, asking Zhou Qingze, yo, does Gangzi or any of those guys smoke? I just lifted this from old Lu's pocket. Never seen them smoke, and I don't either. Zhou Yu glanced over and said offhandedly, I do. Ha! Jiangnan turned around, then casually tossed the pack into the trash can. Nope. You're not having it. Zhou Yu. Chapter 72. Jiangnan, cultivating mind and body, Zhou Yu, speak plainly. Zhou Qingze glanced at the trash can and asked, Xiao Yu, when did you learn to smoke? A coworker offered me one before. After a while, I just picked it up. No big deal. I don't smoke much either, just the occasional one. After all, he didn't have the spare money to buy cigarettes anyway. That's good then. Jiangnan turned his head. Why even smoke? And drink that awful alcohol too. I tried it once when we were eating skewers together. It tasted terrible. Never smoked, but I'm guessing it's not any better. Zhou Yu chuckled. You're right, it really isn't. By the time they returned to class, Chen Fan saw the three of them coming back loaded with snacks and immediately stepped forward, reaching for a handful of sunflower seeds, but Jiangnan kicked him back. Chen Fan clutched his sore butt, hurt. Jiangnan, are we not brothers anymore? After all we've been through, you won't even give me a single handful of seeds. Jiangnan's mouth twitched. He tossed a pack of instant noodles at him instead. It was break time now, and the teacher wasn't around. He dropped the sunflower seeds and instant noodles onto the teacher's desk, then the blackboard. Help yourselves if you want something to eat. Don't be shy. Principal Lu sent these. Oh, and don't drop the seeds on the floor, no spitting shells around either. Then, he took the box of tea from Zhou Yu's hands, grabbed 2 packs of instant noodles, and headed down. Since Master Jiang had spoken, everyone followed suit without hesitation. Soon, the classroom was filled with the sounds of cracking sunflower seeds and crunching instant noodles. Wang Gang eyed the box of tea in his arms and asked, when did you become a tea drinker? With my refined temperament, I value cultivating mind and body. Zhou Yu, speak plainly. Jiangnan, it cools the body in this heat. Meanwhile, Han Fuzhou was chatting with others, completely unaware that Chen Fan's mischievous hand kept sneaking into his instant noodle bag. The other student next to Han Fuzhou noticed, he liked to crush dry instant noodles and pour them straight into his mouth, and although he saw it, he stayed silent, only glancing over twice. Noticing his gaze, Han Fuzhou glanced sideways. And there it was, Chen Fan's hand digging deep into the packaging. He smiled wryly inside. TSK, idiot. With such an obvious move, you actually think no one sees. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he continued chatting with the girl. But suddenly, the girl shifted her eyes between Han Fuzhou and Chen Fan repeatedly, narrowed her eyes, and gave a knowing smirk. Her look seemed to say, oh ho, I get it. Han Fuzhou. When Chen Fan reached out again, Han Fuzhou's mouth twitched. It's already empty, stop digging. Chen Fan blinked. I wasn't. I just saw your bag was empty and thought I'd help throw it away. You don't think I wanted to steal your noodles, do you? Me, Chen Fan. How could I be that kind of person? I despise people like that the most. Han Fuzhou. He reached out and wiped the seasoning powder from the corner of Chen Fan's lips with his thumb. Wipe the seasoning off your mouth before talking to me. Chen Fan. He instantly stepped back. Damn, slipped up. Didn't see that coming. Meanwhile, the girl who had been chatting with Han Fuzhou had somehow turned around and started talking to another girl. Wanna eat an oily pancake? Nah. At that moment, Zhang Hong, in some secluded spot, found Xia Yuro sitting on a bench, sobbing silently. He unscrewed his teacup and took a sip before approaching. Yuro, what are you doing here? Class is about to start, and you're still crying here. At least ask for leave before you cry. But never mind, that's actually why I came. I'm giving you permission to take time off. Hearing Zhang Hong's voice, Xia Yuro opened her tear-filled eyes, so pitiful. I'm sorry, director. I'll go back to class now. I'm fine, really. You don't need to comfort me. This is my private matter with Qingze. I don't want to trouble you. She spoke while wiping tears with the back of her hand. If He Ji were here, his heart would have twisted with pain. He'd rush straight to fight Zhou Qingze for 300 rounds. Zhang Hong. Something about her words felt off. Sighing, he said gently, Yuro, romance is still too early for you. Qingze is still young, this is the prime time for cultivation. Just think, how many couples in Longqing Academy actually make it till the end? Your cultivation level. Damn it, dead last in the entire class. At your age, I understand how girls feel, first love and all that. But don't let your feelings drag down your cultivation. Just think, later on, what kind of good men can't you find? And besides, can you really guarantee you'll always like Qingze? You two still have a long road ahead. He patted Xia Yuro's shoulder. She flinched violently and slapped Zhang Hong's hand away. Director Zhang. Please don't touch me like that, we're teacher and student. She stepped back, her delicate hand covering the spot on her shoulder Zhang Hong had touched, eyes now wary as she stared at him. Zhang Hong. Damn it, where's my knife? Where's my damn knife? So after all I said, she didn't hear a single word. Meanwhile, Xia Yuro's mind flooded with various online headlines she'd seen before. Young beauties assaulted by middle-aged teachers, all kinds of bizarre scandals, everything rushed into her head at once. She swallowed hard, and the more she looked at Zhang Hong, the scarier he seemed. Could it be, that she might actually end up in one of those situations? Glancing around at the deserted surroundings, her suspicion only deepened. If Director Zhang had no ill intentions, why would he deliberately choose such a secluded spot? Silently, she kept backing away. Director, I'd like to take a few days off. With that, she turned and ran. Without daring to look back. Afraid that if she did, she'd see Zhang Hong chasing right behind her. The more she ran, the more wrong she felt, tears welling up in her eyes once again. Was it really wrong to be beautiful? Why was the world so unfair to her? First Jiang Chen, then Jiangnan, and now Zhou Qingze. Even a teacher she once respected was acting this way. If Zhang Hong knew what was truly going through her mind, he'd surely spit out his tea in shock. Unfortunately, Zhang Hong had no telepathy. Watching Xia Yuro's retreating figure, he was utterly baffled. Wait, am I really that terrifying? Why the hell is she running? Whatever. Since she's taking leave anyway, fine. Chapter 73, here it comes. The classic plot. The day passed just like that. Summer Xia never showed up in class until school ended in the afternoon. Meanwhile, He packed his things and headed to People's Park, where he had agreed with Jiangnan earlier in the morning. He wasn't worried about Jiangnan deceiving him. After all, the reputation of being a young master from the Jiang family was enough, there was no way he'd dare break a promise. Even if he really did back out, He could always go to Tieba or online forums and post that Jiangnan had chickened out of their confrontation. Chen Fan lay sprawled over the corridor railing, watching He march out of the school gate with his characteristic emotionless stride. He sneered. He turned his head toward the window and called out, Nan, he's gone. Beside him, Han Fuzhou was also leaning lazily against the rail. Wait, you don't think this idiot actually rushed off to People's Park, do you? Chen Fan nodded. I think so. He turned around, leaning his back against the railing as he tilted his head toward Han Fuzhou. If I were him, there's no way I'd go. Jiangnan glanced at the time on his phone. So, what should we eat tonight? Su Zichen said, what if we check out the night market later? I've been craving grilled cold noodles. Yeah. We haven't hit the night market in ages. I miss Aunt Zhang's chicken wings stuffed with rice. Chen Fan closed his eyes and clutched his chest dramatically, expressing his deep longing. But if we're going to the night market, what are we doing now? Vendors don't even set up until 8. Let's go to the internet cafe and boot up some machines, play toxic medicine. I haven't played in forever. You gonna carry us with your village sign carrier Fu Fanga again? Still better than your 0 out of 8 teleport sister. At the mention of toxic medicine, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou instantly lit up like they'd swallowed gunpowder. Chen Fan glared at him. What kind of gameplay are you talking about with that teleport sister? At least my ship sails steady. Han Fuzhou scoffed. I've never even played to Qiao. Wasn't it you who begged me to pick her? Bullshit. Who begged you? You were just filling in because we were short on supports. As for Su Zichen, he was nothing but a bookworm, never touched games. If he ever did play, it would only be those peaceful ones without attack buttons, like that one where you collect candles. And Zhou Qingze? What game these days doesn't require paying money? He never played them. His daily routine was either spent accompanying his girlfriend, or cultivating himself. As for Jiangnan, if memory served right, the original owner's toxic medicine account had every skin unlocked. Xiao Yu, do you play games? Back when I worked, co-workers used to invite me sometimes, but I rarely played. Come on, let's boot up a machine. I'm China Server's Tiger. Seriously? You got a ranked emblem? Just as they were about to leave, Wang Gang timidly raised his hand again. Why can't we just play on our phones? Isn't it more convenient? Chen Fan choked up, Jiangnan finally realized it too. Damn it, he'd been led astray by Chen Fan. He punched him lightly on the head. Boot up your grandpa's machine. You want to pay for that? You want to use a PC to play mobile games? Chen Fan rubbed his head. Sorry, been watching too many videos lately. Felt kinda cool, you know. In the end, Zhou Yu looked at his 13/5/7 score as Gong Sunli, defeat MVP. He quietly exited the game, and strangely, couldn't help but feel like laughing. They played several matches, but no matter what, they just couldn't win. He patted his pocket, suddenly remembering, he didn't even have any cigarettes. Chen Fan glanced at his son Su. I don't think I played badly. Nan was fine too. Wang Gang, my support play was solid. Alright then, it must have been Fuzhou's mid lane screwing things up. Han Fuzhou, hey, bro. Me. Jiangnan also put down his phone, stood behind Zhou Yu, and gently ruffled his hair. It's almost 8. Let's go. Zhou Yu rubbed his neck, still wondering if he'd made a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, how did they lose that team fight so cleanly? Jiangnan poked his cheek. It's just a game. Play for fun. Don't overthink it. Zhou Yu gave a soft snort through his nose and nodded. Oh right, I'll go pick up Lin On. Not sure if that guy's eaten anything. I'll grab him a phone today too. Jiangnan turned to Zhou Yu and asked, do you want to come with me? Hell no. Go where? Are you glued to my brother now? Can't get enough. Zhou Qingze pulled Zhou Yu toward himself, annoyed. We'll head to the night market first and grab something to eat. You bring your friend along, then call us when you're close. Ignoring him completely, Jiangnan stared intently at Zhou Yu. You're not coming with me. I'm not going. I'm hungry. Come on, come on. I want chicken wing rice. Rice. Fresh fruit juice, I love drinking fresh fruit juice. Jiangnan softly hummed in response. Alright, I'll come over as soon as possible. Gotta go now. Meanwhile, He sat on a bench at People's Park, still waiting for Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze to arrive. It's already been over 2 hours, why haven't they shown up yet? 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu held a box of takoyaki in one hand, a bamboo skewer in the other. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice, anyone want some? Han Fuzhou carried 4 cups of drinks, handing one each to Zhou Qingze and Zhou Yu, saving the other 2 for Jiangnan and Lin On. Su Zichen asked, has Nan still not arrived? Zhou Yu, seems like not yet. He's coming, he's coming. Jiangnan's cheerful voice came from behind. He ran over with a grin and wrapped Zhou Yu into a tight hug. Lin On looked at Jiangnan's current state and simply couldn't connect this carefree guy with the cold killer who moments ago had silenced a monstrous beast because it was being annoying. He patted the pocket where the crystal core lay. I'll try absorbing it tonight. Should be about the same as spirit stones, right? Here's your drink. Han Fuzhou handed a cup of watermelon juice to Jiangnan, and the other to Lin On. Just as Chen Fan was happily gnawing on his chicken wing rice, something suddenly landed on his head. The hell? What's this? He pulled it off, and it was a pair of men's underwear. The hell? Who's so gross throwing underwear around? Everyone turned their attention back there, only to see a muscular giant overturning an old woman's street stall. The stand had been selling socks, bras, underwear, the usual. The thing that had just fallen on Chen Fan's head clearly came from here. At that moment, the man's face was as red as a monkey's butt, his speech slurred and deranged. Clearly drunk. Jiangnan's movement froze mid-hug. His eyes sharpened instantly. It's happening. The classic scene where the male lead stands up for the bullied grandma, here it comes. Chapter 74 Qin Mingxiao, do you know you've broken the law? Lin On sipped his watermelon juice and quietly asked Jiangnan, his face is so red, even redder than my dad when he's drunk. The old woman was frail and tiny, seemingly weighing next to nothing. At this moment, the little old lady trembled as she pleaded with the muscular man, young man, I've never wronged you, why are you picking on me? I just don't like the look of you. You actually dared to charge me for your goods. Haven't you heard of my name? A pair of underwear only costs 5 yuan, that's already super cheap. I'm telling you straight, around North Suburb, I'm the biggest boss. You old hag still dare to charge me? Are you tired of living or what? When did North Suburb get someone like him? Never seen him before. Just a drunk talking nonsense. Too wasted to know his own limits, thinks he's some big shot. The night market was bustling as usual, and many passers-by had stopped to watch. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward from the crowd. Jiangnan and the others widened their eyes in shock. Holy shit. Xia Euro. They quickly pulled hats over their heads, slapped on masks, and melted into the back of the crowd. Seeing Lin On still clueless, Jiangnan grabbed him and dragged him deep into the masses. As if on cue, the moment Xia Euro appeared, the entire scene fell silent. A breeze swept by, gently lifting the hem of Xia Euro's dress and swaying her long hair. What the hell, where did this filter effect come from all of a sudden? Jiangnan, hey. Someone turn off this damn filter. He glanced down at the takoyaki skewered by Zhou Yu, reached around from behind, took hold of Zhou Yu's hand gripping the stick, lifted it and snatched the snack right into his own mouth. Tastes, pretty normal. Not bad. Jiangnan's face twisted in various expressions as he forced the scalding hot morsel down. He stuck out his tongue, so hot. Heh, greedy cat. Zhou Yu sneered, of course it's hot, it just came off the grill. Jiangnan sucked on his drink, sulking, deciding not to make any more sarcastic remarks. Meanwhile, Xia Euro clenched her fists and shouted at the burly man, in broad daylight, why are you bullying an elderly grandmother? Lin On looked up at the sky, isn't it night right now? Then, Xia Euro angrily pointed at the onlookers around her, what are you all doing? An old lady is being bullied and none of you are helping. What has this society come to? Someone from the crowd muttered, can't you see he's a Ling practitioner? We're just ordinary people. So what if we're ordinary? Does that mean we should just stand by and do nothing? Have you no compassion left? Han Fuzhou and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Fan cleared his throat and mockingly mimicked in a nasal tone, since you're so full of courage and compassion, why don't you go save her yourself? Though unable to spot where the voice came from, Xia Yuro froze after hearing those words. I'm just a girl, how could I possibly fight him? But what about you? There are so many grown men here and not one of you lifts a hand. After Xia Yuro appeared, the drunken man had fixed his gaze on her. He licked his lips lewdly and grinned, my, what a beautiful little darling. Taking advantage of the man's distraction, the old lady scrambled to pick up her scattered underwear and socks. He. Then, the brute suddenly lunged, grabbing Xia Yuro's wrist and yanking her toward him. Ah! Xia Yuro screamed, what are you doing? Help me. If anyone dares step forward today, I'll make sure they regret it. Get lost if you value your skin. The man roared, his voice intimidating enough to freeze everyone in place. Jiangnan looked left and right. Under normal circumstances, the police should have arrived by now, but nobody had called, and no security personnel had shown up. He glanced upward at the sky. TCH, annoying little demon. This is clearly set up for the main characters. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a loud crash echoed, a kick sent the thug flying more than 10 meters. What a pain. Can't even enjoy a quiet night snack during vacation without running into idiots like this. Qin Mingxiao calmly retracted his leg, his right hand still holding Xia Yuro's wrist. He wore a white thin jacket over a black undershirt. No one expected, however, that within 3 seconds, the man was already climbing back to his feet. With a furious roar, he charged at Qin Mingxiao, spiritual energy gathering in his hands. Pushing Xia Yuro behind him and keeping her at a safe distance, he said coldly, stay back. Don't move. As the burly man's fist was about to smash into Qin Mingxiao's face, Xia Yuro suddenly rushed forward, trying to shield him. Don't you dare hurt him. Then, everyone watched in shock as the man's fist passed straight through Qin Mingxiao's body, landing directly on Xia Yuro's face, sending her flying backward. Ugh. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, missing 2 front teeth. Meanwhile, the real Qin Mingxiao stood behind the brute, blinking in disbelief. Holy shit, girl, are you for real? I clearly told you to stay put, why the hell did you run over? Though utterly exasperated, he reacted instantly, seizing the man's wrists, twisting them sharply behind his back, and shoving him face down onto the ground with a foot pressed on his spine. He'd seen plenty of drunken troublemakers like this before, usually didn't bother stepping in since security would handle it anyway. So why hadn't anyone come today? Damn it. Looks like I'll have to pay someone a little visit for some tea soon. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the local security bureau. Hey, I'm at the North Suburb night market. Got a guy causing trouble, I've restrained him. Come pick him up. Using spiritual energy as binding cords, he quickly immobilized the man's arms, legs, and feet. Calmly, Qin Mingxiao walked over and bought a grilled sausage, then squatted beside the subdued thug, chewing leisurely. Kid, don't lose your damn mind just because you've had a few drinks. You realize you've broken the law, right? The man blinked rapidly, tears actually welling up in his eyes. Qin Mingxiao patted his cheek. Crying. Too late to regret now. You're going to sit in there for a while. Man. Who the fuck is crying? It's your goddamn cumin powder blowing into my eyes. Meanwhile, the unconscious Xia Yuro had already been taken away by an ambulance, carried off by helpful bystanders who'd called 120. With no more spectacle to watch, the crowd quickly dispersed. Jiangnan crouched down beside a pool of blood and 2 fallen teeth, turning to Zhou Qingze. Her front teeth got knocked out. 6. Holy shit, is this ice cream guy really that badass? Huh. Now that you mention it, I didn't even realize this was that same ice cream guy from back then. Tuning out Wang Gang and the others entirely, Lin Nong glanced between Qin Mingxiao and the subdued man. That move earlier, the way he made himself appear elsewhere, seemed like a technique from the Immortal Realm's illusion-type arts. In simple terms, creating illusions to deceive the enemy. Wow, he seems so strong. Chapter 75, Jiang Shao breaks away with reluctance. Meanwhile, at People's Park, He stared blankly at the ambulance flashing its lights and making continuous VJ. 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 VJ sounds. What happened? He rubbed his stomach, it was rumbling a little from hunger. Since the night market wasn't far away, he decided to head over and grab some late-night snacks. Dude, no way, you're low-key insane. Never thought you'd be this badass. Chen Fan, chewing on a chicken wing rice wrap, squatted beside Qin Mingxiao like they were old buddies. Qin Mingxiao. Heh. Him again, the kid from last time. Hey bro, what realm are you as a spirit user? Like this guy here, wow, I'm guessing at least second realm or higher. And that move you did just now, was that a clone ability? As they chatted, Jiangnan and the others arrived too. A group of young men squatted under a street lamp, lined up in a row, devouring their late-night treats. Qin Mingxiao's brow twitched violently. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 people. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Are you guys out on patrol duty or something? 8 of you together?" There were so many people now that Lin Ong could only awkwardly squeeze in beside Qin Mingxiao. From time to time, he glanced sideways at Qin Mingxiao. Huh. Not bad looking at all. The closer he got, the more he sensed something about him. Even though the other had tried to suppress it, Lin Ang's perception didn't miss a thing. Jiangnan tilted his head slightly to look. Woa Master. 6th Realm Spirit User. Not that it concerned him, he kept grabbing takoyaki from Zhou Yu's plate anyway. Zhou Yu didn't protest. He skewered the takoyaki and fed it to Jiangnan willingly. If he wanted it, he could have it, all the bills were on Jiangnan anyway. Perhaps because Chen Fan was such a natural social butterfly, Qin Mingxiao gradually began exchanging a few words here and there with them. When he learned they were students from Longxing Spirit University, he was genuinely surprised. Because the school tiger uncle had mentioned sending him to was called Longxing. It was less about actually studying and more about holding a title, really. Spatial type. TSK. At least he'd gotten lucky, his duplication ability combined with illusion abilities had precedent. So the human experiments conducted on him had only tampered with his duplication power. Those lunatics. They claimed everything depended on the subject's willingness, but was that truly the case? But that was all ancient history now. Tiger Uncle had tasked him with assisting the growth of a certain youth with spatial abilities, ensuring the boy wouldn't be discovered by those madmen. Sure, it felt like being someone's bodyguard, but if there were critical missions, he'd still need to return immediately. What was that kid's name again? Oh right, he remembered. There's a guy at your school named Zhou. Jiangnan. Before he could finish, a male voice shattered the atmosphere. Zhou Qingze lifted his gaze. It was He Ji. In He Ji's hands were 2 giant grilled gluten skewers, his face visibly furious as he glared at them. On his way here, he'd heard bystanders mentioning a fight between spirit users nearby. Driven by his natural curiosity for drama, he'd come to take a look. Instead, he found the very people he'd waited hours for, squatting right here, feasting and chatting happily. Immediately, the looks he shot Zhou Qingze and Jiangnan were pure betrayal, as if confronting cheating boyfriends. I waited for you guys forever, and you didn't even show up. Fueled by rage, spiritual energy surged within him. Today, I absolutely must. Sirens blared behind him. 4 officers stepped off a police vehicle. Seeing Qin Mingxiao squatting on the ground, they quickly approached and saluted. Commander Q. Before they could call his name, Qin Mingxiao cut them off with a sharp glance. The suspect is here. Take him away. Yes, sir. The leading officer gestured to the 2 others behind him, who swiftly cuffed the large man and shoved him into the police car. Qin Mingxiao patted one officer on the shoulder. Your district's public security work seems quite impressive. Not at all, we're flattered by your praise, sir. Qin Mingxiao. You really think I was complimenting you? I'll drop by for tea someday. Meanwhile, Jiangnan eyed He Ji, who had suddenly trailed off mid-sentence, then moved forward and slung an arm over his shoulder. Hey, what were you saying just now? Got some grudge against us? Wanna settle it now? I'm giving you the chance. Zhou Qingze joined in too, smirking without warmth, and rested his elbow on the other side of He Ji's shoulder. Yeah, your persistence deserves our admiration, you even tracked us down here. But what were you just about to say? Why'd you stop? We didn't hear you. He Ji glanced at the officer standing ahead, nervously swallowed, and forced a dry laugh. I must offer you guys some grilled gluten skewers to smooth things over. Jiangnan and Zhou Qingze looked down, completely ignoring He Ji's reaction as each grabbed a skewer from one side and took them away. Thanks, but next time don't add chili. Finally, Qin Mingxiao watched the police car drive off, then snorted coldly. Nowadays they're letting just anyone in. What the hell is the local locking spirit bureau even doing? Zhou Qingze shoved his remaining grilled gluten skewer into Wang Gang's hands. Here, isn't this your favorite? Wang Gang gave him a look and hesitated slightly. Well, I do like it, but my mom told me it's bad for my health, should eat less of it. Mom's not here right now. Considering that Zhou Yu normally didn't eat spicy food, Jiangnan simply handed the skewer to Lin Ong. Bro, let me tell you, you might think this is just an ordinary grilled gluten skewer, but actually, it's no ordinary skewer at all. Lin Ong, still unfamiliar with this world, instantly grew serious upon hearing Jiangnan's words. Could it be, this item conceals some hidden mystery? No. Jiangnan shook his head. It's just an exceptionally delicious grilled gluten skewer. How delicious. So delicious it can make you cry. And you, as my dearest friend and sworn brother, shall today receive this treasure. I sacrifice my own longing to gift it to you. Lin Ong. This line might work on Jiangdong or Jiangxi, but me. I grew up with you, I know exactly when you're spouting nonsense. Oh. Jiangnan stared at the necklace around Lin Eng's neck, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, isn't this from Master Ouyang? How come you brought it along? Don't know. My dad told me to bring it. There are even some spirit stones inside, want some? Give them to me, quick. Though back in the cultivation world their cultivation levels had been high enough that they didn't need spirit stones for practice, using them only for purchases, things were different now. If spirit stones could be used here, he wouldn't have to struggle so hard mastering that drawing qi into the body stuff. Last time he absorbed natural spiritual energy, he already sensed it, the spiritual aura here was incomparably weaker than in the cultivation world. Qin Mingxiao glanced at Chen Fan beside him and said, I'm off. See you. Then without looking back, he walked away. After all, that girl earlier had been injured because of him, he needed to check on her condition. That big guy had used spiritual source power, and she'd taken the hit straight to the face. Who knew if something serious might happen? Chapter 76 Meow. By the time they finished eating, everyone had gone their separate ways. Jiangnan and Zhou Yu took Lin Ong to a mobile phone store. Go for the most expensive one straight away. Our young master Jiang isn't short on cash. By the way, do you have an ID card? What's an ID card? They stared blankly at each other. Generally speaking, people from the Time-Space Transit Bureau who cross into other worlds would have some kind of system. Even without a system, they'd at least be assigned an identity, right? At the very least, they should be given an ID card. He quietly leaned close to Lin Eng's ear, you don't have a system. I do. But it doesn't seem very reliable. Tell your system later to get you one sorted out. After helping Lin Ong purchase a phone, they also got him a SIM card and saved Jiangnan's number in it. Handing the phone over to Lin Ong, he said. I just registered an Alipay account for you and transferred some money in. Call me if you need more. Oh, and I've registered a Chaoxin account for you too. Lin Ong listened in a daze, what were all these things? Just ask that thing inside your head. It's getting late now. Do you remember the way back? I do. On their way out, Jiangnan casually pocketed a few spirit stones from Lin Ong. Still worried Lin Ong might get lost, he called a taxi for him. Jianna. Before the car even started moving, Lin Eng's face was completely bewildered. Dude, what the hell are you saying? After Lin Ong left, Jiangnan's eyes shimmered with a faint smile as he lowered his head and gently took Zhou Yu's hand. Although he smiled often, the way he smiled at Zhou Yu was different from how he treated others. About that. Zhou Yu kept his eyes forward, I know what needs to be done. I wanted to hold hands with you and feel the wind together. Huh? Zhou Yu turned his head, surprised by Jiangnan's words. Don't look at me like that, it's making me nervous. He coughed awkwardly, eyes darting around. I don't really know how to say this, but, thank you for agreeing to that weird request of mine. Otherwise, I probably would have been driven crazy by the heat. Since it was my first time, I wasn't very skilled, and we used up 5 boxes. You must have been really uncomfortable. As Zhou Yu listened, he suddenly asked, so, tonight? Jiangnan was genuinely afraid Zhou Yu couldn't handle another intense night after 2 days of non-stop activity. He stuttered slightly, tonight, we don't have to do anything if you don't want to. Suddenly, Zhou Yu stopped walking. He glanced toward a dimly lit alley beside them, frowning. A powerful force yanked Jiangnan by the shoulder, pulling him sharply into the alley. Zhou Yu braced one hand against the wall, pressing Jiangnan against it, gripping his collar tightly. In the dark alley, a sliver of blue light flickered. Jiangnan quickly scanned the area, good, no surveillance cameras. So you're saying, you only cared about yourself having fun? Guess I expected too much from you. With a self-mocking smile, Zhou Yu released Jiangnan's collar. Of course. To this guy, I'm just an emotional toy. Looks like I shouldn't have given myself so easily the first time. What the hell was I thinking, doing something so reckless with him? He admitted Jiangnan had been kind to him, but clearly, he shouldn't have gotten too deeply involved. Expected? Jiangnan grabbed his arm. Wait, you mean, you actually want to do it together with me? Hearing that soft Jiangnan felt his ears instantly grow hot. Why am I getting excited again? I think I'm already turned on again. Although Jiangnan had always flirted endlessly and acted provocatively around Zhou Yu before, he had never actually crossed that final line with him. His behavior back then was merely following instinct, an automatic reaction ingrained from living in the cultivation world, naturally flirtatious and bold. But now, when it came to actually crossing that threshold with Zhou Yu, he unexpectedly felt shy. This won't do. I acted so shamelessly before, now suddenly acting innocent in front of him. Will he think I'm messed up? Lost in thought, his lips suddenly brushed something soft. Zhou Yu had somehow pressed him against the wall again. Huh? Wait, isn't this the first time he initiated a kiss? Why does happiness come so suddenly? Looking down, he saw Zhou Yu was standing on tiptoe. Jiangnan leaned down slightly. One hand cupped the back of Zhou Yu's head, the other gently caressed his cheek. Though Zhou Yu had taken the initiative, he clearly wasn't experienced. He just kept their lips touching, nothing more, no movement. Eventually, Jiangnan took over. Because earlier outside, even though there were no cameras, he hadn't dared go too far. They'd only brushed lips briefly before he carried Zhou Yu home on his back. Phew. As Jiangnan was about to tear open the packaging, Zhou Yu pressed down on his hand, stopping him. What? You're backing out now? About to enter actual combat and you're getting cold feet already, huh? Zhou Yu ignored his nonsense, turning his face slightly to the side. His voice sounded dry as he asked, we really have to use this? Of course we do, unless you want a fake one. Jiangnan poked him lightly with his fingertip. I'd rather not either, but if we don't use it, you're gonna be screwed today. The corner of Zhou Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He wrapped his arms around Jiangnan's neck, burying his nose against his shoulder. Jiangnan thought he was being shy, so he supported his back and teased, oh earlier outside you were the one kissing me first, saying you wanted to do this and that with me, what's wrong now all of a sudden? Then he sucked in a sharp breath. Wait, stop biting. He patted Zhou Yu's back gently, soothing him like a child. Do you want to try without it? The moment Zhou Yu murmured those light, floating words, Jiangnan's mind completely short-circuited. He leaned back slightly, cupping Zhou Yu's face with both hands, his expression utterly incredulous. Was there alcohol in that watermelon juice just now? You actually have the nerve to say that? Jiangnan reached out and felt Zhou Yu's forehead. No way, you're not even running a fever. Zhou Yu. Why did he suddenly feel like killing someone? Chapter 77, The Real Female Lead. It was nearly dawn. Zhou Yu had completely lost all strength, his expression numb and lifeless. Before he could even catch his breath, Jiangnan cheerfully scooped him up into a hug. Products crafted by Master Jiang are always top tier. He raised an eyebrow, looking smug, like a chef admiring his own dish. Zhou Yu. You bastard. Before he could finish cursing, Jiangnan chuckled lightly. Don't be impatient. The night is still long. We'll play slowly. It wasn't until the next morning that Zhou Yu woke up gritting his teeth. Damn it. In the hospital. Xia Yuro covered her aching forehead, her eyelashes trembling as she struggled to open her eyes. Beside the bed sat a chair where Qin Mingxiao lounged, sucking on a pack of soy milk while intensely focused on his phone game. I'm going full-on hyper mode. Huh. You're awake. Don't panic. Watch me take on two at once. Come on, follow Bro Li's lead and play the dirge for their defeat. Xia Yuro. Qin Mingxiao was so absorbed in his game that he didn't notice her bewildered expression at all. She glanced at the small table beside her, 2 tea eggs and a bag of soy milk rested there. For a moment, Xia Yuro actually felt touched. This was the boy who saved her last night. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she studied him, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. He seemed extraordinary in presence and clearly strong. Most importantly, he was good-looking. Even better looking than Zhou Qingze. And, were these soy milk and tea eggs meant for her? So thoughtful. Hello. After saying that, she felt something was off. Why did her speech sound so strange, like wind whistling through? Qin Mingxiao had just destroyed the enemy's base with his teammates when he finally noticed Xia Yuro's stunned look. He said flatly, oh right. That guy knocked out your front tooth last night. Go get a false one implanted when you have time. Xia Yuro moved her tongue upward, and met empty space. Her front tooth was really gone. Ah! She shrieked shrilly, making Qin Mingxiao jump. What? This is a hospital. Don't scream so loud. He gave her an annoyed look, checked the time, then picked up a tea egg and started peeling it. I contacted your family last night, but your parents are on a business trip. Don't worry, I've already paid your medical bills. Once you're discharged, do whatever you want. With that, he grabbed the other bag of soy milk and a tea egg and simply walked away. Just walked away. Walked. Away. Xia Yuro. Wait, weren't those my breakfast? You should know someone as handsome as me only appears in anime. Kicking small pebbles along the road, Jiangnan hummed softly from time to time. Zhou Yu walked silently beside him, clutching a carton of fresh milk he'd just bought from a breakfast stand. But just after crossing an intersection, they ran into someone familiar. Well, not exactly familiar. More like vaguely acquainted. Although, could this person even be considered human? Qin Mingxiao froze mid-bite into his boiled egg, this was seriously creepy. What a small world. Jiangnan waved casually. What a coincidence, brother. Yeah, pretty coincidental. By the way, you left early last night. Forgot to ask, what should I call you? Qin Mingxiao offered a faint smile. Qin Mingxiao. Ah, cool name with serious vibes. I'm called. I've heard of you. Jiang San Xiao, Jiangnan. Oh. I'm that famous. Zhou Yu silently sipped his milk without reacting. Humph. Yeah, quite famous indeed. Jiangnan nodded earnestly, fully believing it, then asked, where are you heading? To school. No, just came out from the hospital. Hospital? Were you injured last night? Where? How bad? Zhou Yu's lips twitched slightly. Jiangnan's chatter had once again shattered his understanding of normal conversation. I wasn't hurt. The girl who got beaten up last night, I looked into her background. Seems she goes to your school. Yeah, she's my buddy's ex-girlfriend. Right, buddy, did you talk to her? Honestly, Jiangnan was beginning to suspect that heavens might be malfunctioning. Judging by narrative importance, the one who should have shown up last night to save her ought to have been Zhou Qingze. But no, Zhou Qingze had merely stood there clenching his fists, hesitating the entire time. Only after Qin Mingxiao appeared and kicked that brute aside did Zhou Qingze stop wavering. Has the chosen one changed? He was also deeply curious, why had this world selected Zhou Qingze as the fated protagonist? An orphan with both parents dead. Orphan background. Indeed, it fits the typical protagonist's origin story. After all, either both parents dead, or dual emperors. If he hadn't arrived in time to rescue Zhou Yu that day, according to Xiaohua's simulation, Zhou Qingze truly would have been left completely alone. So it was because he saved Zhou Yu that the storyline had deviated. Just as it originally was, Zhou Yu was Zhou Qingze's only younger brother. The two had relied on each other for survival, always together every day. But after falling for Xia Yuro, Zhou Qingze gradually neglected Zhou Yu. Even when someone was kidnapped, Zhou Qingze chose to save Xia Yuro first and merely called him to rescue Zhou Yu. Could it be that precisely because Zhou Yu didn't die, Zhou Qingze only bothered to ask about his condition the next day? Then again, what if it hadn't been him who went to save Zhou Yu, but the original soul instead? Or if he hadn't answered that call at all, what then of Zhou Qingze? Would he sink into deep remorse? Then begin training relentlessly, driven by vengeance, determined to wipe out Jiang Chen's entire clan? Just like in most stories. From an ordinary, mistreated orphan at the beginning, transforming into a peerless powerhouse standing atop the cultivation world. And throughout this journey, the one offering him emotional support and gentle warmth, the true female lead. Therefore, the current Xia Yuro probably isn't the real female lead. She merely wears the shell of Zhou Qingze's first love, temporarily radiating the aura of a heroine. If that's the case, then this unseen true female lead, is actually someone he's rather looking forward to. Chapter 78 Nanqing Yuluo. Yeah, I talked to her. I didn't leave until she woke up. So. Any impressions? Impressions. Qin Mingxiao stuffed the last bite of his tea egg into his mouth and shook his head. She whistles when she talks. Makes sense. I mean, taking a spirit warrior's punch straight to the face, losing just her front teeth is actually pretty lucky. Those two front teeth were probably already swept away by the janitor by now. Jiangnan asked again, bro, where are you heading? Going home. Hold on. Let's exchange Chao Xian IDs first. You know what they say, every encounter has its destiny. We've bumped into each other so many times already. Next time we go out to eat, I'll definitely invite you. Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Qin Mingxiao didn't decline. Scan me then. Alright. After adding each other, Jiangnan said goodbye to Qin Mingxiao. Looking at his own Chao Xian nickname Yulu Jiangnan, Jiangnan suddenly seemed to recall something. The original owner had been chasing Xia Yuro for a long time, the word rain here probably referred to Xia Yuro. He tapped into the rename interface, thought for a moment, then said to Zhou Yu, hand me your phone. What for? Confused but compliant, Zhou Yu pulled his phone out of his right pocket and handed it over. Gonna change a name. He changed Zhou Yu's Chao Xian name to Nanqing Yuluo. And his own became Yuluo Jiangnan. Flipping his bangs back, he sighed dramatically, damn. I'm truly awed by my own naming talent. How could I come up with such a literary phrase? Am I actually a genius? Zhou Yu. Taking back his phone and staring at the new Chao Xian name Jiangnan had set for him, Zhou Yu's twitched violently. His fists clenched tightly. Zhou Yu, dude, seriously. Jiangnan, don't call me dude. Call me brother. Zhou Yu, screw you. Jiangnan, what? You don't like it? I think it's quite poetic. Jiangnan blinked sincerely, not appearing to be joking at all. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. All the liberal arts education you got before college must have gone straight into a dog's stomach. Enough chit-chat. Let's get to school already. Meanwhile, some dude surnamed Lin once again let out a sharp, piercing cry. Sword. Cough cough. Students, I have something extremely important to tell you. Zhang Hong tapped the blackboard with a chalk eraser, his expression deadly serious. Yesterday, we suddenly received orders from higher-ups. We've discovered an undeveloped F-rank spirit realm, an ideal place for you bunch of clear-minded fools, I mean, passionate and energetic young people. So starting tomorrow, pack everything you need. We're moving in. This will be your first encounter with beastly creatures. You can form teams yourselves, 3 per group, and discuss arrangements among yourselves. Whether from your own class or another, no problem. If anyone fails to join a team, come find me, I'll assign you one. He continued, while we do allow solo operations, since this is your first time entering a spirit realm, it's strongly recommended that you go in groups. Anyone dead set on going alone can come sign a waiver with me. If anything happens inside the realm, the school bears absolutely no responsibility. Given that there might be beasts around the second stage within the F-rank realm, each group will also be assigned a sophomore senior as escort. But don't get too excited, they're only there to protect your safety, not to fight beasts for you. An F-rank spirit realm, being the lowest rank, was typically used to train freshmen. It usually contained spirit beasts ranging from first tier to second stage, first tier, though most were below second stage. Sophomores had generally surpassed the second stage, facing beasts in an F-rank realm was effortless for them. When new students began entering spirit realms, the school would select qualified upperclassmen to guide them. As for those who managed to reach second tier during their freshman semester, well, in an ordinary spirit warrior school like theirs, such cases practically didn't exist. Cultivation before fifth tier of first stage was relatively easy, but every advancement after that grew progressively harder than the last. So although these students hadn't trained long and were already at second or third tier, it was simply because the early stages were easier. Items like gathering pills weren't even distributed until students passed fifth tier of first stage. Only those from wealthy families would receive them earlier at home, thus advancing faster. But Zhou Qingze was already at fourth tier of the first stage, far surpassing the average level. And given that the school was well aware of his family background, it wasn't unreasonable for him to be favored. So after this class, head straight to the school training hall, train hard and prepare yourselves quickly. Don't freeze up and fail to channel your spiritual source when you actually see a beast. Oh, and one more thing worth mentioning, the team with the highest value spirit cores from slain beasts will each get a 50,000 credit reward. For second place, each member gets 30,000. And third place, 10,000 apiece. Good luck, kids. As Zhang Hong left the classroom, the entire class immediately erupted. Holy shit. 50,000 credits. That's enough for a high-grade gathering pill. Forget it, we're not getting that money. It's clearly meant for Zhou Qingze. I'm not aiming for 50. Just getting 10 grand would be fine by me. Jiangnan glanced toward the classroom door, patted Zhou Yu's palm lightly, then followed Zhang Hong out. Upon reaching the office, Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's up? Old Zhang, I got a question for you. Go ahead. Between us, there's nothing I wouldn't say. Jiangnan pulled over the chair he'd sat on last time with Zhou Yu, took a seat, and asked, the senior assigned to our group, could it be the one the principal mentioned yesterday, sent down from above? Ho, you're sharp. He should arrive tomorrow, probably. Oh. Jiangnan nodded, lightly scratched the tip of his nose, then continued, Old Zhang, can I bring one extra person in? What, you want to hire a personal bodyguard? Not allowed. Rejected. Denied. Come on, do I look like the type to do that? He leaned closer. It's just a friend of mine, you know what I mean. Don't worry, he's only first tier, first stage. Not strong at all. First tier, first stage. Just awakened. Yeah. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hong shook his head. No way. You know the risks, a first-tier rookie stepping into that realm is like walking to his own execution. And this spirit domain is under our school's exclusive control. If an outsider dies inside, other schools will mock us for poor supervision. We'd lose face. I guarantee he won't die, and honestly, his talent might even surpass Zhou Qingze's. And even if something did happen, does the Jiang family name lack the weight to silence gossip? Yeah, right. Jiangnan had no intention of letting Lin Ong die in some trash-tier F-rank spirit realm. Even if the kid currently had no cultivation, let's not forget who his father was. With just his bare body alone, he could stand there and take hits from high-stage spirit warriors without dying. Chapter 79 Ability, Dog Walking. Zhang Hong coughed twice and glanced around. What are you talking about? Isn't he originally part of your team? Jiangnan's eyes narrowed. Good, good, good. You really do understand me, old Zhang. Come here, come here. Zhang Hong beckoned to Jiangnan. Actually, given your status, bringing someone in doesn't require much explanation, just as long as you can guarantee 100% that he won't die, or that his death inside the spirit realm bears absolutely no connection to our school, it'll be fine. The problem is when an outsider gets linked to our school, it becomes a mess. You get me? I get it. After exchanging farewells with Zhang Hong, Jiangnan left the office. Watching that energetic back disappearing through the doorway, Zhang Hong couldn't help but curl up a faint smile. TSK Tisk, 9th level of the first realm. Looks like the top rank will come from our class this time. No, second place should also belong to our class. Looks like reincarnation is indeed a skill. Having a good father really makes all the difference. A young teacher from the same department glanced at Zhang Hong and joked, right, that's why I'm working so hard now, to give my children and grandchildren a better future. What do you think, Director Zhang? Zhang Hong patted his shoulder. You're still so young, kid. I haven't even enjoyed life myself yet, why would I suffer now just so my descendants can live comfortably? Am I bored or something? Young teacher. Woohoo. Guys, just thinking about hunting spirit beasts tomorrow gets me so excited. Chen Fan was practically bouncing with joy, leaving Su Zichen utterly speechless. Everyone else tries to avoid the spirit realm, but you're rushing right into it. What's so great in there anyway? Thanks to a weekend of intense training, Su Zichen had also reached the 3rd level of the first realm. Don't say that, squad leader, think about it, we're sticking with Qingze. Even if we don't grab first place, second should be more than within reach. Han Fuzhou shot him a glare. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you too easily, damn it. Did you even listen during the briefing? 3 people per team. Only 3. Huh. Chen Fan's expression froze instantly. Back then, he'd only been focused on the reward, he hadn't paid attention to anything else. So then, among us 7, we'll have to split into 2 teams. What do we do? As soon as the words were out, everyone fell into thought. If Zhou Yu hadn't shown up, they could have divided neatly into 2 groups and supported each other in the spirit realm. But now, someone had to step down. Zhou Yu didn't hesitate long before speaking up. Isn't solo operation allowed? I'll go get Director Zhang's signature. And technically speaking, I'm not even a student here. Xiao Yu, no way. This is your first time entering the spirit realm, even we need guidance from upperclassmen. You can't recklessly go off on your own. Zhou Qingze immediately rejected the idea. I'll team up with others. With Ganzi leading, it shouldn't be too risky. No need. We 6 can stick together as one team. Jiangnan interrupted them and said, don't worry, I won't let Xiao Yu act alone. That guy Lin On I brought over last time from downtown, he'll be coming too. I've already cleared it with old Zhang. When the time comes, Xiao Yu will team up with him. It's safer than pairing him with someone completely unknown. Zhou Qingze was still hesitant. But. Relax. He's reliable. Jiangnan smiled at Zhou Yu. Besides, you should trust your own brother. Did you forget the person Principal Lu mentioned yesterday in the principal's office? Zhou Qingze opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He simply nodded. I understand. If anyone truly didn't want Zhou Yu acting alone, it was Jiangnan. Though Jiangnan himself was nearly at the 7th level of the first realm, he still had 0 actual combat experience against spirit beasts. That wasn't comparable to street fighting at all. But if Lin On was around, things would feel somewhat safer. They'd grown up together, no shortage of demon beast hunts between them. Even if Lin On didn't quite grasp this world yet, the guy had extraordinary comprehension, plus a body bordering on immortal. Besides, wasn't there supposed to be someone with dual elemental abilities sent down from higher-ups? Anyone with half a brain would know he was here for Zhou Yu. Might as well assign him to protect both Zhou Yu and Lin On. Perfect, both lacked experience, having a seasoned veteran guiding them would be ideal. And anyway, Jiangnan didn't plan to team up with Zhou Qingze. Whether or not he got first place was hardly a concern for him, he certainly didn't need that little bit of prize money. But what mattered were Chen Fan and the others. They needed someone to lead them. Although rankings were determined by the number of spirit beast cores collected, one crucial point they'd all overlooked remained. You could always just take them by force. Nowhere in the rules did it say stealing from other teams was forbidden. And the sophomore mentor assigned to each group. They weren't just there to protect the rookie's safety. They probably served more as tactical guides. Jiangnan, after all, had once lived in the cultivation world. He saw further than most. How many students here actually came from wealthy families? Take Wang Gang, for instance. Both his parents were ordinary low-rank spirit users. Together, they earned less than 10,000 a month. After living expenses and supporting the family, how much could possibly be left? Among their group, apart from Zhou Qingze, only Su Zichen came from a similarly difficult background. His mother had left shortly after giving birth, disappeared with another man, disgusted that his father was an ordinary person, poor and powerless. Low-rank spirit users already struggled to find work. As for ordinary humans, making money was even harder. Before university, Su Zichen had been outstanding in the humanities. But his ability, well, it was a bit unusual. Simply put, reinforcement. So, what exactly could it do? Please watch the VCR. Chen Fan, ready? Let's crush this beast and rip out its core. Han Fuzhou, brothers, attack. Zichen, hook us up with the links. Then, using his mind, Su Zichen mentally connects an invisible chain between himself and both Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, 1 link per person. Though invisible to the eye, they can clearly feel the connection. He can link a maximum of 2 people at once. Sure, it kind of looked like dog walking, but effectively, it granted them a buff. The chain's function was to enhance whoever it was attached to. For example, if Chen Fan used water-based abilities, Su Zichen could boost all of his attributes by 10%, not just damage output. Likewise, the chain could also be linked to enemies. Only in that case, it would weaken their stats instead. The higher Su Zichen's cultivation level, the stronger the buff effect for allies, and the greater the debuff on enemies. Overall, before he grew stronger, this made him an ideal support-type ability user. But once he reached a certain realm, it could become an incredibly powerful offensive tool. Because in this world, they didn't just cultivate their spirit, they also trained their bodies. Focusing solely on spiritual power while neglecting physical training. That was a fatal mistake. Yes, spirit energy could strengthen the body to some extent, but at the same cultivation level, someone who hadn't trained their physique would undoubtedly lose to one who had. Chapter 80, A True never complains about the environment. I not only complain about the environment, I also complain about. Just as Jiangnan was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Jiangnan. It was He. Zhou Qingze raised an eyebrow and saw He glaring fiercely at them. Jiangnan turned around, looked at He with a smile, and said, "You have a crush on me, don't you? Following me around every day." He. Pfft. I'd rather fall for a stray dog on the roadside than you. But Jiangnan just smiled indulgently. Such a stubborn little thing. You're clearly head over heels in love, yet still making excuses for yourself. Just say you like me already. Using these silly methods to get my attention every day, so boring. Chen Fan tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve. Since when did he get this shameless? Zhou Yu, hasn't he always been like this? Chen Fan, fair point. He was clearly thrown off by Jiangnan's words. He looked him up and down. Honestly, he was kind of good looking. Wait, what the hell? I'm straight, damn it. And he's my enemy. Why am I complimenting his looks? He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Today, let's finally settle this once and for all. Jiangnan half-turned, glanced behind himself, then looked back at He and pointed at himself, me? Yes. You're insane. Even if we don't fight, I'm still the man here. What, are you lacking something down there or what? With that, he cast a glance toward He's crotch and shook his head. TSK. Now that I look, it's practically the same whether you have it or not. At first, He didn't get it. But following Jiangnan's gaze downward, he immediately flushed with rage. You bastard. Oh ho, you're mad now, aren't you? Chen Fan slung an arm over Zhou Yu's shoulder and chimed in, hit a nerve, huh? Did you just break your defense? Han Fuzhou chuckled lightly, he swears like he's flirting. Flirting? Pfft, that cracks me up. Only cute people can get away with acting spoiled. He's just broken mentally. Wang Gang recalled something. Actually, Qingze often said, you bastard, when yelling at people. Now that he thought about it, it kinda did sound like whining. Ahem. What was he even thinking? Jiangnan, be a man and face me one-on-one. Jiangnan glanced at their surroundings, sighed, then stepped a little closer to He. Fine, I'll humor you this once. I won't make you fly 2 front teeth like Xia Yuro did. Then, whoosh a 360-degree spinning kick landed square on He's face. Ugh. The speed was so great that He didn't even have time to react before being slammed onto the ground, sliding several meters back. Before he even stopped sliding, a tooth, no, to be precise, a yellowish front tooth, flew out of his mouth. His face went numb from the impact, he barely felt any pain. All he knew was that the duel had begun. He quickly pushed himself up from the floor, but before he could close the distance, Zhou Yu kicked him in the chest, sending him flying again. Leaving a clear footprint on his chest. Seeing Zhou Qingze's slightly dazed expression, he coughed once. Don't worry, I held back. His ribs won't break. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had already squatted down to examine the bloody yellow tooth, curling his lip in disgust. He, why put yourself through this? I didn't even use a third of my strength, and still knocked your tooth out. Chen Fan poked him. Didn't you just say you wouldn't make him lose teeth like Xia Yuro? Exactly. I made only 1 tooth fly, not 2. I'm a man of my word. Wang Gang shrugged. Looks like we've got work again. He walked over, picked up the motionless He, and slung him over his shoulder. I'll take him to the infirmary first. Zhou Qingze took a look and nodded. Yeah, I'm coming too. Chen Fan stared longingly at the 3 leaving the training hall. Just as he was about to follow, Han Fuzhou grabbed him from behind by the neck and dragged him away. Why do you stick your nose in everything? Go train. Among the F7, you're easily the weakest right now. Bullshit. I swear, I'll definitely reach 3rd rank tonight. Oh ho, so confident, such confidence. Han Fuzhou kept dragging him along as he muttered, dude, I already broke into 3rd rank yesterday, did you miss that? Right now, aside from Xiao Yu, you're the only one stuck at 2nd rank. Zhou Yu, I've already broken through. Huh. Chen Fan's protest suddenly choked off, like a goose with its neck pinched shut. I'm done for. We promised to be lazy together, but you're all secretly grinding while dragging me into it. Su Zichen gave a sly smirk. Chen Fan, how does that saying go again? A true never complains about the environment. What does that have to do with me? I not only complain about the environment, I also complain about my damn goodness. Jiangnan clapped his hands. Now that's wisdom. You're practically my life mentor. Hey, Yu, the school's organizing a trip to the spirit realm tomorrow. Are you coming? I understand how you feel, but this is your first time entering the spirit realm. It'd really be better if you came back. Hey, don't cry. Listen to me, just come back and pass that spirit realm checkpoint. Then I'll give you a few days off, okay? I won't assign Jiangnan, Qingze, or anyone from your usual group. You can pick your own team when you return, or I can pair you with someone from another class. Think about it. After all, next time you enter the spirit realm, there won't be any senior juniors to guide you. If you fall behind or something happens, what then? Don't you agree? Zhang Hong stood on the school rooftop, talking to Xia Yuro on the phone, a cigarette dangling between his fingers that he took occasional puffs from. On the other end, Xia Yuro hesitated for a long while before softly replying, "All right, I understand, teacher. I'll go tomorrow." "Good. Remember to bring the essentials, and meet directly at the playground tomorrow." As if still uneasy, he added one more thing, "The school will distribute spirit tools, so no need to buy your own. Oh, and don't bring a suitcase. Don't carry too much stuff, just bring a bag." I know." After hanging up, Zhang Hong slipped his phone into his pants pocket. Leaning against the railing, he took a satisfying drag from his cigarette. Then he spotted two good-looking guys carrying someone out of the training hall. One holding the head, the other the feet. His eyes narrowed. The hell? Aren't those the top-ranked students in the entire grade? Wait. Two of them are my students. Realizing something was wrong, he nearly leapt off the rooftop, but then remembered he couldn't yet use to form wings. He glanced down at the dizzying height. Fuck. He flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot, then hurried toward the stairwell, racing down as fast as he could. Chapter 81. What do you care? You're not my wife. Qingze. Wang Gang. What are you two doing? Zhang Hong came rushing over, almost sprinting. The names Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang exchanged a glance. Just before bringing He Ji out, Zhou Qingze had deliberately, accidentally, landed another blow, knocking him unconscious. He declared solemnly, "Director Zhang, classmate He Ji fainted from heatstroke. As fellow first years, I should act with kindness and take him to the infirmary." Zhang Hong, ? What's that swelling on his face? Upon closer inspection, He Ji's face wasn't just swollen, it was smeared with dirt. On closer look, it resembled footprints. And right on his chest, another footprint. Wang Gang replied, "He fainted from heatstroke and crashed into the wall." Huh. Zhang Hong immediately fixed Wang Gang with a glare. "Wang Gang. Normally you look honest with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how come you're lying now? I think I need to call Coach Wang and have him give you some proper training. Now tell me the truth." Of course there were security cameras in the gym, he could always review the footage later. But for now, he figured it'd be better to ask first. Wang Gang glanced nervously at He Ji. He was kicked by Jiangnan. What? He tripped and hit the wall himself. How careless. Huh. Zhang Hong's sudden shift caught both Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang completely off guard. "Hey old geezer, what gives?" Zhang Hong waved them away urgently. "Hurry up, get He Ji to the school infirmary quickly." Zhou Qingze looked at Director Zhang with confused eyes. "Director Zhang, isn't your favoritism a bit too obvious?" "Not at all. The teacher simply trusts you. You two are good kids, seeing a classmate collapse, you drop your training just to help him. That's truly admirable spirit. Go on, go on." Zhou Qingze's lips twitched violently, but he said nothing and followed Wang Gang as they carried He Ji away. Wang Gang let out a breath of relief. Man, old Zhang really changes tune the moment Jiangnan is mentioned. What can we do? His father's the biggest shareholder in the school. One word from him, and even the principal wouldn't dare disobey, let alone a director. Wang Gang nodded, chuckling. Still, He Ji's got it rough. If he hadn't been chasing after Xia Yuro every day trying to pick a fight with Jiangnan, he wouldn't have ended up in the infirmary twice already. Oh right, speaking of Xia Yuro, she'll probably come along on this trip to the spirit realm, right? Zhou Qingze thought about it for a few seconds and replied, "Very likely. Because only the first expedition is led by upperclassmen, there's so much to learn during that one. If she doesn't come, she won't know anything. Later on, no one will want her on their team when forming squads for the spirit realm." Oh. Wang Gang suddenly stopped ahead, forcing Zhou Qingze to halt too. "What? Let me carry him. He's not even as tall as Xiao Yu and barely weighs anything. And besides, it's kind of awkward like this, we can't talk properly." Seeing Wang Gang insist, Zhou Qingze didn't refuse. They walked side by side now. Wang Gang stared ahead. "I'm actually curious who she'll pick as her teammate. Didn't she used to care the most about her appearance? After losing 2 teeth, how can she still show her face? Can't she just get dental implants or something? Maybe. So, have you decided yet? Who are you going to team up with?" Chen Fan, who had been silently reciting incantations to absorb spiritual energy, was just about to open his eyes when Han Fuzhou flicked him hard on the forehead. "Keep cultivating. God damn it. Han Fuzhou, you wanna die? Just because you broke through before me doesn't mean you can hit me. Chen Fan tried to stand up, but Han Fuzhou pressed down on his head, and suddenly he couldn't move at all. Remove this control. I said remove this damn control. You asterisk asterisk. Heh, if you lack the power, don't scream so loud. Can't even break a simple hold, ridiculous. Han Fuzhou's ability was a strong control. Yes, exactly, he could forcibly immobilize his opponent. In that case, Han Fuzhou would actually pair better with Zhou Qingze, since Zhou Qingze lacked any powerful control techniques. If Zhou Qingze teamed up with Chen Fan instead, just imagine the scene. One attacks with fire, the other counters with water. They'd probably wipe each other out before even laying eyes on a monster. Wang Gang's ability was pretty similar to Su Zichen's, both were enhancement-type abilities, but Wang Gang could only strengthen himself. For example, increasing his defense and attack power. And he specialized in body cultivation, otherwise, there was no way he could have lifted both Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou with one hand. Balanced in offense and defense, capable of taking hits and dealing damage. So, a team of Zhou Qingze, Han Fuzhou, and Wang Gang could work well together in coordination. That left him with no choice but to pair up with Chen Fan and Su Zichen. His plan was simple, once inside the spirit realm, unless facing an overwhelmingly powerful beast, he wouldn't step in personally. Mostly, he just wanted to see who this person sent from above actually was. Above? Which above? Clearly, it meant someone from the national level. He had expected that higher-ups might eventually take notice of him, but hadn't thought it would happen so soon. Everyone except Chen Fan was sitting down. Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu's hand over and placed it on his own thigh, idly playing with his fingertips. Perhaps due to all the odd jobs he'd done before, there was a thin layer of callus on his fingers. Jiangnan glanced at his own hands. The original host had been a pampered young master who'd never lifted a finger. His hands were naturally flawless, pale and delicate. He lowered his eyes, gently rubbing that rough layer, his heart and gaze filling with indescribable emotion. Zhou Yu didn't notice what Jiangnan was doing. He was too busy wondering whether tonight he should absorb the core first to break through to 7th rank of first stage before being with Jiangnan, or just go straight to being with Jiangnan. If he chose to absorb the core first, it would take quite a while to recover afterward. But if he didn't absorb it first, Jiangnan would definitely wear him out so thoroughly that he wouldn't have any strength left for cultivation later. After all, that's exactly how things had gone the past few times. Kids, we're back. Suddenly, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze returned. Zhou Qingze held a bag of drinks and opened it up, letting everyone pick one. Pick these up on the way, we passed by the supermarket. Take whatever you like. Oh ho. Han Fuzhou grabbed a bottle for himself and one for Chen Fan, then released Chen Fan from his hold. Drink up, then keep cultivating. What do you care? You're not my wife. Su Zichen quietly sipped his AD calcium drink, then went back to cultivating. The drinks reached Zhou Yu's side. Zhou Qingze stared silently at Jiangnan, who was still caressing his younger brother's hand. Looking at their two hands together, his mind instantly began dubbing imaginary voices. Nan's hand, he, my beloved concubine, your skin is so fair. Yu's hand, screw off, you creepy freak. Nan's hand, my dear, don't be shy, come, let me cherish you properly. Keek. Chapter 82, Fools Have Lucky Fortunes. Beast. Let go of that hand. Zhou Qingze's sudden outburst startled everyone. Zhou Yu felt too embarrassed to watch. He quietly grabbed an orange juice from the plastic bag. Holding the bottle, his two sharp fangs clamping the cap, he twisted it open with one hand. Jiangnan gave him a side eye. Just because you don't have a partner doesn't mean you can ruin your brother's and little brother's bonding time. No hands. Go find another girlfriend. Zhou Yu hadn't even brought the bottle to his lips when he suddenly remembered something and passed the drink to Jiangnan instead. Then he took a mineral water bottle for himself from the bag. Heh. Jiangnan happily accepted the drink, looking at Zhou Qingze with twinkling eyes. Now do you see how important it is to have a good wife? Zhou Qingze fell silent. Then, as if not satisfied, Jiangnan reached over and deliberately held Zhou Yu's hand, planting kisses on the back of his hand and the knuckle of his index finger, right in front of Zhou Qingze. Fuck off. Jiangnan, you're dead. As Zhou Qingze lunged at him like a sliding tackle, Jiangnan reacted quickly, dashing swiftly to the other side with swift, light steps. He calmly took a sip of orange juice and taunted Zhou Qingze with a beckoning gesture. Come and get me. You're finished. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you'll suffer big time. Jiangnan kept running while turning his head to tease Zhou Qingze. If you catch me, then I'll let you, he. Then. Boom. F***ck. Han Fuzhou, who had been sitting on a chair, suddenly tumbled onto the ground. Jiangnan's foot caught the edge of the chair, causing him to stumble and nearly fall flat on his face. Humph. Chen Fan, who had been drinking, couldn't hold back a chuckle at the sight. Seeing this, Han Fuzhou immediately grabbed Chen Fan's arm and yanked him down. Then. Chen Fan fell too. Han Fuzhou, you bastard. Jiangnan stared at the floor rushing toward his face, wondering whether he should fake a fall or not. But the next second, he crashed into a familiar chest. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Zhou Yu's neck. Idiot. A slightly exasperated voice came from above. Jiangnan snuggled into the crook of Zhou Yu's neck with a grin. So what if I'm an idiot? There's a saying, fools have lucky fortunes. You wouldn't really let me fall anyway. Watching the group mess around, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile. He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. The more monster cores he could gather later, the lighter his father's burden would be. His dad had raised him as an ordinary man for over 10 years. How could he afford to stay weak? Meanwhile, Zhou Qingze stared blankly at Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou lying tangled together, then shook his head and pulled them both up. Alright, enough fooling around. Get serious about training. You still have time to cram last minute. Lately, his cultivation had been progressing extremely smoothly. He was about to reach 5th rank of the first realm. If Jiangnan took first place in this upcoming Spirit Zone expedition, Zhou Qingze was confident he could secure second. Speaking of which, he just remembered. By the way, have you all sorted out the teams yet? Jiangnan sat back down on the chair, rubbing his neck as he said to Zhou Qingze, I was thinking Gongzi and Fuzhou would team up with you. What do you think? Zhou Qingze nodded. I'm fine with whoever. It's up to you guys. Wang Gang, no problem for me. Han Fuzhou, same here. Alright then. So Qingze, Gongzi, and Fuzhou will be one team. Me, Chen Fan, and Zichen will be the other. Jiangnan glanced at Zhou Yu, then turned back with a cheerful smile. But hey, don't expect me to carry you guys to first, second, or third place. I'm just going in there to have fun. Chen Fan immediately jumped up. What? You're abandoning us mid-journey? Not taking responsibility? Running away after using us? Pfft. A scumbag who pretends it never happened after getting what he wanted. Jiangnan patted Chen Fan on the head, speaking earnestly. Fan, bro really wants to try hard and win first place with my own strength. But my old man gave me too much. Just one crystal core pushed me all the way to 9th rank of the first realm. With this kind of advantage, even if I went solo in the Spirit Zone, I could probably take first place. So, I'm basically just filling out the team roster. You kids should learn from your seniors, understand? Don't worry, bro won't slack off. You kill the monsters, I'll collect the cores. Clear division of labor, totally fair. After he finished speaking, everyone noticed that detail, 9th rank of the first realm. So you mean, you went to the city center and instantly advanced 7 minor stages? Told you already. My dad's just too strong. What can I do? If you can cultivate by absorbing crystal cores, why bother painstakingly absorbing spiritual energy yourself? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Jiangnan coughed twice. In the past, I had great ambitions and long-term vision. I wanted to rely on my own effort and talent to cultivate, just to prove that I wasn't some useless rich kid who could only depend on his family. But now, I've awakened. If there's a shortcut, why the hell should I keep being an idiot? Do I look like I have nothing better to do? Torturing myself for no reason? Han Fuzhou nodded. Yeah, definitely got nothing else going on. Hey, has anyone noticed something strange? What? It seems Jiangnan started distancing himself from Xia Yuro and acting normal again only after Xiao Yu came to school. And Qingze started acting normal only after he broke up with Xia Yuro. Su Zichen agreed, that's true. Jiangnan was unhappy. What? I get why Qingze was being weird, but where exactly am I not normal? There definitely is. Su Zichen said calmly, don't you remember what Xia Yuro once said? That she liked guys who were down-to-earth, practical, and cultivated through their own hard work. You're a wealthy young master, of course you have abundant resources. Everyone knows that. And yet you were such a fool, actually believing her words, putting yourself through all that unnecessary suffering. While cultivating through self-effort is admirable in general, in your case, people just think you're an idiot. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. Type 1 and I'll send you a crystal core. 1. Su Zichen didn't respond, but Han Fuzhou spoke first. Jiangnan stretched out his hand toward him. Hand it over. Han Fuzhou. He clicked his tongue, then finally got it. Damn it, are you messing with me using wordplay again? Zhou Yu spoke quietly from the side, we should stop bringing her up in the future. Wouldn't want someone overhearing and making trouble out of it. Everyone understood what he meant and wisely shut up. Time to cultivate. The school training hall wasn't only good for cultivation, it also had various equipment for physical training. Plus, the indoor spiritual energy was denser than outside. Jiangnan sat cross-legged, watching Zhou Qingze and the others, who were still using traditional mantras to absorb spiritual energy like usual. After pondering for a moment, he said, come on, I'll teach you a pro-max version of drawing energy into the body. It works way better than your mantras. He wasn't sure if this method would suit them, but last time he saw Zhou Yu use it, it looked effortless, so it should work for them too. Chapter 83, A Father's Debt, A Son's Burden. I'll go. Bro Nan, what the hell are you researching? Chen Fan couldn't take it anymore. He gasped slightly as he asked. I can't, no more, this thing is killing me. I feel like someone's choking me. In contrast, Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang still held on. Their expressions were strained, but they hadn't broken yet. Jiangnan frowned at Chen Fan. No good. It works. It's better than the incantation, but I'm exhausted, I can't catch my breath. The next second, Han Fuzhou also gave in, mimicking Chen Fan's. Holy shit, this is insane. It really is stronger than our usual cultivation method, but the pressure is just too much. Zhou Qingze stopped his practice and spoke calmly. He wasn't as dramatic as Chen Fan or Han Fuzhou. Just breathing a little heavier. Jiangnan looked at the group collapsing one by one, his eyes filled with disdain. You guys are so weak. Let's grab a few skewers of lamb kidneys tonight to replenish ourselves. How dare you bark like a dog? Jiangnan snorted, arms crossed as he swept his gaze over them all, saying indifferently, I don't mean anything by it. I'm just stating that every single one of you here is useless. If you can't endure this kind of cultivation for even a few minutes, then what else could you possibly be? And you still dream of entering the spirit realm? Hunting beasts. Claiming rewards. Don't make me laugh. Zhou Yu shot him a glance. What's wrong with you today? Jiangnan, who had been serious a moment ago, immediately broke into a wide smile. Not at all. That was reverse psychology. He squatted down in front of Zhou Qingze and patted his shoulder. I think I understand now. The more solid your foundation, the better this method works for you. He glanced at Chen Fan and the others. You lot should stick to your original methods until you reach 5th rank of the first stage. Only then should you switch to what I taught you. If it still doesn't work, wait until 7th rank. Now that was strange. Why did this method exhaust them so much, while Xiao Yu showed no discomfort at all? If anything, he seemed oddly familiar with it, like he'd done it countless times before. Su Zichen and the others nodded. To them, this new cultivation method was far more effective than the old one. But Zhou Qingze frowned. Jiangnan, we've never had anything like what you just taught us in our cultivation systems. Where did you? Before he could finish, Jiangnan curled his lips into a faint smile. My father is Jiang Bai. Cough cough. Oh. Right. Got it. Everyone knew of Jiang Bai. Well, perhaps not everyone, but he was certainly legendary. With power so unfathomable, he wasn't just dominant in Long Nation. He was considered among the absolute top-tier combatants in the entire world. A figure even the upper echelons couldn't fully analyze. Of course such a man would possess unique cultivation techniques. And Jiangnan being his son made perfect sense. For the rest of the afternoon, the group trained hard, except for one certain tiger. Chen Fan finally achieved his goal, breaking through to 3rd rank of the first stage. As expected of a chosen one, Zhou Qingze quickly adapted, climbing the ranks using Jiangnan's method until he reached 5th rank of the first stage. To Jiangnan's surprise, Wang Gang actually managed to nearly reach 5th rank as well through this method. Could this guy actually be a genius too? It wasn't until school ended that they finally stood up. Each had gained something. Zhou Yu even advanced to 7th rank of the first stage. He had thought he'd need to return home and absorb more crystal cores, but this came as a pleasant surprise. Truly impressive. Ever since he started spending time with Jiangnan, everything had been improving. But when he thought carefully, what could he possibly offer in return? This guy already had everything, background, status, looks, strength, all maxed out. What else could he give besides his body? How exactly had their relationship developed like this? Why would someone at the very top of society want to be close to someone like him, who'd always lived at the bottom? The vast differences made him believe Jiangnan probably just needed a temporary distraction, maybe once bored, he'd toss him aside. Yet whenever this thought surfaced, Jiangnan seemed to smooth it over again. As if pulled by an invisible gravity. He realized, he was already sinking in. When he snapped back to reality, Jiangnan was already holding his hand, smiling gently. Stop daydreaming. Come on, let's go eat. Immortal Realm. Jing Yi had just stepped into his Demon Lord Hall when he saw Jiang Bai already sitting on the Demon Lord's throne, reading a novel. He sighed and walked over. Jiang Bai, holding a novel he'd just obtained from Lin Yang, flicked his tiger ears upon hearing the sound. You're back. Jing Yi gently stroked his head. Isn't his holy beasthood usually so concerned about appearances? Why aren't you hiding your ears now? The novel lowered slightly as Jiang Bai grinned. But don't you like me this way? Every time. During it, you always grab my ears, don't you, my dear Demon Lord? Jing Yi. His ears flushed red, but he couldn't think of anything to retort. Whether as the young master before or now as Demon Lord, he had always been gentle and refined by nature. But sitting in this position demanded he appear stern and unyielding, so he usually kept a cold face and spoke only in terse phrases. Thus, everyone's fixed impression of him was, decisive, violent first and talk later, ruthless and merciless. Jiang Bai scooted aside, making space for him. Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. You still can't handle it even with 3 kids. So childish. Jingyi sat down on the demon lord's throne, straightening his robe. I paid attention to that doppelganger today. What happened? Did something go wrong? Jiangbai raised an eyebrow. That clone of his seemed to have been sent into some spirit domain to hunt heterobeasts. He hadn't bothered much about it. Didn't you feel it? The child man brought back. Of course I felt it. But what could I do? Xiaonan has found his own path, hasn't he? Jingyi frowned slightly. But. Jiangbai closed the novel in his hand and smiled faintly. Have you heard the phrase, a father's debt, a son's burden? What he did to my son, killing his entire family 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. But that child is unrelated, isn't he? Yet even an outsider must atone for his father's sins. For example, by giving himself to Xiaonan. Jiangnan and the others returned to the rice noodle shop they'd visited last time. This time, however, not everyone ordered rice noodles. He and Zhou Yu went for cold skin noodles instead. Lin Ong had also been called over by phone. To Jiangnan's delight, within just a single day, Lin Ong had already mastered how to use a smartphone. Moreover, he'd even managed to get 666 to arrange him an ID in this world. As for his background? Born an orphan, as usual. Jiangnan's mouth twitched violently. Thankfully Uncle Lin and Uncle Xia weren't around, otherwise, Lin Ang's system would have died 1,000 deaths today. As they ate, they listened to Lin Ong excitedly recount all the new things he'd encountered during the day. Like a child brimming with curiosity about the world. Han Fuzhou and the others didn't mind at all. Chen Fan even carried on a lively conversation with Lin Ong, back and forth without pause. Chapter 84, Are you daring to twist your mouth? Dude, I'm telling you the truth. Back then, there were these few perverted guys surrounding this young girl. The situation was really tense, she was scared and started crying. Coincidentally, I was walking home from school. When I saw that, how could I just stand by and watch? I immediately slid in like a footballer, shielded her behind me, threw a left hook, a right roundhouse kick, and even unleashed the lightning 5-whip combo. One punch knocked out 3, one kick sent 4 flying. Then suddenly, someone sneaked up from behind, no martial virtue at all. Picking on an innocent kid like me. But I countered with a spinning kick, slamming him straight into a telephone pole. With one move, I dropped all of them, they were kowtowing on the ground begging for mercy. Afterward, the girl wanted to treat me to dinner, but I refused. I mean, I'm just a kind-hearted guy who loves helping others. Chen Fan gripped Lin Ang's hand and spoke passionately. Lin Ong listened intently, his expression serious, nodding occasionally. Jiangnan. I thought he might be a little smarter, turns out he actually believes it. Han Fuzhou's face twitched uncontrollably. The guy is already clueless. And you're still teasing him. After hearing the story, Lin Ong pondered for a moment before finally asking, Chen Fan, how exactly did you manage to knock down 3 people with one punch? I think you're lying. How about we spar a bit to test it? Chen Fan's smile instantly froze. Now it was Jiangnan's turn to grin. Just arm wrestle him and you'll find out. Han Fuzhou nodded in agreement. Right, arm wrestle, that'll settle it. Facing Lin Ong, whose eyes were filled with pure sincerity. Honestly. For a brief second, Chen Fan felt guilty about deceiving him. Alright, come on, Lin Ong, let's give it a try. Lin Ong had no objection and stretched out his hand. The moment their hands clasped. Chen Fan exerted every ounce of strength he had, like a newborn baby fighting for milk. But Lin Ong remained calm and composed. He even casually slurped a bite of knife-shaved noodles with his other hand. Chen Fan was close to tears. How can such a skinny-looking guy be so incredibly strong? They struggled for several minutes, yet Lin Ang's hand didn't budge an inch. Finally, as if he couldn't bear watching any longer. Bang! He slammed Chen Fan's hand flat onto the table. Then withdrew his own hand and said seriously, you lied to me. I wasn't even using real strength. Ha ha ha. Han Fuzhou, Su Zichen, and Wang Gang couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Wang Gang patted Lin Ong on the shoulder. Lin Ong, you can pretty much treat everything he says as nonsense, he was just boasting. Once again, Zhou Qingze and Gu Xian were sitting at the neighboring table. Brother Qingze, why don't you hang out with me when I invite you on weekends? Do you dislike me? Asked Gu Xian, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes wide with confusion. Jiangnan perked up his ears. There it is. Could she be the actual female lead? Wang Gang also turned his head upon hearing the conversation. No, it's not that. I just happened to be busy that day and went out with these friends here. Zhou Qingze gestured toward Wang Gang's group. Also, I forgot to thank you, thanks again for the discount last time. It's no big deal. With so many handsome guys around, looking at them is already a feast for the eyes, giving a discount is nothing. She tilted her head and glanced over the group, her gaze eventually landing on Lin Ong, her eyes sparkled slightly. In a low voice, she asked, hey, wasn't that handsome guy here last time? No, he's someone we just met recently. Does he have a girlfriend? Not sure. Probably not. If you want, I can ask for you tonight. Deal. Jiangnan took over Zhou Yu's leftover cold rice rolls and listened carefully to their conversation. Oh. Lin Ong, you lucky dog, you've got quite the romantic fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Ong looked at Jiangnan and bluntly commented, young master Hu, how did you end up so down and out? Young master Long, we're both equally pathetic. Suddenly, Jiangnan remembered something. Earlier, Uncle Qinglong mentioned that only the Dragon King could twist his mouth. It's known that Uncle Xia Yun is the ancestral dragon head, i.e., the Dragon King, and he can twist his mouth. So, as his son, what are the odds that Lin Ong can successfully twist his mouth? He asked, Lin Ong, do you dare to twist your mouth? Lin Ong paused mid-bite of his knife-shaved noodles. He stared seriously at Jiangnan. Why are you suddenly asking this? What? Can't I ask? No. I don't dare. Lin Ong shook his head. My dad said I can only twist my mouth after becoming a sage, otherwise, someone will beat the crap out of me. Sage? What kind of sage? Chen Fan and the others had no idea what Jiangnan and Lin Ong were talking about. Isn't our cultivation divided into mere stages and levels? What's this sage thing? Jiangnan thought for a moment, then said, you can think of it as an ultimate expert, a being at the peak of the 10th realm and 10th stage. It's just called differently in his world. But aren't all cultivation terms standardized now? My father is Jiang Bai. Alright, got it. The group chatted wildly, ranging from 10th realm cultivators to outer space. Only Zhou Yu remained frowning. Suddenly, he remembered a serious issue. If they were heading to the spirit realm tomorrow, how would Jiangnan handle his heat cycle? He wasn't even paired with him, and the spirit realm was full of dangers, crowded with people everywhere. How was this guy supposed to get through it? Could he even hold on? By the way, Lin Ong, our school is organizing a trip to the spirit realm tomorrow. Come to school with me. The spirit realm? That place filled with monstrous beasts. I saw it on my phone. Yeah. Jiangnan nodded. Then you'll team up with Xiao Yu. Someone will guide you. Fine. Actually, I've never fought any beast before, I wonder how they differ from those over there. He'd seen one last time, but Jiangnan instantly slaughtered it. Before he could even get a good look, that guy had grabbed him, soared through the sky on a flying sword, and upon arrival handed him a glass of watermelon juice. After dinner, Jiangnan told Lin Ong the time to meet at school tomorrow and gave him the address. This kid already knew how to use navigation. Even managed to get himself a bicycle. Su Zichen glanced at his phone. I should head back first. See you tomorrow. Got it, see you. Alright, I'm off too. Brothers, stay sharp, aim for that 50,000 reward. You've seemed unhappy since dinner. Are you mad because I made you team up with Lin Ong? Having finished cleaning up, Jiangnan walked downstairs with Zhou Yu, strolling around the neighborhood. Zhou Yu's expression looked like he was glaring at someone, so Jiangnan didn't dare act foolish. Not mad. Zhou Yu kept his hands in his pockets, eyes fixed ahead. But earlier you totally looked like you were glaring. Huh? Zhou Yu blinked. No, I always look like this when I'm focused on thinking. Thinking? What are you thinking about, or who? Jiangnan moved closer. Or rather, thinking about what to do tonight. They happened to pass by the self-service convenience store where they'd encountered that beast twisting its mouth against a telephone pole last time. Jiangnan stopped and grabbed Zhou Yu's hand. Let's buy some mint candy. After paying, Jiangnan peeled one open and popped it into his mouth. He rattled the bag in his hand. These should last us through the spirit realm. Zhou Yu took one unwrapped piece and tossed a candy into his own mouth. In the spirit realm, what about your heat cycle? Can you hold it in? I think I can manage. These mint candies make decent company. After all, it's too much of a coincidence these two things happening together. I can't exactly split from the group to go find you for wild sex. Jiangnan spoke, then suddenly caught himself. Hee, actually, I wouldn't mind some outdoor action either. Us young folks should bravely try new things. Zhou Yu. His mouth felt icy cold from the mint. He kept his hands in his pockets, casually pulling his hat down. Idiot. The word was quiet, but Jiangnan still heard it. Were you just insulting me? Yes. Cuss me a couple more times, I'm kind of enjoying it. Holy shit, you really are a freak. Haha. Jiangnan grinned, pulling one of Zhou Yu's hands from his pocket and interlacing their fingers. Yeah, I've never denied being a freak. And honestly, you scolding me just feels like you're being affectionate. Chapter 85, Someone Who's Easy to Soften. Nightfall. I won't move, just hold me for a moment. Just as his lips brushed against Zhou Yu's nape, the phone on the bedside lit up. It was a video call from Zhou Qingze. He chuckled softly, grabbed a mint from the nightstand and popped it into Zhou Yu's mouth. Then gently turned his head and pressed several light kisses onto his lips. About 10 seconds later, Jiangnan picked up the phone, raised a finger to his own lips in front of Zhou Yu, and whispered, "Your brother's calling." Hearing it was Zhou Qingze, Zhou Yu, whose pupils had been slightly dazed moments before, suddenly snapped back to alertness. He pushed himself up from the bed, but Jiangnan wrapped an arm around his waist and pulled him back into his embrace. Jiangnan's fingers traced over his abdomen. Even though nothing could be seen, he still felt it. "Bear with it. It'd be embarrassing if your brother heard." "Fuck off." Zhou Yu ground the words out through clenched teeth. "Hee hee." Jiangnan grinned mischievously and switched the video call to audio only. "Hey, Jiangnan, why did it take you so long to pick up?" "Just had something going on." Phone was in the bedroom. He glanced at Zhou Yu, who had curled his body up tightly and covered his mouth, afraid to make even the faintest sound. "What is it? Calling this late at night?" "Not much really. I just wanted to ask, is Lin Ong in a relationship?" "Huh? Lin Ong? Did Gu Xan ask you to ask?" "Yeah, how'd you know?" "Guessed." Looking at Zhou Yu's back, Jiangnan suddenly felt heat spreading through his body. Damn. He came again. He hasn't dated anyone yet, but honestly, I'm not sure about his sexual orientation. That wasn't a lie. He'd grown up with Lin Ong, they'd been inseparable since childhood, and Jiangnan had never once seen him involved with any young lady or gentleman. Sure, Lin Ong had plenty of friends, but that was all. And given that Uncle Lin and Uncle Xie were both gay, well, Lin Eng's orientation really was anyone's guess. On the other end, Zhou Qingze thought for a moment before replying, "Alright, got it." "Yep. Got things to do, talk later." Without waiting for Zhou Qingze to say goodbye, Jiangnan hung up, tossed the phone aside. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Only when Zhou Yu heard no further sounds did he dare remove his hand from his mouth. But before he could even catch his breath, Jiangnan flipped him over so they were face to face. "Wait, not yet. Damn it. That friction. You're doing pretty well holding back. Strong willpower." His fingertips skimmed the corner of Zhou Yu's lips, meeting his murderous glare with the smug grin of a fox who'd just gotten away with mischief. "Must have been too long since I last beat the crap out of you." Zhou Yu shoved hard against Jiangnan's shoulders, flipping them so he was now on top. He glared down, chest heaving with anger. "That was my brother on the phone. You wouldn't let me go, you even pressed harder. What the hell did you think you were doing?" Jiangnan's bangs were slightly disheveled from being pushed down so abruptly, but he didn't seem annoyed. He only kept smiling at Zhou Yu. That smile softened into his deep blue eyes. Lowering his lashes, he caught Zhou Yu's wrists where they pinned him down, voice low and teasing. "You trimmed your nails. Was it because you scratched my back raw last time? Out of guilt? Or, care?" Seeing Zhou Yu remain silent, Jiangnan burst into laughter. Effortlessly, he sat up, pulling Zhou Yu's hand and pressing it flat against his left chest. "Feel it. My heart's racing right now. That means I'm already turned on. Idiot. Heh, I told you, I don't mind your curses. They just make me feel even better." Jiangnan's voice carried a clean, clear warmth. He buried his face into the crook of Zhou Yu's neck and wrapped his arms around his back. "I've already learned every inch of you, not just your body, but your heart too." Hearing the questioning murmur from above, Jiangnan's eyes crinkled at the corners, his smile refusing to fade. He tilted his head, caught Zhou Yu's other hand, and interlaced their fingers together. "All this time we've been together, you've cursed me, hit me, ignored me. Others might think you're too harsh, but I don't. No matter how mature, strong, or cold you try to appear, everyone has an opposite side, don't they? Just like now, your nails weren't long to begin with, yet you cut them short because you scratched me. And about my heat, I never expected you'd actually come help me. After what happened with Jiang Chen, I figured you'd hate doing this kind of thing. I'd already decided to just tough it out on my own." He sounded a bit sheepish as he continued, "I mean, the first time didn't really need 5 boxes. 3 would have been enough. But every time after, when I thought about how you were willing to come for me, I just wanted to do it again. Yeah, you cursed at me, told me to get lost, called me stupid and all that. But afterwards, whenever I came near you again, you never really pushed me away, did you? And when you hit me, your hands weren't heavy at all. Felt more like a little cat taking a nibble." He nuzzled his head against Zhou Yu. "You're someone who's easy to soften. The way you used to be, it was just because no one ever truly loved you. Truth is, even when you resisted me before, or that time you were chatting with Cheng Huai, I wasn't angry. You've never been truly loved. If someone suddenly started treating you well out of nowhere, of course you'd stay guarded. That's only natural. I've thought about your perspective too. We're from different worlds, one up in the sky, the other down in the dirt. You've probably wondered why I'm so stubbornly attached to you. As for that, even I can't fully explain it. Maybe at first I really did have a playful mindset. But as time passed, both my nature and intentions changed. When I realized it, I couldn't even remember exactly when I'd started falling for you. Whether you like me or not doesn't matter anymore. I'm fine with us staying exactly as we are. Listening to Jiangnan ramble on like he was reciting some personal essay, Zhou Yu's eyes flickered faintly. You're such an idiot. Always have been. Yeah, I know I am. Zhou Yu pushed his face away with a hand, yet felt an unexplained sense of ease and lightness inside. Just finish up already. We've got things to do tomorrow. Chapter 86. I'm Qin Mingxiao, 18 years old, single, with abs. It was hard to describe, but Zhou Yu was unusually proactive these days. Jiangnan almost thought he'd been replaced by someone else entirely. Before going to sleep, Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu into a hug and took a photo. Then he took another one, just of Zhou Yu alone. As for what the second photo was for, those who know, know. The next day, they met Lin Ong at the school gate as planned. Each of them carried a backpack filled with water, compressed biscuits, bread, and other snacks to stave off hunger. They also packed some medicine and bandages in case of injuries. These were mandatory supplies arranged by the school. As for whatever extra space remained, students were free to pack as they pleased. Morning. Did you eat breakfast? Jiangnan held Zhou Yu's hand and greeted Lin Ong. Yeah, I grabbed something on the way, got extras for you too. He handed a bag to Jiangnan and another to Zhou Yu. It's a rolled pancake. Thanks. Jiangnan teased, whoa, look at you being all thoughtful now. What happened, you've changed. I've always been considerate, alright. Who was it that begged me to sneak into Senior Master Ouyang's back mountain to steal his chickens when we were kids? You shut up. Like you didn't eat any of them. You should be grateful Senior Xiao Yan covered for us. And remember when you fought Nan Yu? Nearly plucked all his feathers out. Old man Nan came knocking, if I hadn't taken the blame, Uncle Jiang would have given you an earful. Jiangnan snorted, would I have fought him if that damn bird didn't keep spitting at me with that long neck of his? I was even thinking about roasting him that time. Lin Ong corrected, he breathes fire. Oh. Zhou Yu didn't understand most of this, but said nothing. He tightened his grip on Jiangnan's hand slightly, used his free hand to hold the plastic bag, and bit into the pancake inside. The group arrived at the playground and found their class formation. There were 9 freshman classes in total. Not far away, another cluster of men and women stood in neat lines. Just from their aura, they appeared far more mature than the freshmen, light years ahead. If he had to guess, these must be the senior disciples leading their expedition this time. Jiangnan walked to the front of his class line and handed Zhou Yu and Lin Ong over to Zhang Hong. Having already been briefed, Zhang Hong nodded and gestured for the two to follow him. Jiangnan ruffled Zhou Yu's hair. See you in the spirit realm. Don't forget to miss me. Ah. You brat, behave yourself in front of the teacher. Zhang Hong yelped. But Zhou Yu just lifted the corner of his lips. I will. You too. Zhang Hong. Do you two even have me, the grade supervisor, in your field of vision right now? He blinked, turning his gaze toward Lin Ong, whose expression remained innocent and pure. Lin Ong, noticing the look, blinked back. A wave of crystal-clear stupidity hit him straight in the face. Zhang Hong gave a long stare. This kid was clearly kind-hearted, naive, and overflowing with goodwill. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Ong pointed at his teeth. Hey, senior, there's a green thing stuck in your tooth. Zhang Hong. Does this kid have zero situational awareness at all? Jiangnan had just returned to the formation when Chen Fan patted an empty spot beside him, inviting him to sit. Where is Xiao Yu and Engzi? With old Zhang. Hearing Chen Fan call Lin Ong Engzi, Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Back in the cultivation world, everyone would be calling him young master. Even if this young master wasn't exactly serious all the time. Meanwhile. Principal's office. Qin Mingxiao sat in the principal's chair while Principal Lu stood beside him, humbly bowing his head. So let me get this straight, you're telling me I'm not only bringing along that dual attribute rare talent, but also an additional level 1 stage 1 cultivator? Yes. That person was specifically requested by 3rd young master Jiang. We couldn't very well refuse. Oh. Qin Mingxiao casually scratched the tip of his nose. 3rd young master Jiang, meaning Jiangnan, huh? Fine. For the sake of his father's favor, he'd allow it. Standing beside him, Principal Lu felt the awe-inspiring presence of this formidable expert and silently marveled. Such a young 6th realm cultivator. Even suppressing his aura, the sheer power emanating from him sent shivers through the soul. Our dragon nation truly breeds exceptional talents. With a creak, the door swung open. Zhang Hong entered, leading Zhou Yu and Lin Ong. When Lin Ong saw the person sitting in the chair, he was momentarily surprised. It was that handsome big brother from the other day. Not really. It's just that the guy was good-looking, though he couldn't explain why the word pretty suddenly popped into his mind. How did that saying go again? Beauty knows no gender. Like his dragon dad, who was always being held by his father and called my beauty. So from a young age, he'd realized just how damn awesome he was. When fighting others, they couldn't beat him. When arguing, they couldn't out-debate him. When comparing fathers, their dads weren't as strong as his. And weren't as handsome, or as rich, as his. Sometimes one of his emperor-level dads would stare at him with a complicated expression and say, "You little brat. You're not secretly holding the protagonist's cheat sheet, are you? Even those main characters in your favorite novels don't live as luxuriously as you do." Zhou Yu was stunned. "Brother Mingxiao. I thought we were meeting a senior. Why is it someone I already know?" Qin Mingxiao glanced at Zhou Yu, then at Lin Ong. Humph. He sucked in a breath, his expression turning oddly dramatic. Looking at Lin Eng's utterly clueless, almost stupid face, he could tell with his toes that this guy wasn't the dual-ability genius. He sat up and turned to Zhou Yu. "You are Zhou Yu?" "Yeah, that's me. So you're the elder sent down from above that the principal mentioned?" The two stared at each other, eyes wide. Qin Mingxiao fell silent for a long moment, then nodded. "Yes. Damn it all. So we've actually met before. Why didn't I ask for his name last time? Damn it, who was it again?" He'd been about to ask Jiangnan if there was someone named Zhou Yu at their school, when some damn idiot interrupted him. "I'm gonna go slash him to pieces." He looked at Lin Ong, walked over, and patted his shoulder. "You're Lin Ong, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Mingxiao, 18 years old, almost 19, single, with abs. Zhou Yu. Zhang Hong. Principal Lu." But Lin Ong simply nodded and said, "I'm Lin Ong, a bit younger than you, currently single, with 8-pack abs. Zhou Yu and the others. You two really are something, one dares to say it, the other dares to respond." Chapter 87. The stubbornest part is the mouth. Qin Mingxiao let out a light chuckle and patted Lin Ong on the shoulder. "Young man, you've got potential. Shoulders are pretty solid." As he spoke, he pressed down again on Lin Eng's chest. "Not bad." Lin Ong nodded, glancing sideways at Qin Mingxiao, who stood just as tall as him. Indeed, the closer he got, the more he could feel how powerful this senior was, arguably the strongest person he'd encountered in this world aside from Jin Feng, that old butler. Still, wasn't this senior being a bit too hands-on? "Why is he touching me?" "Ah well, we're both men anyway. Doesn't matter." Click. Qin Mingxiao lit a cigarette with his lighter and turned to Principal Lu. "What time are we heading into the spirit realm?" Principal Lu glanced at his watch, it was 8:10. After all the teams finish registration, distribute spirit tools, and pair up with second-year students, probably around 10. More than an hour. Qin Mingxiao exhaled a plume of smoke. "Then why the hell did you make me come so early?" Principal Lu. Cough, "Well, that is. Never mind. I'd have to come eventually anyway. Does our team still need to register?" "I've already registered you all in advance. Just take them to the playground later to pick up their spirit tools." Then, with an arm slung casually over each of Zhou Yu's and Lin Eng's shoulders, he walked off. Zhang Hong watched the three leave, then turned back to Principal Lu. "Headmaster, I don't know, something about that kid sent by the higher-ups feels kinda unreliable. No matter how high his position, he's still just a teenager. That's only natural, isn't it?" Principal Lu settled back into his office chair. "He's someone highly valued by the nation, we rarely even get to see him. Don't judge too quickly based on appearances. As for young Xiao Yu, his future is limitless. You guys got anything to eat?" Qin Mingxiao asked, cigarette dangling from his lips as they walked. Zhou Yu shrugged. "I packed some compressed biscuits and bread. Want some? Even dogs wouldn't eat that crap." He curled his lips slightly, a speck of ash shaking loose from the cigarette tip. "Wanted some snacks. Still, understandable, you're first-timers, lacking experience. Probably thought only dry rations would do. Other snacks wouldn't be useful inside anyway." But then Zhou Yu fell silent for a moment, and suddenly a bag of potato chips appeared in his hand. "Snacks? This?" Qin Mingxiao's eyes lit up. "Not bad. Your spatial type ability's handy for storage." Meanwhile, Lin Ong looked at Zhou Yu's palm, then down at the necklace around his own neck. His could store things too. This world felt kind of like a cultivation realm. At first, Zhou Yu's storage space hadn't been even 1 cubic meter, but after breaking through to stage 7 of the first realm, it had gradually expanded, now roughly 2 or 3 cubic meters. The growth seemed random, unpredictable, he couldn't even tell when or how much it might expand next. But Lin Eng's? That was something else entirely. Seemingly boundless, with no limits, ridiculously spacious. Could fit just about anything. Huh. The necklace? Lin Ong snapped back to reality. Shit. I still haven't given him the sword. Qin Mingxiao didn't hesitate, he took the chip bag, ripped it open, and started munching. He flicked the cigarette butt into a nearby trash can and kept quiet. By the time they reached the playground, a teacher was standing on stage with a microphone, listing important instructions. Remember, when you meet something you can't beat, run. Even though each group is assigned a second-year senior, they won't intervene unless you're literally about to die. Most of you probably formed teams yesterday. Those who have, head to Coach Wang for registration, then go see Teacher Fong to choose your preferred spirit tools. Those without teams, step forward to the open area on the left. Talk around, form new groups. After registering your team, collect your team number tag. Then line up in numerical order. Your senior will come find you. Oh, and once you enter the spirit realm, electronic devices like phones won't work. The school will issue each of you a communication device. Jiangnan hadn't taken his eyes off Zhou Yu's group since they arrived. When he saw Qin Mingxiao, the one reportedly sent from above, casually crunching on a bag of chips in the middle, he froze in confusion. Wait. That's the guy they sent. Before he could think further, Chen Fan tugged his sleeve. Let's go, Nanji. Time to register. Here we are. When it was time to register at Wangjing Station, Jiangnan's eyes were still glued to Zhou Yu. Perhaps the heat was just too intense, Zhou Yu looked up and locked gazes directly with Jiangnan. Then Jiangnan tossed him a flashy, flirtatious wink. Zhou Yu. Lin Ong. Qin Mingxiao. Wang Jing. Zhou Yu, seriously, this guy's level of flamboyance is beyond my comprehension. Lin Ong, I should have recorded that with a shadow stone earlier and shown it to Uncle Jingy. Wang Jing twitched his lips. What the hell are you possessed by? Just grab your number tag and get lost. They received their team's number tag, marked with the digit 9. It meant they were the 9th team to register. Next came the selection of spirit tools. There were blades, spears, swords, arrows, and more, each accompanied by a complementary dagger. Convenient for carving out crystal cores. Jiangnan didn't care much, he grabbed a well-balanced sword and walked off. Su Zichen, on the other hand, picked armor and wore it over his body. His role this time would be mainly support. Jiangnan wasn't planning to slack off this time. Since Zhou Yu's group was under Qin Mingxiao, that guy, a 6th-stage spirit practitioner, he could feel completely at ease. Truthfully, he didn't want Zhou Yu to leave his side. But he also understood clearly that if he stayed with Zhou Yu, he'd inevitably worry about himself when facing monsters. Only by focusing entirely on one thing could a person grow faster. Like last time, when he was nearly falling to the ground, there was no way he could have landed safely using only wind abilities. Yet Zhou Yu had somehow used spatial abilities to reach him and pull him back. He had confidence in his own strength, but too often approached battles playfully. And yet every reckless move he made would end up worrying Zhou Yu. The stubbornest part of him was his mouth, the rest was soft. A small smile curled Jiangnan's lips as he followed Chen Fan to sit down in the open area on the side, waiting for that so-called senior to arrive. Meanwhile, Xia Yuro was trying to talk with those who hadn't formed teams yet, but no one seemed willing to partner with her. After all, due to the incident she caused on campus last time, most people's opinions of her had dropped significantly. Suddenly, He Ji arrived, bringing along a quiet, bespectacled boy from his class, one who looked quite similar to Su Zichen in demeanor. Yuro, we're missing one person in our team. Want to join us? No, that might not be good. Don't worry, you need a team, right? We happen to need a healer. He Ji urged, if you don't hurry, everyone else will have finished registering soon. Alright then. With no one else willing to team up with her, Xia Yuro reluctantly agreed. And deep inside, He Ji was grinning crookedly. Got it. The chance to shine in front of my goddess has come. With my 5th level first realm cultivation, I can definitely surpass Zhou Qingze. Let Yuro finally see my shining potential. Unfortunately, that Jiangnan fellow, why had he suddenly become so strong? One moment I was fine, the next I woke up in the infirmary again. He clenched his fist silently. Even if I can't beat Jiangnan, I should at least surpass Zhou Qingze. Chapter 88, Class 3, Jiangnan. As students gradually went to register and collect their spirit tools, Qin Mingxiao raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you guys think, do you actually need spirit tools? Lin understood immediately. Not necessary. That was the truth. He genuinely felt those things weren't even as effective as his own fists. Zhou Yu glanced over. Don't care either way. So you're pretty confident then? Tossing aside the empty bag in his hand, Qin Mingxiao pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and wiped his hands. But it doesn't matter anyway, I never intended for you to use spirit tools in the first place. No spirit tools. Fighting barehanded? Zhou Yu looked down at the back of his hand. If that's the case, feels kinda exciting. He'd never lacked fight since childhood. The sensation of punching into someone's flesh, drawing blood, the thrill sent shivers across his scalp. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, unable to hold back. Lin twitched his lips and suddenly stood up. I need to take a piss. You, little Tianlang, come with me. Without caring about Qin Mingxiao's expression, Lin grabbed Zhou Yu's arm and ran. They moved fast, so fast that by the time Zhou Yu fully realized what was happening, he was already disoriented by the rushing wind. Little Tianlang. What kind of weird nickname is that? Is he calling me? Why not call me Zizalong? Seeing Lin dragging him past the classroom building, Zhou Yu sighed helplessly. The restroom's over there. You're going the wrong way. I know. Only after confirming no one was around did Lin finally stop. I have something to give you. As he spoke, he focused his mind, and instantly, a sheathed longsword materialized in his hand. Without another word, he shoved it straight into Zhou Yu's grasp. Take it quickly. You have space storage, right? Just put it in there. Zhou Yu stared blankly at the sword in his hand, then back at Lin, utterly baffled. Producing an object out of thin air, that's the same ability as his? You're also a spatial type ability user. No, I'm not. Just keep this sword for now, don't let anyone see it. What's wrong with this sword? Why do you seem so urgent? Lin hesitated briefly. Hiss, what is wrong with this sword? He couldn't very well say it came from another world, could he? Suddenly, he remembered a convenient excuse. This is from Anan, he told me to give it to you. Huh? From Jiangnan? Now that he thought about it, last time Jiangnan had even taken him flying around with swords. Could this sword be similar? He unsheathed it slightly, revealing the silvery white blade beneath. Though it looked like any ordinary sword, a faint pressure emanated from its surface. In summary, a really cool item. Thanks. He stored the sword within his spatial dimension and gave Lin a slight nod. If this sword was a gift from Jiangnan, should he also prepare some return gift? No problem. Looking at Zhou Yu, Lin honestly felt a brief pang of guilt. Just now, Senior Qin said we shouldn't rely on spirit tools, don't push yourself too hard. Keep this sword as a life-saving talisman. In critical moments, pull it out, it can save your life. Tuanri should be at the same level as Zhou Yu. Assuming nothing unusual, it likely contained a sword spirit too. This wasn't him looking down on Zhou Yu. From his perspective, Zhou Yu's build didn't look capable of knocking anyone down, much less taking on a spirit beast. After all, they hadn't met often, and he'd never seen him fight before, no wonder he thought this way. Alright. Zhou Yu awkwardly scratched the tip of his nose. Come to think of it, didn't Jiangnan mention once that Lin wasn't even of age yet? So what the hell was that, little Tianlang, just now? I'm older than him, aren't I? That sounds so damn weird. You just. Let's go, little Tianlang. That senior will probably come looking for us soon. Before Zhou Yu could finish asking, Lin grabbed him again and dashed off like a gust of wind. Are you the students from Team 9? Over at Jiangnan's side, a girl about 165 centimeters tall approached. She had 2 braids and a sweet, girlish appearance. At the sight of a beautiful girl, Chen Fan instinctively responded, yes, we are. Su Zichen. Why are you showing off again? Jiangnan simply pointed at the number 9 badge in his hand, signaling her to see for herself. The girl smiled. I'm sure Huan Yu, from Class 4, second year. I'm assigned as your team's senior guide this time. Senior, hello. Senior, nice to meet you. Chen Fan quickly stood up, coughed twice, and introduced himself. I'm Chen Fan, a student from Class 3, first year. Su Zichen gave the same introduction. When it came to Jiangnan, he flashed a sly smile instead. Class 3, Jiangnan. Sure Huan Yu. That tone. That expression. Is this guy some kind of edgy teenager? She twitched her eyes slightly but didn't say anything. You don't need to be so formal, I'm not that old. You can just call me senior sister. Got it, senior sister. Chen Fan practically had his tail wagging in delight. Finally. Finally a moment with a pretty girl around and Qingze nowhere in sight. Good. I took a look at your files earlier, you 3 actually make a solid team for coordinated combat. Here, these are communication devices. Shi Huanyu pulled out 3 walkie-talkie-like gadgets from her pocket and handed one to each of Jiangnan's team. These radios have a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Though honestly, I doubt you'd be stupid enough to wander that far from your teammates. Still, better safe than sorry. As she spoke, she pulled out her own unit and gave it a little shake. I've got one too. Jiangnan examined the device and asked sincerely, are these really for us? Yeah. Can we keep them after we come out of the spirit realm? Shi Huanyu paused to think. Generally speaking, no. Jiangnan, then let's talk about second class as an example. Meanwhile, at Zhou Yu's side, Qin Mingxiao had also handed them 2 such devices. This isn't the same as the ordinary ones your school issues, don't damage it. It's expensive. After all, it was specially developed by higher-ups. Zhou Yu inspected it. Different? What's special about it? Oh, plenty. Plenty. Qin Mingxiao smirked. I once smashed an alien beast's skull with this thing. But don't go using it as a weapon, it'll break and then I'll be heartbroken. Zhou Yu, understood. I don't have a habit of beating people with radios. He didn't care much and simply tossed it into his bag. Before he could even zip his backpack shut. Crack. Lin Ong stared blankly at the broken walkie-talkie in his hand, momentarily stunned. Hearing the sound, Qin Mingxiao turned his head, and his eyes widened instantly. You lied. This thing isn't sturdy at all. Said it could smash beast skulls, sounds like you were bluffing. Lin Ang shot Qin Mingxiao a glance, somewhere between grievance and guilt. He'd heard Qin claim it could crack monster heads and assumed it must be tough. But he'd barely applied any real force, and it shattered right in his hand. Qin Mingxiao. I haven't even asked you to pay yet, and you're already complaining. His gaze dropped to the scattered pieces on the ground, eyes darkening slightly. This guy really isn't simple. The stronger one's cultivation, the keener their perception. Back in the principal's office when he patted Lin Ang's shoulder, he'd sensed it then. The physical strength far surpassed his own. Now, why did he pat him on the chest? It wasn't for inappropriate reasons. He just wanted to confirm whether his initial feeling had been wrong. Chapter 89 Extra, Special June 1st Story for main and side couples. Side story, unrelated to the main plot. Characters may act out of character, this is completely normal. Written purely for fun. Includes not only the official pairings and side couples, but also some based on what I've seen you all shipping, just to satisfy your cravings. If anything makes you uncomfortable, feel free to look away. Again, this has nothing to do with the main storyline. Enjoy it as a standalone treat. Anyone who tries to bring this back into the main narrative can just leave. Jiangnan times Zhou Yu. Today's Children's Day. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, Jiangnan turned to Zhou Yu with a serious expression. Zhou Yu, wearing an oversized shirt that left his long legs fully exposed, walked over to the cabinet behind the couch with a cup in hand to pour himself some water. So what? You want a gift? He glanced toward Jiangnan, then began unbuttoning his shirt as he walked back, glass freshly filled. Jiangnan coughed twice but didn't avert his gaze. This early in the morning, want another round? An hour and a half later. Jiangnan cradled Zhou Yu in the bathtub. His hand gently massaged Zhou Yu's lower abdomen, tone playful. Man, aside from me, Jiangnan, is there anyone else in this world who can satisfy you like this? Humph. Zhou Yu shrugged slightly, then tilted his head back until it rested against Jiangnan's shoulder, slowly closing his eyes. Seeing this, Jiangnan wrapped his other arm around him, turned his head slightly, and brushed his lips across Zhou Yu's damp hairline. Hey, wanna go to the amusement park later? What for? I checked online, it's supposed to be a great place to celebrate this holiday, plus perfect for dates. Come to think of it, we've never actually gone on a proper date. Well, every time we get together, we're either already doing it or on our way to doing it. Hearing that, Zhou Yu let out a lazy smile. Then I'll leave it to master. Han Fuzhou times Chen Fan. A series of knocks, asterisk knock 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 star. The hell? Chen Fan shot up from bed. Who the F asterisk 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 is that? He lived alone, so it definitely wasn't his parents. The moment he flung the door open, Han Fuzhou stood there. Oh wow, Big Master Chen Fan actually gets out of bed. What the hell do you want? Can't you see it's still morning? Wait, what time is it, what time? Before he could check his phone, Han Fuzhou grabbed his chin and kissed him. Chen Fan. Utterly stunned, mixed with confusion. He pushed Han Fuzhou away and wiped his mouth. Dude, you're really hungry. You act like you care about my heart when all you really want is my body. With a thud, Han Fuzhou shoved his way inside and slammed the door shut. Grasping Chen Fan's wrist with one hand, caressing the side of his face with the other, he leaned in for another deep kiss. It continued until Chen Fan was pinned into a corner, silenced by relentless lips. Ugh, Chen Fan could only moan, denied any chance to speak. When he finally got a breath, before he could curse, his pajama buttons were being undone again. Seeing what Han Fuzhou was doing, Chen Fan's eyes widened. Where the hell are you kissing? Now Chen Fan was genuinely alarmed. He tried to push Han Fuzhou away, but was instead smoothly pulled forward, arms draped over Han Fuzhou's shoulders, the other's knee sliding between his thighs. Don't act like I'm bullying you. I'm just claiming what I'm owed. Han Fuzhou buried his face in the crook of Chen Fan's neck, gently sucking and nibbling. Wait, what did I even owe you? Can we at least be reasonable here? Two straight guys doing this, doesn't that sound absurd? And can't we just talk normally? Weren't you the one who said last night, all my debts paid in ass? Chen Fan blinked. Last night? Thinking back, he realized, yeah, that actually happened. Last night, he'd borrowed some money from Han Fuzhou and used it to treat himself to good food. When Han asked when he'd pay it back, Chen Fan had stupidly replied, got a buttload of debt? Then I'll pay it with my butt. Feeling the warmth against his neck, Chen Fan clenched involuntarily. I'll go out today and hunt monsters, sell crystals, I'll earn the money, bro. Don't rape me, don't manhandle me. Snort. Han Fuzhou burst out laughing, pulling back a bit, clutching his stomach from how hard he was laughing. Ha ha ha, man, I'm dying. So this is all it takes to scare you. I thought you were fearless, nothing scares you. Chen Fan. His expression turned instantly blank. Fuck. You dared to mess with me. Whitey times Ching Huai. What are you doing at my place? Ching Huai was lying on the bed, holding a tablet and playing PUBG. Meanwhile, Bai Yi leaned against the doorway of his bedroom, watching him with quiet amusement. It's Saturday today, don't you want to go out and have some fun? Nah, no mood. What's wrong? Can't find someone to vent on lately, so you're feeling discouraged? Just what do you want anyway? Bai Yi tilted his head slightly. Came here to help you relieve your loneliness. Hearing that, Cheng Huai let out a low chuckle. Oh. You gonna be the one on bottom? Funny, I just happen to have a raincoat handy. Half an hour later. Bai Yi looked down at Cheng Huai beneath him and tilted his head with a faint smile. His hands pinned both of Cheng Huai's wrists above his head as he whispered softly, don't worry. Lin Ong times Qin Mingxiao. At the entrance of the movie theater, Qin Mingxiao watched Lin Ong running toward him with 2 ice creams, grinning like a kid. He couldn't help but shake his head in mild exasperation. Still such a child at heart, simple-minded and oddly adorable. One hand in his pocket, the other reaching out to take the ice cream from Lin Ong, he said, it's about to start. Let's go in. Okay. But what kind of movie are we watching anyway? Seeing Lin Ang's innocent expression, Qin Mingxiao reached over and gently ruffled his hair. The bear shark case. Lin Ong. Chapter 90, Can One Forget the South of the River? Damn it, he actually crushed this thing. There probably isn't a beast in the spirit realm that can match this kid. And he's still not even an adult yet. Could it be that he's in the same situation, experimented on like me? Seems I'll have to look into this after we return. As for Zhou Qingze's group, they had also just been met by their senior. Hello, I'm Shi Huanyan from class 2 to 5, and I'm honored to lead your team today. She was a neat and energetic girl, about 170 centimeters tall. Just like Jiangnan's team, everyone introduced themselves briefly. Then Shi Huanyan handed out communication devices. Looks like I got lucky, meeting 2 juniors with such promising potential. Shi Huanyan smiled slightly, her gaze settling on Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang. Both at level 5 of the first realm, few people reach this stage so soon after beginning cultivation. In our entire graduating class, there were only 1 or 2 like that. Indeed, Wang Gang had now reached the first realm, 5th stage. Last night, after returning home, he tried Jiangnan's cultivation method several times, finally breaking through around 10 o'clock. Don't feel discouraged, Han Jr. Reaching 3rd stage of the first realm is already quite impressive. I believe you can catch up to these 2. Han Fuzhou, Senior, you believe too early. Shi Huanyan. You young juniors should be full of confidence. Even if you can't catch up now, you still have your future ahead of you. You must believe that the future is bright. Han Fuzhou blinked. Senior, you're absolutely right. Then, he closed his eyes and raised his hand in front of his face, so dark. Zhou Qingze. Wang Gang. Senior, don't mind him, he's messed up. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, they set off. Upon reaching the spirit realm, 2 people dressed in camouflage military uniforms stood guard at the entrance. Beside them was a registration desk. On the way here, Jiangnan had already noticed a small military base nearby. Are newly discovered F-rank spirit realms being guarded by military forces this quickly now? Then why were so many monsters able to escape recently? Their oversight must have been terrible. Zhang Hong went ahead to chat with the 2 guards, while each sophomore senior brought their 3 freshmen to the registration point. Name. Jiangnan. Which Jiang? Which Nan? The Jiang from Jiangnan. The Nan from Jiangnan. The man registering. Young man, don't play games with me. Jiangnan shook his head earnestly. I'm not joking. Uncle, haven't you heard of Can One Forget the South of the River? That's me. Fine. Age. 18. Gender. Male. Next. Chen Fan. After Chen Fan and Su Zichen had registered, Shi Huanyu finally registered herself. Let's go. Following behind Shi Huanyu, Jiangnan and the others were about to enter when Zhang Hong came over and patted Jiangnan's shoulder. Try to come in first. Don't worry. If we detect any uncontrollable danger inside, there are military forces stationed here, we'll do everything we can to get you out. F-rank spirit realms may mostly contain beasts of the 1st to 2nd realm, but who knows what older, craftier monsters might be hiding deeper within. Jiangnan nodded. Not much needed saying, should things truly spiral out of control, he still had Zhang Yu. Once they entered the spirit realm, a blinding white light filled their vision. When their sight cleared, all they saw was an endless plain stretching far into the distance. Jiangnan looked left and right. Not a single monster in sight. No beasts, not even a damn feather. Senior, what should we do now? Wait for the monsters to find us? Of course not. Shi Huanyu smiled. Although our main goal today is hunting monsters, you should know, medicinal herbs and spirit stones found within the spirit realm are valuable too. Chen Fan nodded. We've learned that. Good. With a flick of her hand, Shi Huanyu declared. Now, go out and collect every useful resource you can find. Jiangnan. He pointed at himself. Can I opt out? Give me one reason. My father is Jiang Bai. Shi Huanyu coughed twice. Well then, you supervise them instead. Plop. Zhou Yu's fist crackled with lightning as he slammed it into the head of a black beast resembling a panther. He had no weapon in hand. Just as Qin Mingxiao had said, they were really expected to fight barehanded. In contrast, Lin On had wrapped his arm around the mutated panther's neck and was punching its head repeatedly, bang, bang. You look so cute. Why are you this aggressive? The more you resist, the more excited I get. Seeing the panther baring its fangs, Lin On grinned and slapped it hard across the face. Did I give you permission to show your teeth? One solid slap left the beast utterly dazed. Its eyes betrayed confusion and bewilderment. We were fighting just fine, why did this guy suddenly slap me? But before it could even blink, another loud slap rang out. Lin On grabbed its neck and shook it back and forth. Show your teeth again. Go ahead, show them again. Clearly, the spirit beasts in this world were far more adorable than those in the cultivation realm. Look at this little guy, so damn cute. Back in the cultivation world, those great demons weren't just massive, they all looked like deformed gourds, downright ugly. On top of a large rock sat Qin Mingxiao. One leg dangling, the other bent and swaying occasionally. Watching Lin On treat the beast like a disobedient dog, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was considerably more brutal. God damn it. Here it came, Master Zhou was about to lose his temper. Sometimes mid-fight, he'd just start swearing. Red marks had already formed on the back of his hand. One hand clamped firmly on the beast's skull, he kindly provided an electrotherapy session for this poor creature that had never even reached the spirit domain. Then, worried it might have eaten too much earlier and gotten indigestion, he generously threw in a vomiting-inducing service as a bonus. Full-service treatment. He glanced over at Qin Mingxiao. Got a dagger? I need to harvest the core. At being called out, Qin Mingxiao raised an eyebrow, pulled a dagger from behind his waist, and tossed it into the air. Zhou Yu gave a soft snort through his nose, swiftly raised one hand, and caught it perfectly. Thanks. Without pausing, he plunged downward, the blade sank into the beast's neck. Black blood spurted out, some of it splattering onto Zhou Yu's face. The beast, writhing in agony, tried to struggle, but the electric current surging through its body paralyzed every muscle. The warmth on his face only made Zhou Yu more exhilarated. He wasn't sure what was wrong with himself, only that a fierce thrill pulsed through his chest. Again and again, he drove the dagger into the beast's throat. The sound of spurting blood. The beast's agonized cries. All echoed in his ears. No one knew how long it lasted. When Zhou Yu finally snapped out of it, the beast lay lifeless. He yanked out the dagger and wiped the blood off his face with the back of his hand. Then grimaced in disgust. Black, sticky, hot, so gross. He swept his bangs aside, then suddenly remembered, he had no idea how to extract a core. Instantly, he froze in embarrassment. A white handkerchief landed in his arms. Qin Mingxiao had walked over without a word, took the dagger from his hand, and began cutting open the beast's abdomen. Remember, monster cores are usually located right here. If not, break it apart and search. Got it. Zhou Yu cleaned the blood from his face with the handkerchief, then watched intently as Qin Mingxiao worked. The core he extracted was a graphite gray color. Unlike Jiangnan's light gray one, this looked slightly more appealing. Fifth stage of the first realm, kinda weak. Tossing the core to Zhou Yu, Qin Mingxiao kicked the corpse aside. Keep the cores from beasts you kill. No need to hand them over to the school. Wiping the core clean with the cloth, Zhou Yu looked down at it quietly. This shade would probably look nice as a bracelet. Hey, why are you crying? I didn't even hit you that hard. The leopard that Lin On had been gripping was already dazed from Baido's blow, no longer able to resist. Tears welled up in its eyes, trembling as if about to fall at any moment. Lin On reached out and gently stroked the beast's head. Don't cry. I won't beat you anymore. Lin On, stop playing around. Okay, okay. Qin Mingxiao's voice came from behind, and Lin On immediately responded. Then, with a firm grip on the leopard's head. Boom. Its head exploded. Brains splattered across the ground, and then the body dropped stiffly onto the earth. Alright, next step, extract the crystal core. Lin On pressed his hand against the leopard's belly, hesitating slightly. Should he just tear it open by hand? Would using a sword be better? But Mingxiao Ji hadn't allowed weapons. Lost in thought, his shoulder suddenly felt heavier. Qin Mingxiao squatted beside him, resting one elbow on Lin Eng's shoulder while handing him the dagger from earlier with his left hand. Do you know how to carve out a crystal core? Lin On hesitated but took it anyway. In Jiangnan, when killing monstrous beasts, they either split them down the middle or chopped them into pieces, never leaving the corpse intact. So naturally, Lin On wasn't exactly sure where the crystal core was located. He knew that in the cultivation world, demonic beasts typically had their cores near the dantian, but this world's monstrous beasts were different, he wasn't certain. So he simply slashed a wide gash down the center of the leopard's abdomen, preparing to reach inside with his fingers. His logic was straightforward, if he didn't know where it was, just dismember the thing. Qin Mingxiao. Hold on. With a darkened expression, Qin Mingxiao stopped Lin Ang's hand, took back the dagger. And, just as he had demonstrated for Zhou Yu earlier, went through the entire process once more for Lin Ang. Once the crystal core was removed, Lin Ang picked it up and examined it. This is so trashy. His brows furrowed downward, clearly displeased. Back in the cultivation world, even a random stone he could pick up off the ground would be better than this. Is this even worthy of being called a crystal core? It wasn't even as useful as a spirit stone. Just as he was about to toss it aside, his peripheral vision caught Zhou Yu staring intently at his own crystal core like he'd just discovered a priceless treasure. Lin Ang leaned over to look at Zhou Yu's palm, then compared it to his own. Aren't they the same? Could it be that because we're from two different worlds, our sense of aesthetics are completely different? He studied the graphite gray crystal core again, truly unable to appreciate its value. Sure, it looked somewhat like a gemstone, but things like that? He'd seen plenty since childhood, worth no more than an ordinary roadside rock to him. Unless it was genuinely beautiful. Xiao Tianlang, here, take mine. Huh. Another crystal core appeared in his palm. Zhou Yu lifted his head slightly, confused. Aren't you going to absorb it? Lin Ang shook his head. It's ugly. It's not about whether it's ugly or not. The color of crystal cores is random by nature. Keep it, you'll gain significant benefits for your cultivation. When Zhou Yu tried to give it back, Lin Ang quickly stepped backward. I don't want it. You take it. I just don't want it. Well, neither do I. Qin Mingxiao. He casually dug his little finger into his ear, the other hand remaining in his pocket as always. His tall, slender figure stood motionless, eyelids drooping slightly, appearing lazy, indifferent, and utterly exasperated. Why did this suddenly feel like babysitting kids? 1 minute passed. They remained deadlocked, and Lin Ang refused to budge. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, pulled out 2 grilled Orlan-style chicken wingets, exactly the kind you'd find in any roadside convenience store, from his spatial storage, shoved them into Lin Ang's hands, and snatched away the crystal core. I'm trading food for it. He was actually quite embarrassed, his eyes couldn't even meet Lin Ang's properly. After all, offering 2 cheap chicken wings in exchange for a crystal core? Anyone would laugh their head off. Why did he have snacks in his spatial storage? This morning when he woke up, Jiangnan had brought several boxes into his bedroom, insisting he store them in his space for the journey. Instant noodles, eggs, sausages, chicken feet, literally pots, pans, bowls, and chopsticks were all included. She said that later, when they met up, they could set up a small stove, light a fire, and cook some noodles, make everyone else drool with envy. And some snacks, just in case he got too bored eating only bread and compressed rations along the way. Staring at the chicken wingets in his hand, Lin Ang blinked. Nice. Before he could tear open the package, his neck was suddenly grabbed from behind. Rest time's over. Something heavy pressed down on his head. Zhou Yu glanced upward and twitched his lips. I may not be 180 centimeters tall, but resting your hand on my head is going a bit too far, isn't it? Fucking hell. This pissed him off every time. Sometimes he couldn't help but feel a little envious of Jiangnan's towering height. Maybe it was because he hadn't had proper nutrition as a kid. After dropping out of middle school, he'd been working long hours before dawn and after dusk, often skipping meals, no wonder he stayed so thin. Thankfully, he'd awakened as a spirit cultivator early, otherwise, his physical condition would still be terrible. Still, it wasn't too late. He probably still had a chance to grow. Even if he couldn't match Jiangnan's height, reaching 180 shouldn't be impossible. He scuffed his toes back and forth against the ground. Are there more of those leopards around here? What for? They're not useful. I brought you 2 down just to test your abilities. But as soon as he said it, Qin Mingxiao felt something was off about his words. 5th rank of the first realm, already a tough opponent for these freshman students within the spirit field. Just how much was a 5th rank crystal core worth nowadays? 20,000. Or 25. Either way, for students, that was a sum they could live off for quite some time. But he himself had long roamed the spirit field, battling high-rank beasts. All the cores he collected were handed directly to the nation. Only occasionally, when specially commended, would he be allowed to keep a high-rank beast's core. As for money, he had no desire for it. What he truly wanted was rest, real relaxation. Though even if he did want money, it wouldn't be hard to get. With his record, not just the Long Hu squad, but even higher-ups would never treat him unfairly. Since childhood, having awakened with dual spiritual talents, he'd known freedom was never meant for him. The nation desperately lacked individuals with dual abilities. So he'd always been raised as a weapon. A national treasure. The thing he'd heard most throughout his life, I'm so jealous, he has dual talents and is favored by the country. His life must be amazing. Who knew how many times he'd broken down mentally in private? He'd simply grown used to it with time. Zhou Yu, unless something unexpected happened, he'd also end up recruited into the Long Hu squad, walking the exact same path. Everyone dreamed of possessing dual abilities, of becoming powerful, yet no one realized the responsibilities such power demanded. Snapping back to reality, he looked at Zhou Yu and asked calmly, you planning to sell it for money? No. I want to make it a gift. Give it to someone. What are you looking at? Your mouth's about to reach your ears. Shi Huanyu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Along the way, she and Jiangnan had been walking behind Chen Fan and Su Zichen, while this guy kept staring at his phone screen. His eyes stayed curved. His upturned lips hadn't dropped once. For all she knew, he might have been watching some racy content. Yet she was too short to see anything. Guess. Fine, don't tell me then. Why be so mysterious? Besides, there's no signal in the spirit field. What's the point of using your phone? Oh. Jiangnan curled his lip and slipped his phone into his pants pocket. Then he opened his bag and pulled out a pack of spicy strips. Tearing open the package, he started chewing directly from it. Chen Fan, who was walking ahead, caught the smell and sniffed the air. Spicy strips? Are there actually spicy strips in this spirit realm? Want some? I've got more in my bag. Jiangnan took out 2 more packs and handed one each to Chen Fan and Su Zichen up front. Shi Huanyu. Spicy strips? Why on earth did you bring these? To eat, obviously. Didn't you bring compressed biscuits or bread? Nope. Shi Huanyu couldn't make sense of Jiangnan's logic at all. Who in their right mind enters a spirit realm without bringing survival rations like compressed biscuits or bread? Didn't the school specifically tell us to bring food? Otherwise, what are you going to eat? At least did you bring water? Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, I brought water. But food? Are you planning to eat spirit beasts? Well. Jiangnan dragged out his tone, pretending to ponder. Actually, he had left quite a few bottles of mineral water and plenty of snacks inside Xiao Yu's space. The moment Zhou Yu popped into his mind, Jiangnan felt himself getting emotional, love-struck again. Anyway, putting that aside, he said, Senior, we've been here for nearly an hour already. We haven't seen any spirit beasts, why haven't we even met another team yet? Shi Huanyu shrugged. Since we didn't enter together, some spirit realms teleport you to random locations. But generally speaking, everyone ends up somewhere around this plain area. See those mountains over there? Jiangnan followed her pointing finger. Chen Fan and Su Zichen also turned to look at the distant peaks. Looks pretty far. Yeah, it is. Even though this place resembles the outside plains, remember, it's still a spirit realm. There could be all kinds of spirit beasts lurking about, so mentally prepare yourselves. Chen Fan asked while munching on his spicy strip, Senior, where are we sleeping tonight? Hee not too far from those mountains ahead, there's a massive pre-arranged campsite, plenty big enough for our whole school to rest up. You guys brought tents, right? Watch out though, there are plenty of snakes, scorpions, and creepy crawlies around there. Su Zichen nodded, so Senior, does that mean this plane we're currently on is relatively safe, and the real destination lies beyond those mountains ahead? Snap. Shi Huanyu snapped her fingers with satisfaction. Not bad. Looks like at least one of you young juniors has some brains. Young lads, keep pushing, let's aim to reach the campsite before nightfall. Jiangnan protested, shouldn't I be considered the smartest? You're strong, sure, but your brain. Completely beyond me, you middle school drama teenager. Jiangnan. His eyes flickered mischievously. Senior, can I ask you a few questions? Chen Fan quickly added, me too. Go ahead. Jiangnan spoke first, what if we need to use the bathroom? Do we just squat and go right here? Shi Huanyu. I thought you were going to ask something serious, and instead you hit me with this. Also, are you seriously asking such a crude question with that ridiculously handsome face of yours? It totally breaks the immersion, dude. Before she could respond, Chen Fan jumped in, could someone suddenly appear? What if a spirit beast attacks while we're mid-business? Good point. Jiangnan added, if we don't have toilet paper, can we wipe with grass or tree bark here? Chen Fan frowned, I think that'd be pretty rough on the butt, way too abrasive. Might end up hurting our flowers. Jiangnan countered, then what do you suggest? Chen Fan mused, if possible, I'd check if any wild rabbits pass by. Catch one and use it to wipe, could be surprisingly comfortable. Jiangnan nodded approvingly, that's actually a solid idea, but luckily, I brought toilet paper. Shi Huanyu. Su Zichen. They exchanged glances, both clearly seeing the same exasperated sentiment written in each other's eyes. Jiangnan and Chen Fan carried on their ridiculous back-and-forth banter, until suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the grass to their side. Jiangnan, who had just been joking around moments ago, twitched his ears. In one swift motion, a metallic clang rang out as a silver flash sliced through the air, the long sword buried itself deep into the grass. The sudden strike startled Chen Fan. Holy crap, Jiangnan. What the hell are you doing? You scared the shit out of me. Jiangnan merely tilted his chin toward the sword, then smirked. Fulfilling your dream of wiping your ass with a wild rabbit. Don't get too emotional. Shi Huanyu stared at the sword embedded in the ground, her brow slightly furrowed and her expression growing more serious. Just now, even she had nearly failed to notice it, yet this kid had spotted it instantly. Wild rabbits were hard to catch to begin with, especially ones living here. They weren't on the same level as ordinary rabbits from outside. No wonder. Tiger doesn't father a dog, truly worthy of being the son of that Jiang clan head. Though, admittedly, this young master's way of thinking was a bit, something else. Still, he seemed reliable enough, for now. Chen Fan still hadn't figured out what Jiangnan meant just now. Huh. How did wiping my ass get involved all of a sudden? Jiangnan walked over, yanked the sword free, then grabbed the rabbit by its ears, still breathing faintly, and lifted it up for inspection. Blood continued oozing from the wound, trickling slowly down its body and dripping onto the ground. Then, Jiangnan wasn't sure if it was his imagination or not, but the rabbit seemed to glare at him. And then, it died. Did it die from anger? Or pain? He didn't care to ponder further. Sheathing the sword again, he strode back carrying the rabbit by one ear. We'll roast this for dinner. Whoa, it's so fat. Chen Fan grabbed its two hind legs and tugged, then poked at its belly. Hey, the legs are reserved for Zhou Yu. Don't even think about them. Yeah, lovebirds are terrifying. Chen Fan examined its head. Can I have the head then? I'd really advise against it. Jiangnan clicked his tongue. The rabbit had looked kind of dumb just now, hard to say if eating it might affect intelligence. But then again, looking at Chen Fan's face, so full of apparent wisdom, he figured maybe he was overthinking it. Fine, except the legs, you can have whatever you want. Su Zichen, which part do you want? I'll just take some meat from the body. Not picky. What about you, senior? Shi Huanyu looked at the rabbit in Jiangnan's hand. Suddenly remembering a viral video online, she blurted out without thinking, bunnies are so cute. How could you eat bunnies? Jiangnan. Chen Fan. Su Zichen. I want mine spicy and numbing. Jiangnan snorted dryly. He didn't argue though, handing the rabbit over to Chen Fan to hold for now. Then he opened his backpack, pulled out some bandages, and wrapped them around the rabbit several times. Su Zichen frowned in confusion. Why bandage it? It's already dead. Respect for the deceased. Boom. Crack. Lin Ong squatted on the ground gnawing at a chicken wing drumstick, while Qin Mingxiao crouched beside him, chewing on a drumstick Lin Ong had handed over. Up ahead, Zhou Yu was going berserk like someone who'd gone blood crazy. To save time, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and smashed it straight into the mutated leopard's head. Just as Qin Mingxiao predicted, this thing really could crush a monster's skull. One hit, one down. For any that tried to flee, he instantly teleported after them. It wasn't quite like whack-a-mole, but honestly, not far off. I feel little Tianlang is even more brutal than I am. Qin Mingxiao watched Zhou Yu swinging that walkie-talkie. Truthfully, for a moment, he actually felt sorry for those poor leopards getting pummeled. But then again, wasn't the guy just now saying he didn't have any interest in hitting people with walkie-talkies? Look at you go, it's like you're enjoying this. Lin Ong, brutal. Too brutal. Long is scared. But could we use this same method to beat Jiangnan once? Want to see it happen, seriously asking online. While his mind wandered elsewhere, Qin Mingxiao still carefully observed every move Zhou Yu made during each teleportation. Teleportation, this ability existed within their Hulong squad too. But that person could only teleport. Spatial abilities were different, they encompassed several distinct powers that could stand alone. And that was only counting what they currently knew, with so much of it still unexplored. He mused silently, why does this kid act like a madman whenever he enters combat? Perhaps, seeing Zhou Yu reminded him of himself, if he'd grown freely without joining the Hulong squad. This kid had uniquely used clones to track down these beasts one by one. As monsters dropped one after another, Zhou Yu already pulled out a dagger and began carving out crystal cores. Qin Mingxiao glanced over, then drew another dagger from behind his waist and tossed it to Lin Ong, go help. Oh, sure. Lin Ong wasn't reluctant at all. He happily took the dagger and scurried over. After all, it was something new and exciting, he found it pretty interesting. Little Tianlang, what gift are you planning to make that needs so many crystal cores? Lin Ong dug up a core and passed it to Zhou Yu. A bracelet, Zhou Yu said. For Anan. Yeah. Without looking up, Zhou Yu kept digging out cores steadily, casually chatting with Lin Ong. Monster crystal cores mostly looked like rough gemstones. After extraction, they'd need someone to polish them into beads. In Modu, many wealthy women pursued beauty, paying top dollar to commission jewelry crafted from monster crystal cores, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and more. Then the trend spread among younger generations. Because accessories made from monster crystal cores were undeniably superior to ordinary ones in every single aspect, not just appearance, but function too. Plus, these items were ridiculously high class. The only downside? They were expensive. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford them. From past jobs, Zhou Yu happened to have some experience in this area. But now he didn't have access to any machines. Looks like he'd have to go back there later and borrow some equipment. Just wondering if that guy still worked there. Thinking about an old friend, Zhou Yu suddenly realized, he hadn't been in touch for quite some time. Well then, using the excuse of processing crystals, he might as well visit and catch up. By the way, what exactly is Little Tianlang? Why do you keep calling me that? Asked this question, Lin On lowered his eyes, humming uncertainly for a moment. Then scratched the back of his neck with his index finger, two faint dimples appearing on his cheeks. It's just, whenever I look at you, that word pops into my mind. Feels natural, somehow. If you don't like it, I can change it. Whatever makes you happy. Wah. Nanji, save me. Right now, Chen Fan was being chased by a mutated giant spider. Yes, a giant spider. One that looked exactly like the one Jiangnan had encountered in the mall last time. On the flat plain stood only scattered trees. Coincidentally, Jiangnan's group happened to be passing under one. Jiangnan assessed the spider, level 3 of stage 1. Given that both Chen Fan and Su Zichen were also level 3 of stage 1, under equal conditions, could the two of them defeat this mutated spider? To find out what happens next, follow Jiang Sanshao of Modu. Stay tuned for the next episode. Ahem, wrong script. What are you doing? Use water attacks. Su Zichen was utterly exasperated. He yanked Chen Fan sideways, narrowly avoiding the spider silk. Just let me gather myself for a sec. By the way, did you chain it for me? Of course I did. The two bickered as they ran, making sure Su Zichen had applied restraints to both himself and the mutated spider. The moment he was certain, Chen Fan immediately got cocky. He glanced back and flipped the beast the middle finger. Then, suddenly, the mutated spider, originally sprinting just fine, launched into the air. Its body wrapped in a swirling current, spinning uncontrollably mid-air. Witness my river sword descending from heaven. Chen Fan screeched. With both hands raised high overhead, he gathered a massive water blade over 30 meters long and brought it crashing down on the restrained spider. It looked incredibly badass, and with Chen Fan's dramatic yell, it made Jiangnan briefly think he might actually one-shot the thing. As the spider fell from the sky, Chen Fan gasped for breath and turned to Su Zichen. Bro, how cool was that? Su Zichen glanced at the spider, then at Chen Fan. I don't think it's dead yet. They stared blankly at each other. Shi Huanyu, watching Jiangnan crouched on the ground plucking rabbit fur for fun, asked, You're supposed to be a team, why aren't you helping? Senior, come on, I'm 9th rank of the first stage. If I step in, what are they even fighting for? But they seem about to get killed. A few seconds of awkward silence passed. The mutated spider, which had been motionless after being struck, slowly climbed back up. Its eyes burned with pure fury as it began advancing toward Chen Fan and Su Zichen like some twisted horror, its many legs crawling forward in a creepily stealthy fashion. Mutated spider, I'm going full creepy crawl on your ass. Seeing this, Chen Fan instantly panicked and yanked Su Zichen to run. Shit. I'm out of spiritual energy, my mana bar's empty. No time for jokes now. It seemed the giant mutated spider had truly lost its temper, its crawling speed now more than doubled. The two nearly smoked their feet off running, but 4 legs simply couldn't beat 8. Just as the spider closed within half a meter behind them, asterisk plop, asterisk. A heavy thud echoed from behind. Accompanied by a light, casual voice, if you suck, just practice more. Su Zichen turned his head and saw Jiangnan standing atop the spider's head. And straight through the spider's skull, was a long sword, firmly embedded. Finally catching their breath, the two stopped running. Chen Fan slumped his arm over Su Zichen's shoulder, looking utterly drained. Quick, help me sit down somewhere. Yeah, I know. Jiangnan bounced lightly a couple times on the spider's head. Kinda fun. But no time to mess around. It was already past 11, they needed to reach the campsite before dark. What was Xiao Yu doing right now? Did he encounter any monsters? Could he handle them? My little Xiao Yu looks so delicate and weak, could he possibly be bullied? He yanked the sword out of the spider's head, ready to leave, but then remembered, the crystal core hadn't been extracted yet. But this thing was huge. Wouldn't be easy to handle. One wrong cut, and guts would spill everywhere, gross. But as the old saying goes, when you've got problems, find Xiao Hua. So. Hua, do me a favor. Get the crystal core. Why don't you do it? You've got tools. Because I'm Shushan Jiang. 3. How could such a lowly task ever be done by someone as noble as Tiger Young Master? It's my honor to serve you. In an instant, a black crystal core appeared in Jiangnan's hand. He smirked darkly and hopped off the spider's corpse. Fan, catch. He tossed the crystal core over. Chen Fan quickly caught it. Holy crap, man, you're actually being generous. Then I won't decline, reluctantly accepting this crystal core, of course. You don't have to be so reluctant. Just give it back if you don't want it. No way. Shi Huanyu patted Chen Fan on the back. Young grasshopper, wait, Junior, though your performance earlier was indeed impressive, you should still pay attention to your spiritual source consumption. For example, that water sword just now, at your current cultivation level of first realm, third tier, it must have drained nearly half your internal spiritual source. But Chen Fan shook his head. No, senior. You're underestimating it. It completely emptied me. Drained me dry. Didn't leave me a single drop. I'm feeling kinda weak right now. Is there any way to replenish my spiritual source? Jiangnan glanced at Chen Fan. Empty. Drain dry. This kid really says whatever comes to mind. Thankfully, Zhou Yu hasn't been emptied by him. I'm still full of energy, thank you very much. Fan, you holding up okay? If not, just eat more bread. Eating. Su Zichen wasn't tall and quite thin, unable to carry Chen Fan's 6-foot frame. So they could only walk with Chen Fan's arm draped over his shoulder. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he really missed Fu Zhou. If Han Fuzhou were here, the damn bastard, he'd just carry him on his back without hesitation. Because of Chen Fan, their pace had slowed down considerably. Jiangnan frowned slightly and took off his backpack. Zichen, let me take Fan. You carry my bag and the rabbit for me. Alright. Jiangnan crouched slightly. Get on. Oink Nan, you're such a good guy. All my life drifting like a leaf, only regretting I never met a true master. Sir, if you wouldn't disdain me, then I. Shut up and get on. No more nonsense. Oh. By the time Jiangnan stood back up, Chen Fan already had one arm looped around his neck, the other munching on a piece of bread. Shi Huanyu watched them, raising an eyebrow in surprise. If Jiangnan weren't genuinely from the prestigious Jiang family of Ganmadu, he'd doubt whether this guy was even a real young master at all. He was way too approachable. But then again, perhaps that was exactly what a real teammate should be. We'll boil some noodles when we get to the campsite tonight. You brought noodles. I left some with Zhou Yu. Don't know when he'll show up. Hopefully we'll run into him along the way. Chen Fan patted his shoulder. You know, I feel like you're less craving noodles and more craving someone, huh? Heh. Well, at least I've actually had someone. That's still better than certain people who've lived 18 years without ever having a relationship. Who's that person? Where are they? I can't see anyone, do you see them? Chen Fan. Su Zichen. Su Zichen twitched his lips. Nan, you're kinda hitting close to home here. Ha ha ha. There seems to be a team up ahead. Shi Huanyu spoke up to warn them. Jiangnan's smile immediately vanished. He turned to her. Senior, there's something I forgot to ask. What is it? Can we steal from other teams? Shi Huanyu. She pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. You're a young master, why are you thinking about robbing others? We're not bandits. Jiangnan blinked. I'm no bandit, but my Uncle Lin isn't that far off from a bandit chief. So, does that mean we can't rob people? No. Why not? Do we still have to follow rules inside the spirit realm? Su Zichen said calmly, since this is your first trial, some unscrupulous individuals might think about stealing crystal cores from other teams. At best, they take resources. At worst, they kill to silence witnesses. Once you're inside the spirit realm, everything that happens is disconnected from the outside world, even murder. That's why the seniors assigned to each group aren't just guides, they're also here to prevent such incidents. Shi Huanyu nodded. Yes, what Su Zichen said is absolutely correct. But I should add, when you enter the spirit realm the second time, you might be grouped with students from other schools. And then, there won't be any seniors leading you. Back then, you'll need to be careful. If anything like murder or robbery happens, it'll be up to you to handle it yourselves, unless your school is willing to cover for you, most schools won't intervene. But Jiangnan suddenly said, so that means, if we enter the spirit realm together with people from other schools, we can rob them, right? You could say that. As they drew closer, they spotted 8 silhouettes ahead. Most likely 2 teams, as expected. Jiangnan twitched his ears. Oh snap, they're arguing. Where's my sunflower seed? Where's my little stool? Up ahead, Han Fuzhou was standing with hands on hips, yelling at the opposing team, like hell. That mutant beast was clearly killed by Qingze from our team. You shameless bastards just came in at the last second and landed a finishing blow, now you're asking us for the crystal core. Who's shameless? Who's shameless, huh? Are you even aware of how shameless you are? Their respective team leaders stood off to the side, looking completely indifferent. Well, small team disputes like this weren't uncommon. Just a clash of interests. Wang Gang wasn't much of a talker, but just standing there, he radiated enough pressure to intimidate anyone. So the opposing team only dared argue with Han Fuzhou and Zhou Qingze. Their leader was a guy, unfamiliar face, probably from another class, and he was the one brawling verbally with Han Fuzhou the hardest. His team consisted of 2 males and 1 female, and their sophomore team leader was also male. Bullshit. I hit the beast at the exact same time as that guy. Who actually killed it isn't even certain. What class are you from, huh? So damn cocky. Scared to give your name. Let's fight outside, man to man. Bring it on. Whoever refuses is a bastard. I'm Chen Fan from Class 3, who the hell are you? I'm Zhang Tai from Class 9. Just wait till we get out, I'll make you regret this. Zhou Qingze winced. There goes Fan again, getting dragged into things. And just as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Fan's voice rang out. Han Fuzhou, you damn moron. Spotting Han Fuzhou, Chen Fan immediately jumped down from behind Jiangnan. All of a sudden, his back didn't ache anymore, his legs didn't hurt. He stormed forward and kicked Han Fuzhou squarely in the butt. You goddamn idiot. Using my name to pick fights with others. Zhou Qingze turned around, and froze slightly upon seeing Jiangnan. Before he could even greet him, the girl beside Jiangnan let out a delighted cry, sister. Shi Huanyu saw her, smiled, and waved at Shi Huanyu. What a coincidence. Chapter 95 Shi Beifeng. Northwest wind. Han Fuzhou stared at Chen Fan, momentarily stunned. What the hell? How did you get here? You've got some nerve. I come all the way here just to see you using my name to challenge someone else. Then. PJA. Han Fuzhou got slapped. Zhang Tai looked at the four suddenly appeared people, and sneered slightly. What? Did you bring backup? Chen Fan turned around and rushed forward in one swift step. Zhang Tai's expression immediately turned serious. Here it comes. Are we fighting now? Unexpectedly, Chen Fan grabbed his hand and pointed at Han Fuzhou. Bro, he's slandering me. I'm suffering inside. He's slandering me. Bullying a young comrade like me. I am Chen Fan, he's the fraud. Jiangnan. Zhou Qingze. Wang Gang. Han Fuzhou, 6. Seeing Chen Fan's genuinely heartbroken expression, utterly unlike someone lying. Honestly, for a moment Zhang Tai actually felt sorry for him. He pressed down on Chen Fan's shoulder and asked, Bro, I believe he's lying. Then tell me, what's his real name? Bro will definitely fight for justice on your behalf. Chen Fan blinked, pointing at Han Fuzhou. His name is Jiangnan. Jiangnan, 6. Zhang Tai. He released Chen Fan and gave him an up and down look. You think I'm an idiot? Jiangnan, the third young master Jiang, doesn't everyone in school know who he is? Him. Swearing every other word. And I've seen the real Jiang San Xiao before, he's elegant and refined. You really think you can fool me with this crap? Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Jiangnan clutched his chest, genuinely moved from deep within. Someone actually thinks I'm elegant. So touched. Han Fuzhou pulled Chen Fan behind himself. Why are you even bothering to explain to him? This guy shamelessly wants to steal our crystal core. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingze was locked in a meaningful stare with another boy from their team. The boy looked at Zhou Qingze proudly. I know you. Zhou Qingze, Class 3 of freshman year, one of the top students in the entire grade. Zhou Qingze nodded. Yes, but I don't know you. The youth smirked crookedly. Class 9. Shi Beifeng. Be smart and hand over the crystal core, or when we get out, we'll gang up and beat you senseless. Zhou Qingze, Northwest Wind classmate. What Northwest Wind? My name is Shi Beifeng. Yeah, exactly, Northwest Wind. Didn't you just say so yourself? Shi as in bamboo mat, Bei as in prepare, Feng as in mountain peak. Got it? Zhou Qingze, got it. Northwest Wind. Shi Beifeng. While they were arguing, the three second-year team leaders had already wandered off to chat among themselves. Shan Xing, it's you. Never thought we'd run into you two sisters here. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Zhang Tai's team leader was named Shan Xing, same class as Shi Huanyu. Shi Huanyan shook her head helplessly. It is quite a coincidence, but these juniors are going to waste time again. No big deal. It'll be their fault if they don't make it to camp before dark. Besides, situations like this happen often in spiritual zones. Better they get some exposure early. Shan Xing glanced at the group quarreling ahead. Looks like those kids might actually fight soon. What do you think? Let them fight. As long as nobody dies. That's just like you, Huanyu. As they chatted, Shan Xing noticed a tall and a short figure standing not far from Zhang Tai. Are those two from your team? Yes. Shi Huanyu crossed her arms. The taller one is the third young master of the Jiang family. That one who got infamously circulated in the alumni group as being gay. Shi Huanyan said, didn't they say he was dating someone? Why aren't they teamed up? Maybe they had a fight. Who knows? Noticing someone looking his way, Jiangnan turned his head, met Shan Xing's gaze, tilted his lips into a slight smile, then turned back again. Shan Xing froze for a moment, but didn't say anything. The beast crystal core must give us half. Half? Are you insane? Cutting it in half makes it useless for anyone. Jiangnan patted Su Zichen's shoulder. I'll go take a look. Zhang Tai whispered to Zhou Qingze, after we get out, we can sell the crystal core and split the money, 50-50, no, 60-40. You take 60, we take 40. How's that? The crystal core is supposed to be handed over to the school. How can we keep it privately? TCH, why are you so naive? Zhang Tai sneered disdainfully, a fourth-rank monster crystal core from the first realm, it's worth at least 20,000. One more or one less won't matter. The school even said only the top 3 teams get rewards. If something happens, with just this single crystal core, you could still walk away with 10,000. Kid, you've got some ambition. An unharmonious voice cut in. They turned their heads and saw Jiangnan crouched beside the monster's corpse, holding a lake blue crystal core in one hand. In the other, he held a dagger. No doubt about it, he had taken advantage of their argument and dug the crystal core out himself. The slain beast looked like a large bird, but also somewhat unlike any ordinary bird. Jiangnan slung an arm around Zhang Tai's neck, smiling gently, you're right, you're such a tightwad school giving us peanuts, and we might not even get those. Better to just keep the crystal cores for ourselves and sell them off directly. Zhou Qingze frowned at Jiangnan, Jiangnan. Are you seriously planning to keep the crystal core too? I don't care much for the pittance the school offers anyway. Jiangnan chuckled, shrugged indifferently, if I wanted, every single crystal core in this entire spiritual zone could be mine. The girl from Zhang Tai's team stared blankly at Jiangnan's profile, momentarily mesmerized. He patted Zhang Tai on the shoulder. Kid, even though you tried flattering me earlier and I kinda liked that. But honestly, what I hate most are guys like you who steal kills and then want to cut. Take a brother's advice, go hunt yourself another one. Shi Beifeng stared at the crystal core as if deeply resentful, about to speak, but Jiangnan shot him a glance. Hold it in. Shi Beifeng clenched his fists. That's crossing the line. I'm saying it anyway. Then say it. I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Chen Fan had somehow already jumped onto Han Fuzhou's back, arms draped over his shoulders, laughing at Jiangnan and the others. He backed down, he folded, he chickened out. Han Fuzhou shifted his hands upward, supporting Chen Fan's legs. Stop making noise. When we came here earlier, wasn't it Nanji who carried you? What's wrong with you now? Killed a monster, used up all my spirit energy, can't walk anymore. Han Fuzhou. Then how did you suddenly have the strength to run over and kick me earlier? Dunno. Just seeing you gave me energy. But now I'm drained again. Hey, check out the crystal core I grabbed earlier. As Chen Fan spoke, he reached into his pocket with one hand and pulled out the crystal core, showing it proudly to Han Fuzhou. How's that? Pretty badass, huh? Chapter 96, oh, not really. Impressive. Han Fuzhou glanced over and casually murmured a couple of polite phrases. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai was already starting to break into a cold sweat. Then, as Jiang San Shao says, I'll just go hunt another one. We'll meet again someday, meet again, haha. Jiangnan nodded. You're being reasonable. Good. After we get out, you have my permission to treat me to a meal. Of course. After agreeing, Zhang Tai suddenly felt something was off. Wait. Shouldn't it normally be him treating me to a meal? How did it end up with me treating him instead? But he couldn't say anything about it now, so he could only force a smile and laugh along. So I'll take this crystal core then, you've got no objections, right? Jiangnan smiled without warmth. But in Zhang Tai's eyes, that expression clearly meant, if you don't hand over the crystal core, I'll make sure your family suffers. No objections, none at all. He quickly waved his hands. Of course, though the guy was usually a gentle young master at school, that didn't mean he wouldn't hold a grudge. Zhang Tai himself was just a penniless nobody, what could he possibly do against someone from such a wealthy family? Better to admit defeat early. Well then, we'll take our leave. See you next time. With that, he immediately grabbed Shi Beifeng and the dazed girl beside him and hurried away. Seeing this, Dan Xing gave a quick greeting to the two sisters Shi Huanyan and Shi Huanyu before following after them. The two sisters exchanged a glance. It seems our groups actually know each other. Which class are your teammates from? Class 3. Me too, I'm also from Class 3. Once they were gone, Jiangnan tilted his head slightly. He tossed the crystal core to Zhou Qingze. All clear. Once we're out, find him and make him treat us to a meal. Then he turned toward Wang Gang, jabbing his elbow lightly against the other's chest. Solid build. Bangzi, why didn't you argue back with those two? You used to be this quiet. Wang Gang replied earnestly, I'm a pretty amiable person, I never curse at anyone. Jiangnan chuckled and scolded, by the way, how many crystal cores have you collected? Not yet, just this one. Just made our first catch. Yeah, we only encountered one as well. There's barely anything around this plane. Alright, stop lingering. We still have a long way to go before reaching our destination. The two sisters, Shi Huanyu and Shi Huanyan, walked over. Jiangnan raised his hand. Senior, can we travel together? Sure, no problem. Shi Huanyu nodded, then looked at Shi Huanyan. Mind if we join? Fine. Chen Fan was now being carried by Han Fuzhou, while Jiangnan took back his bag from Su Zichen and slung it onto his own back. A plump, fat wild rabbit instantly caught everyone's attention. This chubby rabbit was twice the size of an ordinary one outside. Wang Gang went over and picked it up, turning it around in his hands, finally noticing the bandages wrapped around its body. These days, even rabbits are so fancy. Actually wearing bandages? Su Zichen chuckled. Jiangnan wrapped those around it. Why bother bandaging it when it's already dead? You think you can bring it back to life? Because the dead deserve respect. Jiangnan swung his backpack and asked while walking, have you run into any other teams? Zhou Qingze softly hummed in confirmation. Met quite a few. Ran into Jianyao in one group, but still haven't seen Xia Yuro. What, missing your old flame? Get lost. I've sealed my heart and locked away love. Zhou Qingze exhaled deeply, saying seriously, from now on, I need to focus on cultivating, not just for Xiao Yu and myself, but for her too. Her. Your mom. Yeah. Suddenly, Zhou Qingze snapped back. Wait, did I ever tell you about my mom? How do you even know? Jiangnan placed both hands behind his head, answering carelessly, heard it from Xiao Yu. You don't know anything else besides that scar on his head? Not even her name? No. Since so many people were around, it wasn't the right moment to dwell on such a sensitive topic. Jiangnan simply tossed his backpack to Zhou Qingze, telling him to grab some snacks. Wang Gang and the others got some too. Compared to the compressed biscuits and bread inside the pack, these snacks were practically a royal banquet. By the way, haven't you met Xiao Yu yet? Not yet. Probably tonight, I'd guess. Jiangnan pointed at the wild rabbit Wang Gang was holding. We'll eat this tonight, do you think Xiao Yu can handle it? He can eat it, but I'm not sure if he likes it. What does he like? Chicken wings cooked in cola. Oh. The group continued walking until the sun began to set, encountering several mutant beasts along the way. They ran into one powerful beast at the 7th level of the first realm, but with Jiangnan around, they overcame it without any real danger. Jiangnan had no interest in crystal cores and simply tossed them all to the others. Along the road, he once again got ridiculously lucky and caught another wild rabbit. We're not far from the mountain range, probably about an hour or so more, said Shi Huanyan, glancing toward the high peaks ahead. Jiangnan, yay! About to see my little wife soon. But don't celebrate too early. The closer we get to the mountains, the more mutant beasts will appear, and they might be stronger too. Jiangnan, nope. Just remember not to scatter. Got it. Qin Mingxiao's team fought their way forward the entire time. Zhou Qingze's group hadn't encountered many beasts that day, there were naturally few on the plain, and most of them had already been drawn away by Qin Mingxiao. It was mostly Zhou Yu who killed the beasts. Lin Ong helped too. Though, helped might not be the right word, it was more like Lin Ong was playing around. But once he grew bored, he'd immediately finish off the beasts and extract their crystal cores. After dealing with the last one, Zhou Yu's hand bore multiple cuts, faintly oozing blood. Hand. Zhou Yu looked puzzled as Qin Mingxiao gestured toward him. Huh. Give me your hand. Zhou Yu held out his palm, and Qin Mingxiao slapped 2 band-aids into it. You're back. Stick one on. What's this? Lin Ong tossed aside the beast's head and came poking over curiously. Band-aids, Qin Mingxiao said, pressing down on Lin Ang's head. A new term, Lin Ong blinked rapidly. I want one too. You're not hurt. Why do you need it? Senior Mingxiao brother, just give me one. Zhou Yu watched and suddenly felt as if Lin Ong, despite having no tail, was wagging an invisible one like a propeller. Lin Ong hugged Qin Mingxiao's waist and swayed. Give me one, give me one. Damn it, where are your hands? Back off. Back off. Qin Mingxiao pushed Lin Ang's hands away, flustered, then quickly fished another band-aid from his pocket and shoved it into the boy's hand. It wasn't that his waist was particularly sensitive. It was just that Lin Ong was absurdly strong, he'd nearly felt his waist crack earlier. Watching Zhou Yu tear open the wrapper and stick the band-aid onto the back of his hand, Lin Ong carefully mimicked the action and slapped his own onto his hand. Qin Mingxiao. He glanced toward the distant mountains. The sunset cast a gentle glow over them all. It would have been a perfect scene, if not for the grotesquely dead mutant beasts scattered across the ground. Let's move on. You did well today. But you're still too reckless. When you charge into battle, it's like you lose all reason. Zhou Yu remained silent, picked up his dagger, and followed Qin Mingxiao onward with Lin Ong close behind. He, what the hell are you doing? Why did you have to go and save that 2-headed wolf pup when you could have just left it alone? At the very beginning, the bespectacled, scholarly-looking boy was now yelling as he grabbed He by the collar. Great, now Senior's injured too. There are over a dozen 2-headed wolves outside, we're all going to die here today. Shut up. Let's just wait and see if another team might come to help. Xia Yuro shrank into a corner, hugging her knees and trembling uncontrollably. Her legs wouldn't stop shaking. How could she possibly handle such a scene? Much less facing more than 10 ferocious monstrous beasts. Damn it, my shield is about to be chewed through. The group was surrounded by a white protective barrier, with Renming struggling to maintain it. Watching the two-headed wolves continuously lunging and gnawing at the barrier, he was practically beside himself with anxiety. Glancing over and seeing Xia Yuro still cowering there doing nothing, his temper flared instantly. Why aren't you healing, senior? What good is your healing ability if you're just going to sit there eating air? Their team leader was also a girl. One of her arms was bleeding non-stop, judging from the wounds, she must have been clawed by one of the wolves outside. Fortunately, the cuts weren't deep. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out some bandages, handing them to Xia Yuro. Help me wrap this up. Then she took out her walkie-talkie. I need to contact the other squad leaders. 15 two-headed wolves, though none were particularly high level, each ranging from 1st realm 5th to 7th stage, still posed a serious threat. These beasts were naturally pack animals. Even as a 2nd realm spirit practitioner, she couldn't possibly kill them all at once. Two-headed wolves had extremely powerful bite force and thick hides. Not to mention, she also had 3 useless rookies around her. If she wasn't careful for even a second, they might get bitten and eaten. Xia Yuro took the bandages and blinked her tear-filled eyes pitifully. I don't know how. Xia He. Renming kicked He Ji. Go and bandage her yourself. You brought this person, you deal with her. He Ji wanted to argue but had no choice but to grit his teeth and go help Xia He with the bandaging. Meanwhile, Xia He used her special walkie-talkie to contact other team leaders. The devices the leaders used were different. While He Ji's could only communicate within their own team, Xia He's could reach everyone from their entire sophomore cohort who had entered the spirit domain. Though, the range was limited to 10 kilometers. Coincidentally, the walkie-talkies of Shi Huanyan and Shi Huanyu both beeped. After receiving the message, the two exchanged glances, nodded, and immediately rushed toward the location Xia He indicated. Move out. Just as Jiangnan and his group were walking peacefully, they turned around to see the two leaders already far ahead. Leaving them no time to complain, the others could only hurry after them. There are monsters ahead, Lin Ong sniffed the air. Looks like 15. Qin Mingxiao said in surprise, dog nose. Lin Ong. Are you subtly insulting me? Cough, cough. Qin Mingxiao cleared his throat twice, then patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder. Go on, looks like you'll be busy again. Zhou Yu. Politely declining. Though that's what he thought, he didn't move. His body, however, was painfully honest as it swiftly dashed forward. Not for any noble reason, just today alone, he'd already collected dozens of crystal cores. Later, he'd pick out the prettier ones to make bracelets. He could only hope this encounter would yield even more beautiful crystal cores. Before even arriving at the scene. Ah! A female scream pierced the air. Zhou Yu froze momentarily, wondering if he'd heard wrong. Why did this situation feel so familiar? When he finally reached the battlefield, 2 men and 1 woman were already fighting the beasts. Another girl kept retreating fearfully, too terrified to join. Zhou Yu clenched his fists tightly. I really want to run. But I can't. Damn it, why is it Xia Yuro again? Every time he met her, nothing good ever happened. With the shadow of past experiences weighing heavily on him, he truly hesitated to approach. Qin Mingxiao's lazy voice floated from behind. Why are you stepping back? Are the monsters that strong? Once he got a clear look at one of the girls, he was also stunned into silence. Isn't this the same one who got knocked out 2 front teeth with a single punch last time? He tilted his head upward, gazing at the sky. I'm really embarrassing this world right now. Zhou Yu's gaze shifted back and forth between the cowering Xia Yuro ahead and Qin Mingxiao behind. Then he clenched his fist and pointed his thumb toward the monster. Or do you want to go instead? Qin Mingxiao turned to look at Lin Ong, mimicking Zhou Yu's gesture. You go. Lin Ong was baffled. What? It's just a dozen monsters. It's not like you can't handle them. Fine, if I have to go, then I'll go. Without hesitation, he slid straight into the battlefield in a dramatic tackle. He immediately kicked one of the 2-headed wolves, sending it flying. Xia He was currently fighting 5 at once, wielding a blade made of water that flashed through the air. Clearly, she was a hydrokinetic, a water-type spirit practitioner, just like Chen Fan. Unfortunately, her injured arm prevented her from using her full strength. After scanning the battlefield, Lin Ong glanced over at Xia Yuro. Everyone else is fighting, what's this girl even doing? He grabbed Xia Yuro's arm and pulled her aside. Get out of the way, don't be in the way. Zhou Yu and Qin Mingxiao stood nearby, each with a cigarette hanging from their lips. Here, lighter. Thanks. Qin Mingxiao didn't really smoke much. But right now, he felt like he needed a damn cigarette. Anyone else you know here besides that girl? Zhou Yu exhaled a puff of smoke, raised one eyebrow, and pointed at He Ji. That one. Got beaten up by me last time. He Ji was drenched in sweat. Despite being a power-type spirit practitioner, he could barely manage one-on-two. Behind Renming, a two-headed wolf suddenly leapt up, its jaws wide open, aiming for his head. Lin Ong noticed instantly. With both hands, he grabbed the attacking wolf by the neck and tore it apart, ripping it clean down the middle from neck to torso. He casually tossed the pieces aside. Xia Yuro flinched and shut her eyes tight again, trembling even harder. "Hey man, watch where you're throwing stuff." Noticing someone had joined the fight, Xia He and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Good, finally, some pressure off. Renming felt like he'd narrowly escaped death and quickly thanked Lin Ong. "Don't you have any weapons?" Xia He asked, looking at Lin Ang's bare hands. The next second, her pupils widened. A two-headed wolf leapt high into the air, lunging straight at Lin Ong. She quickly launched several water blades, forcing the beast back. "Nope. But don't worry about me, focus on your own fight." Lin Ong stepped close, pulled a short knife from beside her waist. "Borrow this for a sec." What happened next was downright theatrical. Holding the knife, Lin Ong slammed a two-headed wolf onto the ground and started stabbing it right in the ass. As he stabbed, he cursed, "Damn ugly bastard. You dare ambush me? Now the little monster's got no beastly morals. Needs a serious beating. Today I'm cutting you off from enlightenment forever." Xia He. Oh. Lin Ong was utterly frustrated. He wanted to use cultivation techniques, but his internal spiritual energy just wasn't cooperating, so he was stuck relying on brute strength. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until he finally threw a punch that exploded the wolf's skull. Renming, oh. Damn leg. He punched it so hard its head blew up. Xia Yuro watched the scene, her small hand gripping the ground tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again as she bit her lip, staring at Lin Ang's back. Why was this person so harsh just now? Not gentle at all. It's all Heji's fault. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be stuck suffering with this team. Her chest felt stuffed with cotton, completely unaware of the danger creeping up behind her. Chapter 98, A Cautionary Tale. Behind Xia Yuro, a larger two-headed wolf emerged, radiating an even stronger oppressive aura. Zhou Yu lifted his eyelids and immediately saw the newly appeared two-headed wolf raise its sharp claw, heading straight for Xia Yuro's skull. Fuck. He cursed under his breath, spat out the cigarette in his mouth, and instantly activated teleportation 3 times in succession. Each teleport covered about 3 to 4 meters, and Xia Yuro was over 10 meters away from their group. Despite disliking Xia Yuro, she was still a human being. Just as he teleported beside her, Qin Mingxiao turned his head and noticed another group of people approaching. What a lively scene. Stop spacing out. Let's go. Zhou Yu grabbed Xia Yuro's arm, ready to teleport her away. But the moment she saw it was him, she immediately pushed him backward, straight toward the direction of the two-headed wolf behind her. She hadn't yet realized what was lurking behind her. Seeing Zhou Yu was enough to trigger her first instinct, disgust, and she wanted nothing more than to shove him away. When she finally turned and saw the monstrous beast behind her, she screamed and tried to run. But it was too late. The two-headed wolf's claw had already descended. Zhou Yu used his fastest speed to grab Xia Yuro and teleport both of them to a safe spot not far from Qin Mingxiao. However, a searing pain shot through his back, nearly making him grind his molars into dust. He'd been clawed by the two-headed wolf. Damn it. Useless teammate. He braced himself on the ground with both hands, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Hiss, that actually hurts. Wait, why do I feel kind of thrilled? Xia Yuro was now completely stunned. Staring at Zhou Yu, she demanded, why did you suddenly appear? You scared me half to death. Zhou Yu glanced at her and snorted coldly, if I hadn't come, you wouldn't even know how you died. If you have even a shred of conscience, use your ability to heal me. Before he could finish speaking, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. Xia Yuro stared at the bloody gashes on his back, unsure of what to do. It's not my fault. Jiangnan and the others had just arrived and spotted Qin Mingxiao standing nearby, watching the chaos unfold. Jiangnan was about to greet him when he looked down. And saw Zhou Yu lying motionless on the ground. Beside him stood Xia Yuro, crying pitifully. The next second, Chen Fan and the rest felt a sudden gust of wind, Jiangnan was gone. He looked at Qin Mingxiao in surprise. Whoa, dude, you're here too. You're from our school. Qin Mingxiao glanced at them briefly, then gestured toward the ongoing struggle below. Go help. Ow. Suddenly, the stronger-looking two-headed wolf let out a long, piercing howl toward the sky, catching Zhou Qingze's attention. Noticing the intense battle unfolding below, Shi Huanyan and Shi Huanyu quickly rushed in to join the fight. By now, 7 or 8 of the two-headed wolves had already been killed. But after that howl, more and more two-headed wolves began appearing. Darkness was approaching fast. If they didn't end this soon, no one knew what might happen. Zhou Qingze quickly shouted to the group, no time for reunions, go help. Jiangnan ran over and lifted Zhou Yu into his arms. The fabric of Zhou Yu's shirt had been torn open in several places, blood oozing continuously from his back, soaking through the cloth. The metallic scent of blood filled Jiangnan's nostrils, and his expression shifted sharply. A faint surge of excitement stirred within him. It wasn't the usual kind of excitement, but Jiangnan couldn't quite place it. Wrong. He shook his head fiercely. What the hell am I excited for? He sat down on the ground, pulling Zhou Yu into his lap, letting the other boy's head rest against his shoulder and neck. One hand gently supported Zhou Yu's back. Out of Xia Yuro's sight, white light gathered in his palm, flowing steadily into Zhou Yu's body. It was a common healing technique from the cultivation world. Now that his cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the first realm, using it wouldn't be an issue. Jiangnan lowered his gaze, gripping Zhou Yu's hand. A band-aid clung to it, but faint scars were still visible beneath. As for Xia Yuro still lingering nearby, he had nothing kind to say. Suppressing his rage, he ordered her, go help. Xia Yuro stood there dumbly, staring at Zhou Yu cradled in Jiangnan's arms, lost in thought, looking hurt and wronged, as always. Can't you understand simple instructions? Jiangnan snapped. You're the only healer here. Why are you still standing around? Waiting for someone to comfort you? Snapped back to reality, Xia Yuro glared at him. You're yelling at me. Jiangnan's temple throbbed violently, veins popping on the back of his hand. His arms tightened protectively around Zhou Yu. If you don't go right now, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Though he didn't even look at Xia Yuro as he spoke, the icy chill in his voice shot straight through her skull, freezing her in place. She swallowed hard. Quickly getting up, she hurried toward Zhou Qingze's group. From the tone Jiangnan had just used, she was convinced he might actually do it, chop her up and throw her to the dogs. After knowing Jiangnan for so long, only now did she truly realize. Given his background, killing her would be nothing more than a casual game. So, was it really a mistake not to accept his advances back then? Having stopped the bleeding on Zhou Yu, Jiangnan simply sat there holding him, completely motionless. Qin Mingxiao came over and squatted beside him, raising an eyebrow. What? You're actually heartbroken. Jiangnan glanced at him. Why was Xiao Yu injured? With his teleportation ability, those first-realm beasts shouldn't have been able to touch him at all. Though he already knew 99.999% of it was due to Xia Yuro, he still wanted to hear exactly what happened. Because he's kind-hearted? Soft-hearted? Qin Mingxiao pointed at the two-headed wolf that had just been fought by Shi Huanyu and Shi Huanyu, the same beast that had clawed Zhou Yu's back moments ago. That monster almost crushed that girl's head with one swipe. Zhou Yu teleported in and pulled her away. He teleported in time, so why does he still have wounds on his back? Because she shoved him, right into the attack. But he's lucky, at least he's still alive. You should be grateful his reflexes were fast enough to grab her and teleport them both out even while being slashed. Otherwise, he'd have been torn apart already. These beasts' claws are poisonous. Remember to treat his wound. Yeah. Seeing Jiangnan's cold reaction, Qin Mingxiao was slightly surprised. You're not blaming me for not helping. With your cultivation level, stopping him would have been effortless. Unless, you were certain he wouldn't die. What do you mean? Jiangnan said calmly, because he has dual abilities. You were sent here by your superiors to make contact with him, that alone proves they're watching Zhou Yu closely. We all know how rare dual ability users are in Long Kingdom. So if he died in this spirit domain, I'm sure your higher-ups wouldn't let you off easily. You're sharp. Qin Mingxiao shrugged. When I first met that girl at the night market, her behavior shocked me. Someone that foolish, isn't worth saving. He didn't need to risk his life for her. Just like one of my old teachers taught me. I was 7, maybe 8, when he brought me into the spirit domain for the first time. It was also to save some random spirit cultivator. I nearly died, but that person just turned around and left without lifting a finger to help. That was the first real lesson he ever gave me. In the spirit domain, aside from your mission, the greatest taboo is showing mercy. Above all, put yourself first. Then he gave a faint chuckle. But he died. Why? Qin Mingxiao lit another cigarette. During a later mission in the spirit domain, an accident happened. My teacher used his own life to buy me time. Because he showed mercy, he died. Staring into the fading sunset, his eyes filled with memories. He taught his student to always put himself first, yet ended up becoming a living counterexample. I know he did it for Long Kingdom, but isn't it really stupid? He could have survived. So you should make Zhou Yu understand this truth too. Jiangnan looked down at Zhou Yu leaning against his chest. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I understand. Chapter 99 Zhou Yu, you smell so good. Night had fallen deeply. The campsite was bustling with activity. Groups of people huddled around, sharing stories of what they'd seen and done that day, exaggerating wildly at every turn. Even the sophomore leaders had gathered together, some venting frustrations, others cursing under their breaths. Among them, Xia He naturally carried the most weight in the conversation. After all, it was because of Xia Yuro that her arm had gotten injured. Jiangnan's group differed from the rest in one obvious way, their bonfire had 2 wild rabbits roasting on the spit. But no one in Chen Fan's team paid any attention to the food, their focus remained entirely on Zhou Yu, still unconscious in Jiangnan's arms. Zhou Yu now wore spare clothes brought by Jiangnan. The loose fit exposed part of his shoulder and neck on the side leaning against Jiangnan, revealing a pale, delicate collarbone that glowed faintly in the firelight, striking an oddly captivating note. Was it charm? No. More like something delicious enough to devour. Slow Europe. As for his own torn clothes, wherever they ended up, they were likely already discarded. It wasn't as if Jiangnan was being inappropriate. He'd checked Zhou Yu's bag, only to find no spare clothing inside. Instead, he discovered several crystal cores. That led him to deduce Zhou Yu's clothes must be stored within his spatial ring. But since Zhou Yu remained unconscious, Jiangnan couldn't forcibly access his space to retrieve them. So he had no choice but to lend his own clothes. Zhou Qingze stared at his younger brother, eyes filled with worry. He wanted to confront Xia Yuro, to demand answers, but where would he even begin? And with all the freshmen gathered here, there was nothing he could do but swallow his anger. Chen Fan clenched his teeth, finally unable to bear the suffocating frustration. Damn it! I'm going to go talk sense into Xia Yuro. Before he could even rise, Han Fuzhou pushed him back down. You really think we're still out in the wilderness? What good will arguing with her do now? Will we gain anything from it? So we just let this slide then. Xiao Yu shouldn't have saved her in the first place. Now look, he gets shoved and hasn't woken up since. Everyone felt furious. But deep down, they all knew, confronting Xia Yuro now wouldn't change a thing. Worse, she might start crying, playing the victim again. Lin Ong lowered his head silently. I'm sorry, Ah Nan. I shouldn't have pulled that girl aside. Otherwise, Xiao Yu wouldn't have. It's not your fault. And none of you stop hanging your heads like that, Qin Mingxiao interjected, flipping the skewered rabbit with a stick. He's already been disinfected and bandaged. He'll probably wake up soon. For now, I'll go set up the tent. Chen Fan stood up, glancing at Jiangnan. Give me your pack, Gunan. I'll set yours up first. Once it's ready, you can carry Xiao Yu inside to rest. It's too noisy out here. Gang Gu, Qingze, come help. Han Fuzhou, Zi Chen, you guys go collect sleeping bags, they're handing them out over there. Everyone nodded and dispersed to their tasks. Seeing Lin Ong still bowed in guilt, Qin Mingxiao sighed helplessly and ruffled his hair. What are you feeling guilty for? Blame fate, blame the world, blame everyone else, but not yourself. How come a kid like you's already overthinking so much? Think about it this way, if you hadn't pulled her aside earlier, those other twin-headed wolves would have targeted her instead. Then her team would have had to split their attention, possibly leading to far worse consequences. You minimized the loss. Mingxiao Ji, Come on, help me roast the other rabbit. Oh. Right. Back in the cultivation world, he'd sneaked into Ouyang Hai's sect many times to steal spiritual beasts from the back mountains. When it came to roasting meat, Lin On was practically an expert by now. By the way, did you bring a tent? I did. Qin Mingxiao grunted in acknowledgement and held out his hand. I'll set it up. I'll squeeze in with you tonight, I didn't bring anything since I arrived late. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Chen Fan called out. Gunan, yours is ready. Take Xiao Yu and rest for a bit. Zhou Qingze patted his shoulder. Go on. We'll call you when the meat's done. Jiangnan didn't say much. He rose slowly, still carrying Zhou Yu, and walked toward the tent. The moment he turned, Zhou Yu stirred slightly, his head shifting before burying itself a little deeper into Jiangnan's chest. Noticing the movement, Jiangnan paused mid-step. Perhaps the noise truly bothered him, Zhou Yu's eyelids fluttered open just a crack. But upon closer look, it was clear he wasn't fully awake yet. He looked utterly dazed. Drifting somewhere between dreams and wakefulness. Drowsy and disoriented, he felt weightless, as if floating in midair, yet at the same time, there was warmth. Resting his head against Jiangnan again, he shut his eyes. One foot swayed lazily in the air. I've grown wings. Jiangnan. Now he's dreaming. But seeing Zhou Yu's profile, a playful impulse stirred in him. He drawled teasingly, yes, you've grown wings. Oh. So I turned into an angel after dying. How odd. You actually believe that? Want to open your eyes and see who I am? Nope. Not looking. Even as he said it, Zhou Yu nuzzled his nose gently against Jiangnan's neck. But, you smell so good. Jiangnan stared as if he'd seen a ghost. Are you even mentally lucid right now? This isn't something you'd normally do to me. Zhou Yu. Xiao Yu. Still remember your name. Wake up, wake up. Of course I do. My name is Pei. Before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his skull. Instantly, the haze lifted, his mind clearing like morning fog burned away by sunlight. He glanced left and right, then locked eyes with Jiangnan, who was still watching him. Out came his first words, where's the beast? Where am I? Damn it, put me down. I'm gonna rip its core out today. Jiangnan. Wait, I was kinda waiting for more of that earlier scene to unfold. Why did you sober up so fast? Still wordless, he carried Zhou Yu into his tent and laid him gently on the padded mat before turning to zip up the entrance. Don't worry. We're back at the campsite. The beast's already dead. Zhou Yu propped himself up with one hand, staring down at the clothes he now wore. Hadn't he been slashed by the twin-headed wolf's claws? He remembered collapsing from the pain, but now, there wasn't even a hint of soreness. He quickly lifted his shirt, only relaxing when he saw gauze and bandages beneath. So someone had treated me already. Just as Jiangnan turned around, he caught Zhou Yu pulling up his own shirt, inspecting the wrapped areas. He coughed twice. The tent was actually pretty spacious, more than enough room for both him and Zhou Yu to move freely. Come here. What for? Let me check your wound. Zhou Yu let go of his shirt, trying to stand, but after glancing at the ceiling, he realized he wouldn't fit upright. With a resigned look, he crawled forward on his knees instead. And yet, as Zhou Yu crawled, an awkward feeling crept over him, not just him, but Jiangnan felt it too. Yet neither could name what exactly felt wrong. It's off. Really off. Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu onto his lap, facing him. His hand slid around Zhou Yu's back, slipping under the fabric to feel the bandaged area. Though healing magic had already done its work, he still only dared brush the edge of the wrap with his fingertips. Does it still hurt here? No feeling at all. The moment those words left his lips, Zhou Yu sensed Jiangnan's touch vanish from his back. Instead, Jiangnan wrapped his arms gently around his waist through the clothes and whispered, I'm sorry. If I'd gotten to you sooner, you wouldn't have been hurt. The monster that scratched you, I killed it. Its core is in my bag. I'll get it for you. As Jiangnan started to shift sideways to reach for his pack, Zhou Yu pressed a hand against his chest, gaze averted. You're digging into me. Chapter 100, Lighting a Lantern in the Toilet. Oh, you're up early. You know I get excited whenever I see you. Hearing Jiangnan's response, Zhou Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What time is it now? A little past 7, mm. The next second, Zhou Yu pinched Jiangnan's cheeks with both hands, squishing and kneading them, rolling and flattening them over and over again. Jiangnan just stared into his eyes, letting Zhou Yu do whatever he wanted to his face. Then, when Zhou Yu wasn't paying attention, a dark hand slipped beneath his shirt from behind, sliding all the way up to the shoulder blades, fingers beginning to trace mischievous patterns. The ticklish sensation hit immediately. Zhou Yu's grip on Jiangnan's cheeks loosened as he threw his arms around Jiangnan's neck, laughing and scolding, ha ha ha, damn it, you stop. It tickles. I'm gonna keep doing it, he he he. I let you pinch my face nicely, don't I at least get to take revenge? Are you a child? So underhanded, ha ha ha, stop with this stuff. This feeling made Zhou Yu laugh so hard that tears pricked the corners of his eyes, but Jiangnan didn't stop, instead adding insult to injury, come on, call me Gidge. Say, big brother, and I'll let you go. But before he could finish, an itching sensation flared on his own back. Zhou Yu had learned quickly, shoving his hand down Jiangnan's shirt to tickle him right back. Pure mutual destruction. Jiangnan jolted sharply at the waist, his hands freezing mid-motion. Wait. Don't tickle me, babe, just wait. What's wrong? The more you tease me like this, the more turned on I get. Roughly 20 minutes later. Zhou Yu retrieved his clothes from storage and began changing off to one side. Jiangnan watched him without blinking. When his eyes landed on the bandages wrapped around Zhou Yu's body, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Chopping Xia Yuro into pieces and feeding her to dogs would have been too kind. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked, Xia Yuro betrayed you and nearly got you killed, why did you still risk your life to save her? Zhou Yu. He scratched his nose, turning his head toward Jiannan's side. I originally had a 100% chance of pulling her out safely, but she pushed me. That's why I got caught. You should have just let her die by that monster's claws. Looking straight at Zhou Yu, Jiangnan pressed his temple lightly. First off, your recovery has nothing to do with Xia Yuro. After you passed out, she did nothing but cry beside you. Second, the moment she shoved you, you should have teleported away immediately, left her behind. She's nothing but trouble, completely useless, a burden. And lastly, most importantly, you need to stop being so soft-hearted. His eyes flickered faintly. Don't you realize by now? Xia Yuro isn't worth saving. Even your brother has cut ties with her. Why do you still insist on helping her? Zhou Yu tugged down the hem of his shirt, remaining silent for a long while. Seeing him with his head lowered, Jiangnan quickly grabbed his hand. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just afraid you'll end up hurt or taken advantage of again, and gain nothing in return. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad? Who's mad? Zhou Yu lifted his gaze to meet Jiangnan's eyes, then moved his lips slightly, I'm thinking about how to kill her without getting caught. Outside, Zhou Qingze and the others were still chatting. The campfire crackled and popped. Even without seasoning, the roasted wild rabbit already smelled so good their mouths watered uncontrollably. They looked just like Lonling King drooling over Xiao Qiao. Qin Mingxiao had handed off his rabbit to Wang Gang to roast long ago. He wasn't going to waste energy being so diligent. If someone else could do it, why bother himself? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Yu slipping quietly away from the campsite. Qin Mingxiao glanced at the direction she was heading, and once again realized just how incredibly stupid she truly was. If she were walking toward the plains, he could understand. But where she was going now, damn it, was deep into the mountain range. At night, alone, running straight into the mountains. That's like lighting a lantern in the toilet, pure suicide. And seriously, were the team leaders blind? One grown person sneaking out and nobody even noticed. He turned his gaze away, then ruffled Lin Ang's hair twice. I have something to take care of. Keep roasting, remember to save me some meat. Yeah, okay. Such beautiful phoenix eyes, why did they look so pure and cute on this kid? Thinking this, he chuckled softly, messed up Lin Ang's hair even more, and left. Lin Ang only dared to shake his messy hair and pout after seeing him leave. I didn't even do anything wrong, why mess up my hairstyle? No way. They say patience brings calm, stepping back avoids conflict, but the more I retreat, the angrier I get. Then I have no choice, but to just lose my temper once and for all. Zhou Yu's awake. Jiangnan came over again, holding Zhou Yu's hand, while carrying a cylindrical pot in the other. Faintly, he could see the shocked looks from some of the other students. But Jiangnan didn't care at all, he simply placed the pot on the ground. I stocked noodles in Zhou Yu's space, along with ham, eggs, and stuff. Want to cook some? Sure. Wang Gang passed the roasted rabbit in his hand to Han Fuzhou. Then he walked over. Alright, I'll cook. Fanzi, add water. Can water from a hydrokinetic ability even be consumed? Once boiled, it's all the same. At that moment, Zhou Yu was leaning against a tree, eating bread while silently crying. Tears streamed down her face as if she'd suffered an unbearable injustice. Wah. Mom, they're all bullying me, wah. Earlier, when Zhou Qingze and the others were roasting the wild rabbit, she had seen it too. She had helped out today, why wouldn't those grown men invite her to eat with them? So selfish. And Zhou Yu, if it weren't for him, Jiangnan wouldn't have snapped at her. Qin Mingxiao rubbed his chin with his knuckle, eyes half narrowed as he watched the large snake coiled around the tree above. With its size, it should be able to swallow Zhou Yu in one bite. That would save him the trouble. He was someone who took sides fiercely. Since Zhou Yu was now part of his team, he considered him one of his own. Besides, ever since that first time entering the spirit realm as a child, he had developed a deep disgust toward people like Zhou Yu, those who got saved yet offered not even a scrap of help afterward. After that incident, he had set a personal code. If he saved someone, he didn't expect repayment, but if he ever needed a simple favor and the person refused despite being easily capable, then they deserved to die. And so, that random spirit cultivator he once rescued, he ended up killing him too. Though valued by Longgua's upper echelons and holding a high position himself, that didn't mean he was some good-hearted saint. The number of spirit cultivators dead by his hand wasn't small, male or female, but he never killed the innocent. Unless someone made him feel intense psychological and physical discomfort, that was when he'd make an exception. The giant snake quietly slithered closer to Zhou Yu. Qin Mingxiao spotted a shadowy figure approaching from afar. Dancheng was heading this way with a flashlight, though he didn't know why he felt compelled to come, he just sensed something guiding him unconsciously. Suddenly, a dark silhouette flashed past, clamping a hand over his nose and mouth. He didn't even have time to react before a sharp pain shot through his neck. His vision blackened, and he collapsed. Sensing his clone had completed the task, Qin Mingxiao glanced back towards Zhou Yu, now half torn apart by the massive snake. Under the moonlight, only the lower half of the girl remained seated beneath the tree. Her long legs looked beautiful under the silver glow, clearly belonging to someone with a graceful figure. But, her upper body? Gone. Gone. Blood trickled from her waist into the soil. Something wriggled amid the mess, best left pixelated here. Qin Mingxiao let out a cold chuckle. He hadn't expected the snake to take only her upper half and flee. Even though he hadn't hidden his presence at all, he hadn't emitted a single trace of murderous intent, yet this spirit beast was still overly cautious. How boring. Moonlight spilled like silver, stretching his slender shadow longer and longer behind him. Hands in pockets, Qin Mingxiao leisurely strolled back toward the campsite. The very instant Zhou Yu died, Jiangnan suddenly heard Xiao Hua's voice inside his mind. Host, one good news and one bad news, which do you want to hear first? Midway through slurping noodles, Jiangnan froze. Let me hear the bad news first. I think you should hear the good news first. Then just tell me. Good news, Zhou Yu is dead. Oh. And the bad news? Qin Mingxiao saw her die. Chapter 101 You stole my kill. Did Qin Mingxiao watch her die? Was it related to Qin Mingxiao? Jiangnan's brain froze completely. He had just been thinking about kicking Zhou Yu into the monster swarm later as payback, but that thought hadn't even settled in yet, she was already gone. So that little punk ran off without a trace earlier just to snatch the kill. Noticing Jiangnan's expression, Zhou Yu glanced sideways. What's wrong? Nothing. Jiangnan replied, then asked, is the rabbit not roasted yet? Almost there, don't rush. I'm sprinkling the seasonings right now. Seriously, Wang Gang truly had potential to be the ultimate homemaker. Damn, such a bro. He finished preparing their noodles and didn't even eat himself first, he kept working on roasting wild rabbits for everyone else. Honestly, Chen Fan and the others were nearly moved to tears, saliva pouring down like a 1,000-foot waterfall. They almost dropped their chopsticks and rushed over to fight side by side with Wang Gang. But, well, the food in their bowls was just too damn delicious to resist. Lin Ong held a bowl in one hand, while hugging another clean spare one in his arms. This extra one was reserved for Qin Mingxiao. He was afraid it'd get dusty if placed on the ground, so he just kept it hugged close. It's done. Wang Gang called out, then tore off a big rabbit leg and handed it to Zhou Yu. I remember Xiao Yu doesn't like spicy, right? This one's just seasoned with cumin. Thanks, brother Gang. Jiangnan casually plopped himself down nearby, crossing one leg over the other, noisily slurping his noodles. Seeing this, Han Fuzhou couldn't help but speak up again, Nan Ji, if I didn't know your background, I'd seriously doubt whether you're really a young master of the Jiang family. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What about it? Who says a young master has to be elegant, refined, and coldly dignified? Tell me, if I used the elastic from your underwear to make a slingshot and started shooting people, would anyone dare say a single word against me? Bet you won't believe it. I don't believe it. Not believe it. Jiangnan smirked and suddenly reached out with both hands toward Han Fuzhou's pants. Then let's see it then. Fuck. Pervert. You may die. Damei. Wang Gang and the others. But then Chen Fan snickered, grabbed Han Fuzhou tightly, and shouted, go ahead, Nan Ji, I've got him pinned. Zhou Yu, weirdly abstract, but now I kinda wanna pull Jiangnan's waistband too, what do I do? Zhou Qingze, look not upon what is improper, hear not what is improper. Enough fooling around. Is the other half ready? Cut some and send it to Senior. Yeah, all set. Soon after, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze carried 2 bowls of noodles and half a roasted rabbit over to Shi Huanyan and Shi Huanyu. Earlier on the way, quite a few students had been staring. Because at this point in time, most people could only chew dry bread or compressed biscuits, but these guys actually brought bowls, spoons, and even a pot. Zhang Tai stared, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, holy shit. You can actually bring stuff like this into the spirit realm. Did you guys see that too? Their whole team only carries 1 pack per person. The 2 sisters, Shi Huanyu and her teammate, who had been munching on bread while chatting with others in their group, caught a whiff of the aroma and sniffed the air. They turned their heads, and saw Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze approaching them like divine angels delivering a royal banquet. Where did this sudden angelic filter come from? Senior, we brought you some noodles and roasted rabbit from our side. If you need more noodles, you can go refill anytime. Qin Mingxiao had just returned when he saw everyone already eating. He glanced at Lin Ong, whose hair had already been smoothed back into place, then strolled over with his arms crossed. But the way he walked, how should one describe it? Casually swaggering. Like a flashy strut, yet somehow also like a catwalk. Put together, it was basically catwalk. Jiangnan took one look. Nope, his stride isn't even as proper as mine. Not commenting. When Lin Ong saw him approach, he quickly shoved the bowl in his arms into Qin Mingxiao's hands. It's ready. You can eat now. Thanks. As Qin Mingxiao reached out, Lin Ong braced himself, he knew his head was about to get ruffled again. Fine. If he couldn't escape it, he might as well enjoy it. To his surprise, though, Qin Mingxiao simply took the bowl. Seeing Lin Ong shut his eyes, wearing a look as if facing imminent execution, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of expression is that? Makes me sound like some evil villain. Opening his eyes, Lin Ong realized Qin Mingxiao hadn't touched his head at all. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head and sat back down. Guess he'd overthought it. Chen Fan cheerfully waved at him, come on, don't be polite. We're all fucking brothers here, dig in. Qin Mingxiao, thanks, wasn't planning on being polite anyway. Ha ha ha. Just served, hadn't even had time to sit. Jiangnan walked over and patted his shoulder, come, let's talk somewhere private. At least let me finish eating first. Though he said that, Qin Mingxiao still put down his bowl and followed Jiangnan to the far edge. Looking around at the dim surroundings with barely any light, he joked, dark night, windy weather, what, you want to kill me and hide the body? Speaking of killing, shouldn't that be your line? It's not exactly killing, but it's tangled up with you well enough. There was a tinge of exhaustion in Qin Mingxiao's eyes, but all he did was slightly raise his brows. I've killed plenty. Which one are you asking about? What about Xia Yuro? Dead. If you're lucky, maybe you'll come across her body when entering the mountain range tomorrow. Ah, well, can't really call it a complete body. Strictly speaking, it's half a corpse. The next second, Jiangnan slammed his hands onto Qin Mingxiao's shoulders, his gaze dark and intense. Seeing Jiangnan like this, Qin Mingxiao dropped his playful smile too. What? Is young master Jiang gonna? Why'd you steal my kill? Before Qin Mingxiao could finish speaking, Jiangnan grabbed his shoulders and started shaking him violently back and forth. So fast there were afterimages. Luckily Qin Mingxiao was a 6th-stage Ling practitioner, otherwise he'd have been completely dizzy. That was my kill. My kill. You stole my kill. Who stole your kill? What's it got to do with me? He gave Jiangnan a deadpan look. I didn't even kill her. She got eaten by a monster, I watched the whole thing. Monster? This area is supposed to be safe. Where'd a monster come from? She ran out. I was roasting the rabbit earlier, happened to notice her sneaking off toward the mountain range. It's common sense that monsters come out more at night, right? Not long after, a giant snake bit her and she died. After hearing this, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. He had thought Qin Mingxiao would save Xia Yuro. Based on the novel's plot, Qin Mingxiao should have rushed out, casually one-shot the snake, scooped Xia Yuro into his arms, and smirked devilishly, interesting woman. Never expected this guy who looked so pure and fair was actually a black-hearted Tenyuan. Qin Mingxiao took a step back toward the group. But as he passed Jiangnan, he stopped, turned his head slightly and said, even if she hadn't been eaten by a beast, I'd have killed her myself. Besides, aren't you and I thinking the same thing deep down? Just different starting points. You care about Zhou Yu. I just despise trash like her. Hearing that, Jiangnan tilted his head back and chuckled lightly. But he didn't deny Qin Mingxiao's words. It's a bit of a shame I didn't get to watch her die, but the outcome's the same. Qin Mingxiao lazily shrugged his shoulders. One more reminder for you, Zhou Yu seems to gradually lose himself once he enters combat, starts getting aggressive. That Lin Ong kid. Cute enough, but something's off with his body. Keep an eye on him later. A first-rank Ling practitioner landing a punch that blows up the head of a 5th-rank monster. There's no way his body hasn't been tampered with. Chapter 102, Little Kid. Big Kid. Cute. Lin Ong. Jiangnan stared as if he had seen a ghost. How can that guy possibly be related to cute? Why not? Come on, let's go eat. Yeah. When they returned to Zhou Yu's side, Lin Ong was already using chopsticks to fish noodles out of his bowl. Jiangnan glanced at his own bowl, then at Lin Eng's movements, and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Oh my god. Back in the cultivation world, why didn't I notice his appetite being this huge? Stop. Just stop. Leave me some. He wailed and dashed over. Sliding into position like a baseball player, he launched himself forward like a starving tiger pouncing on prey. Zhou Yu, how embarrassing. Lin Ong. Are we still brothers? Jiangnan blinked innocently. Yes. Then why do you act like we're enemies just because I ate a little of your food? Because that's an extra charge. Lin Ong was just about to give Jiangnan a pitiful, reproachful look when suddenly a hand landed on his back. Where's my food? It was Qin Mingxiao's voice. Without bothering to continue their brotherly affection with Jiangnan, Lin Ong quickly handed over the bowl beside him. Here it is. And added hastily, I didn't eat any. Good. If you dared to eat even a bite, I'd make you vomit it up. Of course, that was just a joke. To someone like Lin Ong, who seemed so, no, not little kid. Actually, calling him that felt weird. He was only 1 year younger than himself, it wasn't quite appropriate. But if he really thought about it, the guy did act rather childlike. Carrying his bowl back to his original seat, Jiangnan immediately scooted close to Zhou Yu. Miss me? Do you miss me? You're sick, Zhou Yu twitched his lips. You've only been away from your seat for less than 5 minutes. Huh. You're right. He shoveled a few bites of noodles, then eyed the rabbit leg in Zhou Yu's hand. Is the rabbit good? It's okay. There were 2 roasted wild rabbits, totaling 4 legs, sure Huan Yu got one. Zhou Yu had one, and so did Lin Ong. The last one remained untouched by everyone. After all, Jiangnan had caught it. Of course it belonged to him. If it's good, you can have mine later too. Oh, by the way, give me a bottle of milk from what I left in your space. Getting his second favorite drink, Jiangnan looked around at the others. Anyone else want something? I put in other drinks too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up, I'm dying of thirst. Chen Fan rushed over first. Zhou Yu pulled out 2 more boxes from his spatial storage, filled with various bottles and cans. Sure, don't hold back. Each picked their preferred drink, and they were chatting animatedly. Suddenly, a girl approached their group. Excuse me, classmates, could I have a few of your drinks? I can pay for them. She twisted her fingers in the hem of her shirt, clearly nervous, her voice stuttering slightly. Wang Gang took a look and found her somewhat familiar. Wasn't she that quiet girl from Zhang Tai's team, the one who hadn't spoken during the argument today? Following the girl's gaze, Wang Gang turned to Jiangnan, who was entirely focused on Zhou Yu. Then he glanced at the girl's hands clenched tightly around her clothes, and the faint glimmer of admiration in her eyes as she looked at Jiangnan. Huh? What's going on here? Chen Fan, recognizing her, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, did Zhang Tai send you to mess with us? Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Yi waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. I really just want to drink. Lin Eng's mouth was stuffed full. Perhaps because Zhang Yi stood closest to him, he tilted his head up, and saw the faint blush coloring her earlobes. He glanced at her twice more, but said nothing. Jiangnan casually waved a hand. It's fine, just take whatever you want. No need to pay. No, I can't accept things for free. But I don't have money on me now, I'll pay you after we leave. Whatever you say. Only after receiving Jiangnan's permission did Zhang Yi cautiously crouch down and pick a few bottles. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Yet as she left, the lingering glance she cast toward Jiangnan was caught by Zhou Yu. He turned his head, and met Jiangnan's eyes again. Why are you staring at me? You're pleasing to the eye. A nice accompaniment to my meal. Seeing Zhang Yi successfully return with the drinks, Zhang Tai and Shi Beifeng hurried over. Damn, you actually got them. But why didn't you ask them for some noodles or meat? What's the point of just drinking soda? We're still stuck eating bread. Zhang Tai shot Shi Beifeng a glare. You should be grateful she brought anything back at all. Now you're getting greedy. Go beg for it yourself, see if they don't slap shit out of you. Look at everyone else, they're all drinking plain water. What are you even complaining about? Scolded, Shi Beifeng could only sullenly take 2 bottles of fruit pulp orange, then stayed quiet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi clutched her rapidly beating heart, mind replaying how Jiangnan had spoken to her earlier. So cool. So gentle. So polite. No wonder he's a young master, exudes this refined, easygoing aura. Noticing Zhang Yi still lost in thought, Zhang Tai poked her head. What are you spacing out for, little sister? Daydreaming again? Bro, don't you think that Jiangnan is really handsome? Handsome? Zhang Tai twisted open his drink and took a sip, tilting his head up as he recalled Jiangnan's face. I guess he is kinda good looking, but still not as hot as me. You gotta agree with me there, right? Then he looked down, and saw his sister's reddened ears and cheeks. Zhang Tai. After Jiangnan's group finished eating, washing dishes and pots was handed over to Zhou Qingze and Han Fuzhou. Wang Gang, ever the big brother, didn't slack off, he'd cooked, and now helped clean too. Domestic. So domestic. Unimaginable how happy someone would be marrying him home. Chen Fan used his water-type ability to supply them with running water. Occasionally squirting left and right in the air. Watch me, jug jug jug. Then, sprush, right onto Su Zichen's face. Su Zichen. You're dead. Class monitor, hear me out. Ah. Han Fuzhou. Save me. Han Fuzhou, bro, you're killing me, I'm dying laughing. Zhou Yu's eyes were half-lidded, head leaning against Jiangnan's shoulder. He'd just snatched a mint candy from Jiangnan and popped it into his mouth. Right cheek slightly puffed, a cool freshness spreading inside his mouth. Tired? Not really. Just waiting for them to finish cleaning, then we'll head back. Okay. Back in the tent. Jiangnan had barely zipped up the tent when, before he could even turn around, Zhou Yu lunged at him. Soft lips pressed against his, the scent of mint spilling into his mouth and nostrils. A moment later, gasping for breath, Jiangnan whispered, there are people outside, sure you want to? No. I just wanted to torture you a little. A sudden chill shot straight up to the crown of his head. Jiangnan's arms, propped on the sleeping pad, trembled. Chapter 103 Lin On, I've behaved, please let me go. He glanced at the time, it was already late. Zhou Qingze and the others had gradually returned to their respective tents. Chen Fan shared one with Han Fuzhou, Wang Gang with Zhou Qingze. Su Zichen didn't like staying with others, so he brought his own single-person tent. The bonfire in the campsite had weakened considerably compared to earlier. Few people remained outside anymore. Lin On lay on his back, gazing up at the night sky. His bright eyes sparkled like stars. Qin Mingxiao placed a hand on his head and patted lightly. Do you even know what your tent looks like? I'm heading back. Don't end up wandering around clueless later. I know. You go ahead. I'll sit here a while longer. With that reply, Qin Mingxiao walked off in his usual ambiguous stride, part swagger, part catwalk. Yet as he passed Jiangnan and Zhou Yu's tent, he couldn't help pausing for 2 seconds. Huh? You two doing that at this hour? He shook his head with a quiet laugh, then continued on. Truth be told, he was tempted to listen. But it'd damage his image. Me, Qin Mingxiao. Eavesdrop? That's an insult to who I am. If there's any live HD show happening. I'm desperate. Reply fast. Xia he noticed Lin On sitting alone and walked over to sit beside him. Thanks again today, classmate. But wait, are you even a student from our school? Taking down a mutant beast without using Ling Yuan. I can't imagine a freshman being capable of that. Not even most freshmen, really. Probably not even some of them second years could pull it off. Lin Ong shook his head. No, I'm not. Then how did you get in? Jiangnan let me in. My bad. None of my business. It's fine. You wouldn't have said anything if you hadn't opened your mouth. Xia he. Seriously, bro. Shi Huanyu looked around at the group of second years, sensing someone was missing. After scanning several times, she realized Shan Xing wasn't there. Where's Shan Xing? Where could he have gone this late? I saw him take a flashlight toward the mountain range. A male student spoke up. But he wouldn't dare go into the mountains alone at night, right? Maybe he just had something to do. How long has he been gone? Maybe 1 or 2 hours. 1 or 2 hours. Shi Huanyan suddenly felt uneasy. Quick, start searching. Something must have happened. Otherwise, how could a second realm third order cultivator stay out this long without returning? Noticing the commotion, Xia he stood up from beside Lin Ong. What's wrong? Shan Xing is missing. No more talking, search now. Damn it. Send about a dozen people out. The rest stay and guard the camp. The tent flap was pulled open. Lin Ong took off his shoes and placed them neatly along the edge inside. Looking at the interior, just a soft mat and no blanket, Lin Ong fell silent for a moment. No bedding. Back in the cultivation world, he at least had a quilt when sleeping. Here they don't even have a blanket. How come this world is so poor? It gave him the feeling of a rich kid slumming it in the countryside. Isn't there a pillow? Qin Mingxiao was lying down, legs crossed lazily. Glancing sideways, he saw Lin Ang's confused expression, mixed with mild disappointment and bewilderment. He slightly narrowed his eyes and drawled, "You cold? If you are, you can sleep next to me. I don't mind." Huh. Lin Ong turned sharply, his expression shifting from confusion to alarm. Seeing that, Qin Mingxiao leaned back slightly and spread his arms wide. Eyes lifting slightly as he said to Lin Ong, "Come on." Lin Ong swallowed hard and stepped backward immediately. Dad taught me, never easily trust a beautiful person's embrace when traveling. No way. I must refuse. I must stay rational. What are you backing away for? Am I going to eat you? Seeing his reaction, Qin Mingxiao pursed his lips into a faint smile and emitted a light, nasal hum. Rare indeed. The more I look at this kid, the cuter he gets. How long has it been since I met someone this interesting? Only after waiting several minutes until Qin Mingxiao had truly closed his eyes did Lin Ong finally dare to slowly crawl over beside him. But he'd overlooked one thing. There was only one pillow. How incredibly basic. Long Outyen, no, young Master Long, who'd lived so many years, had never endured such hardship. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. I'm not sleeping. Just as he sat up and prepared to leave, he was suddenly yanked back. Thud, with a soft impact, his body landed on the mat, face pressing against a warm chest. What do you think you're doing, trying to leave at this hour? You really think you'll have energy tomorrow if you don't rest? Lin Ong squirmed restlessly. Alright, I admit, it does feel pretty good. But this is definitely weird. Noticing he was using Qin Mingxiao's arm as a pillow, he pulled his head back slightly, only to be immediately pushed right back down. There's something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Which family are you from? Huh? What family? Qin Mingxiao lowered his gaze, then formed a U shape with both hands and pinched Lin Ang's cheeks. Don't play dumb. I mean no offense. I'm just curious, which power exactly did you come from? The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. Lin Ong straightened his expression too. You seem close to Jiangnan, and even his background is massive, so what about you? You've got some major backing too, right? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he grabbed Qin Mingxiao's wrist, eyes slightly shadowed. That's confidential. Even if I don't tell you now, won't you investigate me later anyway? But if you really don't want me to, I can choose not to. Unbothered by having his wrist held, Qin Mingxiao replied in a calm, indifferent tone, You're clearly not even an adult, yet you've already become a Lingja. Though, honestly, that's nothing impressive. What intrigues me is your physical strength, it doesn't match your age or cultivation level at all. Hasn't anyone ever told you your body is strange? Based on my deduction, either you come from a powerful lineage like Jiangnan's and inherited superior genes, or your body has been artificially modified. However, judging by your clueless look, I'm more inclined to believe the latter. Hearing this, Lin Ong could only feel helpless. Of course, he was a transmigrator. His cultivation might be gone, but his physical strength had remained. I've behaved, please let me go. Believe whatever you want. With that, Lin Ong struggled to sit up. I'm going out for some air. Chapter 104 Guardian Deity. Even after stepping out of the tent, Lin Ong didn't forget to zip it up from the outside. Qin Mingxiao lazily glanced over, then lay back down again. Everyone saw it, right? It was his choice not to sleep, not because I selfishly refused him space. Heh heh. Finally, Zhou Yu and the others found Shan Xing not far from the mountain range, still unconscious. They hurried over. One male student lifted Shan Xing and shook him. Qingze. Qingze. But there was no response. They quickly scanned the surroundings, yet found nothing unusual. Zhou Yu checked Shan Xing's body. Aside from dirt on his clothes and a faint mark on the back of his neck, there really wasn't anything else. There are off-campus individuals here, and their cultivation level isn't low. She immediately voiced her judgment. Quickly search the area for anything left behind, don't miss even the smallest trace. Zhou Yu thought for a few seconds before agreeing with her sister. Sister is right. This was very likely done by a spirit practitioner. If it were a monstrous beast, Shan Xing would either be dead or severely injured. There's no way he could be lying here completely unharmed. Then she turned and shouted at the two, you two take him back first. The rest of you, check if there are any other people nearby. And don't go near the mountains alone. Got it. Everyone understood clearly that Shan Xing couldn't have possibly come out here alone for no reason. Besides, this was only an F-rank secret realm, not E-rank or higher. As long as one didn't recklessly venture deep into the mountains alone at night, everything should have been fine. Sure enough, Xia He, holding a flashlight, soon discovered a corpse sitting beneath a tree, only the lower half remained. Blood and entrails were scattered everywhere. Under the tranquil moonlight, those straight, beautiful legs had once looked flawless. But now, who cared whether the legs were attractive? The sight was simply too horrifying. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves for such scenes, nausea rose uncontrollably in their stomachs. Damn it! Someone! Blur that mess with mosaic. Mosaic! I can't take it anymore. My eyes. My eyes. Ugh. Ugh. Two female students had already started dry heaving. Zhou Yu and her sister rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Where's the fire elemental user? Who has fire abilities? Come give us some light. On my way. With a whoosh, flames ignited over one person's hand, raised high above. As the fire expanded, blazing light surged, illuminating the surroundings. Zhou Yu frowned and stepped forward first, approaching the corpse. These bite marks seem like they're from a monstrous beast. A monstrous beast? But Shan Xing wasn't far from here. Why didn't the beast eat him? This looks like a freshman. Check if she's from your team. There's a backpack. Xia He, who had initially thought the dress looked vaguely familiar, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the pink backpack. Shit. She'd originally thought it was just a similar dress, but it really was the girl from her team. She could recognize that backpack instantly. It belonged to Xia Yuro. All students were supposed to carry black backpacks, except Xia Yuro, whose eye-catching pink one stood out. That was exactly why, whenever she saw the girl's team, her eyes always landed on that bag first. She's my team student. The one named Xia Yuro. That name sounds familiar. She's the new campus beauty we've got this year, pretty popular among freshmen. Do you really have the heart to gossip at a time like this? A student died. How are we going to explain this to the school? At those words, everyone fell into silent agreement. Student deaths within spiritual domains weren't uncommon, they happened often enough. The real trouble always came from the parents. Just like before, they'd witnessed those parents who came to the school daily, crying, throwing tantrums, threatening suicide. But ever since a certain young master transferred in, such incidents had stopped. Let's contact Director Zhang, have the officers outside help handle this. And tell everyone in your teams, without permission, nobody leaves the campsite. Whether this was done by a monstrous beast or a spirit practitioner, it poses an unknown danger to all of us. Linong sat back down in the spot where he had originally been. Propping up half his face, he stared blankly at the flickering flames. Honestly, he felt a bit lost and lonely. This world was indeed fascinating, there were so many delicious foods and interesting things compared to the cultivation realm, and he genuinely enjoyed it. Yet, for some reason, there was always this hollow feeling deep inside. He had already forgotten how many days it had been since he came to this world. In this world, Jiangnan had a group of close friends around him. Even Uncle Jing had a doppelganger here, and it seemed like Uncle Jiang Bai did too. Though he himself was also by Jiangnan's side and had interacted quite a bit with the people around him, he couldn't explain why he still felt this sense of solitude. He blinked once, a sudden sting in his nose. He didn't cry. And he didn't want to. Was this what Ming Xiao had described as inner depletion? He shook his head, refusing to dwell on it further. What should one do when troubled? Cultivate, of course. Although he was rather laid back, he could no longer slack off like he used to in the cultivation world. He needed to increase his cultivation level here, only then could he unleash that damn spiritual source to its fullest during a fight and truly enjoy himself. No time to waste. He found an open spot, sat cross-legged, and began circulating the chi absorption technique. Then, he pouted idly. The spiritual energy here was really too thin. Just as he was beginning to enter a deeper state, his mind suddenly trembled, and his consciousness was pulled into a vast expanse of white light. Lin On opened his eyes and slowly turned his head, scanning the surroundings. But everywhere he looked, nothing but white. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. A pair of phoenix eyes strikingly similar to Lin Eng's own, 80% alike, except this person had a small teardrop mole accentuating the outer corner of the eye. Seeing the familiar white robe, Lin On was first startled, then joy sparkled in his eyes. Father. Xia Yun glanced at his son, giving a faint, indifferent response. Aren't you supposed to be in? Why are you looking for me? Xia Yun drew out the sound slightly, his gaze casually brushing over a certain spot. You could say your system dragged me here. Hiding within the space, 666 realized he'd been caught and sheepishly materialized, chuckling. Long time no see, guardian deity. Chapter 105 Ah Meow. It's truly been a long time. Should I call you 666? Or Heaven Dao? Seeing Xia Yun's smile that didn't reach his eyes, 666 immediately broke into a cold sweat. Who told me the Dragon King would be this terrifying? Hee. After so many years of friendship, don't tease me like this. You should focus more on your son. The sovereign called me to a meeting. With that, 666 fled from the space as if escaping for his life. Lin Eng's eyes sparkled with pure admiration as he looked at Xia Yun. Completely different from his previous listless state. Even though he knew this man was his father. In Lin Eng's eyes, Xia Yun wasn't the same as Lin Yang. If Lin Ong and Lin Yang shared a normal father-son relationship, then his feelings towards Xia Yun deserved a separate line entirely. Most of the time, Lin Ong didn't even see him as a father. He saw him as his idol. Xia Yun reached out, gently poking Lin Eng's forehead with his fingertip. Close enough, still not bad. Probably good enough by adulthood. If you can't bear the heat during your rutting period, just call your system to contact me. I'll take you back. Thank you for your concern, father. Looking at the shimmer in Lin Eng's eyes, Xia Yun seemed to recall something. You're very much like Lin Yang when he was young. Huh. When he looked at me, his eyes were also sparkling like that. That's probably because he found himself a wife who's stunningly beautiful, immensely powerful, and super amazing. I'd look at her the same way too. No, Xia Yun shook his head. The light in your eyes is different from his. You'll understand someday. Then he asked, how has life been in this world? Tell me about it. Now, that was a topic Lin On could never stay sleepy over, his grievances surged up instantly. This world isn't bad, just the spiritual energy is extremely thin. I lost my cultivation base, passed out after using some junk called spirit source, nothing more than feeling empty, lonely, isolated, and hard to endure. At first, Xia Yun listened attentively, but the longer he heard, the more suspicious he became. Hard to endure loneliness. What do you mean? Are you looking for a partner? Said the wrong thing, slipped out by accident, just slipped out. Slipped out. Xia Yun lifted the corner of his lips into a faint smile. After all these years, he had only matured slightly compared to the boy he once was, he was still young at heart. If you want a partner, just go find one. No need to hide your intentions in front of us. You've grown up. Some matters should now depend on your own judgment. Really? Father, are you really that open-minded? If that counted as open-minded, then when Lin Yang first met him, they were already the same age, and quickly became spiritual partners. They'd done every outrageous thing imaginable. Ahem. Better not talk about that. Lin Yang was around your age when we first met. Lin Ong blinked. So are you suggesting I follow in your footsteps? Not necessarily, Xia Yun's eye twitched slightly. It's entirely up to your own choice. Got it. Lin Ong nodded firmly. Xia Yun reached out and ruffled Lin Eng's hair. You're growing fast. Taller than me already. Must be because Dad's genes are great. In the next second, the space before him abruptly shifted. He returned to the campsite, but Xia Yun's voice still echoed in his ears, if you dislike this world, you can come back anytime. There's no need to feel alone. I'm always beside you. It's just that you can't see me. As the voice faded, the grass swayed, and the wind fluttered Lin Eng's clothes. He glanced at his palm, slowly clenched it shut, then smiled in quiet relief. Yes. He wasn't truly alone. That invisible thread of kinship remained, even across two different realms of time and space. When he came back to his senses, Qin Mingxiao was already sitting beside him. What are you grinning at? Thinking about something happy? Heh, no, nothing. Hey. Didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Why are you back out again? Qin Mingxiao shrugged carelessly. Go ahead and sleep. My cultivation level's higher, staying awake one night doesn't matter. Alright then. In the immortal cultivation realm. Ah Yun, I brought you back some osmanthus cake. Lin Yang's lively voice rang through the quiet courtyard. Xia Yun, who had just withdrawn part of his consciousness, was sitting on a stone bench sipping tea. Upon hearing the voice, he stood up as usual. Sure enough, in the next second, he was embraced at arrow-like speed by the approaching figure. But luckily, the impact wasn't strong. Lin Yang first spun him around twice, then nuzzled against his face. Why did your cultivation breakthrough finish so quickly this time? Was everything alright? Let's not talk about that, do you want to eat first? Before he could even offer the osmanthus cake in his hand to Xia Yun, his lower lip was gently sucked on. I'll eat you first. Mro. Jiangnan yawned, eyes still drowsy. Glancing sideways, he saw Zhou Yu already pulling open the tent and tying his shoelaces. You're up so early. We're heading into the mountains today. After tying one shoe, Zhou Yu moved to the other. You know our team is special, we need to set off earlier. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around his waist, and something pressed against his back. Zhou Yu remained completely unfazed. Let go. How can you be so heartless? After eating me up and wiping me clean, are you just going to throw me away? Humph. Zhou Yu turned slightly and kissed Jiangnan on the cheek. Alright, now let go. But unexpectedly, once Jiangnan loosened his grip, he took advantage again. Why didn't you kiss my lips for the good morning kiss? Why are you so shameless? Aren't I always like this? Zhou Yu. You've made a valid point. I have no rebuttal. Just be careful today, don't recklessly save people without thinking of the consequences. If you get hurt, it'll only make things hard on yourself. I will. Jiangnan rested his forehead against Zhou Yu's back and softly hummed in agreement. And don't push yourself, if you can't win, just run. You didn't even bring a weapon, no wonder your hands got injured. That Qin guy doesn't allow it. Also, don't lose yourself in battle, stay alert to your surroundings. You're really chatty today. Don't say such cold-hearted things. I'm being serious here. The arms around Zhou Yu tightened slightly. Though I'd love for you to stay with my team, if having me around distracts you too much, then splitting up is actually the best choice. Don't hate me. I won't. I have no reason to hate you. Chapter 106 Qin Mingxiao, the early bird catches the worm, Zhou Yu, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. After dawdling for quite a while and going over numerous big and small matters, Jiangnan finally let Zhou Yu leave. He glanced outside. Well now. The sky had just barely begun to lighten, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Returning once more into the tent, Jiangnan called out, Zhou Yu. In the next second, space rippled. Then, a long sword appeared before him. From it, Zhou Yu's sword spirit projected a faint image. Master, what do you need? It was a white-haired little girl about 1.55 meters tall, with a soft, tender voice. Jiangnan looked at her and smirked darkly. Sitting cross-legged with arms folded, he said to Zhou Yu, Go, kill every single monstrous beast stronger than 7th level of first realm in these mountains. Remember, dig out their crystal cores too. Not a single one should be left behind. Bring them all back to me. And if any of those beasts laid eggs, shake the yolks until they're scrambled, then smash them to pieces. It wasn't that Jiangnan wanted to exterminate all the beasts and leave nothing for others. Rather, he feared that Zhou Yu might lose his senses again during battle and run into higher-level monsters, putting himself in danger. Even though Qin Mingxiao, a 6th realm cultivator, was present, Jiangnan still felt more at ease having Zhou Yu handle things. If only beasts above 7th level of first realm were dangerous, better to just eliminate them all. He didn't have time to hunt each one down himself. Seeing that Zhou Yu remained silent, Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Don't understand. I understand. Then why are you still standing there? Go. Master, I know this might be nosy, but I'm curious, who taught you this approach? Besides, this doesn't seem like your usual style. Previously, you'd have simply uprooted the entire mountain and destroyed it outright by habit. Cough cough. The past is the past, the present is now. You can't always treat the past as the present. Zhou Yu. Can't comprehend. My brain isn't enough. In the past, I was too rash and impulsive. Now, I just want to be a good person. Oh. Seeing Jiangnan babbling nonsense, Zhou Yu didn't press further. With a blink, she vanished from the spot. After all, she still had her master's orders to carry out. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, Lin Ang and Qin Mingxiao had just emerged from their tents. There was something odd though, Lin Ang's face was red. Since it wasn't fully light yet, Zhou Yu wouldn't have noticed unless he looked carefully. Snap, went a crisp finger snap. Qin Mingxiao said, there's an old saying, the early bird catches the worm. Zhou Yu blurted, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. Cough cough. Zhou Yu turned his head and glanced around. Forget I said anything. Qin Mingxiao beckoned him over. Come here. What do you want? Heh heh. Qin Mingxiao shook his shoulders with laughter, draping an arm over Zhou Yu's shoulder. Why haven't I seen you this witty before? Zhou Yu. Whatever. Let's go, take a look in the mountains. Let's see whether we're birds who eat worms, or worms being eaten by birds. Lin Ang, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly chimed in, why eat bugs when normal food exists? Good morning, Jiangnan. Where's Zhou Yu? Zhou Qingze put on his jacket and greeted Jiangnan. He left early for the mountain entrance. He should have arrived by now. Before the two could continue chatting, a loud voice boomed across the campsite. All freshmen. You have 2 minutes to find your teams and assemble here. As soon as the announcement ended, the campsite erupted into sudden chaos. Everyone scrambled to locate their teammates. He scanned the crowd repeatedly, but couldn't spot Zhou Yu anywhere. Renming beside him asked, "Where's Zhou Yu? Where did she go?" "You haven't found her either." "I haven't either." "Damn. You two come with me. Don't bother looking anymore." He shouted at them. After quickly scanning the area a few more times without seeing Zhou Yu, they reluctantly followed behind He. Unable to hold back, He asked, "Senior, do you know where Yu went?" He didn't answer. She just walked ahead. Her expression was grim. 3 minutes later, roughly 200 to 300 students had lined up in their teams, each standing beside their team leader, waiting for the senior at the front to speak. The senior looked extremely serious, and beside him stood 2 tall men dressed like soldiers, each holding a rifle. Jiangnan was sitting in his group, casually munching on a pack of sandwich cookies, occasionally tossing a few to Chen Fan and Su Zichen. Rich kids need to eat something in the morning to line their stomachs. Any problem with that? No problem at all. If you have a problem, just keep it to yourself. Shi Huanyu stood nearby their team, watching Jiangnan's never-stopping mouth. Honestly, for a brief moment, she was envious. There are so many rich people in this world, what's one more? Perhaps noticing her gaze, Jiangnan held out the bag toward her. Want some? Nah. This stuff costs hundreds per pack. Well then again, since I'm already here. Jiangnan. Looking at Shi Huanyu's instant change of mind, he momentarily didn't know what to say. Expensive things have their reasons, it really is delicious. Shi Huanyan glanced over, only to see all 3 of them with mouths full, and she nearly burst out laughing. She was about to ask her sister how she'd managed things, but then caught sight of her sister's puffed-up cheeks. 6. Last night, a female student from Xiaohe's team ran near the mountain range and was eaten by a monstrous beast. When we found her, only her lower half remained. What kind of brain do you have? Who told you to go running around at night? Fine, if you must run off, why head straight toward the mountains? Do you think you've lived long enough? Think your life's not worth anything? The stern-faced senior at the front frowned deeply and shouted, "I don't care if you think you're strong or you just don't want to live, your actions only bring trouble to the school and your teammates." What? Did yesterday's safety briefing mean nothing? Did you ignore everything we said? That when one member dies, the other 2 lose their eligibility for this domain entry? You're still kids without fully grown feathers, thinking because you've started cultivating, you're invincible. That you can take on 10 at once. He and Renming stood there completely dazed, absorbing the senior's words. A female student? From Xiaohe's team? Renming quickly asked, "Senior. Is he talking about Zhou Yu?" He's face was tight with anxiety. Even though he already suspected the answer, he still clung to a shred of hope. But when he saw Xiaohe give a single nod, his breath caught sharply, as if the sky had collapsed upon him. Renming's eyes widened in shock. Losing eligibility for domain entry, he knew exactly what that meant. It meant they'd lose their chance to enter the domain this time. No, worse, it meant he and He would have to repeat their freshman year, wait another full year, and only then could they come back into the spiritual realm next time. As for he didn't even notice that part. He was completely numb, trapped in the shock of Zhou Yu's death. His eyes blankly stared ahead. Yu is dead. How could she die? He hadn't even confessed to her yet, hadn't brought her victory, hadn't defeated Zhou Qingze to prove himself to her. Xiaohe. Present. The senior at the front bellowed loudly, "Take the other 2 members of your team and leave the spiritual realm with these 2 officers." "Yes, sir." Chapter 107 Jiangnan, I have no morals left. No matter how unwilling they were, He, Renming, and Xiaohe could do nothing but sit quietly in the vehicle as it drove toward the entrance of the spirit realm. The man sitting in the front passenger seat, dressed in camouflage, chuckled and said, "Kid, don't be too discouraged. At worst, you can just try again next year. Men shouldn't be broken by a single setback." Renming forced a dry smile and nodded. Yeah, you're right." Xiaohe rested her chin on her hand, staring out the window. She knew the school wouldn't punish her, after all, it was Zhou Yu who had sneaked out on her own during break time, so logically, she wasn't to blame. But still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd failed somehow. A quiet heaviness settled in her heart. The body had already been taken away by the military forces outside. Her backpack must have already been returned to Zhou Yu's parents. She wondered how utterly devastated those 2 parents would be upon receiving the news of their daughter's death. He sat with his fists tightly clenched, head bowed, silent throughout the entire ride. Renming wanted to curse, but seeing He like this, he knew nothing he said would help. Instead, he mentally cursed Zhou Yu's entire family hundreds of times over. Damn it, he really shouldn't have teamed up with He from the start. After the senior concluded his passionate pep talk, each team leader once again took care to emphasize one final point to their 3 rookie members. Not for any special reason. They just needed to make sure no stupid idiot did something reckless. Being an idiot alone was fine, but this was a team effort. If someone dragged the whole team down because of their own suicide move, that's what truly earned hatred. Alright, it's time to go. Yesterday you could treat it as playtime, but starting now, give it 200% focus. Don't get careless. Shi Huanyu said seriously to the group. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was distracted, communicating with Zhou Yu inside his. My lord, I've spotted 3 people on the mountain. Lin Xiaoxianjin. Why is he here? Keep your distance from them. As long as they don't notice you, that's fine. Oh, but they're fighting a 9th stage beast of the first realm. At a disadvantage? Seems like it. Wait, no, that little cutie you carried while flying on a sword just got electrocuted by that snake. In the end, Jiangnan gently instructed Zhou Yu on what she should do now before dismissing her. Following their team to the mountain's entrance, Chen Fan let out a low whistle. Dang, that's sick, bro. Jiangnan looked up as well. According to Zhou Yu's earlier report, most of the 7th stage and above beasts within the mountain were already slaughtered. At his word, she'd come rushing over with crystal cores. Thinking of Zhou Yu's white-haired little girl appearance, Jiangnan really couldn't figure her out. Although a sword spirit could choose its own gender, simply put, it could decide to be male or female at will, it truly lived up to the saying, the sword follows its master. It was oddly fitting, when he first received the sword from Ouyang Hai, Zhou Yu had just awakened as a newborn blade. Like a human infant, she had spun around him several times upon first meeting. Then, ping, she copied him exactly, sprouting tiger ears and a tiger tail. Only after Jiangnan emphatically demanded it did she remove them, keeping only the white hair. Damn it, just thinking about it pissed him off. He strongly suspected that Zhou Yu had originally chosen a female form because she thought he was a girl. By the way, senior, how many days are we staying in the spirit realm? Do we have to kill every single beast before we can leave? No need. Last year, we only stayed 3 days total. Shi Huanyu counted on her fingers. Yesterday counts as 1 day, then 2 more days in the mountains. Don't worry, I won't leave you feeding mosquitoes, we'll return to camp before dark. The team that collects the most crystal cores within these final 2 days will be ranked first and receive the reward. Jiangnan interrupted, since we can't steal crystal cores, what if someone voluntarily gives theirs to us, or we willingly gift ours away? Is that allowed? Shi Huanyu nodded. As long as both parties agree, it's permitted. What if I beat them until they're willing to give them to me? Shi Huanyu couldn't hold it in anymore, her forehead covered with dark lines. Good grief, young master. Can you stop thinking about snatching things for once? Don't you realize this kind of behavior only makes your Jiang family look worse? Jiangnan shook his head, solemn and righteous. I don't think so at all. Do you know why no one dares to stand up against the Jiang family? Because they're afraid. NN. Jiangnan laughed maniacally. Because everyone who ever opposed us is already dead, completely wiped out. Shi Huanyu. Su Zichen. Chen Fan, whoa, you're such a terrible person. Jiangnan, try to bring me down. Useless. I have no morals left. Alright, we get it, you're utterly immoral. Shi Huanyu helplessly rubbed her temples. Honestly, she'd met rich people before. But someone as crazy as Jiangnan? This was her first time. Who on earth had spread the rumor that the freshman young master was refined and elegant? This guy's just plain insane. The moment they entered the forest, everyone stayed alert to their surroundings. But as they ventured deeper, multiple teams began discovering the corpses of spirit beasts. The bodies were scattered everywhere, each killed in different ways. But one thing was consistent, all of them had their crystal cores removed. Damn. The cores are gone. No way to tell what realm these beasts were at. There's another one here. I found 3 over here. What the hell? Why are all the spirit beasts already dead? Shi Huanyu used the walkie-talkie to contact leaders from other teams. The result was always the same, they'd only found corpses. No crystal cores. Not a single one. Jiangnan was speechless. He had only told Zhou Yu to kill beasts above 7th stage of the first realm. Did she go ahead and wipe them all out? In truth, not quite. The lower-level beasts, after seeing Zhou Yu effortlessly slaughter stronger ones, had immediately fled in panic. They might not have high intelligence, but when faced with someone like Zhou Yu, did they really need to think to know they wouldn't survive? Their instinct was simply to run. As Jiangnan silently complained about Zhou Yu's overkill, Zhou Yu had a white-haired little girl clinging to his back. More accurately, he was carrying her. Lin On glanced at her from time to time. He knew she was Zhou Yu's sword spirit. But he didn't say anything, pretending not to recognize her. Zhou Yu had taken on a physical form. Her appearance was extremely childlike, indistinguishable from an ordinary human little girl, except for her striking white hair. After finishing clearing out the beasts, she happened to bump into Lin Eng's group. A human girl appearing in such a place, completely alone without any adults around, this was clearly suspicious. Yet Qin Mingxiao, a sixth-realm cultivator, detected nothing unusual from her. She felt entirely like an ordinary person. Before he could even ask how she got here, Zhou Yu walked straight up and tightly hugged Zhou Yu's waist, refusing to let go. And then, she just stayed. An F-rank secret realm could never contain spirit beasts above third realm. And Qin Mingxiao, despite being a sixth-realm cultivator, truly found no threat in Zhou Yu, so he decided to ignore her. But the little girl wouldn't let go of Zhou Yu, becoming a hindrance to their movement, so Zhou Yu had no choice but to carry her. After all, leaving a little girl alone in such a dangerous place, if something happened, there'd be no telling what tragedy might occur. Lying against Zhou Yu's back, Zhou Yu stared at him without blinking. She sensed a familiar presence from this person. Something warm. And strangely, this sensation felt incredibly attractive to her. Chapter 108, Zhou Yu, Daddy, Zhou Yu. Pain-free fatherhood. Along the way, apart from the initial 9th stage, first-realm giant serpent they encountered at the beginning, there really weren't any high-realm hetero-beasts afterward. At the same time, however, they came across numerous shattered corpses of hetero-beasts. Qin Mingxiao furrowed his brows. Not only were higher-realm hetero-beasts gone, but even the lower-level ones seemed absent. He glanced around. Something felt off. Well, not completely absent, just hiding. That shouldn't be possible. He'd already concealed his aura carefully. In theory, these smaller hetero-beasts shouldn't have been too afraid to come out. Could it be that someone powerful had caused excessive disturbances earlier, terrifying the weaker hetero-beasts into staying hidden? Arriving at a relatively clean open area, Qin Mingxiao decided to rest for a while. Did you eat breakfast? No. Then don't bother. I'll eat it for you. Lin On. Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu rummaged through his spatial storage and pulled out a small folding stool, tossing it onto the ground. This wasn't an ordinary little stool. It was a specially designed model sold on the market. On the underside of the seat surface was a touch-sensitive switch. Press it once, and the stool could expand or shrink at will. Compact and convenient for carrying around. Not 999, not even 99, only 9.9 coins to take home. And if you leave a positive review, you'd even get a 2-coin red packet refund. Ha ha ha. Surely no one actually believed that. No way you could buy this high-end item for just 9.9 coins. Placing the little girl onto the stool, Zhou Yu squatted down, opened his backpack, and handed her a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. If you're hungry, eat this first. Lin On sat beside Qin Mingxiao, maintaining about a meter's distance from Zhou Yu's side. Both of them held bread in their hands, chewing quietly. While Lin On focused solely on eating, Qin Mingxiao kept scanning the surroundings intermittently, then stood up and paced around a bit. Zhou Yu blinked, tilting her head slightly as she stared at what Zhou Yu held. She was a sword spirit, her existence tied to the sword. Where the sword lived, so did she. If the sword perished, so would she. Thus, though she understood Zhou Yu was offering her something, she had absolutely no idea what these items were. Seeing she didn't reach out but merely tilted her head in curiosity, Zhou Yu wondered inwardly, is she simple-minded, or just cautious? But judging by the genuine bewilderment in her eyes, Zhou Yu patiently explained, this is water. See? You twist it like this, then drink from here. This is food, called bread. Just bite into it directly. As he spoke, he shoved the bread straight into Zhou Yu's arms. The bread had already been unwrapped. Zhou Yu sniffed it. Smelled nice. Under Zhou Yu's watchful gaze, she began mimicking how to eat. Not exactly delicious. Seeing the little girl accept the food, Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she's not dumb after all. Kid? What's your name? You. As in moon. Just one character. Zhou Yu nodded, then pulled out another folding stool from his spatial storage and sat beside Zhou Yu. Can I call you Xiao Yu for now? Zhou Yu. I think it sounds kind of plain. Then she added, don't misunderstand, I mean that maliciously. Then how about Ayue? That works. Before Zhou Yu could speak again, Zhou Yu interrupted him manually. She gently pressed her palm against his lips, whispering, Shu, don't talk. Then, noticing from the corner of her eye that Lin On and the others weren't looking, she leaned close to Zhou Yu's ear and asked softly, are you my Jiangnan? No, wrong. Zhou Yu swallowed back the carefully chosen words, studied Zhou Yu for a long moment, then said hesitantly, Daddy. Zhou Yu? Pain-free fatherhood? Was this little girl actually mentally impaired? Otherwise, why would she randomly call someone daddy? Do I look that old? Still, one word caught his attention. Jiangnan. Gently prying open her tiny hand from his lips, he asked, what's your connection to Jiangnan? Yeah. Zhou Yu nodded earnestly. Don't you remember me? Last time, I even flew you around. Forget that now, where's my never-before-seen younger brother/sister? I can sense its presence. Let me see it quickly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was still processing Zhou Yu's earlier remark, I even flew you around. Fly. Wasn't it just that Jiangnan carried him once on the sword? What brother/sister? I've never even seen you before, how could I have possibly seen your brother or sister? A sword. It's a sword. I'm the one who flew with you last time, my master. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. Zhou Yu. Qin Mingxiao, who had just turned his head. Huh. Lin Ang didn't react at all, he was quite familiar with this kind of situation. The reason Zhou Yu had vanished into thin air was simply because Jiangnan was calling her back. Elsewhere. Jiangnan looked at Zhou Yu appearing in his consciousness and asked irritably, "Oh, so brave now, huh? If I hadn't checked what was going on over there just now, I wouldn't have known you'd gone off flirting around my wife. Did you forget what I told you? Stay away from them." Faced with Jiangnan's scolding, Zhou Yu didn't talk back. Instead, her eyes sparkled brightly, and somehow, a white tiger tail had appeared behind her, wagging joyfully. "My master, I just felt my little brother/sister's aura from daddy." "What daddy? What brother or sister? And quickly tuck that tail back in, don't make me come beat you." "No way." Zhou Yu put her hands on her hips defiantly. "I got a bit closer to daddy earlier, and his aura felt so familiar, like we came from the same origin. Then I sensed Duanri's presence. My master, don't you remember? Back then, Lingyang Immortal Emperor said he'd forge another sister sword, and I'd be the elder sister. I've been waiting forever, and only now has it finally happened. It's a shame though, I was about to see them, and then you recalled me." But Jiangnan hadn't listened to the long string of words she kept babbling afterward. Felt familiar? Same origin? He froze. Though he had sensed Zhou Yu might be somewhat special, he hadn't yet had time to investigate thoroughly. But now Zhou Yu was saying she felt something familiar about Zhou Yu, that was definitely strange. He remembered Ouyang Hai once told him that the materials used to forge Zhou Yu were all taken from the demon realm. In reality. Suddenly, someone tapped Jiangnan on the shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Hey Nan, what are you spacing out for? Let's go." Chen Fan kicked aside a fallen branch at his feet. "Damn, this place is seriously creepy. We've been walking so long, either no heterobeasts or just their corpses. At this rate, even if we find anything, it'll be stone cold by then." Su Zichen gazed ahead calmly. "Don't rush. Maybe further in, things will change." Chapter 109, Zhou Yu, man, you've successfully caught my attention. From the moment Zhou Yu clung to him and refused to let go, Zhou Yu had felt an inexplicable sense of affinity toward this little girl. He couldn't even explain it himself. It was as if he'd encountered a long-lost relative. No. Absolutely not. That girl calling him daddy was already bizarre enough. If he started thinking like that too, everything would spiral completely out of control. When Zhou Yu suddenly vanished before his eyes, Zhou Yu froze for a split second. Lin Ang blinked, staring at the white particles still drifting in midair. After years spent cultivating in the immortal world, Lin Ang and Jiangnan had been forbidden by orders to ever step into the demon realm, so both could only learn about it through books. Before Jiangnan turned 5, the two of them had actually met before. Back then, Jiangnan had been way too mischievous, tricking Lin Ang into ganging up with him to beat up Nanyu. By the time all 3 sets of parents arrived, Nanyu was already sobbing uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face. Of course, he couldn't win against 2 opponents. Though it had just been childish play, it still left a lasting shadow in Nanyu's heart. Thus, even after Jiangnan lost his memories and began cultivating under Lin Yang's guidance, Nanyu would retaliate by frequently showing up to fight Jiangnan for no reason. At first, Jiangnan found it strange, but the guy was genuinely annoying. That was how the incident Lin Ang mentioned earlier happened, Nanyu burning Jiangnan's fur off in patchy spots here and there. In retaliation, Jiangnan had pulled out plenty of Nanyu's feathers too. Only after learning the reason behind Jiangnan's amnesia did Nanyu gradually tone it down, though he rarely saw either of them after that. Jiangnan had actually grown used to Nanyu coming every day to fight him. So much so that he'd even begun habitually waiting for Nanyu to show up. And just when real feelings, albeit complicated ones, had started forming, that brat stopped coming. Could Jiangnan accept that? What was the difference between this and having already taken your pants off, only for the other person to run away? Without hesitation, Jiangnan stormed straight to his house. He grabbed Nanyu by the collar, ready to demand answers, but Nanyu spoke first. "I won't fight you anymore. I'll make an exception this once out of pity and spare you from another beating. As for you pulling out my feathers before, that's forgiven. From now on, we're even." Having said that, he didn't give Jiangnan a chance to respond before pushing him right back out. Jiangnan still didn't understand what that pity was supposed to mean, even to this day. "Stop standing there. Let's go." Zhou Yu reached out, intending to touch the lingering white particles that hadn't fully dissipated, but Qin Mingxiao's voice interrupted him. Qin Mingxiao's expression hadn't changed at all, as if Zhou Yu's sudden disappearance had surprised him not one bit. "But, that little girl just now. If she can vanish into thin air, do you really think she's still human? She might already be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike." Instead of worrying about her, you should focus on staying alert. Right. They'd all been busy throughout the day. Returning to the campsite, none of the teams had come back with satisfactory results. Perhaps because things had become too chaotic, Zhou Yu and several others leading their groups had pushed deep into the mountain's core. Yet they still only found empty carcasses of demonic beasts, devoid of any crystal cores. Only the luckier squads managed successful hunts by encountering lower-level beasts that hadn't hidden well. Take Zhou Qingze's team, for example. They'd gotten relatively lucky. They ran into a careless 6th-ranked demonic beast, which Wang Gang and Han Fuzhou easily defeated through coordination. Later, they occasionally came across weaker demonic beasts. Though the number and cultivation level weren't high, it was still far better than the teams who hadn't even made a single catch. Jiangnan sensed the small pile of colorful crystal cores stored within his system space, and truthfully, he broke into a cold sweat. The system space referred to Xiao Hua's domain. It could store items, and Jiangnan could freely project his consciousness in and out of it. Inside the system space, Zhou Yu was pinching Xiao Hua's cheeks, playing around. Xiao Hua's anthropomorphized form was that of a fair-skinned, delicate little boy. Hislurp, can I take a bite of your face? Big sis Zhou Yu, don't do that. He. Zhou Yu grinned lewdly, the more you resist like that, the more excited I get. Man, you've successfully caught my attention. Jiangnan. 2 brats. Not a single one mature or composed like him. Especially Xiao Hua, absolutely zero masculinity. It deeply disappointed him. Chen Fan's voice rang out, hey, Bingguan brothers back. Hearing the noise, Jiangnan lifted his gaze and saw Qin Mingxiao walking in as usual, strutting with his flashy cat-like steps. Followed by Lin Ong and Zhou Yu. The moment he spotted them, Jiangnan darted forward, grabbed Zhou Yu's hand, and started running. What are you doing? Taken aback by the sudden move, Zhou Yu hadn't even had time to react before his feet were already moving alongside Jiangnan. Missed you. Qin Mingxiao watched the two of them, feeling something strangely off. He turned to Lin Ong and said, don't they seem a bit weird? Do good bros really need to be this close? What bros? Lin Ong tilted his head. They're dating, obviously. Huh. Qin Mingxiao glanced at Jiangnan and Zhou Yu, then back at Lin Ong, dating? But isn't Jiangnan straight? You didn't know. Lin Ong scratched his head. Isn't it obvious? All of us know. Can't you tell? He honestly couldn't believe Qin Mingxiao hadn't noticed. If not for the genuine look of surprise in Qin Mingxiao's eyes, Lin Ong would have thought he was just pretending to be dense. Besides, the way Jiangnan and Zhou Yu interacted daily wasn't anything like normal brothers. Take Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, they were close too, but anyone could see they were just good buddies. Completely different from Jiangnan and Zhou Yu. Qin Mingxiao twitched his lips, fingers brushing the back of his neck. Alright. I guess I was just slow on the uptake. Jiangnan offered Zhou Yu the bench he'd been sitting on earlier, then squatted down and took his hand, gently stroking the back of it. Good. You're not hurt. How was it? Did you kill any demonic beasts today? Zhou Yu nodded faintly. We killed a 9th-rank beast at the first level. After that. He paused for 2 seconds, remembering the white-haired little girl. After that what? Do you know a little girl named Yu? Yu. Yeah. White hair. Chapter 110. You look at me, am I really just like your brother? Jiangnan quickly realized what Zhou Yu was referring to, Zhang Yue. He sensed the ongoing game of chase between Yitong Jian and Zhang Yue within his system space, and a vein twitched at his temple. Still, he gave Zhou Yu a soft nod. Let's talk more about it when we get back tonight. On the other side, Shi Huanyan stared at the harvest Zhou Qingze's team had brought in and whistled in amazement. Unbelievable. When I went around chatting earlier, I heard some teams didn't even get a single crystal core. You've got about 7 or 8, right? At this rate, the first place is practically guaranteed for your group. Han Fuzhou also leaned in. I just checked with Zi Chen's team, they only managed to grab 3. Looks like we were pretty lucky. Zhou Qingze carefully tucked the crystal cores back into the bag. Since Zhou Qingze was the central figure of their group, everyone agreed he should keep the cores, and neither Wang Gang nor Han Fuzhou objected. Though, Wang Gang wasn't here at the moment. You're wondering where Gongzi is? He'd run off to Jiangnan's place to cook. While most people might have been frustrated from failing to hunt any monsters and obtain crystal cores, as soon as the aroma wafting from Jiangnan's camp reached their nostrils, their mood shifted from slightly sour to thoroughly bitter. Jiangnan stood before a steaming pot, looking slightly glum. The wild rabbit we caught yesterday's already gone. Too bad we didn't run into anything in the mountains today. Schlick, Zhou Yu unzipped his backpack. How many monsters did you guys kill? He'd heard grumbling on the way over, many teams complained they'd barely gotten any cores, if not just 1 or 2. Well, counting the one we killed on the plane and today's haul, 3. Yeah, exactly 3. Su Zichen chimed in, Qingze's team has 8. Weren't there still a bunch of 2-headed wolves yesterday? Did they not collect those cores? At Zhou Yu's question, all of them fell silent in Seeing Jiangnan avoiding eye contact, Qin Mingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Yesterday, Jiangnan had somehow slaughtered that pack of two-headed wolves so thoroughly they were beyond dead. By the time they went to retrieve the cores, they were completely shattered, only the alpha's core remained intact. Back then, seeing Jiangnan's state, none of them dared to mention the cores anymore. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows, staring at Jiangnan who looked utterly indifferent and uncaring. He pulled out a handful of crystal cores from the mutated leopards he'd killed the day before. He'd taken down over 20 mutated leopards, and handed roughly half to Jiangnan. Grabbing Jiangnan's wrist, he pressed the cores directly into his palm. Hey. What are you doing? Jiangnan raised his eyebrows and tried to push them back. You keep them. I don't need them. Keep them yourself. He'd actually planned to give Zhou Yu the pile of cores Zhang Yue had brought back tonight. Never expected he hadn't had the chance yet, and Zhou Yu had given him some first. Chen Fan glanced over and added, "It's fine, Xiao Yu. Just keep the cores for yourself. Strictly speaking, you aren't even from our school. Even if you hand them to Jiangnan or turn them over to the school, you won't get any rewards. Better to sell them yourself and help your family out. In any case, first place is pretty much locked in for Qingze." Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Exactly. The beasts are already dead, handing the cores over gets you nothing. Best to keep them for yourself. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was still refusing. After dinner, Zhou Yu headed straight back to his tent. Seeing the backpack left behind, Jiangnan picked it up and followed. "Xiao Yu, you forgot your bag." Just as he unzipped the tent flap, he was met with Zhou Yu's bare back. His eyes couldn't help but flicker downward toward the man's waist. Ahem. I didn't mean to. If such a view presents itself, not looking would be a disservice to nature's gift. Zhou Yu had just taken off his shirt, preparing to unwrap the bandages and gauze wrapped around his body. Hearing movement, he turned his head and saw Jiangnan standing there holding his backpack. "Put it over there." His voice sounded distant. At least, that's how it seemed to Jiangnan. "Are your wounds healed? Isn't it too soon to take this off? Let me help." Placing the bag in the corner, Jiangnan slipped off his shoes and sat beside Zhou Yu. But before his hands could touch, Zhou Yu flinched away. "Don't touch me. I'm just helping you unwrap this. Nothing else." Zhou Yu avoided Jiangnan's gaze and shifted his body sideways. "I can do it myself." Seeing Zhou Yu deliberately pulling away, Jiangnan froze for a moment, his hand still hanging in midair. He just stared at him, motionless, for a long while. Only after Zhou Yu had completely removed all the bandages and gauze did Jiangnan reach out and take his hand. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing. Brother, you've practically written 'unhappy' all over your face." Turning Zhou Yu's body to face him, Jiangnan gently pinched his cheek. "Stop saying 'nothing.' If something's bothering you, tell me. I'll listen, no matter what it is." His eyes drifted downward, and Jiangnan coughed twice. "Nope, can't handle this." He grabbed a nearby piece of clothing and draped it over Zhou Yu. "Daring not to wear clothes in front of me? On purpose, huh?" "It's not that. I was unwrapping the bandages." Alright, got it, unwrapping bandages. We've already done that kind of thing, so why wouldn't you let me help just now?" "Because you wouldn't take my crystal cores." Blocking Jiangnan's advancing lips, Zhou Yu leaned back slightly, but his waist was already caught in an embrace. "Crystal cores? You're mad about that?" Jiangnan pondered for a second. "Is it because you want me to make it into the top 3? Or, is it because you want me to surpass your brother?" "No, I mean, wait a sec. Stop messing with me." Ignoring Zhou Yu's resistance, Jiangnan pushed him down onto the mat. One leg pressed between Zhou Yu's thighs, he loomed over him with a mischievous smirk. "Come on, say it. Do you really want me to surpass your brother? I remember you said you liked him before. What's going on now?" Zhou Yu slapped one hand over his forehead and muttered, "Can you get off me already? I won't leave until you explain. I've wanted to talk about this for a long time, but never got the chance. Since we're here now, why not discuss it?" Zhou Yu sighed, exasperated. "Just talk then, get up first." "I don't want to. Tell me, do you now understand the difference between familial affection and romantic love?" "What nonsense are you?" Jiangnan looked serious. "Didn't you say before that your brother was the only family you had in this world? So, before you met me, aside from him, have you ever received warmth from anyone else?" "No. Exactly. The way your brother treated you was just normal sibling interaction. But because he was the only close person in your life, you mistook that bond for romantic feelings." Jiangnan took one of Zhou Yu's hands and nuzzled half his face against it. "You need to realize, love within a family and love in a relationship aren't the same. Now look at me. Am I really just like your brother? Are your feelings for me the same as they were for him?" They drew closer and closer. Staring into those vivid blue eyes just inches away, Zhou Yu's throat bobbed. He opened his lips to speak, but before any words came out, a loud thud echoed through the tent. "My lord, I've come to find my younger brother/sister." Zhou Yu shook her head, then froze upon spotting the two entangled figures in an awkward position. Chapter 111 Jiangnan and Zhou Yu, Tomcat covering head with both hands. JPG. Zhou Yu was also stunned. Suddenly remembering the position he was in with Jiangnan, he tried to push him away, but was kissed again. Seeing his master like this, Zhou Yu's face instantly turned bright red, no, bright yellow. No, wait, her face flushed crimson as she quickly turned around. But the upturned corners of her mouth and that creepy, perverted expression made it complicated to describe. Damn it. Zhou Yu grabbed Jiangnan's face and shoved him back, creating some distance. Jiangnan pursed his lips slightly, then turned his head toward Zhou Yu and asked, was that intentional or accidental? Accidentally on purpose. It was only at that moment Jiangnan noticed, Zhou Yu had let her tail out again. He grabbed her by the back collar and yanked her forward, immediately delivering a solid whack. Bang! Ow! Zhou Yu, Tomcat covering head with both hands. JPG. Before Jiangnan could even start scolding her, another loud bang rang out. Jiangnan, ow! Another Tomcat covering head with both hands. JPG. He looked at Zhou Yu, hurt and indignant. Why did you hit me, wifey? Zhou Yu just shot him a glare, then pulled Zhou Yu over beside himself. How old are you? Bullying a little girl like that? It wasn't a big deal not to look. But the moment his gaze landed on Zhou Yu, he saw her tail happily wagging behind her. Zhou Yu's brain short-circuited. His tiny head, huge confusion. Oh. Tail. Where did that come from? She didn't have one when I saw her earlier, did she? And, wasn't she just hit? Then why does she look so damn happy? Rubbing Zhou Yu's head gently, he said, this is the girl I told you about today. What girl? She's just a sword spirit. Jiangnan dropped the act, flipped his bangs casually, and sat down beside Zhou Yu. Remember when I took you flying on my sword before? She's the spirit of that very sword. Sword spirit. What's that supposed to be? Zhou Yu immediately cried out, I'm not supposed to be anything, I'm not a thing. Then she paused, realizing something was off. No, wait, I am a thing. Actually, that doesn't sound right either. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan. She's a consciousness born within a sword, an entity that exists alongside the blade itself. Wrapping an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulders, Jiangnan gazed at him with intense affection. As unbelievable as it sounds, my father Jiang. Shut up. Suddenly, space inside his body trembled. Zhou Yu quickly summoned the sword Lin Ong had given him. The moment it appeared, Duan Ri impatiently tried to unsheath itself. Seeing its behavior, Zhou Yu frowned, marched straight over, and kicked it hard. Then stomped on it. Duan Ri, now lying on the ground. What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea what would have happened if you'd drawn just now? The tent would have been sliced to pieces. Jiangnan stroked his chin, leaned down to pick Duan Ri up, and drew the blade slowly. Examining the blade and hilt, he asked, where did this come from? Didn't you tell Lin Ong to give it to me? Lin Ong. Me. Zhou Yu nodded. Lin Ong said you told him to deliver it to me. He tapped the flat of Duan Ri's blade with his knuckles. Any spirit in here? The next second, a little girl, about 1 meter 30 tall, materialized inside the tent. Alright, looks like another clone model of Zhou Yu. According to Zhou Yu, Uncle Lin was supposed to forge her a sister sword, maybe it was delayed, so even the spirit ended up smaller than hers. The main difference was that Duan Ri's hair was pale gold. The moment she saw Zhou Yu, she lunged toward him, my master. Receiving a subtle signal from Jiangnan, Zhou Yu stuck out her foot and tripped Duan Ri. With an older sister here, who needs a master? Come on, let's go play. He. Eek. No. Let go of me. Ignoring Duan Ri's protests, Zhou Yu transformed into her sword form and dragged her away in a flash. Poor little Duan Ri, she never even got to feel the warmth of her master's embrace before being snatched away by that wicked woman. Watching all this unfold, Zhou Yu could only feel profoundly bewildered. The tent fell quiet. Jiangnan clapped his hands lightly and settled back down beside Zhou Yu. One Zhou Yu was already chaotic enough. I can't imagine how noisy it'll get with another one. It's fine, Zhou Yu murmured, massaging his neck as he glanced downward at Jiangnan's hand, which was nearly brushing against his leg. Give me your hand. Huh? Why? He questioned it aloud, but still obediently held out his palm. Zhou Yu grabbed his forearm and compared it with his own. Jiangnan's wrist was slightly thicker than his. So when making a bracelet, he'd just need to make it a bit larger than his own size. Is there a flower on my hand? Why are you staring so intently? It's nice. As he spoke, Zhou Yu pressed the back of his hand against Jiangnan's palm, making a direct comparison. His hands were bigger, his build larger too, then what about there? HSS, no, he shouldn't go further. He sighed inwardly. He truly envied Jiangnan's physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist. What boy wouldn't want to grow to be around 1 meter 80? You're apparently paler than me. Well, yeah. That's because I'm idle. You, on the other hand, last time I touched your hand, I could feel a thin layer of calluses already. Jiangnan closed his palm, enclosing Zhou Yu's hand into a loose fist along with his own. Sorry, I guess once I hold your hand, it's for life. By the way, you said earlier you were found in the spirit realm, right? Yeah. I'll try looking into that after we leave. After all. I'm curious too. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. Hope I'm not some alien. Don't joke, actually, that might really be possible. Shut up. The night was deep and quiet. Jiangnan tossed and turned, hugging Zhou Yu tightly, unable to fall asleep. Some things were better clarified sooner rather than later. If what Zhou Yu said was true, that she felt Zhou Yu came from the same place as her, then this whole matter was indeed suspicious. Ever since he had memory, he'd already been 5 years old, and had stayed by Lin Yang's side ever since. His father and Uncle Lin had decreed that until his cultivation reached near saint level, he was forbidden from stepping into the demon realm. Even if he wanted to see Jingyi, it was always Jingyi who returned personally from the demon realm. They never mentioned anything about the demon realm. Sometimes, he wondered why he had no memories before age 5, and why such a strict ban on entering the demon realm had been placed upon him. Even Xia Yun had merely told him, "You'll understand in time." Damned riddle-speaking bastards. Not knowing whether it was genuinely due to exceptional talent, his cultivation path had left his 2 older brothers so far behind it wasn't even funny. After a while, he grew bored. Stopped diligently cultivating altogether. Every day, he'd head to the mortal realm, either hiking mountains or playing in rivers. Life in the cultivation world was fairly uneventful, nothing particularly remarkable. The only odd thing was occasional heart palpitations. Sometimes a sharp stabbing pain in his chest, sometimes he'd black out entirely. The most vivid memory, he couldn't take it anymore and actually planned to tear open his chest to see what the hell was wrong with his heart. His reasoning was simple. If he died, fine, he still had his soul. At worst, his father would just rebuild a new body for him. But just as he'd slit open his own torso, Lin Ang happened to arrive on the scene and screamed at him non-stop, stopping him just in time. Chapter 112, Great, Another Day Alive. Outside, not far from the campsite. All the sophomore students stood before one person, their expressions serious. They had spontaneously lined up in formation, standing upright and stiff. Their eyes were so determined it looked like they were about to join the party. At the front, Qin Mingxiao sat on a small stool, having just put away his walkie-talkie. He tossed the cigarette but he'd finished smoking onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. He glanced sideways and saw this group of students, his same age, putting on such a show. Giving them an odd look, he said, "Why are you all standing so stiff? Waiting for me to drill you or something?" Standing at the very front, Shan Xing shouted, "Report. Speak. We stand this way out of respect and admiration for you. We couldn't help ourselves." Heh. Hearing that, Qin Mingxiao immediately twitched his shoulder and laughed. He stood up, walked over, and patted Shan Xing on the shoulder, casually glancing at the back of his neck as he did. "Kid, you're not bad. I like you. But I suggest you avoid going out at night, or you might fall into the hands of some unseen enemy." Shan Xing blinked, not understanding what that meant. "Alright, enough," Qin Mingxiao waved them off. "You can all go now. I've already contacted the military outside. Transport vehicles will come tomorrow morning to pick you up." He cracked his neck. "Tomorrow morning, remember to gather your team and do a head count. Don't let anyone go missing again." Shi Huanyan couldn't hold back and asked, "Senior, is it really okay to return so soon?" "What's wrong with it? The school told us we must stay in the spirit domain for at least 3 days. Leaving this early, wouldn't that be 3 days? Qin Mingxiao dragged out the words, then pursed his lips. "Well, if they say 3 days, then fine, 3 days it is. But are you really gonna believe every word they spit out? There isn't even a single trace of a monster left here. What are you still doing hanging around? Farming? Survival training? If you really want, just go out on your own and play another day later. Who cares what they say?" With that, Qin Mingxiao glanced at Lin Ang, who was still crouched on the ground nearby, idly playing with bugs. He walked over, grabbed him, easily hoisted him onto his shoulder, and left without looking back. The sudden lift made Lin Ang instinctively kick his legs twice, but he quickly settled down once he realized what was happening. "My bug. I wasn't done playing yet. Why'd you suddenly pick me up? What else? Time to sleep." Lin Ang looked up at the sky, then gave a soft nod. "Oh." Inside the space, 666 paused mid-glow, its white light flickering to a halt for a moment. Its eyes widened like copper bells, completely forgetting to operate its game. "Wait, why does this pose look so familiar? Didn't Lin Yang used to carry his wife around like this?" The sophomore team leaders exchanged glances upon witnessing this. Finally, they dispersed as well. The next day, Zhou Yu opened his eyes. More accurately, he woke up because he was being squeezed. Jiangnan had his arms wrapped tightly around Zhou Yu's waist, as if trying to pull him entirely into his body. "Great. Another day alive." He turned over, burying his face against Jiangnan's chest. Hiss. Well, you know. Honestly. How come I never noticed before? This feels surprisingly good. Just as he was about to adjust his position, a teasing voice came from above. Wow, you. Are you secretly sniffing me now? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Seeing Zhou Yu freeze, he slid his hand downward. It's no fun through clothes. Let me take them off. Bonk. Ow. Rubbing his head, Jiangnan grumbled, if you hit me again, I'll really turn dumb. I'm holding back. Don't worry, I won't make you completely brain dead. After putting on his shoes, Zhou Yu looked around. Where are you and that little girl from last night? Ah, get used to it, get used to it. Jiangnan pulled on his coat. Zhou Yu likes to run around freely. I don't bother stopping her. If you need her, just think about her, you'll be able to summon her instantly. That golden-haired sword spirit called you master last night, right? You should have already formed a preliminary bond. If you can't call her, let me know. I'll get Zhou Yu to drag her back. Got it. Bro Jiang, Xiao Yu, are you awake? Chen Fan's voice came from outside the tent. Zhou Yu looked at Jiangnan, then unzipped the tent flap. Just woke up. What's up? Whoa, good news. The senior girls just told us, we're heading back today. Seriously? I thought we had to stay 2 more days. Su Zichen held a piece of compressed biscuit. It's true. A lot of people are already eating outside, waiting for the officers to come pick us up. Let's pack up the tents, better get this done quickly. Come on, I'll help you guys. After getting the 2 out, Chen Fan skillfully folded Jiangnan's tent and had Zhou Yu store it inside his space. Glancing around the campsite, Jiangnan asked in confusion, why can't we just wait until we're outside to eat? We're leaving soon anyway, why bother with this stuff? You really think we can get out of the spirit domain in just 10 or 20 minutes? Shi Huanyan appeared behind them, arms crossed, speaking in a slow, wistful tone, not counting how long it takes them to arrive, just transporting us back to the entrance of the spirit domain will take about half a day. Oh. Jiangnan nodded, then glanced at Zhou Yu, who wasn't wearing a coat. Do you want to put on a jacket? I feel like it's kind of cold this morning. No thanks. Alright, but don't go catching a cold. With that, he took off his own coat and draped it over Zhou Yu. Then zipped it up for him. It's still warm. Zhou Yu. Dude, you. Shi Huanyan. Though momentarily dumbfounded by Jiangnan's actions, her attention quickly shifted elsewhere. This was the first time she'd seen Zhou Yu up close. No doubt about it, he really was good-looking. High nose bridge, thin lips. And especially those eyes, clear as an autumn sky. They were subtle, yet paired with that striking face, anyone who saw him would instinctively blurt out, holy shit. Dude. You're devastatingly hot. Luckily, Jiangnan's coat was thin, if it had been bulky, Zhou Yu might have actually cursed him out. He pulled on the hood attached to the back. There was already a height difference between them, so the coat hung loosely on him, the sleeves a bit too long. The entire garment carried Jiangnan's scent. Hard to describe exactly what it was, but unique, a fragrance that stirred an inexplicable urge to hug it tightly and inhale deeply. Wait, what dirty thoughts are floating through your head right now? It's not Xiao Yu who wants to sniff, it's the little pervert. They gathered together with Zhou Qingze and others, chatting casually. By the way, Qingze, do Xia Yuro's parents know about your relationship? Of course they do, we've even met in person. What about the breakup? I've already told her parents about that too. Mentioning it made Zhou Qingze shudder slightly. Although her death was sudden, I'm truly grateful I told her parents beforehand. Otherwise, I'd be terrified of being held responsible later. Everyone nodded in understanding, but suddenly Zhou Yu asked, what about Jiang Chen? Is he still somewhere around here? Isn't his family home in Yun City? I checked last time, he was taken back to Yun City to recover from injuries. Not sure if it's because Qingze hit him too hard, but apparently he hasn't healed yet. Zhou Qingze coughed twice. Basic move, just standard procedure. Chapter 113, Strong-Arming the Bro. Nah, bro escape. About half an hour later, the group finally boarded the troop transport vehicle. The ride was painfully boring. Zhou Qingze rested one side of his face in his palm, his eyelids drooping heavily. Within minutes, he dozed off. Wang Gang glanced over, rubbed his nose with his knuckles. Then gently cradled Zhou Qingze's head as it tilted sideways, letting it rest softly on his shoulder. That was at least a little more comfortable. Meanwhile, Han Fuzhou was rubbing his hands together, making a strange Gij laughter while staring at Zhang Tai across from him. Brother, what a coincidence. Zhang Tai scooted backward slightly, avoiding eye contact. So creepy. Scary. Jiangnan pulled out his phone, crossed one leg over the other, and leaned his head against Zhou Yu's shoulder. Wanna take a photo? Go ahead. When they arrived at the entrance of the spirit realm, hundreds of students poured out of the vehicle. They were only being dropped off, no return trip provided. Leading the group, the stern senior who had spoken earlier shouted, "From now on, walk back to school yourselves." As soon as those words came out, hundreds of freshmen immediately began grumbling. Ah! We've been stuck in the spirit realm for so long. Didn't the school promise us a 3-day break after coming out? Exactly. I want to go home and take a shower. We're definitely gonna have class when we get back, I just want to eat outside. I don't want to eat cafeteria food anymore. This damn school. Not another day, bro. Just send a 10th rank monster to blow the whole place up already. Seeing these freshmen whining like babies, the senior felt utterly disappointed. Not even willing to endure half a day of class. How can you face your school? Your teachers who've worked so hard to train you. How can you become outstanding spirit masters like this? If you lack even this much willpower, how will you fight enemies inside the spirit realm? How will you resist monster invasions? You. Bang. Ow. Qin Mingxiao tapped the senior on the head with his knuckles. Got nothing better to do. Now that we're out, why not just go home? The senior held his head, looking at Qin Mingxiao innocently. Just disperse and head home. Return tomorrow to hand in your spirit cores. If you didn't eat well in the spirit realm, go grab something to eat first. Chen Fan immediately cheered, Bingguan Gu is awesome. Han Fuzhou joined in, shouting, Bingguan Gu is awesome. Woo. Jiangnan cupped his hands into a megaphone shape and added his voice, Bingguan Gu is awesome. Once someone started, others followed, even though most had no idea who Bingguan Gu was. Bingguan Gu is awesome. Bingguan Gu is awesome. Bingguan Gu. Awesome. Qin Mingxiao. He shot Chen Fan a side-eye glare, but the latter just grinned widely. Let's go, time to eat. Han Fuzhou scanned the crowd and spotted Zhang Tai trying to sneak away. Grabbing the collar of his jacket from behind, he instantly performed a brotherly embrace takedown. Trying to run. Where do you think you're going? Think you can escape? Huh. Is my hug not warm enough? Chen Fan stepped forward, grabbed both flailing legs, lifted them up, and laughed wickedly. Hey. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's wash him clean, deliver him straight to Boss Zhang's bed. Hearing that, Zhang Tai instantly clenched his backside tight. Help. Rape in broad daylight. They're kidnapping a man. Shi Beifeng. Shi Beifeng. Where are you? My ass is in danger, where the hell did you go? Then he spotted Shi Beifeng, who was busy getting a cute girl from another class's contact info. Beautiful, can I get your contact? I'm from class 9, we could grab dinner later. The girl gave him a quick once-over. Sorry, I've got a boyfriend. When that failed, Shi Beifeng didn't lose hope and quickly targeted someone else. Hey beautiful. Zhang Tai. Damn it. I carry you in my pocket, and you throw me into a ditch. He, scream all you want, no one will come save you. He, thought you could steal our spirit cores in the spirit realm? How dare you? We'll give you a good scrub down, he. Bro. Big bro. You two big bros. I was wrong. I'll never steal anyone's cores again. Let's talk this over. Let's talk this over. The students had already started heading home one by one. Although Jiangnan's group did draw quite a bit of attention, going home came first. Jiangnan whistled, checked his phone, his DD ride was almost here. Gongzi, go grab this kid and carry him. Don't let him run. Qin Mingxiao stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, watching alongside Lin Ong, such a well-bred young master acting like the chief of a bandit gang. Hearing that, Lin Ong recalled his secretly hoarded treasures. Mine, my little gold stash. Wang Gang didn't hesitate, he casually lifted Zhang Tai up with one hand, tossed him into the air, then slung him over his shoulder. Did you call the car? It's almost here. Zhou Yu glanced at his bag and said, I have something to do separately. I won't be going with you guys. Huh? What's up? You off to see someone? Shouldn't we eat first? Aren't you hungry? Meeting a friend? Faced with Jiangnan's 5 rapid-fire questions, Zhou Yu twitched slightly. Yeah, I've got something to handle, going to meet a friend. If you're going to eat, just go ahead. Message me when you decide where. I'll come find you once I'm done, it'll be quick. I'll go with you. No need. After a brief standoff, Jiangnan finally gave in. Based on the address Zhou Yu gave, he arranged another separate ride for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood not far from the group. Watching her older brother being sandwiched between 2 men, flanked by them. That still wasn't quite right. Fine then, being manhandled by force. Manlocked. Escape the male captors. She clenched her tiny fists and gently tugged on Wang Gang's sleeve. Could you please let my brother down? Zhang Tai nearly burst into tears. Ah, only my sister truly understands me. Seeing it was just a short little girl, Wang Gang blinked, then looked toward Jiangnan for direction. Not letting go. He promised us a meal after getting out, remember? What if he runs? Jiangnan firmly refused, looking utterly principled and responsible. We're only going to eat and then release him, we won't hurt him at all. If you're worried, you can come along too. Hearing that, Zhang Tai suddenly remembered. That day, Jiangnan had left him with those exact words, "You're allowed to treat me to a meal once we get out." So they came all this way just for food. Before he could even speak, several Didi cars arrived. Jiangnan waved grandly. Let's go. Meanwhile, Shi Beifeng had just added a pretty girl's contact info. Then turned around. And realized Zhang Tai was gone. He looked left and right in panic. What the hell? How did this guy run off before me? Isn't he supposed to be my bro anymore? If Zhang Tai had heard that, he'd have kicked him square in the face. Go F*** yourself. My bro's been kidnapped, and you're over here collecting girls' numbers. Chapter 114 Jiangnan, if you're happy, why aren't you smiling? Zhang Tai, a delicate little white flower, was roughly shoved into the car as the door swung open. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou entered from either side, squeezing him in the middle. Sitting in the front passenger seat was Zhang Yi. With her brother taken away, there was no way she could just walk back by herself, she had to follow along and see what happened. But they were all from the same school. These people probably wouldn't do anything too bad to her brother, right? After all, they had even offered her a drink earlier. They must be good people. Zhou Yu nodded at Jiangnan, then pulled open the door and got in, heading off in a different direction than the others. A little over 10 minutes later. Each of the young men held a bowl of spicy mixed noodles. Not full yet. Then have another bowl. Today's bill was on Zhang Jr. anyway. Jiangnan finished his bowl and shouted again, boss. Another one. Chen Fan slapped the table. Me too. Me as well. Add an extra chicken leg. Zhang Tai stared at these big, hearty eaters. His fists clenched beneath the table. It's not you guys rotting in prison. His monthly allowance was already tight enough. At this rate, these 6 gluttons would easily blow hundreds of yuan. Especially that seemingly innocent-looking kid, he was already on his 3rd bowl. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Uncle might endure it, but Auntie sure can't. And so I keep swallowing my rage again and again. What else could he do? They were 8 against 1. He couldn't win a fight. All he could do was bite his tongue and bear it. Meanwhile, look at Qin Mingxiao's dining manners, so elegant. So refined. He managed to turn a simple plate of spicy noodles into something resembling fine Western cuisine. Zhang Yi sat beside Zhang Tai, head slightly lowered, though her eyes kept drifting toward Jiangnan now and then. Seeing the expression on Zhang Tai's face, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. You're not happy. I am. You don't seem very excited about treating us to dinner. I am. I'm very happy. If you're happy, why aren't you smiling? Huh? Zhang Tai was completely baffled. You're asking me why I'm not smiling. Come on, imagine if several guys dragged you to a restaurant and made you foot the bill, then demanded that you smile afterward. Would you be able to smile? No smile. Do you have a problem with me? Jiangnan's tone instantly turned icy. No. Not at all. Zhang Tai immediately forced a smile, a grotesque grimace more painful to look at than tears. Monsters. Absolute monsters. In all his life, he'd never met someone so utterly inhuman. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu got off the car and arrived at a small factory where he'd worked years ago. It hadn't changed at all since then. He pulled out his phone, found a contact labeled Lin Wei, and dialed. Hey, brother Wei. Oh. A slightly puzzled young voice came from the other end. Xiao Yu. Long time no talk, what's up? Yeah. I've got something I need your help with. Go ahead, say it. Between us, is there anything I wouldn't help with? Zhou Yu chuckled softly. Are you still working at the factory? I've picked up some crystal cores in the spirit realm, I want to make them into gifts, for someone. I need them polished into beads. I'll pay, you tell me how much, just name your price. Shortly after his mother passed away, he had dropped out of school. This factory was his first job. Back then, Lin Wei had been their team leader. Maybe because Zhou Yu looked so young, Lin treated him with special care. In many small industries like this, there were plenty of kids around his age, most in the same boat, either no parents left, or no home to return to. The lucky ones might find a job to survive. The unlucky ones ended up begging, or becoming pickpockets. For just one meal, they'd do anything. This wasn't peaceful Blue Earth anymore. The world now was harsh and cruel. Even though the country tried its best to save as many children as possible, some inevitably slipped through the cracks. Zhou Yu thought he was already fortunate. Found in the spirit realm, raised from childhood, now meeting someone who truly cared for him. Even awakening dual element abilities. Wait, you're here now. Where are you? I'm at the gate. Haven't gone in yet. Stay there. I'll come out and meet you. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Zhou Yu slung his bag in front of him and waited quietly. The sun was a bit harsh at this hour. His hair on top was lit up golden. Not long after, a man in a black short-sleeved shirt came running over. Wei Gu. Xiao Yu. Lin Wei stopped, then circled around Zhou Yu once. Not bad, you. It's only been a while, and you've grown taller. Still as skinny as ever though. Zhou Yu shrugged with a smile. Don't talk about me, what about you? Found a girlfriend yet? A man's 20 is still a blooming flower. I'm young. What's the rush? Though Lin Wei was a team leader, he was still quite young, only 23. By the way, wanna come inside and take a look? You haven't visited me in ages. Or should we go out for a meal when I finish work at noon? Probably not possible. Zhou Yu shook his head. I've got things to do. Maybe another day, we can eat together at your place. By the way, could you polish these crystal cores for me? The crystal cores had already been neatly packaged in a small bag. He took it out and handed it to Lin Wei. Just let me know the cost afterward, I'll transfer you the money. Lin Wei took the bag, gave it a quick glance, and agreed readily. After all these years calling me Go, are we really gonna use money for something this small? This many, probably done by 5 or 6 in the afternoon. If you're busy, go ahead and leave. I'll contact you when it's ready. But hey, where'd you even get so many crystal cores? Become an awakener? During his working years, he'd hidden his status as an awakener, even Lin Wei didn't know. A 16-year-old capable of awakening supernatural abilities? That'd only invite suspicion. And possibly unnecessary trouble. You've got a bright future ahead, Xiao Yu. He patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder. Bro's genuinely happy for you. But remember, protect yourself. When you make it big later, don't forget about your bro. Of course. After leaving behind the crystal cores and agreeing on a time for their next meal, Zhou Yu left. First, he called Jiangnan on voice chat. Hey. Here, done with your thing. Yeah. Where are you guys eating? Or have you already finished? Jiangnan had a toothpick dangling from his mouth, watching Zhang Tai rush off to settle the bill. He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Immediately, he turned to Chen Fan. Go on, tell him to buy another one, just go straight for the most expensive set. If someone else does the dirty deed, then I'm not the immoral one. Got it. Chen Fan was off with a cheerful, "Der." Jiangnan continued chatting with Zhou Yu, yeah, we're done. You heading home first? Want me to pack something for you? Fine by me. Chapter 115 Zhou Yu, endure for a moment, the calm will come, but take one step back and you'll only get more furious. After receiving that extravagant set meal, the group finally let Zhang Tai and his sister leave. Where's Xiao Yu? He still hasn't arrived yet. We're about to leave. I'll just pack something up and bring it back for him. What? I thought you were the one who wanted to eat it. Jiangnan. Do I look like I have that big of an appetite? Han Fuzhou suggested, anyway, we just need to hand in a crystal core at school tomorrow, then wait for our ranking and rewards. Why not stay up all night at the internet cafe? We could go singing too. I'm not going. Jiangnan shook his head with a smirk. Heh, I plan to strengthen my bond with Xiao Yu, go out and have some fun together. As soon as Zhou Qingze heard this, he jumped up and grabbed Jiangnan by the neck. Senku. Qin Mingxiao raised an eyebrow. Count me in. Now that he thought about it, he really couldn't recall ever going out much. With a short holiday now and others active in the spirit realm, things were indeed rather relaxed. Since Zhou Yu was his mission target, tagging along wouldn't be a problem at all. I absolutely am not doing this because I want to go out and play. It's purely for the mission. He. Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, then glanced back at Lin Ong. Come to think of it, this kid had been around for so long, always just following them to eat nearby, never gone out to play. Alright. We'll bring Lin Ong too, go to another city and have some fun. When they returned home, Zhou Yu had just stepped out of the bathroom. A towel hung around his neck, black shorts covering only his lower half, upper body bare. His hair was dripping wet. Clearly, he'd just finished showering. Spending 2 days in the spirit realm meant nothing but fighting and killing. He'd been suffocatingly bored. Maybe because he found his bangs annoying, he'd slicked his hair back into a pompadour. Still, several damp strands near his forehead refused to follow the style. Huh. You're back. Jiangnan shut the door, tossed the food onto the table, and strode toward Zhou Yu. Leaning down, he sniffed repeatedly around Zhou Yu's body. So fragrant. Whoa, your hairstyle is sick. I want to do mine like that too. Covering Jiangnan's chattering mouth with his hand, Zhou Yu used the towel to wipe droplets from his torso. You go take a shower too. What? Am I stinky? Not really. My clothes are clean. Then, Jiangnan noticed the grease stains splattered on the sleeve of his jacket. White jacket, bright oily spots. The sight instantly made Jiangnan cringe, his heart twisting in discomfort. He quickly stripped off the jacket and rushed to toss it into the washing machine. There's food on the table for you. Go ahead and eat first, I'll take a shower. Okay. Soon after, the sound of water gushed from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu sat down on the sofa and opened the takeout bag. He felt slightly puzzled. Previously, Jiangnan would get excited just seeing him wear his clothes, why hadn't he reacted at all earlier? But he was mistaken. The rushing water in the bathroom drowned out certain sounds. Lacking animal-like hearing, of course he couldn't hear. Phew, that feels amazing. About half an hour later, Jiangnan casually swaggered out of the bathroom. His hair was half-dried by the blow-dryer, no longer dripping. Zhou Yu had already finished eating, the container tossed into the trash bin. Now he sat on the sofa leaning against the backrest, one leg crossed, the other bent with his foot hooked, head lowered. Judging by his phone-holding posture and the faint sounds coming from it, he must have been playing toxic warfare. Suddenly, an irritated voice came through the phone, "What's the marksman doing? Don't you know to come support?" Zhou Yu shot back, "You crazy or something? Jungle and support glued together from the start. I'm stuck 1v2 in the bottom lane and haven't complained, what are you shouting for? Jungler, if your mentality sucks, don't even play. I can carry, can you?" Then, he sent out a broadcast, "Well done." Oh. Is "well done" your funeral chant now? Carry. You carry me to the dam. Look at the clock, how many minutes in? You bring your support and gift enemy kills, are they your future mother-in-law or what? Then their support player also spoke over mic, "Who should I stick with if not my baby? And what makes you any better? Can't even handle playing flower umbrella against enemy E, yet complain about no backup." Zhou Yu laughed angrily, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, confirmed these two had speaker mode on, then switched on his own microphone. "What good are you? The enemy Xiao Ming and Hui are about to take the second turret, and you're still sticking to your baby. Nice farming job, no wonder the enemies are so fat now. Go weed pulling, Jinji." The jungler shot back, "I'm weak early game, just wait till I get developed in the late game and see if I can carry." Late game? That'll be your 7th day memorial service. You into Buddhism or something? Can't even bring yourself to kill anyone. Let's surrender at 6 minutes. What kind of farmer's market draft is this? We've got 2 moles on the team. Jiangnan sat quietly beside them, not daring to utter a word. Afraid he'd get scolded too. After 6 minutes passed and the surrender vote came up, those 2 actually rejected it. They waited all the way until their turrets were completely flattened. Zhou Yu glanced at his losing MVP title and licked the back molars in his mouth. One with 1/8, another with 2/9, time to send them a nice little combo. Then he turned and saw Jiangnan, who had just tossed away his flip-flop and was about to curl both legs onto the sofa. Zhou Yu lunged forward instantly, pinned his shoulders down, and started violently shaking him, F***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CK. Jiangnan reached around to his back. "Stop F***King already, stop. Endure for a moment, the calm will come, but take one step back and you'll only get more furious. Give me your account for a bit. I feel like mine's cursed, can't win no matter what, or I get teammates straight out of talent show auditions." "Sure." After gently patting Zhou Yu's back to help him cool down, Jiangnan handed over his phone. They sat chest to back, Jiangnan resting his chin on Zhou Yu's right shoulder, arms wrapped snugly around his waist as he watched every move. Holy sh**T, full skin collection. Zhou Yu showed a brief flicker of surprise, then without hesitation selected Xue 2Z and entered the loading screen. "Yeah, if you like it, you can have this account." Previously, whenever he played with Zhou Yu, he'd only ever seen him use basic skins or free ones obtained through events. His account was bare, cold and dull, nothing eye-catching at all. "Nah, I don't play often anyway. No need for such a good account. Then memorize my username and password. Next time you want to play, just log in directly." "Alright." Because he hadn't dried his hair and had that slightly textured shortcut, his hair was now lightly frizzing. From time to time, Jiangnan would gently twist a small strand between his fingers, playing with it while watching. Several hours passed like this. The phone had long been plugged into the charger, power strip tucked beneath the sofa. Zhou Yu had cycled through nearly all the skins he liked, laughter lingering in his eyes, though Jiangnan couldn't see it. Chapter 116 Wang Qiuping, Xiaonan's a good kid, honest, kind-hearted, and considerate. They kept playing until past 5. Suddenly, the phone Zhou Yu had left on the table started ringing. Jiangnan promptly picked it up, casually glancing at the contact name. Lin Wei. Phone call. Oh. Zhou Yu turned to look, and upon seeing Lin Wei's name, immediately realized, the crystal core must be ready. He handed his game over to Jiangnan and answered the call while walking toward the door, putting on his jacket as he went. "Hey, go. Xiao Yu, I've finished polishing the crystal core. I'm about to finish work, should I wait for you a bit longer?" "Nah, don't worry about it. You go ahead and leave. I remember there's a security office in the factory, right? Just leave it there with them and let them know. I'll come by shortly." "Alright." Seeing Zhou Yu put on his jacket and shoes, heading for the door. Where are you going? Jiangnan was still focused on the game, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Yu. I'm stepping out for a bit. Maybe half an hour or so. Meeting a friend again. Didn't you just see someone today? The one who called just now, Lin Wei. No, I'm picking something up. Picking up what? Why not just tell me if you want something? Why go through someone else? Zhou Yu gave him a puzzled look. Why so many questions all of a sudden? Is this person familiar? Can you trust them? How far is it? I'm coming with you. No need. Why no need again? You don't like me tagging along? Or is there something you don't want me to know? Do you hate me? Ugh. Zhou Yu pressed his temples. It felt like babysitting. But he still replied patiently, I don't hate you. I like you. There's nothing I wouldn't want you to know. It's not far, it's the place we went to this morning. It's an older brother I've known for years. Trustworthy. After picking up the item, I'll stop by Auntie Wang's place, so maybe around half an hour. Jiangnan quickly finished the game, slipped the phone into his pocket, glanced at Zhou Yu. Then strode directly into the bedroom. Zhou Yu. Dude, what now? Before he could even move to check what Jiangnan was doing, Jiangnan came back out. Holding a jacket in his hands. An off-white coat with blue letter prints on it. Take yours off. Wear this. What for? So I can keep yours. Zhou Yu froze, instinctively blurting out, are you crazy? But faced with Jiangnan's intensely serious gaze, Zhou Yu decided not to waste more time. He hastily stripped off his jacket, tossed it over, pulled on the white one, and left. Before leaving, he also casually snatched the e-bike keys from Jiangnan. Damn it. Freak. How the hell could that guy say something like wanting to keep his jacket for that purpose so dead seriously? It's only half an hour, does he really have no self-control? Complaints aside, he still had business to handle. Hopping onto his beloved little electric bike, he set off. By the time he reached the factory's security office, he found out Lin Wei had already left some time ago. He collected the polished crystal core, thanked the two uncles at the office, then headed straight for Wang Qing's place. He remembered that Auntie Wang sometimes made bracelets or necklaces during her free time. Since Wang Qing liked trinkets like these, she'd bought various tools and small parts, everything from beads to clasps. All sorts of stuff. After making enough, she'd even sell the extras at a stall. As a young man, he wasn't skilled enough for such delicate work. Plus, he didn't have time to buy tools now, or understand how to use them. So he figured he'd ask Wang Qing to teach him briefly. Luckily, it wasn't busy today. No customers around, Wang Qing was already sitting on her chair, scrolling on her phone. Zhou Yu greeted her first, then explained his request. Such a small favor. Of course she agreed. Upon learning it was meant for Jiangnan, she even praised him a bit. That Xiaonan boy, I knew at a glance he's honest, kind-hearted, and so thoughtful. Ah, too bad you're both boys. If one of you were a girl, you'd make quite the cute couple. Don't you think? Zhou Yu merely chuckled in response, giving a few non-committal replies. People Wang Qing's age thought differently from his generation. But he knew she meant no harm. 15 minutes later. Zhou Yu came downstairs, 2 strands of bracelets resting quietly in his palm. Though he had brought many beads to be polished, only the 2 most flawless and smooth ones were selected. Auntie Wang said putting all of them together wouldn't look good, better to keep just a single bead on each, string it with red thread, then add some small decorations. In the end, 2 bracelets were made. Yet one clearly looked shabbier than the other. No surprise there, that was Zhou Yu's handiwork. He'd followed Wang Auntie's instructions. But since it was his first try, it turned out like a mess. At least in his own eyes. Tucking the bracelets into his pocket, he transferred 2,000 yuan to Lin Wei via WeChat. With a note, thanks, Brother Wei. Even though Lin Wei hadn't asked for payment, Zhou Yu had no intention of going back empty-handed. Mounting his beloved little e-bike, he headed home. Just as he'd said, it only took him half an hour or so. Opening the door, he saw Jiangnan curled up on the sofa. Except this time, Jiangnan was hugging his jacket, his nose buried in the fabric. You know, just don't say it. The sight gave Zhou Yu the sudden impression of a young wife waiting for her husband to come home. But he quickly shook that thought off. Pfft. What kind of petite wife stands 1.86 meters tall and can kick someone's front tooth out? Seeing Zhou Yu return, Jiangnan didn't bother putting on shoes, he jumped off the sofa barefoot. You're 2 minutes late. Do you really have to count that precisely? Zhou Yu changed his shoes, then walked over to inspect the jacket Jiangnan had been holding. He reached out and touched it. Ha! Chapter 117 Mint Water. This. Could this piece of clothing even be salvaged? He originally thought Jiangnan was just joking, but he didn't expect the kid to actually go through with it. No. He was being shallow. It seemed like there wasn't anything Jiangnan wouldn't do. Come here. Oh. Jiangnan obediently walked over. The next second, Zhou Yu lifted up his shirt. revealing those 16, no, 8-pack abs. He examined the subtle rise and fall of Jiangnan's abdomen. What? You've barely stepped home and you're already stripping me? How did my clothes get wet? Did you really do it? At this, Jiangnan first blinked, then turned his head away. Muttering quietly under his breath, who told you not to bring me along? So you actually did that to my clothes, huh? You must have so much money you don't know what to do with it. Ruining perfectly good clothes. His cheeks were stretched sideways by tugging fingers. Jiangnan didn't resist, though his speech came out muffled. My z manes just fini la. Damn. Suddenly, Jiangnan lost control of his bite, his canine tooth clamped down on the joint of Zhou Yu's thumb. Spit, spit, spit. Zhou Yu quickly pulled his hand away. You're disgusting. Does that hurt? Why would you just shove your hand into someone else's mouth like that? Zhou Yu replied flatly, you don't do that all the time. Forget it. Never mind. You go wash your hands. I'm heading to the bedroom first. Jiangnan said that, then turned and took 2 steps. But hearing no response from Zhou Yu, he repeated, I'm going to the bedroom, okay? You don't need to come find me specially. Are you playing hard to get? No way. How could I possibly be playing hard to get? Don't make things up and slander me. He entered the bedroom, and after hearing Zhou Yu's footsteps toward the kitchen, quietly left the door slightly ajar. Hiss, should he have explained just now? Truthfully, he hadn't done anything weird to Zhou Yu's clothes at all. He had merely poured mint water onto them and hugged the fabric close, breathing in the scent. Twisting the tap shut, Zhou Yu shook water droplets off his hands and pulled a tissue from the box on the table. But suddenly, something green caught his peripheral vision. Looking down, he noticed a pale green little bottle in the trash bin, definitely not there before. He bent down to pick it up, glancing at the label. Mint water? Then he went over and opened the fridge. Sure enough, several identical bottles sat on the bottom shelf. One eyebrow rose as he twisted open one bottle and took a sniff. A soft creak, the bedroom door pushed open. Jiangnan, who had been idly pinching his own fingers while leaning against the bedboard, startled instantly, snatching up his phone and pretending nothing had happened. Zhou Yu glanced over. It's upside down. What's upside down? I didn't do anything wrong. Your phone. It's upside down. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhou Yu held the jacket Jiangnan had soaked. Actually, only part of it was wet, not drenched. And it didn't smell like the flour he'd suspected. It was mint. He tossed the jacket onto the bed and leisurely strolled toward it. But each step made Jiangnan sweat more profusely. In the end, Zhou Yu sat down on the edge of the bed, one hand propped on the mattress, tilting his head to look at Jiangnan. I thought you'd have some guts. But all you did was pour mint water on my clothes. Jiangnan scooted aside slightly, making room for Zhou Yu. Well, what else was I supposed to do? I'm such an honest guy, how could I ever do something so filthy? TCH. He felt the bed dip beside him, then sensed Zhou Yu's body heat radiating closer. Stop thinking nonsense. Cut it out. His hand was grabbed by the other man. What? Pick one. Zhou Yu opened his palm. 2 red string bracelets lay there, beads shimmering faintly with spiritual energy. These beads with spiritual energy? Jiangnan picked up one. Isn't this a crystal core? You got it polished? Yeah. Why didn't you just tell me directly? Why go through all the trouble yourself? Instead of answering, Zhou Yu asked back, why do you always think about giving me things? Don't you ever want to receive something from me? Do you feel like I can't give you anything, so you're determined to be the only one giving in this relationship? I didn't mean it like. Jiangnan tried to speak, but was cut off. We're both men. If you keep treating me this way, all I'll ever feel is that I owe you something, forever. I can't quite explain this sense of imbalance, and you probably won't understand it either. He looked down at the 2 bracelets, so simple they couldn't be simpler, his voice low and soft, as if suppressing something. You might not even care for these things, but this is the best I can offer you right now. Then he bent one leg, propping his forehead with a hand. I've never been in a relationship before. There's probably a lot I don't understand. But I think in any relationship, both sides should give equally. You were good to me before, so now I want to do something to make it up to you. He choked up. Never mind. Let me go smoke a cigarette and we'll talk later. But Zhou Yu didn't get the chance to get off the bed. Jiangnan suddenly pushed him down and pinned both his wrists. Smoke. Didn't I tell you not to smoke earlier? F***ck, Jiangnan whispered, staring into his eyes. It's just, happiness came too fast. I thought, given your personality, it'd take forever before you'd ever admit liking anything about me. Am I dreaming? Zhou Yu bit his lip, steeled his heart, wrapped his arms around Jiangnan's neck, and kissed him firmly. This isn't a dream. Eventually. The once neat bedsheets were twisted beyond recognition by a hand adorned with a red string bracelet. How could mere words like, messy, possibly describe the aftermath? Brother Mingxiao, it's so late, are you not leaving? In a spacious, luxurious house meant for one, Lin Ong asked somewhat awkwardly, glancing at Qin Mingxiao sitting across from him. The young man opposite had one leg casually crossed over the other, looking utterly relaxed. Compared to Lin Ong, anyone unaware might assume Lin Ong was the guest, while Qin Mingxiao was the rightful owner. He lazily lifted his eyelids. What? Trying to kick me out? No, not at all. Not really. Then don't tell me this huge house doesn't have a second bedroom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Ong hesitantly nodded. Qin Mingxiao. F***ck. He'd originally planned to be lazy and skip going home, but there wasn't even an empty bedroom. Who the hell designed this place? One bedroom in such a massive house. Are you kidding me? Chapter 118 Meow Meow Meow. How did you know this was made by me? After their fight, the two were now in a state of peace. Zhou Yu looked at the bracelet on Jiangnan's wrist, the one he had picked out himself and tied on, and asked with some surprise. Huh? You mean this? Jiangnan lifted his arm slightly. Isn't it obvious? Making it this ugly, wait, no, scratch that. Making it this clumsy. Yeah, clumsy. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan, I'm doomed. Cough, cough, it's actually very easy to recognize. I mean, clearly you've never done something like this before. Heck, even if I tried making one, mine would probably be worse than yours. So it's not strange at all that I could tell immediately. Zhou Yu sat up. Just wear it for now. I'll make you a new one next time. Who made yours? Aunt Wang. Yeah. Tomorrow, when we go to another city, I'll make one for you too. Another city? Where to? Jiangnan thought for a moment. Anywhere works. Cloud City, Brocade City, any of them, right? The city they were currently in was Jiangqing. Why is it called Jiangqing? No idea. He patted Zhou Yu on the back. Go to sleep first. We have school tomorrow. Only after Zhou Yu had fallen asleep did Jiangnan have Xiaohua connect him to Lin Yang. As for why not Jing Yi, well, he figured Lin Yang probably knew more. When he saw Lin Yang appear, he straightened his expression and respectfully bowed. Uncle Lin. Seeing this, Lin Yang didn't rush to acknowledge his gesture. What's up? Took you long enough to finally come ask me. Your brain been slacking lately? Just say what you want to ask. Standing straight again, Jiangnan got straight to the point. Exactly what kind of world is this? Or maybe, this isn't even a world. Maybe father deceived me, could this place just be a book? Ah. Lin Yang first turned around, leaving behind a mysteriously profound silhouette. I thought you'd ask about that kid's identity first. Never expected you'd bring this up instead. He chuckled. Any other questions besides this one? Why won't you let me go to the demon realm? And why don't I have any memories from before I was 5? You know about that too, don't you? I do. And also, Zhou Yu feels like Zhou Yu is somehow familiar. Why is that? Please tell me. Lin Yang didn't avoid the question. Straightforwardly, he said, because he comes from the same world as you and me. You're older now. These things don't need to stay hidden anymore. Meanwhile, in the demon sovereign's palace, Brother Lin has been summoned by Anan. Let him be summoned. He's just smart enough to figure something out. Jiang Bai flipped through the book in his hands. Probably because of Pei Yu's matter. Jing Yi let out a soft sigh. Recalling the scene from long ago, the beautiful woman kneeling, clutching her child's lifeless body, offering the faintest, weakest wisp of soul she had left to beg for help. His heart ached with complex emotions. When Jiangnan was little, Jiang Bai often secluded himself in cultivation, and his 2 elder brothers were always training too. Left without company, Jiangnan started visiting Jing Yi in the demon realm by himself. Unlike the rigid restrictions of the cultivator's world, the demon realm offered freedom. The uninhibited environment suited a child's nature, and Jiangnan found joy there, somewhere he could truly play freely. With demon blood in his veins and an outgoing personality, Jiangnan naturally got along well with demon children. Once, while chasing a rabbit to play, he accidentally lost control and literally knocked over the owner who came looking for it. Physically sent flying. It was a boy from the demon realm, about his age. Had a permanently bored expression, uninterested in everything. Feeling guilty, Jiangnan dragged Pei Yu along and gave the boy countless apologies and gifts, spiritual artifacts, pills, rare plants. He vaguely remembered shoving 7 spatial rings onto Pei Yu's fingers and hanging 5 storage bags on his waist. But alas, Pei Yu at the time couldn't have cared less about Jiangnan. Thought the kid was utterly bizarre. Didn't keep any of the treasures either, gave them all back. Unfortunately, young Jiangnan was simply too rowdy. His status as the White Tiger's son meant most people treated him with utmost respect. Everyone indulged him, gave him space. His elder brothers, Jiang Dong and Jiang Shi, doted on him as the youngest and spoiled him too. But Jiangnan hated it. Because there was never anyone he could genuinely click with. Give in here, back off there, it was all so dull. Pei Yu's aloof attitude intrigued Jiangnan, though, and he insisted on grabbing the boy's hand, declaring they'd be best brothers from now on. That's how they became vaguely familiar with each other. Made Pei Yu think he'd run into a lunatic. It wasn't that Pei Yu was pretending to be high and mighty, he simply didn't know who Jiangnan was. He had no idea Jiangnan was the son of the White Tiger and the Demon Sovereign. Jiangnan only told him he was from the Tiger clan. Pei Yu's father served under Zheng and held a relatively high position, as a sect elder, no less. But he had one particular flaw, an intense hatred for cultivators. When he found out Pei Yu had been associating with someone of divine beast bloodline, he locked his son in confinement. His mother held little standing in the household. Bound by nothing more than a marriage contract, she'd been forced into wedlock with Pei Fong. There's a term for this, classic, textbook oppression. After she gave birth to Pei Yu, Pei Fong took a second concubine. Then a third, then a fourth. The Madame Pei bore no affection for her husband, it was forced upon her, after all. In truth, she welcomed the distance. She quietly gave birth to Pei Yu and raised him on her own. She was aware of Pei Yu's connection with Jiangnan. Seeing it as a chance for both their fortunes to change, she secretly encouraged their bond, hiding it carefully from Pei Fong. But as the saying goes, you can't walk along the riverbank without getting your feet wet. Pei Fong had many children, he didn't need Pei Yu, especially not a neglected son like him. Still, for the sake of the Madame Pei, who had stayed by his side all these years, at first he merely confined Pei Yu, then escalated to whipping him. Later, when Jing Yi announced his support for peace between cultivators and demons, Pei Fong flew into a rage. In his mind, cultivators and demons could only ever be enemies. They'd always been opposites since ancient times. How could they possibly coexist? Blood surged to his head, but he couldn't vent his fury in front of the demon sovereign himself. So he returned home and smashed everything in sight. Still unsatisfied, he turned his wrath on Pei Yu, who had just returned from being with Jiangnan. Because Pei Yu came back too early, his mother hadn't had time to erase Jiangnan's aura from his body. And so, later, when Jiangnan couldn't find Pei Yu, he ran back and forth between the demon realm and the immortal realm. But he himself was being watched by demons loyal to Pei Fong, who also opposed the peace between immortals and demons proposal. The quarrels of adults shouldn't drag children into them. Come to think of it, I suppose it's my fault. I shouldn't have rushed to propose that damned plan. After all, you and I, one immortal, one demon, are major figures from opposing sides, perpetually controversial. Jing Yi let out a bitter smile. I've always owed Anan. Jiang Bai softened his gaze and gently squeezed Jing Yi's hand. I never cared about what others think. If needed, I'll even renounce my title as Divine Beast. I know it hurts every time you see Anan. But it'll be alright. Everything will be fine. So yeah, that tiny sliver of soul lingered with me for a while, nurtured over time. Then the main deity dropped by one day and said, why keep it here? Why not place it into a little world? Name changed, surname altered, life rewritten. If you really want to know, the world you're living in now. It was actually written by me, your father, and the others. Written? So, my dad really lied to me? This whole place is just a book. Ahem, yes. Lin Yang cleared his throat and then patted Jiangnan on the head with the air of an elder. Although it was written, this book doesn't have an ending. Because after that child's soul merged into it, for some unknown reason, nothing more could be written. So in this world, anyone can become the protagonist. It was originally just something we wrote together back when we were going through our delusional youth, never imagined that damn sovereign would turn it into an actual small world. I thought Pei Yu would end up as the main character. Never expected he'd accidentally become the younger brother instead. Mentioning this, Lin Yang felt rather embarrassed. He, Jing Yi, and Jiang Bai had all assumed Pei Yu would reincarnate as the protagonist, Zhou Qingze. Who knew things would go like this? Once this little world started running, unless destroyed, there was no way to stop its progression. After Jiangnan entered this world, Jiang Bai, Jing Yi, and others each sent a fragment of their consciousness to take over the roles they'd written for themselves in the story. As for why characters based on them existed in the book in the first place, that's easy to understand. What teenager hasn't at some point written himself or his best friend into his own story? Even if you've never actually written it down, haven't you at least fantasized about it while half asleep? Like lying awake at night, unable to sleep, imagining yourself at school when suddenly a monster appears, and everyone else panics and runs away. But you remain calm, walking steadily toward the beast. A sly smirk forms. From out of nowhere, a black-gloved hand pulls out a transformation device. You transform into a powerful giant of light, so damn cool, and casually obliterate the monster. Your teacher, your secret crush, your old snarky friends, all look at you with awe and admiration, satisfying your deepest desires. After saving both the campus and the world, you dramatically fly off amidst thunderous cheers and reverent stares. When you return to human form, the entire school crowds around you. Your childhood brother-in-arms willingly becomes your subordinate. The one you admired confesses her feelings first. The principal and teachers hang banners and erect a statue in your honor, proclaiming you a great hero. And under the covers, a faint smile curls the corner of your lips. Sinking into blissful fantasy, you finally drift off to sleep. Come on, don't tell me I've hit home for you, brother watching from behind the screen. What are you laughing at? Don't hide it, I know exactly what you're thinking, kid. Jiangnan clicked his tongue, processing all this new information. So to sum up, my sworn brother, should still count as that, right? His father killed him. Then his mother took him to beg my father for help, so my father asked my uncle to save him. Then immediately afterward, that bastard father of his tried to assassinate me. But I didn't die, I pulled off a 1v infinity miracle fight, turned the tables, and eliminated him instead. Therefore, conclusion, I've now transmigrated into a novel written by my father and uncle, coming here specifically to find my sworn brother. Not only did I find him, but I also turned him gay and made him my wife. Not only turned him into my wife, but I've already slept with him too. This is getting complicated. I surrender. Please let me go. If there's no memory, then he truly has no recollection of Pei Yu, only knows Zhou Yu. Earlier, Xiao Yu also said he couldn't remember anything before age 5. Maybe I'll recover my lost memories someday, but what about Zhou Yu? There's barely even a shred, a tiny sliver, of his soul left, placed into this world to slowly regenerate. His expression twisted slightly. And his mother? Didn't you say she was the one who brought you to my father? She's still alive. Lin Yang dispelled his concern. She's currently working under Jingyi. As for the Pei family, they've long been eradicated. As for what comes next, nobody knows, not even me. After all, this world was never meant to follow a fixed plot. It's just a sketch, a loose draft. If you wish, you can take him back to the immortal realm, and afterward, simply destroy this world. This world's heavenly Tao has no mind of its own. It merely mechanically drives the cycle forward. Even if you went up and beat it to death, it wouldn't matter. Jiangnan interrupted, take him back. Can he even withstand it? Yeah, one's a fictional book, the other is the real cultivation world. It's kind of a stretch, huh? Even though he's been in this world for quite a while, you'd think he might have developed some resistance by now, but bringing him back to the cultivation realm is still too soon. And besides, all his memories are rooted in this little world. If you suddenly thrust him into another reality, there's no way he could adjust in such a short time. After realizing that Jiangnan's entire string of actions had stemmed from loneliness and lack of companionship, their concern for him had increased by far more than just a fewfold. Previously, Jiangbai had taken a completely hands-off approach toward the children, but later learned his lesson and started showing up more often, not just emotionally, but physically as well. Lin Yang had even discussed with Jing Yi the possibility of bringing little Pei Yu back when the timing was right. But then they noticed Jiangnan spending every day wandering mountains and rivers, idling around and acting irresponsibly. So after another round of discussion, they decided, fine, just stuff him into the book too. Like to play? Like being a lazy good-for-nothing? Then go play all you want inside the damn book. Alright, I understand. Jiangnan gave a light nod. Then, what about our memories? Memories aren't really important. They're just symbols of your connection, really. If you truly wish to recover them someday, perhaps seek out a Yun later. The connection dissolved. Jiangnan wrapped his arms around Zhou Yu, nuzzling the tip of his nose against the crown of his head. The rhythm of his heartbeat felt strange, off somehow. But there was no pain, nor any loss of consciousness. He simply lowered his lashes, eyelids drooping, lost in thought. The next day, at school. Since the crystal core hadn't been turned in yet, Zhang Hong called him to the office first. Surprisingly, Qin Mingxiao was already there. Zhang Hong pointed to the chair beside him. Sit. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, didn't hesitate, and took the seat right next to Qin Mingxiao. He asked Zhang Hong, what's up? About student Xia Yuro. You suspect me? Zhang Hong shook his head. No. Her parents came to the school yesterday and caused a scene. As he spoke, Zhang Hong pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly feeling overwhelmed. Xia He, along with He Ji and Ren Ming from class 2, all said that Xia Yuro had a verbal conflict with your group, and especially with that Lin Ang. So I wanted to ask in detail, what exactly happened? Oh that. Jiangnan shrugged. I don't feel like explaining. If her parents insist on digging deeper, then just tell them I'm glad I killed her. Jiangnan. Zhang Hong shot upright. This isn't the time to fool around. Seeing this, Jiangnan also sobered up, wiping the smirk off his face and sitting properly. Chapter 120, licking till your tongue smokes won't help either. Then, he used his foot to nudge the ground slightly. My insole feels off. Qin Mingxiao. Zhang Hong. My dear young master. I thought you were gonna argue with me. I was all mentally prepared, and then you hit me with, my insole's crooked. Jiangnan scratched his nose tip and sat back down. Ah, just kidding old Zhang, why so serious? Why did Xia Yuro die? Why did I argue with her? She just stood around watching during team fights and never healed injured teammates. Whatever. It's fine. Our fault. We couldn't carry her. As he spoke, one hand covered the lower half of his face. His expression was twisted, almost grotesque, tinged with a strange, slimy creepiness, impossible to tell whether he was crying or laughing. Qin Mingxiao didn't know Jiangnan well enough to recognize this. He might have assumed Jiangnan was actually feeling sad. But to Zhang Hong, this looked exactly like someone covering their mouth to hide sneaky laughter. Xia Yuro's death has deeply saddened me as well. Old Zhang. Can you understand how I feel? We've been classmates for so long. One moment she's here, a living person, and just like that, she's gone. I'm really hurting too. Wah, whoa. Qin Mingxiao and the other man. Seeing Jiangnan like this, Zhang Hong knew nothing decent would ever come out of this kid's mouth. Whatever, just go back. I'll ask those other boys later. Those other boys, who else could it be? Obviously Chen Fan and his crew. Oh. He got up and left the office. Not even reaching the classroom door, Jiangnan ran into a familiar face. Well, not really familiar. It was Zhang Tai's little sister, Zhang Yi. Right now, the girl was hanging around the stairwell corner, looking hesitant, occasionally peeking her head halfway out like she was testing the waters. What are you doing? Jiangnan walked up to her and glanced inside as well. The sudden voice startled Zhang Yi badly. She turned, saw it was Jiangnan, and immediately lowered her head again. Then she pulled out a soft 20-yuan bill and a 5-yuan bill from her pocket, holding them out toward Jiangnan. Her voice was barely audible, stammering, in Lingyu, we said I'd give you money when we came out. Huh? Jiangnan raised one eyebrow downward, he was genuinely surprised. After gobbling hundreds from her brother yesterday, he'd assumed she'd at least dislike them a bit. Never expected her to be this nice, actually bringing him money. But he didn't need cash. He paid for everything on his phone these days. He waved it off casually. Nah, forget it. It was just a few drinks anyway. Besides, your brother already treated us to a meal yesterday. No need. With that, he headed straight into the classroom. Walking to the last row, Zhou Yu was resting his chin on one hand, staring out the window. Or more accurately, watching a little sparrow perched on the railing outside. Nice view. This one's gotta be mine, asterisk. His earlobe got flicked. Zhou Yu didn't even need to turn around, he already knew it was Jiangnan. What did Director Zhang want with you? From the front row, Zhou Qingze turned around. What else could it be? Probably about Xia Yuro again. So what? You think it's my fault? Me, an honest, kind, respectful, morally flawless model student, killed her or something? Jiangnan also gave him a warning. Old Zhang said her parents came to school and caused a scene yesterday. You better pray you don't get dragged into this. What's it got to do with me? We broke up. We haven't been close for ages. Not even teammates anymore. I didn't owe her protection. As he spoke, Zhou Qingze glanced at Zhou Yu. Xiao Yu, how's the injury? Fine now. Wasn't deep. Good, good. That's good. Zichen asked around yesterday. He heard that Xia He, the senior from Heji's team, got ambushed at home by Xia Yuro's parents. In the end, Director Zhang had to go personally. The senior already felt guilty and ashamed cause someone died in her team, and then Xia Yuro's mom started screaming at her non-stop. Only after Director Zhang called local security did they manage to pull her away. Hearing this, Wang Gang perked up. Even though Senior Xia was totally innocent and got caught in crossfire, there's some good news too. Heji has to retake the whole year next year. Dying of laughter. Jiangnan didn't react. Well, what's a lickspittle anyway? Either you're good-looking, or rich, or talented, or powerful. Otherwise, you could lick till your tongue smokes, it won't help one bit. If he had just stayed in line, someone else wouldn't have to repeat the year. Enough said, he caused the whole team to fail because of his selfishness. He's a sinner. Although most people didn't mention it, there were always a few loudmouths who blabbed about Qin Mingxiao letting the students go home and rest for half a day yesterday, news that eventually reached quite a few teachers' ears. Sure enough, it wouldn't be long before old Zhang started nagging again. Even if Zhang Hong didn't say anything, they'd still have to listen to the host nag during the assembly on the playground later. Annoying. The group chatted like this for about 10 minutes when Zhang Hong finally walked back in. Ahem. Ahem. Quiet down, quiet down. Zhang Hong first put his hands behind his back and scanned all the students in class. Look at you lot, never seen such enthusiasm for studying before, yet some of you still came late. But today? Not a single person is late. He leaned both hands on the podium. Oh. Because vacation's starting soon, huh? Suddenly so well-behaved, so obedient. Thinking you'll hand in your crystal cores and rush home, eat what you want, drink what you like, go on dates, play games, right? 1 second he was speaking softly and gently. But the next, he snorted coldly and slammed his palm hard onto the podium. Front row students got blasted with chalk dust and sneezed uncontrollably, feeling rather wronged. You little brats, I don't even feel like scolding you now. Later, you're all going to the playground for a collective lecture. Move out. Zhang Hong swept his arm dramatically and marched out of the classroom. Likewise, from other classes, students began streaming out too, more or less. All heading toward the playground. Jiangnan lightly tugged Zhou Yu's wrist, keeping him close by his side. Entering the playground. The three-member squads from Lingyu formed orderly lines, waiting for their numbers to be called before handing in their crystal cores. Though only one member per team needed to do it. Wang Jing stood at the front holding a small notebook, shouting in a booming voice, Team 1. Come here to submit your cores. Soon, a short-haired girl emerged from the crowd and jogged over, placing her team's crystal cores on the table in front of Wang Jing. Wang Jing glanced briefly, jotted down a number in his notebook, then dropped those cores into a large basket nearby. Team 2. Chapter 121 Like my big crystal core. Say something. When Zhou Qingze went up to submit his crystals. Just as expected, he received Wang Jing's approving and satisfied gaze. Most other groups had only 2 or 3 crystals. But Zhou Qingze had a full 8, nearly triple anyone else's count. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Looks like first place is definitely going to your team this time. Hee hee. After Zhou Qingze returned, Wang Jing called out again, Group 9. The crystals from Jiangnan's team were with Su Zichen. But before he could stand up, Jiangnan stopped him. I'll go. Hands in his pockets, walking with a casual sway. Jiangnan approached Wang Jing and flashed a grin. What are you grinning at? Hurry up, the line's backed up behind you. Oh. Then, Jiangnan pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket. Red, crumpled, it looked like it had been used before. But inside were crystals. He grabbed a handful and dumped them onto the table. Like it? Huh. Like my big crystal core. Say something. Wang Jing. He blinked, glancing at the crystals on the table, then back at the plastic bag in Jiangnan's hand. Not talking. What? Not enough. Then Jiangnan pulled out another plastic bag. Enough now? Huh. Enough? Seeing that Jiangnan was about to pull out more, Wang Jing hastily intervened. Master Jiang, even if you want first place, you don't need to buy extra crystals. The prize for first is only 50,000. You've probably already spent way more than that buying all these. Forget it, just hand over your team's real crystals. How come? Jiangnan tossed the remaining plastic bags from his pockets onto the table. You think I'm crazy? Spending hundreds of thousands just for a 50,000 reward? It wasn't out of sudden conscience. Truth was, these crystals were useless sitting with him. He offered them to Zhou Yu earlier, but Zhou Yu didn't even want them. Selling them? He didn't need the money. Using them for cultivation. Lin On already gave him spirit stones. As for the others, he kept the tier 2 and above cores, he'd distribute those later. Just write down any number. I'm heading back. Leaving behind a messy table. Wang Jing stared at Jiangnan's retreating figure, suddenly recalling a line in his mind. The light of righteousness shines upon that. Silently, he scooped the crystals back into the plastic bags. Just as he returned, Jiangnan nearly got swept off his feet by Chen Fan's leg sweep. Reacting quickly, he jumped, but not before smacking Chen Fan on the head. Young people these days, no integrity. Spill it fast. Where'd you get so many crystals? Did you sneak off and buy them behind our backs? Bullshit. If I really wanted first place badly enough to spend hundreds of thousands, I might as well just transfer the money straight to you guys. After sitting down cross-legged, Su Zichen asked earnestly, Brother Nan, do you think we'll get first? Jiangnan smirked sideways. Guaranteed first, bro. Suddenly, Wang Gang was called forward and walked over to Wang Jing. He dragged over a small stool, sat down beside him, and started counting the crystals in the plastic bags. Uncle. In school, call me coach. Got it, uncle, Wang Gang counted while distracted. Why am I the one counting? Why not someone else? Because talent must be put to use. Then, each group began turning in the spirit tools and walkie-talkies distributed earlier. Of course, none of this concerned Zhou Yu. He stayed seated, glancing around idly. Occasionally glancing at the red string bracelet on his wrist. Coincidentally, Qin Mingxiao appeared from nowhere and sat beside Zhou Yu. Whoa. What? Saw you sitting here lonely and cold. Came to keep you company. Qin Mingxiao smiled faintly, but his gaze landed on the bracelet around Zhou Yu's wrist. Aren't those crystals from the mutated leopards you killed in the spirit realm? I thought you were planning to sell them. His voice carried a slightly cold tone. But because he usually lounged around so lazily, his speech sounded sluggish too, and his words always rose slightly at the end, giving it a unique lilt. I never said that. Yeah, you didn't say it. But that's what I assumed. He tugged at his collar, watching the bunch of squabbling rookies up front. Oh right, by the way, although the top 3 teams get rewards, you're also losing the 3-day holiday break. Why? There's some competition opened up in Yun City, lots of schools are joining, and your Longsheng also signed up. So each school has to send their top 3 teams from the spirit realm initiate practice to participate. Probably 3v3. Damn, but I remember Jiangnan's group didn't get many crystals. They probably won't have to go. Yeah, that's good. Huh. Right after he finished speaking, Jiangnan's slightly bewildered voice came from right in front of him. He dropped to his knees and slid straight over to Qin Mingxiao, grabbing his collar. What? What did you just say? Did I hear wrong? No way, right? I must have heard wrong, yeah. Qin Mingxiao gave him a strange look. What are you doing? So random. What, disappointed you can't compete? No. Jiangnan turned to look at the pile of crystals up front, now almost fully counted, and immediately froze in shock. You sly dog. I really respect you now. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me this morning in the office? Why didn't you say anything? Seeing Jiangnan raise his hand again as if to grab his shoulder, Qin Mingxiao instantly slipped away. I didn't know this morning either. The grade director only told me after you left. Zhou Yu pinched Jiangnan's cheek and yanked his face over. Dude, you handed them all in. Not exactly. Jiangnan sniffed. I only turned in the ones below second tier. Zhou Yu. Dark lines crawled across his forehead. I should have stopped you the moment I saw you using plastic bags to carry those cores. Having escaped, Qin Mingxiao quickly ran off to a safe distance. His phone pinged. He glanced, it was a message from Lin Ong. Lin Ong, where'd you go? I couldn't find you when I woke up. Qin Mingxiao. You're just waking up now. Lin Ong, no. I searched the entire house. Only messaged you after I couldn't find you. Qin Mingxiao, unbelievable. Then he sent back a crying laughing emoji covering its face, plus a .k emoticon. Qin Mingxiao, right now I genuinely don't know whether to criticize you or praise your kindness. Lin Ong. They chatted casually for a bit. To thank Lin Ong for letting him stay last night, Qin Mingxiao said he'd treat him to lunch. No. I don't want to go out. Old Zhang, go. Get my crystals back. They're mine, I bought them. I really bought them. I lied to Coach Wang. Zhang Hong looked at Jiangnan, who was now rolling on the ground throwing a tantrum, then at Zhou Yu standing beside him, whose facial expression was barely holding together, and flat out refused. They've already been submitted. Even if they were bought back, who has time to sort through every single one for you? Though honestly, I am curious, word is the monsters in the mountains are all gone. How'd you get so many crystals? You didn't kill them all yourself, did you? Well, with such an insanely powerful dad, it wouldn't be impossible for his son to slay high-level enemies beyond his rank. Plus, maybe Jiangbai had given Jiangnan some excellent spirit tools. I already told you, I bought them. Chen Fan rubbed his ankle with his other leg and said to Su Zichen, you believe he bought them? I'm half convinced. What about you? Same here. Chapter 122, Kindness Invites Bullying. Jiangnan looked on the verge of tears. He really shouldn't have been so kind in the first place, handing over all those crystal cores. Seriously, kindness only invites bullying. Old Zhang, is it absolutely necessary to go to this competition? Forget it, consider those crystal cores my donation to the school. Can't you just exclude me from the rankings? Zhang Hong smirked darkly. Heh, whether you want to or not, you're going. What's the point of being at 9th rank of the first realm if you never put it into practice? You can't just have cultivation level without actual experience. And even if you don't care about us, think about your father, what kind of person he was. Don't let the glory he carried fade away through you. Nonsense. Jiangnan immediately put his hands on his hips. Fine. Let's fight one-on-one. If I beat you, then you can't make me go. Pfft, kid, who do you think dares touch you? I'm afraid the principal would have deducted my entire salary before I even laid a finger on you. Wah. Right after Zhang Hong finished speaking, Jiangnan rushed over and dramatically threw himself into Zhou Yu's arms, bawling. But purely theatrics. No actual tears. Humph. Keep faking it. At this rate, not giving you an Oscar is a crime against acting. Chen Fan flicked his pinky, the same one he just used to clean his ear. Even if we look past everything else, isn't Yun City in the wrong too? We just got back from the spirit realm, and we haven't even had time to rest before being sent off to another city for some competition. Do they think we're that worthless? Not even allowed a single day off. Monkey lives matter too, you know. Su Zichen, you're the only monkey here. Don't drag the rest of us into this. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Didn't we evolve from monkeys originally? Su Zichen, you're a purebred monkey. We're not. That's true, Zhang Hong interjected, tugging up his pants as if realizing today's pair was overly loose. We won't be heading straight into the competition right after arriving. We'll set off this afternoon. As compensation, we'll let you enjoy yourselves once we get there. You can choose whatever entertainment you like, the school will cover it. On the second day, we'll wait for participants from other schools to arrive. Some are quite far away, so they might only show up the next morning, requiring an extra day of rest. So stop whining. Your future is bright. Truly promising. Listening to this, Jiangnan felt deeply unimpressed. They were supposed to break the 5-box record after returning. Last night, because he knew he had to come to school, he hadn't dared go all out. Otherwise, how could Zhou Yu still have the strength to get up? Old Zhang, seriously, can't I skip it? No. No room for negotiation. None. Well, can I bring someone along? We already agreed, we're going out to have fun. Bringing someone. Zhang Hong glanced at Jiangnan. If someone was going to be brought along, technically permission from the principal would be needed. But given the principal's personality, he probably wouldn't even care about Jiangnan anyway. Alright. I'll mention it to the principal later. So it's really impossible to avoid. Suppose so. Finally, the results were tallied. Headmaster Lu stood at the front holding the list Wang Jing had prepared, gripping the microphone. Ahem, cough. I need some water first. Here you go, principal. Quick as a flash, Zhang Hong stepped forward and slightly bowed, offering his personal thermos to Headmaster Lu. After drinking, the headmaster coughed twice more. Why is Headmaster Lu coughing so much? Is he getting old? Probably. I heard our principal is nearly 60. What? Seriously? Almost 60. But he looks like he's in his 40s. TCH, told you to read more. Don't you know high-level cultivators stay physically strong regardless of age? They're nothing like ordinary people. Besides, according to Dragon Nation regulations, only above the 4th realm are qualified to serve as university presidents. Think about it, how could someone at the 4th realm possibly age that quickly? As Jiangnan listened to the chatter around him, he didn't even realize when his hand sliding down Zhou Yu's arm gradually drifted lower and lower, pulling Zhou Yu's knuckles ever closer toward a certain sensitive area. Zhou Yu. Are you insane? Huh? What did I do? If you value your life, let go, right now. Alright, now let's announce the rankings for this year's freshman initiation into the spirit realm practice. But according to reports from the military and feedback from the sophomores, it seems there were some unexpected incidents during this spirit realm expedition. Still, you're all the new lifeblood of a new era. Don't doubt yourselves just because of a small setback. The principal believes that next time, you'll achieve even greater results. No one knew how long Headmaster Lu went on talking. Finally, the rankings began. First place, Group 9. Crystal Cores, 126. Members, Jiangnan from Class 3, Freshman Year, Chen Fan from Class 3, Freshman Year, and Su Zichen from Class 3, Freshman Year. Good. These 3 students, please come to my left side. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire exploded. Well. The whole field erupted in waves of astonishment. Every gaze instantly locked onto Jiangnan. 126. What the hell? Did he farm every single monster in the entire spirit realm? Dudes, if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes, I'd think he stole everyone else's crystal cores. How could that be? He's a young master, why would he bother robbing your lousy cores? Does he even care about yours? Wait, seriously, how? All the monsters were gone. How did he get so many? Under the weight of countless stares, Jiangnan numbly walked forward. And as he passed by Zhou Yu, he couldn't resist ruffling his hair roughly. Second place, Group 7. Crystal Cores, 8. Members, Zhou Qingze from Class 3, Freshman Year, Wang Gang from Class 3, Freshman Year, and Han Fuzhou from Class 3, Freshman Year. These 3 students, come to my right side. Zhou Qingze and his group stepped forward. Third place, Group 15. Crystal Cores, 6. Members, Cheng Huai from Class 2, Freshman Year, Bai Yi from Class 2, Freshman Year, and Song Lin from Class 2, Freshman Year. These 3 students, come to my, Headmaster Lu looked at both sides and realized there was no more space. Just stand together on my left side. Oh. Chapter 123, Brother, I won't laugh anymore. Then came the announcements of the rankings for the rest of the teams. Only then did they begin handing out prize money to the top 3. Not many people felt envy or admiration toward these top 3. The field was noisy, most were only concerned about their own rankings. Some even felt jealousy toward those who received prize money, along with a sense of personal defeat. Why must life have so many spectators? Take Jiangnan's group, for example. Others might think Jiangnan deserved it, after all, he had strong backing. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't dare gossip. But in others' eyes, Chen Fan and Su Zichen were nothing more than freeriders. Neither of them knew how they were perceived by others. They looked at the prize money and felt nothing but joy. Su Zichen planned to give 45,000 yuan to his father and keep 5,000 for living expenses. Chen Fan had far more plans in mind. First, buy his little sister a new phone, then purchase a high-end skincare and cosmetic set for his mom, and add a coat and pair of shoes for his dad. There should still be quite a bit left over. Zhou Qingze, Han Fuzhou, Wang Gang, they each had their own ideas. But what concerned Jiangnan was how Cheng Huai had made it into the top 3. After that incident outside the classroom, he'd had no further contact with the guy. And now they had to compete together, Yet look at Cheng Huai, completely uninterested in the 10,000 yuan prize. He simply tossed the stack of cash to Bai Yi. Wow, young master treats money like dirt. Bai Yi mocked playfully, but still caught the bundle. I don't care for it. Take it back and buy something for your little sister. That kid looked frighteningly thin last time we met. In that case, I'll thank Brother Huai on my sister's behalf. The Qing family had some modest wealth, though still fell short compared to true riches. They were just comfortably well off by ordinary standards. His parents were constantly traveling for work, leaving him behind alone. But they never skimped on his allowance. With no one around to supervise, Cheng Huai could be considered quite rebellious. He'd done his share of smoking, drinking, fighting, and club hopping. Actually, the way he met Bai Yi was somewhat strange. Back in high school, because of Bai Yi's poor family background, he was often ostracized. Frequently extorted for money by a few troublemakers in class. Coincidentally, one day after school, Cheng Huai passed through an alley and heard a fight breaking out inside. The reason? Bai Yi hadn't paid his protection fee on time. Human nature is complicated. Good and evil often hinge on a single thought. At that time, Bai Yi still looked rather youthful, clean-cut, dressed extremely simply. So plainly dressed that anyone could instantly tell he came from a poor household. Whether it was because that version of Bai Yi matched his type, Cheng Huai himself didn't know what he was thinking. He grabbed those guys and beat them senseless until they submitted. After the beating, he didn't say anything to Bai Yi and simply went home. Who would have thought, though, the kid slowly began following him around. When Cheng didn't feel like studying, Bai Yi took notes for him, explained key concepts. On hot days, he'd run errands to buy water. At first, Cheng Huai found Bai Yi quiet, even somewhat annoying. But over time, he got used to having a little shadow trailing behind. Perhaps he'd been too lenient. This kid grew bolder and bolder, even starting to meddle in his private affairs. Like when he found out Cheng was gay and preferred delicate, fair-skinned boys, he actually suggested they try something together. But once Cheng discovered this guy preferred topping, he quickly lost interest. Heh, let's go see her together this afternoon. It's been a long time since I've seen the little girl. Yeah, sure. I'll call grandma later and ask her to cook extra food. Alright. Since the rewards are mostly handed out, let's now talk about your failure to return to school yesterday. We need to have a serious talk, don't you think? After Principal Lu finished speaking, Zhang Hong stepped up for his solo performance. He first clicked his tongue, then tested the microphone with 2 sharp taps. The UJ. You know what I've realized? Some students in our school are truly lacking. Not returning to school, that alone is enough grounds for punishment. But what angers me the most? Some people just can't shut their mouths. You just had to speak up, didn't you? Making yourself look good, huh? Proving how obedient you are, is that it? Huh? Are we meeting or not? As Zhang Hong ranted, he paced back and forth, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. Back in my day, if someone had said that crap, I'd have beaten them into a foldable screen. You live in Dunhuang or something? Why so full of murals? Some people don't need to laugh just yet. This isn't about allowing you all to sneak back home on your own or go stay in hotels instead of returning to the dorms. It's about this: when you enter society later, if you encounter people like that, stay far away from them. You hear me? Stay away. These kinds of people are traitors. They can't stand seeing others succeed. Good. What old Zhang said is right. A round of applause, clap clap clap, broke out. Yeah. That's fucking spot on. Respect, old Zhang. Woo-hoo woo-woo woo-woo woo. Following the sound, it was Jiangnan's group who had already collected their prize money and stepped down. Chen Fan was the loudest one shouting. Feeling like the momentum still wasn't strong enough, he even tried to stand up and yell some more, but Han Fuzhou grabbed him around the waist and yanked him back down. Zhang Hong. Although Class 3 had clearly taken off this time, he still couldn't underestimate these kids' knack for causing chaos. He really didn't understand how Zichen and Qingze, 2 sensible, hard-working students, had ended up hanging out with them. Students who are free now can go home. Boarders return to your dorms, or go out and play if you want. Dismissed. Chen Fan, oh yeah. Top 3, come with me. Chen Fan, brother, I won't laugh anymore. The familiar principal's office. Familiar Principal Lu and Teacher Zhang. And the 10 of them. This principal's office is really huge. No sooner had they walked in than Jiangnan started being restless again. He began wandering around, strolling as if he were a patrolling little cop. Principal Lu. Jiangnan. There's really nothing here for you to take. Teacher Lu, what are you talking about? Do I look like the kind of guy who'd steal from you? Humph. Zhang Hong actually laughed. Big young master, I've heard all about it. Your performance in Lingyu was quite outstanding. Gold will always shine. Of course I stood out. I can't argue with you. Zhang Hong stepped in front of Jiangnan and spoke earnestly, don't blame your teacher. You need to have ambition, a drive to improve. Actually, even if you hadn't obtained a crystal core, we were still going to include you in the Yun City competition. His gaze dropped downward. There, sticking out from inside Jiangnan's coat pocket, was a dark object. He pulled it out. The hell is this? Isn't this the school-issued walkie-talkie? Why didn't you hand this over earlier? The senior only said Class 1 must turn theirs in. She never said anything about Class 3. They locked eyes. Jiangnan's gaze sparkled with sly intelligence. Everyone present. Chapter 124 Jiangnan, I have a friend. Zhang Hong's eyes bulged wide. It was actually a word game, terrifyingly creepy. He shoved the walkie-talkie back into his pocket and shot Jiangnan an irritated glare. Go on, don't even think about keeping the school's walkie-talkie. Principal Lu chuckled. It's just a walkie-talkie, isn't it? If he wants it, just let him have it. See? Principal Lu is way nicer to me. Hey Principal, do you still have some tea leaves around? Back to serious matters. Old Zhang already reported to me. If you want to bring someone along, fine by me. But there's one rule, they can't participate in the competition. They're allowed to watch only. We're planning to leave at 2 this afternoon. Should arrive in Yun City around 7 or 8 tonight. I just checked with other schools, some students are still stuck inside the spirit realm and haven't come out yet. So the competition will most likely be postponed to the day after tomorrow. And for tonight, as a reward for your hard work, we'll cover your expenses wherever you'd like to go for fun. Choose any place you want. Chen Fan asked, will we still get our vacation after the competition ends? Don't worry, absolutely yes. We'll even give you 2 extra days off. It's 9 now. You've still got some time, go home, pack your stuff, have a meal with your family, say your goodbyes. When the time comes, meet back at the school gate. Director Zhang will take you all to Yun City. JBK. No swearing. I didn't say anything. Receiving the instructions, everyone began to leave one after another. But just as Zhou Yu stepped across the doorway, Chen Huai's gaze fell on him, almost by accident. The next second, however, Jiangnan turned his head and glared sharply at Chen Huai. Eyes quickly shifted. He had become well-behaved instantly. Everyone dispersed, heading back to their respective homes. Chen Fan grabbed Han Fuzhou and asked, have you eaten yet? Nope. How about you? Not yet either. Then Chen Fan continued, how's your grandpa feeling these days? If you go off to compete, won't he feel lonely being alone at home? Well. I haven't told the old man yet. I should head back first. You ride an e-bike? Too lazy to bring it. I took the bus here. What the hell, I was hoping you could save me $2 by giving me a ride home. Chen Fan, you absolute beast. Do you even consider me your brother? I'm furious, seriously red-hot angry. Jester. Whatever, let's go. I'm crashing your place for dinner. Chen Fan slung an arm over Han Fuzhou's shoulder. I live alone anyway. Eating out costs money, cooking myself is annoying. We're bros, what's wrong with me coming over for a meal? Ugh. Fine. But do you have any change? You're paying for the bus fare. Don't worry, bro. I've got you covered. Alright. Time to make a plan. Back at home, Jiangnan kept running between the living room and bedroom. This young master is losing his temper. I'm really gonna lose it. A suitcase lay open on the floor, clothes and items haphazardly stuffed inside. Zhou Yu didn't have much, he always kept things simple. In contrast, Jiangnan kept muttering, no, I must bring this. And that, this one too, can't forget this. Will one suitcase even be enough? Darling. Check if I missed anything. Zhou Yu. You psycho, you're going to a competition, not moving house. And since when did you become such a delicate flower? When he walked over and saw what Jiangnan was packing, Zhou Yu's mouth twitched violently. You, put that thing back right now. Why? I think I might need it. Just don't yell at me yet, my toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, slippers, my tablet, laptop. He crouched down to check the rest. Face masks. Facial cleanser. You seriously need to bring those? I have to maintain my handsome image. What if I turn ugly and you don't like me anymore and run off with someone else? After saying that, Jiangnan felt his chin gently lifted by Zhou Yu. You're very handsome. And very beautiful. Looks are just a bonus in life. No need to stress over them. How could I ever be anxious over something as trivial as appearance? Jiangnan smiled and shook his head. Looking at Zhou Yu, he suddenly recalled Lin Yang's words. Zhou Yu. Hey you. Childhood playmates, growing up together like bamboo horses. Seriously, even without any memories, the feeling of turning one's childhood sweetheart into a life partner is actually kind of amazing. Thinking about it, Jiangnan couldn't help but ask, Zhou Yu, mind if I ask you something? Go ahead. Jiangnan lowered his head and kept packing. So there's this friend of mine. He had a childhood playmate, they grew up incredibly close. The kind of bond that's forged through life and death situations. Then, due to certain reasons, both of them lost their memories. Basically became strangers to each other. But later on, by sheer coincidence, they ended up together again, did all sorts of crazy things, and suddenly got told by their elders that they were actually best friends as kids. Of course, my friend's playmate doesn't know this yet, so he just keeps treating him like a lover. So my friend feels kind of weird inside, and came to talk to me about it. I haven't given him a clear answer, but what do you think about this situation? After listening, Zhou Yu started analyzing. I think, he should probably come clean with his playmate. Playmate? Wait, is your friend a guy or a girl? A guy. Both of them are guys. Huh. Jiangnan acted as if he were slightly nervous, even softening his movements. Zhou Yu fell silent for a moment. He reorganized his thoughts, then finally spoke after a long pause, I think it's better to be honest. Otherwise, won't it always feel awkward when facing each other? Coming out with the truth would be better for both of them in the end. Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Chapter 125 I'm changing my hairstyle, you're indispensable. Meanwhile. Yun City. Inside a private villa. Master, here's the list of students from Longqing University who've come to our Yun City for the competition. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard as he took the document handed by his butler. As his eyes scanned over the names on the list, his teeth ground together with an audible crunch. Zhou Qingze. Damn it. This brat had snatched away what was rightfully his. And nearly beat him half to death. If he hadn't mustered the strength to call his butler in the end, he might not have made it out alive. And then there's Jiangnan. If it weren't for him, never mind, that one's unbeatable. I remember, doesn't this Zhou Qingze have a younger brother? Yes, but according to our investigation, they aren't biologically related. Bringing up the incident back in Jiangcheng, the butler seemed to recall something else and continued, Young master, Miss Xia has passed away. What? Jiang Chen's expression froze momentarily. When he had ordered the butler to send people to bail those men out of detention, he'd had a vague sense that it would earn him the enmity of young Master Jiang. Jiang family did have business interests in Jiangcheng, which was why those lackeys had been so bold in the first place. Now both Jiang Chen and his butler had fled far away, while those flunkies, having lost their patron, disappeared into hiding, nobody even knew where they were anymore. With not a single update from Jiangnan's side since then, Jiang Chen had almost forgotten all about it. He'd always heard that young Master Jiang was easygoing, someone who never interfered in others' affairs, that was why Jiang Chen dared to make such a decision. How long had it really been? The disappearance of those lackeys was expected, but now Xia Yuro was dead. How did she die? Did the young master from the Jiang family intervene? No. She died during a school-organized spirit realm expedition. It said when she was found, only her lower half remained. Most likely, she was eaten by a monster inside the spirit realm. Humph. What an idiotic woman, her death is hardly regrettable. I must have been blind back then. Instead of becoming the rightful madam of the Jiang family, she chose some penniless good-for-nothing. Truly foolish. Truthfully, Jiang Chen wasn't unattractive, not at all, but compared to Zhou Qingze, he simply fell short. Perhaps because he'd grown accustomed to countless women trying every trick to get close to him just to climb the social ladder. That was why someone like Xia Yuro, who seemed different, caught his interest. Back then, his parents had casually handed him a small company in Jiangcheng for him to manage as a pastime. It was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon when he finished his day's work and hadn't walked far before the sky suddenly poured with rain. Before he could reach his car, Xia Yuro appeared, as if scripted by fate, with her signature soft lighting and dreamy filter. Holding a white transparent umbrella, she smiled and asked if he needed shelter. At that time, Xia Yuro was still a first-year high school student, unaware of Zhou Qingze. After that rainy encounter, it seemed as though destiny kept drawing them together, they began meeting more and more frequently. With increasing contact, Jiang Chen slowly fell for her. Wealthy and generous, especially towards someone he cared for, he spared no expense. Of course, one must show sincerity when pursuing another, stinginess would never win affection. People often unconsciously overlay a rosy filter over those they love. Just like Jiang Chen, and earlier, Zhou Qingze. As Xia Yuro started making more and more demands, Jiang Chen's rationality seemed completely blinded by that thick layer of illusion. He never once suspected anything wrong with her. Instead, he thought he just hadn't given enough, and so met every request without hesitation. Even after a series of increasingly absurd events unfolded later, Jiang Chen still clung to a sliver of hope regarding Xia Yuro. But reality eventually slapped him hard across the face, awakening him in full. Both mentally, and physically. The physical slap came from Zhou Qingze. 2 weeks spent lying in bed. But somehow, he became enlightened. The first thing he did upon waking wasn't to check on Xia Yuro. It was to launch a thorough investigation on Zhou Qingze. Damn it. He got beaten. Then he would return the favor tenfold, no, 100-fold. Why should newcomers surpass those who came first, because the original didn't fight back? Now Jiang Chen finally understood. Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. I am a young master. A noble young master, do you understand? I won't stand for this humiliation any longer. This one named Cheng Huai, he's the son of the Qing family we're supposed to cooperate with. Yes. Get me his contact information. Cheng Huai brother, here's some food for you. At the dinner table, Bai Yu placed a piece of braised pork into Cheng Huai's bowl. The little girl looked only 5 or 6 years old, thin and delicate, yet her voice carried an unusual charm. What's this now, Yu? Now that Cheng Huai brother is here, you've forgotten your own brother. Bai Yi pretended to be upset. Ha ha ha. An elderly man seated at the center of the table chuckled warmly. You, don't just keep serving your Huai brother. Your Xiao brother might get mad otherwise. That's because Cheng Huai brother brought me tasty snacks, so I'm returning the favor. Brother didn't bring me anything. Ha. Who's really your brother then? At such a young age, already disowning family, is that it? Cheng Huai remained silent with a smile, quietly eating the plain rice in his bowl. After the meal, Bai Yi packed up his belongings and bid farewell to the elder and the child. Grandma, take good care of yourself while I'm away. Don't do any heavy work. Call me if anything comes up. All right. Cheng Huai added, don't forget to take those health supplements I bought for you, they're good for your body. And remember to give Yu the milk I got for her too. Yes. Little Huai, you're such a thoughtful one. Bye-bye, Cheng Huai brother. Goodbye. The two left, walking toward Cheng Huai's home. That kid's much better than before, actually gained some weight. Yeah, her complexion has improved a lot compared to how she used to look. He lit a cigarette, looking somewhat irritated. He had originally planned to spend this holiday hanging out with a few girls, but now he had to go to another city. Absolutely no fun at all. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Cheng Huai pulled it out, puzzled by the friend request he'd just received. Damn right it's serious. Fully geared up, okay. Everything's ready. Didn't old Lu say we can have fun in Yin City tomorrow? What's even there to do in Yin City anyway? Why drag me along to the competition? I'd rather stay in Jiangnan and enjoy myself. It wouldn't be the same without you. It'd be boring on my own. Jiangnan looked dead serious as he stared at Zhou Yu. I'm changing my hairstyle. Guess what kind of style? Zhou Yu thought for a moment, recalling the slick-back hairdo he'd styled yesterday. Jiangnan had seemed to like it, maybe even wanted to copy it. Slick back. No, Jiangnan shook his head immediately. It's that I can't do it without you. Chapter 126 Jiangnan, Moshi, Qin Mingxiao, Mishi. They were in the middle of chatting when suddenly a video call popped up on the phone. It was from Qin Mingxiao. Jiangnan answered instantly, holding the phone right up to his face. Moshi. Qin Mingxiao. He cautiously replied, Mishi. What are you doing? Jiangnan exclaimed. Are you crazy or something? Qin Mingxiao snapped back. For the first time ever, he actually cursed at someone, but instead of arguing, he quickly got straight to the point. Didn't you say you were going to travel to another city? So how are we handling this now? I just don't feel like squeezing onto a train with all of you, he drawled lazily. What do you mean? Dude, didn't your teacher tell you? You're supposed to take the train to Yuncheng. Ha! At that, Jiangnan shot straight up from where he sat. The train? Yeah, Qin Mingxiao added mercilessly, and I heard it's hard seats. Why the hell would it be hard seats? Taking the train is bad enough, but hard seats. I'm furious. Seriously furious. This young master is about to lose it. On the other end, Qin Mingxiao let out a dry chuckle. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to take Lin Ong to another city for fun? So I'll graciously be a good guy and help deliver Lin Ong to Yuncheng for you. You have a car. No, but isn't borrowing one easy enough? Do you even have a driver's license? No. But I know how to drive. No way. Jiangnan flat out rejected the idea. You don't have a license, what are you driving? What if something happens to my bro? How am I supposed to face his parents? Qin Mingxiao twitched. What, do you expect me to drive a tank instead? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Just imagine, rolling up in a tank. How badass would that be? Get lost. This was the second time Qin Mingxiao had cursed within 2 short minutes. TCH, why's Ice Lollipop so angry? I was just talking to you nicely. You've hurt my heart. Are you even human? Honestly, Qin Mingxiao always thought of himself as a civilized person. He wouldn't utter a single swear word, unless he ran into an absolute lunatic. Anyway, if you don't want to take the train, it's simple. Just talk to Principal Zhang. You could drive yourself over there. Jiangnan. Qin Mingxiao, what's with that look on your face? You don't have a license, do you? No. How about a car then? At least that you must have. If you've got one, fine, I'll just borrow it. No, not that either. Both fell silent. Since when did any self-respecting young master not own at least a few luxury cars? This was ridiculous. After about 10 seconds of silence, Qin Mingxiao finally spoke again. Are you even really blood-related to the Jiang family? What's that supposed to mean? I like riding bicycles and electric scooters. Want one of those? Get out of my phone. That was the last thing Qin Mingxiao said before hanging up. Jiangnan immediately turned red with rage. How dare he hang up on this young master? Fine, go ahead and hang up, but then dare to insult me too. Just as he was about to redial and launch into a fierce verbal battle, Qin Mingxiao sent a message. Qin Mingxiao, by the way, if Zhou Yu wants a ride, tell him to come find me. Jiangnan, what about me? Qin Mingxiao. Who are you? Jiangnan. No way. There was no way he was sitting in a hard seat. No matter what, his precious behind would never suffer such indignity. He immediately called Zhang Hong to confirm. Only after making sure they'd be taking soft seats did Jiangnan finally feel satisfied. That damn ice lollipop tricked me. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. Zhou Yu, next time we see him, team up with me, let's give him that 1,000-year kill. He needs to learn that people can be evil. At the mention of 1,000-year kill, Zhou Yu instinctively glanced at his index and middle fingers. Then he remembered the last time Yuzhan had been subjected to Jiangnan's infamous move, and a chill ran down his spine. So weird. So tempting. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze toward Jiangnan, letting his eyes slowly drift downward. Jiangnan. Why is my wife giving me that creepy look? He gulped. A bad feeling welled up inside him. But Zhou Yu didn't say anything, just gave a casual glance. Said nothing, yet somehow, said everything. At 2:15 p.m., they had already followed Zhang Hong to the train station. After boarding the soft seats, the group began chatting idly. Their carriage wasn't crowded at all, there were plenty of empty seats. Cheng Huai had just sat down when he leaned his head against Bai Yi's shoulder and fell asleep. Song Lin was sitting opposite them, hunched over a book. Several bottles of mineral water sat on the small table in the middle. A few rows ahead. Jiangnan, Chen Fan, and Han Fuzhou were playing cards with Zhang Hong. Zhou Yu, Wang Gang, and Zhou Qingze were discussing cultivation. Just as the teacher said, it gets even harder to cultivate after the 5th stage of the first realm. Zhou Qingze gathered a faint trace of spiritual source at his fingertip, wearing a somewhat helpless expression. Feels like my cultivation speed has slowed down quite a bit compared to before. But it's not too bad, it'll be worth it once we break through, since more spiritual source can circulate in our bodies afterward. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Whenever he had free time, he would use the core Jiang Bai had given him last time for cultivation, and found it surprisingly easy. It felt like heaven itself had given you an exploit. Wang Gang was now sitting beside Zhou Qingze, holding a second-realm monster core and meditating. Back at the school gate, Jiangnan had handed each of them a second-realm beast core. The gesture moved the young men so deeply that they nearly teared up, and might have dropped to their knees calling him godfather if not restrained. This brother Jiangnan. Definitely someone you can count on, he actually shares the good stuff. Old Zhang, your luck really sucks. Shut up, you owe me 75 yuan now, transfer it quick. Heh. Is that all? 75? Fine, I'll send it. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou had each won only 10 or 20 yuan, but even without mentioning it, Zhang Hong transferred the money to them anyway. He stood up from his seat, I'm off to the restroom, you guys keep playing. Meanwhile, Jiangnan instantly darted over and squeezed himself next to Zhou Yu, flashing a big grin. I just won over 70 bucks from old Zhang playing cards. Badass or what? Zhou Yu scooted further into his seat, making room for Jiangnan. Glancing at the transfer record displayed on his phone screen, he gave a small nod. Impressive. Chapter 127 If I can't have you, then I'll just take your boyfriend. At 7:30 in the evening, the group arrived smoothly in Yin City. Zhang Hong waved his hand grandly. Come on, I'll take you all to check into the hotel first. Then you can figure out where to go play later. Cheng Huai raised his hand and asked, can 2 people share a room? Of course. Do you think the school gave you all that money just for fun? Nice. Jiangnan declared, I want the presidential suite. Zhang Hong shot back, do I look like someone who lives in a presidential suite? I don't care, I want it anyway. Zhang Hong. Zhou Yu pulled him away. Let's go. If you really want it, I'll book it for you. Zhou Qingze. Watching their hands still clasped together, Zhou Qingze felt a helpless sense of having lost something, like his home had been stolen. In the end, the room arrangements were settled as follows. Jiangnan and Zhou Yu shared one room, Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze another, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou a third, Cheng Huai and Bai Yi the fourth, the remaining 2, Su Zichen and Song Lin, paired up together. Though they hadn't spoken before, from Song Lin's demeanor Su Zichen could immediately tell he was, just like himself, a quiet, studious type. He didn't mind at all. Zhang Hong booked himself a single room. After everything was sorted, everyone prepared to head out. But suddenly, Cheng Huai said he wanted to take a shower first and told them to go ahead without him. Once everyone had left, Cheng Huai stood solemnly, gripping his phone, staring at a message from someone who claimed to be Jiang Chen. I'm behind your hotel building. Come find me. Okay. This afternoon, right after leaving Bai Yi's house, this guy had suddenly added him on Chaoxin. Jiang Chen, he'd heard the name before. The man had quite a reputation in Jiang City. Apparently, he'd once competed with Zhou Qingze for affection and had been a hopeless admirer of Xia Yuro. He was also rumored to be the young master of a family whose company collaborated with Cheng Huai's parents' business. TSK, truly, it's tough earning money when people expect you to act like garbage. The moment they connected, Jiang Chen sent him a message that left him dumbfounded, go drug Zhou Qingze for me. What an idiot. Is this guy insane? Drug, always with the drugs. Can't we get anything original? If Jiang Chen had asked him to kidnap Zhou Qingze, Cheng Huai wouldn't have minded so much. But he'd noticed a common flaw among these rich heirs. Why are they so obsessed with drugging people? Either they drug others themselves, pay someone else to do it, or use their status to force someone into doing it for them. Absolutely terrifying. He just couldn't appreciate such tactics. When it came to his own targets, he only applied a little pressure and psychological shock, nothing excessive. He hadn't even stepped fully outside the hotel entrance when he brushed past Jiangnan, Zhou Yu, Lin Ong, and Qin Mingxiao, who had turned back. Qin Mingxiao had called Jiangnan earlier, saying he'd arrived with Lin Ong. So Jiangnan had gone to meet them and bring them back to check in. Chen Fan and the others had already gone off to play. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to go sing a few songs and have some drinks. Well, technically, that was what Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou wanted. But since no one else had strong opinions, they went along with it. Jiangnan paused, glancing at Cheng Huai's retreating figure as he exited the hotel. Didn't he say he wanted to shower? So why wasn't there even a hint of dampness on him, or the faintest scent of shower gel? Still, Jiangnan didn't dwell on it and led Lin Ong toward the front desk. After all, he couldn't very well follow someone like some creepy stalker to see what they were up to. That would be too suspicious, and frankly, too embarrassing. Later, the four of them planned to hit the night market and see if there were any good local snacks. They'd spent the entire afternoon on the train, and Jiangnan had spent the rest entertaining himself. Sure, he could ignore hunger if needed, but resisting temptation? That was beyond him. What's the point of having a mouth if not to eat? He wondered if this city had any unique street food he'd never seen before. As for Cheng Huai, he circled around to the back of the hotel building and spotted a man standing beside a flower bed. The man wore a trench coat, a black hat, and dark sunglasses. His entire face was hidden except for the lower half. And he seemed slightly shorter than Cheng Huai. Cheng Huai walked over. Are you Jiang Chen? Never having seen Jiang Chen in person, he could only ask tentatively. But judging by the man's aura, he looked to be over 30. The man didn't answer. Instead, he silently pulled a small packet of powder from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Huai. This drug is colorless and tasteless. Get Zhou Qingze to ingest it, and you're free of any further obligations. Colorless and tasteless. Cheng Huai looked at the small packet in his hand and said doubtfully, but this has color, how can you say it's colorless and tasteless? Hu Yun. He turned around, cold and aloof. Don't ask so many questions. Just put this into Zhou Qingze's food, or into his water. Once it's inside, it'll become completely colorless and tasteless. After the deed is done, our young master won't forget to reward your Qing family. And if you fail? He sneered. Then the Jiang family will never do business with yours again. Understood, kid? Cheng Huai's breath caught. Are you threatening me? And aiming straight for my jugular? On the surface, it was just about cutting off business ties, but Cheng Huai knew exactly what lay between the lines. One misstep, and his family's company would collapse overnight. He gave a silent, inward laugh. He'd already decided not to get further involved with Zhou Qingze and the others. Who knew fate would twist like this? Composing himself, Cheng Huai asked again, so what you're saying is, I just need to make sure Zhou Qingze ingests this. After that, it's none of my concern, right? Exactly. Then how will you track Zhou Qingze's location? As the words left his mouth, Hu Yun smiled confidently, revealing a silver tooth. I've already checked, they just went to a karaoke bar. One of our Jiang family's properties. I've had people stationed there long ago. Tonight, he won't escape, even if he grows wings. He will be our young master's possession. But clearly, Cheng Huai misunderstood completely. His pupils contracted slightly. Wait, didn't Jiang Chen like Xia Yuro? Wasn't he supposed to be Zhou Qingze's rival? Why drug Zhou Qingze now? If I can't have you, then I'll just take your boyfriend. This circle is seriously messed up. Now that I've given you the item, I'll be on my way. With that, Hu Yun turned and left in haste. Just ordered a little side dish, time to go savor it properly. He was brimming with confidence. Since Zhou Qingze's side was already covered, and Cheng Huai had received his assignment, might as well sneak off duty for a bit of fun. After the man disappeared into the distance, Chen Huai slipped the powder into his pocket. He scoffed disdainfully. It's just because they're afraid of Jiangnan, isn't it? My parents really, what's the point of partnering with the Jiang family anyway? Suddenly, he realized his own words were off. TCH, can't blame them either. Guess I just got unlucky hitting top 3. His shadow stretched longer under the street lamp. Hands in pockets, Chen Huai walked slowly. He knew perfectly well that Jiang Chen was only using him as a scapegoat, afraid of Jiangnan's retaliation. Sure, Jiangnan had never been seen losing his temper or beating someone up. But if he did snap, what then? Chen Huai narrowed his eyes. Fine, then let's go with this. Chapter 128, I, Emperor Chen Fan, shall eliminate you today on behalf of our F7. In Jiang Chen's villa, he looked at the message from his butler confirming that the medicine had been successfully delivered, and a smirk curled up on his lips. Hee hee. Zhou Qingze, tonight this young master will give you just a little shock. He had specifically instructed Hu Yun to buy knockout powder designed for cultivators. Even a 4th stage cultivator would fall for it, this young master guarantees it. A raise. Who the butler absolutely deserves a raise. This job was done too damn well. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Yin City, Hu Yun gazed at the beauty lying on the bed, no longer able to suppress the grin spreading across his face. He'd been so busy gathering intelligence for Jiang Chen these past couple of days, he hadn't even had time to eat a proper meal. Today, taking advantage of this break, he'd treated himself to a fling. You know what? Don't even deny it, she really is stunning. He took off his trench coat, pulling out a small packet identical to the one he'd given Chen Huai earlier. But this wasn't knockout powder. This was something entirely different, meant to spice things up. Eyeing the 2 glasses of water on the small table, he poured the contents into one. I already told you how this works, you know my routine by now, right? He handed one glass to the woman with a smile. Go on, drink up. The woman glanced at it and giggled coyly. Big brother, we girls in this line of work don't have it easy. Don't make things difficult for me. Her voice dripped with allure, sending shivers down Hu Yun's spine. Quickly realizing she might suspect the powder was some kind of drug, he immediately took a sip from the glass himself. See? It's not. But he never got to finish. Before the words could leave his mouth, Hu Yun collapsed face first onto the floor. It made quite a loud sound too. No surprise, he'd definitely wake up tomorrow with a massive bump on his head. The woman blinked, then crouched down and gave Hu Yun a shake. Big brother? Big brother? Alas, this was knockout powder strong enough to drop even a 4th stage cultivator. Once certain Hu Yun was completely unconscious, she let out a breath of relief and promptly kicked him in the face. Fucking ugly toad pretending to be a frog. So damn ugly yet still trying fancy moves. Cursing under her breath, her hands wasted no time searching Hu Yun for anything valuable. Vast and boundless horizons are my love. Brothers. Why aren't you hype? Tonight, everything in this place is on Mr. Zhang's tab. Zhang Hong held the microphone tightly, passionately singing. If Jiangnan were here, he'd storm the stage and snatch the mic away, declaring Zhang Hong sang like trash, then belt out a rendition of 2 Tigers himself. Chen Huai sat quietly, swirling a glass of wine in his hand. How interesting. It felt as if heaven itself were giving him a helping hand. He had initially assumed the drinks would come in cans or bottles. But someone, some genius, had insisted on using wine glasses. More classy, right? The private room was dim, illuminated only by flickering mood lights. Chen Huai sipped again from his glass, marveling at how perfectly everything had aligned. Glasses made drugging easy. Dark lighting meant easier tricks. Jiangnan wasn't around. And everyone's attention was glued to the karaoke, relaxed and distracted. If he wanted to, he could use his ability to drug someone seamlessly, without anyone noticing. His ability was simple, temporarily turn invisible while suppressing his presence. Perfect for silent kills, perfect for ambushes. Conveniently, he was seated in the darkest, most unnoticeable corner of the room. Glancing across at Zhou Qingze, who was sitting quietly on the opposite side, Chen Huai steadied his nerves and activated his invisibility. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Bai Yi, watching him sneak around, was curious. But after a brief glance, he turned his attention back to Zhang Hong. Chen Huai must have his reasons. Staring too hard might only get in his way. 3, 2, 1. Perfect, success. As expected, the substance dissolved instantly in liquid. Anything he carried while invisible became invisible too. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingze had just turned away from Chen Fan, completely unaware that something had just been slipped into his drink. Back in his seat, Chen Huai reappeared the moment the light hadn't reached his corner yet. Did you just drug Zhou Qingze? He turned his head, and immediately met Bai Yi's eyes, which had noticeably brightened. Chen Huai didn't hesitate, he smacked him hard on the forehead. If you fucking light up your eyes like that while I'm invisible again, I'll cripple you. Bai Yi took the hit without flinching, seemingly unfazed by the pain, and asked once more, why did you put that stuff into Zhou Qingze's drink? You said you weren't interested in them anymore, didn't you? He just stared at Cheng Huai, waiting for an explanation. The latter roughly raked a hand through his hair, feeling irritated. Let's talk outside. He stood up and headed toward the door. There was nothing he couldn't tell Bai Yi. The guy would always have his back, no matter what. He didn't have many friends, barely enough to count on one hand. But someone like Bai Yi? Definitely an exception. Beep beep, beep beep. In the noisy night market, this was the third time Jiangnan had received a harassing call from Chen Fan. What do you want? What the hell do you want? Are you trying to ruin me, kid? I just wanted to enjoy some food in peace, what do you even want? Chen Fan said, oh look at you, thick-browed and wide-eyed Jiangnan. I've called you how many times, and only now are you admitting you're out eating something good? I, Emperor Chen Fan, shall eliminate you today on behalf of our F7. Go to hell. Why are you so mad? Stop wandering around that shitty night market. Come sing karaoke with us, bro. The second he finished speaking, Jiangnan heard singing coming from his end. His lips twitched violently. Are they slaughtering pigs over there? No, it's Han Fuzhou singing. Alright, fair, it is pretty terrible. But still nowhere near as bad as me, Emperor Chen Fan. You're not much better yourself. Jiangnan cursed irritably. Seriously, you guys can insult me all you want normally, but when it comes to singing, I genuinely believe I'm the strongest among us. If you don't believe me, come back and I'll sing one right now. Fuck off. I'm not coming. I'll just head straight back to the hotel after eating. Hanging up, hanging up. He tossed his phone back into his pocket and walked beside Zhou Yu's shoulder. But less than 2 minutes later, Han Fuzhou's call came through. Jiangnan. He hung up immediately and switched his phone to silent mode. Not done yet, he grabbed Zhou Yu's phone too and silenced that as well. Zhou Yu, 6. Lin Ong and Qin Mingxiao followed behind them, gradually spreading out front and back. Not that it mattered, Qin Mingxiao wasn't stupid enough to get himself lost. As for Lin Ong, he looked left and right, glancing here and there. From trinkets on display, to small animals for sale, to every single food stall, he had to stop and examine each one. This wide-eyed, naive act struck Qin Mingxiao as both surprising and amusing. So clueless, so innocent, wouldn't he be easily tricked by anyone? Damn it, why did you hang up on me? Han Fuzhou stared at his rejected call, his face instantly flushed with anger. Zhou Qingze watched him indifferently and smiled slightly. They're busy having fun, right? Then let's not disturb them. Besides, we still have another full day to play tomorrow. We can go sightseeing together then. Glancing at the noisy private room, Zhou Qingze knew well that Zhou Yu didn't like this kind of atmosphere. Going out with Jiangnan would be better anyway. Then he took another sip of alcohol. You crazy or something? In a deserted corridor outside the private room, Bai Yi grabbed Cheng Huai by the collar. It's not that I'm crazy, Cheng Huai said, pulling his hand away and adjusting his collar. It's just something I had to do. If I don't do this, what will happen to my family's company? What about my parents? But couldn't you think of your connection with Jiangnan? You could have told him beforehand. Even if not directly, you could have told Zhou Qingze to find Jiangnan for you. I know that, I'm not stupid. But I don't have Jiangnan's contact number. What was I supposed to do? Zhou Yu even blocked my number. Ever since coming back from Huyun, he'd already made his plan. After drugging Zhou Qingze, he intended to send a reminder to either Jiangnan or Zhou Yu, subtly shifting the focus onto Jiang Chen. That way, he'd technically fulfill the task given by the Jiang family, while avoiding accumulating too much resentment from Jiangnan's side. Positioning himself as neutral. At least neither side would completely turn against him. If the Jiang family ever questioned him, he'd simply deny everything outright. But he hadn't expected both Jiangnan and Zhou Yu to be absent, and unreachable. As for those idiots like Chen Fan, he doubted they'd believe him even if he told them Zhou Qingze had been drugged. Bai Yi frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why would I talk about family matters with you? Ugh, forget it, do you have Jiangnan's contact info? It might still be time to warn him. Let me check. Hearing Cheng Huai's words, Bai Yi felt an unpleasant weight in his chest. What does he mean, family matters, like I should know nothing about it? This guy knows every detail about his own family, yet he's never shared anything about his own background. All Bai Yi knew was that every time he visited Cheng Huai, the other was always alone, living in a house all by himself. Found it. Send it to me. No. Bai Yi shook his head. You don't need to handle it. I'll make the call. No matter how you look at it, me calling is far better than you doing it. Hardly had he finished speaking when they heard a noise behind them. A tall, skinny young man staggered past, leaning against the wall, feet unsteady, as he turned into the restroom. Seeing the man's profile, Bai Yi sensed trouble immediately. Already? So fast. He immediately sent several urgent text messages to Jiangnan. Then, grabbing Cheng Huai, he started hurrying back toward the private room. While walking, he asked sharply, where are the people they arranged? They didn't tell me. Not even their clothing. What if someone gets accidentally hurt? He quickened his pace. Right now, we'd better pray whatever we drank hasn't been tampered with. They only want Zhou Qingze. It shouldn't involve anyone else. As they rounded the corner, just as expected, around a dozen men armed with weapons were already standing at the entrance of the private room. One of them spotted the two approaching and immediately pointed his wooden baton at them. Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, stay the hell away. Things are about to get bloody in there. Bai Yi reacted quickly, immediately flashing a somewhat flattering smile. Sorry, guys, wrong room, we're leaving. With that, he yanked Cheng Huai and turned back toward the first floor. Smart move. The leader spat out his cigarette and flicked a finger. Two men stepped forward, kicked the door open with a powerful thrust. With a loud bang, Chen Fan and the others all turned their heads sharply toward the entrance. The group sneered, their laughter twisted, even lewd. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes instantly, sensing something unusual in the air. Zhang Hong stopped singing too. This setup, clearly here to cause trouble. As the leader of the group, he couldn't just stay silent. He stepped forward immediately and asked, "What brings you here, gentlemen?" The leader of the other group stepped forward, sizing Zhang Hong up with a cold glance. "What do you think we're here for? Can't you see? Hand over that kid Zhou Qingze of yours, or we won't hesitate to swing our weapons, and take you all down with him." Zhou Qingze. Zhang Hong looked around the private room and realized he couldn't spot Zhou Qingze anywhere. Wang Gang leaned in and whispered, "Qingze just stepped out a moment ago." Zhang Hong frowned. They'd only just arrived in Yuncheng, how could they have already offended someone? Even more absurd, Qingze was such a well-behaved kid. How could he possibly have made enemies? He'd rather believe Chen Fan or Han Fuzhou had done something than suspect Zhou Qingze. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Guys, maybe you've got the wrong people. We just got here in Yuncheng. We haven't even met any of you. We're looking for you. Search the place. Find that kid and bring him back to the young master. That'll be a big reward for us. What young master? We just got here, how could we possibly know your so-called young master? Ha! Listen well, this is about Zhou Qingze, wanted by our master Jiang. He's famous even in Jiangcheng. Heard of him? Chen Fan muttered, Master Jiang. Famous in Jiangcheng? Could it be Nanji? Su Zichen rolled his eyes. You dumbass, how could it be Jiangnan? A Jiang with a grudge against Qingze, and someone important enough to be called young master, it can only be Jiang Chen. What are you waiting for? Search. With that, the dozen-odd men stormed into the room. Wang Gang glanced uneasily toward the door. Director. Go ahead. We'll cover for you. Friends may come from afar, but if they cause trouble, we strike without mercy. Chen Fan, Fuzhou, Song Lin, move. If this KTV really cared about safety and order, how could it allow so many armed men to barge in like this? They must have been colluding all along. Song Lin snapped his book shut, took off his glasses, and tucked them into his pocket. With glasses on, he was a scholar. But without them? The seal was instantly broken. He swept aside his thick fringe and scanned the weapon-wielding men. Then, grabbing the small stool beside him, he charged forward and swung it straight at one man's head. Sorry, I'm well-versed in the Luanyu. Chen Fan saw this and fumed. He couldn't let someone else take the first hit. Zichen. Chain. Coming. Watch me unleash team control. F***K. I summoned the river sword from the heavens. The men on the other side weren't pushovers either, they activated their abilities too. Ha. Inside the restroom, Zhou Qingze sat on the toilet lid, hands pressed against his temples. He kept gasping for breath, his jacket zipper now unzipped. Strands of hair at his forehead were already damp with sweat. Earlier, he'd splashed cold water on his face, hoping it would clear his mind. But instead, the burning heat inside him only intensified. Now, hiding in the bathroom, he hesitated, torn. Damn it. This alcohol was poisoned. Qingze. Qingze. Where are you? We need to leave now, some people are coming after us. Qingze. It was Wang Gang's voice. Instantly, Zhou Qingze clenched his fists, veins bulging along his forearms. Staring at the shadow beneath the door crack, his mind was in chaos. He could hear Wang Gang calling his name, but not a word registered. Mustering strength, he forced himself up, hand gripping the doorframe as he opened it. Gongzi. But the moment he stood, it was as if all his energy had vanished, he collapsed forward. Chapter 130, Strength in Numbers, Jiangnan has got your back. Wang Gang's pupils shrank, but his body reacted just as fast. He quickly grabbed Zhou Qingze. What's wrong with you? A group of people came looking for you in the private room earlier, they're already fighting Zhang Director and the others now. The alcohol, it was drugged. Zhou Qingze was burning up like a furnace, grinding his teeth. He hadn't touched anything else, just that one glass of wine, and yet he'd ended up like this. But why did Wang Gang seem completely fine? Weren't they drinking from the same batch? Why was he so unlucky as to be the one affected? Grabbing Wang Gang's forearm, he rasped, "They're fighting, and you still come here. Why aren't you helping? Are there many of them?" Wang Gang looked down at him. "I was worried about you. Right after you left, someone came knocking. What if something happened to you? Do you really think you can handle it alone? Oh, look at you two, having a tearful reunion at a time like this." Another gang appeared by the restroom entrance. That idiot Lao San actually ran straight into the private room, no brains at all. Seeing the group approaching with weapons in hand, Wang Gang swallowed hard, then immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Not done yet. Wave after wave, like killing minions to level up or something. Chen Fan kicked one thug flying while shouting furiously. Zhang Hong tossed a baton toward Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, coat this stick with your water affinity and combine it with spiritual energy." "I know, old Zhang, I don't need you to tell me." The weapons of the knocked-out henchman had already been seized. Though already in his 40s, Zhang Hong remained as sharp as ever. Still, he wasn't using his full strength, only part of his spiritual energy mixed with martial techniques, because he was afraid of accidentally killing someone. Plus, he wanted to give these young ones some training experience. Another swing sent another opponent crashing down. He glanced over at Song Lin, and instantly his eyes bulged. This boy, who had seemed the quietest and most reserved, was now swinging a bench with his right hand, his entire right arm swollen several times larger than normal. Covered in bulging muscles, the arm was thick and heavily defined, literally screaming violence. Holy shit. Zhang Hong was completely stunned. He understood contrast, but this was way too much. He could already picture the scene, someone casually asking Song Lin. "What kind of books do you like to read?" Song Lin, Luan Yu. Luan Yu. "Yeah, I like reading that too." Then in the next second, Song Lin flexes his monstrous bicep and says, "I meant Luan Yu, the art of swinging." The mental image was absolutely terrifying. Truly fearsome. But suddenly, he noticed Cheng Huai and Bai Yi were missing from Song Lin's group. Did two more run off? No, he remembered seeing these two leave earlier than even Zhou Qingze. But then he realized, if something bad had happened to Qingze and Wang Gang, what about Bai Yi or Cheng Huai? Could they be getting beaten up too? Better safe than sorry, he should go check. Scanning the battlefield first, he nearly jumped again. He saw Su Zichen mimicking Song Lin, swinging a bench and smashing it onto someone's head. Zhang Hong thought, oh no. My good student is being corrupted. But he didn't have time to deal with that now. His top priority was finding the other students. Chen Fan, hold them here, I'm going to look for Qingze and the others. Don't worry, we've got this, teacher. Stop zoning out during combat, you dumbass. Han Fuzhou hooked Chen Fan's neck and yanked him aside, narrowly avoiding an attack. After stepping out of the private room, Zhang Hong dialed 911 on his phone. After reporting the exact location, his first destination was the restroom. Based on years of teaching experience, when someone said they were stepping out, 9 times out of 10 they meant the toilet. As he turned the corner, flames surged ahead by the restroom. The fire alarm screamed shrilly. Inside, Zhou Qingze looked possessed, his fist wreathed in fire, slamming one man's head repeatedly against the wall. Wang Gang fended off 2 attackers nearby, still glancing worriedly at Zhou Qingze. Suddenly, a sneaky assailant circled behind Zhou Qingze, short blade raised high, ready to plunge into his back. At that moment, Zhang Hong's voice rang out sharply, Qingze. As Zhang Hong rushed over, the scene before him was Wang Gang stepping in front of Zhou Qingze and taking the blade straight into his arm with his bare flesh. The knife pierced deep into Wang Gang's muscle, blood instantly gushed out, dripping steadily down his upper arm onto the floor. F***ck your mother. Zhang Hong roared a curse and lunged forward, smashing a punch straight into the attacker's face. You dare touch my student? I'll either kill you or cripple you today. Director Zhang. Wang Gang shook his head, clutching his wound. Don't kill anyone. We're in another city already at a disadvantage. But Zhang Hong didn't care one bit. We've got Jiangnan backing us up. Now that's what you call power through connections. Students leaning on teachers. Common. But a teacher leaning on his students. Never seen that before. At the night market, Jiangnan and Zhou Yu were still strolling. Behind them, Qin Mingxiao and Lin Ong had disappeared, who knew where they'd run off to. Only after Jiangnan finished crafting his own handmade bracelets and necklaces at a roadside stall did Zhou Yu suddenly feel a chill run down his spine. Jiangnan lowered his head, helping Zhou Yu put one on. Alright, bro, my craftsmanship is simply unbeatable, looks good, right? He looked up, only to find Zhou Yu biting his lips, eyes darting restlessly through the crowd, clearly not listening to a word he said. Jiangnan. Bro. You bro. Say something. Ha. What's up? Zhou Yu responded as if just snapping back to reality, staring blankly at Jiangnan. I asked, does it look good? At least pay attention when we're alone together. I'm about to cry here. It's nice. After 2 half-hearted comments, Zhou Yu grabbed Jiangnan's arm. Let's stop wandering. Something feels off. Let's go back. He pulled out his phone and checked. No messages. Yet an eerie feeling crept over him, inexplicable and unsettling. Seeing Zhou Yu like this, Jiangnan pulled out his own phone too. Huh. Texts from an unknown number. Several of them. Yo. What's going on? At that moment, Xiaohua had zero chance to warn Jiangnan. She was being mercilessly tortured by Zhou Yu and Duan Ri together. Wah. Host. Host. Unfortunately, Jiangnan couldn't hear a thing. Not far from the KGV entrance, beneath a streetlight, Cheng Huai leaned against a pole, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Bai Yi squatted on the ground, eyes glued to his phone without blinking. Only after the message turned from sent to read did he finally let out a breath. Receiving Jiangnan's question mark, Bai Yi fired off another message. A moment ago, when we came out of the restroom, we overheard people planning to drug Zhou Qingze and hand him over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has already sent people to fight them. There are many of them. Director Zhang told us to leave first and come warn you. After sending that message, Bai Yi powered off his phone completely. Come on. Let's figure out how to get some injuries on ourselves. Chapter 131 Jiangnan, Mop of History. Today, I am the god of war. Are they talking about this KTV? Jiangnan cursed while clutching his phone. Damn it, why won't anyone answer? Zhou Yu looked grim and strode forward. Stop calling. Let's just find them first. Entering the KTV lobby, the first floor was completely empty, no singing at all. The soundproofing seemed incredibly strong. Seeing customers approach, the receptionist quickly put on her practiced professional fake smile, "Sir, too." But before she could finish speaking, both men had already dashed off faster than each other, vanishing into thin air. Only a gust of wind remained, rustling strands of the receptionist's hair. Receptionist, .o. What the heck just passed by? Running into the hallway, Jiangnan twitched his ears, pupils turning blue as he glanced upward toward the ceiling. They're on the second floor, they really are fighting, damn it. TCH. Before he could even grab Zhou Yu, he was instead yanked by the other. Instant movement, activate. In the next second, the two arrived on the second floor. After analyzing the situation, Jiangnan said, I'll go help old Zhang. You head to that front private room and assist Chen Fan's group. Got it. Splitting up, Jiangnan immediately ran toward the restroom. He could smell blood. No sooner had he arrived than the alarm blared, making Jiangnan frown instantly. Looks like this place really isn't anything legitimate. With such loud alarms going off, yet nothing could be heard downstairs. TSK. Arriving alongside him were another squad from the enemy side. Two groups of reinforcements stared blankly at each other. Jiangnan sighed inwardly. Damn it, why am I always getting dragged into fights lately? Can't avoid buying spiritual weapons anymore. Peeking into the restroom. Inside stood an obviously off-kilter Zhou Qingze. Wang Gang, injured in the arm yet still fighting. And Zhang Hong, slick as an eel slipping through crowds. But none of these caught Jiannan's attention. His eyes were fixed squarely on that mop in the corner. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Already imagining himself wielding the mop in heroic battle. Tired of swords? Picking up a mop for once is perfectly reasonable. Turning back to the others, he said, wait a sec, I'll be right there. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone inside the restroom, Jiangnan casually jogged over to the corner, picked up the mop, and slung it over his shoulder. He wiped his thumb across the side of his nose, flashing a devilish smirk. Mop drenched in history, today, I am the god of war. An abrupt, deathly silence caused Zhang Hong to nearly stumble mid-combat. While blocking attacks, he shouted at Jiangnan, hurry up. There's no history in this toilet. Just grab any weapon lying around. We still need to help Chen Fan's group later. Wonder how those kids are doing. If enemy reinforcements have already started showing here, wouldn't they also? Don't worry, old Zhang, I've already sent Xiao Yu ahead. As Jiangnan spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Shouldering the mop, he walked out unhurriedly. Outside, when they saw him emerge holding a mop, the crowd burst into laughter. Damn, thought he'd be something special. Went to get a mop instead. What a puny little brat daring to start a fight. Come kneel down and call me grandpa, if we're feeling generous, maybe we'll let you go. Ha ha ha. Among them, a buzzcut man laughed the loudest, his gaze at Jiangnan filled with contempt and mockery. Jiangnan swung the mop straight at him. Bang! The mop head slammed into the man's head, smashing it against the wall hard enough to leave an imprint. Then he went limp, sliding lifelessly down the wall. Blood streamed from his skull, splattering even onto the wall. It was an ordinary mop, but once in Jiangnan's hands, it was no longer ordinary. Jiangnan stepped forward a few paces, kicking the man's head with his foot. No visible injuries on the dead body, just bleeding from the head. Then, his eyes turned sharp. With a sudden dash, he delivered a sweeping mop strike across the line. Still stunned by their comrade's sudden death, the enemies failed to react. Facing Jiannan's assault, they had no chance to counter, only retreating passively, leaping backward together. Ha! Jiangnan gripped the mop handle tightly, driving the mop head forward like a spear. Watch my first move. Now, second move. Speed like the wind, too fast for anyone to react. Even the stench from the mop head overwhelmed the opponents, making their heads spin. Boss, I can't take it anymore. He's just some brat, why are we being pushed this far? With so many of us, how can we possibly lose to one guy? That's right. If word gets out, where will our dignity be? Let's go. Fight him to the end. Seeing these fools lose their composure, Jiangnan casually twitched his fingers. The next second, a violent gale surged forth, forming a swirling tornado. The group was sucked in, tumbling endlessly in midair. Sorry, that was a combo move. Jiangnan leapt again, raising the mop high above his head. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Golden light radiated from his body, as if a true deity had descended. Zhang Hong, having just finished off his own enemies, turned and witnessed the scene. His eyes widened in shock. Especially after Jiangnan declared, "Today, I, Jiangnan, wield the mop as my spear, destined to become the new god of war of Long Nation." Zhang Hong felt his blood boiling. What is youth? This is youth. A young soul burning with passion. A youth fueled by delusional grandeur. A youth who dreams of defending his homeland. He chuckled softly, seeing a reflection of his younger self in Jiangnan. Unfortunately, there were no spare mops left. Looks like he wouldn't get a chance to feel what it's like to be a war god this time. Huff. Chen Fan leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. I'm done. My spiritual source is completely drained. Me too, I've got nothing left physically. Chen Fan, Han Fuzhou, and Su Zichen supported each other weakly. Watching Zhou Yu and Song Lin still fighting fiercely. Damn, this guy Song Lin, he seems to have endless strength. Like he's powered by an ox or something. Chen Fan wiped sweat from his brow. He hasn't stopped once. Zhou Yu held a cigarette ashtray covered in blood. Clearly, he'd been smashing it straight into people's heads. He shouted, Fuzhou bro. Any spiritual source left? Help me crowd control them. Alright. Han Fuzhou could barely muster enough spiritual energy for one last ability. His fingers flickered, another area-wide control activated. Though short-lived, it was enough for Zhou Yu to unleash lightning damage on the entire group. Concentrating most of his remaining spiritual energy into his right hand, he dropped down a circular light barrier, crackling thunder and flashing lightning filling the air as he electrocuted the enemy ranks. Han Fuzhou collapsed to the ground. I'm done, absolutely nothing left. Chapter 132, not very offensive, but extremely insulting. Only after ensuring everyone was fully electrocuted did Zhou Yu finally drop the light barrier. He tossed the ashtray in his hand onto the ground and glanced at the only one left standing, Song Lin. Straining to recall his name. What was it again? Song, something. Song classmate, could you watch over things for a moment? I'll go check on Director Zhang's situation. I'll be right back. Song Lin didn't respond, merely nodded silently. Long legs carrying him forward, Zhou Yu's coattails flapped wildly in the air as he rushed out. The moment he arrived. He saw Jiangnan standing atop a human pile-up like a Jenga tower, swinging a mop around, repeatedly slamming the mop head down onto the faces of those underneath. Those stacked lower were lucky, they couldn't smell the mop head. But the unlucky ones had already been overwhelmed by its pungent, sour stench, their eyes rolling up in distress. Jiangnan was being especially vicious. He'd even gone to the restroom to soak the mop head in toilet water before scrubbing their faces with it. Zhou Yu. Can I keep this boyfriend? Just watching this scene, Zhou Yu could already imagine what would happen when they fought monsters in spirit realms together in the future. Everyone else wielded their spirit artifacts proudly, yet Jiangnan would casually pull out a long mop from behind his back and start violently swatting monster faces. Whether that move was strong offensively, Zhou Yu wasn't sure. But he felt the humiliation level was definitely maxed out. Zhang Hong stepped out, supporting Zhou Qingze over his shoulder. Wang Gang's arm continued to bleed, his face already looking pale. When Zhang Hong spotted Zhou Yu, it was as if he'd seen a savior. Xiao Yu. Come help me out, get these two to the hospital, quick. Alright. How are Chen Fan and the others doing? Nobody got hurt, right? Looking at Zhou Qingze, who reeked completely of lust energy, Zhou Yu clicked his tongue. That sensation, he recognized it immediately. Exactly the same feeling he'd had when he was drugged before. But suddenly, Jiangnan, still busy mopping faces, turned his head. His gaze landed on the law enforcers appearing behind Zhou Yu, and then. Huh? What the hell was going on? In the local Yun City Spirit Lock Bureau. Fights between cultivators weren't handled by ordinary police, but by the more powerful Spirit Lock Bureau instead. Wait, you can't frame innocent people like this. We just arrived in Yun City, and someone started trouble with us, specifically targeting my friend to rob. They came at us armed, were we supposed to just stand there and take a beating? And besides, they threw the first punch. At most, we were acting in self-defense. Jiangnan sat on the interrogation chair, speaking confidently and defiantly. But do you realize you've killed over a dozen people? Even if it's self-defense, you can't slaughter so many all at once. What crap are you spouting? You're exaggerating. I only killed one person, I swear. Everyone else is fine. At worst, I mopped their faces with a filthy rag, no way anyone died from the stink alone. The interrogator paused silently for a moment, then said, there were over a dozen bodies found dead inside the private room. Damn. The scene was too brutal. The moment they entered, they didn't smell blood, but fragrance. The scent of cooked meat. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Some were literally roasted from electricity, others had cracked skulls. Not a single one remained unharmed. Before Jiangnan could continue defending himself, the door suddenly swung open, and a beautiful woman in uniform walked in. She cast a glance at Jiangnan, then moved beside the interrogator, whispering something softly. After listening, the interrogator froze momentarily. Then, when he looked back at Jiangnan, his eyes were filled with astonishment. In the main hall of the Spirit Lock Bureau, Jiangxi sat on a chair, arms crossed, eyeing Zhou Yu. For this inter-school tournament hosted in Yun City, representatives from various influential families had been invited to attend, the Jiang and Jiang families among them. Should any promising talents emerge, major powers would have early opportunities to scout them and extend offers. With Jiangdong managing family businesses and Jingyi occupied with Jiang family affairs, they had no choice but to send Jiangxi in their place. Staring at Zhou Yu, who had stood guard by the door the entire time, Jiangxi sneered contemptuously, stop staring. No matter how hard you look, you won't get him out. If he can't even bear the consequences of his actions, he shouldn't stir up such massive trouble in the first place. Just as I said, it's pointless. The gap between you two is too wide. It'd be better for everyone if you two split up early. Better for you. Better for me. Better for all. His eyes remained fixed on Jiangnan inside the interrogation room. Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang were nowhere to be seen, Zhang Hong had already taken them to the hospital. Now that Jiangnan was stuck in the interrogation room, Chen Fan couldn't stand it any longer when he saw Jiangxi's aggressive attitude. Seriously, bro. I may not be much, but at least I'm like the big brother of our F7. You won't even spare me a glance, yet you dare to bully our Xiao Yu. He stepped forward, blocking the space between them, and said to Jiangxi, alright, enough. Just stop, for my sake. Hearing this, Jiangxi frowned. Who the hell are you? You don't know who I am. Chen Fan pointed at himself, looking genuinely shocked. As if it were unimaginable that Jiangxi didn't recognize him. Jiangxi studied his expression, dead serious, clearly not joking. Honestly, for a split second, he actually felt a little uncertain. He began digging through his memory, trying to recall anything about this guy. Unfortunately, by the time Jiangnan walked out of the interrogation room, Jiangxi still hadn't figured out who Chen Fan was. Or rather, he couldn't recall a single person or event related to him. After stepping out, Jiangnan first nodded at Zhou Yu, silently telling him not to worry. Only then did he turn to Jiangxi. Second brother. After his surprise wore off, Jiangnan suddenly seemed to remember something. He pulled Zhou Yu behind himself and confronted Jiangxi directly. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Jiangxi laughed as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous thing. At the very least, you're still part of the Jiang family, don't you care about face at all? If I hadn't come, would you have let him stay trapped in there? Do you even understand? Trapped? How? Suddenly, Qin Mingxiao's voice came from behind Zhou Yu, followed closely by Lin An. Ice cream. You're here too. We never told you we got hauled in, did we? Qin Mingxiao shot Jiangnan a look and deadpanned, do you really need to ask what I do? Do you think my intel wouldn't be up to date? You didn't kill enough. He stared straight at Jiangxi, but spoke directly to Zhou Yu. With trash like that, why hesitate? Just kill them and be done with it. A bunch of grown men can't even beat a few students. They're just wasting national resources anyway. These words undoubtedly slapped Jiangxi right across the face. Jiangxi forced a smile, cold and mocking. Long time no see, Commander Qin. I remember last time we met, you were still that sniffling kid in the Dragon Division. Bringing up the one topic best left untouched. But Qin Mingxiao wasn't fazed. He simply smiled back. Yes, indeed, long time no see. But over these years, second young Master Jiang must have cultivated quite a bit, right? Hahaha, now I'm barely a 6th stage spirit user. What about you? The moment those words left his mouth, Jiangxi's expression darkened. Qin Mingxiao had struck right at his sorest spot. Ever since Yi Zi's death, Jiangxi had fallen into self-destruction and despair. Later, Jiang Bai discovered he was recklessly absorbing spirit cores to feed his desperate desire for strength. But at that time, his body was absolutely incapable of handling such massive influxes of core energy. So Jiang Bai had no choice but to forcibly seal his spiritual pathways, leaving only a tiny fraction open. Just enough so he wouldn't become a complete mortal. Chapter 133, the song might go off key, but brother won't back down. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The enforcers from the Soul Lock Bureau were sweating profusely. Both parties were powerhouses, untouchable. No one dared to provoke them. Better to just try and make themselves as invisible as possible. Especially that sixth realm cultivator, even their bureau chief had fled upon hearing this man was coming. Qin Mingxiao swept his gaze over them and announced loudly, I'm taking the person away. If your bureau chief has any objections, he's welcome to come find me himself. Then, he gestured toward the exit with a nod of his head. To Zhou Yu and the others, he said, let's go. But the moment he turned, Qin Mingxiao noticed Lin Ang, who was walking beside him, staring intently at Jiangxi. And as he stared, the kid even stroked his chin meaningfully. Coincidentally, Jiangxi's eyes also landed on Lin Ang. Their gazes met. Though Jiangxi didn't sense hostility or malice in Lin Ang's stare, he still felt inexplicably annoyed. Lin Ang first examined Jiangxi's face, then slowly let his eyes drift downward. Head to toe, thoroughly inspected. Inwardly, he mused, looks just like Jiangxi from the cultivation world, but the personality is completely off. Back in the cultivation world, if anyone so much as touched Jiangnan, Jiangxi would have dug up their entire ancestral grave without hesitation. So it really is true what Jingyi said last time, Jiangdong and Jiangxi can't control their counterparts here. No wonder their personalities are so different. As Lin Ang's expression grew increasingly gloomy, Qin Mingxiao slapped him lightly on the head. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Ow. Oh. Before leaving, Jiangnan slung an arm around Jiangxi's neck. Thanks for coming to save me, second brother. I'll never forget your kindness. Though honestly, maybe, never forgetting isn't such a good thing. Fate willing, we'll meet again. We'll definitely meet again. With that, he darted off like the wind. Watching his younger brother walk out of the Soul Lock Bureau hand in hand with Zhou Yu, laughing genuinely with his little group, Jiangxi's heart churned with negativity. He stood there motionless, staring after their retreating figures. Only when they had walked so far that they became mere specks in his vision did he finally turn away. Qin Mingxiao's group returned directly to the hotel. Brothers by heart, they were all concerned about Zhou Qingze, so Zhou Yu wanted to visit the hospital. Chen Fan and the others, being his close friends, naturally wanted to go too. But Su Zichen reasoned that going in large numbers at night would be too noisy. And with Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, the two class clowns, he feared they'd get kicked out by the hospital staff. In the end, they decided only the most representative two, Zhou Yu and Jiangnan, should go visit. Sitting on a stone pedestal by the roadside, Jiangnan called Zhang Hong to ask for the hospital's location, then hailed a ride via Didi on his phone. While waiting for the car, he squatted down and lifted up Zhou Yu's pant leg. What are you doing? Just checking if you're injured. Without lifting his head, Jiangnan kept talking, can't believe it, you're usually so quiet, yet you ended up killing over a dozen people in one go. Hope you won't become a wife-beater later. After confirming no wounds, Jiangnan gently let the pant leg fall back into place. Looking up, he found himself once again caught in Zhou Yu's gaze. What? Why are you looking at me so tenderly? Zhou Yu. You know, maybe it's not tender. Maybe it's just deep. Nope, not listening. I think it's clearly tenderness. Ha. Zhou Yu had been feeling somewhat down earlier, but Jiangnan's silly remarks instantly lightened his mood. Yet, when he recalled Jiangxi's words in the Soul Lock Bureau, his eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head and whispered to Jiangnan, I'm sorry. Stop right there. Hearing those three words, Jiangnan immediately pressed a fingertip to Zhou Yu's lips. What's wrong with you? What do you have to apologize for? For killing those dozen people, causing trouble for you. Zhou Yu slightly turned his head. I'm really sorry. I didn't consider the consequences. And I didn't have the strength to bear those consequences either. I just acted on impulse and committed such a grave mistake. If it hadn't been for your second brother showing up, you would have truly been stuck in the Soul Lock Bureau because of me. Acting on impulse? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Or was it because subconsciously, you knew I was around, so nothing bad could happen, and that gave you the courage? Hearing that, Zhou Yu quickly glanced at Jiangnan, then immediately looked away, remaining silent. Not saying anything. Then I'll take that as a yes. Jiangnan grinned. It's fine, no need to apologize. Even if my second brother hadn't come, I'd have had plenty of ways to get out of trouble. After all, my father is Jiang Bai. You've grown a lot. At least now you know you've got people backing you up, so you can do whatever you want without holding back. He stood up, placed his hand on Zhou Yu's head, and remembered Lin Yang's words. His expression softened. You shouldn't be restrained. You're free. The song might go off key, but brother won't back down. Just do whatever you want. No matter what it is, I'll take the blame. Zhou Yu's lips twitched. I'm not bored or anything. No need to go looking for risky things to do. Do just a little bit more. At least let me feel useful. Otherwise, am I just here as decoration as your boyfriend? As they spoke, the Didi ride pulled up by the roadside. Jiangnan glanced sideways, then reached out his hand toward Zhou Yu. Let's go. Inside the hospital, Zhang Hong had stepped out to pay the medical fees. Wang Gang's injured arm had already been bandaged, and he was now sitting beside the bed. He gazed at Zhou Qingze, who had fallen asleep, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Judging from everything, Zhou Qingze was probably the most severely injured among them. Because of the drugs, his condition during the fight had been terrible. Earlier, while being treated, he'd had 7 or 8 wounds all over his body, even marks on his legs. Wang Gang felt he'd been relatively lucky. The knife hadn't gone too deep, so his arm was still intact. Just then, Zhang Hong led Jiangnan and Zhou Yu into the ward. Zhang Hong warned, don't make too much noise. There are people everywhere in the hospital. Especially you, Jiangnan. Huh? What, do I look that unreliable? Zhou Yu didn't say anything, pulling up a chair to sit beside the bed. After finishing his scolding, Jiangnan finally turned his attention back. His eyes first landed on the bandage around Wang Gang's arm, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. How's the wound? Did it hit the bone? No problem, nothing's broken. Wang Gang said with a broad grin, I can still cook for you guys, more than enough. Chapter 134 Brother, my soap dropped. Heh. Still cooking. Nanjiang shook his head helplessly. Seriously, right now you'd better pray to heaven that your arm will still function properly afterward. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll go grab the best private doctor from my family for you. Hearing Nanjiang's words, Wang Gang couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. Grab the private doctor. Do you think you're some domineering CEO or something? Well, okay, although Nanjiang did have the background and aura of a domineering CEO, if he actually acted like one, Wang Gang would definitely burst out laughing. In fact, an absurd scene involuntarily popped into his mind. Nanjiang arrives in dazzling style, driving his Porsche. A crowd of male and female servants suddenly appear, rolling out a bright red carpet on the ground leading straight to Zhou Yu's feet. The protagonist, Nanjiang, steps out of the car, dressed in a sharp suit and tie. A smirk plays on his lips. He pulls a rose from his jacket pocket and holds it between his teeth, casually pushing up his sunglasses. Then, with long strides and an arrogant gait, he walks up directly in front of Zhou Yu. Flicking his hair back, he raises an eyebrow, man, I've got my eyes on you. At that moment, a servant, male or female, steps forward. With a face full of shock and disbelief, shouts, Master hasn't smiled like this in so long. You're the first man our master has ever taken interest in. Suddenly, the entire tone turns utterly surreal. Just as Nanjiang is about to reach Zhou Yu, he accidentally steps on a banana peel and slips. Instantly performing a standing backflip with twist midair. Left foot stepping over right hand grabbing his heel, left hand touching the back of his head, he completes a forward flip and lands firmly on his feet. Then gives Zhou Yu a WJNK pose. Well. What do you think, man? How cool was my backflip? Wanna be my wife? In the end, Zhou Yu simply kicks Nanjiang once and leaves with perfect elegance. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, ha. Why is this getting more and more ridiculous? Nanjiang stares at Wang Gang like he's looking at an idiot. What are you laughing at? Did you hit your head or something? No, no. Wang Gang can't suppress the grin on his lips. I just naturally laugh a lot. Nanjiang gives him 2 suspicious glances. Based on his instincts, he's certain this kid isn't thinking anything good, but right now isn't the time to dwell on that. Since there was no chair, he sat directly on the edge of the hospital bed. Spreading his legs slightly, he lowered his voice and said, the plan to capture Qingze was devised by Jiang Chen. But I feel something's really off. Nanjiang interlaced his fingers, resting the back of his hands against his chin as he spoke to Wang Gang. Fine, if he wanted to capture him, whatever, but why did he give Qingze that kind of drug? Don't you find it strange? It'd make sense if he used sleeping powder or something, but using something that induces lust. Holy hell, dude, you're unbeatable. If it weren't for knowing that Jiang Chen had also been a love-struck fool like himself before, he might have thought the guy was planning some twisted drama. If I can't have you, then I'll possess the one you love, bend him to my will, and make him mine instead. When he brought this up, Zhang Hong leaned in closer as well. Good grief. The world of the rich truly wasn't something he could understand. In his eyes, he always saw Nanjiang and the others as just kids whose down hadn't fully grown in yet. But never would he have imagined that someone their age, Jiang Chen, was already playing such high-stakes games. Back in their day, even if they broke each other's heads open fighting, they'd never resort to underhanded tricks like slipping drugs into someone's drink. Just checked on the way here, the KTV you guys went to is actually part of the Jiang family business. Damn it, who picked that place? Walking right into their territory like handing ourselves over on a silver platter. Chen Fan, who was showering in a hotel room, suddenly sneezed. The soap in his hand slipped, missed his grip completely, and fell straight to the floor. Damn it, who's cursing me? He wiped water off his face with the back of his hand, only then realizing his soap had dropped beside his foot. Just about to bend down to pick it up. Yet somehow, something felt off. Coincidentally, Han Fuzhou's voice came from behind. You gonna pick it up or what? They've been friends for years, had even showered together before. Besides, they were all grown men. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Plus, after exhausting all their spiritual energy fighting at the KTV, they just wanted to wash up quickly, sleep, and recover. So naturally, they decided to bathe together. Gulp. Chen Fan swallowed hard. Suddenly, he remembered a video he'd seen online before. Never squat down in front of your close brother. Especially when you're showering. Particularly when the soap has dropped on the floor. Whatever you do, don't pick it up. If you do, you'll learn what slippery soap trickery really means, and what it's like to be trapped with no escape. Instantly, countless droplets slid down Chen Fan's forehead. He couldn't tell if they were sweat, water from the shower head, or a mixture of both. His throat bobbed again. He didn't move, just stared blankly at the floor. After what felt like forever, as if finally steeling himself mentally, he simply turned his head and said to Han Fuzhou, "Bro, my soap dropped. Can you pick it up for me?" Han Fuzhou. The two stared at each other, dumbfounded. 2 seconds passed. His eyes narrowed, he saw right through Chen Fan's intentions. But then again, they knew each other inside out. The kind who could predict exactly what fart someone was about to let out just by watching them wiggle their butt. He reached out and handed his own soap to Chen Fan. "Use mine." Sure." To his dismay, before Chen Fan could even grab it, Han Fuzhou's soap also went, whoosh, slipping right past Chen Fan's hand. And fell onto the floor. It dropped, on the floor. Chen Fan's pupils shrunk in shock. Seeing this scene unfold, he felt like the sky itself was collapsing. But he still didn't dare to pick it up. "You pick it up first." "No, you go first. I'll pick mine up after you've picked yours." "Well, why can't you pick yours first so I can pick mine after? I'm older than you by a whole month, I respect elders and care for juniors. You go ahead." "Nah, I'm a kind-hearted guy. Better you do it." After confirming that Zhou Qingze and Wang Gang were fine, Zhang Hong told Zhou Yu and Nan Jiang to go back and rest first. He stayed behind to take care of things. When they returned to the hotel, Zhou Yu took out the room card. Nan Jiang stood behind him, leaning slightly back, glancing toward the door of Chenghuai's room. Back at the hospital during their chat, Zhang Hong had mentioned that before Zhou Qingze left, Chenghuai and Bai Yi had also gone out. No surprise there, it must have been either a message from Chenghuai or one from Bai Yi. Could this really be just a coincidence? Click. The door unlocked. "Come in." "Sure thing." Inside the room, Zhou Yu changed into slippers first, then tossed his coat directly onto the bed before turning toward the bathroom. He had been silent all the way back. Jiangnan could tell from his expression that something was off, maybe it was because of Zhou Qingze, or perhaps some other memory had resurfaced, and wisely chose not to speak much. Glancing at Zhou Yu's back, Jiangnan shrugged off his own coat and laid it over Zhou Yu's before following him in. Rustle. Zhou Yu turned on the tap and splashed water onto his face. Jiangnan casually grabbed a towel and handed it to him. "Here. Thanks. HM. Since when are you so formal?" Shaking his head dry, Jiangnan stepped up beside him and began washing up too. While brushing his teeth, he mumbled, "You were quiet the entire time on the way here. What's wrong?" "If it's about your brother, honestly, it's nothing big." "So he got beaten up, big deal." "I checked. Just minor injuries, nothing broken or torn. No lasting damage, won't affect his competitions either." "No," Zhou Yu shook his head. "It's Gangxi's injury." "Oh, this." Jiangnan drew out the last word slightly. "You're feeling guilty?" "Kind of. It just feels like Gangxi got hurt because of my brother. It doesn't sit right with me, it's messy. But Gangxi wasn't hurt because of you. Why should you feel guilty? If you think that way, how are you different from my older brother?" Wiping foam from the corner of his mouth, Jiangnan felt a cool freshness tingle in his throat. "You've seen it too, the way my second brother treats my eldest. My sister Yezi's death had nothing to do with him, yet because he's overly self-sacrificing, he keeps dragging every bad outcome onto himself. Over time, that's built up into what we see now. And my elder brother isn't an awakened, he's just ordinary." At that moment, he knew he couldn't do anything, yet still blamed himself. As he spoke, Jiangnan leaned slightly closer. "What about you? You didn't even know about this at the time. Even if you had, could you have gotten there in time? So don't drag things unrelated to you, things beyond your control, onto your shoulders. Too soft-hearted, and you'll end up getting hurt. Why not spend that energy loving me a little more?" Xiao Yu Ji. Zhou Yu froze mid-squeeze of the toothpaste tube, glancing at Jiangnan, momentarily flustered by the long-unheard nickname. "Yeah, I guess." "Huh. Did it really affect you that much?" Jiangnan blinked. "It's just a name. Is it really that shocking?" "Then. Whether Jiangnan was genuinely curious or deliberately teasing, he kept repeating it under his breath, Xiao Yu Ge, Xiao Yu Ge. Brother. Little you brother. Gu. Zhou Yu. The name-calling clearly delighted Jiangnan. By the time Jiangnan finally emerged from the bathroom clutching his head, he'd calmed down. JBK. Reaching the bed, Jiangnan immediately flopped onto it. With a kick, his slippers flew off, and he rolled back and forth across the sheets. He. He. Watching Jiangnan roll around like a madman, Zhou Yu stood utterly bewildered. Did you mutate or something? No, Jiangnan kept rolling without pause. I just feel really comfortable like this. Wait. Spotting their coats still trapped under Jiangnan, Zhou Yu walked over, bent down, and reached forward to pull them out and put them on the chair. But from Jiangnan's perspective, it looked as though Zhou Yu was leaning over him, lowering his body, like he was about to pounce. His body instinctively shifted backward. Swallowing hard, Jiangnan darted his eyes away, yet kept sneaking glances at Zhou Yu's neck. What are you doing? Geez, suddenly being so bold makes me so flustered. But he's so assertive this time, just pressing right down. What if this little kitten gets bullied too badly? Should I pretend to resist a bit? Or play hard to get? Fine. I'll try this. I'll resist just a little at first, then slowly give up, surrendering obediently into Xiao Yu's hands. And right at the crucial moment, I'll suddenly seize control. He. Compared to Jiangnan's wildly elaborate inner drama, Zhou Yu remained painfully straightforward. He leaned forward himself, and Jiangnan's body instinctively followed the movement. Until part of the coat's edge got pressed beneath Jiangnan did he suddenly frown and mutter, "You did that on purpose?" Huh? What? Still lost in his previous daydream, Jiangnan blinked confusedly at Zhou Yu's question. On purpose? Did he find out what I was thinking? Move over a bit. You're sitting on the clothes. Oh. Jiangnan rolled again, flipping to the other side. Watching Zhou Yu grab the coat and walk off without even sparing him a glance, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Fine. So I was just imagining things earlier. I actually thought he was about to make a move on me, turns out he only cares about two stupid coats. His hand unconsciously gripped the bedsheets. I've got money, I've got looks. People chasing after me stretch all the way across the entire cultivation world. I'm offering you my whole self, yet you treat me like air just to deal with a couple of jackets. Right now I'm going to. Nah. Still gotta wear them later. He stared blankly at the ceiling, swinging his feet lazily. Wife. Yeah. Have you seen my mop tonight? The one I used to beat people up with, didn't you see it? How could you miss such an epic scene? Come on, let me tell you exactly how I dominated those nobodies with just a simple mop. Jiangnan patted the spot beside him, motioning for Zhou Yu to come sit. Seeing Jiangnan grinning like a blooming flower, Zhou Yu deadpanned, looking at you, I feel like the mop grew a face. Jiangnan. 1 second, giggling. Next second, not giggling anymore. Oh. Well, actually, I didn't really want to tell you anyway. Just talk. I'm listening. A dip in the mattress signaled Zhou Yu sitting down beside him. Instantly, Jiangnan's eyes lit up again. And so it began. Jiangnan launched into an animated retelling, while Zhou Yu gave an occasional nod. Since truly getting to know Jiangnan, Zhou Yu had realized, he talked a lot. Though he knew Jiangnan had many friends, maybe it was just his imagination, but Zhou Yu sensed that somehow, Jiangnan never really had anyone who truly listened. Like before, when he hadn't fully accepted Jiangnan, all he saw was someone perverted, unserious. He'd subconsciously ignored how often Jiangnan shared little things with him, big or small. Whenever he felt sad or burdened by negative emotions, Jiangnan would always be there to listen. Even if he never spoke up, Jiangnan would either find out on his own or gently comfort and reassure him. Zhou Yu exhaled softly. Thinking back carefully, he owed Jiangnan far more than he'd realized. Lie down for a while. What's wrong? Are you tired? No. Just want to take care of you. Chapter 136 Drinking Tea. Inside the room. Lin Ong sat cross-legged on the bed, holding his phone and starting to search on Duba. Jiangxi, second young master of the Jiang family in Modu. After typing in these keywords and clicking search, information about Jiangxi immediately appeared. Jiangxi. The second young master of the Jiang family, the #1 wealthiest clan in Modu. Age, 22. Cultivation level, unknown. After briefly scanning through Jiangxi's profile, Lin Ong also looked up information on Jiang Dong. An ordinary person. So little Dong Dong is actually an ordinary man in this world. If I ever get the chance to meet him, I'll totally take advantage. He. The sound of water from the bathroom had stopped at some point. Qin Mingxiao pushed open the door, wearing only a towel around his lower body, bare-chested. His hair was still wet, but he'd only roughly rubbed it with another towel before stepping out. He casually glanced at Lin Ong sitting on the bed. Then he reached into the pocket of his discarded clothes, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and asked idly, "Do you smoke?" Never tried it. Good. Hearing that, Qin Mingxiao didn't light the cigarette in his hand right away. Instead, he plopped down onto the bed beside Lin On, leaning his head closer to see what the kid was doing. What are you looking at? Huh? Oh, I'm checking up on Jiangxi and Jiangdong's background info. Checking backgrounds? You're pretty close with Jiangnan, aren't you? Why look into his family? Well. Feeling the scent of shower gel and dampness radiating off Qin Mingxiao, Lin On instinctively scooted his butt sideways a little. Just got curious all of a sudden. Was bored, so I searched something. Oh. Qin Mingxiao dragged out the syllable as usual. Bored, huh? Then why are you scooting away? Am I someone terrifying? No, not at all, you're not scary. Seeing Qin's misunderstanding, Lin On quickly explained, it just feels kind of weird. Weird? Qin Mingxiao spread his arms wide, glancing himself up and down. I'm not completely naked, am I? It might have something to do with where I come from. In our organization, men often appear completely bare in front of each other, some even scrub each other's backs. Since we're all guys, nobody really minds. So even if you were standing completely naked in front of me, or I stood naked before you, I wouldn't think it was strange at all. Lin On laughed awkwardly and nodded. Yeah, exactly like that. He recalled those times when he and Jiangnan frequently went up the mountain to bathe in hot springs. Back then, there was a hot spring located deep within a back mountain of Hehuan Holy Land, an area associated with Senior Master Ouyang Hai's younger sister's sect. Later, after his father's attack, it became a subordinate territory under the Senior Master's sect. On the back mountains of Hehuan Holy Land, there was a natural hot spring. After every training session, Lin On and Jiangnan would go soak together. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, after finishing their daily cultivation, the two of them soaking in the hot spring of Hehuan Holy Land. Jiangnan had been leaning against the stone wall of the spring, head tilted upward, gazing at the sky. And Lin On, as usual, was relaying news. Miss Qingxin sent me a letter yesterday, asking me to convey her feelings to you. Hey Jiangnan, how many is this already? From top 10 beauties across the immortal realm, imperial princesses, various sect maidens, to noble young masters, you've had them all throwing themselves at you. Don't you want to consider anyone? TCH, says the guy who doesn't get chased after. Jiangnan didn't even bother lifting his eyelids. None of the ones you mentioned ever flirted with you. You'd be better off finding someone yourself instead of giving me grief. Lin On casually crossed one leg over the other. Whether it's a nobleman or a beauty, honestly, I'm not in a rush. But you, what about your heart condition? Before I can go to the demon realm, I won't entertain such matters. Fair enough. But after you go to the demon realm, will you look for a girl or a man? No requirements, Jiangnan replied with a smile. Though I might end up marrying someone from the demon realm. Why? Weren't Uncle Jiang and Uncle Jing torn apart by society because they followed different paths? Different paths? Truly loving people never truly drift apart. Even if they do separate, it only means they've finally seen each other clearly. Spoken well. Lin On rested his chin on his palm and declared his own ideal, if I'm gonna find a wife, she'd better be damn beautiful. Do all you dragons like pretty things? Anyone would like something beautiful, except for those with special preferences. He shrugged. Gender doesn't matter anymore, I mean, my father already paved the way. Alright then, beauty it is. I'll keep an eye out for you from now on. Hiss. Maybe it was because he'd been influenced by Lin Yang since childhood. But now, whether Lin On saw someone handsome or beautiful, he'd always describe them as pretty. Take Qin Mingxiao, for example. His height, build, cultivation level, background, everything about him was impeccable. Absolutely top tier. Not to mention his powerful backing. And on top of that, he was a ridiculously standard-looking supermodel-level handsome man. Unfortunately, no matter how handsome someone was, in Lin Ang's eyes they were always pretty. It was just lucky that Lin On had never actually used that word in front of Qin Mingxiao, or else he'd definitely get folded into a screen. Seeing that Lin On wouldn't even dare look at him, Qin Mingxiao didn't say anything. He simply stood up, walked over to the opposite bed, picked up his clothes, and put them on. A stunning scene unfolded. Lin On sneaked a glance. Qin Mingxiao had his back turned and didn't notice his gaze. If there's anything you want to know, just ask me directly. But try asking about bigger families. I don't know much about the smaller ones. Got it. I'll ask when I have time. After getting dressed, Qin Mingxiao lit the cigarette. It was the first time he realized Lin On didn't smoke, and perhaps sensing the kid might be sensitive to the smell, he deliberately moved to sit by the coffee table, keeping as much distance as possible. By the way, where do you want to go tomorrow? No idea. Lin On shook his head honestly like a well-behaved child. This is my first time here. I don't know what's fun around. Mingxiao Gij, got any recommendations? Recommendations? When asked, Qin Mingxiao's first thoughts were either going to the mayor's place for tea, or heading to the largest spirit sealing bureau in town for tea, or visiting the richest family in Yin City for tea. Basically, everything came down to drinking tea. Meanwhile, Jiangnan waited in his large villa, still receiving no news, his heart filled with unease. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, he picked up the phone and dialed Hu Yun's number. The phone rang. Good news, it connected. Bad news, no one answered. At that moment, Hu Yun was lying flat on the ground, stripped down to nothing but his underwear, drool pooling beneath him. As for why he still had his underwear, well, even a beautiful woman has her limits of mercy. The phone on the table began ringing. It was Jiangnan calling. But Hu Yun was fast asleep, completely unaware. Jiangnan dialed repeatedly, growing more and more furious with each failed attempt. Just as he was about to call Hu Yun again, a sudden text message popped up. No good will come to you. This unknown number immediately set off alarm bells in Jiangchen's already insecure mind. Unknown number? Who the hell is this? How dare someone threaten young master me? His pride provoked, Jiangchen instantly snapped back, who are you? The reply came swiftly, I'm your little butterfly. Jiangchen. What the fuck? Is someone actually talking to me like this? And so, a fierce exchange of insults erupted. Jiangchen, I'm your butterfly. Unknown number, you're just a market vendor. A total dumbass. Just you wait, I'll make sure you don't get off easy tomorrow. Jiangchen, are you trying to provoke me, woman? Tell me who you are right now, and perhaps I'll show you mercy. But if you persist in this madness and keep trying to anger me, don't blame me for being cold-blooded and ruthless, destroying even the most delicate flower. After sending those lines, the other side fell silent. A full minute passed, no reply. Jiangchen smirked darkly and continued, what's wrong, woman? Surely you know who I am. This must have been your plan all along, to grab my attention. If that was your goal, then fine, woman, you've succeeded. Back at the hotel. Jiangnan, Chen Fan, and Han Fuzhou wore identical expressions, the look of bewildered old men staring blankly at a smartphone. Zhou Yu stood nearby, mouth twitching uncontrollably. Insane. Chen Fan pointed at the phone. Wait, is he insane or something? Maybe Qingze beat him up so badly his brain got damaged. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Since Chen Fan had tried and failed, Han Fuzhou took over the phone. Switching to manual mode. This line was brilliantly sarcastic, mocking not only Jiangchen, but also slyly dragging Chen Fan into the joke. Fortunately, Chen Fan was too thick-skinned to catch the jab directed at himself. He slung an arm around Han Fuzhou's neck and yelled triumphantly, sunglasses, let's roll. On the other end, Jiangchen watched as the mysterious number sent another message, and once again, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Such an amusing woman. Jiangchen, are you playing hard to get with me? Han Fuzhou. He's definitely insane. And deeply so. What do we do now? Is Qingze gonna have to pay for his medical treatment? Leave it to me. Jiangnan snatched the phone, fingers flying across the screen, don't take disciples. Jiangchen, woman, don't challenge MY. Jiangnan, do you like contrasts, big brother? What do you want? I'm actually a soft, sweet little boy. If you're interested, you can chase me. Reading this, Jiangchen felt a thunderbolt strike through his mind. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, eyes wide with sheer horror. He thought he was dealing with a girl. And now, he finds out it's a guy. Soft, sweet little boy. Are you fucking kidding me? Jiangchen, who the hell are you? If I ever get my hands on you, you're dead. Jiangnan, he's so eager to know who I am. Could it be, you've secretly had a crush on me? Before Jiangchen could reply, the call came through. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow and turned the phone screen toward Chen Fan and the others. Look. This is power. Pure power. The soft, sweet young Master Jiang truly has power. Shut up. After that retort, Jiangnan answered the call. Jiangchen's enraged voice blasted through the speaker, you damn bastard. You'd better tell me what you're after right now, I'm in a terrible mood. Huh. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Then he glanced up at Chen Fan with meaningful eyes. Truth be told, the kid really nailed the high-pitched, affected voice. Chen Fan responded with a crisp, got it, hand gesture. Big brother, want a net romance? I've got a 98K suppressor. I don't mean anything else, just want to date you. Zhou Yu heard that ridiculous tone and immediately couldn't hold it in anymore. He quietly sidled behind Jiangnan, pinched the tip of his nose, and couldn't suppress the grin tugging at his lips. But he seemed to remember he had an image to maintain, started using his knuckles to hide his smile. In short, wanted to laugh, but couldn't afford to. In the end, his whole body began trembling slightly. Jiangnan felt someone touching him, turned his head in mild surprise. Hadn't Zhou Yu always been dead serious in situations like this before? Right then, Zhou Yu happened to look up. Their eyes met, they both blinked. Zhou Yu's smile froze instantly. He awkwardly turned away, hand rubbing his neck, eyes darting wildly around the room. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like little boys? Han Fuzhou buried his face into the pillow, shaking uncontrollably with laughter. Chen Fan looked around at them all, utterly baffled. Wait, bro. I'm over here busting my ass doing the beauty act, and you guys are laughing your heads off like you're about to have a seizure. Fuck this. I quit. Strike. Damn it, today is insane, absolute lunatic. After cursing, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He didn't have time to waste on these meaningless distractions. Right now, what mattered was contacting Hu Yun. Chen Fan. Staring at the disconnected call, truthfully, he was beginning to doubt himself. Cleared his throat. Hey bro, is my voice really that unpleasant? Spoke 2 more lines in that high-pitched voice, then paused to savor his own delivery. Doesn't seem so bad. I think it's actually fine. Is it really that bad? Nan. Zhou Yu. Han Fuzhou. Seriously. Say something. Han Fuzhou said, what if you dress as a girl first, then use that voice? Then maybe I'd find it tolerable. Ah. Great idea. Get the stick. Still unable to reach Hu Yun, Jiang Chen's unease solidified into certainty. Something had truly gone wrong. Hu Yun, this guy. He was so confident earlier, swore everything would be perfectly safe, and now not even a single message. And he still wants a raise. Raise your grandma's leg. When he gets back, I'll dock 2 months' salary first thing. Face darkening, he dialed another phone number once again. Chapter 138 Emperor Potential Han Fuzhou. The next day. Zhou Qingze woke up from the hospital bed. He tried to open his eyes, but they felt dry and sore. He reached up to rub them, then struggled to sit upright. Turning his head, he saw Wang Gang walking in just at that moment. Morning. You're awake. I just went out to get breakfast. Wang Gang lifted the plastic bag in his hand. I saw there was a place near the hospital selling sticky rice rolls, so I grabbed some. Is that okay? Oh, yeah, sure, anything's fine. Thanks for the trouble. Zhou Qingze mumbled in response, but as he glanced over, he caught sight of a flash of white peeking from beneath Wang Gang's right arm as he walked, and suddenly remembered last night. He immediately tried to get out of bed. He acted fast. Before Wang Gang could even react, he'd already flung the blanket aside. Who would have thought? He went straight down with a thud, landing flat on his backside. It wasn't because he'd gotten off the bed too quickly or lost balance. It was because his injuries had been jolted, and maybe the lingering effect of whatever medicine he'd taken left his legs weak. Lying in bed, it hadn't felt so bad, but stepping onto the ground made everything clear. No more, please, have mercy. Letting out a sharp hiss, he pressed his hand against the edge of the bed, preparing to force himself up anyway. But Wang Gang suddenly stepped in front of him. Looking slightly helpless, he said, why are you getting up? Shouldn't you be staying in bed? Bending down, he slid his hands under Zhou Qingze's armpits and hoisted him up. Zhou Qingze's feet dangled in the air. There. Just stay put for now. After settling him back onto the bed, Wang Gang shoved the breakfast into his hands, then sat himself on the nearby empty hospital bed, facing Zhou Qingze directly. Where's Director Zhang? Old Zhang got called over by Luyun University. Wang Gang took a bite of his rice roll. Don't worry, we can leave any time if you want to check out. But your injuries. You're better off staying in the hospital a bit longer. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. But what about your arm? His gaze fell again on Wang Gang's injured arm, and Zhou Qingze opened his mouth slightly. Wang Gang smiled and waved it off. It's nothing, really. No big deal. It's not about whether it's a big deal or not. But, thank you last night. I didn't expect things to go down like that, so many people showing up out of nowhere. If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched that glass of wine at all. Clearly, Zhou Qingze knew Wang Gang had gotten hurt because of him. Seeing the guilt and regret in his friend's voice, Wang Gang once again casually waved his hand, even slapped his own chest. We're fucking brothers. I blocked one hit, what's there to feel guilty about? If someone else's brother can brave fire and knives, sacrifice themselves without hesitation, why can't I? Qingze, we're friends. Brothers. Bros before hoes, man. Wang Gang thrust out his fist. Don't carry this dumbass burden over me. But. No buts. Maybe next time I'll need you to save my ass. He wiggled his fingers. Come on. Yeah. Zhou Qingze nodded, raised his fist, and bumped it against Wang Gang's. They exchanged a glance and shared a silent, knowing smile. Alright, eat up. Wang Gang propped his elbows on his knees and buried his head into his breakfast. By the way, Jiangnan and Zhou Yu, plus Fanzi, will be coming over later. Good morning, Qingze-senpai. What's up, bro, missed you like hell. Right after Wang Gang finished speaking, Chen Fan's ridiculous voice echoed from the doorway. Morning, bro. Zhou Yu walked in, carrying a basket of fruit. Last night they'd rushed here unprepared, forgetting to bring anything. Only today did they have time to pick something up. As Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou were bickering over who should enter first, 2 hands suddenly landed on their shoulders from behind. Jiangnan shoved them both aside, smoothly slipping between them. With one slick spin, he even flicked his bangs dramatically. "Good morning, big brother-in-law." Zhou Qingze responded with pure feline-level confusion, tilting his head slightly. "Huh? Move. I'm going in first." "Why should you go first?" These two idiots, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, each tried pushing through from opposite sides, but since the doorway only allowed one person, their stubbornness flared up again, fiercely competing over who entered first. Chen Fan broke into a wicked grin. Now, one of his feet was already across the threshold. "Han Fuzhou, this time, I will win." Han Fuzhou was sweating buckets, utterly squeezed. Both of them were already bulky, and the doorway was so narrow to begin with. Chen Fan had already gotten more of his body through, leaving Han Fuzhou painfully crushed on the side. "Phew. You bastard. Didn't you claim to respect your elders and care for the young?" Not a shred of that virtue now. Since he'd already lost in actual maneuvering, he resorted to verbal sparring, pure talk-noise warfare. Heh. Respecting elders and caring for the young. That's for gentlemen. People like me. If a kid walks by, I'll snatch his lollipop just for fun. Do I look like any kind of gentleman? What's that got to do with me? Ha 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 ha. Admit defeat, Han Fuzhou. Face this cruel reality. For that instant, Chen Fan laughed like an evil arch-villain. And Han Fuzhou resembled nothing more than the weak, underdeveloped protagonist, helplessly toyed within the villain's palm during the early chapters. This was precisely the moment when a little spark of provocation was needed to ignite the protagonist's hidden potential. Hence, the line, "You shall forever be trampled beneath the feet of Emperor Chen Fan, never to rise again," dramatically entered the scene. And immediately, the dullness in Han Fuzhou's eyes reignited with fierce brilliance. "My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. I haven't reached the end yet. If I don't even try, how can I know I'm incapable? How can I know I can't turn the tide?" Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength from deep within. Zhou Qingze. Wang Gang. Zhou Yu. Only Jiangnan continued watching, thoroughly entertained. Noticing the sudden shift in Han Fuzhou's expression, he instantly widened his eyes even further. Not only did he watch, he inwardly roared with passion, "Go. Crush him. As the protagonist, you absolutely cannot lose. Believe in yourself, you're the damn baddest." Just as his inner cry finished, boom. The two at the door simultaneously collapsed and tumbled inside. "Even if I can't rise again, at least I'll take you down with me." It truly came to pass as Chen Fan had proclaimed. Han Fuzhou was now pinned beneath him, yet his hand clamped down tightly on Chen Fan's wrist, refusing to let go. Staring into Han Fuzhou's suddenly confident eyes, Chen Fan silently thought, terrifying, truly terrifying. This guy might actually possess emperor potential. Cannot be allowed to live. Alright, you two, had enough fun yet? Zhou Qingze rubbed his forehead helplessly. Stop fooling around. Where's Zichen? He went to school with old Zhang. You know, being class monitor and all. Chapter 139 Strong Dragon doesn't oppress local snake. No, it can. Wang Gang walked over to the two still lying on the ground, staring at them blankly with his head lowered. Quiet down, you bottom dwellers. Otherwise, in a moment, the turf guards will come and skewer you. He grabbed both of them by the back of their collars, one in each hand, and hoisted them up. Then, not forgetting, he patted the dust off their clothes. Go on, go sit over there. VES, SJR. JBK. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou snapped to attention simultaneously, raising their right hands in perfect unison, their eyes radiating nothing but wisdom. At least, that's how serious they looked in their own minds. Zhou Yu looked at the two and joked, if your surnames weren't different, I'd seriously think Brother Fuzhou and Brother Chen were twins. Twins? Jiangnan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement. You're right. They really are alike. Their behavior is completely identical. How so? Chen Fan pointed at himself. Even if we're identical, I must be the elder brother. After all, I'm 1 month older than this brat, and way more mature. I protest. So what if I'm 1 month younger? I'm stronger, that's all that matters. Strength is king. A real man can't stay beneath others forever. Chen Fan, I have photos of you wearing. Han Fuzhou. Brother, I was wrong. What treasure are you hiding? Jiangnan leaned forward curiously. I heard you mention it last time, but you never showed us. Are you hiding something shady from us? Cough. Cough cough, cough. Zhou Qingze, who had been eating breakfast, choked immediately upon hearing Jiangnan's words. He quickly gulped some soy milk and wiped the corner of his lips. Jiangnan and the others didn't know, but he sure did. Back when they tested his mind-reading ability on the playground, he had clearly seen the inner thoughts of both Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou. What Han Fuzhou wore was... Ugh, can't say it. Absolutely cannot say it. Just thinking about it left psychological scars. Seeing everyone fall silent the moment he spoke, Jiangnan grew annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? This handsome guy just asked you a question. Buddha says, not to be told, not to be told. Zhou Yu tugged at Jiangnan's sleeve. Sit down first. Aren't we supposed to discuss something important? Right. Reminded, Jiangnan sat beside Zhou Yu and suddenly turned serious. I figured out who orchestrated last night's incident. Who? Jiang Chen. Jiangnan looked at Zhou Qingze. I made a simple deduction, there are only two possibilities. First, because Jiang Chen couldn't get Xia Yuro, he took a dark path, his mind twisted, and now desires you instead. Zhou Qingze, you. Second, after you beat him up, he felt humiliated and wanted revenge. Zhou Qingze, I think this explanation makes the most sense. But being drugged. We all drank from the same bottle, right? Why was my drink so conveniently spiked? Simple. Jiangnan raised his index finger. There was a mole inside the KTV last night. Counting out me and Xiao Yu, plus you guys, we already have a rough idea of who's suspicious. Chen Fan counted on his fingers, excluding us, we've got Old Zhang, Cheng Huai, Bai Yi, Song Lin, Zi Chen. The class monitor and Old Zhang wouldn't have a reason to harm us, they were both present during the fight. Yeah, Song Lin can probably be ruled out too. That guy was reading the entire time, only swinging a bench when things got physical. That leaves Cheng Huai and Bai Yi. Cheng Huai and Bai Yi. Zhou Qingze tossed the plastic bag holding his breakfast into the trash. They both seemed to have disappeared before I even left the private room. Exactly. So there are top suspects. Jiangnan pulled out last night's text messages and showed them to everyone. These messages, I'm almost certain they came from these two. But didn't Cheng Huai have a minor grudge with us before? And Bai Yi's basically his lackey. If Jiang Chen bribed them, why would they send those texts to South Brother? Because they were afraid. Zhou Yu, who hadn't spoken until now, finally opened his mouth. Jiang Chen comes from a powerful family. Threatening Cheng Huai would be effortless. Then, he glanced at Jiangnan. Even without a word, everyone understood the meaning behind that look. Wang Gang said, although he's afraid of Brother Nan, isn't there a saying, strong dragon doesn't oppress local snake? No. Jiangnan smiled, as if recalling something amusing. It can. What are you doing with that bag of rotten apples? Huh. Nan gave them to me. Said I should make someone eat them. Lin Ong looked down at the plastic bag in his hand. Honestly, even he didn't quite understand it. He recognized this fruit, it was the same kind Lin Qingxian had once given him. In his first impression, apples were big, sweet, and crisp. But what he held now? Wilted, shriveled, some patches already turning gray. The smell wasn't exactly foul, but unpleasant, unsettling. Before handing over the bag, Jiangnan had specifically told him, force every single one of these into Jiang Chen's mouth, take a photo, then bring the guy back. Such a bizarre request. Qin Mingxiao heard it and frowned. Making someone eat them? What kind of grudge does he have with this person? Not sure. Lin Ong shook his head. I'll go first, Mingxiao Ji. Gotta finish what Nan asked me to do. Alright. With that reply, Qin Mingxiao added, call me if you get lost. Got it. After Lin Ong left, the room instantly fell silent. Qin Mingxiao turned and took a few steps, then sat down on the sofa by the tea table. He clicked his tongue, staring at the veins pulsing along his left arm. As if sensing something, an inexplicable irritation welled up inside him. He reached for the cigarette pack in his pocket. But before his hand could slide in, a man suddenly appeared right before him. Same clothes, same height, even the same face as Qin Mingxiao. Yet different from the real Qin Mingxiao, this Qin Mingxiao seemed slightly unhinged. Well, not exactly unhinged. More like, someone who gives off the immediate impression of being mentally unstable, clearly not a normal person. He shot Qin Mingxiao a sideways glance. Tell me, are you going to suppress us again with that damned serum? Get back. But Qin Mingxiao didn't seem angry at all. He just kept smiling, as if long accustomed to such treatment. What's the matter? You know I only get my chance like this occasionally. Why be so heartless? Besides, you want freedom too. You want to leave Hulong unit. So why keep refusing us, over and over? Why deny your own desires? In the next second, a cold flash of light streaked through, the figure in front vanished. Only a lingering wave of thick spiritual energy remained where he'd stood. Qin Mingxiao let out a low chuckle. Turning into a crow might be nice. But a true eagle will always soar freely in the sky. Chapter 141 Long Outyan, Young Master Long. Don't resist. The more you struggle, the worse it'll feel. Seeing Jiang Chen's slightly reddened eyes, Lin Ong reminded him calmly. I know you're a bit upset, but just endure it, it'll be over soon. After all, this isn't painful at all. The apple juice had already slipped into Jiang Chen's throat, making him feel nauseous from the taste. Completely ignoring Lin Ang's well-intentioned words, Jiang Chen glared at him intensely, his eyes filled with rage, as if he wanted to tear Lin Ong apart and devour him alive. Those furious eyes seemed to scream, let me go right now, you bastard. But to Lin Ong, that look only appeared like someone trying to cry their way out of trouble, pathetic and begging for mercy. Don't try to act cute with me. That won't work, I'm immune to that nonsense. After snapping the last photo, Lin Ong sent both the pictures and the video directly to Jiangnan via supertext. His supertext nickname was Long Out Young Master, quite distinctive. At least Jiangnan hadn't given him any additional label. Because he was the one who'd coined the name, and thought it perfectly suited Lin Eng's persona. Back then, Jiangnan had convinced Lin Ong like this: Young Master Long, after serious consideration, I've decided to give you an extremely cool online handle. Lin Ong, still naive back then, asked innocently, What's a handle? Just a random internet name, you can choose whatever you want. I've come up with something exceptionally stylish, how about Long Out Young Master? Doesn't that suit you perfectly? Hearing those words, Lin Ong froze on the spot. He kept repeating it silently in his mind, even his lips involuntarily twitched upward. Nodding firmly, he said, Good. That's the one. Long Out Young Master, Ainen, I'm done. Where are you guys now? Should I bring him to you, or straight to the hotel? He attached the photos and videos he'd just taken and sent them over. Long Out Young Master, is this enough? If not, I can still take more. Yuluo Jiangnan, bring back his underwear. Long Out Young Master. Long Out Young Master. Are you serious? Since when did you get into this kind of thing? Go die somewhere. I'm telling Uncle Jiang bye. Yuluo Jiangnan, what are you planning? Are you trying to ruin me? Realizing his mischief had failed, Jiangnan didn't give up. He quickly sent a voice message instead. Just bring him back and dump him at the hotel. Yeah, put him in your room or mine, either's fine. Just leave him breathing. Leave him breathing? Why? If you don't leave him breathing, are you gonna beat him to death or what? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was still whimpering helplessly on the bed, Lin Ong silently turned off his phone and shoved it into his pocket. Maybe you could close your eyes for a sec. Honestly, Lin Ong hadn't originally intended to hurt Jiang Chen that much. But when Jiangnan said, leave him breathing, didn't that mean beat him until he barely has a breath left? Too brutal. Too savage. Long feels scared. In reality, Lin Ong completely misunderstood Jiangnan's meaning. After seeing Lin Eng's method, Jiangnan assumed he was going to keep beating Jiang Chen. Knowing how recklessly strong Lin Ong could be and how fragile Jiang Chen was, basically a crisp snack, the warning was meant to prevent an accident. But Jiangnan never expected that his own careful caution would end up getting Jiang Chen beaten even harder. Now, Lin Ong finally realized Jiang Chen was just a low HP character. Dude, you're kinda weak, aren't you? You should really exercise more and boost your health. TCH, now I'm afraid to even touch you. Lin Ong stared at his own hands. Finally, summoning his resolve, he used that move, I'll punch your chest gently with my little fists. Jiang Chen felt an old mouthful of blood surge up. F***K. Critical hit. This must have been at least 100,000 points of damage. Where are my butler? My bodyguards? What are you doing? I've never endured such outrageous humiliation in my entire life. Lin Ong, I probably held back enough. Though, hitting someone like this feels kinda embarrassing. Unsurprisingly, this little fist technique was something he learned from Jiangnan. Big cats, as we all know, occasionally enjoy smacking people's faces with their little paws. As Jiang Chen succumbed to the overwhelming 100,000 point critical strike and passed out, a clear, smooth voice came from the doorway. J, I'm ready. There stood the guy, somehow having stolen a burlap sack that he dragged along the floor, wearing sunglasses, walking with absurd arrogance, head high, nose tilted toward the sky. He already dressed oddly to begin with. Now with those tiny shades, he looked even more ridiculous. There's a saying. Bro, I can see you still got that charm. Hang on, wait a sec. Let me pack him up. What about those guys with the black sunglasses earlier? Did you take care of them? You know my work, solid as a rock. See. Qing Rong tossed a burlap sack down at his feet. I searched the entire place. Everyone wearing this? Not one escaped. I even took all their little glasses. As he spoke, he pulled one out and handed it to Lin Ong. Wanna try them on? Man, they're so damn cool. Hey, don't you think I should get a folding fan too? You know, really level up the vibe and attract more sword spirits, especially the cute girls. What do you think? Lin Ong. From now on, don't ever say you're my sword spirit. I'd be too embarrassed. As he spoke, he glanced down at the sack. Coughed twice, then casually picked it up. This sack's perfect for carrying people. I'll store the sunglasses in my necklace. If you need them, just go in and grab them yourself. Qing Rong asked, then why can't you just give me the necklace? Are you out of your mind? After stuffing Jiang Chen into the sack, Lin Ong shot Qing Rong a cold glare. If I give it to you, what will I use? Let's go. Take me back. Oh. By the way, wanna stick around a bit longer? We could leave in the afternoon instead. Leaving the hospital first thing in the morning feels kinda rushed, doesn't it? Jiangnan was holding a crisp apple. He bit into it with a loud crunch, the juicy flesh dripping down his lip, trailing to his chin. Holy shit. Babe. Zhou Yu. He frowned deeply, grabbed a tissue, and shoved it under Jiangnan's chin, wiping messily. Zhou Qingze nodded firmly. Now that we've caught him, I have to go back and deal with him properly. We can't exactly whip someone in a hospital, that'd cause an uproar. Are you sure you're okay? Jiangnan continued, old Zhang told me your injuries were the worst. Besides, there might still be a match today. If you stay hospitalized, maybe they'll push it back a little. No. I'm burning that bastard's hair off today, every last strand. Hair. Wang Gang frowned. What hair? Body hair. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. Sorry, us intellectuals just get it immediately. Chapter 142, This Emperor's Servant. The medicine wore off, and Hu Yun gradually regained consciousness. He woke up with gritted teeth, feeling a sharp pain throbbing in his forehead. He reached up to touch it, whoa, a huge lump. Damn it, why the hell did I pass out like that? Could that woman from last night have knocked me out when I wasn't looking? Finally managing to sit up, he blinked his eyes wide open and looked down, only his underwear remained on his body. The leg hair on both legs stood fully exposed to the air. It was grotesque. The kind of sight that hurts your eyes, making you want to rinse them out immediately. Of course, Hu Yun himself thought exactly the same. Time to shave, time to shave. Looking around at his current state, he realized not only had his clothes vanished, but even the trench coat he'd taken off earlier lay discarded on the floor, covered in footprints. He had been lying face down the entire time. As he tried to get up, his head bumped into the table. Luckily, it didn't hurt too much. And there were no snacks under the table either. But the phone resting on the table fell straight down from the impact. Thus, just as Hu Yun moved slightly aside after hitting the table and attempted to rise again, he was struck once more by the falling phone. Holy hell. King damn it. He instantly exploded with curses. After shouting those two lines, he suddenly remembered and frantically waved his hands in midair. Shit, my phone's packed with crucial data and resources, I can't lose it. Just 10 centimeters before the phone hit the ground, Hu Yun's hand shot out like a ruler, catching it with perfect precision. Phew. Seeing his phone intact in hand, he finally breathed easy. Having learned his lesson the hard way, this time he made sure to crawl to a spot where nothing hung above before daring to stand. He turned on the phone. Immediately visible in the notification bar were countless missed calls from Jiang Chen. A ridiculous number. Though there were others too, right now, his top priority was this young master of the household. If the young master got angry, forget about a raise, he might end up losing several months' salary. In worse cases, his very job could be at stake. Thinking back to last night, Hu Yun nearly slapped himself hard across the face. Why were you so greedy? Couldn't you control yourself? Indeed, as the old saying goes, nothing good comes cheap. Trembling with anxiety, he nervously called Jiang Chen back, mentally preparing his excuses, thinking about how he'd defend himself, in fact, justify himself. Perhaps due to fear, even as he picked up his trench coat, he felt none of the anger he should have had for being duped. But fate seemed determined to play a cruel joke on him. Jiang Chen's phone was completely unreachable. God damn it. Young master. Young master. Pick up the phone. This humble servant misses you. I can't live without you. At this moment, Hu Yun, a man nearly 40, once as fierce as an eagle, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He was truly terrified, praying desperately in his heart for Jiang Chen to answer the call. Yet at this very moment, Jiang Chen was slung over Lin Eng's shoulder and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed like a sack of potatoes. Jiangnan, Zhou Yu, Zhou Qingze, Wang Gang, Chen Fan, and Han Fuzhou all stood gathered around the bed, staring at Jiang Chen, who was still unconscious. They looked exactly like a gang of villains after committing a crime. Heh. Jiangnan smirked sinisterly, arms crossed, one elbow resting on the other arm as he lightly tapped his index finger against his chin. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Commander, any orders? What commander? You're out of your mind. While they focused on Jiang Chen, Lin On wandered restlessly around the room. Where's Mingxiao Ji? Isn't he here? Must have gone out. We didn't see him when we arrived. All right then. After searching fruitlessly, Lin On decided to sit down and rest, but unexpectedly, a hand extended before him. Not sure if you've eaten breakfast. Brought you one on the way back. Lin On glanced at Zhou Yu, then at the Jianbing Guizi in his hand. Without hesitation, he took it naturally. But he didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he lifted Zhou Yu high into the air, spun him around twice. Long live little Tian Shag Wolf. The hell? That's my wife. Hearing the commotion, Jiangnan came sprinting over with a yell. Taking Zhou Yu back from Lin On, Jiangnan grabbed him and spun around 4 more times. Zhou Yu. In the brief moment he handed over breakfast, not even enough time to react, he'd already been spun 6 times in total. No lag at all, just instant zero-frame initiation. Seeing that Jiangnan was about to spin again, he instantly teleported himself safely onto solid ground. As for Jiangnan, staring at the empty space in his arms where the person had just vanished, he froze momentarily. Before he could even begin feeling wronged, suddenly a cell phone ringtone blared out. The sound came from Jiang Chen on the bed. The 4 bystanders immediately turned their attention back. Zhou Qingze stepped forward first, reaching into Jiang Chen's pants pocket and fumbling around. Wang Gang watched awkwardly and whispered, "Isn't it in the left pocket?" Zhou Qingze, who was searching the right one, huh? No wonder all he felt was thigh. Without saying a word, he quietly moved his hand into Jiang Chen's left pocket, his facial expression completely calm, so serious it hurt. Where no one could see, however, Zhou Qingze's toes were already hard at work on their own secret mission. This time, he easily pulled out Jiang Chen's phone. The caller ID clearly showed 5 big characters, "This young master's butler." Zhou Qingze's eyebrows twitched. He immediately turned the screen toward the others, his butler. Chen Fan glanced at it, then pointed at the name with one finger, turning his head to Han Fuzhou. "Nah bro, he actually named it that. He's really playing the role." Han Fuzhou nodded, "Exactly. This young master's butler. So lame." Chen Fan, LMAO. "If I had his status, I'd be even more arrogant. I'd name it, this emperor's servant." Han Fuzhou, "Bullshit. There can only be one emperor. This emperor is the emperor. I can appoint you crown prince. Why should I accept that? Think about it, if I'm emperor and you're crown prince, when I grow old and abdicate, you'll become emperor too, right? Fair and square, either of us can be emperor eventually." Han Fuzhou frowned, "But why can't I be emperor first, and you go be crown prince?" Facing this question, Chen Fan patted Han Fuzhou's shoulder earnestly, speaking with deep wisdom, "Respecting elders and cherishing the young is the virtue of our youth. I'm older than you should learn to respect me. Got it? I'm doing this for your own good." Wang Gang. Are these 2 guys seriously messed up? Chapter 143, his mouth is curling, "Quick, go tear it apart. Nice try, you think I'm a 3-year-old you can fool? But who else treats you like a child except me?" That sudden wave of cheesy romance hit so hard it left a 5-second silence in its wake, one even more awkward than Arthur's, and for a moment Han Fuzhou had no idea how to respond. Dang, that was unexpectedly cringy. Gave me a back spasm. My good lord above. Hearing that familiar phrase they often used, Wang Gang couldn't help but ask, "Wait, are you talking about me? I don't recall doing anything particularly suspicious." "Nah, we weren't referring to you, Ganga. It's just a meme that went viral online recently." "Oh right. We kinda forgot, you and Qingze rarely go online anyway. We assumed you'd get the reference since neither of you asked." Chen Fan added with a grin, "Hee." The sight of Chen Fan smirking triggered something in Jiangnan's mind. His expression suddenly turned grave. He rushed over to Han Fuzhou and shouted, his mouth is curling. "Quick! Go rip it off." "Yes, my lord." Han Fuzhou obeyed instantly, charging toward Chen Fan with both hands outstretched, aiming straight at that upward curving corner of his lips. Chen Fan. As the 3 rowdiest tumbled off to one side, Zhou Yu finally stepped forward. He glanced at the phone screen and asked Zhou Qingze, "Should we answer?" "Not yet. Let it ring." Jiangnan had somehow returned from Chen Fan's side unnoticed, shoving one hand into the conversation. "Let him hang on a few times. Give him that sense of urgency. Gongzi, go grab Cheng Huai. Oh, and ignore that Bai Yi. Got it." Wang Gang nodded and headed for the door. But halfway there, 2 heavy hands landed on his shoulders. "Ganga, we're coming with you." Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou followed closely behind, their expressions uncharacteristically serious. They knew last night's muscle-bound guy swinging a chair was part of Cheng Huai's group. They'd all met before, but Wang Gang probably hadn't seen Song Lin's ability yet. After all, Wang Gang had been out looking for Zhou Qingze last night, he wasn't there when Song Lin revealed his peak muscular form. Although Wang Gang was widely regarded as the physically strongest among the F7, the truth was, his build still paled in comparison to Song Lin once his glasses were off. And given that Wang Gang had just come back from the hospital, he might not be at his usual level either. It wasn't that they feared Song Lin would start a fight, it was more that Chen Fan felt safer with extra backup. Plus, Jiangnan must have had his reasons for wanting Cheng Huai brought in. Whatever it took, Cheng Huai had to be brought back, by force if necessary. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Zhou Yu leaned against the back of the sofa, legs crossed. In his hand was Jiang Chen's phone, showing call after call, each one eventually disconnecting from no response. This was Hu Yun's 5th call already. After handing the phone to him, Jiangnan had told him to sit beside Lin Ong and wait, while he went off to discuss Jiang Chen's punishment with Zhou Qingze. The 2 leaders locked eyes. Jiangnan made a series of exaggerated facial expressions. "What should we do?" Zhou Qingze blinked once in reply, "Should we beat him up?" Jiangnan, what? Strip him, take photos, post them online, humiliate him. Zhou Qingze, no, I meant literally, beat him up. Communication complete. Both nodded simultaneously, seemingly very satisfied with this plan. Sure, they weren't exactly on the same wavelength, the signals were scrambled, each interpreting things their own way, but neither seemed to care. It was just a formality anyway. As long as the ritual felt fulfilled, what more could they possibly need? Jiangnan took a deep breath. Alright, here we go. With one strong motion, he grabbed both legs of Jiang Chen's pants and yanked them down. The pants flew up into the air, then dropped onto the floor. Jiang Chen's bare legs were now fully exposed. Truly worthy of being called a rich young master, his upbringing showed. Not a single hair on those legs, smooth and pale like a girl's. Jiangnan stared, hesitating for a long moment without moving. Zhou Qingze, thinking he was mesmerized, snapped immediately, "TCH. Where are you looking? You already have my brother, now you're checking out another man. Want me to gouge your eyes out?" Jiangnan blinked blankly, ignoring him. Instead, he turned and called toward the sofa, "Wife. Wife. What now? Come here for a sec, I want to show you something." Zhou Yu was first puzzled, then flipped himself over the sofa with a push. "What?" Jiangnan chuckled mischievously and bent down to grab his pant leg, starting to roll it up. Zhou Yu and Zhou Qingze grew even more confused at this sight. "What are you doing?" Jiangnan just kept grinning silently, slowly tugging the fabric higher. As if deliberately teasing Zhou Yu, he slowed down even more, smooth, defined lines of muscle inching gradually into view. Seeing how flashy Jiangnan was being, Zhou Qingze couldn't bear to watch. He turned around completely and shut his eyes tight. Out of sight, out of mind. Touch my brother, you die. Finally, when the pants were rolled halfway up his thighs, Jiangnan stopped. He asked earnestly, "Wife, are my legs good looking?" Zhou Yu. Jiangnan tilted his head. "Not good looking. They're good looking. So compared to Jiang Chen's, whose are better, mine or his?" Zhou Yu was just about to turn and look at Jiang Chen on the bed, but Jiangnan suddenly shifted in front of him again, blocking his view, eyes sparkling brightly. Quick, quick, say it, who has better legs, me or him?" "Yours. Right? So are my legs the most beautiful legs you've ever seen?" "Yes, yes, yes. Do you love me?" "Love, love, love." "Good." Satisfied with the answers, Jiangnan puckered his lips and made a kissing sound, "Moi." First blowing Zhou Yu a kiss, then forming a heart with his hands. Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk, love means saying, "Moi moi da." Then topped it off with a slick, WJNK, at the end. Zhou Qingze. Lin Ong, absolutely unhinged. Zhou Yu stared blankly at Jiangnan's heart gesture, expressionless at first, glanced away, then slowly brought his gaze back. "My dear gang." He stared unblinkingly at Jiangnan. "I was wondering why it wasn't raining today. So turns out it's because you were here." After Zhou Yu spoke, Zhou Qingze's reaction evolved from unconsciously clenching his fists to covering his mouth, suppressing laughter. Lin Ong, far enough away not to bother holding back, flashed a huge grin, laughing his ass off. "Is it funny?" Hearing Lin Ong laugh, Jiangnan couldn't help but ask. But instead of Lin Ong responding, what came was Zhou Qingze's merciless mockery. "What exactly are you all laughing at? Are you kids trying to ruin me?" He was born with smiling lips, can't help it. "You like showing off your smile, huh? But do you have a wife like I do? So what if I don't? Single forever. Don't need no wife anyway. My wife is your brother." Zhou Qingze instantly broke, leaping up to choke Jiangnan. "Eat shit and die." Chapter 144, Never thought you'd be this kind of Lin Ong. Facing Zhou Qingze's sneaky move, Jiangnan didn't flinch at all, he flipped backward and dodged it cleanly. But he hadn't expected the flip to carry him that far. He landed straight onto the bed, accidentally stepping on Jiang Chen's leg. Before he could steady himself, he plopped down hard, landing squarely on top of Jiang Chen's back. This time, not only was Zhou Qingze stunned, Zhou Yu was too. Neither of them had anticipated Jiangnan would pull something like this, let alone end up sitting on someone else's back. With his build, wouldn't he crush the guy to death? Yet Jiangnan made no move to get up right away. First, he looked down blankly, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Yu. "Wife, my butt hurts." Zhou Yu glanced at Jiang Chen, who was pinned beneath Jiangnan's backside, and said dryly, "Then what about him? He got unlucky. LOL." Despite the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Yu still reached out his hand and pulled Jiangnan off. Honestly, he felt Jiangnan had become even more childish. Sure, he'd always been kind of immature, even rather mischievous, but there was definitely a difference now. What he sensed lately was that Jiangnan had grown even more clingy toward him. Not the same kind of clinginess as before, this was different. It felt like playful affection, like a kitten seeking attention and cuddles from its favorite human. Maybe just a bit cuter. Once lifted off, Jiangnan still wore a pitiful expression as he pointed at Zhou Qingze. "Wife, your brother bullied me. Zhou Qingze. Before he could argue with Jiangnan, the door opened again. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou walked in side by side, like two guardian enforcers, leading the way. Behind them was Wang Gang, carrying someone over his shoulder. As for who exactly was being carried, well, no need to say. Obviously, it was Cheng Huai. But at this moment, Cheng Huai seemed lifeless, like a puppet with its batteries removed, completely limp. Well, not that he didn't want to move, rather, Han Fuzhou had such tight control over him that he simply couldn't budge. Gah! I'm not accepting this. I need invincibility mode. Give me untargetable immunity. Crowd control is ridiculous. Way too oppressive, needs serious nerfing. Right now, he felt just like a helpless young bride snatched away by a gang of bandits. Seeing Wang Gang carrying the body, Zhou Qingze hurried over. Is your arm okay? No problem. He's not heavy, easy to lift with one hand. With a loud plop, Cheng Huai was callously tossed onto the sofa. Looking up, he met Lin Ong, who was casually chewing on a jianbingguizi. Coincidentally, the phone vibrated with another ringtone. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and asked Jiangnan, want to answer it? Answer it? Of course we should. Jiangnan waved Chen Fan over. Fanzi, come here, your brother needs your help. Brother's here. Han Fuzhou raised one finger, standing in front of the sofa and pointing at Cheng Huai with an arrogant smirk. Shut up. Got it? Or you'll never taste sweet fruit again, screw you. Cheng Huai blinked once. How dare he speak? Ever since walking through the door, he'd sensed something. One little sound from him, and these unscrupulous young men would beat him into a folding screen. Meanwhile, Lin Ong, after hearing Han Fuzhou's line, you'll never taste sweet fruit again, seemed to have some hidden switch triggered. From somewhere, he produced a bag of rotten apples and handed it to Han Fuzhou. These are bad. Give them to him. Cheng Huai. Han Fuzhou. Dude. I was just joking. You actually brought me spoiled fruit. Damn, where did you even get this? The refusal was on the tip of his tongue, but when he looked up, he met Lin Ang's eyes, crystal clear, almost innocent, yet filled with quiet anticipation. Wait, anticipation. Man, what exactly are you excited about? Never thought you'd be this kind of Lin Ang. Clearly, anyone who hangs out with Jiangnan can't be good people. Good thing I'm not either. Maybe it was truly because Lin Ang's gaze made rejection impossible, or maybe Han Fuzhou had some selfish amusement of his own, but somehow, he actually took the bag. Lin Ang smiled. Han Fuzhou smiled too. And in that smile, Han Fuzhou noticed, for the first time, that when Lin Ang laughed, he had two dimples. But Cheng Huai. He couldn't laugh. Kids terrified. People are here. What now? Chen Fan leaned close to Jiangnan and whispered, his eyes fixed on the phone. Wow, still persistent, still calling, huh? You guys haven't answered this whole time? Nope. Jiangnan shook his head, then murmured something low and fast into Chen Fan's ear. Zhou Yu couldn't hear what was said, but he saw that after Jiangnan finished speaking, Chen Fan's expression shifted into something, suspiciously lewd. HSSSS. Probably nothing good again, after all, it was Jiangnan's idea. After saying that, Jiangnan first made a shu gesture toward Zhou Yu. Then he raised his voice and shouted, I'm answering the call. Everyone stay quiet, don't make a sound. The phone connected, and Huiyun finally had a chance to relax his tense heart. He quickly said, hello, young master. I ran into a pickpocket last night. My phone and wallet were stolen, so I couldn't get back to you in time. I just got access to communication equipment, I came straight to you as soon as possible. The person on the other end didn't respond, maintaining silence. Young master. Young master, are you resting? The men you sent yesterday have completed their task by now, so surely you've already defeated that man. You're looking for your young master. A slightly deep male voice came through the phone screen into Huiyun's ears. This was Zhou Yu deliberately lowering his vocal tone. Still, no matter what, a trace of youthful softness could be heard. This was Jiangnan's request. Though Zhou Yu had no idea what kind of trick that guy was up to, he still obliged. Sure enough, upon hearing a voice clearly not belonging to Jiang Chen, Huiyun froze for a moment. Only after several seconds did he speak up cautiously, who is this? A friend of our young master. Friend? Another male voice cut in, this time it was Jiangnan. What friend? Aren't you the one your young master arranged to drug my friend? Oh, though it's a bit unfortunate now, the medicine ended up being used on your own young master instead. Then came another round of strange laughter, never thought big young master Jiang would also prefer men. Must be desperate enough to drug his former rival with love potion. What do you mean? What did you do to our young master? Zhou Yu's voice rang out again, but this time sounded unusually suggestive, this guy, he's quite smooth. Chen Fan was also playing his part perfectly. He'd been sitting by the bed waiting long ago. The moment those lines were delivered, he slapped hard right on Jiang Chen's butt. Slap, the sound cracked loudly, he'd put in a solid 70% of his strength. On top of that, he added some weird moaning noises of his own, making the entire scene incredibly easy to misinterpret. Hu Yun froze instantly. His mind exploded as if struck by 5 thunderbolts at once. He nearly dropped the phone in his hand. His young master had been violated. Stop. Stop it right now. Let's talk properly. Let's talk properly. If you stop now, there's still room for negotiation. I can cover things up for you, or name any demand and I'll meet it. But if you persist down this path, my Jiang family will turn the earth upside down until we find you. Chapter 145 Yuzhan of the Yu family, my father Jiangnan. Using the Jiang family to threaten someone was indeed a decent choice. If this were Zhou Qingze, he might have actually released Jiang Chen after just a few coercive words from Hu Yun. But that's only because he had no strength, no backing. And so he could only be bullied. But would Jiangnan listen to this bastard's nonsense? No, he wouldn't. Not only would he not listen, he'd slap Hu Yun hard across the face. How dare you threaten me, little punk. Jiang Chen is a young master. In this day and age, isn't everyone a young master? Jiang Chen is Master Jiang, then I, Jiangnan, am Master Jiang. In this world, you need power. You need influence. Which path do you walk? Oh. Turns out you're just a nobody. You're threatening me. Kid, by your voice, you sound young. Don't be too hot-headed. Do some digging into the Jiang family, you probably don't even know what kind of colossal force it is. With time still on your side, back down now. Hu Yun continued coaxing Jiangnan like this. After all, it was his own fault in the first place. He'd skipped duty to go out, dining, and not only had he failed to capture the young master's target, but now the young master himself was caught up in this mess. Worse yet, the medicine involved was something prepared directly by him. When he woke up that morning with a clearer head, he quickly realized he must have mixed up the medication. No wonder that kid's eyes looked so strange last night when he handed over the pills. He'd been too hasty, ignoring the warning signs. Had he asked one more question then, perhaps none of this would have happened. The Jiang family? A colossal force? On the other end of the phone came Jiangnan's disdainful scoff. Then do you even know who I am? At that, Hu Yun grew serious. Who are you? You don't know me? No. Not knowing me, and you still dare act so arrogant? If you're some young master from a family, at least state your identity clearly. I believe the Jiang family still has the standing to negotiate with you. Jiangnan replied bluntly, the Yu family of Jiangqing, Yuzhan. At that moment, far away in the heart of M City, Yuzhan sneezed. Who's cursing me? Beside him, a seemingly young woman, probably just in her early 20s, immediately expressed concern. What's wrong, Xiaozhan? Catching a cold? What's it to you? As for this woman, Yuzhan had no interest in spending more time than necessary with her. She was exactly the stepmother he'd mentioned to Jiangnan during Jiangnan's last visit to the city center. A woman of 20, right at the blooming peak of youth. Yet imprisoned as a caged canary simply because of his father. He might feel pity for this flower, but as long as she remained part of this household, he wouldn't lift a finger to help her. I'm going to my room. Unless the sky's falling, don't bother me. With that, Yuzhan walked off without looking back. Leaving the woman standing there, utterly bewildered. Yuzhan. Hu Yun murmured, frantically racking his brain for any information. Might I ask, your father is? My father, Jiangnan. Just 2 steps up the staircase, Yuzhan sneezed again. Jiangnan. Hu Yun froze. Isn't Jiangnan the 3rd young master of the Jiang family? The Yu family's young master and he have been close friends since childhood. Exactly. I recently even formally adopted Jiang San as my godfather. Let me tell you, my godfather possesses countless virtues. He's not only handsome, but wealthy, and incredibly caring. Respectful to elders, affectionate to children. He frequently helps old grandmas cross the street. No, wait. Damn it, * cross the road safely, * even carries immobile elderly men for swims. From centenarian grannies to 3-year-olds, no one remains untouched by his spirit of selfless dedication and eagerness to help others. You know once, right? I personally witnessed him protect a little girl, fought off dozens of high-level mutant beasts all by himself. Covered in wounds, never flinched, fought through blood and chaos, bravely defeated the enemy against overwhelming odds. That game was won through sheer courage. Whenever speaking about himself, Jiangnan launched into an unrestrained stream of exaggerated nonsense. Reasonable. Unimportant. True or false. Doesn't matter. As long as he got praised, mission accomplished. Watching Jiangnan spout such absurdities with complete seriousness, Chen Fan silently flipped him the middle finger in his mind. Absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had no patience for Jiangnan's rambling. He was frowning deeply, mentally replaying his own earlier phrase, * quite smooth. *. The more he thought about it, the odder it sounded. Why are his lines so weird, and so unserious? Meanwhile, Jiangnan was giving off full-on standard villain vibes. Wait, no way. He's doing this on purpose, right? As Hu Yun listened to the other end spouting increasingly exaggerated praise for Jiangnan, his tiny brain swam with massive confusion. This level of shameless glorification, even the actual person wouldn't dare describe themselves like that. One look and it was obvious, this guy had to be Jiangnan's diehard fan. No way he was a troll. It's normal to passionately praise someone you admire, but this was beyond passionate, it was outright absurd. He described third young Master Zhang's exploits as if he were recounting the legendary deeds of some ancient patriarch, making it sound like the kid had lived 100 lifetimes by age 20. But jokes aside, Hu Yun had zero belief that the man on the phone could actually be the Yu family's young master. After all, why would someone comfortably living in Jiangnan suddenly show up in Yun City for no reason? Not to mention, the young master Yu wasn't even gay. Wait. Gay. Holy shit. Right now, stop your crimes immediately, then tell me your location, I'm coming over right away. Kid, listen to uncle for once, there's still time to fix this. Just send me your location, guarantee our young master's safety, and we'll call it even. In the midst of his talking, Jiangnan had already picked up the phone and walked over, crouching down in front of Cheng Huai. Well. That voice, familiar, isn't it? He pressed the cold phone screen against Cheng Huai's face. Classmate Cheng Huai. Say hello. Jiangnan grinned, looking especially kind. Hearing the name Cheng Huai, Hu Yun froze momentarily, then asked, the brat from the Cheng family. Uncle, it's me. Now, Cheng Huai's voice carried the dull, defeated tone of a man who'd given up entirely. And honestly, it fit. He'd resigned himself to fate. If even the Jiang family's young master had been captured, there was no way he'd escape. So naturally, none of what Hu Yun said after that registered in his mind. Cheng Huai just went limp-eyed, drifting into existential contemplation. No. What kind of life did he even have left? At best, if he got lucky, maybe he'd return to his old routine. Drinking every night, hitting up gay bars, occasionally hooking up with some cute little zeros. At worst. Well, might as well start pondering his last meal. Seeing Cheng Huai's glazed-over expression, completely zoned out, Jiangnan realized, he'd already checked out. Alright then, address. South brother, this kid just woke up. Suddenly, Chen Fan's voice called from behind. Beneath him lay Jiang Chen, mouth gagged, unable to speak, and whose but was noticeably red. Jiangnan. Was it that red before? When did Chen Fan add that much color? Chapter 146. Why are you yelling so loudly? If Chen Fan had known about Jiangnan's inner monologue, he would have died laughing on the spot. Add coloring? Bro, your imagination is way too overactive. Those few slaps he just delivered to Jiang Chen's backside were with at least 70 or 80% of his strength, deliberately meant to leave a serious sting. Dare to drug my brother? And that kind of drug too? You despicable bastard. I, Emperor Chen Fan, will show you exactly how red flowers can bloom. Why is it so red? Hearing Chen Fan call out, Jiangnan responded almost instinctively, but the moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. Damn it. Traitorous friend. Didn't I just blow my cover by responding like that? Jiangnan thought, face twisted in panic. Seeing Jiangnan's strange expression, Chen Fan only belatedly realized he'd blurted out something he shouldn't have. Then, bro. The two exchanged glances, wide-eyed, speechless. Neither said a word. After a long silence, Jiangnan's lips twitched, then quickly relaxed. Actually, whatever. If he knows, then he knows. It wasn't anything serious anyway, just for fun, nothing big. As long as we're having a good time, that's all that matters. A moment ago, he was even planning to give Hu Yun the address and invite him over, drag him inside, beat him up a bit, threaten him, then let him go. Regardless of whether Hu Yun got beaten or not, one thing was certain, Jiang Chen absolutely wasn't getting out of this beating today. He had to take it. Each of us gives him a solid slap, kicks him once each. But seeing the clear signs of swelling already forming on Jiang Chen's backside, Jiangnan's mind began stirring with mischief again. What could a little tiger possibly have in mind? Kakik. Here's the deal, Jiangnan said, you add me on Superlink, we operate on a hand over the person, get your goods principle. Once you bring what we want, we'll release Jiang Chen. Got it? What do you want? A house? A car? Money? Heh, I couldn't care less about stuff like that. This casual, dismissive tone made Hu Yun feel uneasy. He wondered, could this kid have an even bigger ambition? Jiangnan didn't dawdle. He rattled off his Superlink ID directly. Then he hung up immediately, waiting for Hu Yun to add him. Watching Jiangnan slowly switch over to the Superlink app, Zhou Yu asked, puzzled, why not just say it over the phone? Why bother adding contacts? It might cause unnecessary trouble. Hee you just don't get it, Jiangnan grinned smugly. Phone calls cost 1 mao per minute. If I make him add me on Superlink instead, we save at least 5 mao. 5 mao can buy a pack of spicy strips or a lollipop. Woohoo. Speaking of which, am I just too good at saving money? Am I, could I actually be a genius? With such a thrifty man at home, when exactly do I get to come back? Zhou Yu. His was twitching so hard it was practically cramping. Is this guy seriously the dumb son of a rich landlord? The phone call ended, leaving Hu Yun anxious and unsettled. With no other choice, he followed Jiangnan's instructions, relying on his sharp memory to type in the string of numbers. The moment he sent the request, it was accepted. With a grand wave of his hand, Jiangnan commanded, Fan Zi. Go pour his bitter tea all over the ground. On it. Just as Hu Yun was deep in thought, mentally preparing for outrageous demands from this so-called young master of the Yu family, a message popped up. Jiangnan had sent a link. Hu Yun quickly tapped on it. Oh, it was a Pinduoduo cut price request. Yuluo Jiangnan, hey, thanks. Hu Yun. Hu Yun, don't test my patience. My patience has limits. Hu Yun, push me too far, and I won't be coming alone. Jiangnan burst into laughter. Now you're threatening me, buddy. First line, playing CEO now. Yuluo Jiangnan, at your age, still can't keep your cool. Yuluo Jiangnan, I'll let it slide since you're old. We want 16 packs of spicy strips, 10 bottles of cola, 3 bottles of Sprite, and 5 lollipops. Yuluo Jiangnan, that'll do for now. Hu Yun. Spicy strips. Cola. Sprite. Lollipops. Whose little kid hijacked this account? Hu Yun, hand the phone back to your older brother. Yuluo Jiangnan. Old man, what are you implying? You want to see your young master alive or not? Yuluo Jiangnan, don't bring what I asked for, and he's as good as dead. Hu Yun, stop. Yabai Dai. Hu Yun, let me see our young master first. I need to confirm he's safe and unharmed. Yuluo Jiangnan, fine. Yuluo Jiangnan, send me $50 and I'll unlock a photo of young Master Jiang. Damn it. Brat. First he made me do a cut price request, now he's charging for photos of his own young master. Hu Yun was grinding his molars to dust. But then he remembered, today was Thursday. Fine. Gritting his teeth, he sent Jiangnan a 50 yuan red envelope. Sent. Can you send it now? Of course, I'm a man of my word. After collecting the red envelope, Jiangnan snapped a quick click at Jiang Chen lying on the bed. He sent over a picture of Jiang Chen's foot. Jiang Chen had woken up because of the searing pain in his backside. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw several burly young men. One standing with his back turned, making a phone call. One pinning down his hands. 2 others standing stiffly, staring at him without blinking. This scene looked exactly like a kidnapping. And among those 2 standing men, one was way too familiar. None other than Zhou Qingze, the guy who'd beaten him up so badly he'd spent a week in bed. He tried to shout, but his mouth was gagged. But meeting an enemy face to face only intensified hatred. Jiang Chen struggled against Chen Fan's hold, ready to break free. Yet just as he tensed up, the young man on the phone suddenly gave an order. Then, his bitter tea was dumped. Dumped by Chen Fan. Dumped mercilessly, even drawing a slightly imperfect parabola in midair. And after finishing the job, that guy wasn't done, he slapped Jiang Chen again, sending tears springing involuntarily from his eyes. Wah! Jiangnan sent the photo to Hu Yun. As expected, a question mark came back immediately. What's wrong? That's your young master right there. What kind of photo is this? I want to see his face. His face. Understand? Oh, you should have said so earlier. Alright then, send another 50, and I'll show you his face. With mixed doubt and hope, Hu Yun decided to trust Jiangnan one more time. He sent another 50 yuan red envelope. 2 seconds later, a rather odd photo arrived. Confused, Hu Yun tapped it open and zoomed in, still couldn't make sense of it. Because what stared back at him were 2 pitch black holes, one of which seemed to contain something inside. What is this? Nostrils, ... Being toyed with over and over pushed Hu Yun to the brink of collapse. He desperately wanted to curse every single one of Jiangnan's 18 generations of ancestors. He fired off a voice message, screaming, I'll send you 10,000. Just send me a full-body photo of my young master. Is that so hard? Re. Hearing the voice note, Jiangnan stuck his little finger into his ear canal, digging disdainfully before holding the phone farther away. Almost shook the earwax right out of me. What are you yelling so loudly for? Chen Fan caught the key word and instantly perked up, suggesting, hey, wanna go get our ears cleaned later? Feels like ages since I last did that. Ear cleaning. Han Fuzhou sneered, yeah right. You don't really care about ear cleaning, you just wanna rest your head on some cute-ass lap, don't you? Heh, none of your damn business. So how about it, Qingze, Gangji? Wanna go later? Up to you. We're good either way. Chapter 147. Who would dare smell Chen Fan's socks? Not bad, I really like your straightforwardness. The 2 parties reached a friendly agreement, entirely consensual. Hu Yun transferred the money first. Jiangnan, in turn, resumed his extraordinary photoshoot. The click sound caught Jiang Chen's attention. That blinding flash, pop, flashed straight into his face. What is he doing? Wait. Did someone take away my kucha? Then what exactly is he taking pictures of? As if confirming his worst fears, sure enough, another click, this time, the flash aimed directly at his backside. Jiang Chen. No. No. Don't do this. I've lived a clean life, cautious and upright. We have no grudge, why humiliate me like this? Wah. My reputation is ruined forever. Indeed, the power of money was unmatched. After one 10,000 yuan transfer, Hu Yun immediately received the photo. Upon seeing the familiar face in it, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Young master. Young master. This old servant has missed you so much. Looking at Jiang Chen's terrified expression with cloth stuffed in his mouth, Hu Yun's heart ached uncontrollably. Our young master, he's still just a child. Only 19 years old, and already his innocence had been stripped away. Before his tears could fall, a new image popped up from Yu Luo Jiangnan in the chat. Hu Yun tapped on it. A glaring white expanse filled the screen. Wasn't that his bare ass? Put our young master's pants back on. I told you to put them back on. 100. Jiangnan glanced at the clothes scattered on the ground, the pants, the underwear, then hesitated, thought for a moment, and made a decision. Jiangzi, hold this guy down. Chen Fan and Qingze, strip all his clothes off, socks, watch, necklace, don't miss a thing. For the second time, Jiang Chen felt once again the full extent of Jiangnan's utter lack of morals. Page. Page. This time, his resistance was fiercer. He kept moaning desperately through the gag, as if there were something urgent he needed to say. Looking into his pleading eyes, truthfully, Jiangnan was slightly moved. He couldn't help but frown, then gave Jiang Chen a glance that said, "Brother, I feel you." Then, he reached out and yanked whatever was in Jiang Chen's mouth out. At first, Jiangnan hadn't known what it was, thought it might be some white rag. But who would have guessed it was actually a crumpled sock? Lowering his gaze again, just as expected, Chen Fan was wearing shoes with only his right foot bare, while his left foot still had its sock on. Jiangnan. He couldn't help but clench his teeth together, grimacing, then hastily tossed the sock behind him. Emperor Chen Fan truly lived up to his name, his socks reeked with unimaginable horror. Who among you dares smell Chen Fan's socks? Zhou Qingze glanced over. Life only happens once. Heh. With an indifferent snort, Jiangnan leaned down from his vantage point and asked, "What do you want to say?" "I object. I'm reporting you to the central government. I'll report you to the highest authorities." "Oh. Go ahead and report then. What a big deal. You're actually threatening to report us." Jiangnan didn't indulge him. In one swift motion, he slapped him across the face. This sudden strike shocked not only Jiang Chen, but even Zhou Qingze and the others barely had time to react. "You." Slap. Chen Fan didn't hesitate either, he quickly followed up with a slap of his own. "Did I permit you to speak?" "You." Slap. Zhou Qingze added another hard slap. "Shut up." Wah. 3 heavy slaps silenced Jiang Chen completely. He covered his burning cheek, trembling, hair disheveled, looking utterly pitiful. Wang Gang, who hadn't landed a single hit, looked at his fist, big as a sandbag, clenched it twice, then quietly turned his gaze back toward Jiang Chen. Feeling Wang Gang's stare, Jiang Chen stiffened instantly. Then he shrank backward, shaking his head frantically, lips quivering, a high-pitched steam whistle noise leaking between his teeth. "SSSSSSS. Shut your SSSSS." Before Wang Gang could move, Zhou Yu shoved through from behind and slammed a solid bang against Jiang Chen's head. "Wang Gang, huh? I'm in too." Han Fuzhou roared, then launched a flying kick, right into Jiang Chen's face. But with no place to land and no control over his body, he couldn't even break in time. Even worse, Zhou Yu was right there in front. So Han Fuzhou came crashing straight down onto Jiang Chen. Zhou Yu got shoved by the impact, but because his knees were against the bed, he only toppled over after Han Fuzhou had already collapsed onto it. When Jiangnan saw this, how could he let it slide? He immediately moved to help Zhou Yu up. But just then, Chen Fan happened to step forward too. Fuck. Goddamn. Tripped up by Chen Fan's foot, Jiangnan stumbled and landed right on top of Zhou Yu. Chen Fan flailed his arms twice in midair before piling on as well. Jiang Chen, who'd borne the brunt of everything. Zhou Qingze rubbed his forehead with a sigh and dragged each of them off one by one. "You're all out of your minds." Jiangnan, not guilty. Chen Fan, easy. Han Fuzhou, no apprentices taken. Zhou Yu shrugged, "I've got nothing to say." "Why?" I know, Jiangnan raised his hand excitedly. Because speechless, except for being cool, nothing else to say. While they chatted casually like this, no one noticed Wang Gang quietly sneaking behind and punching Jiang Chen square in the face. Earlier, Jiangnan and the others had all gotten to hit Jiang Chen, except him. He'd felt a little unbalanced inside. Now that he'd thrown his punch, he finally felt at peace. After their usual round of banter, Jiangnan suddenly remembered, he still hadn't replied to DS messages. Oh. So many red envelopes. In the chat window with Hu Yun, red envelopes flooded the screen. Jiangnan didn't bother counting. He simply swiped upward. Kid, where are you? Reply to me. Money not enough. Then came several transfer notifications. Still not enough. What the hell are you doing? Who taught you to vanish halfway through a chat? Don't you know respect? Please, bro. No, Dad. Living father. Come back. I don't want photos anymore, okay? I won't ask for anything else, just send me the address. After reading through it all, Jiangnan, Joker. Leave you hanging for a bit and you're already panicking. Got skill spam from a basic auto attack. He sent his current hotel location via GPS, then tucked the phone into his pocket. Because during the time waiting for the visitor, he felt it necessary to get one thing straight with Jiang Chen. Thinking this, his expression inevitably grew serious. Chapter 148. So you're saying you're brave, huh? Jiang Nan's expression was serious, his gaze toward Jiang Chen tinged with complex emotions. What's wrong? I have something I need to ask him. Chen Fan, who had been in the middle of pulling off Jiang Chen's socks, froze. He immediately let go and pointed at Jiang Chen. My big brother has something to ask you. Are you going to talk or not? Talk about what? You're not gonna talk. Chen Fan, now riding high on borrowed power, lunged forward and slapped Jiang Chen across the face again. Are you gonna talk or not? Are you gonna talk or not? What do you want me to say when you haven't even asked yet? Slap. Chen Fan didn't even pretend. I just really wanted to hit you, that's all. You damn non-tone bastards. Now you're scheming against my brother too. After 2 more slaps, Jiang Chen still stood there completely baffled, having no idea what any of this meant. Non-tone? What non-tone? What schemes against his brother? Is this guy out of his mind? Stop it, Fanzi. Jiang Nan grabbed Chen Fan by the back of his collar and yanked him away, rescuing Jiang Chen from his miserable predicament. He said, Big young Master Jiang, we didn't exactly plan for you to be brought here like this. But still, you've definitely crossed a line, bribing our alumni to drug Zhou Qingze. Jiang Chen didn't flinch, his mouth as stubborn as ever. Yeah, so what if I drugged him? What are you gonna do about it? Xia Yuro is dead. Even without her, Zhou Qingze and I still have an account to settle. What account? Heh, Jiang Chen shot a sidelong glare at Zhou Qingze. I just wanted to know what it feels like to pin him down beneath me. Got a problem with that? The moment these words left his mouth, Zhou Qingze's face twisted in shock, instinctively taking 2 steps backward. What the hell kind of filthy language is that? Zhou Yu stepped forward and grabbed him by the throat. What did you say? Truthfully, Zhou Yu himself had unfinished business with Jiang Chen. Though most of the blame lay with Xia Yuro, Jiang Chen was still the one behind those men, and the drugs were administered by his people. He wasn't sure whether Jiang Chen had directly ordered the drugging and near assault, but regardless, Jiang Chen bore some responsibility. I said, I want to pin your brother beneath me. What about it? Seeing Zhou Yu, Jiang Chen smirked. If it weren't for your brother, I'd have already won over the girl I loved. But honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. She's dead now. Besides, I've got plenty better options waiting behind her. But, his tone suddenly turned sharp, teeth clenched with clear resentment. That beating your brother gave me? That debt? I will collect it someday. For a moment, it felt as if 2 bolts of blue lightning clashed in midair, their glares locked, neither backing down. Oh. A voice, not entirely serious and drawn out in tone, reached everyone's ears. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, nodding slowly as if he'd just cracked a great mystery. Master. I get it now. I think I understand. He snapped his fingers. You got beaten, couldn't swallow your pride, so you took advantage of our trip to Yun City for the competition to strike back at Qingze. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. A gentleman bides his time, 10 years isn't too long for revenge. 30 years east, 30 years west, never look down on a poor youth. If I fail today, I'll find another chance later. And if I still can't make it then? My son, my grandson, every generation of my bloodline will carry on the feud. As long as my descendants draw breath, vengeance will be repaid someday. Jiang Nan. And now you're fired up. He raised his left hand. Jiang Chen, anticipating the move, instantly covered his right cheek. Then, smack, His uncovered left cheek got hit, by Zhou Yu. Jiang Nan couldn't help but snicker. Amusing. Fun. Keep playing. Crossing his arms, he said, hey bro, real talk, little brother, if you want to take revenge, just challenge him fairly, man to man. Come on, we're supposed to be men. And you come from a prominent family, don't you have some dignity? If you really like using drugs, hey, I get it. Maybe you're not much of a gentleman. Coincidentally, neither am I. I'm not a good person either. I prefer being the sneaky bastard who strikes from the shadows. After finishing his life philosophy, Jiangnan's tone softened slightly as he asked, but, why did you? Why would I use a love potion? Jiang Chen, a love potion? What love potion? Don't pick on me just because I look gullible. I'm definitely not gay. Bullshit. Are you crazy? Why the hell would I drug him with something like that? I'm straight as an arrow, okay. So you're saying you're brave, huh? No shit. Of course I'm brave. Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou exchanged glances, then began rubbing their hands together like mischievous flies. Alright, let's see what we've got here. No. Don't. He. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou sat on the sofa, each sporting a lump on their head. They looked slightly melancholic. Back on track, Jiangnan said, so it wasn't a love potion. Last night at the hospital, the test results clearly showed traces of that drug in Qingze's system. How do you explain that? Wang Gang nodded. Right, I can confirm that. Qingze's symptoms at the time were definitely. He stopped halfway through the sentence. Ahem, well, you know what I mean. Some things are better left unsaid. Jiang Chen stood completely stunned, momentarily forgetting both the sting on his face and the soreness on his backside. What on earth was going on? Didn't he specifically instruct Hu Yun to use knockout powder? Since when had that turned into a love potion? But I told them to use knockout powder. Besides, use your brains for once, am I insane? Why would I dose him with something like that? I'm a straight guy. I used to grovel for affection, do you really think I'd go after my former rival in love? Jiangnan mumbled quietly, then why did you say that thing about wanting to pin him beneath you? That kind of wording is easy to misunderstand. I even thought you were. Jiang Chen nearly laughed in frustration. Have you ever seen a straight guy suddenly turn gay overnight? Jiangnan pondered deeply. He extended his index finger and weakly pointed at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu? Without a word, he sidestepped to the side, causing the finger to now point at Zhou Qingze. Zhou Qingze. Following Zhou Yu's lead, Zhou Qingze quickly dodged too. Wang Gang, being a clever lad, seeing both move aside, had already slipped away earlier. With no one left to point at, Jiangnan blinked and finally redirected his finger toward himself. Then, it must be me. What are they talking about over there? Sounds like they're discussing who's straight and who's not. After answering, Chen Fan suddenly felt a strange discomfort in his stomach. Pooh! A loud, resounding fart escaped. Han Fuzhou, long accustomed to such behavior, pinched his nose and scooted sideways. Damn, what did you eat? Smells terrible. So what if a handsome guy farts? Tell me, isn't it smelling like rose perfume now? Get lost. Chen Huai, sitting right beside Chen Fan, froze. His head was resting against the sofa, and Chen Fan was still seated next to him. Which meant the full force of that fart had blown directly onto his face, the air current even lifting the strands of hair on his forehead. Ugh. This was psychological warfare. Pure psychological torture. You tie me up, that's fine. But farting right into my face. What kind of message are you sending? Death may come, but dignity cannot be humiliated. Chapter 149, quietly letting out a little baby fart. Ugh. The stench spread. Chen Huai couldn't help but gag again. Chen Fan. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you gagging? Got something against me? If eyes could speak, Chen Huai would have written, I bathe with Feng, in bold letters and slapped them onto Chen Fan's face. But in reality, all he could do was lower his head. No. If not, then why did you just gag? I heard it loud and clear. Faced with Chen Fan's accusation, Chen Huai stayed silent, though his gaze had already begun to waver. Hey! I knew you had issues with me. With that, Chen Fan turned around again, this time directly facing Chen Huai's face, not an inch off target. Pooh! You should know a rose-scented fart like this isn't something everyone gets to smell. I only let you experience it because I consider you one of my own. Be grateful for my generous gift. Chen Huai. When his hair fluttered once more from the breeze, he knew, today, even if he didn't get beaten to death, he'd surely die from being gassed by Chen Fan's farts. No way. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die with dignity. Imagine if later they carried my corpse out for autopsy and concluded the cause of death was death by fart. I'd become the laughingstock of the century. That'd be utterly humiliating. Absolutely not acceptable. He immediately held his breath, but unluckily, his eyes hadn't closed in time. My eyes. Ah. My eyes. My eyes are about to pee themselves. Han Fuzhou had already dragged Lin Ong far away. He frowned, still pinching his nose, his face showing undisguised disgust. If you keep letting those out, I'm genuinely afraid you're gonna shit yourself right here. Ugh. Bro Fuzhou, ugh. This time, the sound of vomiting came from beside Han Fuzhou. Lin Ong was kneeling on the ground, hugging a trash can and dry heaving, looking incredibly pitiful, as if he'd been severely bullied. I just ate breakfast, ugh. The stink that even ordinary people like Qinghuai couldn't stand was unbearable for Lin Ang, whose sense of smell was extremely sensitive. Seeing Lin Ang's reaction, Han Fuzhou stretched his neck and widened his eyes. Is it really that bad? Actually, to him, it wasn't so terrible. Wait, could it be that he'd smelled so many of these over time that he'd become immune? Now that he thought about it, it felt disgusting. In truth, that was exactly what happened. He'd known Chen Fan for a long time and had even shared a desk with him before. The most classic memory. Sometimes at school when Han Fuzhou dropped his pen and bent down to pick it up, what greeted him upon standing back up was poo. Quietly letting out a little baby fart nobody noticed. Ancient history, best left unspoken. Best left unspoken. Only when Qinghuai began rolling his eyes, overwhelmed and nearly passing out from the stench, did Chen Fan finally cease his fart assault. Kid, your endurance sucks. Only 2 farts and you're already done. Shut up. Look what you've done to poor Lin Ang. Prompted by Han Fuzhou, Chen Fan finally noticed Lin Ang sitting on the floor, hugging the trash can with teary-eyed misery. He scratched his head awkwardly. Crap, I accidentally hit a teammate. Now what? Is Jiangnan gonna come after me? Beep beep, beep beep. Just as Jiangnan was about to start a new round of negotiations with Jiang Chen, his phone rang again. Beep your mom beep. He cursed, but picked up when he saw it was the butler's number. Yeah. Kid, I'm here. Oh. Jiangnan opened the door and poked his head out, looking left and right. Not a soul in sight. You dare lie to me? There's no one outside. Hu Yun. Where exactly are you? What kind of stupid question is that? Obviously inside. Did you ever think, maybe you never told me the room number? Outside the hotel, Hu Yun was jumping up and down in frustration. You never gave me the room number. How can you accuse me of lying? Right now, he felt wronged, like a 40-year-old child thrown into despair. Huh. I didn't give it. Jiangnan paused, thinking. Seems like he really hadn't. I'm in 203. Wait a sec. To make sure he hadn't misremembered, Jiangnan stepped outside to double-check the room number. Yeah, definitely 203. Come on up. After hanging up, Hu Yun tucked his phone away. In his hand was a plastic bag, inside were the snacks Jiangnan had asked for. Just as he walked into the hotel, a young man entered with him. The two moved one after the other, not paying any attention to each other at all. Each assumed they were simply going the same way. Then, they took the same elevator to the second floor. Got off together, turned the corner together, and stopped right in front of the same door. Seeing this middle-aged man stop in front of the room he'd opened, Qin Mingxiao frowned slightly. You got business? He had just received medicine from someone arranged by Su Zhouhu, and was already in a bad mood, only to return and find a suspicious-looking man trying to push open his door. Of course I've got business. Why else would I be here? Hu Yun, seeing that the other was also young, gave him a quick up-and-down glance. Do you know the person inside? No. Then why are you stopping here too? Qin Mingxiao lowered his gaze to the doorknob. There's something I'm looking for inside. Perhaps their conversation had already been heard by Jiangnan inside. Before Hu Yun could say another word to Qin Mingxiao, the door suddenly swung open. A dark hand shot out from inside, and grabbed Qin Mingxiao first. Bam! After yanking him in, the door slammed shut. Hu Yun. Everything happened too fast, he hadn't even reacted yet. But then, in the next second, Qin Mingxiao, who had just been dragged in, was shoved back out again. This time, it was Hu Yun who was seized by a strong arm and pulled inward. His mouth fell wide open, he immediately shook off the hand and tried to escape. But it was useless. His collar was grabbed and he was yanked inside. Again, bam. Qin Mingxiao was left outside, locked out. He stood there with a dark expression, barely resisting the urge to kick the door down as he pushed it open instead. Once inside, Qin Mingxiao glanced around the room. One guy lying naked on the bed, never mind, mentally blurred that out. One person on the sofa appearing to roll his eyes. The middle-aged man from earlier was now cornered, surrounded and pressed against the wall by Jiangnan and the others, visibly flustered. And Lin Ang, sitting on the floor hugging a trash can, looking utterly dejected. Dejected? Didn't he leave in the morning? Why does he look so unhappy upon returning? Ignoring the commotion created by Jiangnan and the rest, Qin Mingxiao strode over with long steps toward Lin Ang. Chapter 152, Is your pride as thick as my insole? Give you face. As soon as Nan Jiang heard that, he immediately burst into laughter. He bent down and took off his right shoe. Afraid his sock would get dirty from touching the ground, he even hopped around on one foot for a moment before stabilizing himself and placing his bare right foot onto his left shoe. Then with a quick swish, he pulled out the insole and held it up to Jiang Chen's face, slapping it against his cheek twice. Is your pride thicker than my insole? Jiang Chen didn't respond with words, but rather with a backward flinch and an unmistakable look of disgust on his face. Nan Jiang. What kind of expression is that? I don't even have smelly feet. Saying this, he gripped the insole tightly in his hand and pointed at Jiang Chen. Go ahead, take a good sniff. No way. You're refusing now. Did I give you permission to refuse? You will smell it whether you like it or not. Don't. MMFF. Zhou Yu, who had witnessed everything. Silence is golden. Where does it smell? It stinks. Then it just means you're not trying hard enough. After forcing Jiang Chen to smell his insole, Nan Jiang gave it a few shakes before stuffing it back inside his shoe. He brushed off his clothes, then suddenly turned serious. Sitting down on a small stool someone had brought over, who knew when, he lowered his voice. We already know whose idea this plan was. Zhou Qingze and the others straightened their backs too, occasionally cracking their small leather whips, looking particularly intimidating. The goal was to drug Qingze and take him away, that we already know. And bribing our alumni, do you admit it? Cheng Huai, who had only recently regained consciousness, was still basking in the joy of having survived without being killed by Chen Fan's fart. He had no idea he'd already been called out. Oh yeah. I didn't die from the farts. Looks like my destiny isn't to end here. What are you laughing at? We're talking to you. With a crack, Chen Fan snapped his whip beside Cheng Huai's feet, snapping him back to reality. Speak. Did you collude with the Jiang family to endanger my bro's backdoor security? At the mere mention of the word backdoor, Zhou Qingze couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. Seriously, backdoor danger. Can we stop saying that? Do we have to bring up backdoors? The whip snap startled Cheng Huai. When he looked up, he met Chen Fan's sharp gaze head-on. His heart dropped instantly. Suddenly, that familiar stench seemed to swirl around his nose again, slowly surrounding him, the suffocating sensation creeping upward. He can't meet my eyes, he's guilty. He definitely colluded with outsiders. Chen Fan pointed at Cheng Huai and declared to Nan Jiang, Lord, I suggest we behead him and make an example of him. Hold on. Nan Jiang raised his hand, cutting Chen Fan off. His eyes locked directly onto Hu Yun. Those sharp, eagle-like eyes of his had just caught Hu Yun's subtle reaction upon hearing the phrase, backdoor danger. Master, slap him. Smack him across the face. Perhaps because Xiaohua hadn't shown up in so long, its sudden voice sounded both familiar and strange to Nan Jiang. Why? Why should I hit him? It was this old bastard who switched the medicine. He gave Cheng Huai love potion, but used the knockout drug on himself. Huh? Is he crazy? Why would he dose himself? Xiaohua slowly typed out a question mark. You really don't get it. Don't get what? Hearing his host's reply, Xiaohua fell silent for 2 seconds. Then as if it finally understood, it said, wow, this master is such a noob, acting all innocent like that. You know exactly what's going on deep down, you're just pretending. So funny. Nanjiang. He stared blankly, his face a perfect picture of utter confusion. Since when did you start talking like this? Where the hell have you been all this time? But strangely, Xiaohua didn't answer anymore, it went completely silent, vanishing once again. Completely random. Nanjiang was speechless, feeling like the system must have gone out and gotten corrupted somewhere, coming back all messed up and unnatural. No good. He'd need to find time to interrogate it later. But for now, thanks to the tip, he'd gained crucial information. After all, Xiaohua was absolutely loyal to him, there was no reason for it to lie. A slight smirk tugged at Nanjiang's lips. His gaze toward Hu Yun grew heavier, laced with scrutiny and amusement. So this old goat was truly a savage, dosing himself. You there, the Jiang family's steward. How should I address you? My surname is Hu. Oh Mr. Hu. Jiangnan smiled pleasantly and leaned close to Hu Yun's ear, whispering, Steward Hu, I'm sure you don't want your master finding out about the medicine mix-up, do you? Hu Yun. His breath caught. He had never mentioned the mistake with the medicine to a single soul, how could this unfamiliar youth possibly know? That was exactly why he'd come, to cover up his own error. Hu Yun's plan was simple. Since Jiangnan and the others already knew the substance used on Zhou Qingze was love potion, he'd go all in. Pay some price, bribe them, and forge a united front to bury the truth. Gu Dong. He gulped, then glanced at the 4 great kings behind Jiangnan. Snacking on spicy strips, candy dangling from their lips, gripping bubble drinks like crowns. Holding whips high with pride, eyes fierce as wolves. Dressed sharp and young, never would have guessed they were just rowdy hooligans. Just as he finished composing a poem in his mind, Han Fuzhou pointed straight at him, what are you staring at? Never seen a good-looking guy before? See this bag of rotten apples? If you don't answer properly, I'll stuff the whole thing down your throat. Jiang Chen's eyes flared, and upon seeing the familiar plastic bag, his face instantly flushed red with rage. *****ing swear, where's that punk who grabbed me back then? Get out here. I've got some things to say to him. Grabbed? You mean you were kidnapped, sir? Yeah. Jiang Chen growled bitterly, I was in my bedroom, not a sound outside, when suddenly some kid around their age came crashing through the window and started laying hands on me. Honestly, he was still baffled. His family didn't employ just dozens of bodyguards, they had at least 50. How could all of them fail to stop these brats? Even if they couldn't stop them, shouldn't there have been some kind of commotion? At once, Hu Yun's gaze toward Jiangnan and the others shifted, became far more cautious. Not that it mattered much. Still, he couldn't believe that a few college freshmen could overpower dozens of trained guards and abduct their young master. Unless, they had help from someone powerful behind the scenes. Alright. Although I know your organization probably has files on me, I can't be sure whether you remember my name or recognize my face. So I think it's best I introduce myself properly. Jiangnan cleared his throat. My name is Jiangnan, Jiang as in Jiang, Nan as in Nan. I live in Jiangqing. My father is Jiang Bai, my mother Jing-yi, and I have a worthless son named Yuzhan. I came to Yunqing only for the competition. Didn't expect to stumble into this mess. He tore open a lollipop from the plastic bag and stuck it in his mouth. Cold weather's coming. The Jiang family should. Chapter 154, once is unfamiliar, twice is familiar, if still not familiar, beat him twice. Having done all this, Jiangnan was finally satisfied. Still arguing? The witness and hospital test results both confirm it's a lust-inducing drug, yet you keep saying it's knockout powder, as if I'm falsely accusing you. Oh, your house is about to fall apart in less than 3 seconds, Kakik. Jiangnan let out his signature mischievous laugh, the kind only his little tiger self could produce, and looked at Jiang Chen with pure amusement. Dude, you're really full of surprises. What, are you a gay too now? Deep in the closet? Seeing Jiangnan's irreverent expression and hearing Qinghuai's wording, Jiang Chen struggled to process everything before finally muttering, Lao Hu, what exactly did you do? Now he didn't even want to call him the steward anymore, he went straight for Hu Yun's surname. Whoa. How shameless. You're clearly the one hiding in the closet, yet you're shifting blame onto your steward. Exactly. I always knew he didn't seem straight. Likes it himself but won't admit it, what kind of man hides like that? Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou whispered behind him, shooting Jiang Chen looks filled with disdain, just like gossiping aunties at the village entrance during Lunar New Year. Under those stares, Jiang Chen felt as though a massive mountain pressed down on his back, bending him until his spine nearly snapped. No, don't spread rumors about me, I didn't. He desperately wanted to escape, to flee from these piercing eyes. Yes, sir. Please let me explain. Fury surged through him as he roared, shut up. I don't want to hear your explanation. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Just tell me, what the hell is going on with this drug? Speak up. Hu Yun. You told me to shut up earlier and wouldn't let me explain. Now you're demanding answers. What more do you want from me? Did I provoke you? Man, money's hard to earn, and serving the rich is even harder. Sir. That night. I took the wrong medicine. This kid saw it too but didn't say anything, how can you blame everything on me? Just as Jiangnan was wondering whether Jiang Chen had developed red-eye syndrome, his phone rang again. He was slightly surprised, could Uncle Jean have finished so quickly? It hadn't even been a few seconds. Hello, Uncle Jean. Address. The voice on the other end belonged to a young man, tone flat and emotionless, clearly not Jean Feng. Second brother. Don't make me say it a third time, Jiangxi said impatiently. Give me the address. Why do you need it? Where I am is none of your business. Jiangnan didn't back down, he shot right back. He knew his second brother cared about him, but only in the context of the cultivation world. This was merely a minor world, and besides, the current version of his second brother was completely different in behavior and conduct from the original. Right now, Jiangnan didn't even regard him as his actual brother. Plus, he sensed that this world's Jiangxi was overly dominant. As soon as they met, he slapped his younger brother on the head. Did he truly treat the original protagonist as his real sibling? I'm your brother. Can't I know? Why are you so possessive? Is my body yours now? Even if I blow up Yun City today, you can't stop me. Jiangxi, you can try. But only if you think father won't break your legs. I might not dare say much else, but I can confidently say I'm the most favored son in this household. You really think even if I tear the whole damn mansion down, he'd still praise me for being strong-handed? Slap him twice, and he'd still ask if my hand hurts. His reply was met with silence from his second brother. After a long pause, Jiangxi spoke again. Big brother called me, said you were in trouble. Told me to come find you. What trouble could I possibly be in? I'm perfectly fine, don't need your concern. Third brother. This is the third time I'm asking, give me the address. This time, Jiangnan fell silent. He sent Jiangxi the location and apartment number, then muttered under his breath, read too many novels or something. A cold, sharp reply came immediately, I heard that. Jiangnan jumped, startled. Oh yes, sir. He snapped upright instantly. I didn't say anything just now, you must have misheard. Wait. What? Chen Fan's giving birth. Gotta go, brother, I'll see you later. My bro's in an emergency. Jiangxi sat in the car, staring at the disconnected call, deep in thought. Weren't you supposed to be bullied? Now you're off delivering babies. Wait. Bro. You little brat, can't even come up with a decent excuse. Jiangxi rolled down the window and floored the accelerator, heading toward Jiangnan's location. What do you want? You trying to ruin me? Chen Fan was nearly beside himself, grabbing Jiangnan by the throat. I'm still young, how the hell do I have a kid already? I haven't even started showing yet. Get off me, I can't breathe. Zhou Yu asked him, your brother's coming? Yeah. Jiangnan elbowed Chen Fan sharply in the ribs, forcing him to let go, then finally got a chance to catch his breath and rubbed his neck. I called Uncle Jean earlier, must have said something that got misunderstood. They thought I was in trouble and contacted my second brother. He sighed helplessly, not for any other reason than he really didn't want to run into Jiangxi. The guy always had such a sour expression, anyone who didn't know better would think he owed him several hundred million. Truthfully, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist punching Jiangxi a few times. Zhou Yu nodded. Then I'll head out for now. Why? Then I'll go with you. He came because of you. If the main person leaves, won't his trip be pointless? Guess so. Bro. Jiangnan, your brother's coming. The rest of F7 were surprised. Honestly speaking, they all knew Jiangnan had powerful backing, but none of them had actually met his family, except for that older brother they'd briefly seen at Suoling Bureau last time. While others might feel a bit surprised or even excited, Zhou Qingze felt nervous. Both younger brothers were in relationships, and now the first meeting between the two elder brothers had to happen under these circumstances. How was he supposed to address Jiangnan's brother? Elder brother-in-law. But wait, if he remembered correctly, Jiangnan had two older brothers, right? So should he call him elder brother-in-law or second brother-in-law? Jiangnan slung an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder. Let him come. No need for you to leave. Besides, you two have fought before, once is unfamiliar, twice is familiar. If you're still not comfortable after one fight, just beat him again. If you still don't like the look of him this time, go straight at him, I'll back you up and land the finishing blow. Don't worry. I'm always on your side. Everyone. Is that something a normal human being would say? Hearing that, Zhou Yu gave a complicated expression and asked cautiously, is he really your real brother? Chen Fan, not sure if he's a real brother, but Jiangnan is definitely his real younger brother, only a true sibling could say something like that. Chapter 156, An Unspoken Burden. Within 2 minutes, the two bound figures went completely still. On the ground lay two pools of blood. They're dead. Chen Fan spoke in disbelief. Likewise, Han Fuzhou didn't look much better, his hand tightly clutching Chen Fan's sleeve. If it was just about tying someone up and giving them a beating, then sure, something their group would happily do. But they hadn't expected Jiangnan's second brother to go this far, killing them outright. Were they actually dead? Chen Fan cautiously stepped forward, and only when Jiangxi didn't respond to him did he dare stretch out 2 fingers to poke at Jiang Chen and the others. Why were the bodies still warm? They were still breathing. Oh, they weren't completely dead after all. Wait, no, they weren't even dead yet. They were still alive. Jiangnan blinked. Are they dead or just ruined? Ruined. Just lost their ears. They won't die. What about the Jiang family then? Jiangxi replied carelessly, the Jiang family is probably still in chaos over their eldest. No time to deal with these two. Why? Didn't you say you wanted to bankrupt the Jiang family? Jiangnan, I was just joking. Jiangxi, still, this was an easy side task. His tone shifted as his gaze turned toward Zhou Yu. And again, because of you. You really know how to stir up trouble. You're mistaken, Zhou Qingze said quickly, stepping in front of Zhou Yu. He extended his hand toward Jiangxi. I'm truly sorry for causing you and Jiangnan so much trouble. You are. I'm Xiao Yu's older brother. He stretched his hand forward once more. My name is Zhou Qingze. And you? Heh. Before Zhou Qingze could finish, Jiangxi cut him off with a cold laugh. So I suppose this counts as both sides' parents meeting now. I speak plainly. My first impression of you isn't much better than your brother's. You're both nothing but troublemakers. If you lack the strength to bear consequences or resolve issues on your own, you should stay obedient and keep quiet, instead of making messes that drag others down. These words suddenly made the atmosphere tense and awkward. None of them had expected Jiangnan's older brother to be this harsh. That's going too far. Wang Gang asked, confused, we've just met. Even if you have grievances, there's no need to be so aggressive. Exactly. Just because you're Nanji's older brother doesn't make you superior. Our group has always been close-knit, when one is in trouble, we all help. What, dragging others down, are you talking about? Jiangxi didn't even spare them a glance, lashing out indiscriminately, what exactly do you people think you are? If it weren't for third brother, someone like you wouldn't even have the chance to stand before me. Then, turning to Jiangnan, he said, are you really unable to get along with those young masters from noble families? Is that why you only pick up stray cats and dogs as friends? If you can't learn proper social skills, come back with me. I'll teach you myself, otherwise, what's the point of having those eyes? In an instant, Jiangxi's likability among them plummeted into negative territory. His tongue was undeniably venomous, he'd offended everyone present without exception. Jiangnan shot back, who I choose as friends is my business. What does it have to do with you? At least with them, things aren't so full of scheming and manipulation. They don't keep their distance out of fear or respect because of social status. They treat me like a normal, genuine friend. He kept his voice steady. Ah, right, I forgot you've never experienced friendship this comfortable. If my friends are so-called worthless companions, then what about yours, the ones who only drag you out drinking every day and drain your money? And who knows? Maybe they don't even consider you a friend at all, just an ATM. Do you think I don't know that? They simply say things you want to hear, so you think they're your true confidants. With friendships like yours, what right, or authority, do you have to question my judgment? Because I'm your brother. Jiangxi kept a stern face. You're not a child anymore, and I don't wish to interfere too much. But you should act a bit more maturely. I don't need you to manage me. Jiangnan's voice rose sharply. Why don't you reflect on your own relationship with elder brother first? Never mind, I can't even be bothered to bring it up. I'm already an adult. I know how to handle relationships and have my own thoughts. Can you stop forcing your opinions onto me? I'm an independent person. Mom, Dad, and elder brother don't care about me, what right do you have to interfere? Are you just here to ruin me? I'm not. He stopped midway through the sentence. A few seconds later, Jiangxi's expression shifted back to the indifferent one he'd worn when entering. Fine. I'll come watch your competition. Don't disappoint me. He hoisted the two unconscious figures off the ground and headed toward the door. These two, I'll take care of them. Only after Jiangxi's figure disappeared through the doorway did Chen Fan let out a breath. Damn. I seriously thought he was going to beat us up. But Nanji, are you and your second brother really this estranged? It's not that bad. He went through some things, that's just how his personality turned out. With that, Jiangnan walked over to Zhou Yu and ruffled his hair. Hey, was I cool just now? Pretty good at throwing shade, right? My second brother's too domineering. Qingze, anything he says, just treat it as if he's blowing wind. Yeah, it's fine. Zhou Qingze shrugged. Back when we first met you, we were called worse things all the time. It doesn't matter anymore. Then I'll have to find a chance to introduce you guys to my eldest brother. Jiangnan pouted slightly. He's actually pretty easygoing. Much more pleasant to be around. His hand kept gently messing with Zhou Yu's hair, while the younger boy remained silent, letting himself be fussed over. Outwardly calm, but inside, Zhou Yu's mind was already racing, replaying Jiangxi's unfinished words, and the story Dongjiang had told them before. A girl he secretly loved who committed suicide by jumping into the river after being emotionally and financially exploited by her boyfriend, who later came out for another man. Given that, it made perfect sense why Jiangxi hated gays. Hated him, hated people like him, it made sense. And Zhou Yu didn't feel hurt or upset about it. What could he possibly do if others hated him? Kill himself to make them happy. Let them hate. Whatever. It wasn't his fault, and it wouldn't affect how he lived his life. But what exactly did Jiangxi mean by, I'm not? Why did he stop halfway? Was there something he couldn't bring himself to say? Chapter 157, You've changed. You weren't like this before. Fearing that Zhang Hong and Su Zichen would see the chaotic mess when they returned, Jiangnan and the others scrambled to restore the scene. Clean up that blood properly, put some effort into it, don't leave any marks. Why is this bedsheet such a mess? Dude, seriously, whose sock is this? Who took their shoes off again? Can you at least keep up appearances? I don't know, probably Jiang Chen's. We just threw clothes on him randomly earlier, I have no idea who put his socks on. The group exchanged glances. Eventually, Chen Fan found his own sock, brutally discarded by Jiangnan, in a deserted corner. He picked it up. The damp, sticky feeling sent a chill through him, mixed with genuine sorrow. Swallowing his grief, he reluctantly put on the spare sock left behind by Jiang Chen. Han Fuzhou glanced down. Why are you wearing his sock? Can't bear to part with him or something? No, I'm just mourning my poor sock that died so young. Forget it, you're actually upset. Who knows how long it's been since you last washed that thing? You pick up anything lying around, seriously careless. What if he had athlete's foot and gave it to you? This was already the umpteenth time Han Fuzhou had looked down on Chen Fan today. When we get back, I'll find you one of mine. Take that thing off. Don't wear it anymore. Fine. Chen Fan grunted, then bent over, lifted his foot, and yanked the sock off in one smooth motion. Still arguing, he retorted, What do you mean, how long since you last washed your sock? I just changed it yesterday, you idiot. Brand new, pure white, zero stains, zero smell. You don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Suddenly remembering something else, he immediately planted his hands on his hips and started lecturing, now that I think about it, I almost forgot. You still owe me a whole week of sock washing. Wow, Han old man, I treat you like a brother, and you're playing games behind my back. Fine if you forget, but not even a peep out of you. Unforgivable. With that, Chen Fan angrily threw the sock in his hand onto the ground. It made no sound at all, but the gesture, the expression, the dramatic performance, if someone didn't know better, they'd truly believe he was furious. What now with you two? Jiangnan had just finished fixing the bedsheet and looked up to see these two slacking off. Bro Nan, Han Fuzhou broke his promise. How dare he bully an honest guy like me? Han Fuzhou was momentarily speechless at Chen Fan tattling. When exactly did I break my word? You dare ask? Last time I went to help in the countryside, you clearly promised over the phone. Jiangnan stood there with a classic WTF look. Whatever, argue somewhere else. I'm going to go see my girl. Squeezing past the two, Jiangnan darted off with a weird chuckle toward Zhou Yu. The countryside? You mean that one trip to your hometown last New Year? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I spent days working my ass off for you back then. Back then, they were still high school students. Han Fuzhou's grandfather lived alone in the countryside, a widower who preferred solitude. He refused to move in with Han Fuzhou's family, stubbornly staying in that small rural house, growing vegetables, raising chickens and ducks. His son sent him money monthly, plus his pension stipend, and he lived comfortably enough. His extended family was sparse. Han Fuzhou's father was his only child. Whenever the family visited during holidays, it wasn't particularly lively, but at least the little house felt a bit more alive. Last year, Han Fuzhou's father decided to renovate the old man's place, a proper refresh, new furniture, minor upgrades. But then an accident happened, he fell from a ladder and fractured his arm. The renovation had to be postponed. Later, while chatting casually over the phone, Han Fuzhou mentioned it to Chen Fan. At first, he was genuinely surprised when Chen Fan said he'd come help. But he assumed Chen Fan was joking. After all, the countryside was far from the city, and ticket season was peak busy. Getting a ticket at all was a stretch. So Han jokingly replied, if you really come help me, I'll wash your socks for a whole week. In the end, he never expected Chen Fan to actually show up. That morning, he was sitting on a little stool in the yard, feeding the chickens, when Chen Fan called. After the call ended, a bewildered Han Fuzhou dashed to his neighbor Auntie's house and borrowed her small electric scooter, using it to bring Chen Fan back in one surprisingly smooth trip. With Chen Fan now helping, the two young men worked efficiently, and the renovation was a complete success. Honestly, at that time, Han Fuzhou genuinely thought Chen Fan had been possessed by a ghost. He'd never seen the guy so energetic and motivated before. As for why Chen Fan had just threatened to go tell his grandfather, well, there was actually a reason behind that. During those few days, Chen Fan had acted so casually and cheerfully around Han Fuzhou's family, joking easily, greeting everyone warmly, always smiling, proactively pitching in with chores. He was exactly the kind of kid that grandparents' generation adored. There's a saying, other people's children. From what Han Fuzhou knew, it wasn't just his grandfather, his parents also treated Chen Fan exceptionally well. Big bro, maybe later I'll treat you to a meal. Whoa, calling me bro now? Too late. You know, man, I'm officially a 10,000 yuan household now. If this were back then, maybe I'd have agreed, but not anymore. A real man keeps his word. 1 week of washing socks means exactly 1 week. Han Fuzhou rubbed his neck. Alright, fine. A promise is a promise. Meanwhile, Jiangnan stood there, chin resting on one hand, completely absorbed in watching the two. What are you staring at? I'm eavesdropping. Zhou Yu glanced sideways, forehead twitching. What does eavesdropping have to do with scratching my palm with your fingers? Nothing. Then let go. The moment he finished speaking, Jiangnan suddenly whipped his head around, staring blankly at him. It was as if he'd heard something utterly shocking. He opened his mouth slightly. You've changed. Zhou Yu. Before he could even speak, Jiangnan added again, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Zhou Yu. And parentheses. What kind of nonsense is that? Idiot. Nan, Su Chen just messaged me, we're supposed to go eat. He already sent the location. Wang Gang's voice snapped Jiangnan out of his daydreaming. Absent-mindedly, Jiangnan replied, what time is it now? After 11. Shit, did time really fly that fast? Chapter 158, The Big Report. Within 15 minutes, they had walked into a shopping mall. You might ask how they got here, and why it took so long. Well, of course, they'd ridden shared bicycles. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a taxi, it was just that bikes offered better value for money. Just imagine, a row of handsome guys riding bicycles down the street. That scene was practically photo-worthy. Too bad there hadn't been some professional photographer with a good eye to capture such a spectacularly handsome guy like him in action. Jiangnan sighed inwardly. He regretted deeply that no one had snapped a photo of his strikingly good looks. Which floor is it on? 3rd floor. The elevator's over there, let's go. Riding the escalator up to the 2nd floor, overall, the 2nd level had more shops than the 1st. There's a store selling crystal cores over there. That one sells spiritual artifacts. I wonder if the prices are the same as back home. I think they're probably similar. It mostly depends on the quality of craftsmanship and raw materials anyway. We're already here, let's check it out. Chen Fan grabbed Han Fuzhou's arm and dragged him toward the spiritual artifact shop. Glancing back while walking, he called out, "Come on, Nanji. Join us." "Alright." Jiangnan casually agreed, then nonchalantly grabbed Zhou Yu and dashed off, leaving Wang Gang and Zhou Qingze standing dazed and confused in place. Weren't we supposed to come here to eat? Why did both of them run off? Wait, no, make that 3, 4 of them. They've all gone. Since we're delayed anyway, might as well take a look around too. Humph, fine. Zhou Qingze rolled his eyes with mild annoyance but didn't refuse Wang Gang's suggestion, following him off to another direction. Coincidentally, shortly after he turned away, a man and woman passed behind them. The woman wasn't particularly striking, just an average face, slightly petite in build. The man beside her, however, was huge, all muscle, looking like he could go toe-to-toe with Wang Gang. His expression wasn't outright menacing, but the scar across his forehead made people uneasy, avoiding direct eye contact instinctively. For a split second as they passed by, Zhou Yu seemed to sense something. His grip on the spiritual artifact tightened, and he abruptly twisted his head around. Only to lock eyes with Zhou Qingze, who had simultaneously turned his head as well. By then, the couple had already disappeared into the crowd, probably swallowed up by the mall's heavy foot traffic. Zhou Qingze felt an odd spark of synchronicity. Could this be what they call brothers sharing a heart? Before excitement could bloom in his chest, the next moment, he saw his younger brother turn back forward again, with a thought floating nearby. Did I imagine it? What did he mean, imagined it? Did Zhou Yu feel something too? His gaze began sweeping quickly around the mall. He hadn't turned without reason, he'd sensed something vague tugging at him, urging him to look behind. Something familiar. He'd felt this before. Now he remembered. Last time he'd felt this was when Xia Yuro hugged his leg and cried in school. At that moment, his mind had fractured into two opposing extremes. Could it be, am I suffering from split personality? After scanning the area fruitlessly and feeling the inner pull fade, Zhou Qingze gravely redirected his attention back to the crystal core shop. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu stood with brows tightly knitted. What's wrong? Jiangnan glanced behind. Apart from regular shoppers, nothing unusual stood out, though there were a few oddly dressed or heavily made-up individuals. Nothing. Just, feels a bit off in my chest. Jiangnan blinked, a flash of deep blue flickered briefly in his eyes. Uncertainty, confusion, and a trace of unease. That's what he perceived radiating from Zhou Yu. He'd been fine just moments ago, what changed? Clearing his throat, Jiangnan placed a hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder and declared dramatically, don't worry. I'm standing right here, like a mountain. Are you crazy? Okay, no insults please, I surrender, let me go. With his other hand, Jiangnan pointed at the spiritual artifact in Zhou Yu's hand. You like this one? Meh. Decent, not great. After this lukewarm assessment, Zhou Yu checked the price tag, 85% off, final price 85,000. Made from high-grade spiritual ore, it claimed. Yeah, right. If it were really crafted from top-tier spiritual ore, it should be worth hundreds of thousands. Who would discount something like that? Oh. Seeing Zhou Yu studying the item so intently, Jiangnan raised his voice and shouted, Boss, I'll take Thias, MMPH. Not interested. Thus, before the owner could approach with a sycophantic smile, Jiangnan was ruthlessly dragged away by Zhou Yu. Shopkeeper. What are you doing? I was just about to call the boss over to wrap this up. Zhou Yu rubbed his forehead. Are you dumb? That thing's fake. I know. Then why the hell would you buy it? You were staring at it so intently. I thought you liked it. It doesn't really matter if it's fake or not, if you like it, just buy it. Before Zhou Yu could even open his mouth, Chen Fan's slightly annoyed voice cut in as he dragged Han Fuzhou over. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Nanji, I checked it out, his stuff is counterfeit. No wonder the sign says, massive discount. What a scam. Another fake. How'd you figure it out? I was checking out this Wolf Tooth Club earlier, it looked pretty decent, right? But when I turned it upside down, I saw a tiny spot of chipped paint on the bottom. Chen Fan held up his little finger. A bit smaller than my fingernail. Whatever, not interested anymore. This is boring. Let's go eat. Hold on. Jiangnan stopped him, pulling out his phone and opening a review app, then searching for that very store. Seriously? There it is. If you haven't followed yet, make sure to report this guy. I'll go first. With a quick tap, Jiangnan submitted a major complaint. Chen Fan stared blankly, how had he forgotten that? He immediately pulled out his own phone and slapped down another big report. Han Fuzhou, you do it too. Hurry up. Goddamn shameless. If you're gonna sell stuff, at least sell real products. Don't even tempt broke guys like me. Who are you trying to fool with this garbage? How the hell does this place have so many 5-star reviews? Probably all faked. Reported. Listen up, fellow cool dudes and beautiful ladies, steer way clear of this joint. That night, the shop owner woke up in the middle of the night. Wait, do these people have issues? On the third floor, Zhang Hong and Su Zichen sat across from each other at a table, staring blankly. Zhang Hong looked at Su Zichen. Su Zichen looked back at Zhang Hong. Then Zhang Hong glanced at the spread of dishes before them, raised both eyebrows, and twitched his lips. Where the hell are those kids? Did something happen on the way? Su Zichen chuckled dryly. I'll give Qingze a call. Chapter 159, the latest version of the monster. When Jiangnan and the others finally arrived, Zhang Hong let out a sigh of relief. Master, young masters. This old servant has been waiting day and night, finally you're here. Hurry up and eat. Zichen and I ran all the way to Luoyang University this morning. We're starving. Jiangnan, I didn't tie your hands. If you're hungry, just start eating. Zhang Hong, how could we dare eat without the master present? Jiangnan, heh. He pulled out a chair, letting Zhou Yu sit first, then took the seat beside him. He glanced at the dishes on the table, and only after spotting a plate of cola chicken wings did he slowly pour himself a glass of water. Why drink water without eating? The journey was long. Let me quench my hunger with a glass first. Hearing this, Chen Fan raised his thumb. Bro Nan, such a clean freak. Of course, Jiangnan suddenly realized Chen Fan wasn't being serious. He flicked him on the forehead. Are you having a seizure or something? Spouting nonsense like that. I didn't even provoke you. Chen Fan rubbed his head, feeling wronged. Anyway, no matter what anyone says, once it passes through Chen Fan's mouth, it becomes weird. Everyone who gets it, gets it. You know what I mean. Yeah, you're putting it nicely. Sometimes you don't even need him to say anything, just the look in his eyes gets people imagining all sorts of things. Jiangnan snapped his fingers. That's the innate skilled veteran body. Old Zhang stood by with a dark expression. I'm not dead yet, and these kids are talking like this right in front of me. It's really, so awkward. Stop fooling around. Eat quickly. Look how starved your class monitor is. As Zhang Hong spoke, he scooped a large portion of cold salad into Su Zichen's bowl. Eat. Su Zichen. He looked at his bowl, then at old Zhang. Not enough. Zhang Hong scooped another generous helping into his bowl. Eat. Don't be polite with them. Director, I actually. Still not enough. Zhang Hong was starting to feel baffled. His student didn't look tall, rather thin, clearly much smaller than Jiangnan and the others, so he had assumed Su Zichen's appetite was quite modest compared to his peers. Just as Zhang Hong was about to ditch the chopsticks and start grabbing food by hand, Su Zichen interrupted, Director, I don't eat cold dishes. Hardly had those words left his mouth when Jiangnan pointed at a bowl of beef and shouted, Old Zhang, I don't eat beef. So give it to someone else. Seeing Jiangnan about to show off again, Zhou Yu stood up, moved the bowl of beef in front of his brother, and placed the last remaining bit of cold salad directly in front of Jiangnan. Eat. If you can't finish it, take it home. Bro, I actually don't. Under Zhou Yu's sharp gaze, Jiangnan swallowed the rest of his sentence, never mind. I actually love cold dishes. Bro, you really get me. Zhang Hong twisted his mouth. Love them? Want another plate? Not necessary at all. It wasn't until Jiangnan started on his second bowl of rice that he asked between bites, what did you go to that Luoyang University for? A meeting? Sort of. Speaking of this, Zhang Hong set down his chopsticks and grew serious. Among the schools from other cities, competitors from 2 schools were attacked by monsters on the road. That's why we were summoned. Monsters? Attacked? That doesn't make sense. Weren't they accompanied by teachers? Of course they were. Zhang Hong wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked them, do you know why the state-established organizations like the Spirit Lock Bureau or the Guardian Dragon Unit across the country? Zhou Qingze thought for a moment. After global spiritual energy awakened, monsters began appearing. Initially, their intelligence wasn't high. Most were easy to kill, aside from being tough-skinned and strong, so we called them first-generation monsters. Later, spiritual realms emerged, drawing in all first-generation monsters and sealing them temporarily. Humanity gained time to cultivate. But within those realms, the monsters also absorbed resources and evolved, growing smarter, even possibly more intelligent than humans. Eventually, when humanity produced powerful experts and cracks appeared in the spiritual realm, the monsters returned, changed. They were now known as second-generation monsters. And the war between human experts and the new beasts reignited. Later on, exits formed within the spiritual realms. Some monsters might accidentally wander out through them. To protect public safety, the state established organizations like the Spirit Lock Bureau and Guardian Dragon Unit to save people from peril. Jiangnan spat out a bone and quietly pondered Zhou Qingze's words. The separation between humanity and monsters had only been temporary, brought about by the emergence of spiritual realms, and both sides had used that time to cultivate and grow stronger. But then again, aside from their fundamental nature, what other differences remained? One side cultivated within the spiritual realm, aiming solely to destroy the outside world and slaughter humans, turning this planet into their paradise. The other side cultivated in the human world, striving to destroy the spiritual realm, exterminate all monsters, and restore peace to their homeland. Thinking back to the cultivation world, Jiangnan smiled faintly. Could it be that beyond this planet, someone had deliberately set up this entire game just for entertainment? No one could say for sure. Well said. Zhang Hong tapped his fingers against the table. The evolution speed of these monsters is truly terrifying now. When they first escaped through cracks in the spiritual realm, they were completely exposed to the public eye, and in the end, they were all wiped out. Those were second-generation monsters. After leaving the spiritual realm, they arrived in an entirely unfamiliar environment, so they could only charge forward recklessly. But third-generation monsters can already blend seamlessly into society, hiding themselves extremely well. Some even possess innate concealment abilities. Unless they reveal themselves, they're nearly impossible to detect, quietly feeding on human lives. But the competitors encountered something that might very well be fourth-generation monsters. The group murmured softly, fourth generation. Evolving again? Yes. According to the latest intelligence, fourth-generation monsters have reached the point where they can transform into humans, even mimicking human behavior perfectly, appearing exactly like ordinary people. These monsters are usually stronger than earlier generations at the same level, with far more active minds. With a solemn expression, Zhang Hong warned, so don't trust anyone too easily. The person beside you might actually be a monster in disguise. As his words settled into silence. Gulp. Gulp. The sounds of swallowing echoed one after another. Rare indeed. Actually running into the latest version of the monster. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Qin Mingxiao casually held a young man by the neck, lifting him off the ground, his eyes filled with cold curiosity. Let me go. I'm human. I'm really human. On the ground behind him, a girl trembled violently, shaking uncontrollably. A scalpel lay on the floor, its tip still stained with blood. Lin Ong squatted down and reached to help her up. Are you okay? But before he could touch her, the girl grabbed his arm and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, her terrified eyes pointing at the young man. Save me, please, save me. He was going to kill me. Chapter 161, Great Wisdom Appears as Foolishness. Looking at the two monster corpses on the ground, the black filthy blood, and the two severed arms, Qin Mingxiao's eyes flickered. You ripped off both its arms just because it lied to you? Earlier, when Lin Ong abruptly turned and grabbed the girl's wrist, he didn't hesitate, he applied force immediately, tearing her arm clean off, blood splattering right there on the spot. Such brutal behavior paired with such an innocent face left Qin Mingxiao utterly speechless. Truly, what a violent aesthetic. Though, admittedly, he rather enjoyed this sort of thing himself. Without wasting time, Lin Ong picked up a nearby scalpel and squatted down to dig out the crystal cores. Mingxiaoji. You realized they were working together, right? Why didn't you say so earlier? As if anticipating this exact question, Qin Mingxiao flicked his wrist, and a small blade slipped from his sleeve onto the floor. Lin Ong glanced at it, remained silent, and stared steadily at him. The moment you pulled her beside you, I was already ready to slit its throat at any second. So whether or not I said anything wouldn't have made much difference. But I didn't expect you to be quite so clever, it saved me the trouble of acting myself. I could tell, the blood on that little knife wasn't from the girl. She had no scent of blood or wounds on her, obviously fake. Lin Ong blinked his clear, bright eyes twice. Do I look stupid? I think that's one question you really shouldn't ask. He lowered his head again and removed the crystal core. I'm not that foolish. Father says I'm very smart. Maybe you truly are great wisdom appearing as foolishness. Qin Mingxiao laughed heartily. Seeing Lin Ong continuously touching the monster's carapace, he spoke again. Do you feel like these monsters are different from the previous ones? Yes. They've transformed into humans, their behaviors and mannerisms almost identical to ordinary people. In the cultivation world, demons evolved through 3 stages from lesser beasts to full human form, awakening spirit, taking shape, and complete transformation. Once a minor demon awakened its intellect, that was the awakening stage, learning to absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, it began cultivation. Upon reaching a certain level, it would take on human form, though still retaining some beastly traits. Only after achieving complete transformation could it become indistinguishable from ordinary humans, even blending seamlessly into mortal society for decades without detection. Complete transformation. Lin Ong murmured, placing the crystal core into Qin Mingxiao's palm. Here. Not keeping them for yourself? No. He casually tossed the scalpel onto the pool of filthy blood. Didn't you say bringing them back earns another merit? The crystal core is essential to a monster's existence before death, shouldn't this suffice? Qin Mingxiao looked at his palm, paused for 2 seconds, and asked, how long until you come of age? Probably, about 10 odd days. At this mention, Lin Ong felt a dull heaviness in his chest. Last time, he had seen firsthand the overwhelming power of the mating phase upon Jiangnan. Even someone as fierce as Jiangnan, like a mighty tiger, had succumbed helplessly to biological impulses, bawling uncontrollably. It made Lin Ong nervous. What if he experienced the mating phase too? Father forbade him from carelessly coupling with anyone, yet suppressing it forcibly through cultivation brought unbearable discomfort. Once, he'd heard the story of a powerful demonic cultivator. That demon had lived his entire life alone, never entangled with any female demon. Even faced with seduction tactics, he remained unmoved. Only later did people learn that, just as he was about to undergo the final transformation into a true man, he had castrated himself. Yet he bore no regret, even proclaiming proudly, "Those who lose themselves to desire are mere mortals. What I pursue is the endless path toward ascension." Thinking of this, Lin Ong swallowed hard, clenched his fists, and lowered his head. Maybe. No. If father found out, he'd rip out my dragon sinews. Besides, I heard it hurts like hell. Seeing Lin Ang's expression twist through a storm of emotions, Qin Mingxiao thought he must have touched on something painful. What's wrong? No one celebrating your birthday? It's nothing. Me neither. If you want, I can keep you company in 10 odd days. As for why Qin Mingxiao paid extra attention to Lin Ong, even he wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps because of his mysterious origins and astonishing physique. Nothing was known about his background, only that he was close to Jiangnan. Yet no family bearing the surname Lin had ever been recorded interacting with the Jiang clan. Birthday. Lin Ong scratched his head. By then, I might leave for a while. Probably won't be able to celebrate it. Going back to see your father. Born with monstrous strength, simple-minded by nature, yet unassuming and restrained, knowing when to advance and retreat, deliberately acting like an ordinary person, concealing his brilliance. If Lin Ong wasn't just an orphan from some experiment, then what kind of hidden mastermind was the father who raised him this way? Qin Mingxiao found himself growing increasingly curious about Lin Ong. Probably. Might as well go back and take a look. Let's find Annan now. What for? It's mealtime. Let's eat first. Before Lin Ong could react, Qin Mingxiao grabbed him and jumped off the rooftop. Lin Ong. His pupils dilated in shock as he screamed, Mingxiao Ji. Calm down. Don't do anything reckless. But Qin Mingxiao completely ignored him, acting as if he were eager to experience freefall. As they plummeted faster and faster, Lin Ong genuinely feared he was attempting suicide. Just as he was about to mentally call out to Qingrong for rescue, he heard a sharp whoosh, a pair of wings cast a shadow over the ground below. Suddenly, he was tucked under Qin Mingxiao's arm, staring dazedly at the view from high above, brain still reeling. What is this? Transforming spiritual energy into wings. You've never heard of it. Hold on tight. I'm making a call. Walking out of the mall, Jiangnan still had a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Chen Fan followed behind him, constantly peeking left and right, scrutinizing every person they passed with suspicious glances, radiating an intense vibe of sneaky surveillance. I feel like everyone I see now looks like a monster. Don't be so tense. Su Zichen gently patted his shoulder. If fourth-generation monsters were really here, we wouldn't even have time to talk, we'd already be dead. Chapter 162, Three Stubborn Ones. As the teacher and students walked together, chatting idly, someone asked, where are Qinghuai and the others? Why didn't you call them over? Jiangnan gave Zhang Hong a look of disdain. You only remember to ask after you've already eaten. Looks like you weren't really hoping they'd come either. Anyway, it's not that we didn't invite them, it's just that they're diligently training in their room and didn't want to eat. He sighed as he said this, his eyes brimming with emotion. Old Zhang, they really are too hardworking. It's making me feel terrible inside. Do you know? Qinghuai said he wants to take on 3 opponents single-handedly during the competition, for the school's honor, for victory. He's been sparring with Bai Yi and Song Lin non-stop to sharpen himself, enduring injuries without uttering a word of pain. If Chen Fan had even half of his determination, I wouldn't have to worry so much every day. Chen Fan. The others who had witnessed everything. Do you even believe yourself when you say that? Zhang Hong, who knew Jiangnan's character all too well, wasn't buying it one bit. If you had half as much sincerity in your cultivation as you do in making up nonsense, I'd be truly moved. Heh heh. Hey old Zhang, what if fourth-generation hetero beasts suddenly attack us tomorrow during the match? Will the school compensate us for mental distress? Oh great, now you're thinking about money again. Your family hasn't cut off your allowance or anything, always scheming, always trying to scam someone. Nope, Jiangnan said casually while picking at his fingernails. My big brother only gave me this dark-looking card and then stopped paying attention. I'm afraid there might not be much money on it, so I've been living super frugally, only riding electric scooters when I go out. Sigh. As soon as these words left his mouth, he earned nothing but scornful looks from Chen Fan and the others. Dark-looking card? That thing is obviously a black card. And you're pretending to be poor now? On the rooftop of a high-rise building, the man and woman from the shopping mall appeared, staring grimly at the 2 hetero-beast corpses. They were eliminated by spirit users already, this fast. The woman crouched beside the pool of blood on the ground, picking up the surgical knife. But the instant her fingertip brushed against it, she cried out in alarm and hastily jumped back. Looking down at her fingertip, she found it burned. What happened? The scar-faced man asked. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, her face pale with shock. This knife, it must have been left behind by the spirit user who killed them, and it's a spiritual artifact. It seems our visitor is a powerful one. Could our plan have been discovered? No way. Absolutely impossible. The man dismissed her suspicion firmly. They must have accidentally run into a spirit user. Look at this arm here, it's been torn clean off. Whether or not that's true, it's no longer our concern. Since these 2 test subjects are dead, let's just infect a few more. Don't get jittery over such trivial setbacks. Carefully wrapping the surgical knife in cloth, he patted the woman on the shoulder. Let's go. All the way back, Zhou Qingze couldn't shake a suffocating sensation in his chest, an odd, lingering feeling. Head lowered, he racked his brain, wondering if he'd forgotten something important. The school's reward of 30,000 yuan had already been deposited into his bank account. His underwear and clothes were safely folded and stored in a cabinet. So what else could he possibly have missed? Zhou Yu also felt his heart pounding unnaturally. Unconsciously biting his lip, he tightened his grip on Jiangnan's fingers slightly. Suddenly, shrill police sirens blared ahead. Along with it came cries and screams rising from all directions. Watch out! Run for your lives! Up ahead, several police cars had formed a blockade. Security personnel were evacuating and shielding civilians, while armed officers engaged in evasive combat against the beasts. Civilians scattered in panic, fleeing blindly, some even tripped, scrambling back to their feet before continuing to flee. Hurry! Keep control of the beasts, don't let them escape. Just hold on a little longer. The spirit user reinforcements will arrive soon. At the center stood several monstrous creatures, each nearly 2 meters tall, their grotesque, nauseating forms almost indescribable, in a way that would turn anyone's stomach for days. Thick, sticky fluids dripped continuously from their bodies. Woo! 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 ABA! 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 Awoo! 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 Chaos reigned everywhere. There were injured and even dead bodies on the ground, along with civilians caught in the crossfire. One of the beasts even held a child in its claws, no older than 5 or 6. A young woman stood nearby, clutching a police officer's arm, endlessly repeating something under her breath. Then, suddenly, Chen Fan pointed at a figure in uniform in the air, shocked. Holy crap! There's a 6th-level spirit user, a flying one. But, why does his flying posture look kinda weird? Han Fuzhou was speechless. If you're blind, go get glasses already. That guy's not flying, he's been thrown into the air, for God's sake. Wait, aren't there any spirit users among all these people? Why is everyone running? Zhou Qingze asked with his mouth slightly open. Director, should we go help? So what if there are spirit users? Do you think everyone wants to stick their neck out? What if they lose their lives doing it? Before understanding the situation, prioritize self-preservation. Come on, kids, let's go. Jiang. Before Zhang Hong could finish calling Jiangnan's name, a gust of wind swept by, and both Jiangnan and Zhou Yu had vanished. Xiao Yu. Before Zhang Hong could even react, Zhou Qingze had dashed off too, disappearing from sight. 3 stubborn fools. What are you doing here? I knew you'd try to save that kid. Didn't I tell you last time, stop getting soft-hearted again? Jiangnan ran alongside Zhou Yu, still teasing him as they moved. I've got this. Got this? Spatial teleportation is fast and nimble, sure, but are you certain every one of these hetero-beasts is only first stage? Never recklessly dive into the unknown. The consequences could be brutal. Seeing Zhou Yu ignore him, Jiangnan chuckled. That scattered rain really was an obsession no wind could blow away. Ah, whatever. As long as my wife's happy, this'll count as post-meal exercise. He glanced back at Zhou Qingze trailing behind them, already scheming. Time to borrow that sword Lin Ong gave me last time. Trust me, it'll work better than a spiritual artifact. I know. Chapter 163, Something's Off by 12 out of 10. You go ahead. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just relax. Whatever happens, even if we don't save that kid, I'll handle everything afterward. Too talkative. Zhou Yu muttered under his breath, turning his head away before quickly leaving Jiangnan far behind in less than 2 breaths. Hey! Unrelated personnel, get out now. Don't come any closer. Watching Zhou Yu rush into the crowd, Jiangnan slowed down, giving Zhou Qingze a chance to catch up. Holy, damn it, you guys ran so fast for what? What the hell are you doing? Saving people. What else? But it's so dangerous up there. Zhou Qingze grabbed Jiangnan's shoulders. You didn't stop Xiao Yu, fine, whatever, but why let him go through? Can you two at least slow down a bit? Okay. Jiangnan gave a half-hearted reply and reluctantly slowed his pace again. He turned to Zhou Qingze and said, "Tell me, looking at this scene, don't you feel any urge to step forward and eliminate this threat for the people? Where's your youthful passion and courage?" To his surprise, Zhou Qingze replied without hesitation, "Are you crazy? Do you think I'm some novel protagonist like Fanzi always talks about, the arrogant young master who conquers all? Everyone else is running away. Why should I go? If I can win, great. But if I can't, what's the point of rushing in? To hand over my head as a gift? I'm not done living yet." Now that he'd caught his breath, his words came out with full force. "Ugh, you're hopeless. Why are you moving so slowly? Go help Zhou Yu already." At this moment, Zhou Qingze even wanted to kick Jiangnan in the backside to give him a speed boost, completely forgetting he was the one who had asked them to slow down just moments ago. But that wasn't the main issue right now. Jiangnan felt slightly bewildered. Zhou Qingze, as the protagonist, wasn't thinking about charging in to fight the monster. Instead, his first concern was whether his strength was sufficient, whether he could win at all. If he could win, then fight. If not, run. Something was off. Actually, way more than just off, 12 out of 10 wrong. This storyline has problems. In every storybook, the protagonist should champion justice, defeat enemies beyond his level, and even if he fails, some mysterious expert should appear at the last second to save him. Seriously, Zhou Qingze, are you even the protagonist? Are you capable or not? Thanks to the extraordinary speed of a spirit practitioner, Zhou Yu sprinted, jumped, and used spatial teleportation mid-air, dropping from above with a powerful kick aimed at the beast holding the child. With a loud thump, a cloud of white dust exploded outward, looking quite dramatic. But, the beast was unharmed. On the contrary, Zhou Yu's expression stiffened. Damn, that hurt. Is its shell made of iron or something? It's a spirit practitioner. Spirit practitioner my ass, it's just a kid. Why hasn't the Spirit Lock Bureau sent anyone yet? Someone go push them. Hurry. Cover this young man. Just hold on a little longer. The kick did little damage to the beast, only forcing it to stagger back slightly. Zhou Yu landed beside a police officer, mind racing as he strategized. Kid, you okay? The officer quickly asked, concerned. I'm fine. Well, technically speaking, the sole of his foot felt a bit numb. Did you touch any liquid from that thing earlier? No. Good. That monster's bodily fluids are corrosive. Contact could be deadly. Corrosive beasts usually appear in D-rank spirit domains. Their hard protective shells combined with highly corrosive fluids make them difficult to approach, which is why they have few natural predators. Zhou Zichen had caught up as well, now delivering his explanation, but that doesn't mean we're helpless. Among just our 7 members, 2 of us have abilities that counter it. Zhou Qingze looked toward the 3 beasts. Me and Jiangnan, right? Exactly. Zhou Zichen nodded. Your fire can spread across the beasts' bodies, and Nanji's wind can elongate the flames, expanding the burning area. No, he said after a pause, shaking his head. I forgot something. While you and Nanji working together is ideal, I overlooked Zhou Yu's lightning. Since he's a spirit practitioner, as long as he can maintain it, the high temperature and current from continuous lightning discharges would be enough to ignite the fluids on the beasts. But I'm worried the gap between Zhou Yu's cultivation and the beasts is too great. We might need additional fire power to boost the momentum. Qingze, you know what I mean? Yeah. Got it. Jiangnan, who had been tilting his head sideways while watching Zhou Yu next to the police officer, replied after listening, all right, I understand now. Then I'll go talk to Zhou Yu first. Zhang Hong, Wang Gang, Chen Fan, and Han Fuzhou stood at a safe distance, observing the situation. Chief, why are you sending the squad leader but not letting us go? You don't trust us. Chen Fan was frustrated, he felt doubted. Dude, my river sword from heaven move is so cool. Sure, it only lasts 3 seconds, but hey, 3 seconds is still great. After all, it was too massive for him to sustain long. Just gathering that extremely long water sword drained a huge amount of his spirit energy. Fanzi, this isn't the time for foolishness, Wang Gang held him back. Our abilities aren't suitable for jumping into this fight. Going in would just create more trouble. But I think my ability fits perfectly, what's unsuitable about it? You really want to go over there and give them a shower for fun? Zhang Hong gazed ahead at the silhouettes of the 3 youths, speaking with foresight. Chen Fan, teacher knows you like getting involved, and confidence is good, but blind confidence is absolutely not. All 3 of them, level 9 of the first realm, level 7, level 5, even if they can't win, they'd still have ways to protect themselves. I'd have enough time to rescue them. But you're different. At this point, even if Chen Fan were dense, he could clearly hear what Zhang Hong meant. His momentum faded. Oh. That's not like you being so obedient. Han Fuzhou gave a light pat on his head. Remember that movie we watched before? There's a saying, the protagonist always makes their entrance at the very end. He coughed twice, stating it as a matter of fact, so later on, we can go hit the K-spot. Wang Gang. Zhang Hong. As expected, Han Fuzhou's words instantly lit up Chen Fan's previously dull eyes. Perfect. You team up with me then, use your crowd control on the whole group, then I'll unleash the river sword to slice them all down. After we finish, we'll go straight to the police station and claim our reward money and banners. We'll split it 50-50. The sheer calculation in this plan made even Wang Gang feel slightly embarrassed. He grinned. I'll tank the injuries for you too, so cut me in two. Chapter 164 Cutting the Sun to Kill a Side Dish. What second-hand artifact? At the center stood the monstrous beast, around which police had cordoned off a circular area roughly 5 meters in radius with caution tape. Zhou Yu looked at the young woman gripping one of the officers. Her face was streaked with tears as she kept pleading, please, save my child, please save my child. He shifted his gaze away, briefly lost in thought, suddenly realizing a serious issue. If they didn't rescue the child quickly, the kid would definitely be corroded by the continuous fluid oozing from the beast's mouth. He'd already tested it with that kick earlier. The beast's cultivation realm surpassed the first level, but likely remained below the 5th stage of the second level. That was the estimated range. Damn. That was nearly an entire major realm above ordinary humans. Could he really pull this off? He glanced again at the weeping woman. Her tears and desperate cries overlapped in his memory with the image of that gentle, beautiful woman from long ago. With that thought, Zhou Yu rose to his feet. The past couldn't be changed. He lacked the power to alter what had already happened, but the present and future, those could still be rewritten. A long sword materialized in his hand. He'd never used it before, didn't even know its strength. But aside from this sword, he had no other artifact available. Most monsters' weaknesses lay in their heart or head, but against this creature's defenses, could this sword truly penetrate? Meanwhile, inside Jiangnan's system space, Zhou Yu asked curiously, Master, why does Daddy want to use Duanri to kill such a side dish? Jiangnan. You don't understand. Your dad is kind-hearted. He's never used Duanri before, so he needs practice. Once he gets proficient, he'll achieve that unity between man and sword. Then do you and I have that man-sword unity too? Naturally. Of course we do. Good, then Master is the human sword. Jiangnan. Then what about you? Do you feel sword-human unity with me? Yes. Then you're the sword-human. Zhou Yu rejected Jiangnan, no. I think Master can be both sword-human and human sword. As for me, forget it. HSS. Jiangnan clicked his tongue. Sword-human, human sword, those sounded like insults. His eyes flickered, then noticed faint lightning flickering around Zhou Yu's hand gripping Duanri. He immediately moved forward to stop him. His sudden appearance startled the officer beside Zhou Yu, who upon seeing another youth, once again urged, you kids shouldn't get involved. It's too dangerous here, get back to a safe zone now. What about that child then? Zhou Yu countered, by the time your spirit lock bureau arrives, it'll already be over. The officer choked on his words and fell silent. Just then, another officer called him over. With a deep sigh, he said, listen to an old brother, one piece of advice. This isn't something kids should meddle in. Get going. After leaving those words, he brushed past Jiangnan. Jiangnan paid no mind to the man's well-meaning warning. Adjusting his grip on Zhou Yu's wrist, he lowered his head and whispered something into his ear. When he finished speaking, Zhou Qingze also vaulted over the police tape and approached. The three exchanged glances, no words needed. They all understood. Their plan, rescue the child, slay the beast, coordinate perfectly, claim the reward. If they could also get a banner award ceremony and have their heroic photos projected across Yun City for 10 or 20 days straight, even better. Just don't push yourself too hard if it's impossible, Jiangnan gave final instructions as Zhou Yu grabbed Zhou Qingze, preparing to act. I told you, I'll handle everything. Even if we fail, don't worry. Subtle spatial ripples spread outward. The two vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were directly in front of the central monstrous beast. Staring at the beast's twisted face, honestly speaking, Zhou Yu couldn't immediately tell which part was the eye, which was the nose, and which was the mouth. Where was he supposed to stab? He wanted to thrust into its mouth. Earlier, Jiangnan had mentioned the venom was secreted from within the beast's jaws, the best strategy was to block its mouth completely. Glancing at Zhou Qingze, he saw flames already coating the man's hands, clearly ready. Zhou Qingze nodded solemnly at him. Fine. Zhou Yu steeled his resolve and stopped overthinking. Grabbing Zhou Qingze, he stepped onto the beast's shell and teleported once more, driving the sword toward the center of the creature's grotesque face. But this beast wasn't fooling around, it had tricks up its sleeve. Ever since two guys as handsome as Peng Yuyan and Wu Yanzi appeared before it, it had been secretly gathering saliva. HSS Da UUJJ. Saliva attack. Then, Zhou Yu saw a flower-like circular orifice on the monster's face flipping outward like a chrysanthemum, spewing out a lump of black liquid. After ejecting it, the opening retracted again, sinking inward before flattening back into place. Talk about stylish and foul, like a goat farting, both fancy and stinky. Who attacks by vomiting from their sphincter? Oh, wait. Actually, some do. Spiders, for instance. Just as he was about to dodge, Duan Ri suddenly acted on its own, intercepting and absorbing the blob of black fluid. At the same time, Duan Ri's voice echoed inside Zhou Yu's mind. Daring to defile my master with something spat out from your skin pouch? Today I'll drill straight through your ass until it's nothing but pulp. The little girl's childish voice shrieked furiously, and Duan Ri's blade began spinning like a top, its edge aimed directly at that chrysanthemum-like orifice. Then, Duan Ri got swallowed. Zhou Yu. Zhou Qingze. Is this sword broken or something? A second-hand artifact? But after swallowing Duan Ri, the beast clearly froze, standing completely still in place. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yu and Zhou Qingze each clutched a ball, one of lightning, one of fire, their clothes fluttering without wind, moving in perfect unison, flawlessly synchronized. The other two monsters, for unknown reasons, also stood motionless. Jiangnan leaned casually against the police tape, posture upright yet lazy, one hand in his pocket while the other seemed to be forming a hand seal as he watched the scene unfold. It's here, the message came. Reporting, Captain. Just received word, the Spirit Lock Bureau's cultivators are nearly here. But they're going to drop small bombs on the monster. We've been ordered to evacuate immediately. The announcement drew Jiangnan's attention. He tilted his head upward, spotting several dark objects approaching from the distance. At the same time, he sensed the presence of cultivators. Hurry. Warn those two young men to retreat now. Everyone get ready. Evacuate the area as fast as you can. The officer called Captain was none other than the senior cop who had been beside Jiangnan earlier. Seeing Jiangnan still standing there as if nothing was happening, he once again kindly urged, don't just stand there. The bombs are coming, get out now. Bombs? Jiangnan was stunned. What the hell is wrong with your Spirit Lock Bureau? Are they trying to blow up the whole damn place? No time to explain, just go. Around them, a massive wave of police and armed officers swarmed away, rushing toward Zhang Heng's designated safe zone. Even the young woman was forcibly dragged along. The intense heat from lightning and flames fused together, igniting the monster's sphincter. Seeing it was nearly done, Zhou Yu kicked off the beast's shell. Bro, I'm counting on you. Don't worry. Just as Zhou Yu flipped headfirst, preparing to grab the child dangling from the monster's body, his peripheral vision caught sight of numerous dark objects dropping from the sky toward their location. Looking down, he spotted several drones. Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted beside him, accompanied by flying debris. Instantly, sharp pain and burning shot through his forearm. He winced, eyes half squinted from the agony. There was no time to think now, he just wanted to reach that child quickly. But reality seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. Startled by the blast, the monster began thrashing violently. Jiangnan plunged straight into the blazing inferno, cursing, are you kidding me? These morons really lost their minds. And right after he entered, several cultivators landed simultaneously in a neat line. Chapter 166 I've got a younger brother who's a squad leader in the Imperial Guard unit. You brats, you disrupted official law enforcement, got it? The short-haired woman snapped sharply, now apologize for what you've done, and maybe we'll go easier on you. The man with the finger held himself with unbearable arrogance, practically looking down his nose at them. Law enforcers. Jiangnan hadn't even spoken yet, but Zhou Yu beat him to it. People who know your identities might realize you're officials, but those who don't. They'd probably mistake you for street hooligans. As if hit where it hurt, the finger man immediately raised his voice, do you even know who you're talking to? We are enforcement officers of the Spirit Lock Bureau. People should bow respectfully when they see us, you dare ignore us. Ugh, this shrill tone. Jiangnan rubbed his ears, sounds just like my old sister-in-law. Hey! Who are you calling old sister-in-law? Want to get arrested for disrespect? You know who I am. Who are you? My uncle is the director of the Spirit Lock Bureau. One word from me, and you'll be locked up for sure. Jiangnan noted. Then what? Old sister-in-law. You called me old sister-in-law again, say it one more time. The fingerman shrieked, rushing forward as if about to lay hands on Jiangnan. But before he could get close, there came a crisp sound. Slap. Jiangnan smacked him hard across the face. Maybe because his clothes and shoes had been dirted earlier, Jiangnan was already irritated, so he hit harder than usual. By the time the fingerman turned his head back, his nose was crooked. A sharp screech pierced the air, the old sister-in-law's high pitch went soaring without restraint. Ah! You broke my God-given nose. I'll break your leg too. With that, Jiangnan stomped on his shoe, leaving behind a dark, muddy footprint. Rongjie, he hit me. Huang Rong. She gulped, forcing a smile onto her face. If you hit him, then things won't be able to stay calm. Already did. Wasn't even thinking about it. So Huang Rong got slapped by Jiangnan too. Jiangnan didn't usually hit women. But when someone abused their authority to oppress others, gender no longer mattered, he'd strike without hesitation. Grabbing the fingerman by the collar, Jiangnan smiled kindly, I once had a friend as cocky as you, now green grass grows tall upon his grave. Don't think just because you eat from the government's rice bowl you can act however you want. So your uncle is the director of the Spirit Lock Bureau? Big deal. I've got a younger brother who's a squad leader in the Imperial Guard unit. Am I showing off? Do I look like it? Imperial Guard unit. The moment those words left his mouth, Huang Rong's expression subtly shifted. Though officially the Imperial Guard unit and the Spirit Lock Bureau seemed on equal footing, in truth, the Imperial Guard was involved in every major matter, handling demonic beasts in spirit zones, safeguarding urban areas, protecting the nation. The Spirit Lock Bureau, however, existed only to protect civilians and city safety. Clearly, the Imperial Guard carried far greater weight. Yet how could this young man, who aside from being exceptionally handsome and radiating charisma, be connected to someone serving as a squad leader in the Imperial Guard unit? Even the finger man didn't believe it. But he shut up. His prosthetic nose had literally been knocked crooked. From one perspective, Jiangnan had just assaulted an officer. No ordinary person would dare do that unless they wanted both death and a criminal record. Get out of the way. Move over. Jiangnan grabbed the little boy with his left hand, Zhou Yu with his right. I'll change clothes and head straight to your Spirit Lock Bureau. Have that rare Dehongpo tea ready, I'll blow your entire bureau sky high if you don't. And prepare full compensation, my outfit, my shoes, mental distress, medical fees, appearance fee, and companionship fee. Not 1 cent less. With that, he strode off, leaving behind a supremely domineering silhouette that made everyone tremble in awe. Rongjie, what should I do? My implants all crooked. The finger man whimpered pitifully. Do you have any masculine pride at all? It's just a messed up prosthesis. Huang Rong looked disgusted. Besides, who told you to get cosmetic surgery in the first place? Ah. I just wanted an adorable upturned nose. Eh. I need corrective surgery now. He stomped his feet and flailed his arms dramatically. Jiangnan and Zhou Yu took the boy upstairs and returned him to his mother. In today's society, how can you still dare to let your child out of your sight? It was that close, understand? Just a little bit more, and he'd be dead. By the time you started crying, it'd already be too late. Jiangnan transformed into a scolding teacher, lecturing the mother. Perhaps sensing his words were harsh and unkind, Zhou Yu poked him with his finger, trying to drag him away. Hold on, don't rush. Jiangnan clasped Zhou Yu's hand and shoved it into his own pocket before continuing, but I'm curious, even if the child was separated from you, it shouldn't have been more than 4 or 5 meters. How exactly did that monster snatch him from you? Hearing this, the young woman shook her head while gripping the boy's hand tightly. I was on the phone at the time. I didn't even notice when Xiao Bao let go and walked off. By the time everyone started running, I realized something was wrong. A bad lady took me away. Xiao Bao cried out. She said she'd buy me ice cream. We hadn't gone far when she turned into a monster. A woman. Zhou Yu placed his other hand gently atop the boy's head, softening his voice considerably. Did you see her turn into a monster with your own eyes? Yes. There were also 2 weird uncles beside her, they turned into monsters too. Jiangnan corrected him, those are called yaoshou, monsters. Shut up. Snapped at by Zhou Yu, Jiangnan sulkily fell silent. Zhou Yu continued, why did you go with that woman? Because she said she'd buy me ice cream. And was she pretty? Pretty. His voice rang loud and clear, like he truly meant it. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan. They both twitched their lips in near-perfect sync, then tilted their heads to exchange glances, as if each had already seen the answer in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, the young woman stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at her beloved son. No wonder he'd never follow strangers just for ice cream, she'd bought him plenty before. Turns out he followed because the woman was beautiful. So, Jiangnan joked with a grin, compared to the pretty girls on your dad's phone, which one's prettier? This bad lady is a little prettier. Ha ha ha. Jiangnan bent down and patted the little boy on the shoulder. What a loyal little guy, he just effortlessly betrayed his own father. Turning back to the young woman, he said, Ma'am, beauty is a double-edged sword. I'm sure today left quite the impression on your son. Cough, cough. We have things to do, we'll be going now. If you want to thank us, don't bother. I'm just someone who does good deeds anonymously, you know. Just as Jiangnan and Zhou Yu took 2 steps forward, a small card dropped from Jiangnan's clothes. Oh no. My student ID fell out. He picked it up, brushed it off, and held it up to Zhou Yu. Look, isn't my photo on this student ID super cool? Just look at the print, ah, Jiang of Jiangnan, Nan of Jiangnan, TCH, so classy. Zhou Yu. Mental. Glancing down at his hand, the one Jiangnan had shoved into his pocket earlier and now covered in black smudges, he couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. It stiffened again. Chapter 167, Endless Ox-like Strength All Day Long. He sighed, raising his hand to wipe a smudge of dust from Jiangnan's face with his thumb. You know, you look exactly like someone who just came back from pouring concrete on a construction site. Pouring concrete? I thought you'd say I looked like a little cat that got dirty playing outside. Hee hee, just kidding. Jiangnan glanced sideways. Don't act all high and mighty, look at you, you're just as filthy. Look at your hand, pitch black. Guess how it got that way? Jiangnan, I know. You totally wanted to slap those two guys with your dirty hand, but I beat you to it, right? Zhou Yu. I think it wants to slap you now. Wiping his hand across Jiangnan's already grimy clothes, Zhou Yu finally began his interrogation. Alright, spill it. What were you doing lying on the ground pretending to be dead? And dragging a kid into it too, do you have the mentality of a 3-year-old? No. Jiangnan honestly shook his head. But I've got 5 years worth. You're actually proud of that? Of course. I'm this handsome, I'd be crazy not to be. Before he could finish, Jiangnan suddenly went dark in the eyes, his legs gave way, and he toppled forward like a felled tree. Dazed and disoriented, Jiangnan felt as if he had slipped into another world. Everything was light, frivolous, illusory, and unreal. Perhaps the world was meant to be this way, filled with falsehoods and unknowns. Human emotions were inexplicable, and Jiangnan was no exception. Within this powerless, surreal void, he arrived at another realization. If everything before me is darkness, then my choice is mindless sleep. Though uncertain, Jiangnan had already guessed correctly 90% of what happened. Unless something unexpected occurred, which, of course, it did, his spiritual source had simply run dry. Thinking this, he opened his tightly shut eyes and roared, damn it all. Always restricting my cultivation level, then why don't you give it back? I'd blow up this whole world in minutes. You. Before he could unleash a torrent of curses, the blackness dissipated, replaced by blinding light. Ouch. My eyes, you bastard. Jiangnan hurriedly shielded his face with his arm, only slowly lowering it once his eyes adjusted to the brightness. What appeared before him was unmistakably an oil painting. In it, lush green grass stretched beneath a tree, where a small figure leaned against the trunk, accompanied by a white tiger cub lying beside him. The child wore dark-colored clothing, one hand resting gently on the tiger's head. This tiger, kind of looks like me. No, wait, it's definitely not as handsome as me. No way. Staring at the image, Jiangnan instinctively reached out his fingertip, only to find it pass straight through the surface of the painting. As if a strange connection had been formed, instantly, wave after wave of unfamiliar scenes flooded into his mind. The painting came alive. No, not the painting itself, but the beings within it. His expression froze, eyes flickering. The boy and tiger sat beneath a pagoda tree, late spring to early summer, when the flowers bloomed abundantly. When Jiangnan saw the boy strip a branch of its blossoms and the tiger open its mouth to catch them, he was utterly dumbfounded. F***ck. At first, he had felt some emotional connection, thinking the tiger resembled him. No. Hell no. I might look like it. No, how could it possibly be this stupid? And that kid, still just a toddler, had absolutely no place in Jiangnan's memories. He shook his head hard, trying to shake out the vision. But then the tone shifted abruptly, became bloody and terrifying. A cold wind howled. The boy lay limbless in a dark, damp room, waiting for death. Blood tears streamed down his tightly shut eyelids. His lips murmured ceaselessly, it's fate, it's fate. Even with closed eyes, Jiangnan felt oddly familiar with that face, yet couldn't recall, simultaneously familiar and alien. Before he could dwell deeper, the scene changed again. This time, Jiangnan's senses were assaulted. The white tiger in the painting lay collapsed in a pool of blood, gutted and disemboweled. Scattered around were severed limbs, chunks of flesh. Such a gory sight stirred something primal in Jiangnan. He frowned, forcing himself to ignore it. But when the white cub in his mind reverted back to human form, Jiangnan could no longer stay still. The child drenched in blood, was unmistakably himself as a young boy. His pupils shrank in shock. His heart pounded faster and faster in his chest, accompanied by a burning, twisting pain. Bang! In reality, Jiangnan suddenly sat up in bed and slammed his head straight into Qin Mingxiao's face. Damn it! Caught completely off guard, Qin Mingxiao was knocked backward, nearly losing his balance, only saved by Lin Ong, who was standing behind him. He clutched the bridge of his nose, which throbbed painfully, a warm trickle flowing down. Qin Mingxiao. He was about to curse, but then he looked up, and met Jiangnan's misty eyes and sweat-beaded forehead. Jiangnan was trembling, body hunched like a white flower stubbornly enduring a cold wind. Gasping for breath, he gripped the bedsheets tightly, shrinking back until his spine hit the headboard. A single drop of sweat slid slowly from his temple. Reliving what he had just seen over and over. A dream? Was that really just a dream? Had Yunchu's seal begun to loosen, or had someone deliberately shown him those images? What's your head made of, iron? It freaking hurts. Qin Mingxiao wiped at his nosebleed with a tissue, wearing an incredibly mixed expression. You've got endless ox-like strength all day long. Lin Ong behind him suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? You're no different. Lin Ong immediately stopped smiling. Where's Xiao Yu? Where'd he go? He's at the hospital. Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He got injured. Which hospital? I'm going over. Not him, his older brother. Qin Mingxiao tossed the used tissue into the trash and pulled out another. His brother's wound has a high infection risk. They were worried something might happen, so they went to the hospital. Zhou Yu called me to come help keep an eye on you. He might be back late. By the way, do you want anything to eat? He didn't realize Jiangnan had completely tuned out everything after hearing that Zhou Yu had called him to come take care of him. Touched. I knew he cared about me. Seeing Jiangnan lost in thought and silent, Qin Mingxiao put the food back. You're something else, fighting a spirit beast and burning through every last drop of your spiritual source, then passing out for 2.5 hours. Now Jiangnan was annoyed too. He slapped the mattress. Why are you blaming me? Why don't you go check what the hell those idiots from the Spirit Lock Bureau were doing? If I'm talented, then they're absolute geniuses. Who knows what's going on in their heads, setting off bombs in the city center? Do they think this is some kind of game? Can they just treat lives like nothing? Not to mention there was a child in that spirit beast's hands. If I'd been even a second slower, that kid would have died. Jiangnan leaned back. I'm actually curious, since they originate from the same root as the Guardian Dragon unit, how did the Spirit Lock Bureau end up this corrupt? Chapter 168 Pure, single, and easy to chase, Lin On. Would we not realize this issue? Finally stopping the nosebleed, Qin Mingxiao sat down at the foot of the bed. In recent years, the Spirit Lock Bureau's performance has indeed been terrible, but so what? Is it really that easy to dismantle it and bring in something new? The air fell silent for 2 seconds, an eerie atmosphere filling the room. Jiangnan glanced sideways at Qin Mingxiao. Qin Mingxiao stared back. Then suddenly, he slowly shifted his gaze to the floor. Well, actually, yes, it is pretty easy. Jiangnan, then why even bring it up? A lost lamb without direction or a way home becomes, in others' eyes, just a piece of walking meat if no one leads it. Right now, the Spirit Lock Bureau's reputation is deteriorating fast. Most citizens would rather turn to the police than contact the Bureau. Given this situation, how much longer do you think it can last? No more than 20, no, 10 years. Within 10 years, it will completely collapse. Qin Mingxiao spoke calmly, each word striking precisely. Jiangnan lowered his eyes. Have the higher-ups already accepted the current state of the Spirit Lock Bureau? Are they just going to let those beasts roam freely around the city? Trigger riots and public panic? Then what was the entire purpose of establishing the Spirit Lock Bureau in the first place? Lin On listened in confusion. Pulling out keywords from their conversation, he secretly took out his phone and searched Baidu. Of course they won't just let things go unchecked, Qin Mingxiao continued. Do you know about the incident 18 years ago? No clue. He pointed his finger at Jiangnan, then at himself. 18 years ago, that was the year we were born. The SSS-class spiritual rift, strictly controlled and fully sealed, tore open. The beasts poured out in full force. Led by the strongest monsters within, they descended across regions. Our country suffered devastating losses, seniors died in droves, many left permanently paralyzed, some reduced to unrecognizable corpses, never able to become spirit users again. Some smaller nations couldn't withstand the onslaught and faced total annihilation. That we survived being born during that war was pure luck. Otherwise, we'd have died in the womb. Countless children lost their families, their parents, ended up on the streets, resorting to stealing and thievery just to survive. 18 years ago, the war between humanity and beasts reignited. Back then, shortly after Qin Mingxiao was born, his parents joined the battlefield, just like most spirit users, and perished there. Inheriting their exceptional talent, he had been a dual ability user since childhood. The captain and vice-captain of Hulong unit were comrades in arms with his parents, and took him in as guardians. Not long after that, Dragon Nation recuperated for a time. Fearing remnants might still exist, they gathered elite fighters to form the Hulong unit. Those with high potential were also sent in for training. After all, he himself was one of them. But before long, the pressure on the Hulong unit grew too great, they couldn't handle urban jurisdiction alone, so they created the Spirit Lock Bureau. At first, personnel for the Bureau were selected and assigned from within the Hulong unit. And it worked well. The early Spirit Lock Bureau truly handled every major and minor matter across the city. High-rank spirit users died on the battlefield, nearly wiped out. With peace came an increasing number of low-tier spirit users stepping forward, flooding into society. But things aren't the same as before anymore. He reached into his pocket, fumbling around for a while, only to realize he'd run out of cigarettes. He wanted to ask Lin On, but right then, the kid happened to turn his back, deeply absorbed in parsing what he'd found on Baidu. Qin Mingxiao. My golden brick cigarette, I haven't even smoked a few yet. The Zhongjiu he bought at the convenience store had already been thrown away by Lin On. Could it be that his precious golden brick had met the same fate? Lin On, why do I feel a sudden chill down my spine? So what's different now? Just tell me. Well, basically, Spirit Lock Bureau enforcers have grown increasingly lazy, just trying to get by. To put it simply, people these days are getting worse. Qin Mingxiao scratched his nose. My teacher once said everyone starts out with their original intentions, walking forward with purity. But as time passes and they grow, the essence of that initial intent changes. Both righteous and corrupt. Take humans, can you guarantee they're all good? Or the beasts, are they truly all evil? And today's Spirit Lock Bureau, it was founded to protect the people. But is it still doing that now? Perhaps partly, but definitely not entirely. At this point, Jiangnan understood. You're trying to use the current state of affairs to ignite the younger generation's fighting spirit. Sort of, Qin Mingxiao didn't deny. Today's young generation is too weak. Put nicely, they're just giving up and lying flat. Put bluntly, they're lazy freeloaders, useless maggots and parasites. The peace won by our predecessors' sacrifices wasn't meant for them to simply enjoy. They need to realize that if they don't want to die at the hands of monsters or be manipulated by scheming individuals, they should train seriously. Even if they remain weak, as long as they try, they deserve respect. In my view, fools can be protected, but those who are useless and lack any drive to improve themselves have no place in this world. Do you really think survival of the fittest is just a joke? Do you really believe someone will protect you forever? Jiangnan picked up the water on the nightstand and took a sip. Man, Qin Mingxiao, your mouth is vicious. Feels like you could go head-to-head with my second brother for 3 whole days and nights. But there's a good chance I've already infiltrated the Spirit Lock Bureau. How do you plan to deal with that? Deal with it? Why deal with it? So what if they've infiltrated? Even if it's just for intelligence purposes, all the important matters are still handled by the Hulong unit. Let them jump around for now. I'm actually curious to see what intelligent beasts might do once they gain consciousness. By now, Lin On had finished his search. He turned around excitedly. I know what happened 18 years ago. Jiangnan and Qin Mingxiao. That's one hell of a delayed reaction. Pushing Lin On out the door, Qin Mingxiao told him to buy a few portions of Chung Fun to bring back. He'd only eaten half of his lunch when Zhou Yu called and summoned him over. Though he wasn't particularly hungry anymore, he now had other things on his mind. There's something I want to ask you. About Lin On. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Oh. Jiangnan was slightly surprised and immediately tilted his head. What? You interested in my little bro? No need to ask, pure, easy to chase, and single. Ha, kidding aside, go ahead and ask. Where is he from? What has he been through? Who's behind him? Chapter 169 Lin On gets framed. Wanna know? What kind of question is that? If I didn't want to know, why would I ask you? Jiangnan chuckled quietly, waving him over. Come on, come here. As Qin Mingxiao leaned in close, Jiangnan suddenly shoved the cup he'd just drunk from straight into his face. Go get your big bro some water. You've got. You don't want me keeping quiet about Lin On, do you? Qin Mingxiao gave in. Truth was, he really was curious, so much it was driving him crazy. A short while later, Jiangnan was sipping warm water again, casually holding the cup. He didn't answer Qin Mingxiao's question directly, instead teasing lightly, he never told you anything. Ever since you showed up, Lin On spends more time with you than with me. I thought you two had grown close by now. He didn't say anything. Qin Mingxiao snorted dryly. I just want to confirm one thing, was he subjected to human experiments? Human experiments? Why would you say that? Did he do something weird? Not exactly. It's just, his emotional intelligence and abilities don't quite match his age. He seems more like a child. Don't you feel that way? That's just how he is. Jiangnan tapped idly on the cup with his index finger. Human experiments. You're overthinking it. It's genetics. He's just been too well protected, so he's naturally innocent and honest. As for you, he turned the question around, were you experimented on? Huh. Seeing confusion flash across Qin Mingxiao's face, Jiangnan laughed it off. Never mind, forget I said anything. Still, there's definitely something different about you. Yeah, I was experimented on. Instead of dodging the question, Qin Mingxiao admitted it openly. Inside the hospital, Zhou Yu leaned against the wall in the hallway beside Zhang Hong. Will they be able to compete tomorrow? Unlikely. Zhang Hong shook his head with a sigh. That kid Jiangnan doesn't realize yet, but Qingze definitely can't play. You're planning to have my brother withdraw, then? Yes. With Qingze's strength, he's clearly a dark horse. Getting scouted and trained by one of the major families was practically guaranteed. But. What about Jiangnan? If he can't compete either, what happens? He'll have to drop out. With 3 teams, if even one fails, everything collapses. Either play injured or withdraw. More than that, even Cheng Huai's team got injured. Seriously, it feels like nothing at school has gone right lately. After a few minutes, their conversation ended. After saying goodbye, Zhou Yu left first. No sooner than 10 minutes after stepping out of the hospital, light drizzle began to fall, accompanied by low rumbles of thunder. The weather had shifted from clear skies when he'd left with Jiangnan's belongings, to overcast in under 2 hours. Zhou Yu stood still, raindrops landing on his face, his thoughts a chaotic mess. He always seemed to make the wrong choices. Whether by coincidence or misunderstanding, it always ended the same. If only he'd gone with his brother to KTV that day, his brother wouldn't have been drugged, and Qingze wouldn't have gotten hurt. If he hadn't tried saving that child, Jiangnan wouldn't have collapsed, his brother wouldn't have been injured, and wouldn't have missed the competition. But it was such a little kid. A mother would cry seeing her child hurt, let alone die before her eyes. He never wanted to see his mother cry, which was why he never let himself seem fragile in front of her, never wanted her to worry. Yet still, he kept dragging everyone around him into his mess. He remained frozen until his hair was soaked, until the noise behind pulled him back to reality. "Excuse me, I've got somewhere to go." Lin Ang's unmistakable voice reached his ears, sounding awkward and flustered. Zhou Yu turned. Not far behind, a crowd had gathered outside a store, holding umbrellas like spectators watching a drama unfold. At the center, Lin Ang stood holding a plastic bag filled with takeout containers, trapped in an awkward standoff. On the ground, an old man clung tightly to Lin Ang's pant leg, groaning dramatically. Beside the elder crouched a man with a middle-parted hairstyle, pointing accusingly at Lin Ang. "Young man, you've gone too far. How could you bully my grandpa when he's already this old?" "Exactly. These young people these days have no compassion at all." Someone in the crowd chimed in, "I saw the whole thing. This old man was walking slow because of his bad legs, got in the kid's way, and the young man just shoved him down. Everyone come judge this fairly, bullying an elderly person in broad daylight. It's absolutely outrageous. Human hearts have become so wicked." Faced with their chatter and accusations, Lin Ang looked up at the sky. "There's no sun out right now. I don't care if there's sunlight or not. You knocked over my grandpa, you're paying. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police." "What happened?" Zhou Yu pushed through the crowd, ignoring the middle-parted man as he walked straight to Lin Ang's side. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Ang pointed at the grandfather and grandson on the ground. "These two seem to be trying to extort me." "Whatever, forget it. Did you just get back from the hospital?" "Luckily, I bought some food. Let's head back and eat." Lin Ang was just about to show Zhou Yu the chung fun he'd bought, when the middle-parted man snatched the plastic bag and violently threw it to the ground, the steamed rice rolls scattered everywhere. "Eat your damn food. Pay up now. You think you can afford the cost of delaying my grandpa's trip to the hospital?" Enraged by being ignored, the man shot to his feet and roared at Lin Ang. Staring at the ruined meal, Lin Ang stood frozen for a moment. Then, his expression darkened, his smile completely vanished. Using his height advantage, he grabbed the man by the head and slammed him hard into the shop door beside them. Boom crash. The glass door shattered. The man crashed violently into the store, knocking over several tables and chairs along the way. The shop owner, who'd been napping, jolted awake in terror, thinking someone had fired a cannon into his shop. When he realized what was happening, he saw someone committing violence inside his store. "What the hell are you doing?" "My shop." Lin Ang stopped mid-attack. He straightened up, took out his phone, and scanned the owner's QR code, transferring 5 zeros in one go. "Sorry. So sorry. I lost control for a second. Really, really sorry." He bowed repeatedly, his demeanor unusually sincere. Outside, the crowd had grown even larger, some filming everything with phones held high. Zhou Yu. Quietly, he dialed Jiangnan's number. Chapter 170 An example. By the time Jiangnan and Qin Mingxiao arrived at the scene, the shop's interior had already been smashed to pieces. The shop owner himself was squeezed within the onlookers, watching Lin Ang's stance with an unmistakable look of satisfaction. "Who said this guy was a violent thug? He's my god of wealth." Earlier, Lin Ang had promised him another 100,000 after everything ended, perfect for renovating the shop. At that thought, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. But in reality, Lin Ang was slouching, shoulders drooping, appearing utterly drained. He stood with his back turned toward Qin Mingxiao and the others. Even without seeing his face, his silhouette radiated a profound sense of helplessness and loneliness. How should one describe it? As if a wronged child, abandoned and unsupported, stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Honestly, if Qin Mingxiao hadn't seen the motionless man lying on the ground, drenched in blood, he might have believed Lin Ang was the one being bullied. Jiangnan idly twirled Zhou Yu's damp hair between his fingers while keeping an eye on the inside. "Did someone die?" "Got beaten up badly, but dead, probably not." "And you? Still feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine now." Jiangnan didn't look away from Zhou Yu's hair. "Slept only 2.5 hours, yet already jumping around like nothing happened." "What about the shop owner?" "Ran off." No. The owner stepped forward. "I'm here." "Hello." Jiangnan smiled slightly. "Do you have a clean towel? Could we borrow one?" "Yes, of course. Just a second." Stepping on shattered glass, Qin Mingxiao's footsteps cracked faintly underfoot. Lin Ang glanced sideways and instinctively opened his mouth to speak. But before even half a syllable escaped, he swallowed it back. He pressed his lips together and lowered his head. He'd killed someone. This was probably the first time he'd taken a life since arriving here. Kicking aside a broken table leg, Qin Mingxiao walked straight toward the unconscious man sprawled on the floor and squatted down to check his breath. Good. He'd passed peacefully. Coincidentally, the owner trotted past carrying a towel, eager to leave. Noticing out of the corner of his eye, Qin Mingxiao casually snatched the towel. Borrowing this. Owner, ? What kind of handsome young man acts like a common thief? Disgraceful. Giving Qin Mingxiao an extra glare, the owner grudgingly turned back to fetch another towel. Meanwhile, this so-called handsome young man took Lin Ang's hand and began wiping the blood off his face. Hurt. No. Thud. A fist landed squarely on Lin Ang's skull. 2 seconds later. Lin Ang was perfectly fine, but Qin Mingxiao's hand started hurting, then went numb. Earlier, he joked that Jiangnan's head was made of iron. Now he retracted that statement. Lin Ang was the one with the iron skull. Damn, harder than fighting a beast. He gently patted Lin Ang's head. I hit you for your own good. You need to learn. This time I let it go, next time, you're finished. Trying to hide his numb hand, Qin Mingxiao sternly scolded Lin Ang for a moment before stuffing his hands into his pockets. That only deepened Lin Ang's guilt. He immediately bowed his head. Mingxiao ji, hit me again. I won't fight back. Qin Mingxiao. You mean well, but I can't handle it. He tossed the towel into Lin Ang's arms. Clean yourself. How's the guy? Jiangnan walked over to inspect the body on the ground. The injuries are severe. Should we send him to the hospital? Wait for the Spirit Lock Bureau. What about the other person? Right here. By the entrance, Zhou Yu wiped his hair with a towel, while his other hand held down an old man sitting on a small stool. Clearly, the old man had no idea his grandson had just died. All he felt was joy. Why joyful? Because Lin Ang had thrown the first punch. Originally, their scam was just about extorting money, morally shaky, yes. Most people would pay up quietly to avoid trouble, knowing the elder wouldn't face serious consequences at the police station anyway. But now. No more moral dilemma. Their case was rock solid. Once someone struck first, the law would be on their side. Maybe they'd even get more money, extort this young fool for everything he's worth. His scheming thoughts were practically flying so hard they nearly smacked Zhou Yu in the face. Soon, the wail of police sirens echoed from afar. After hearing this, Lin Ang scanned another 5 zeros onto the QR code on the table and politely folded the towel before handing it to the shop owner with both hands. Sorry for the trouble. Qin Mingxiao saw this. His mind drifted back to what Jiangnan had once said, his father raised him well. He understands love, gratitude, and emotion. Love allows him to cherish those he cares for and things he holds dear. Gratitude teaches him to recognize kindness from others and learn respect. Emotion lets him acknowledge his own feelings, needs, and desires, making them known without hesitation. Lin Ang's heart is simple. He doesn't think in complicated ways. And yet there's a quality that could be seen as both a virtue and a flaw, he's deeply emotional. How should I put it? Let me give you an example. If you make some unreasonable request of him, no matter how difficult or excessive, he'll agree. Even if he refuses at first, after a little persistence, he'll eventually say yes. Spirit Lock Bureau Operation. Who called to report spirit users fighting here? Among the group arriving, a short-haired woman stood out clearly, it was Huang Rong. She looked at Zhou Yu, feeling slightly surprised. Don't stare, Jiangnan strolled forward in an infuriatingly relaxed manner, all slouch and no spine. Is my de Hong Pao ready? And the compensation fee? It's you. Yeah, me. Don't shout so loud like you're trying to highlight me. Jiangnan raised a hand to cut her off. How's your old sister-in-law? Off getting plastic surgery? You. Qin Mingxiao and Lin Ang stepped out from inside. Qin Mingxiao observed the insignia on their uniforms, then walked straight to the highest-ranking officer and pulled out his identification card. The people are inside. Leave a few to handle the scene. Take us to the Spirit Lock Bureau. I need to see Director Zhang. Seeing the ID, the officer snapped upright instantly, eyes filled with respect, giving Qin Mingxiao a formal salute. Yes, sir. Xiao Rong, you stay behind. Qingze, you come with me to escort the young chief to the bureau. Hold on. Jiangnan pointed at Huang Rong. This big sister has to come with us. Chapter 171, Guns and Roses, always at the prince's service. In the Locking Spirit Bureau's reception room, Jiangnan and the other three sat waiting. As for who they were waiting for, naturally, it was that, Director Zhang. Seeing Lin Ang sitting on the sofa with his legs neatly pressed together, occasionally fidgeting with the corner of his clothes, Jiangnan almost laughed out loud. Back in the cultivation world, this guy never hesitated to kill. Whenever someone happened to cross his path when he was in a bad mood or angry, Lin Ang would immediately deploy the infamous, big slap, technique passed down by Uncle Lin. If it didn't kill them, beat them until they nearly died. If they did die, Send their soul off for rebirth, then keep beating them once they returned. Repeat as necessary. Still, he rarely got angry. Lin On was known for his good temper. The only times he acted like an insufferable brat were in front of his master and Uncle Lin, otherwise, he always appeared as a graceful, refined young immortal with a jade-like complexion. Jiangnan patted his shoulder. Relax, it'll be fine, really. No way they're gonna make you tread the sewing machine. But why did you suddenly go so violent? What did he do to piss you off? At this, Qin Mingxiao, who had been silently sitting with one leg crossed over the other, finally turned his head slightly, showing mild interest. He dropped the food I bought all over the floor. Wasted everything. Lin On wiped his face with the back of his hand. Father said we must never waste food. Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds. Good beatdown. He vaguely recalled once refusing to drink a soup prepared by Lin Yang, secretly dumping it behind the mountain to feed the chickens. Then he got caught and beaten to a pulp. Later, he found out the soup was brewed from rare, precious spiritual herbs and treasures, extremely beneficial for cultivation. The chickens that drank it. 1 sip, awakened intelligence. 2 sips, transformed into human form. 3 sips, formed golden cores right on the spot. 4 sips, overloaded with spiritual energy, exploded instantly. After being thrashed by Lin Yan, his father came and gave him another round 2, punishment for wasting food. Wanton destruction of precious resources. That year, he stood there with hands on his head, unable to raise a hand in defense against his old man. Meanwhile, messages kept popping up in the Mystic City F7 group chat. Zhou Yu was replying. Chen Fan, holy crap, I just saw a video online, someone smashed a dude to death in a store. The guy doing the beating looks exactly like Lin On. Su Zichen. That intense? Send it over. Wang Gang, nah, impossible. Lin Eng's such a good guy, he probably just looks similar. Zhou Yu, nope, it was him. Han Fuzhou, at Zhou Yu WTF, seriously. How do you know? Zhou Yu, I was there. Chen Fan, quick, drop the location. I'm coming to check it out. Zhou Yu, too late. We're already at the Locking Spirit Bureau now. Chen Fan, huh? Is Lin On getting arrested? Sound the alarm, quick. Chen Fan, wait, why did he even beat someone? And killed him? Zhou Yu, it was a scammer. Threw his food on the ground. Underscore. Su Zichen, legendary, Lin Eng's actually a beast. Wang Gang, should we come over? Zhou Yu, nah, my brother's got it handled. Thanks, brother Gang. Wang Gang, no problem. Just call if you need anything. Chen Fan, your knight has arrived. Han Fuzhou, guns and roses, always at the prince's service. Su Zichen. Are you insane? Zhou Yu stared blankly at his phone. Just as the corner of his mouth twitched, the door to the reception room opened. Huang Rong and the same enforcement officer from earlier stepped in, each carrying several cups of tea. Senior Qin, young Master Jiang, please. Li Jianshan said respectfully, we heard Senior Qin prefers by Luo Chun, so we managed to find some high-grade leaves. Please enjoy at your leisure. As for Huang Rong, she looked as if struggling to pass a bowel movement while handing 2 cups of tea to Jiangnan and Zhou Yu, offering only a stiff, please. Jiangnan glanced at it and didn't reach out. I want the Hong Pao. Ah. The Hong Pao isn't currently available in the bureau, Li Jianshan replied, looking troubled. But if young Master Jiang insists, I can send someone to buy some from the tea market. I want it now. I don't care. This. Never mind him. Where's Director Zhang? Qin Mingxiao took a sip of Bai Luo Chun, his gaze sharp. Well, Director Zhang's nephew reported a beauty clinic. So Director Zhang sent a team out to handle that matter. A beauty clinic? Qin Mingxiao frowned. How could 2 professions so completely unrelated possibly be connected? Jiangnan coughed twice. I knocked his implants out of alignment. A beauty clinic, does the director have to go there himself? Well, you see, Chief Qin, Director Zhang dotes on this nephew a lot, so he. Li Jianshan hesitated, then stopped, then almost spoke again. Call him and tell him to come back. If he's not here within 10 minutes, he can forget about keeping this bureau today. Hearing this, Li Jianshan involuntarily clenched his buttocks. He was high-ranking, which naturally meant he'd been around a long time. And being around a long time meant he'd seen a lot. 4 years ago, a newly appointed director had offended Qin Mingxiao with some ill-chosen words and was executed, brutally killed on the spot. The news had spread like wildfire among all the Locking Spirit bureaus, even accompanied by photos. At the time, everyone assumed that the mere 14-year-old brat would be punished, but who could have predicted? The Dragon Guardian unit sent people to comfort him, gave him psychological counseling, and quietly buried the whole incident. In the end, the entire bureau was blown up as closure. Though today's young chief seemed much milder compared to back then, still, what if he was just a black sesame glutinous rice ball? Sweet on the outside, dark inside. Yes. Please wait a moment, I'll go urge him right away. Li Jianshan bolted out the door, his face uncharacteristically panicked. Director. Forget that damn beauty clinic, get your ass back here or the bureau's getting. Jiangnan, did he even hear me asking for my de Hong Pao? Zhou Yu, you're still thinking about tea now? Closing his phone, Zhou Yu sat beside Lin Ong and consoled him, it's really nothing. Last time I killed over a dozen people and got off scot-free. Don't take it too hard. This isn't your fault. Jiangnan plopped down next to Lin Ong too, casually shoving the cup of Bai Luo Chun into his hand, slinging an arm around his neck and asking, what should we call you today? Mr. Red Hot Dragon. How'd they scam you exactly? Spill it. Chapter 172. A satisfying roundup. Li Jianshan was gone. He turned and left, as if he had made some kind of resolution, not even glancing at Huang Rong before he walked away. Huang Rong, no. Don't do this to me. I'm just a delicate young woman with no strength, how am I supposed to handle these burly young men? What if they decide to beat me up? Wait, no, they can't assault an officer. But then again, that guy earlier slapped me right across the face. What if they're all shameless thugs who don't care about gender or decency? No way. I'm leaving too. She steeled herself, ready to turn and run, but was stopped by Jiangnan's voice. Did I say you could go? Young Master Jiang, I've got urgent matters at the bureau. Jiangnan ignored her excuse completely. He held out his palm and pointed at it with his chin, giving her a meaningful look. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Rong placed her hand into his, blushing slightly as she said, Young Master Jiang, you're so naughty. To hell with you. I want money. Money? What money? Jiangnan pointed at his shoes, then his pants, coat, and finally his cheek. Compensation for emotional distress, conversation fees, appearance fees, clothing reimbursement, this is what you owe me. These shoes cost over 20,000, pants 5,000, coat 30,000. As for the price of dirt staining my handsome face, I'll be generous and call it 50 grand. I'm not unreasonable. Emotional distress, 2 million. Conversation fee, 3 million. Appearance fee, 10 million. Total, 17,555,000. Jiangnan counted on his fingers, I'll round it down nicely, call it 20 million. But I like clean numbers, so let's make it 50 million. And one more nice roundup, your bureau owes me exactly 100 million. Zhou Yu. Qin Mingxiao. Huang Rong. What a gloriously satisfying act of rounding up. But never mind the rounding, just 100 million alone. The Lock Spirit Bureau couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. Besides, Li, their own police superintendent, had called him young master earlier. Would a young master really stoop to demanding 100 million? Young master, you're really joking around, Huang Rong giggled nervously. Our bureau doesn't even have 100 million. We'd go bankrupt trying to sell everything we own. Jiangnan tilted his head toward Qin Mingxiao. Are they really that broke? Not even 100 million. She's lying. Usually, headquarters gives the Lock Spirit Bureau 5 million annually as base funding. If there are special needs, additional funds are provided. There's no way they couldn't afford 100 million. Unless, someone embezzled it. Tossing his cup carelessly onto the table, Qin Mingxiao fixed Huang Rong with a sharp stare. Looks like your director lives pretty comfortably, huh? The words hit Huang Rong like a howitzer shell, straight in the face. Her ears rang as if struck by thunder. She was related to the director, very close, actually, and knew quite a bit more than she should. Under Qin Mingxiao's piercing gaze, which seemed to see right through her, she couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. Her legs trembled violently. Jiangnan opened his mouth wide, wow. So they're into embezzlement now? I'm calling the cops on you. Your Lock Spirit Bureau is outrageous, you ignore monsters and steal money. Excuse me. I need to go. With those words, Huang Rong fled in panic. Should we stop her? No need. Qin Mingxiao leaned back, crossing his legs again as he watched the half-open door swing. Whatever she does, this Lock Spirit Bureau is finished today. By the way, Zhou Yu doesn't go to school, right? Want to try being a director for fun? Zhou Yu, that won't be necessary. You're taking this joke too far. I'm not joking. If you want the position, I can push you into it, whether you actually run things or just take a title is up to you. You know how valuable a dual ability user is to the nation, don't you? No thanks. Jiangnan instantly rejected Qin Mingxiao's offer. Having Xiao Yu by my side is enough. Useless titles only bring unnecessary trouble. His wife was too naive, she might not have understood what Qin Mingxiao truly meant, but he did. If Xiao Yu actually accepted Qin Mingxiao's offer and became director, wouldn't that indirectly make him part of Hulong Division? Dual abilities were rare and extremely valuable, sure, but so what? Had he never met Qin Mingxiao, maybe he would have hoped Xiao Yu would be noticed by higher-ups and nurtured carefully. But now, it was different. Look at Qin Mingxiao, dual, subjected to experiments, a pitiful working slave. His treatment was good, sure, but the hardships he endured were no less, especially since he'd been undergoing intense training since childhood. On the surface, he lived in glory and privilege. In reality, he was trapped his entire life within that organization, never able to gain freedom. He didn't want Zhou Yu to end up the same way. You're pretty smart. Heh, at least not dumb enough to let someone important to me get dragged into that place. With that, Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu even farther away. Muttering under his breath, honey, I'm telling you, no matter who tries to recruit you later, don't believe them. They're all bad people trying to trick you away. Especially that ice cream bar fellow. 20 seconds remained on the 10-minute countdown. Just as the final second ticked down, the door to the reception room finally swung open. A man entered, broad-shouldered, balding with a horizontal Mediterranean hairline, who wore the director's exclusive uniform. His booming voice echoed throughout the entire room. Yes, Qin Jr. Yes, Jiang Jr. Director Zhang snapped immediately into attention, both feet together with military precision, full ceremony mode. Then Li Jianshan rushed in, sweating profusely, finally feeling the cool relief of the air conditioning as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Qin young chief. The time. It hasn't come yet, right? Qin Mingxiao stood up, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. He picked up Lin Ang's unfinished cup of tea and poured it directly onto Director Zhang's face, thoughtfully helping him cool off. It's hard to see you, now you make me wait too. Jiangnan also picked up Zhou Yu's untouched tea and splashed it onto Director Zhang's face. You've got nerve, making this young master wait for you. A few tea leaves clung to Director Zhang's cheeks. Li Jianshan watched, and felt nothing short of heartache. Oh, certainly not because he cared about Director Zhang. He was grieving for the tea. Such premium Bilyuokun, wasted like this. He himself never dared drink it normally. Plop. Director Zhang dropped to his knees with perfect roundness, utterly disregarding the subordinates still present or his own dignity. He grabbed one leg each of Jiangnan and Qin Mingxiao, wailing, I'm sorry. I truly had no choice, I failed you both out of negligence. But my poor nephew. That so-called beauty clinic nearly ruined him, he can't even control his facial expressions anymore. Go F***ck yourself, you greasy bastard, get your hands off my leg. Jiangnan quickly jerked away, stepping back with disgust as he inspected his pants. He also felt deeply unsettled. As director of a lock spirit bureau, he actually knelt without hesitation, no backbone at all. How could such a man become a director? I'll let this slide for now, but what about last time? I came by 2 days ago, do you think I didn't know you deliberately avoided me? Qin Mingxiao grabbed Director Zhang by the collar and lifted him up. You better have a damn good reason. Reasons. Director Zhang's mind spun rapidly before he finally stammered out, that day, I was out having dinner with directors from other bureaus, an exchange, a discussion, a learning session. That's why I couldn't return in time. Dinner, exchange, discussion, learning. You're really ambitious. Ha, of course. For the people, I must stay ambitious. But my accomplishments in this area are far beneath yours, Chief Qin. You truly embody someone who cares for the people. From the bottom of my heart, I admire you, I've always looked up to you as my idol. It was hard to imagine a man over 40 shamelessly flattering a youth not yet 20, speaking nothing but honorifics, his face twisted into obsequiousness. The scene felt absurdly ironic. Flattery isn't bad, but it won't work on me. I've been planning to disband your Lock Spirit Bureau for days now. Before coming here, I looked into your activities over the years. The last time, you sneaked off to that Heaven and Earth place with a few others, right? Heaven and Earth? That name doesn't sound reputable at all. Jiangnan's gaze drifted down onto Director Zhang's body, scanning him a few times before shaking his head meaningfully. At your age, not taking care of yourself is one thing, but indulging so recklessly, can those parts even function normally anymore? Thinking back to some guy using performance-enhancing drugs for fun, he shuddered inwardly. You, don't tell me you're into that stuff too. Zhang Jiafu. He'd been nailed spot on. He ate goji berries, oysters, garlic chives, lamb kidneys every day, gulping down every tonic and supplement he could find, always sneaking out for secret feasts. Zhang Jiafu, your father-in-law must be quite influential to have pushed you into this position. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you, your father-in-law won't escape either. Qin Mingxiao was clearly smiling. But behind that smile seemed to hide a sharp blade, one so menacing it made others meet his eyes, afraid they'd be devoured alive. As if confirming Zhang's darkest thought, the moment he felt something strange around his neck, his head separated from his body. Hot blood sprayed into the air. Li Jianshan stood frozen, shocked by the sudden brutality, and when the severed head rolled with a thud right to his feet, horror sent chills through his scalp. In an instant, Li Jianshan's mind reconstructed how Qin Mingxiao had killed Zhang without anyone noticing. It must have been some special technique. Just how powerful was he, to kill so silently, so invisibly? The deeper he thought, the more his own neck began to ache. No. He refused to accept it. How could Li Jianshan die like this, without even knowing why, without a chance to fight back? A heavy thud snapped him back to reality. Qin Mingxiao's voice, cold as a death omen, echoed in his ear, Lin Ong, this is how you kill. End the target in the shortest time possible, no dragging it out. Jiangnan wrinkled his nose. The smell of blood unsettled him. So gross. He sat back down, leaning toward Zhou Yu, burying his nose against his shoulder. Qin Mingxiao pulled a tissue from Zhang's clothes and wiped his hands. Then he turned to Li Jianshan, still rooted to the spot. You still have time to warn the others to leave. I don't like killing. Don't like killing. Li Jianshan's brain short-circuited. If you don't like killing, then what about Director Zhang? Was he just part of your gameplay? Staring at something? Got a problem? And no problem at all. His head shook like a rattle drum. He bolted out of the reception room immediately, even closing the door behind him, thoughtfully, too. Director, it's not that I won't retrieve your body. I'm just terrified the young chief will slaughter me next. Maybe because his nose was buried in fabric, Jiangnan's voice sounded muffled, never thought you were this skilled at killing. It's a shame you didn't become an executioner. Shame. Want to try it yourself? No thanks. Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively. So what are we still doing here? Admiring the corpse. Waiting for everyone to leave. Then we blow up the bureau and call it a day. Stretching his hand toward Lin Ong, Qin Mingxiao wiggled his fingers. My cigarettes, are they with you? Lin Ong turned sideways, ignoring him. Give them to me. Hurry up. Ever since then, Lin Ong had refused to acknowledge him. Now he didn't even spare him a glance. Qin Mingxiao's eye twitched. But for the sake of his precious golden brick, he had no choice but to soften his tone. Just one cigarette. Xiaoang. On the other side, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes at the two of them, as if sensing something unusual in the air. I feel like there's something weird going on between them. You can't tell. Nope, nothing. Did you hear how Bing Bing called Lin Ong just now? He called Lin Ong Xiaoang, but calls all of us by our full names. Now that's favoritism, TSK. After saying this, Jiangnan suddenly felt something was off. Wait, something's wrong. What now? Jiangnan blinked and stared at Zhou Yu. Bing Bing already has a pet name for Lin Ong. We've been together this long, done things we should and shouldn't, and yet you still only call me by my name. Don't I even get a nickname? He let out a deep sigh, shifting into a pitiful expression. I'm feeling kind of down. Can't you cheer me up a bit? Zhou Yu turned his head to look at him, then raised his hand, curling his thumb and index finger into a circle before delivering a sharp flick to Jiangnan's forehead. Get lost. No way. Meanwhile, Qin Mingxiao sidled up and sat beside Lin Ong. Why so quiet? You're usually so talkative. Were you scared earlier? Lin Ong remained silent, lowering his head slightly. He stole a quick glance at Qin Mingxiao, then gave a tiny nod. Scared? As if. I'm faking it. In the cultivation world, he'd seen all kinds of monstrous beasts, creatures of every grotesque shape and form. He'd even torn several apart barehanded. Killing a mere human. Hardly enough to rattle him. The real issue was, he'd thrown away all of Qin Mingxiao's cigarettes. Now that Qin wanted one, he couldn't produce it. With no excuse left, he could only go along with the act. Chapter 174, You finished talking about the good things. What about the bad ones? Not long after they left, reporters discovered the scene. Soon, the entire Yun city erupted into chaos. The top trending headline blazed. Spirit Lock Bureau turns into ruins overnight, bureau chief's head found hanging at the site. Second. Young master of the Jiang family crippled, his clan appears to have offended some fearsome power, suffering utter destruction. Third. A young man in Yun City scam attempt, rage boiling over, crushes scammer's grandson to death inside a shop in broad daylight. When everything was finally wrapped up, Jiangnan said he had other matters to attend to and left with Zhou Yu ahead of time. As for Lin Ong, who was preparing to slip away quietly, Qin Mingxiao expressed a desire to have a deep conversation with him. 10 minutes later. The two sat inside a popular internet-famous cafe. I made a mistake today. Qin Mingxiao pushed a cup of tea and a dessert toward Lin Ong. I thought, given how violent you've been before, a scene like that wouldn't faze you. I'll be more careful next time. Thanks. Facing the delicious treats, Lin Ong appeared gentle and harmless on the outside, but inwardly his thoughts were already in full frenzy. Honestly, he truly didn't think of himself as violent at all. Ever since childhood, Lin Yang had told him, when facing enemies, if you can beat them, attack without mercy. The more brutal, the better. Only by being extremely cruel will others grow afraid, forming a psychological fear point that gradually evolves into the illusion that they're unbeatable. If you can't win, call for daddy. One daddy isn't enough. Call two. Having inherited Lin Yang's philosophy, Lin Ong had lived by this principle since childhood, and still did so today. But none of that mattered right now. There was only one thing at hand. Don't let Qin Mingxiao bring up his cigarettes again. Otherwise, Lin Ong really wouldn't know how to explain. He couldn't exactly say he didn't remember where he'd tossed them, could he? The pack might already be rotting in some landfill by now. Though truthfully, he kind of wanted to say just that. It wasn't that he particularly minded Ming Xiao smoking. But if he refused outright, would Ming Xiao end up punching him? He glanced at Qin Ming Xiao's hands, then gently patted his own head. Probably not safe. Every time he smelled cigarette smoke, something felt off. Uncomfortable. Even unpleasant. His first instinct was always, that stuff is dangerous to your health. Forget that. Where's my golden brick? There it was. The question that made Lin Ong break into a cold sweat. I don't know. I didn't lose your cigarettes. Qin Ming Xiao withdrew his outstretched hand. It's fine, really. If it's gone, it's gone. He bit down on the straw. Still, such good cigarettes, barely smoked a few sticks before losing them, it's a bit of a shame. Are they that rare? Yeah. They're limited edition, pretty expensive for cigarettes. Mostly hard to get because there aren't many around. All medicine has 3 parts poison. Lin Ong set down his spoon, speaking solemnly. Most people believe the harder something is to obtain, the rarer it is, the more precious it must be. But even the best things come with side effects. Repeated exposure, again and again, it leads to addiction. Like human desires. Once you get a taste, you want it again. Until your craving grows stronger and stronger, until you're hooked. And lately, you've been smoking quite frequently. Better to exercise restraint, for your own sake. Seeing Lin Ong play the little teacher, Qin Ming Xiao's eyes crinkled with amusement. Yet he responded with half-teasing sarcasm, and what are we, exactly? Why do you care? Relationships. Lin Ong crossed his arms, voice firm, because I consider you, Ming Xiaoji, to be my friend. My father says, one should offer comprehensive concern for their friends. If you dislike me, or don't see me as a friend, you have every right to reject my interference. Or if you feel bothered by my actions, you can speak up. I'll apologize. In response to Lin Eng's words, Qin Ming Xiao offered no direct reply. Instead, he shifted topics. Did you know smoking helps ease sorrow? No, I don't, Lin Ong shook his head. I only know drinking does. You drink too. Then let's go. Qin Ming Xiao stood up, grabbing the half-finished drink in his hand. Come, keep me company for a couple of drinks. Inside a hotel, noises of roughhousing echoed from the bathroom. Seemingly accompanied by faint splashes of water. Zhou Yu's voice rang out, edged with irritation, I said I can do it myself. I don't need your help. Damn, why so cranky? Quit struggling, you're gonna slip. Jiangnan stood inside the bathtub, completely naked. A canine tooth nibbled at his lower lip, arms tightly wrapped around Zhou Yu, pressing Zhou Yu's back against his chest. His expression looked somewhat strained. He cursed inwardly, damn it all. How long has it been? Yet Xiao Yu's already this strong, If you want to wash, let me get out first. Zhou Yu struggled hard to push Jiangnan's arms away, water splashing more and more violently with every move. No way. Who made you stand in the rain? You're definitely the one who needs a bath. But as a little punishment, I'll help you. I don't need your help. Why not? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. I'm not gonna eat you. Besides, is there any part of you I haven't seen before? What's wrong with helping you take a shower? Alright, be good now. After quite some struggle, Jiangnan finally managed to convince Zhou Yu. But just from looking at his back, it was obvious Zhou Yu still harbored some resentment. Haha. Jiangnan laughed carefreely, then squeezed some shampoo into his palm, rubbed it for a moment, and lathered the foam into Zhou Yu's roots. Done throwing a tantrum? Let me guess, something else happened, didn't it? Normally, Jiangnan continued, you wouldn't be stupid enough to go soak yourself in the rain. This crappy weather, rain just stopped, now the sun's blazing, making everything sticky. Should you really know how to keep secrets, not a single word to me. As he massaged Zhou Yu's scalp, Jiangnan asked gently, come on, tell me, what's wrong this time? A moment of silence. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply. Director Zhang said we're withdrawing from tomorrow's match. Oh. Jiangnan responded lightly. Well, you finished talking about the good things. What about the bad ones? Seeing the puzzled look on his face, Jiangnan poked his cheek. Time to rinse the foam. His hands kept busy. Honestly, there's no need to feel too bad. Withdrawing is fine. I never really wanted to come to this competition anyway. In a way, this might even be a good thing. Studying Zhou Yu's face again, Jiangnan reached out and lightly traced the outline of his features. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the boy with severed limbs he'd seen in his dream. Lost in thought for a moment, an unusual expression flickered across his eyes. Like regret. Like release. Like nostalgia. So that's how it is. Chapter 175, Heartless Rain. The evening in Yun City wasn't exactly hot, but it wasn't cool either. After the rain this afternoon, it had only gotten more oppressive. Was there something in the drink earlier? Mingxiao brother, you. The restroom in the bar was somewhat narrow, so narrow that even a slight movement could result in bumping into something. Especially when two people were inside. Don't talk. Qin Mingxiao pressed his hand against Lin Eng's shoulder. His voice, breathy and low, carried a tone completely unlike his usual self. If Qin Mingxiao normally seemed entirely indifferent to matters like this, then right now he was the complete opposite. Lin Ong was pinned down onto the toilet lid. Mingxiao brother, maybe calm down a bit. Was this really the Qin Mingxiao he knew? How did he change so drastically after just drinking? Truthfully, Lin Ong himself wasn't entirely innocent in all this. When Qin Mingxiao found out he could drink, he brought him to this well-reputed bar. After opening several bottles, Lin Ong remarked they tasted like plain water with no flavor at all. So they opened a few stronger, higher-proof ones. They kept chatting as they drank. What exactly they talked about wasn't important. Though Lin Ong wanted to say even the new drink still tasted like water, what surprised him came next. Qin Mingxiao seemed genuinely drunk. Whether from intoxication or not, his face was flushed red, his movements unsteady and dreamy, looking rather amused. Possibly out of some selfish impulse, Lin Ong didn't stop him, merely going along as they continued drinking. Suddenly, his collar was grabbed. Hot breath brushed against his face, and then, softness pressed against his lips. Lin Eng's pupils shrank in shock. No way. This was over. Weren't we just here to drink? When did this turn into kissing? It lasted only a few seconds before Qin Mingxiao released him, staggering back weakly and sliding down the partition to sit. His throat bobbed as he panted lightly, mouth slightly open. Legs sprawled apart, shoulders uneven, his forehead leaned against the partition, fully exposing the long line of his neck. How could someone like Lin Ong, who'd never experienced anything like this, possibly handle such a sight? Blushing, he crouched in front of Qin Mingxiao. Mingxiao brother, let's go. This place isn't safe. I'm not going. Qin Mingxiao tilted his head and pulled Lin Eng's head close, rubbing his cheek against him. You're so cute. He hadn't used spiritual power to resist the alcohol, now completely drunk, he had no idea what nonsense he was spouting. Likewise, Lin Eng's image of him had been shattered beyond recognition. The cute one is you, Mingxiao brother. Lin Ong muttered under his breath, looping his arms behind Qin Mingxiao's back to lift him up. Getting affectionate after drinking again. Do you think there are other mysterious beings watching us from beyond this world? Or perhaps, this entire world is just a fabricated framework, and everyone in it was made up? After showering, the two sat on the bed. Nan Jiang held Zhou Yu from behind, chest pressed to back as always. His tone was light, almost playful, maybe monsters, spirit users, all fake. Just what someone else wants us to see. Bullshit. Zhou Yu chewed on a piece of candy. Even if it were fake, so what? Everything feels real enough, the malice in people's hearts, their ugly faces, but also kindness and warmth. They coexist. We live in this world, both false and real. Jiangnan didn't argue. That was indeed the truth. One that applied anywhere, even back in his own origin. So, what do you think of this world? Not great. What if it were a world without monsters? Jiangnan turned his head. No monsters. Humans are just ordinary people, living simply to survive, striving only for reality. Still, not great. Why? Human hearts are hard to guard against. Zhou Yu gave a faint sneer. White contains black, black contains white. I don't believe everyone is good, nor do I believe every monster is evil. Not every opposing side is wicked, nor is every ally purely righteous. Because there will always be someone standing beside you, yet stabbing you in the back. In the end, it's no different from our current reality. And even if, as you said, there truly are other things watching us from beyond this world, what meaning would their existence hold? Creating such an absurd world? How utterly boring. After listening, Jiangnan looked at Zhou Yu for a moment. His face, usually adorned with a smile, now hung low with downturned eyes. Suddenly, his body shuddered. He felt his consciousness being wrenched away. Blinding white flashes surged before his eyes once more. Not again, bro. Are you trying to ruin me? My eyes, you brat. When his vision returned, Jiangnan found himself staring at a vast expanse of lush green grass. He quickly checked his own body, only to see a pair of tiger paws. A pagoda tree flower drifted down on the breeze, landing precisely on the tip of his nose. At the same time, a small child beside him, barely past infancy, spoke. Father always said immortals and demons should never mix. In his understanding, it was either demons killing immortals, or immortals slaughtering demons. There's an ancient legend in the demon realm, many of our people still believe it even now. Once, the entire continent, no, the whole world was ruled by demonkind. Darkness blanketed the skies, and the demon race flourished. The boy's voice remained flat. But for some unknown reason, humans began to appear, and then cultivators of immortality emerged alongside them. Dressed in white robes, treading upon swords, they roamed freely, killing demons under the banner of eradicating monsters to protect humanity. Later, these so-called immortals established their own sects, seized demon lands as their own, and eventually, spiritual roots began appearing within humans. Cultivators rose one after another. Humans allied themselves with the immortal sects, following them and accepting the brainwashing that demons were evil, unforgivable, and had no right to exist in this world. And ever since, the two paths have remained diametrically opposed, like fire and water, hating each other deeply. He stroked the fluffy head of the little tiger beside his leg. Though most demonic beings are born into this world carrying greed, anger, delusion, hatred, and resentment, not all are inherently wicked. Not every demon is born evil. In fact, sometimes those who claim to follow the righteous path betray their own beliefs out of personal desire, turn their backs on their sects, embrace the demonic way, and begin doing atrocious things without any scruples just to achieve their goals. Likewise, there are also demons who betray their own kind for what they desire, turn toward the righteous path, and start abandoning evil for good. Jiangnan, I often wonder, what truly sets immortals apart from demons? Perhaps it's because I've never read the ancient texts about the immortal realms, nor do I know much about those so-called cultivators. But in my eyes, what I've seen, there's no difference between immortals and demons. Both form enemies against opposing forces solely for their own sake. Just as immortals feel threatened by demons and wish to eliminate them. The reverse is equally true, demons feel the same way. Pei Yu plucked the pagoda flower from Jiangnan's nose, a faint, delicate smile appearing on his delicate features. Who knows, perhaps one day the demon race will begin turning on itself, slaughtering one another. When will the freedom I dream of finally arrive? You tell me, beyond this vast starry sky, could there be some unfathomable mystery quietly watching us all? Jiangnan froze, stunned by that face. It was uncanny. So incredibly similar. Especially up close, it was almost identical to Zhou Yu. Just as he tried to utter a sound from his throat, searing pain ripped through his body. The sky darkened, and heavy rain began pouring down. The rain lashed mercilessly against his face. His eyes grew dull, his heart filled with icy, lifeless desolation. Chapter 176, Mingxiao definitely sees me as his best friend too. The moment they stepped into the room, Qin Mingxiao lunged like a starving wolf, wrapping his arms around Lin Ang's neck and biting down on his lips. Though the scene felt undeniably strange, Lin Ang didn't dare push him away. One hand supporting the back of Mingxiao's head, he returned the kiss hesitantly. Even earlier by the roadside, Mingxiao had been nuzzling into his neck non-stop, rubbing his face all over, kissing wildly while mumbling some incoherent, shameless words under his breath. It was literally stabbing a small knife into one's backside, painful and awkward. While waiting for the car by the roadside, several passers-by had stared at them. Lin Ang was extremely embarrassed, not so much for himself, but more for Mingxiao. Two healthy young men clinging and rubbing against each other in public. How disgraceful. If someone had taken a photo and posted it online, the humiliation would have been unbearable. Besides, Mingxiao Ji clearly cared about appearances. Once he sobered up and realized what happened, he'd probably grow to hate Lin Ang for this. So, Lin Ang deliberately tried to create some distance. But the instant he helped Mingxiao onto the round stone pillar, Mingxiao's eyes instantly welled up. He grabbed Lin Ang's fingers tightly, refusing to let go. His gaze, misty and pleading, locked onto Lin Ang with heartbreaking desperation. This nearly shattered our Dragon Lord's composure, leaving him no choice but to pull Mingxiao close against his chest and continue waiting for the car by the roadside. Honestly, Lin Ang wouldn't call himself socially anxious. But this time, the strange looks from everyone made him so uncomfortable he wished he could vanish into the floor. Only upon returning to the hotel did he finally manage to peel Mingxiao off his body. As for Qin Mingxiao's reckless behavior, Lin Ang declared himself completely numb, and silently, endured everything with great suffering. Lin Ang, this is truly painful, I swear. So I'll just bear it all myself. After who knew how long, when Lin Ang started fearing things might escalate beyond control, he finally reached out, pinched Mingxiao's cheek, and coughed lightly. Stop messing around, Mingxiao Ji. Look at my neck, aren't you done kissing yet? Mingxiao blinked once. Then turned his face slightly, letting his nose and lips brush against Lin Ang's palm. Don't push me away. Then he exhaled a warm breath directly from his mouth, so intimate it sent shivers down the spine. Help me, Xiaoang. Help. Help with what? Lin Ang's brain froze. Could it be? Mingxiao Ji is attracted to men. But maybe, it was already too late. He should have realized sooner. Back when they met in the office, he should have noticed something in the way Mingxiao introduced himself. Had he simply been too slow to catch on? Lin Ang swallowed hard and waved his hand. You're drunk. Yes, I am drunk. But it's also been so long, always alone, every single time. It's so lonely. Stop talking nonsense, Mingxiao Ji. That kind of thing isn't something I should get involved in. Clenching his fist, Lin Ang opened the door. Get some rest. I have things to do, I'll leave now. And with those words, he fled the room like a beast was chasing right behind him. For a few seconds, the air seemed to freeze. Qin Mingxiao remained standing where he was. The drunken haze in his eyes cleared slightly. He tossed aside his crumpled jacket carelessly and collapsed flat onto the bed. Closing his eyes, he draped an arm across his forehead, then laughed, a dry, self-mocking sound. Pathetic. A district overpass. Lin On, panting heavily, leaned against the concrete guardrail, staring blankly down at the lake beneath the bridge. His mind was completely empty. He didn't even know what he was doing anymore. Qingrong. Qingrong. What are you doing? Get out here. What? What? Can't a sword get some sleep at night? Why the hell are you yelling? Grumbling, Qingrong finally appeared after being shouted at twice. What's wrong, Long Xiao? Who messed with why? Seeing Lin Ang's current state, Qingrong's voice abruptly cut off, replaced by a serious expression. You're in heat? He asked, zero hesitation. I don't know. Lin Ang sat curled into a ball on the ground, looking utterly pitiful, like a lost stray with nowhere to go. You don't know. Your pheromones are practically slamming into my face. Where did you sneak off to flirt? I didn't. Well, fine, if you say so. Why so defensive? Someone innocent wouldn't act this guilty. Humph. Qingrong scoffed coldly. Enough joking. You've got guts, running around like this when you're in this state. Don't you know losing control could hurt someone? But it's not exactly a bad thing, this means you're growing up. Chill, you won't die. Just go find someone and start drilling already. Drill your damn egg, you freak. Even while suffering, Lin Ang still couldn't resist commenting on Qingrong's outfit, weird. You'll die if you don't talk about my clothes, is that it? Fine, I'm quitting then. Hurry up, where did you even run off from? I'll take you back. He wanted to get back and sleep already. I don't want to go back, Lin Ang mumbled. Stay with me a bit longer. I don't feel well. Stay with you. I'm an extremely busy man, okay? I don't have time for this nonsense. Then I can just stay here alone. Go back. Of course Lin Ang wanted to, but he couldn't, and he didn't dare. He had no idea how he'd ever face Qin Mingxiao again. The more he thought about tonight, the more terrified he became. Brother Mingxiao was just drunk, that's why he kissed him. And he, fully sober at the time, had given in to temptation and accepted Mingxiao's advances. In the end, it was all his own fault. Would Mingxiao remember what happened when he woke up, and end up hating him? Qingrong. I think I'm going to be hated. As soon as he spoke, his voice cracked into sobs, startling Qingrong, who quickly wiped his face with his sleeve. Holy crap, what did you do? Why are you crying? I messed up, hick. Just tell me slowly. Stop crying. If something happened, I've got your back. So, between tears, Lin Ang recounted the night's events to Qingrong, thankfully without spewing snot everywhere, or else Qingrong would have totally rejected him. Listening along, Qingrong's expression shifted from to underscore. Then from underscore to. And finally from to. You pathetic loser. He was practically throwing himself at you, and you ran away. What were you hesitating for? You should have gone for it. But, he was drunk. Wouldn't that be taking advantage? You absolute dunce. Qingrong nearly banged his head in frustration. He's a 6th stage cultivator, do you even know what kind of constitution that gives him? Even if he were drunk, there's no way he wouldn't recognize who he's with. And even if he was truly out of it, don't you see? He recognized you when you called his name. What does that tell you? What does it tell me? Lin Ang scratched his head. I get it now. Mingxiao Ji definitely sees me as his best friend too. Qingrong. Chapter 177, Are you still not over your puberty? Qingrong had a short fuse. Seeing that he'd been yapping for so long, wasting so much saliva, yet Lin Ang still didn't get it, he was so infuriated he was ready to roll up his sleeves and beat him senseless on the spot. What do you even want, my dragon young master? Why haven't you learned anything from your father, immortal Lin Yang? Are you even his biological son? Look at Jiangnan next door, my wife this, my wife that every single day, and now he actually got himself a wife. But you've been single for 18 years, don't even dare touch anyone. Even when someone practically throws themselves into your arms, you turn tail and run. It's like heaven itself is spoon-feeding you, and you flip the damn pot over. Lin Ang covered both ears tightly. La, I can't hear you. Qingrong put hands on hips, pointing straight at him. You really need to go study emotional intelligence from your old man sometime. No wonder you're so talented in cultivation, must have traded hundreds of lifetimes worth of EQ for it. Stop cursing me already. Oh, what? Now you want to regulate everything I say? The mouth's on me, I'll say whatever I want. Can't take a little teasing? Shut up and take it. Look at you. Normally if someone did that to you, you'd have fled ages ago. And you know exactly why you stayed this time. Deep down, instinctively, you just crave his body. You're despicable. Lin Ang. How did this turn into such a vicious scolding? I'm not at all despicable. Yes, you are. You're vile and lewd. How am I lewd? That's going too far. If you weren't despicable, you wouldn't have run away from Qin Mingxiao. If you weren't depraved, your second brother wouldn't have. Qin Rong muted himself mid-sentence. He glared at Lin On with an overwhelmingly domineering tone. Speak. Do you want to rid yourself of this despicable label or not? Lin On nodded vigorously, yes. Do you want people to stop calling you lewd? Yes. Do you want to grow up? Yes. Good. With a forceful sweep of his arm, Qin Rong randomly pointed in some direction, striking a pose of profound profundity. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Knows how to take responsibility. While there's still a chance to turn things around, go back and nail him. Ha ha ha. So this kid actually ran out on you like that? This is hilarious. On the video call, Su Zhouhu was nearly convulsing with laughter. Qin Mingxiao gave a deadpan look. Is it really that funny? Well, aside from moral principles, yeah, it kinda is. Qin Mingxiao tossed his phone aside, leaving Su Zhouhu staring at the ceiling. What? Is our little commander-in-chief feeling offended now? Su Zhouhu teased, it's fine if you want to find someone, you know. As long as it doesn't interfere with cultivation or missions, we fully support it. Tomorrow I'll set you up with someone. Guaranteed to satisfy. Qin Mingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose. That's not what I meant. Not looking for a partner. Could it be, your puberty hasn't ended yet? Su Zhouhu pondered briefly. Actually, if you want to let loose a bit, it's not entirely unreasonable. But be moderate about it, alright? It's harmful to the body after all. Just know when to stop, understandable though, young men have raging hormones, bound to get impulsive. Qin Mingxiao. He rolled his eyes upward and exhaled slowly. Well, okay, maybe a little. Heh. At least you're honest enough to admit it. Su Zhouhu gripped the steering wheel, continuing, didn't I send someone over with some big gold bricks a few days ago? How'd they taste? You like them? You sent some. Are you sure? Wasn't it just one box? Cough cough, well, one box still counts. Not too much, not too little. Qin Mingxiao didn't buy it for a second. Pfft. Come on, spill it, how many more boxes do you have? Send me some more. What, seriously? Did you smoke them all already? No, obviously not. My addiction isn't that bad. He lazily tugged at the drawstring on his pants, voice dragging. The kid with the surname Lin just threw them away. Oh. You didn't beat him up? Beat him? Well, technically, sort of. Though it seemed the pain ended up landing on his own hand. Actually, I think, not everything can be solved by using force. Of course. Being articulate is a skill too. I've got one highway left till Yin City. Once I arrive, treat me to a drink, huh? Whatever. After a rustling sound, Qin Mingxiao took off his shirt too. Just wait a sec. I'm going to rinse off quickly. Oh, okay. And just 2.5 minutes after Su Zhouhu had resumed focusing on driving, another noise came from Qin Mingxiao's end. He was just wondering how Qin Mingxiao could have finished washing so fast when he looked back at the phone mounted on the stand, and locked eyes with a pair of beautiful, yet crystal clear and stupid ones. Then those eyes blinked. Su Zhouhu. As Lin Eng's face gradually moved farther from the phone, Su Zhouhu finally got a full view of him. Not bad looking. About 1/3 as handsome as I was in my youth. Wait. Something's off. Su Zhouhu narrowed his eyes. Those pure, idiotic eyes, that harmless face, that naturally airhead expression. Could this kid be? You're that Lin fellow. Lin On blinked again, dishonestly shaking his head. I'm not. Then he flipped the phone around, leaving Su Zhouhu staring at a black screen. Just kids these days. Faced with the darkened screen, Su Zhouhu couldn't be bothered to react, he just hung up. Earlier, Mingxiao mentioned that this Lin guy ran off, and the young man just now matched pretty much exactly how Mingxiao usually described him. Could it be that this Lin kid is trying some twisted game of push and pull? Besides, Mingxiao had gone off to shower right now, Su Zhouhu definitely didn't want any weird sounds leaking through later. Old Qin, looks like you won't have any grandchildren lighting incense for you in the future. Following the sound of running water, Lin On stopped in front of the bathroom. He tried hard to calm his nervous heart and tapped lightly on the door. Brother Mingxiao. No more than 2 seconds later. The sound inside ceased. Clearly, Qin Mingxiao had turned off the shower. Which meant he was now fully aware and alert. Separated only by a door, neither spoke again. The silence in the air grew so thick it felt chilling, and Lin On became acutely aware of his own heartbeat. Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. It took a full 30 seconds before Qin Mingxiao's voice finally came from within, but its cold tone made Lin Eng's heart sink uneasily. Mingxiao Gei. It's nothing. Just go buy the cigarettes. I'll be done soon. Okay. His words choked back. Lin On lowered his gaze, silently pulled his fingertips away from the door, and walked off. Chapter 178, Turning Rain, Companion by Your Side. When Lin On returned from buying the most expensive cigarettes at the nearest convenience store, Qin Mingxiao had already been waiting for some time. His lean upper body was fully exposed to Lin Eng's gaze without any reservation. His hair was wet, dripping water from the tips. Traces of moisture ran down his neck, collarbones, and chest muscles. A towel lay beside him, but he ignored it completely, absorbed in tapping on his phone screen. Lin On averted his eyes instinctively and held out the cigarettes he'd bought. Is this one okay? Click. Soon, a cigarette was lit. As it burned, wisps of bluish-white smoke curled upward, tiny embers glowing at the tip of the tobacco roll. Qin Mingxiao held it between his long fingers, taking drag after drag. Lin On sat obediently beside him, his hands tensing on the bedspread behind him, knuckles pressing into the fabric until creases formed. The atmosphere hung heavy and silent, neither spoke. Qin Mingxiao didn't spare Lin On even a glance, chain-smoking while scrolling through his phone, occasionally blowing out perfect smoke rings. Even as the smoke stung his throat and made him want to cough, Lin On clenched his teeth and endured. Uncomfortable? Qin Mingxiao tapped the ash. If you're not feeling well, you can go outside. It's fine. I'm not uncomfortable. Seeing the complex emotions flicker across Lin Eng's face, a mischievous glint sparked in Qin Mingxiao's eyes. When the cigarette was down to its final third, he slowly took one last deep drag, then abruptly seized Lin On by the collar. Veins stood faintly on the back of his hand, knuckles tense, just a breath apart now, their lips nearly crashed together. Staring into Qin Mingxiao's unreadable eyes, Lin On steeled himself. Ignoring the lingering smoke, he leaned in, and kissed him. Qin Mingxiao remained unperturbed. He gripped Lin Eng's chin, forced his mouth open, and slapped him, firm but not brutal. I gave you permission to kiss me. Sorry. Head instantly lowered, Lin On reached for the towel beside Qin Mingxiao and began gently drying his hair. I admit it wasn't polite, and I overstepped. I didn't have your consent. But I think what you did to me tonight after drinking gives me enough justification to do something equally reckless. Flicking the cigarette butt into the trash, Qin Mingxiao narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. Reckless? You said something when you ran off earlier, I don't remember. Say it again. I was just too nervous, Lin On mumbled with a strained excuse. I thought you were drunk and acting out of confusion. I was afraid you'd feel embarrassed once sober, and even more afraid you'd come to hate me, that's why I left. Once the hair was mostly dry, he tentatively reached out to touch Qin Mingxiao's face. When Qin didn't pull away, Lin On grew bolder, his fingertips brushing lightly over those lips as he murmured with a dazed smile. So beautiful. And, Mingxiao-ji, you hugging me when you were drunk was even more captivating, though I'm not sure if you remember. Qin Mingxiao. Suddenly becoming such a pain, what's gotten into you? A pain? At that, Lin On grabbed Qin Mingxiao's hand and struck his own cheek hard, a blow many times stronger than the slap before. In seconds, a clear red mark bloomed across his skin. If you hate me, Mingxiao-ji, you can hit me however much you want. I won't resist. Ever. He locked eyes, gaze intense and unwavering, but tonight. I'll make sure you hate me so much you won't be able to sleep. His hand moved again, sliding to the back of Qin Mingxiao's head. Long fingers tangled in damp strands, this time, there was no hesitation. He pulled close and sealed the distance. This time, Qin Mingxiao didn't refuse. His gaze dipped slightly, understanding then dawned, no wonder this kid had suddenly changed so dramatically. But it didn't matter. He felt the same. That night, the rain fell heavily. I lost my way. All I could sense was the scent of rust-like blood all around, the damp decay, shadows entwined with bloodstains. They say, it was within that darkness I was reborn. Jiangnan was still as still water, but his arms tightened fiercely around Zhou Yu, afraid he might slip away. Rebirth is hard won. So too is friendship. Emotion arises, awaiting the return of cherished words. Tears spilled out, streaming down his face drop by drop, falling onto the bed and spreading endlessly. The wind has always been one step behind space, just like me back then. I was too late. What on earth are you babbling about? Zhou Yu turned around, only to find Jiangnan had somehow turned into a weeping mess, tears clinging to his eyelashes. He'd just been mentally planning what to do tomorrow, what to eat, whether to return to Jiangcheng. And before he could finish thinking, Jiangnan yanked him back. I'm not being nonsensical, Jiangnan mumbled, wiping tears with the back of his hand, eyes red, voice hoarse, I am so sorry, hic. Within the system space, the two swords. Xiaohua, whoa. He's crying. He actually cried. Zhou Yu, of course. My master isn't emotionless. Even if turned into a lifeless corpse, he'd still shed tears without reason. Duanri, dang it, isn't this little kitty bro going to stop crying already? Zhou Yu, no, strictly speaking, big kitty bro. But this doesn't seem good. If he keeps this up, might actually provoke his true form. Zhou Yu cupped Jiangnan's face in both hands, examining him left and right. Then, the kid let out another sobbing hiccup. Overall, Jiangnan's lips were trembling downward, shoulders rising and falling with each sob, eyes swollen, whimpering softly. You look so ugly when you cry. Hic. I'm not ugly. Jiangnan threw himself into Zhou Yu's arms, burying his face against his chest and continuing to cry. If you start sniffling snot, I swear I'm beating you up today. Wah. Men don't cry easily, it's just that the pain hasn't reached its peak. Seeing how terribly Jiangnan was crying, mumbling who knows what earlier, he must have recalled something deeply painful. Zhou Yu gently patted his back in comfort. All right. Just cry it out. I won't hit you. He stroked Jiangnan's hair, repeating the words he'd heard moments ago. Emotion arises, awaiting the return of cherished words. Ah. Let not the riverboat moor for passing guests, turn to rain, companion by your side. After uttering these lines, Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. He hadn't read much in his life. When did he become so poetic? Ridiculous. Still soothing Jiangnan's back absent-mindedly, he wasn't sure how long had passed before the sobbing finally ceased. Chapter 179, Qin Mingxiao. The teacher said, a man should be strong and self-reliant. Knowledge is the treasure of life. No matter what situation one faces, one must stay grounded and composed, never revealing the slightest weakness. Then, adapt to the circumstances and devise a response accordingly. But now, Qin Mingxiao pressed Lin Ang's head down, stared at the ceiling, and fell into deep thought. He felt regret. Maybe the alcohol from those few bottles had truly addled his mind, driving him to recklessly try something new. What should he do now? He was just one step away. If he said no at this point, wouldn't that? An upscale drinking lounge. In a private room, the crisp sound of clinking glass echoed. Su Zhouhu tilted his head back and drained his cup of baijiu in one go. Teasingly, he said, Whoa there, calling you out so late, am I interrupting something important? Qin Mingxiao also downed his liquor in a single gulp, eyes heavy with exhaustion. Uncle Hu, it's really a waste that the government didn't use your face to test bulletproof vests. Too cheeky. Disrespectful to your elders. Can't you speak properly to your uncle? Respect? Qin Mingxiao sneered coldly. Look at how I'm living, how can you still expect me to be respectful to people like you? Go take a look outside. You'll know dreaming won't help right now. He poured himself another cup, head lowered as he muttered, one day when I've had enough, I'll end it all. And if things don't go my way, I'll drag a few others down with me. What do you think, should I blow up the base? Su Zhouhu's lips twitched. That's not funny at all. Ha. At that, Qin Mingxiao let out a sudden laugh, as if genuinely amused. His bright laughter reverberated throughout the private room, powerful and clear like an eagle spreading its wings, striking deep into the soul. But within moments, he collapsed backward onto the leather sofa beneath him, limp as if boneless. Fingertips tracing the rim of his glass, eyes cast downward. Uncle Hu, why? Why me? I was experimented on. I lost my freedom. Sometimes, I can't even control my own body. When they first discovered I was a latent unstable factor, why didn't they just kill me then? Muttering, Qin Mingxiao pulled up his sleeve. Beneath, his entire arm showed blackened veins, pulsating unnaturally, as if something writhed beneath his skin, an eerie sight. Seeing this, Su Zhouhu visibly shifted from joking to serious. Softly, he said, don't believe everything they say. It's been years, you're not that unstable factor anymore. Your parents fought for the country. They died for it. They were heroes. And you're their descendant. You were born carrying the legacy and will of heroes. People die, but spirit doesn't. One day, you'll stand atop as a hero yourself. Su Zhouhu patted Qin Mingxiao's shoulder, still slender in his eyes. Mingxiao, your uncle knows how hard it's been. We've all seen your growth, your sacrifices. You've done well. I believe your parents, watching from above, would be proud of who you are today. Expressionless, Qin Mingxiao brushed off Su Zhouhu's hand and pulled his sleeve back down. If you'd said these words years ago, maybe they'd have meant something. Uncle Hu, I'm not a child. Spare me the sentimental speeches, and stop using my parents to manipulate me. His voice turned icy, firm and unquestionable. All I know is that every hardship I've endured over these past 10-odd years, I bore them all alone. In a way, I'm no different from an orphan. I've never seen them. Never heard their voices. Never spent a single moment with them. I understand they gave their lives for the nation, sacrificed themselves for peace and stability. So no, I don't hate them. I don't resent them. Yes, they were heroes, but what does that have to do with me? Is my purpose in life only to inherit their heroic will and carry on their legacy? Must I follow their path, sacrificing my life just to earn praise and songs from strangers? I don't want that. I want to live. I want freedom. Crack. The glass in Qin Mingxiao's hand fractured. And his gaze, like that of a wild beast ready to break loose, burned with raw intensity. Then came the crash, his grip crushed the cup completely, shards scattering across the floor. One shard remained tightly clenched in Qin Mingxiao's palm, staining his hand red as warm blood dripped between his fingers, falling onto the broken glass below and inadvertently forming a desolate scene. Yet Qin Mingxiao seemed completely unaware of the pain, his fist clenching tighter still. He fought against the heaviness in his eyelids, lips trembling slightly as he spoke, "People are selfish. I am too." The fragment slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He stood up, his youthful silhouette radiating an unusual, age-inappropriate ferocity. "Don't give me a chance. One day, I'll destroy Hulong Group entirely." With that, Qin Mingxiao left without hesitation or regret. Staring at his retreating figure, Su Zhouhu opened his mouth but found no words to say. Deep down, he knew it didn't matter what he said or did, nothing would make a difference now. He'd seen Qin Mingxiao lose control before, but today's outburst was unlike anything he'd witnessed until now. Could it be that the current dosage of medication could no longer suppress Mingxiao's illness, causing this sudden breakdown? His brow furrowed, the pleasure of drinking had long since vanished. Ever since the human experiments on Qin Mingxiao, the condition where dark veins surged uncontrollably through his arms had been occurring unpredictably. Only specialized researchers could develop blockers for it. Just this fact alone proved how highly valued Qin Mingxiao truly was. Sigh. It seems we'll have to increase the dosage again. Outside, Qin Mingxiao walked aimlessly. His steps were the same gait as always, yet today each stride felt unusually oppressive, heavy. His heart was leaden, weighed down with invisible burdens. Under the dim glow of streetlights, his shadow stretched longer and longer. An empty street, dull and lifeless stars, perhaps due to his mood, but Qin Mingxiao felt even the night wind carried a chill. A bone-deep cold. Blood had coagulated in his palm somewhere along the way, leaving behind streaked marks. The wind couldn't sweep away the gloom in his heart, only revealing his scars anew. He slumped down somewhere by the roadside, lit a cigarette, stared at the glowing tip of tobacco, and then laughed again. But this time, the smile was utterly powerless. Qin Mingxiao. These three characters bore no resemblance to his life at all. He took a sharp drag from the cigarette, recalling what the leader of Hulong Group once told him. Mingxiao, resolute as Ming, lofty as Xiao. Remember the glory of the past, aim beyond the skies, soar like an eagle across the heavens toward your future dreams. Do you understand the meaning your parents gave you with this name? Chapter 180, The Greek God of Farts. The night was deep. The streets at dawn were silent and desolate, shrouded in a faint chill. Perhaps it wasn't just the weather. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped Qin Mingxiao completely. Staring at his shadow beneath the lamplight, the shadow of fate loomed heavily over his heart. He had always been wavering and struggling at the turning points of destiny, trying to escape this endless cycle of predestination, longing to feel his true self and find liberation. But it was useless. Back when he was still naive, the senior members of Hulong Group had all deceived him. At first, they told him that if he trained hard enough, he could see his family again. Later, they promised rewards for retrieving high-rank beast cores after killing elite monsters, and in recent years, the only thing left was leave days. As for actual rewards, not a damn one. Cigarette butts littered the ground. Another nearly burned-out cigarette dangled between his fingers, smoke curling upward, accentuating his damp, reddened eyes. Loneliness and despair surged like a tide, crushing Qin Mingxiao's chest until he could barely breathe. Eventually, he buried his face in the crook of his arm. Soft footsteps rustled nearby. He assumed it was just a passerby, so he paid no mind, blankly staring at the tip of his shoes. Yet those footsteps stopped right before him. A warmth approached. Qin Mingxiao lifted his head slightly, revealing his eyes. Upon recognizing the familiar face, he quickly crushed the cigarette butt under his fingertip. Not sure if it was guilt, he scratched the tip of his nose and said, "How'd you find me?" "Hungry, so I went out for a walk." Lin Ong squatted down, eyeing the mess of cigarette butts scattered by his feet. "So you used your ability to knock me out, just to come out here and smoke?" His gaze lifted slightly. "Did I do something wrong? If there's anything unsatisfactory, you should say it. I can't figure it out on my own." Qin Mingxiao had no immediate answer. He kept his head down, brows tightly knitted, not wanting his vulnerability to be seen. Lin Ong studied him for a while. "Sorry. I shouldn't have pried. But Mingxiao-ji, you really don't look okay right now." He grabbed Qin Mingxiao's hand, gently prying each finger open one by one, exposing the cut on his palm to the air. Lin Ong simply stared at it, silent, unmoving. No one knew how long they lingered outside before finally returning. Which led to the current scene, passionate entanglement in the hotel room. The blood on Qin Mingxiao's hand had been washed off. Lin Ong had taken him to the sink and insisted on cleaning it himself. Yet in the end, Qin Mingxiao didn't utter a single word about what troubled him. And Lin Ong, seemingly understanding his silence, asked nothing. Perhaps silence was the right choice. At least for Qin Mingxiao, it was. He didn't want to reveal his true self to others. And deep down, he knew that even if he did speak up, it wouldn't make much difference. Take Lin Ong as an example. If he actually told him all his miserable troubles, what good would it do? At best, it'd satisfy a momentary urge to vent. And then what? Would Lin On feel sorry for him? Would he fumble through clumsy words to comfort him? Would he rage and swear to destroy the Hulong group and every lab involved? No. Besides, regardless of whether he spoke or stayed silent, it wouldn't change anything. Nor did he wish for Lin On, someone so innocent and untouched by the world's cruelty, to be affected because of him. The next day, when Jiangnan and the others went out for breakfast, everyone, including Zhou Yu, couldn't take their eyes off him. It wasn't because Jiangnan suddenly looked incredibly handsome. Nor had his demeanor transformed into elegance. It was because his face now sported two shiny, puffy, big eyes. Yes, swollen from crying last night. Their odd stares made Jiangnan uneasy. He scooted closer to Zhou Yu, seeking shelter. After all, he was merely a delicate, helpless little white tiger who couldn't carry a thing or lift a finger. Jiangnan moved, and immediately Chen Fan, Han Fuzhou, Su Zichen, Zhang Hong, all of them shifted their gaze with him. Following his every move, like they'd activated a lock-on mode. Narrowing his eyes, Jiangnan felt it was incredibly rude for so many people to stare at just him. So, he glared back at each of them in turn. Spending exactly 2 seconds on each person, fair distribution. What are you looking at? What if we are? Keep staring and I'll rebind your key bindings. Zhang Hong took a deep breath, his expression caught between speaking and holding back, yearning to say something yet restraining himself. Finally, he muttered, young people really are full of energy. Energy? Rebinding your key bindings is nothing for me. Ahem. Su Zichen set down his soup bowl. Jiangnan, I think you should start by reducing the swelling around your eyes first. It looks too obvious. So what? Is it ugly? I think it's fine. Jiangnan poked at it with his fingertip. It's just a bit sore, but the swelling should go down quickly. Then he turned to Zhou Yu. Am I ugly? With the lights off, everyone looks the same. Exactly. That's it. Chen Fan suddenly became excited. Holy shit, no wonder, I get it now. So last night, Nanji got plowed, huh? I was about to say that earlier, but wasn't sure. Jiangnan. Get plowed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had fallen asleep crying in Zhou Yu's arms last night. Swollen eyes in the morning were perfectly normal. Besides, he'd slept really well. If there had been any intrusions, he definitely would have woken up. So Chen Fan's theory made zero sense. You're acting like you've lost your mind. My ass is perfectly fine. Right after scolding Chen Fan, a few more people walked into the dining hall. It was Cheng Huai's team. And the moment Cheng Huai saw Jiangnan's group, he froze in place. He'd come here hoping for a peaceful breakfast to lift his mood, but the second he stepped in, he locked eyes directly with Chen Fan. He stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan stared back. Cheng Huai swallowed hard, and suddenly the image of being dominated by this Greek god of farts flashed through his mind. His body shivered violently, he turned around immediately, ready to flee. No more eating. I'm not eating anymore. I'll go eat street food instead. But Song Lin grabbed him by the arm. Aren't you having breakfast? Let go, let go. Cheng Huai struggled frantically, his eyes wide with terror and fear, as if he'd seen a demon. Every time he looked at Chen Fan, rose-scented farts seemed to hover around him. This wasn't just a physical attack, it came with mental damage too. In the end, he broke free from Song Lin and fled the scene in panic. Bai Yi didn't think much of it and followed him out. Chapter 181. Not interested. You really won't consider it? If you're willing to help me, I will surely assist you in ruling this world in the future. At that time, you'll be the sovereign of this world, the king above all, an existence surpassing everyone. What do you think? Inside the room, Lin On stared blankly at the person before him, Qin Mingxiao. No, the one in front of him couldn't possibly be Qin Mingxiao. The real Qin Mingxiao was still unconscious on the bed. Yet what fascinated Lin On was how identical this figure appeared to Qin Mingxiao, like they'd been carved from the same mold. Was this some kind of twin phenomenon? One righteous, one evil. Setting that aside, just the phrase, ruling the world, made Lin On want to laugh. He pointed at himself, rule the world. Me? To be honest, if he truly desired it, half the cultivation world would already be his. This insignificant backwater place wasn't even worth Ling Xiao's interest. Yes, exactly you. If you kill Qin Mingxiao, I'll have the chance to possess your body. Once I've recovered my full strength, I'll lead you to rule not only this world, but the entire universe. Lin On. Crazy. Ignoring the clearly delusional teenager in front of him, Lin On reached out and tugged at Qin Mingxiao's clothes, trying to wake him and show him the random two-armed freak that had materialized in the room. It's useless. As long as I can appear like this, either he's extremely weak or incapable of waking up. If it weren't for that damned medicine, I'd have taken over his body long ago. Taken over? Are you a parasite? Bullshit. Hearing Lin On refer to him with such a degrading term visibly enraged Qin Mingxiao, his face darkening as if insulted deeply. If it weren't for those immortal old bastards, the entire earth would have been ours 18 years ago. My poor companions and subjects, all slaughtered without exception. He grabbed Lin Ang's hand, eyes brimming with unmistakable fervor. For so long, I've found no suitable vessel except his body. Until you arrived. Especially last night, I realized every aspect of you surpasses him. You are truly my chosen one. Lin Ang took a cautious step back, silently clutching his collar, not interested. Also, not accepting romantic advances. I think you might have some mental issues. You should really go get yourself checked sometime. Rule the world. If you actually had that ability, would you end up being nothing more than a parasite hiding inside someone else's body? Not to mention you're inciting murder and criminal acts. Do you even know that's illegal? I'm going to have Brother Mingxiao arrest you. Qin Mingxiao's eyes flickered slightly. It's pointless. As long as I don't leave, he won't wake up. That's easy. Lin Ang smiled sweetly as he drew Qingrong, saying, you just need to die. The blade flashed sharply, silver light gleaming. But instead of the anticipated decapitation or blood spraying, Qin Mingxiao dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and returned into Qin Mingxiao's body. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lin Ang didn't react immediately. That earlier slash hadn't aimed to kill, it was merely testing. If it truly were a parasite, killing it outright might harm Qin Mingxiao, which wouldn't be worth it. He sat down beside the bed, slid his hand under the blanket, gripped Qin Mingxiao's forearm, and examined it closely. And there, where his gaze fell, the previously pulsating black veins instantly stilled. Truly still. They didn't dare move at all. Recalling the parasite's earlier words, Lin Ang frowned. If not for the medicine, the entity would have completely overtaken Mingxiao's body by now. Yet judging from the current situation, the medicine didn't seem particularly effective. He sliced his fingertip with Qingrong, letting a drop of blood fall onto the darkened vein, then murmured an incantation. Soon, using the blood as the focal point, a small magical formation formed and imprinted itself into Qin Mingxiao's body. You're a parasite today, you'll always be one your whole life. Then, he turned to examine the cut on Qin Mingxiao's palm. After a full night, the wound had barely healed. Remembering what he'd read online, Lin Ang frowned even deeper. Everyone possessed self-healing abilities, especially cultivators. And Qin Mingxiao, being a high-level cultivator, should have exceptional regenerative capabilities. Even if the injury were difficult to heal, it shouldn't remain nearly unchanged like this, should it? The more he thought about it, the odder it seemed. With one swift motion, he threw back the blanket and lifted Qin Mingxiao's shirt. Previously, out of embarrassment, he'd never looked closely. But now, revealed before him, were the prominent or flat scars scattered across Qin Mingxiao's body. They varied in length and had no discernible pattern. Some were likely from a long time ago, now so faint they were hard to notice unless examined closely. Just as Lin Ang was lost in observation, a hand suddenly landed on his head. Good view. Good, Lin Ang answered honestly. He shifted his head slightly, guiding Qin Mingxiao's hand into a gentle hair-ruffling motion. Your hand wound hasn't healed yet. Shouldn't you bandage it? Not necessary. Sitting up, Qin Mingxiao pressed a hand to his slightly throbbing forehead. He felt like he'd been asleep for a long time, but there had been no dreams. His mind had remained conscious, yet unable to wake, trapped in endless darkness with a suffocating weight pressing down on his chest. Only moments ago, he saw a radiant sun piercing through the void, allowing him to finally open his eyes. Qin Mingxiao glanced down and noticed the veins across his body had returned to their normal pale blue. Beside him, Lin Ang was staring up at him, blinking. I think. I slept for quite a while. Have you eaten? Not yet. His eyes still hazy from sleep, Qin Mingxiao rubbed them before saying, let's go. Seriously, man, why'd he run off? Like, am I gonna eat him or something? In the cafeteria, Chen Fan slammed his chopsticks onto the table and made to chase after someone. Han Fuzhou, seemingly prepared, grabbed the back of his collar and yanked him back. Don't you have any idea what you just did? You let one rip and knocked the guy out cold. Who wouldn't run when they see you coming? It was rose-scented. Not stinky at all. Song Lin sat down at the neighboring table, curious. Rose-scented? What are you talking about? Yesterday when Qinghuai came back, he was passed out, literally rolling his eyes. We asked him what happened, he wouldn't say. Even Bai Yi doesn't know. To be honest, Song classmate, Jiangnan sighed, yesterday Qinghuai encountered a robber attacking a young girl. Being the righteous soul he is, he stepped in to help. Who could have guessed the robber specialized in flatulence techniques? Blew Qinghuai clean out on the spot. Sigh. Chapter 182, Facing the Sun, Defying the Heavens. Pfft. Song Lin had just taken a sip of soy milk when he spat it all out. He was so shocked by those words that he choked and started coughing violently, but still grabbed some paper towels to wipe the table. Fart technique. Are there actually people with fart-based abilities? Nan Jiang cleared his throat tactically. Aren't textbooks always saying the world is vast and full of wonders? At first I didn't believe it either, but after careful thought, it probably does exist. His foot under the table kicked Zhang Hong while he flashed him meaningful looks. Zhang Hong. Though unsure why Jiang suddenly brought this up, he proceeded to explain, yes, there's actually scientific basis for this. Many years ago, there were indeed mutant beasts that used farts as an attack method. Most weren't particularly aggressive though, their farts were extremely smelly, like lethal-grade stench that could kill even themselves, which made them extremely rare. Later your teachers will give you a proper lecture on this. So if there are fart-based mutant beasts, there must logically be humans with fart-based abilities too. Jiang nodded in agreement, exactly. The fact that someone with such an ability resorted to robbery shows just how embarrassing this power must be. You wouldn't use it unless absolutely desperate. Therefore, us mere school kids would never actually encounter such an ability in real life. Old Zhang, just for this act of bravery alone, I think you should definitely award Qinghuai a commendation banner. Zhang Hong. He wore an expression too complicated to describe, feeling strangely familiar with Zhang's words. It sounded awfully familiar, hadn't he heard this exact line multiple times already? Since yesterday, Qingze had visited the hospital twice. And mysteriously enough, this kid Jiang had praised Qinghuai 2 more times. Yet Qinghuai himself was never present. He kept getting the feeling that whenever he was busy elsewhere, these troublemaking students were doing something behind his back. Did you understand what I said about withdrawing from the competition? Zhang Hong composed his expression and tone. You can resent me, hate me if you want, but as your teacher, I cannot watch you injured students go onto the battlefield to bring glory to our school. On behalf of the school and personally, I apologize to all of you. I'm truly sorry, children, for causing you to lose this opportunity to shine. As Zhang Hong deeply bowed his head, complete silence fell over the room. Shock and surprise showed on everyone's faces to varying degrees. Just as Zhang Hong expected them to feel frustrated or regretful, a voice tinged with apparent delight suddenly spoke up. Lucky break. That wasn't Jiang. Nor was it Chen Fan. Much less Han Fuzhou. But someone completely unexpected. Su Zichen. Zhou Yu sitting across from Su Zichen. Su Zichen facing Zhou Yu, Omega. Han Fuzhou, squeezed between Su Zichen and Chen Fan, looked incredulously back and forth between them before poking his finger directly at Chen Fan's face. You've been secretly learning heart transformation technique behind my back. Chen Fan. Unhand my handsome face, you fool. Looking at the unusually serious Su Zichen, Zhang Hong honestly felt nervous. Zichen, you. Director. I. Jiang rubbed under his eyes with his knuckles, slightly swollen from lack of sleep. It's alright, old Zhang, don't blame yourself. Although losing this opportunity really sucks, we do feel terrible about it, but now that things have come to this point, there's no going back. He sniffled twice, forcing out a few tears. It's okay, really. Don't worry about us hiding how much we were all looking forward to this competition. We'll reluctantly accept the school's compensation package of a 7-day national tour and 1 million reward. Thanks to our teachers and principal for the benefits. Viewers at home who haven't subscribed or reported the Longxing channel yet, please go click now. Zhang Hong. Jiangnan, did you know? You're the first person to make me uncomfortable both physically and mentally. No need to tell me. Jiang grinned slyly, this young master naturally knows I'm special. Good kid. You really can't tell kindness from mockery. Immediately, Zhang Hong turned to Zhou Yu, little Yu, when exactly are you planning to break up and find a new boyfriend? Jiang. His smile slowly faded, eyes turning sharp and cold. What? What did you say? Nothing. I just think being with this kid will eventually affect you too, your mental state will start deteriorating. I have a nephew, just graduated from university, works around our area. Presentable, capable in everyday life, good education, and knows how to treat people well. What do you think? Should I introduce him to you? Jiangnan's expression darkened. He looked like he was about to stand in the middle of the table and declare, I am high emotional intelligence. Zhou Yu waved his hand in refusal, I feel things are pretty good as they are. No need. Jiangnan, uploaded image, Pope's sly smile meme.jpg. Song Lin, these people are insane. Over here, Lin On was already starving, wolfing down food with zero table manners. Seeing this, Qin Mingxiao pushed his own breakfast toward him, propping his chin up with one hand as he watched. Not eating breakfast is bad for your health. I know. I just didn't want to eat. He moved his stiff, aching neck and then noticed his palm again. That cut remained, a constant reminder of his outrageous words from last night. Honestly, the thought of destroying the Hulong unit had indeed crossed his mind. But not out of that much hatred. It was because of someone who had deepened his resentment over time, letting it spread uncontrollably within him. Lin On. Can I ask why your father chose this name for you? Well, actually, there's no particularly deep meaning behind it. My father said he hoped I'd possess an unwavering spirit and fearless heart, able to endlessly surpass myself and fulfill my life's worth. Lin On pointed at himself, smiling at Qin Mingxiao, the character On has a sun on top. I represent vitality, but also progress. Facing the sun, defying the heavens. His words carried subtle implications, the sun will dispel all darkness. Destiny can be rewritten. Living toward the sun might grant some understanding, but what about going against heaven? Well. Lin Ong pointed at Qin Mingxiao, going against heaven means defying heavenly will, refusing to bow to fate, overturning the stars themselves, and breaking free from destiny's chains. Some people are born with everything already decided by heaven, every path beneath their feet, every hardship in their fate. If so, living like that is no different from being a walking corpse, missing one essential ingredient. The soul. The moment you begin feeling powerless, the moment you start accepting it, even letting darkness fester deep within your heart until thoughts of revenge take root, that's when people lose their original souls. Though his mouth was still full and his words slightly muffled, Lin Ong looked surprisingly serious. Especially his sharp, knowing eyes, which shone with an almost blinding light. Qin Mingxiao pondered for a moment, then asked, "You're good with words, but practically speaking, can people really break free from fate's constraints? Even if it were possible, how many actual examples are there?" I suppose I overlooked that. Lin Ong paused mid-scoop, spoon hovering in the air. Maybe because from my perspective, and from most people around me, it feels rather easy to rebel against fate. Then what's the point of telling me all this? Instead of answering immediately, Lin Ong simply gazed at Qin Mingxiao. There was no probing look in his eyes, yet somehow, it still felt as if he could see right through him. After several long minutes passed. He grinned again, flashing white teeth. "I know about the thing inside you, that's why I'm saying all this." That magic formation created a certain connection. Since Lin Eng's blood served as the array's core, he could always sense the condition inside Qin Mingxiao's body. In his world, such methods were mostly used for control, between superiors and subordinates, and often leaned toward forbidden, underhanded arts. He carefully sensed it again. That thing never stops trying to erode your heart and soul. Am I right? Lin Ong blinked slowly. At this very moment, he seemed like an omniscient master. The medicine you've been taking, it actually causes great harm too. It does block the parasite to some extent, yes. But more than that, it's drowning you in illusion. Your mind itself has been overridden. You believe you're fine after taking the medicine, but that's only what you think. In reality, it's not true. Over time, it seems to numb your brain and body. Haven't you ever had a physical checkup? I have. Qin Mingxiao remained calm, showing no strong reaction. The Hulong group regularly runs tests and monitors my vitals. And the results? Very healthy. Lin Ong fell silent. Qin Mingxiao also stayed quiet. Lin Ong felt disoriented, as if his ears were playing tricks on him. Very healthy. Very healthy. This medicine is powerful enough to lull someone who shouldn't survive more than a few years into such false peace. He set his bowl down completely, no longer eating, and pressed both hands to his forehead in deep thought. Seriously, here we have one person bold enough to say it, and another bold enough to believe it. Open your eyes and you can't see the future at all. I know my lifespan isn't normal. Perhaps right now, half my life is already behind me. The corners of Qin Mingxiao's eyes lifted slightly. You know about what I mentioned earlier, the incident 18 years ago? That SSS rank spirit beast wasn't truly killed. I didn't witness the battle myself, but I clearly remember, even when it was attached to me back then, its vitality remained incredibly strong. There was no way to kill it outright. But at the time, they found a method, locate a body capable of fully containing it, allowing coexistence. One lives, both die. He turned his head and gave a soft laugh. Maybe my eventual fate will be ending up on some deserted island, vanishing silently along with this disaster within me. It's tragic. Desolate. And bitterly ironic. Why has he recently become desperate to escape? Why does freedom mean more to him now than ever before? Only because, during the short remaining span of his life, he wants to see landscapes he's never seen, visit places he's never been. Or perhaps experience a few satisfying rounds of. You won't die. You won't die so soon. Lin Ong stood up, suddenly looking just like his usual self again. I'm done eating. Let's go. After finishing their meal at the restaurant, the group gathered once more in a single room. Zhang Huang had specifically warned them not to run around, fearing they might encounter some strange beasts again, then they wouldn't even have time to escape. With nothing else to do, the guys split into their usual routines, some played cards, others dived into games. Jiangnan laid down a pair of tens. So basically, under these circumstances, Qingze has to stay hospitalized another day for observation. Yeah. Jack hi. Wang Gang had just returned from the hospital but immediately joined the card game. As he glanced at his hand, he said, he'd barely left the hospital to begin with. Barely any time passed and he's back in. The doctor strongly recommended staying one more day. Then right after the doctor left, old Zhang called saying something about withdrawing from the competition. At first, Qingze was already upset about missing the match, but now it's even worse. So you're saying Qingze kicked you out of the hospital? Pair of twos. Chen Fan remarked. Han Fuzhou's eyes lit up as he slammed his cards down, shouting loudly, damn. Straight. Behind them sat Zhou Yu and Su Zichen. Su Zichen was holding his phone, showing Zhou Yu his gaming interface while muttering something incomprehensible. Kicked out. That's exaggerated. Finishing a round, Wang Gang started shuffling the deck. Qingze said he wanted to be alone. I asked who alone was, so he sent me packing, refused to let me stay no matter what. Still, it's good that he ate breakfast at least. As he shuffled, he suddenly asked, did you guys see yesterday's trending topic? Yeah. Jiangnan snatched the deck and began dealing. The Spirit Sealing Bureau should start construction today. Probably won't take long before they assign a new director. I know about that. Chen Fan, self-proclaimed 5G surfing champion, made sure no discussion like this could happen without him. Actually, it wasn't just his head being hung in front of the bureau. Later, explosive details leaked about him: embezzlement, tax evasion, frequent visits to shady places, and keeping over a dozen mistresses on the side. Good lord, a dozen. Normal people wouldn't even dare dream of that. Absolutely terrifying. True enough. Han Fuzhou added, not sure if any of you saw it, but 2 days ago, 2 people got into an argument, and one of them actually pulled out a knife and slashed the other straight in the artery, killed him on the spot. That original video gave me chills down my neck. Yeah, recently, things just aren't very peaceful. Jiangnan held his cards between his fingers, raising an eyebrow slightly. Feels like the end of the world is coming. Damn, are there really this many hardcore people now? You gotta be careful when you're out and about. I agree with that. So I suggest everyone stop showing off, stay humble, know when to back down. Yeah, absolutely. Nah, not doing it. Jiangnan's eyes had finally gone down, his appearance once again that of a melancholic loser. He flicked 2 cards from his knuckles, following the rhythm of the game. But clearly, his mind wasn't on the cards at all. It was just mindless distraction. Round after round. Cards kept hitting the table. Jiangnan ran his fingertips along the edges of the card, absent-mindedly. Right now, he was stuck on one thing. Should he tell Zhou Yu about what happened in their childhood? If he actually did speak up, would he even believe it? Would he think Jiangnan was joking? Or that he'd lost his mind? Even if he did believe him, should he take him back to the immortal realm? And more importantly, would Zhou Yu even want to go back with him? Leave everything behind to follow him into a completely alien world. According to Lin Yang, in that world, only Zhou Yu's mother still lived, while the entire Pei family, including Pei Yu himself, had long since perished. Zhou Yu would be the last one left. Just thinking about it gave Jiangnan a headache. Truthfully, he really did want to bring Zhou Yu back. But so much was uncertain. What if Zhou Yu didn't want to return? Or couldn't accept the truth about his past, or about Pei Yu's identity? What then? If he stayed here, Zhou Yu would live a normal life, grow old, and eventually die. But Jiangnan wouldn't. He had no real sense of his own lifespan. He only knew he could live for an incredibly long time. Possibly forever young, if he wanted. So then, should he let Zhou Yu know everything, help him reclaim his past? Or allow him to continue living as Zhou Yu, cutting all ties with Pei Yu? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He didn't know how long he'd been spacing out before a sudden voice snapped him back. You want to learn my UZI wall jump shooting course? Like, do you even deserve my course? Snapping to attention, he saw Chen Fan and the others had already stopped playing and moved off to play a game somewhere else. Only Jiangnan remained, sitting there holding cards like a fool. Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was still yelling, the UZI wall jump technique is a lost art, you get me, OW. Shit. Jiangnan sneaked up behind him and elbowed him hard. Tossing the cards carelessly onto the table, he walked over to Zhou Yu and saw him playing a game with Su Zichen. Su Zichen, this is the ancestor, I'll guide you to get it. Zhou Yu, are we burning its corpse to send the soul back? What are you guys playing? Jiangnan peeked over, casually slung an arm around Zhou Yu's neck, then plopped down beside him. Glancing at the screen, he muttered, 2 little characters running around, huh? Oh. They can fly too. So this is the game you're always playing, class monitor. The art style's not bad, kinda soothing. Yeah, the scenery's nice too. Ah, Jiangnan nodded. I heard it's a social game, there's a lot of players, right? No. It's a penalty standing game. Penalty standing. Jiangnan clicked his tongue. Sounds perfect for Chen Fan and Han Fuzhou, they've both spent plenty of time standing in corners. Chen Fan's voice came from behind again. UZI wall jump technique. Dude, are you obsessed or something? Facing Han Fuzhou's scornful look, Chen Fan smirked, J brat, you're getting kinda hot, huh? Maybe it's time I helped you cool down, catch my drift? Crazy. My time is short, come over here, squat down, and watch burn gang. What the hell do you want to watch? Han Fuzhou stood up slowly. Say that again. What did you say you want to watch? Seeing Han Fuzhou's hand drifting toward his waistband, Chen Fan gulped. Why you don't gotta get violent, man, I was just kidding. Wang Gang scratched his head. Burn gang? Is this joke even that funny? Feeling disconnected, Jiangnan pulled out his phone and shot a message to Long Xiao. Jiangnan, where you at? Didn't see you at breakfast this morning. Linang, guess. Jiangnan, screw off, guess nothing, where'd you run off to? Jiangnan, it's not safe outside. Watch yourself. If something feels off, call Qin Rong immediately. Lin Ang, got it. Holding the phone, he didn't know what else to do. His inner unease only grew heavier. Truthfully, there were many things Jiangnan was willing to share with Lin Ang, his tacit, childhood best friend through and through. He sighed inwardly and opened his phone keyboard again. Jiangnan, do you think if I take Zhou Yu back to the immortal realm, he'd agree? Nearly 2 or 3 minutes passed. Finally, Lin Ang slowly replied with a single question mark. Lin Ang, what's wrong with your brain? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Jiangnan, oh great, your smart mouth's back on time-limited return now. Lin Ang, guaranteed. Lin Ang, why suddenly want to take little Tianlang back to the immortal realm? What's going on, planning a big wedding or something? Jiangnan, it's not that urgent. So Jiangnan laid out his entire thought process to Lin Ang. Step by step, link by link, he analyzed, explained, and dissected it all. When Lin Ang learned Zhou Yu's true identity, he was mildly shocked. He said, when fate connects people, they'll meet again. How lucky, you didn't end up fated but never reunited. Jiangnan, yeah, fate really is strange. Now that I think about it, I feel truly fortunate. Jiangnan, but right now I'm also really troubled. Setting aside whether Zhou Yu would even believe me, if he did believe me, there's still a high chance he wouldn't come back with me. And if he doesn't, then he'll go through the normal cycle of life, aging, and death. I don't want him to die. Jiangnan, besides, I can't live inside a book forever. Even fallen leaves must return to their roots. Lin Ang, you're right. Lin Ang, if you can't bring yourself to say it, I'll find time to talk to little Tianlang, test the waters and see how he reacts. Jiangnan, really? My good brother. Lin Ang, Ah Nan, I want you to be happy. Most of the time, you should just speak up boldly about what you feel. You don't need to worry so much. Lin Ang, from Xiao Tianlang's perspective, this whole thing might sound bizarre and surreal. But I think, if it's you saying it, he'll listen. Don't underestimate your place in his heart. Reading Lin Ang's words, Jiangnan nearly teared up. Just remembering how he used to steal his treasures as a kid, he wanted to slap himself silly right then and there. But the next second, Lin Ang sent another message. Brother Ming Xiao, seems time's running short. Chapter 185 Meow. Jiangnan, ice lolly. What happened to him? Lin Ang, his body's been eroded. He doesn't have long to live. After telling Jiangnan about what had happened that morning, Lin Ang continued. This world feels so corrupt and terrible. If I'd been born here without any support or backing, I'd be nothing at all. Even my current achievements rely on my father's genes and background. Ming Xiao and countless other lives, they're all struggling so hard, surviving with such resilience. Yet fate plays cruel tricks, and the world is unjust. What? I think I finally understand why father wanted me to come here. The sun can illuminate all darkness. It is selfless. After sending those words, Lin Ang fell silent. Jiangnan stared at his somber message, lost in thought. There was despair, yet it carried a certain flair. Damn. He got me again with his cool act. Jiangnan lowered his eyes. Indeed. The sun is selfless. I don't know about others, but at least that was true of Uncle Lin. Once, he had regarded Lin Yang as an elder worthy of respect, someone to look up to, a role model. But over time, he realized he could never truly grasp Lin Yang's essence. He could become utterly selfish, but never completely selfless. A student surpassing the master. Lin Ang was an unusual existence. So extraordinary that even Lin Yang said he would far exceed himself from back then. Propping up one leg over the other, Jiangnan leaned back and gazed upward, deep in contemplation. As long as a person is alive, they possess will. With will comes growth. And through growth, one gradually comprehends everything. Everyone eventually forgets the aspirations they held when young and full of vigor, the dreams they once cherished in their hearts. Step by step, they come to face reality, first acknowledging it, then confronting it, enduring it, until finally bowing before it. In this process, life brews a complex mix of sweetness, sourness, bitterness, and spiciness, letting people experience emotions they've never known and endure hardships they've never faced. At 14 or 15, Jiangnan could confidently call himself a genius. Back then, his accomplishments in cultivation were already at a peak most cultivators could only dream of reaching. So young, yet there was no more room left for progress. Coupled with his overwhelmingly powerful family background, once he realized just how exceptional he truly was, he quickly began to fall apart, his cultivation stagnating completely. It wasn't that he couldn't cultivate, it was that he found it boring, so he simply stopped, much like a rebellious teenager skipping school. But he really did drive his parents mad. Jiang Bai and Lin Yang teamed up to reason with Jiangnan, pleading until he was so annoyed he considered fleeing to the mortal realm. In the end, it was only after Lin Ang voluntarily offered to stay by his side and repeatedly promised he wouldn't let Jiangnan fall backward that Jiang Bai and Lin Yang finally relented. One could say that if not for Lin Ong, no one knew just how wild Jiangnan might have gone. At that point, he was still in his impulsive, fiery youth. Roaming mountains and rivers, living freely and unrestrained, sure, it was delightful. But given enough time, even that grew dull. Within just 2 short years, Jiangnan abandoned his desire to wander endlessly for pleasure and returned to his den. Yet even after returning, he didn't behave himself. He did everything, except cultivate. He didn't even know where he'd gotten some lounge chair, which he now placed in the courtyard. Every day, he'd lie down, read novels, sip tea, indulging himself better than his own father ever did. A teenager acting like a retired old man. And within just these 2 years, Jiangnan had changed dramatically. Jiang Bai truly feared that in another 2 years, he'd go so far as to craft a coffin for himself and crawl inside, vanishing from the world entirely. Thus, he started getting creative, finding things for Jiangnan to do. Before coming here, Jiangnan believed he'd already experienced every facet of life, uncovered profound truths, and seen through the nature of the world. He felt devoid of desire, ambition, or attachment. But now, everything was different. It turned out that what he'd known before wasn't life at all, merely a blank, colorless sheet of paper. Having tasted only a fraction of life's complex flavors, he had mistakenly assumed that was all there was. How naive. A soft sensation on his hand. At some point, Zhou Yu had turned off his phone and leaned closer, gently playing with Jiangnan's fingers. Su Zichen, perceptive as ever, squeezed into Wang Gang's side and began watching Chen Fan perform his so-called legendary U-jump rifle technique. Not playing anymore? Nope. You've looked troubled since earlier, and last night you acted strangely too. You have something to tell me? Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Zhou Yu. Jiangnan grinned. It's fine, really. Wanna go see your brother? It's kinda boring right now. Gang just got back. My brother's not a kid, he won't starve or dehydrate in the hospital. Guess you're right. Jiangnan lightly rested his hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder. Bro. What now? Cough, I have this friend. It was nearly afternoon when Lin Ong and Qin Mingxiao finally returned. After distributing the packed lunches to the group of hungry little brothers, Jiangnan, ignoring Qin Mingxiao's odd stare, yanked Lin Ong aside into a corner. He suspiciously glanced around twice, making sure no one was watching them, before whispering, so. How long can he last? At most, a little over 3 years. Lin Ong opened his palm, revealing an extremely tiny magic formation glowing faintly. Watching the hue of the formation, Jiangnan pressed a finger gently against his lips. Bound by blood. After briefly examining its layout and flow pattern, he shook his head. No. You're sacrificing your own fortune to sustain him, using your essence and blood to nourish his physical body. Yes. Lin Ong nodded. Can you even handle that? No problem. I'm just hungrier than usual, eat more, and it'll be fine. Alright, but don't end up so weak you can't even cry about it later. Hearing that, Lin Ong shoved his hand in Jiangnan's face. I know you've got plenty of good stuff. Kick something over. Talk about it when we're alone. Jiangnan punched Lin Ong hard twice in the chest, then said seriously, a man can't say he can't do it. You need to last longer. Otherwise, Ice Lolly won't even look at you in the future. I think I last pretty well. That's just what you think. Bringing this up lit a gossipy spark in Jiangnan's heart, and his voice dropped even lower. He leaned in closer, raised both thumbs and wiggled them suggestively, his eyebrows arching in a particularly lewd way. You and Ice Lolly, have you two, done this? What do you mean? Are you two together or not? Lin Ong cut him off. What the hell? We're just friends. Chapter 186, Letting You Kill Yourself, how's that? The lunch was strangely awkward. Jiangnan and Lin Ong didn't say a single word to each other, an unprecedented occurrence. They behaved themselves throughout the entire meal, which was completely unlike their usual selves. Yet during it all, Qin Mingxiao had this nagging feeling that Jiangnan kept glancing at him. Similarly, Zhou Yu sensed Lin Ong's stealing looks at him too. They could feel the stares, but couldn't catch them red-handed. Because both of them would always look away just a split second before anyone turned to check, feigning complete innocence. Qin Mingxiao and Zhou Yu were left utterly confused, having no idea what these two were scheming. After finishing their meal, Lin Ong made up some random excuse and dragged Zhou Yu out with him. As they left, he exchanged meaningful glances with Jiangnan, eyebrow flicks, subtle winks, the kind of nonverbal communication that needed no words. Once the exchange concluded, Jiangnan watched as the two walked out the door. Just as the corner of his mouth began curling upward, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. To be honest, Lin Ong didn't even know where he was walking now. He only knew that they'd passed 4 or 5 intersections already, and he still hadn't gathered his thoughts enough to speak. No matter how he thought about it, anything he said would sound forced. After stuttering internally for what felt like ages, he finally blurted out. Xiao Tianlang, do you believe there are cultivators in this world? Zhou Yu kept walking. Same question. Jiangnan asked me that this morning. You were looking at me during lunch just now, weren't you? Is there something Jiangnan wanted to say but couldn't bring himself to, so he asked you to help instead? You noticed. Wasn't it obvious? Lin Ong grimaced sheepishly. Alright, fine. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk properly. What I'm about to say will sound insane. It might even completely rewrite your understanding of reality. Hearing that, Zhou Yu perked up. Now this sounded interesting. Lead the way. Meanwhile, Jiangnan received an unexpected guest. A few knocks, knock knock, and Wang Gang, the only one free, went to open the door. Who is it? The first thing he saw was a light blue, fine-plaid shirt. Casual, stylish, pleasant to look at. But when he saw the man's face, Wang Gang's expression visibly soured. It wasn't just anyone. It was Jiangxi. More precisely, the self-proclaimed king of trash talk, the one who'd launched indiscriminate attacks against everyone, Jiangxi. Wang Gang's brows knitted with displeasure. He turned and called into the room, Nan, your second brother's here. No need to announce me. I can find my way. Jiangxi wore a gentle smile as he sidestepped Wang Gang and stepped inside with long strides. The moment he entered, he heard his third brother's voice. Yo Binggun, you serious? Should I go talk to your old man and see if I can get you out? Will that even work? Jiangnan, I think so. He looked completely serious. Here's an idea, I'll have you recognize my father as your godfather, then let my dad step in. That increases the chances of success. Qin Mingxiao, a real man lives under heaven and earth, how can I remain beneath others forever? How come, damn it? Before Jiangnan could keep deceiving Qin Mingxiao, his ear was suddenly seized. Jiangxi's soft, warm voice came from behind him. You've got quite the business going, third brother. Already collecting brothers under your roof, now you're even planning lineage expansion. Didn't your older brother ever teach you not to trick other people's kids when you're out and about? Jiangnan hastily covered his ear and spun around. He didn't notice when the gaming sounds in the room had stopped, nor when Chen Fan and the others had huddled together, silently watching the drama unfold like spectators at a show. Staring at Jiangxi, Jiangnan felt nothing but irritation. Weren't you just here yesterday? Do you really enjoy stalking me this much? Don't think you can lecture me just because you changed clothes and put on a nice tone. I've said it before, whatever I do doesn't concern you. With that, Jiangnan shoved Jiangxi toward the door. Today's match is already off. We've forfeited. Tomorrow we're heading back home. Just return to Jiangqing now. I don't want to see you. Don't want to see me. Jiangxi's eyes sparkled with restrained amusement and quiet affection. The moment I finished cultivation, I came straight here to see you, and now you're kicking me out before we've even properly reunited? You ungrateful brat. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get here? Only after stepping outside did Jiangnan realize something was off. Glancing back at the others still peeking out from the doorway, trying to eavesdrop, he slammed the door shut without hesitation. To confirm his suspicion, Jiangnan made a sound, meow. Meow up right arrow. Jiangxi, meow up left arrow. Jiangnan, meow down right arrow up right arrow. Jiangxi, meow up left arrow. Together, they chorused, meow up right arrow down right arrow up right arrow down right arrow up left arrow up right arrow down right arrow. People in the rooms nearby, listening to the meowing echoing through the corridor, fell into stunned silence. When that song ended, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled faintly, his mouth half open. Second brother, is that really you? Third brother, it's me. Second brother. Third brother. Second brother. Third brother. He reached out and ruffled Jiangnan's hair. What's wrong? Did my doppelganger in this world treat you badly? If you're unhappy, tell your brother, I'll kill him for you. It's not like that. Jiangnan shook his head. Letting you kill yourself, how would that even work? But second brother, how did you even get here? Did father kick you in again? Jiangxi remained cheerfully smiling. Don't bring that up while I'm in a good mood. Oh. So you failed cultivation again? I didn't. Then you succeeded. Stubborn as a dead duck. The smile on Jiangxi's face nearly cracked. How did such a good younger brother end up with such a sharp mouth? Maybe one day I should go back and sew it shut. I was wrong, brother. Jiangnan lowered his head obediently. But seriously, how did you get here? Lin Ong just came down not long ago, and now you're here too. Are big brother and old man going to come down next? Your imagination's too naive. Jiangxi poked Jiangnan's cheek. Father definitely won't come. But big brother might, possibly. When I left, he was muttering for ages about missing you and such. But forget that for now, where's Peiyu? Why do you want to know about him? Perhaps due to his fixed impression of Jiangxi from this world, even though it was now truly his second brother asking, Jiangnan reflexively felt wary. So not only is Lin Ong gone, but he took Peiyu with him as well. So what, did he know I was coming and ran off ahead of time? Bro, keep your voice down. In the farthest corner, Jiangnan quickly covered Jiangxi's mouth. He said, did you see that white-clothed guy with the disdainful look? Jiangshi turned his head. I saw him. What about it? Good looks, top tier, maybe splitting 4-6 with your brother here at best. Still, even so, he qualifies as an absolutely stunning man. His aura is restrained, neither arrogant nor impatient. You can tell he's a talented kid. Why do I feel something inside him? Jiangnan, that's Lin Eng's wife. Then again. Seeing Jiangshi looking at him, Qin Mingxiao didn't avoid eye contact. The two glared at each other from afar, locked in a tense stare, seemingly competing to see who would look away first. Clearly, he mistook the Jiangshi currently in the room for the world-renowned verbal champion Jiangshi of this realm. The latter twitched his eye corner. Why is he glaring at me? Did he hear what I just said? I didn't say anything bad, I was complimenting him. You probably don't know, but your doppelganger in this world once roasted him. Like, straight into the minefield kind of roasting. Just recalling that, Jiangnan felt indignant on behalf of Jiangshi. Someone else's clone causes trouble, yet the original has to suffer the consequences, and worse, his own second brother doesn't even know what's going on. Kind of makes me want to laugh, huh? He's insane. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Jiangshi whispered weakly, is my doppelganger really that disliked? When I told you to leave right after entering, fine, but how did you end up offending people too? Looking into his sincere, bewildered eyes, honestly, Jiangnan hesitated briefly, worried about hurting his feelings, before stammering out, he's not disliked per se. It's just, his mouth is toxic. If his mouth stinks, make him brush his teeth. How can your breath not stink if you don't brush or rinse? No wonder no one likes him. Are we even on the same wavelength, bro? Aren't we? Jiangnan tried to correct Jiangshi's misunderstanding, pointing at his own mouth. Bro, do you think my breath stinks? Not at all. Jiangshi looked at his gleaming white teeth, then leaned closer to sniff. But if one day you pick up the habit of not brushing your teeth, I'll beat you first, you pollute the air. Jiangnan shot him a glare, have your cultivation practices rusted your brain or something? I think you're trying to overturn heaven and earth. We're done. With that, Jiangnan fell silent. Because he knew Jiangshi definitely hadn't caught the meaning of his, we're done, yet, and was now mentally racing to decipher the phrase. After hard stunning his second brother for 2.5 minutes, Jiangnan finally couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth any longer and burst into loud laughter. This laugh, though, hard to describe. Han Fuzhou covered his ears. Bro Nan, stop laughing, neighbors are gonna report you next door. Chen Fan chimed in, no need to wait for the neighbors, I'm reporting you first. Laughing so uncouthly, like a male duck's quack. I won't associate with any of you. Who wants to associate with you anyway? Dragging the still-stunned Jiangshi over to the sofa, Jiangnan sat down solemnly and introduced, this is my second brother. Full blood. Wang Gang, then who was yesterday's guy? That one was a cousin. Qin Mingxiao, I don't believe it. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Say another word, and he's yours. Qin Mingxiao, don't want him. Earlier, when Jiangshi appeared, Su Zichen wasn't present. Now harboring doubts, he thought, the man seemed mild-mannered, scholarly, elegant in speech and behavior, completely normal. Yet why did Chen Fan and others tell him that Jiangnan's second brother not only spoke offensively, but was ruthless in action, walking around with his nose in the air? Wasn't that an exaggeration? Crossing his arms, Qin Mingxiao scrutinized Jiangshi up and down. Mr. Jiang's second young master, are you wearing a disguise to play the role of a good older brother? Jiangshi stared back. You're sick. Su Zichen, looks like I should quit judging people by their appearance. Guardian. You must not defy Bingun God. Chen Fan slammed the table, eyes blazing, last time you insulted us, fine. But now you dare insult Brother Bingun too. Wang Gang pulled his hand down. Behave. We can't fight him. But every time Wang Gang pulled it down, Chen Fan stuck it back on the table, over and over, again and again. The silence among everyone was deafening. Jiangshi was amused by the scene. In his eyes, Chen Fan looked like a fluffy creature puffing up its fur. He stretched out his slender hand and gently patted the top of Chen Fan's head, voice soft as he said, I didn't insult him. He really is sick. Han Fuzhou widened his eyes, swatting Jiangshi's hand away and shouting, Chen Fan, go wash your hair right now, he definitely smeared poison on his hand. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. He pointed at Jiangshi in disbelief, you. How vile of you, such a devious scheme, truly a well-calculated move. Jiangshi. His hand froze midair. He turned to Jiangnan and said, I think he has it too. Yeah, I agree with that. Jiangnan coughed dryly twice. Guys, believe me, this time my brother is actually normal. If he says you're sick, then you really are sick. Nanji, you're betraying us. Get lost. Jiangnan let out a heavy sigh, suddenly looking weathered beyond his years. I don't even know how to explain this to you. By your standards, this is my real older brother, I just got him back today. My brother came straight here without rest the moment he returned. What does that prove? It proves we're brothers from the heart, bound by deep affection. With that, Jiangnan threw himself into a dramatic embrace around Jiang Shi, wailing loudly, "Brother, I've waited for you so long, it's been so hard." Jiang Shi blinked once. "You might be sick too." "I'm not." Qin Mingxiao said coolly, "Your brother says you're sick, so you're sick." "Wait, bro." Jiangnan sat back down properly and stared at Qin Mingxiao. "My brother meant your illness, that one." He winked exaggeratedly. "You know, that. Got it? My brother saw right through you." "What, that?" Chen Fan ran his fingers through his hair. Could Bingun Yang be Wej early XJE? Chapter 189. The sky is going to darken. I'll believe it when pigs fly. Qin Mingxiao pointed at himself, then held up 2 fingers for Chen Fan to see. Chen Fan bit his lip and grinned crookedly, "No way. Show me your bird and I'll believe you." Qin Mingxiao. "Your brother Jiangnan was right, this guy's definitely sick." He gripped Chen Fan's head and shook it playfully. Not only is he sick, but his brain's completely filled with water. But before he knew it, Chen Fan had grabbed his hand and sucked on it with a loud shllp, leaving warm, sticky saliva across his palm. Disgusted, Qin Mingxiao instinctively clamped his thumb and index finger over Chen Fan's mouth. "You damn dog." "Well, that's exactly what I am." Chen Fan spat twice. "Your hand tastes so salty. Why don't you lick your own and check how salty it is?" "Mine's salty too." "So why are you complaining about mine?" "Because I'm bored." Barely suppressing the urge to slap Chen Fan across the face, Qin Mingxiao stormed off toward the bathroom. Wash his hands. He'd need to scrub them with soap at least 100 times. Chen Fan, 18 years old, swiftly advanced through all 6 realms of spiritual cultivation, a peerless prodigy. His record speaks for itself. In stark contrast to their relaxed and harmonious scene stood Lin Eng's side, a tension brewing beneath the surface. The 2 tails trailing behind them were getting closer. After walking for a while, they arrived at the same small shop where Lin Ong had fought someone the day before. Zhou Yu glanced inside. All the tables and chairs had been replaced. A paper sign now hung on the door, "Our sow gave birth, we've gone home to celebrate. Don't come by for nothing." Lin Ong looked over as well. Birthed new life, it truly deserves celebration. New existence has emerged into this world. You could speak like normal people do, you know. Zhou Yu continued walking forward. Is this seriously how people talk in your other world? Everyone has their own way of speaking and behaving. Lin Ong neither denied nor confirmed his words. Seeing Zhou Yu still walking ahead, Lin Ong called out from behind, "Let's go back." "Huh?" Zhou Yu turned around, puzzled. "We're just 200 or 300 meters away." "Go back now." "Yes. Now." Lin Eng's eyes crinkled into a gentle smile as he softly said, "The sky is going to darken. Let's head back." Without giving Zhou Yu a chance to reply, he simply smiled faintly, stepped forward, and gently took his hand, guiding him back the way they came. Still, he kept humming softly, "The sky is getting dark." The tone was so cheerful, like the innocent voice of a child delighted by play. Yet the more carefree it sounded, the stranger Zhou Yu felt. It was broad daylight. How could it possibly be getting dark already? If anything, sunset was still 6 or 7 hours away. Glancing at Lin Eng's profile. If not for having seen him return together with Qin Mingxiao earlier, and even sharing a meal with them, he would have started suspecting that Lin Ong was some shape-shifting monster. Thinking that, he reached out with his free hand and pressed it against Lin Eng's forehead. After a few seconds, he pulled it away. "You're not running a fever. Are you possessed?" Lin Ong merely smiled, glancing slowly around the surroundings before lowering his gaze to look at Zhou Yu. That single glance sent an inexplicable chill down Zhou Yu's spine. He shifted slightly toward Lin Eng's shoulder. "Are you trying to tell me something?" But Lin Ong just kept smiling, pulling him along as he walked, even taking out his phone to send a message to someone unknown. Perhaps due to the height difference, or maybe because Lin Ong deliberately raised his hand, Zhou Yu could only catch sight of a flurry of emoji stickers filling the chat window. They walked a few more steps. A wisp of pale smoke dispersed from Lin Eng's body. Yet midair, it twisted into a spiral, just like a dragon writhing through space, before vanishing silently into the crowd. How come apart from Xiao Qin and Xiao Wang, none of you 3 are in decent shape? Perhaps it was because Jiangxi exuded such a warm, elder brotherly aura, one so soothing it actually broke down their defenses. At the very least, they no longer looked at him with suspicion. Right now, Jiangxi was feeling Chen Fan's pulse, his brow slightly furrowed. He stated bluntly, "You've been indulging in lust far too often. Too frequent release, harmful in every way, beneficial in none. Exercise some restraint." Instantly, everyone's attention snapped to Chen Fan, each wearing variations of the same expression. "Oh boss Fan, been studying somewhere lately? Teach your younger brothers the way." Han Fuzhou laughed like a monkey, slinging an arm around Chen Fan's neck and teasing him. This left Chen Fan utterly flustered, wanting nothing more than to cover his face. "Han Fuzhou, get lost. Damn it, wasn't this just public humiliation?" He actually said it all out loud. Jiangxi added coolly, "What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't tell you're just as bad?" The moment those words left his mouth, it was like another bomb had detonated. Han Fuzhou instantly stopped laughing, his face turning flustered. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Mingxiao quietly scooted backward, his previously crossed leg now neatly placed down. He scratched the tip of his nose, deliberately avoiding keeping his gaze on Jiangxi. Oh. Oh oh oh. Qin Mingxiao's classic, telltale sign of guilt went unnoticed by Jiangxi, but not by Jiangnan, who had been watching the show with sharp eyes. Amused, Jiangnan laughed mockingly, his gaze full of implication. What's wrong, Bing Bing? Could it be that? Before he could finish, the phone resting on the table suddenly lit up. Seeing it was a message from Lin Ong, he swallowed the rest of his words immediately and switched into high alert. Lin Ong, I've caught 2 people with ill intentions. Jiangnan, wow, impressive. Good job, pat pat. Lin Ong. He glanced at Zhou Yu beside him, who was still gripping the scar-faced man's collar, his expression a mix of disbelief and fury, unsure how to describe it. After hesitating a moment, he continued typing, seems like they're enemies from little Tianlang coming after us. Jiangnan, ? Jiangnan, send the location. Lin Ong, oh. He sent his current location, then added, have Mingxiao come too. He didn't receive an instant reply. But Lin Ong wasn't in a hurry. He glanced sideways at Zhou Yu, whose expression remained dark, then stepped forward and asked, your enemies? Zhou Yu shook his head. A faint tooth mark appeared on his tightly pressed lower lip, people who must die. His face hardened, fingers tightening their grip on the man's collar. His eyes burned with intensity as he forced each word through gritted teeth. Yang Yong. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Chapter 191 Take it, don't be shy. What kind of poison is this? Qin Mingxiao pressed his tongue against the tip of his tooth, glanced at it casually, then shoved it into his pocket. Good boy. Humph. Lin Ong still stood with his arms crossed, head turned sideways, still being stubbornly proud. Just as he was in the middle of his prideful act, a sudden pain shot through his backside. A figure dashed over, launching like a starving tiger, sneaking up from behind to tackle him to the ground. Instantly, their bodies tangled together, rolling several times on the floor before finally coming to a stop. Jiangxi seized the chance to flip on top, pinning Lin Ong down with both hands around his throat, smirking wickedly, Lin Ong. I've really missed you. Unfortunately, Long Xiao didn't show the shock Jiangxi had hoped for. He didn't even flinch in his eyes, merely glanced at Jiangxi's outfit, extended one finger to hook the collar that had slipped down from being on top, and murmured, how much did you miss me? Looks like you're just nostalgic for the days you got solo fragged. Don't say it. Jiangxi used his hand to shut Lin Eng's mouth, who told you to disappear after fighting my brother and me that last time? When we came looking for you, you weren't even there. We would have won that time for sure. Making excuses. Lin Ong forcefully pried open Jiangxi's wrist. Get off yourself, or I'll kick you off. Jiangxi. Lin Ong. 3. You. 2. Fine, I'll get up. That made Lin Ong chuckle. Not only do you make false claims, but now you're throwing tantrums too. Seems Uncle Jiang and Uncle Jing haven't given you enough assignments, leaving you with so much free time. Should I remind them later? What are you talking about? I'll shut up. That clearly hit Jiangxi's weak spot. Seeing this guy finally subdued, Lin Ong scoffed condescendingly twice, then effortlessly flipped himself up, trotting back to Qin Mingxiao's side. He grabbed his sleeve and pointed at Jiangxi, tattling, Brother Mingxiao, he just cursed at me. He can curse all he wants, but he actually choked me. My arm's been scraped raw, it hurts so much. His eyes brimmed with tears, no one knew why, but strangely, his hand pointing at Jiangxi was trembling. Jiangxi. Are you insane? Do you even know who my father is? My father is Jiang Bai. Hearing that, Nan Jiang, who had been comforting someone nearby, suddenly reacted as if a keyword had been triggered. Bro, play is play, mess around is fine, but don't steal my lines. Lin Ong stepped forward too, saying proudly, well my dad is Lin Yang, what, you scared? Try me. Let's see who backs down. While the two were fiercely hurling insults at each other, Lin Ong didn't notice that in the heat of the moment, he'd casually mentioned his father's name, causing Qin Mingxiao, who was adjusting Lin Eng's sleeve, to flicker a slight movement in his eyebrow. But after a brief pause, Qin Mingxiao simply filed the name away in his mind, continuing his task of checking Lin Eng's completely unharmed arm. Scraped. Scraped huh. The arm was perfectly clean, no wound, not even a scratch. So Qin Mingxiao kindly gave it a pinch. Over at the younger group, Nan Jiang finished wiping Zhou Yu's tears, then held his face and studied it closely for a long while. Touched his ears, his lips, brushed his hair. So handsome. But next time I want you crying because I'm being bad. Zhou Yu sniffled. Even mid-sob, he couldn't resist retorting, you still have the heart to joke around. How could I not? Nan Jiang grinned slyly, glancing at the bleeding man and woman tied to the ground. Enemies showing up at the door. Well, this was a group effort. Just as he was about to give them a sinister smirk to show them how terrifying he looked, he caught sight of the scar across the man's forehead. His upturned lips immediately dropped. Ha! Nan Jiang picked up Duanri, pulling Zhou Yu down to crouch beside the man. Left and right, even stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then he reached over, tugged up Zhou Yu's pant leg, and asked in front of Yang Yong, "This isn't by any chance that dog of a father of yours, is it? He doesn't even deserve to be called a dog." Yang Yong. Zhou Yu cursed under his breath, then said nothing more. But Nan Jiang already understood. Now this was an oddly poetic script. Father killed son, Pei Yu's father killed Pei Yu. And this man here? Father of Zhou Qingze. Which meant, he was practically Zhou Yu's step-half-uncle. So in the immortal realm, Pei Yu was killed by his father, and in this world, Zhou Yu wants to kill his own. I swear, what a loving family reunion. Looks like I should have waited for you to chop him up before stepping in. He shoved Duanri back into Zhou Yu's hand, or, why not do it now? I'll watch. Zhou Yu. You die. What about me if you die? Do you think I'll be fine? Here, take it, don't be shy. As he spoke, Nan Jiang also drew out Zhou Yu and stuffed it into Zhou Yu's other hand. Over at the sidelines, Qin Mingxiao, who had been watching the spectacle, saw Zhou Yu actually accept the weapons and felt a sharp twitch in his temple. He quickly stepped forward, calling out, "Wait. Hold on." He hastily rummaged through the syringes Lin Ong had given him earlier, pulled one out, and injected half its contents into Yang Yong's vein. Don't kill them yet. If this substance really is related to fourth-gen beasts like Lin Ong said, these two are key prisoners. Nan Jiang couldn't quite follow Qin Mingxiao's reasoning. What are you planning? We're sending them to Longzhou first for real-time monitoring. And send this drug along too. Nan Jiang didn't respond to Qin Mingxiao. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yu's expression, his eyes silently saying, "If you don't want it, even if he tries, I'll keep the man alive for you." Zhou Yu shook his head. No need. Perhaps sensing it wasn't entirely fair to Zhou Yu, Qin Mingxiao added, "We'll return them after the research. Or, if you'd like special arrangements for him, that can happen too." Predictably, the moment Qin Mingxiao finished speaking, Zhou Yu nodded firmly, "That works." Nan Jiang could only stand by, hands on his hips, watching the two of them. Of course he knew what Qin Mingxiao was really after. A new generation of beasts, how could that not be a major matter? If they could extract any useful intel from these two, it would benefit both the nation and the public immensely. But none of that concerned him anymore. Soon, he'd be leaving. By then, whether this world lived or died would no longer be his problem. At that thought, Nan Jiang's gaze drifted back to Zhou Yu. Had Lin Ong told him yet? Chapter 192 Dang Gui. After seeing Qin Mingxiao walk toward Jiangnan and the others, Jiangxi sidled over and tugged at Lin Eng's shirt from behind. "Is this your wife? No wonder you left so fast without even saying goodbye, turns out you came here to get married." Lin Eng's face darkened. "Piss off. What's with the cold act? Dead dragon, after all these years, who doesn't know your bullshit? Stop pretending." Jiangxi poked at Lin Eng's armpit. "Dead tiger. Dead dragon." They both spoke in barely audible whispers, mouths only slightly parted, barely containing their voices as they subtly clawed at each other under pressure. Although Lin Ong often bickered with Jiangnan, engaged in playful teasing and light scuffles, they never snapped at each other with cold expressions. But with this tiger Jiangxi, Lin Ong couldn't quite explain it. Somehow, it felt like this was the only way they could coexist. You could say there simply wasn't a better method for them to communicate. Not married. Lin Ong rubbed his neck irritably. We haven't even defined our relationship yet. How can you talk about marriage? That's pure nonsense. Then why did my brother say she's your wife? This time, Lin Ong spoke with unusual seriousness. I think you should fix Nan's brain, check which nerve is miswired and snap it back into place. Since when do I have your permission to talk about my brother? Get lost. With the suspect caught red-handed, the matter could now be handed over to Qin Mingxiao, the professional, to handle. No need for them to worry any further. As they were about to leave, Lin Ong suddenly acted strangely, insisting on walking beside Qin Mingxiao. No amount of persuasion worked, leaving Qin no choice but to reluctantly give in. The remaining three thus began their journey back home. But all along the way, Jiangxi felt unusually conspicuous. Jiangxi, strange. When three people walk together, one inevitably becomes the show-off. Right now, that show-off was stuck right between them, clinging to Pei Yu's arm and chattering non-stop. As for what he was actually saying, it seemed to be nothing but empty words. Moreover, Jiangxi had another sensation. It felt like Pei Yu somehow didn't particularly like him. He recalled Jiangnan mentioning that his clone had a sharp mouth and tended to offend people. Could it be? Jiangxi inhaled sharply in fragments. I haven't offended anyone. What did Lin Ong take you out for? How did you end up encountering those people so suddenly? He took me out for something, you don't already know better than I do. Zhou Yu's tone was indifferent, but his fingers intertwined with Jiangnan's quietly pressed a fingernail into his skin. We'll talk when we're back. Jiangnan looked down. Why are you pinching me? Zhou Yu, question mark. Jiangxi, exclamation point. Just as he was mentally preparing himself for whatever unlikable thing his doppelganger might have done, Jiangnan's words startled him. He instinctively glanced behind himself. Then he shook his head with a faint smile. I really overthink too much. My younger brother isn't grown up yet. How could he possibly say such an absurd thing? By the time they reached the hotel entrance, Jiangxi said goodbye to Jiangnan. He needed to go to Jiangqing to see father and mother Jiang. He made plans with Jiangnan that once they returned, they'd come find him. Before leaving, Jiangxi gazed deeply at Zhou Yu and left with a simple phrase, long time no see. He waved and walked away. Departing carefree. Departing freely. It was a rather obnoxious move. Not just Zhou Yu, even Jiangnan had no idea what his older brother meant. What the hell does long time no see mean? Did big brother meet pay you before? Let's talk properly. Zhou Yu hooked his hand around Jiangnan's arm. Lin Ong has already told me most of it. Instantly, Jiangnan stiffened from head to toe. Xiao Yu. If you can't accept it, then. No. Zhou Yu rose slightly onto his toes, extending his index finger to gently press against Jiangnan's lips. Rather than hearing it through someone else, I want to hear it from you. He leaned closer and closer. In your eyes, what exactly is our relationship now? Dao Lu. Just that? No. Then what else is it? Heat surged to his ears. This brash, foul-mouthed rogue who normally cursed without restraint found himself blushing, stammering, unable to speak clearly. As if that so-called something more was too difficult to utter aloud. Fu, Jun. Jiangnan's voice was too soft, so quiet that Zhou Yu heard nothing at all. He only saw Jiangnan's lips move, then fall silent. I said. Fu Jun. Zhou Yu nodded vaguely. I remember in those TV dramas people usually call each other Xianggong. Jiangnan fell silent again. But it was clear, his heart was pounding. Fast. Scarily fast. After some thought, Zhou Yu decided not to dwell on the topic. Maybe terms of endearment just varied from place to place. Don't tell my brother about what happened today. He'll find out eventually, but for now, let him have some time to adjust. Oh. Got it. Jiangnan responded dully, his ears still tinged red. Why are you always worrying about others? When will you start learning to care about yourself? Zhou Yu's already turned body froze at that. As if he'd heard something unexpectedly amusing. He glanced back. That look, exactly like the one described in novels, eyes blooming with thousands of peach blossoms. I can learn from you. When you care about me. I can learn from you how to care about myself. In that moment, Jiangnan seemed to glimpse the grown-up Pei Yu through the boy standing before him. A seed planted in childhood had finally blossomed in adulthood. Lin On said, in that world, I'm already dead. Zhou Yu lifted a faint smile, his eyes fixed steadily on Jiangnan. If you want, you can call me that way again, like before. He tilted his head. We've known each other since we were so little, after all. This time, Jiangnan, who always rambled on one-sidedly, couldn't string together a single complete sentence. Each thought forming in his heart shattered under Zhou Yu's gaze. Scattered beyond speech. Scattered until his throat tightened, voiceless. Hey. You. With that beginning, everything after slipped beyond Jiangnan's control. Hey. Xiao. You. You. Little teacher. For reasons unknown, these words spilled one by one from his lips, like heavy hammers. Each word Jiangnan spoke landed another blow upon his heart. One word, one strike. One strike, one word. Heavier each time, yet more freeing with each release. Suits me well. Zhou Yu listened, emotions churning in his eyes, like waves crashing against the shore, like endless tides rolling forward. Yet all he did was take Jiangnan's wrist, gazing at the red string around it. I don't know why little teacher became a thing, but that was the past. Jiangnan, in this lifetime, you're my teacher. He bowed his head, pressing a gentle kiss onto the knuckle of Jiangnan's ring finger. Circles have no end. Faded connections don't either. If it must end, then I'll give my life to renew our bond. My long-lost one, it's time to come home, Dang Gui. Chapter 193, You can run, but you can't hide forever. After this exchange, neither of them felt composed. Especially Jiangnan, his mind was practically gone now. His breathing was rapid and ragged, his chest heaving uncontrollably. The tide of desire had surged within him, reaching its peak. He swallowed hard. The sound was so loud that even Zhou Yu heard it. What's wrong with you? I want to. The words were already on the tip of his tongue, but Jiangnan abruptly braked. He shook his head twice, desperately trying to regain clarity. Want what? It had been fine when he didn't speak, but now that Zhou Yu had opened his mouth, all those hazy, forbidden thoughts Jiangnan had tried to shake off came rushing back. And multiplied. I want to kiss. Is that okay? He hooked Zhou Yu's pinky finger with his own, his pupils now covered in a faint blue hue. But this wasn't the same deep, dark blue as before. It was a pale, soft water blue, glossy and moist, brimming with longing. Combined with his master's delicate face, anyone who saw it would find resistance nearly impossible. Zhou Yu stared into his eyes for a long moment, failing to understand what kind of logic this was. Since when did eye color start fading? You're sure you only want to kiss? Nothing else? Nothing else. Jiangnan shook his head. I only want this. You've gone pure. There was clear teasing in Zhou Yu's tone. Well, he had a point. Previously, Jiangnan would just kiss whenever he wanted, no asking, no warning, completely spontaneous. Jiangnan lowered his body slightly, making it easier for Zhou Yu to reach his face. His cheek was gently cupped, their distance closed once more. You know what you look like right now? I do. Like a cat seeking affection, right? So, shouldn't you comfort me? Staring at his own reflection in those shimmering, watery blue eyes, Zhou Yu brushed his fingertip across Jiangnan's eyelid, grazing his lashes. Close your eyes. Jiangnan obediently shut them, lowering his posture even further. He could feel warm breath against the tip of his nose. Then, a soft touch at the corner of his eye. He felt it clearly, Zhou Yu only kissed his eyelid, not going straight for his lips like he usually did. Even so, Jiangnan was satisfied. He gently patted Zhou Yu's back, signaling it was time to go inside. Without heading straight to find Chen Fan and the others, Jiangnan closed the door behind them and removed his coat first. It was as if he'd mentally prepared himself to confess everything, the seriousness on his face was unlike anything seen before. Xiao Yu, if I weren't human, could you accept that? Aren't you realizing only now how strange it is to bring this up? Zhou Yu tilted his head. Though, maybe it's not that odd. Perhaps only I've noticed how different you are. This isn't a joke. I'm being serious, I truly don't count as human. Right. You're not human. You're a cat. Can I see it? Jiangnan froze. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to respond or stay silent. But he couldn't ignore Zhou Yu's gaze, nor did he want to look away. Yes. Wait here a moment. He pushed Zhou Yu down onto the edge of the bed, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Then began a long, silent wait. So long that by the time the bathroom door finally stirred, Zhou Yu was already lying flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Rolling over, he looked toward the door, where only fingers peeked out from the crack. Jiangnan didn't even dare show his face. We have to agree first. If you see it, you can't say you hate me. At least, don't be afraid. You've got 8 horns on your head. Or 9 tails on your butt. What's there to fear? No. A fluffy tail, black and white in a clean, distinct pattern, slipped out from the gap, swaying slowly, teasingly. Silent temptation. Just one. Having said that, Jiangnan quickly pulled the tail back inside. Zhou Yu visibly brightened. That tail, he'd seen it before, on Zhang Yu. But suddenly, he felt like he was in some bizarre roleplay. He rolled off the bed, not even stepping into the bathroom, but stretched his arm in, and accurately grabbed Jiangnan from behind the door, pulling him out. When he saw the pair of white tiger ears atop Jiangnan's head, honestly, his mind went blank. Are we doing some C.Splav cosplay right now? But Jiangnan looked utterly dazed, plopping himself down on the floor with a thud. His tail tip looped forward, mechanically moving up and down without emotion. It's over. What? Jiangnan lifted his gaze to Zhou Yu. I was originally planning to fully transform into my original form for you to see. But now. Zhou Yu followed his words, scanning over this entire look. Right now. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yeah, it's fine. It's actually really cute. Can I touch it? He reached first for the top of Jiangnan's head, both hands moving in together. But the moment his fingers brushed the tip of the ears, Jiangnan instinctively flattened them like airplane wings. Yet immediately afterward, he lowered his head again, hugging his tail close to make it easier for Zhou Yu to touch. His breathing grew uneven, sharp and shallow. He looked absolutely hard-pressed to endure this. Zhou Yu gazed at Jiangnan's faintly trembling lips, then lowered his eyes to the tail clutched tightly against him. Once again, he couldn't suppress a laugh. Suddenly, he pushed Jiangnan down onto the floor. One knee pressed between his legs, one hand sliding toward his waist. There was no ulterior motive, only intent on tugging down Jiangnan's pants slightly, wanting to explore where that tail truly emerged from. Wait. You're not trying to have sex with me, are you? Jiangnan panicked, quickly stopping Zhou Yu's hand. No, I just want to see where your tail comes out. From the tailbone. You want to touch that too? Zhou Yu gave him a look that clearly said, well, duh. Receiving that signal, Jiangnan attempted to use his big, watery puppy eyes to sway him. Didn't work at all. Zhou Yu simply covered his eyes with one hand. You can dodge it today, but not forever. Even if Zhou Yu didn't touch it now, he'd eventually get to it later. Gritting his teeth, Jiangnan mentally conditioned himself. After a moment, he actually sat up, guiding Zhou Yu's hand toward the small of his back. His tail swayed joyfully. Yet he clung tightly to Zhou Yu, burying his face in his chest the whole time, ears flattened flat in embarrassment. It was the first time Jiangnan had ever felt shyness so openly. So sensitive, so easily stirred, each light stroke sent tremors through him. Moans rose to his lips only to be swallowed back, soft whimpers impossible to articulate. Zhou Yu, fun. Chapter 194, The Tiger's Might Awakens. But as they played, things went too far. The position changed, the setting changed. As the tiger's might stirred, the wolf was forced to reciprocate. A forbidden clash, how marvelous, how splendid. Afterward, Jiangnan lay bare-chested beside Zhou Yu's legs. Perhaps having received a small amount of interest already, he didn't mind so much when Zhou Yu continued stroking his ears. His tail wouldn't stay still either, shamelessly rubbing against Zhou Yu's thigh, abdomen, waist, spine, and wrist bones. It was downright audacious. Whether it was because something good had happened today or simply Jiangnan's lucky day, Zhou Yu surprisingly kept his temper and didn't kick him away or curse at him. Mind you, every spot he touched now was particularly sensitive. Jiangnan pointed one finger at his own chin. Having confessed and confirmed that Zhou Yu not only didn't reject but actually showed some affection for his current appearance, he grew bolder. He even dared to glare fiercely and declared, "You've seen me, touched me, I've given you everything you wanted. Now it's my turn to ask." Ask. Zhou Yu's fingertips brushed past Jiangnan's tail base again, seemingly on purpose, deliberately pausing there for a moment. Jiangnan's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly regaining composure. "Do you want to come back with me?" "Back where?" "To Jiangqing." "Sure, let's go." Seeing Zhou Yu reaching for his clothes, pulling them on and preparing to get off the bed, Jiangnan panicked. He grabbed Zhou Yu's arm, yanking him back, then flipped over and pinned him beneath himself. His tiger tail flicked restlessly, perhaps from irritation, winding tightly around Zhou Yu's waist. "Don't go. Student Pei Xiaoyu, answer my question properly." Facing that intense gaze, Zhou Yu shifted his eyes away and sighed first. "To return, yeah. I haven't decided yet. What would I gain if I went back? In this world alone, most people struggle just to survive, facing constant danger. So what about your world?" Zhou Yu lifted one hand, pressing it gently against half of Jiangnan's face. "In your world, can someone like me survive right now?" "Yes. How couldn't I?" Jiangnan stared deeply into his eyes. "Here, in mere decades, you turn to nothing but bones, enduring birth, aging, sickness, and death. You will die. Your soul will be eternally bound to this world, unable to return." Suddenly, Jiangnan pulled Zhou Yu tightly into an embrace, burying his head in the crook of his neck. "The first time you died. I've already seen it. I never want to see it happen again." He held on tighter, until the room sank into an eerie silence. So silent that Jiangnan could feel the steady rhythm of Zhou Yu's heartbeat just by pressing close. His eyes flickered slightly, then he adjusted his position, pressing his own chest against Zhou Yu's. "Feel it, my heartbeat." His hair seemed long overdue for a cut, the bangs nearly covered his eyes. Zhou Yu brushed some aside, gazing at the faint sheen of sweat across his forehead. "Aren't you hot?" "Hot. Should I turn on the air conditioning for you?" He pushed Jiangnan away slightly and sat up to reach for the AC remote. But before he could press any button, Jiangnan shoved him back down. "This is a hotel, we don't even have AC. But there was one earlier. Just pretend we don't. Don't try changing the subject." This time, Jiangnan was truly firm. He turned Zhou Yu's face toward his own, forcing him to look nowhere else. "So. What's your answer? Will you come back with me? Now. If you want it now, then now. But preferably soon. Why such a hurry? Yes, why the rush? Is it not allowed? I know you're anxious, but calm down first. Once started, best finished." Jiangnan raised his hands, covering Zhou Yu's eyes, whispering hotly into his ear, "Keep teasing me, whether you're Zhou Xiaoyu or Pei Xiaoyu, you won't sleep easy tonight. I could ask you again after we finish, would that work for you?" Zhou Yu sucked in a sharp breath, "No." "Then answer me properly." Jiangnan sounded hurt now. "You're being especially distant today, I'm starting to feel uneasy." "Oh." Zhou Yu nodded briefly, almost perfunctorily. "Tell me more about that world then. I need to understand it better before deciding whether to stay or go, don't I?" "All right." In truth, the Hulong unit wasn't singular, it existed nearly everywhere across the country. Meanwhile, Lin Ong was sitting inside the Hulong unit, sulking. Since he wasn't a member of the unit, he'd been banned from accompanying Qin Mingxiao inside and could only wait in the reception room for him to come out. This wait had already stretched over 2 hours. Not that he'd say it out loud, but the Hulong unit was indeed the Hulong unit, its construction and facilities were pretty impressive. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but the first impression it gave was one of sophistication, grandeur, and a strong sense of advanced technology. When he'd first walked in, Lin Ong had indeed been slightly taken aback, but only for a moment. Now, however, this young dragonair sat on the sofa, not only fuming inwardly but also feeling thoroughly annoyed. He kept his arms crossed tightly, brows deeply furrowed. Just thinking about how that smelly old man had dragged Qin Mingxiao away earlier, slapped him with a ban, and tossed him into the reception room made his teeth itch. Fine, leave if you want, but then they've been gone for 2 whole hours. Did handing over a person and some medicine really take that long? Unsure what exactly he was imagining now, he stiffened his expression, his leg beginning to twitch unconsciously. Suddenly, his darkened eyes flickered with a spark, his ears perking sharply upright. Xiao Qin, it's so rare to see you, why don't you join us for a meal? This time, you're truly the hero. Qin Mingxiao's light laughter floated over. Heh, old masterly flatters me. I dare not accept such praise, the real hero is someone else entirely. I still have urgent matters to attend to. I've already delayed too long, if I stay any later, I might miss my chance. Hearing Qin Mingxiao's voice drawing closer along with that of another elder, Lin Ong, who had been slightly slumped, immediately lifted his head, straightening his posture and sitting properly. He rapidly blinked several times, switching to an expression of wide-eyed innocence and endearing cluelessness. Click. The door opened from the outside. Lin Ong timed it perfectly, lifting his face just as Qin Mingxiao stepped through, meeting his gaze directly. The look on his face gave off an air of obedient docility, tinged with a hint of. Qin Mingxiao froze for a brief second. Only after glancing back and confirming old Masterly had left did he stride fully into the room. His eyes softened slightly as the corners of them curved. I ran into a senior just now. Kept you waiting. No problem at all, work comes first, Mingxiao Ji. Even if it's late, it doesn't matter, I'll always wait. Lin Ong pulled out a soft smile, so sweet and well-behaved that anyone who saw it would think this kid couldn't possibly be more adorable. Yet those words caused Qin Mingxiao's hand, which had just started to reach out, to freeze midair. Why did something suddenly feel off? Chapter 195 Long Xiao was actually yelled at. Qin Mingxiao's mind quickly flashed to the images of Jiangnan and Qinfan. Recalling their usual behaviors, he said with great solemnity, Lin Ong, I don't care about much else, but please, avoid learning from Jiangnan and Qinfan. Lin Ong tilted his head. Why? I'm afraid your mind will go awry later in life, beyond correction. Qin Mingxiao patted Lin Ang's head, deadly serious. Someone this pure and harmless was rare, should he turn bad, it would truly be unacceptable. A flicker of awkwardness passed through Lin Ang's eyes. If truth be told, it was actually Jiangnan who had learned from him. He, Lin Ong, had never been an honest fellow to begin with, just abstract in childhood, now merely lying low. Jiangnan, on the other hand, became abstract later in life, growing increasingly absurd over time, never showing restraint. As for Qinfan, he must be a naturally gifted abstract genius, terrifyingly so, and nearly impossible to oppose. Clearing his throat softly, Lin Ong nodded. Okay, I promise you, absolutely won't learn from them. Good kid. Today felt strangely fast. So fast that by the time the two stepped out of the Hulong unit and walked side by side, the sun was already brushing the horizon. Though each carried private thoughts, Lin Ong unconsciously leaned closer to Qin Mingxiao, pressing tightly against him. Shoulders touching shoulders. Even their hanging hands seemed on the verge of subtly intertwining. Finally, no one knew whose hand brushed whose first, but Qin Mingxiao's thoughts snapped back instantly. He turned his gaze and saw Lin Ong, already lowering his head before him. Qin Mingxiao pulled his hand back slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Ong wiggled his little finger. After much hesitation, he finally took Qin Mingxiao's hand. My hands are cold, borrow yours to warm up. Cold. Qin Mingxiao gripped his hand a bit tighter. But the warmth radiating from his palm, how could it possibly relate to cold at all? Since when had Lin Ong started telling such blatant lies? Suddenly, Qin Mingxiao released his hand and gave a light tap on the back of it. Lying again. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. Still pretending. Lin Ong suddenly dashed forward a few steps, then turned around with an intensely aggrieved expression, lips pouting as he muttered, I hate you. Then, huffing angrily, he strode ahead, leaving Qin Mingxiao standing behind, utterly bewildered. Who had upset him now? Qin Mingxiao opened his mouth, staring at Lin Ang's retreating back, unable to make sense of anything. He thought the tap hadn't even hurt. Then, he started jogging after him. Clearly, the moment Qin Mingxiao began chasing, Lin Ong ran faster, but always left just enough distance for Qin Mingxiao to almost catch him. The instant Qin Mingxiao was about to grab his clothes, Lin Ong sped up again. Lin Ang's speed genuinely shocked Qin Mingxiao. In the unit, aside from teleporting adepts, no one could outrun him. Yet now, his feet were practically smoking, yet he couldn't catch this child without awakened abilities, and worse, it felt like the brat was playing with him. Just as he gritted his teeth, ready to cheat slightly with a tiny bit of spiritual energy, Lin Ong suddenly stopped and spun around, a faint, teasing smile curling his lips as he spread his arms wide. Qin Mingxiao's pupils shrank. His coat flapped wildly in motion, but there was no stopping now. He lunged straight into Lin Ang's embrace. A dull thud echoed, the sound of bodies colliding. To his surprise, Lin Ong didn't fall backward from the impact. Instead, he stood firmly grounded, not retreating even half a step, fully wrapping his arms around Qin Mingxiao. Qin Mingxiao tried to lift his head, only to have Lin Ong press him back down. Since they were nearly the same height, Qin Mingxiao was forced to bury his face against Lin Eng's neck. Mingxiao Ji, it's dark now. Stop fooling around. I'm not, Lin Ong murmured, tilting his head to look at him. Just now, when you hugged me, the sun completely set. Who hugged you? Didn't you just run around yourself? I'm still young, full of energy. Isn't it normal to run more? Fine, I'm old, can't run anymore. Lin Ong smiled gently. How could that be? He reached out, then hesitated, unsure where to place his hand, eventually lowering his long eyelashes. His phoenix-like eyes gradually deepened with unspoken emotion. He didn't know what exactly he was pondering, but after a moment, he slowly pulled his hand back and suddenly asked, Mingxiao Ji, on my birthday, would you be willing to spend it with me? Sure, whatever. But aren't you going back to your dad's place? You first say, will you or won't you? I will. Then, what if that day I asterisk you? Would you still come? The moment Lin Ong said it, Qin Mingxiao felt like he had misheard. He shoved Lin Ong away abruptly, his expression dazed. Huh? What did you say? I said. Then Lin Ong repeated it once more. Since he'd already decided to deal with that parasitic entity inside Qin Mingxiao's body, of course he had to take full responsibility. The essence extracted as an exception on his birthday would definitely serve a great purpose. Last time, he'd been so focused on taking care of Qin Mingxiao that he'd completely forgotten about himself. His intentions were good. But Qin Mingxiao clearly had no idea what Lin Ong truly meant. He grabbed Lin Eng's face and stretched it sideways, staring at him for a long while before finally forcing out a few words from his throat. You want to use me as your birthday puriente? He enunciated each syllable clearly, deliberately emphasizing certain parts. Not learning anything good. Lin Ong blinked innocently. I'm not doing anything bad. Are you afraid? No way. So you agree? Suddenly, Qin Mingxiao released the grip on Lin Eng's face. He stepped back 2 steps, then swiftly walked past Lin Eng's shoulder. Lin Ong. Mingxiao Ji. Shut up. Qin Mingxiao turned only half his face from the front, surprisingly shouting at him. His eyes held a look Qin Mingxiao had never shown before. After locking gazes with Lin Ong, his shoulders rose and fell rapidly several times before he fiercely turned away and strode off. Lin Ong stood frozen in place. Now it was Lin Eng's turn to be stunned. He had only wanted to act a little bratty and tease Qin Mingxiao, but how had things turned out like this?